From the moment he was born, Daven had a massive disadvantage compared to other kids having only one arm. But his absolute worst misfortune, the absolute worst thing he had to endure his whole entire life, was being born on the exact same day as Kajin, a kid blessed by the sword god with perfect looks and insane talent. Daven's mother always lamented, whispering how she wished he were Kajin. Every night she would whisper cruel things in his ear, asking why he didn't just die. These bitter words were a harsh, painful contrast to what his father said. Back when Daven was still in the womb, they originally built him up as their ultimate hope to easily surpass Kajin. Just like that, Daven became a complete disgrace, utterly crushing all of his parents' hopes. By some cruel twist of fate, when Daven was just learning to walk, Kajin already knew how to hold a sword. By the time Daven could pick up a heavy blade, Kajin was already mastering mana with the elite Samion family. This constant comparison continued, making Kajin someone Daven both bitterly resented and deeply admired. When he was 7, he was sent to serve as Kajin's personal attendant. On the surface, he was supposed to be a supportive cousin standing right by his side. But in reality, Daven's parents had sold him off as a servant for 300,000 luden. Now beneath a freezing, unforgiving blizzard, Daven is screaming in pure agony, his face covered in blood. Right in front of him, Kajin treats it like a sick game, laughing out loud. He mocks him, saying it is his first time seeing someone so incredibly pathetic. Kajin hated Daven from the start, always using him as a punching bag to vent his anger. Daven always had to hold back his tears, because no matter how much pain he felt, the adults around them just turned a blind eye. His uncle was an incredibly powerful man, but long ago, he left the clan behind and never returned. Because of that, there was absolutely nobody around who could ever keep a growing monster like Kajin in check, making him grow up more like a total psycho than an admirable warrior. His innate talent and the sword god's blessing turned into a poison that completely ruined him. He looked down on everyone as literal trash. One by one, they had to step up to duel him. Even when they surrendered, he showed absolutely no mercy. Daven is next in line, and he was deeply envious of Kajin's immense strength and talent. Still, he did not hesitate to charge forward, desperately wanting to grow stronger. Kajin glared and ruthlessly blew him away, warning Daven not to look at him with those wretched eyes. He hated him. How dare a pathetic one-armed loser look at him like that? Did he really think hard work could actually beat his genius? Let him try. Someone like Daven could try for a lifetime and still never match a fraction of his talent. Daven just lay there taking the vicious kicks to his face. He grit his teeth and endured, desperately wanting to win, even if it felt impossible, through mere effort. As they grew older, Kajin completely neglected his training, constantly indulging in alcohol, loose women, and even highly dangerous substances. Yet Daven still could not defeat him. But things could not go on like this forever. Right on this arena, the two faced off once more. Daven unleashed every single ounce of his power, pouring in the skills he had painstakingly honed for many years. After one final decisive strike and a massive deafening explosion, the entire crowd froze in absolute stunned shock. Daven had actually defeated the Storm Sword Kajin. Up to this point, Daven had lost 21 matches, but at age 29 he finally beat his cousin for good. In those brutal past matches, he always lost, and everyone constantly told him to just give up. They openly mocked Daven, calling him a talentless loser who was just wasting his time, but in the very end he won. Up in the roaring stands, the crowd roared Daven's name. He looked directly into Kajin's eyes, asking how much longer he thought he could boast. Still, Kajin refused to accept it, growling how he could lose to a failure like him. Daven gave a cold, direct reply. If he were Kajin, he wouldn't waste his life on wild women, alcohol, and dangerous addiction. He would live a far more meaningful, epic life, leaving his mark at the absolute peak. In the end, Daven claimed his victory, but as he limped away, the sore loser, Kajin completely lost control and thrust his sword straight through Daven's back. This cowardly backstabbing strike made Daven realize that even in the very end, Kajin was nothing but a pathetic coward. Blood spilled freely from his mouth, and in his fading, painful consciousness, Daven weakly thought how incredibly painful it was, yet he had finally beaten Kajin. It was the Sungleam Sword, a sacred blade only passed down to Samion descendants. It contained the unique anti-demon mana of the Samion clan, a power meant to destroy devils, repel demons. Even if a legendary healer appeared, there was absolutely no way he would survive. But the moment Daven opened his eyes, his body was tightly bound. Was this hell? A tall, muscular man wearing a mask and wrapped in chains looked at him confused. Hell, you actually got lucky. Who would have thought a miraculous holy sanctuary would appear in the arena? The saintess was the one who healed Daven's broken mortal body with a divine miracle matching her legendary name. Because of that very miracle, Daven could actually survive. Daven managed to survive. His entire body was completely ruined, leaving him barely able to breathe. The man with glowing red eyes asked if he had made a contract with a demon. Seeing Daven's surprise, the dark-eyed man narrowed his eyes, asking why he was so shocked. After all, only by making a deal with a demon could a failure like him ever hope to defeat Kajin. Even his parents. Since you admitted it, why bother denying it now? Daven remembered the resentful looks on his parents' faces. Oh, so that was it. According to that guy, blood and sacrifices were found right in Daven's room. He claimed Daven was a literal demon who had sacrificed 300 innocent children to gain his dark power. Once again, that aggressive man pointed straight at Daven's face. Young Master Kajin killed Daven to protect the Samion family honor, personally executing his own cousin and childhood friend. He must have been deeply devastated. Daven did not even bother to argue, finding the entire farce utterly ridiculous. He finally understood. He defeated Kajin but never harmed the clan, yet they still chose Kajin over him. And just like that, Daven, the archdemon, allegedly tarnished the clan's honor, leading to his mana being sealed and receiving a life sentence. His tendons in his arms and legs were completely severed. Locked in chains and thrown into a dungeon, his eyes were tightly blindfolded. In the pitch black, that trash Kajin stood before him to gloat, saying this miserable state suited Daven perfectly. Kajin boasted about becoming the Sword King, praised by everyone as a genius, and mockingly thanked Daven for the glory. After that day, the prison food grew scarcer by the day. Soon, Daven looked like nothing but a withered, starving corpse. With his internal organs failing, he began coughing up blood, wishing he could have died with some dignity in the arena. It was so freezing. He wondered if his life would have turned out differently if he had not been missing a right arm. Collapsing in the cold, he asked himself, what if he was an acknowledged son or a child blessed by the god of swords? Would his tragic fate have changed? As a final tear fell from his eyes, Daven closed them forever. But in the deep darkness, a faint light flickered the moment his second chance began. When he opened his eyes, someone was striking his hand. A sharp voice demanded to know if he was even listening, while a clan elder was speaking to him. Vincent felt a stinging pain in his right arm, a limb he never had before. Was this incredibly realistic dream real? Standing before him was an arrogant elder from one of the clan's branch families, making Vincent jump in surprise. Wait, did the man just call him Vincent, the seventh son of the great Adenka family? Strange memories flooded his mind. Despite the confusion, this dream was no nightmare. The air was incredibly fresh, free of the damp, putrid dungeon stench. Having a fully functional right arm in this dream felt like a final, beautiful gift right before he passed away. Now living as Vincent, his blank stare and complete silence began driving the lecturing elder absolutely insane with anger. The elder snapped, asking how long he planned to ignore him before unleashing a wave of painful mana pressure. Reacting instantly, Vincent used his instincts to physically deflect the attack and distance himself from the elder. Although he executed a standard parry, it unleashed a shockingly massive force that sent the elder flying backward. Vincent was stunned. Back when he was Daven, a basic technique like this had never packed such an insane punch. Standing frozen, he quickly apologized and offered to help the elder up, but the old man furiously slapped his hand away. The elder spat that Vincent was merely a shameless brat from the main family, boasting his own son would soon crush him. The branch family would finally overthrow the main line. Hearing this, Vincent realized this man was exactly like his past father. Both men shared the same obsession with defeating the main family, projecting their unfulfilled dreams onto their children. He forced the heavy burden onto his child, which only ended up turning Daven into a disappointing, unfilial son. Storming out, the bitter elder warned Vincent that his massive arrogance would be answered at the upcoming sword assembly. Sinking back into his soft chair, Vincent took a deep breath. Was this really not a dream? He should have woken up by now. Suddenly, a flood of new painful memories began rushing into his mind. His mother passed away, giving birth his father never cared, and the other kids treated him like a punching bag. Out of the 8 children in the prestigious Adenka family, Vincent was the cowardly 7th son who hid in his room. He would literally lock himself away and weep after being tormented by the youngest child. He was the clan's ugly duckling. Abandoned by his own family, he became an easy target for ambitious branch members looking to usurp the main line. The legendary one-armed Daven of the Samion clan had somehow become the useless, cowardly Vincent of the Adenka family. Despite the absolute confusion, he knew he had reincarnated. Spotting a journal on the shelf, Vincent decided to open it. The pages were filled with bitter self-hatred, proving the original Vincent had completely given up on himself and his future. His self-esteem was non-existent. Reading this, Vincent silently thought that perhaps the gods had finally answered both of their prayers. Till his dying breath, Daven desperately fought to live, while the original Vincent wanted nothing more than to die. It was a strange trade. The boy who wanted death vanished, and the warrior who clung to life was reborn. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes right inside the room, asking if he is seriously going to believe such a ridiculous story. Vincent Adenka jumps in sheer surprise, demanding to know who is there, only for the voice to mockingly ask if he is incredibly naive or just stupid. Sweating profusely, he takes a defensive stance, wondering if some demon is trying to trick him because his reincarnation was never supposed to happen. The voice speaks up once more, telling him he is overthinking it and revealing that he is actually the original owner of this very body. His name was Julian, but since he gave his body to Vincent Adenka, he no longer has a real name and asks to be called Julian for now. Vincent Adenka is completely bewildered, asking how this is even possible since Julian is supposed to be dead, but Julian just smiles. Julian smiles and calls it a divine revelation. Vincent Adenka remains completely dazed, wondering if this revelation is a gift the gods bestow on humans. He once heard that people blessed from birth can hear these revelations, making him wonder if Julian is actually claiming to be a god. Julian excitedly confirms his status, though he admits that right now he is nothing more than a simple lesser god. He originally planned to summon a spirit deity, but Vincent Adenka took that place instead. If he wants to become a true god instead of a lesser deity, he must achieve countless feats which are known as tribulations. If he completes these trials, he will finally become a true god. He can finally become a true deity. Vincent Adenka hesitates, looking quite annoyed, and says he understands the situation but has zero interest in those achievements. He explains that if everything Julian said is actually true, then things are about to get incredibly busy for him as he starts over. He has to focus on living his own life, meaning he has absolutely no free time to grant the wishes of some random ghost. Julian keeps his cheerful expression, pointing out that since he gave up his own life, Vincent Adenka is now carrying his hopes forward. However, his spiritual power is incredibly weak, and if it completely vanishes, Vincent Adenka's current body will simply dissolve into thin air. He asks if Vincent Adenka is okay with that. Vincent Adenka sighs and rolls his eyes, thinking this body is far too healthy to die anytime soon. He asks if Julian is threatening him, but before he can even finish his thought, Julian does something that completely drains his physical strength. Vincent Adenka collapses straight onto the floor. Julian mockingly tells him that his naive confidence is not going to save him here. He promises to show Vincent Adenka his true memories, and instantly the entire space around Vincent Adenka begins to warp and shift. Swarms of butterflies suddenly transform into a bolt of lightning, striking him directly with a torrent of absolute horror and dark memories. Along with the terror come unimaginable thoughts, revealing that Julian never actually despaired but merely faked his cowardice to plan his revenge. Waking up drenched in cold sweat, Vincent Adenka is still in complete shock, wondering if these are truly the thoughts of a 13-year-old child. He questions what kind of crazy world he has been reincarnated into just as Julian finally reveals his true nature. Julian boasts about his perfect acting, explaining that he had to escape his family's constant surveillance to study dangerous apostle-level subjects. He asks if Vincent Adenka is finally ready to listen, assuring him that this deal won't bring him any disadvantages at all. Vincent Adenka finally decides to sit down quietly and cooperate. Julian wastes no time and gets straight to the point. He asks if Vincent Adenka has ever heard of the great demon Daven and the Hero King Kajin. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka instantly jumps to his feet. His face contorts with pure anger as he demands to know if Julian just said the great demon Daven and the Hero King Kajin. Trying his absolute best to stay calm, he listens as Julian explains that this history took place 500 years ago. The one-armed swordsman Daven escaped the Samion prison, making a deal with a demon and slaughtering thousands of lives to grow stronger. Rumors say he ruthlessly ended over 10,000 lives, which is exactly why history forever recorded him as a malicious demon. Vincent Adenka is completely dumbfounded once again. Reincarnating 500 years into the future as the great demon Daven makes absolutely no sense to him. But then how many people could possibly share that exact same name, let alone carry the proud bloodline of the Samion clan? He was certain he died in that prison 500 years ago, abandoned by the Samion clan who rejected their one-armed son. They chose the sacred sword instead. While the one-armed swordsman died in loneliness, the sacred sword rose to become the legendary Sword King. Yet they twisted history to paint this picture of a demon and a hero, fabricating such disgusting lies. The Samion clan is truly despicable. Vincent Adenka burns with intense rage, slamming his fist onto the ground, unable to believe they dragged his name through the mud like this. Julian, completely oblivious to his anger, excitedly adds that the Hero King Kajin was actually a very close friend of the great demon Daven. He asks if that isn't romantic. Vincent Adenka tries to hold back his anger, keeping his face down before finally snapping and telling him to shut up. He demands Julian stop this absolute nonsense, sweeping all the books off the table. Julian is left completely confused and flustered. He asks why Vincent Adenka is so angry, and Vincent Adenka snaps back that it is because the history has been completely twisted. Julian wonders if Vincent Adenka is from that era, calling him an old man and teasingly telling him not to get so upset. Vincent Adenka can only grunt in absolute frustration. Floating in the air, Julian casually mentions that history is simply written by the victors. Vincent Adenka looks up in disbelief, questioning how a 13-year-old child could possibly speak with such cynical wisdom. Kids these days grow up way too fast, unlike back in your time. Vincent Adenka sighs, fine, just keep going. Julian continues his tale, saying the Hero King swallowed his tears to team up with the greatest warrior of that era. He was the Solar Sword King united to defeat the evil Daven. Vincent Adenka is literally listening to his own history. He has absolutely no clue who this Solar Sword King is since he never heard the name, leaving Julian utterly shocked. You seriously do not know Aslan? He is the ancestor of the Adenka family. Vincent Adenka suddenly remembers and snaps his fingers. Wait, is that cheeky little kid Aslan? He became the first head of the Adenka clan. Vin thinks back to his past. Back then, young Aslan came to him full of admiration, greeting Lord Daven and saying he wanted to be just like him. Even though Aslan was just a child, the boy was his friend and student back then. Daven had zero confidence in himself. He was filled with self-doubt, wondering what was so great about a one-handed guy like him, yet Aslan still visited his cell. The kid would get furious on his behalf, insisting Daven never committed any crime, asserting that power would never defeat the truth. I will make sure of that. I will restore your honor, no matter how long it takes, the kid had promised. But after making that promise, the boy never returned. Julian snaps him back to reality and continues with his explanation. He explains that Aslan was the founding head of the Adenka clan, leaving behind a lifelong mission that involves surpassing the Samions. We must fight for the truth. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka freezes his gaze, turning incredibly sharp as the pieces fall into place. Fight for the truth, is that just a coincidence? Aslan definitely promised he would reveal the truth since he knew his story. This cannot be a mere coincidence. Even if I do not know everything, I understand this path better than anyone else. Aslan Fanker abandoned the Fanker clan to build the Adenka family, all because he wanted to fight for the truth. Adenka is a brand new house made to clear Daven's name. Vin realizes this must be destiny bringing him back here. Vin calms down, actively listening now. So you are from the Adenka clan, and my duty is to complete these assigned tasks. If I actually fulfill this destiny of ours, will you really become a god? He asks, and Julian nods in agreement. That is right. Once that happens, you will fully own my physical body, and as a god I can bless you too. This is a win-win situation for both of us, is it not? Vincent Adenka is actually starting to feel pretty grateful. Thank you, Aslan. I will inherit the duty you left behind. I will surpass the Samions and climb past those betrayers. By becoming a vital part of this very family, he immediately storms outside, leaving a very confused Julian to follow him. Hey, old man, where are you going? Julian calls out. Vin is too annoyed to give a proper answer, warning him to stop. Calling him that, Julian just chuckles innocently, arguing that someone from 500 years ago is definitely a certified old man. Suddenly, shouts echo outside, declaring the start of a battle, showing warriors clad in heavy armor holding massive shields. Vin wonders what kind of martial arts people use nowadays. How much has combat evolved over 500 years, he muses. How much stronger have the Samions, descendants of Kajin, actually become? Just thinking about it gets him pretty excited. But suddenly his body breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling impossibly heavy, and he completely passes out on the floor. This trashy kid's body is too weak. Fainting at the drop of a hat without mana is basically useless. While sitting alone in the training room, Vincent Adenka suddenly senses a strange foreign flow of mana moving through him. Startled, he immediately calls out to Julian, asking where he is forcing the spirit to appear in his pajamas. Yawning loudly, Julian asks why he is being summoned, but Vin grabs him and shakes him wildly, demanding answers. Why did you never learn swordsmanship? A startled Julian replies that he has an illness preventing him from training. He says he was just born that way, but Vin gets even more worked up, asking how he can ignore his holy bones. Julian pulls his pillow away, yelling at him to let go and asking what these holy bones even are to make him react. Vin shouts back, explaining that he can store mana anywhere in his body, specifically right inside his very skeleton. Looking at Julian's clueless face, Vin sighs in exhaustion, trying to find the words to explain it to him. Listen closely. Martial artists need mana to gain power beyond normal humans, which is usually stored inside the heart. But with holy bones, you can store it in your skeleton too, giving you a virtually limitless supply of energy. Julian stares with wide, innocent eyes, amazed that he possesses such a cheat code, but Vin keeps trying to explain. You clearly have no idea how crucial this is. Even Kajin, the one you call the Hero King, had this. Julian points out that he cannot link his symbol to his heart, which leaves Vin completely baffled as to what he means. He has no idea what a symbol is, showing a confused face that makes Julian completely lose hope, asking why he looks like that. Seriously, since when does he have to explain this basic stuff? A symbol is just an emblem that represents power. Meanwhile, Vincent's mana is violently fluctuating. What do you mean? Isn't mana supposed to be stored in the heart? What about the meditation method? Exactly, what about meditation? It seems these two are completely out of sync, making this conversation quite frustrating. And now, it is Julian's turn to look lost. What meditation method are you talking about? Then Vincent tries to explain it again. What do you mean, what meditation? Filker, the legendary progenitor, was the first to store massive mana in his heart. Julian's eyes widen. In our era, we stored mana inside symbols, called stars, and the number of stars determine a person's absolute power. It has been ages since anyone used their physical body to store mana directly. In fact, absolutely no one does it anymore. Vincent lets out a helpless sigh, unable to believe this harsh reality. He walks over to the window and looks up at the starry night sky, realizing that every member of the family must form at least one symbol. Connecting the symbol and sensing mana is the absolute first step to achieving a one-star rank. It seems storing mana inside symbols is meant to prevent the extreme dangers of keeping it in the heart. He draws his sword, staring intently at it. In the past, countless people faced grave danger using that method because any sudden explosion would be completely devastating. Yet Vincent is doing something entirely different, completely throwing Julian off. Wait, stop, are you gathering mana directly in your heart? Vincent firmly replies that his heart is perfectly fine and becoming stronger requires taking bold risks. Back when he was the one-armed Daven, he relied on this very method to gain power. Julian watches in sheer panic. Wait, why are you letting the mana scatter like that? Your flow is completely wrong. Don't you know the standard formula? Vincent is losing his mind over all the noise. What other formula could there possibly be? Julian clenches his fists. Of course there is a way to utilize mana much more efficiently. Vincent sighs, admitting he is just trying to recall his previous methods. Magical energy will convert and explode in just a matter of seconds. Julian is practically in despair. Are we going to die? Vincent remains nonchalant, joking that they still have half their life left, so what's the big deal? With that, Vincent collapses onto the bed while Julian absolutely loses his temper. That body isn't even yours. So you think you can just do whatever you want with it? Show some respect. Fine, I'll take care of it. But why are you pushing this body so hard anyway? Hearing this question, Julian suddenly looks quite confused. Vincent continues, this body looks decent and the heart is perfectly strong. Why didn't you just live peacefully as an Adenka? You would have succeeded eventually. A symbol is crucial for gathering mana, but the symbol itself requires massive energy to form. Because it is so difficult, no one has achieved it in 30 years. At this rate, Vincent Adenka's body will give out, long before he even reaches adulthood. Night falls, painting the pitch-black sky with countless twinkling stars. Meanwhile, Vincent remains fully focused on his meditation. To him, meditating can shield a person from many threats, but everything has limits. Perhaps he only has 10 years left. Enough time to become a sword king and make his one-armed legend return. It is also the exact duration Daven spent rotting in that dungeon, slowly starving to death. Just thinking about it brings tears to Vincent's eyes. What a tragic life. Those years were so terrifying he never wants to look back. Daven had to endure that agony for far too long. Suddenly, a loud knocking disrupts his thoughts. Young master, open up. Vincent looks utterly confused, having no idea who it is. The visitor loses patience and bursts right into the room, and immediately recoils in shock at the absolute disaster inside. Good grief, what on earth happened here, young master? Vincent slowly gets up from the floor and asks a hilariously clueless question, wondering if this guy is his servant. Who else would I be, young master? Accessing his memories, Vincent quickly identifies this annoying servant as Winston, the very man Julian is destined to personally eliminate in 3 years. Vincent decides not to overthink it. Since he is a servant, might as well order him around. Perfect timing, go fetch me some clean clothes right now. And make sure you clean up this mess afterward. Winston stands frozen, completely bewildered by his master's sudden dominance. Is this really the same weak, pathetic Vincent he used to walk all over? Winston frowns in deep annoyance. What did you do to turn this place upside down? Did you perform some kind of crazy forbidden magic experiment? Vincent calmly denies it, but before he can even finish, Winston scowls and cuts him off, claiming Vincent looks like a complete mess. You lock yourself in here reading all day, driving yourself crazy for absolutely no reason. You must be practicing black magic, and I am definitely reporting this to the elders. Vincent decides to teach him a brutal lesson. Unbelievable, it is truly rare to see a servant speak so insolently to his own master. Doing things your master does not want means you never had any intention of listening from the very start, right? These suddenly sharp words leave Winston completely frozen and stuttering. Vincent Adenka continues to press him, saying he might make him work hard. He asks if Winston does not see this extra labor as his actual duty, but Winston still keeps his arrogant attitude. The servant barks right back at Vincent Adenka, shouting that he already said he will not do things he does not want to do. Asking what he thinks his purpose even is, Vincent Adenka glares straight back, reminding him that he is just a servant after all. With a sudden cold shift in his eyes, Vincent Adenka snatches his coat right out of Winston's hands, telling him to forget it then. He says he will just grab his own things, leaving Winston breaking into a cold sweat and frantically asking where his young master is heading. Vincent Adenka casually replies that he is visiting Lord Chamberlain to explain that his own servant Winston flat out refused to do his job. Threatened with exposure, Winston quickly folds, stuttering out that he will go do it immediately, and never said he refused in the first place. He promises to clean up the room as well. The old Vincent Adenka was truly a coward for letting a mere servant act this arrogant. There is definitely a hidden motive behind their disrespect, and Julian, watching nearby, silently nods in agreement with that exact theory. Vincent Adenka sees them as total lowlifes. They do not know their place. They need to learn what the seventh master of the Anka family is truly capable of. That is when Julian drops a major warning about Winston. Apparently, the servant belongs to a dangerous cult that slaughtered hundreds. Instead of being worried, Vincent Adenka actually finds this pretty amusing. He notes that true killers always carry a distinct dark aura, yet he does not sense even a shred of that power from the servant. He dismisses Winston as trash. Just a pathetic, cowardly weakling. Julian is utterly shocked, asking how Vincent Adenka could possibly recognize a killer so easily unless he was one himself. Vincent Adenka casts a chilling look over his shoulder, coldly stating that it is because he has already lived through an entire lifetime. A cold shiver runs down Julian's spine. Honestly, who wouldn't be terrified realizing they might have summoned something far worse than a demon king? Soon after, Winston returns with an incredibly annoyed look on his face, carrying the freshly washed clothes into the room. He grumbles that he finished the laundry and asks if his master is finally pleased with how the room was cleaned. Vincent Adenka plays along, putting on a satisfied look and admitting that the room is actually clean. He sits back comfortably on his chair. He offers a casual thanks for the hard work, but Winston just mutters under his breath, begging him not to trash the room next time. Vincent Adenka promises he won't do it again, though on the inside he is secretly thrilled to see the servant becoming more obedient. Winston silently tells himself that a useless noble like Vincent Adenka cannot actually do anything, no matter how proud he acts. Undeterred, Vincent Adenka continues barking orders, telling Winston to bring him a wooden sword measuring about 1 meter long. He specifies it should weigh 500 grams and be made of blackwood, noting that the warehouse must be full of them. Winston immediately pushes back, asking what happens if he refuses, which prompts Vincent Adenka to stand straight up to teach him another lesson. He says he will just get it himself, but wonders aloud what the gatekeeper will think when he sees the young master running errands. He casually mentions that the warehouse guards are absolute powerhouses who happen to be incredibly loyal to the family. Hearing this, Winston gets completely terrified, pleading with him to wait and asking why he is escalating things like this again. The moment Winston reaches out and touches his shoulder, Vincent Adenka reacts purely on instinct and takes him down hard. Slamming him hard to the floor, talk about instant karma, he then half-heartedly apologizes, claiming he has some pretty bad memories of being attacked. Winston looks entirely baffled since he has never heard of such abuse, but Vincent Adenka just stares back with cold intensity. He warns him to engrave that lesson. In reality, Vincent Adenka is struggling to hide his severe pain. That throw took a lot of strength and left his weak body aching. Sensing the servant's boiling anger, he turns around to taunt him. Asking what exactly Winston wants to say to him, the servant completely cowers suddenly, acting as obedient as a quiet little puppy. He nervously confirms the 1 meter blackwood order. But Vincent Adenka is not done playing with him, mockingly questioning his sudden change of heart. He asks if Winston did not just say he refused to go. Flustered, the servant quickly bolts for the door. He insists he never refused, slamming the door hard out of habit, but immediately panics that he might have pushed his master too far. He cracks the door open to blame the wind for the slam before running off, immediately plotting how he will get his revenge. He swears he will never lose to Vincent Adenka again. Sometime later, he returns with a smug, highly disrespectful look on his face. Handing over the blackwood sword, Winston smugly enjoys his own silent rebellion, hoping to see his master look frustrated. He secretly mocks him, wondering if he feels miserable and if he really expected things to go that smoothly. Snapping his book shut, Vincent Adenka looks him up and down, casually telling Winston that out of everyone he has ever met, he was a man missing his right arm, a disability that made his life incredibly difficult. In fact, he met a pretty tragic end. It was a truly awful fate at the very end. As if finally realizing something, Winston suddenly hands the sword to Vincent Adenka and bows. "Here is your wooden sword, sir," he says. But inside, he is absolutely fuming. "Damn it, this is so humiliating," Winston thinks, grinding his teeth. "I have finished the task you ordered, so I will take my leave now," he mutters. The door slams shut with bitter frustration as he exits. Vincent Adenka pushes the anger aside and focuses on the blade. "All right," he thinks now, "I just need to find some proper training exercises." He is currently practicing with 2 wooden training dummies. He knew this physical vessel was pretty weak, but he never expected to be this exhausted. Just a few swings of a wooden sword and his body is completely drained. Looks like he still has a very long way to go. Even so, Vincent Adenka absolutely loves the feeling. Maybe he really was born to be a martial artist. But right then, a random guy appears. "Since the mana signal was so weak, I did not think anyone was actually training here," the stranger says, scoffing at the weak energy. He introduces himself as Revan Adenka, instantly throwing a nasty jab by asking if he is the famous, completely useless Vincent Adenka. During the tense silence, Julian speaks up from his own space, warning Vincent Adenka that Revan Adenka is merely a backup descendant. Hearing Julian's voice out of nowhere catches him off guard. Julian continues, explaining that Revan is just another candidate for the upcoming tournament. He is predicted to win the True Sword Conference this time around. He asks Vincent Adenka if he remembers meeting the boy's father earlier. Vincent Adenka finally pieces it together that rude man from before was indeed this kid's father. Julian quickly adds another warning to stay alert. He is the top talent among the backup branch, possessing the absolute best skills of any 13-year-old in the entire Adenka clan. Revan Adenka sneers, saying that since he expects to win the upcoming conference, he will inevitably have to fight Vincent Adenka eventually. That is why he came to find him early. Hearing the name of the True Sword Conference, Vincent Adenka is suddenly caught off guard. It is a dangerous tournament using real swords, bringing together children from the various branch families of the great Adenka clan. Since there is no age limit, most kids join when they turn 14. The champion of this event earns a rare opportunity. They get to challenge a direct descendant of the main Adenka house of the same age, forcing them into a high-stakes duel. And Vincent Adenka is widely considered the weakest of the direct descendants. Right away, Revan Adenka starts acting incredibly arrogant. He asks mockingly if Vincent Adenka is going to run away because he is too terrified of what is coming next. In this conference, they will not be using harmless wooden swords. Vincent Adenka bluntly replies, asking how any true martial artist could fear a blade. Hearing this, Revan bursts into a loud mocking laugh. He sneers that Vincent Adenka certainly knows how to talk big as a direct descendant. Vincent Adenka crosses his arms, ready to shut him down. You are pretty good at running your mouth, but even insults need some class. Vincent Adenka is genuinely annoyed by this kid's complete lack of respect. How dare he insult someone who is actively trying to train? It is incredibly rude. Even the one-armed Daven always showed deep respect during both intensive training and casual sparring sessions. Even Kajin respected the process. Vincent Adenka is now completely determined to teach this arrogant brat a lesson for ruining someone else's training dummy. You are an embarrassment to all martial artists, he tells him. Did your father teach you to behave like this in the backup branch? Revan Adenka absolutely loses his mind with fury. He yells, calling Vincent Adenka a bastard for daring to insult his father. He screams that he will never forgive him for that insult. Meanwhile, Julian quickly chimes in with a warning. He warns that Revan is already at level 2 with a steel attribute. Vincent Adenka needs to be careful because this kid is much stronger. Vincent Adenka knows he would likely lose a direct fight right now. Yet he can see this kid is just a poorly raised brat. He relies entirely on mana even though Vincent Adenka cannot control his own energy just yet. It is a classless display of raw power. Neither the father nor the son seem to have any concept of basic etiquette or respect as true warriors. It seems the mindset of modern martial artists has really degraded over the last 500 years. He needs to teach him a lesson. Vincent Adenka points his sword directly at Revan, declaring that someone like him needs to be taught a lesson by his elders. Revan is utterly shocked that a guy he viewed as a complete coward actually has the guts to point a weapon at him. He thinks to himself that Vincent Adenka stands absolutely zero chance of winning, yet he wonders why the air suddenly feels so incredibly heavy. Is he actually planning to strike at any second? After a tense moment of intimidation, Vincent Adenka suddenly lowers his weapon. He mockingly asks if Revan is really getting scared over a simple wooden sword, suggesting they settle this at the conference. He warns Revan that things will not end with harmless training weapons. Revan Adenka grinds his teeth, completely unable to contain his boiling rage. Losing his mind, the angry brat immediately charges forward, fully intending to beat Vincent Adenka half to death right there. Terrified by the sudden attack, Julian quickly ducks behind Vincent Adenka and screams at him to dodge the incoming blow. Vincent Adenka remains completely calm, reassuring Julian that the brat cannot hurt him. Right at that very moment, a mysterious man appears. He holds Revan back tightly, urging him to stop because fighting young Master Vincent Adenka here is strictly forbidden. Naturally, Revan fumes with absolute rage. "What, let go of me?" the furious young master screams. Seeing the tension simmer down, Julian lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking the heavens. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka stands nearby looking incredibly smug, bragging about being right. The blonde guard then warns Revan that injuring Vincent Adenka now would ruin everything. It would only give him an easy excuse to dodge their upcoming duel. Since their real clash is set for the True Sword Conference, he begs Revan to hold back. Revan grudgingly backs down, muttering that they will settle this at the conference. The arrogant coward then turns on his heel and retreats straight to his room. Inside, Julian immediately starts complaining, asking why on earth he provoked Revan like that. If that guard had not stepped in, he would have been in deep trouble. But Vincent Adenka just shrugs it off with a smug grin, claiming he was simply trying to teach that brainless brat a much-needed lesson. It is driving Julian absolutely crazy. He demands to know how Vincent Adenka even ended up in this bizarre situation in the first place. After all, his original grand plan was supposed to involve summoning the Spirit King. Yet here they are, and Vincent Adenka seems completely unfazed. He calmly replies that this is exactly why he is relying on Julian to teach him about this current era. Then Vincent Adenka spots a small picture. It is a childhood portrait of himself. Before he can inspect it, Julian angrily snatches the picture away, telling him to stop getting distracted. He needs to focus instead of playing around. Julian asks if he has even finished the illusion theory, urging him to study magic and elements. That catches Vincent Adenka off guard, prompting him to ask about these so-called attributes. Julian explains that they represent a very specific kind of power. It is energy manifested from blessings, specifically a custom-made blessing. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka is completely stunned by the sheer absurdity of it. Creating your own blessing is pure blasphemy, he gasps, warning Julian that such disrespect toward the gods will surely bring down divine wrath. Julian just rolls his eyes, scoffing that Vincent Adenka has never been pious either. He tells him to be grateful that nobody has actually died from divine punishment. Changing the subject, Vincent Adenka asks if Revan possesses an attribute. He wants to know what the Iron Man blessing actually is. Julian explains that the Dwarf King blessing is highly diverse, offering many unique advantages. These attributes grant the user a massive boost in combat power. The more special blessings one gathers, the more opportunities they have to unlock stronger paths. It works like branches on a tree. The Iron Man blessing is a mid-tier power, and its primary strength lies in both defense and offense. Vincent Adenka ponders this for a moment, admitting it is a pretty cool concept. Julian eagerly agrees with him. He promises Vincent Adenka that this will make him incredibly powerful. As they talk, Vincent Adenka recalls Julian mentioning the target dummy sliced cleanly at the neck. That wooden dummy was decapitated in a single perfect strike. Revan has shown him a level of skill that is honestly hard to believe. He wonders if that is the true strength of these attributes. To stand a chance against a monster like that, he must master these skills. First thing the next morning, Vincent Adenka heads right back to the training grounds. He swings his wooden sword, completely absorbed in his practice. Watching from the sidelines, the guards whisper in surprise. They mockingly point out that the useless young master is actually swinging a sword with his left hand. They laugh, expecting him to give up any minute. After all, everyone knows he usually starts swinging wildly and loses interest after just a few moves. But their gossiping is suddenly cut short by a stern voice telling them to show some respect. The guards pale as they turn to see Vice Commander Mon Adenka. The guards scramble to bow, absolute terror written all over their faces. Mon Adenka calmly asks if they find the young master of Adenka practicing his swordsmanship funny. Shaking with fear, they quickly apologize and make a run for it. Mon Adenka stands alone, his eyes locked onto Vincent Adenka as he trains under the sun. He sighs softly, muttering that while he defended him, everyone still views Vincent Adenka as the absolute disgrace of the Adenka family. A boy swinging a sword mindlessly with zero mana or attributes is bound to be looked down upon by everyone around him. Julian awkwardly floats over, pointing out that the guards are talking trash again. He asks if they should train in the forest instead. Vincent Adenka just scoffs, asking if Julian really has the extra time and energy to trek all the way out to the woods right now. Honestly, being underestimated is nothing new to him. Back in his past life, absolutely no one expected him, Daven, to defeat the legendary sword dance, but he pulled off the impossible. He has turned defeat into victory before, and with this weak body, he just needs to push even harder. Suddenly, Mon Adenka approaches and hands him a small flask, offering a mana recovery potion to help make his grueling training a bit easier. Taking the potion, Vincent Adenka eyes him curiously, asking for his name. Mon Adenka respectfully introduces himself as the vice leader of the White Sword Unit. Vincent Adenka narrows his eyes, asking if the man is just mocking him. Mon Adenka candidly admits that he initially was, but something changed his mind. He explains that Vincent Adenka has the intense, hungry eyes of a true warrior. Mocking someone with that kind of drive would be absolutely pathetic. Respecting his honesty, Vincent Adenka promises to remember the name Mon Adenka before politely reminding him that he should probably get back to his patrol. Mon Adenka bows deeply and takes his leave. But as he walks away, he cannot help but marvel at the young master's intense determination. Something has clearly changed in the boy. Quietly wishing him luck, Mon Adenka departs, leaving Vincent Adenka to his relentless grind. From sunrise to sunset, day after day, he swings his wooden sword in absolute isolation. Now that is what we call real dedication. He pushes himself until his body completely gives out, only stopping for a quick drink. Late at night, he stays up meticulously, taking notes. Keeping his training in mind, Vincent Adenka reminds himself to balance on his right foot and drive power from his hips. He can finally feel the mana pulsing in his chest. It is starting to wake up his only path to defeating Kajin. Remembering the power he faced against Kajin, he notes that his sword must trace the starlight points to unlock its true strength. He dives right back into training, unleashing swift, sharp strikes along the correct path. And seeing his rapid progress on screen, he smiles. Vincent Adenka is absolutely thrilled with the result. He actually did it. He has finally mastered the sword technique. Meanwhile, in another corner, Winston is grumbling in pure frustration. Damn it, how many days has it been? The kid is not a rooster, so why eat at 5 a.m.? These early training sessions just mean more chores for him. That is when a nasty idea pops into Winston's head. Why not mess with the young master a bit? He delivers the food, announcing with mock politeness that breakfast is finally served. He lifts the lid, shocking Vincent Adenka when he sees a good chunk of his meal is already missing from the plate. Staring at the servant's messy face, Vince snaps, "If you are going to steal my food, at least do not be so obvious." Winston plays dumb, asking what he means. Vince sighs, telling him to at least have the decency to wipe his mouth first. He can let it slide today, but warns him not to cross the line again. Winston quickly wipes his face, reminding Vin of his criminal past. He might look harmless now, but he has taken down plenty of people. The subtle threat in his voice is hard to miss. Vincent Adenka just bursts out laughing. Oh, how terrifying. But before Winston can gloat, Vin releases a sudden burst of mana as a warning. Threatening people might be easy, Vin says, but it will not work on him. That is why he does not just crush him with raw force. Completely shocked, Winston stammers out, "Wait, since when does the young master have mana?" Vin just keeps his cool. The only thing that matters is that he is using it right now. Winston nods and Vin tells him to stop playing tough. Soon serving Vincent Adenka will not be a source of shame anymore, but eventually Winston will have to choose between loyalty or opposition. Retreating to the doorway, Winston looks back. What on earth is he talking about? Even with this pressure, he will never submit. He slams the door shut, trying to shake off the encounter, but he cannot help but stop and think for a moment. Honestly, you can't blame him for being completely stunned by this sudden change in his once useless master. Meanwhile, Adenka takes a stroll past the training grounds. He notes to himself that Vincent Adenka is up surprisingly early today. But then Adenka freezes in sheer disbelief. He stares at the straw training dummy and can hardly believe his eyes. The straw dummy has been sliced clean in half with one precise strike. But Vincent Adenka was only practicing with a wooden sword. For a wooden sword to leave a cut this perfect is impossible. How could the young master have improved so rapidly? Just what kind of swordsmanship is he secretly practicing? Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka is relaxing and peacefully enjoying his breakfast. Once finished, Vin gets changed. Winston actually sits quietly on the floor folding his laundry. Julian is quite amused by this sudden change. The stubborn servant is finally showing some discipline. Vin notes that with a little more pressure, he will fall right into line. Vin inspects the sleeve of his shirt, turning to Winston. He asks why his garments are made of cheap Leviton fabric. A panicked Winston asks what that even is. Vin explains that while the cheap material saves money, it stains way too easily. It is far below what a noble should wear. And looking at the terrible food quality, it does not match their family budget either. Julian is highly suspicious and asks what he is implying. Vin does not hold back and drops the truth. Someone has clearly been stealing their funds and pocketing the family wealth. Julian is shocked, wondering if Winston is the culprit. Winston starts trembling in absolute terror, barely able to speak. But Vin knows the truth is much bigger than a mere servant. He admits Winston would never have the guts for this. The real thief must be someone much higher up in the ranks. Meanwhile, Revan is training hard, pushing his physical limits. He remembers the humiliating words Vincent Adenka threw at him earlier. Vin had mocked him, asking why he was so terrified. The memory fuels his rage, making him roar out in anger. He unleashes a wild, furious strike with his wooden sword. Just then, a sudden knock on the door cuts through his frustration. A stern voice comments on his intense training. Revan quickly spins around, instantly recognizing his father standing at the entrance. His father reminds him that the sword festival is fast approaching. They desperately need to escape their life of misery and poverty. If Revan wants to lift their branch family out of the dirt, there is only one option: he must defeat Vincent Adenka. Revan quietly nods, assuring him that he knows. But his father suddenly grabs his arm with a desperate tight grip. He demands that Revan must be the one to overthrow the main family and secure their future. Feeling the immense weight on his shoulders, Revan can only nod. He knows his father is getting more anxious as the festival nears. With each passing day, his father's obsession only grows worse. He realizes that Vincent Adenka is the ultimate obstacle he has to break. If he can just defeat that bastard, his father and his entire clan can finally return to their former glory. Nearby, Julian watches with interest. He smirks. It is finally time to bring this to an end. Vincent Adenka reviews the compiled documents on the upcoming assembly of the true sword. He gasps, "What the hell is this?" Their secret techniques, combat habits, personal files, everything is right here. Julian grins proudly, asking if it is not amazing. Vincent Adenka shudders. "You are absolutely terrifying, Julian. Seriously, you are giving me goosebumps." Julian just chuckles, enjoying the praise. Vincent Adenka asks if his plan is to make a flashy and grand debut at the sword tournament using the Spirit King's power. Julian confirms the plan. He gestures to a divine stone. This is the mana gem meant for the tournament's champion. If he can absorb this rare gem, both his body and his inner mana reserves will instantly grow exponentially stronger. Vincent Adenka silently marvels at the sheer luck. Looking at Julian's eager expression, it is incredibly clear how desperately the spirit wants to win this tournament. Winning is the only option now, and losing is simply out of the question. It would be an absolute disgrace for a warrior to fail after receiving this level of top-tier intelligence beforehand. Even though he is not the Spirit King, Vincent Adenka is determined to dominate the competition and reclaim his destiny. Without wasting a single second, Vincent Adenka rings his handbell. Winston bursts through the door, completely out of breath. The servant gasps, asking what his young master needs. Vincent Adenka gets straight to the point. He has a task for him. Meanwhile, in another room, Winston's nervous voice echoes from the hallway, asking if he can come inside. He slowly opens the door, asking if she's doing well. Grand Chamberlain Raelsa glares coldly, demanding his business. Sweating, Winston reminds himself that she is a formidable 7-star master. She is truly a terrifying force. He nervously explains that young master Vincent Adenka has a message for the family patriarch. Raelsa responds with quiet disdain. She scoffs that the young master does not even dare to show his own face. Winston continues with the message. Vincent Adenka wants the patriarch to attend the assembly of the true sword, promising to prove his worth as an Adenka. Just then, Raelsa interjects. The patriarch never attends the true sword assembly. He has no time or reason to. Winston suddenly interrupts and places a document onto the table. This is the ledger detailing her embezzlement of family funds. Now her job is to make the impossible happen. Hearing this shocking accusation, Raelsa's cold voice drops low. She growls, asking what he just said. Winston quickly waves his hands. He is only repeating his master's exact words. Raelsa snaps at him to get out of her sight. Winston flees immediately. Alone in the quiet room, her mind begins to spin. Vincent Adenka could have delivered this blackmail himself, but sending his servant was a deliberate show of power. He is flexing his leverage to put her in her place. The young master has definitely gotten much smarter. Elsewhere in the estate, the patriarch is training relentlessly. Raelsa slowly steps inside the training yard to deliver the news. Sensing her presence, the patriarch calls out her name. Raelsa bows, deeply addressing the master of the house. She delivers the young master's invitation to the upcoming assembly of the true sword. The patriarch stops his sword training. He sighs. She is meddling too much in trivial matters. He tells her to stop, but Raelsa quickly speaks up. She explains that the young master promised to prove his worth as a true member of the noble Adenka family. The patriarch goes quiet, pondering the claim. He asks if she truly believes Vincent Adenka has the right to speak of honor. She agrees he does not, which is exactly why he made this desperate vow to prove himself this time. Raelsa bows low, pleading with him to attend. She promises she will be the one to prove the boy's worth. The head of the family looks at her in disbelief, asking if she understands the weight of her words. She confirms. If young master Vincent Adenka fails to prove himself, she will sacrifice her own life as payment. The patriarch cannot understand why she would go this far. She quietly admits Vincent Adenka exposed her greatest weakness. He asks if it is about her embezzling the family budget. He realizes she did it to secure Vincent Adenka's future. She looks down in shame, admitting her fault. The patriarch is quiet, having no desire to meddle in her affairs. He lets it go. But regardless of the boy's methods to get his attention, he did not lose his pride. He wonders if the kid truly is Sarvana's son. With a deep sigh, the patriarch finally relents. He agrees to attend the upcoming assembly of the true sword. The day of the tournament quickly arrives. He stands up, conceding defeat. He will attend. Time flies, and the day of the tournament finally arrives. Promising young warriors gather in the massive hall. Carrying a heavy responsibility, Revan slowly makes his entrance. He mutters to himself, "Brace yourself, Vin, today I am definitely taking you down." Revan glances up toward the spectators. He spots someone in the crowd who completely grabs his attention. Revan mutters in shock, "That person, it cannot be. Patriarch Khan. Why is Patriarch Khan here?" Revan smirks to himself. "He must be here to watch me, the rising star of the Branch family descendants. This is my absolute golden opportunity, and I will defeat you in the coolest way possible right in front of him." Just then, the referee announces the official start of the Great Sword Assembly. The moment the signal rings out, Revan sneers, mockingly. What a pain, just dropped dead already. Hearing this arrogant claim, his opponent does not flinch at all. He raises his sword high and yells, "How dare you be so arrogant?" Suddenly, the blade shatters into pieces, leaving Revan completely stunned as he barks out, "What did you just do? How could that ever work against my steel body attribute?" Revan immediately delivers a brutal kick, sending his opponent flying. Watching from above, Revan's father cheers in pure excitement. "Yes, that is how you do it, Revan Adenka." The entire arena erupts in praise. No wonder people call him the rising star of the Branch descendants. He is so young, but already hit the 2-star level, and that defensive attribute is just unreal, right? A Branch family descendant might actually win this entire tournament for the first time in history. Vincent Adenka stands off to the side, thinking that by the standards of 500 years ago, these kids are bright, talented geniuses. but they have absolutely no deep understanding of actual swordsmanship. Their power relies almost entirely on their raw attributes. Watching them move, there is zero real combat experience on display. They are like mindless puppets dancing on paper. That explains why he relies so heavily on his raw steel attribute to recklessly charge his opponents without a care. Celebrating his opening victory, Revan bows arrogantly as the crowd cheers. He mutters to himself in absolute satisfaction. I will give you credit for not running away, Vin. Hurry up and get on stage. I am waiting for you. Meanwhile, Patriarch Khan closely observes the match. Things are really starting to heat up here, and one by one opponents are getting crushed. The gong rings out, signaling the end. The match is over and the victor is announced, Revan Adenka. Revan smirks proudly and proclaims it is over. I, Revan Adenka, have completely defeated every single opponent here. Now, exactly as the rules set by the elders dictate, I will fight against my very own close friend, Vincent Adenka, in the final match of the Great Sword Assembly. I will face off against the direct descendant of the main family. Vincent Adenka steps forward with pride and answers, I accept your challenge. He walks onto the stage to face his opponent. The man standing in the middle steps up and introduces himself. I am Gerson, the referee for this assembly. Prepare yourselves. But Vincent Adenka suddenly interrupts him. Wait, I have one condition. He calls out loudly to Winston. Winston immediately hands Vin a wooden practice sword. Vin smiles with total confidence. I will only use this wooden sword in my left hand. I will also give my distant relative a 3-strike head start. Hearing this outrageous claim, Revan's father is stunned. What on earth is he talking about? The surrounding crowd mutters in disbelief. We heard bad rumors about him, but is he insane? Who knows, others whisper. Vincent Adenka continues until his first 3 attacks are complete. I will not take a single step. I will remain exactly where I stand. Revan's face contorts in absolute fury as he yells out, What the hell are you doing, Vin? How long do you plan on mocking me? The crowd starts whispering frantically. This is ridiculous. Is it not true that young master Vincent Adenka has 0 martial arts training, even as a direct descendant? How can he be this arrogant? Revan's father yells in anger. The young master is only making excuses for his inevitable defeat. Just then, Patriarch Khan calmly responds, I allow it. Hearing the head's approval, Revan's father reluctantly bows. Understood, Patriarch. Khan then looks at Vin. You had better prove your bold words with actions, Vincent Adenka. Vincent Adenka confidently replies, I will do exactly that, Patriarch. With the rules agreed upon, the referee steps up. Gerson declares the duel against the direct descendant is officially underway. Both fighters assume your stances. Revan, deeply angered, shouts, Come at me, Vin. Vin merely smiles. Did you not hear me? I told you I am giving you a 3-strike head start. Gerson waves his flag and bellows begin. The instant the word drops, Revan snaps. Die right where you stand then. He immediately launches a lightning-fast strike. Vincent Adenka calmly tracks the movement, silently counting strike number 1. Replaying a recent memory, Vin had predicted to Julian that the opening move would be a short thrust. Right on cue, Vin swiftly dodges to the side. Let us see how long you can keep up that arrogance. As the blade grazes his neck, Revan thinks triumphantly, I got him. But Vin knows that first strike was just a feint, and the real attack is the second thrust. Revan sneers arrogantly, I have got you right where I want you, Vin. Vin remains completely calm, quietly thinking that his opponent's movements are way too obvious. He doesn't even need Julian's intel. It is plain as day. Since Revan's special attribute protects him from taking any damage, he doesn't even bother with the basics. Vincent Adenka frowns, pointing out that from the very beginning, good swords are not meant for stabbing. With a simple flick of his wrist, Vin easily deflects the attack. This leaves Revan completely stunned. He wonders how Vin could possibly deflect his sword to read its path like that. Vin would have to be tiers stronger. Vin just smirks coldly, pointing out that he already allowed the guy 2 free attacks. Revan flies into a rage, yelling at Vin not to get cocky just from learning a few cheap tricks. He blindly rushes in for a 3rd strike, but Vin easily catches his hand and sweeps his leg. This totally ruins Revan's balance, sending him crashing painfully flat onto the hard ground. As his opponent groans in pain, Vin coldly reminds him that that was his 3rd strike. Revan asks how this is even possible, while Vin silently vows to keep his promise to Julian and his father. Vin picks up his wooden sword, declaring that it is now his turn to strike. Everyone is completely speechless. Even referee Gerson is stunned. Meanwhile, Patriarch Khan cannot sit still, watching the arena with a heavy frown. Revan's father screams from the sidelines, telling him to get up and stop struggling against someone who cannot even use mana. The young heir is left utterly bewildered, desperately trying to understand how this is happening. Julian asks what Vin is doing, and Vin explains that it is just basic hand-to-hand combat. Standing still and holding back is a powerful defense. It lets you observe your opponent's every move. There are plenty of ways to suppress an enemy without even using a weapon. After a moment, Revan snaps. He claims Vin only got the upper hand because that little spirit helped him, calling it a shameless cheat. Julian gets highly insulted, muttering that the guy has officially crossed the line with that comment. Vin casually replies that if making excuses makes Revan feel better, he can go right ahead. But his delusions stop right here. Revan screams at him to shut up, claiming Vin's tricks end today. Julian senses a dangerous attack coming and warns Vin to quickly dodge to the left to avoid it. Vin calmly nods and shifts his weight smoothly, dodging the incoming strike just in time. He blocks the follow-up with his wooden sword, realizing this is the perfect opening he was waiting for. A sudden slash of his wooden sword goes straight for the neck, but Revan just mocks him. Watching this, Revan's father sneers a mere practice sword could never break through a defense hard as steel. Vin knows his current untrained body limits his power, making it impossible to unleash any advanced skills. But if Revan gets overconfident, he will definitely try to use that exact same attack one more time. Revan laughs arrogantly, boasting that raw talent alone can never bridge the massive gap between their strengths. Still, he keeps his focus, planning to turn the raw momentum of that strike against his enemy. The moment Revan lunges forward to strike, Vin counters with a sudden devastating blow that catches him off guard. His opponent is sent flying back. Vin warns referee Jerson to step in before things turn fatal. The referee can only stare in absolute shock. And get this, Vin knows he has exactly one shot. He lunges forward to attack, fully aware that pushing his body any further might completely break him. The goal is to finish the fight while Revan is still helpless and floating in midair. Revan panics, screaming curses in absolute rage as he watches Vin's wooden sword closing in. By tracking the faint trails of light left by their movements, Vin can connect their paths. He calls out for Julian to watch closely. This is the ultimate technique he has been practicing. In a terrifying flash, Vin's simple wooden sword slices clean through Revan's entire right arm. Revan's father gasps in horror while Patriarch Khan stares in total disbelief at Vin's true power. Exploiting an opponent's loss of balance lets a master completely control the entire flow of combat. This is true swordsmanship. On the floor, Revan screams in pure agony, clutching his bloody shoulder. Referee Gerson can barely believe his own eyes, staring blankly as Vin calmly turns to face him. Vin asks if he needs to slice off the guy's leg too before he is finally declared the winner. The referee raises the flag to declare Vincent Adenka the champion. Revan's father rushes over in a panic, shouting to stop the bleeding immediately. The worried referee realizes standard medicine won't work here. He desperately calls for the medical mages while Vincent Adenka calmly stands by. Vincent Adenka smugly notes he had already warned them to stop this tragedy, while Gerson bows his head, taking full responsibility. Julian is highly amused, asking Vincent Adenka why he is so incredibly calm when his body has reached its absolute limit. Vincent Adenka coldly replies that he knows, but resting is not an option yet. He turns to declare that his promise has been kept. Lord Khan watches silently from above. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka silently resolves to prove his strength to the Adenka family. He is determined to directly show his raw strength to the Adenka clan. Lord Khan observes him, falling into deep thought. The Patriarch finally acknowledges his victory. Vincent Adenka is officially declared the true champion of the sword tournament, standing proud. Vincent Adenka looks up at his father as Lord Khan commands everyone to move inside, signaling the start of the awards ceremony. Night quickly blankets the castle as the guests gather. Lord Khan places a highly valuable glowing relic onto the table. He announces that the ultimate victor will receive this divine stone. Vincent Adenka steps forward to accept his legendary reward. Suddenly, Revan's father bursts into the hall, gasping for breath and shouting that the entire tournament results are completely rigged. He fiercely accuses Vincent Adenka of using forbidden tricks, claiming the boy borrowed power from some unknown lesser god. A healer interrupts, informing Lord Khan of a critical issue. The doctor explains that Revan's severed arm cannot be reattached anymore. The young master's arm is completely lost. On the medical bed, Revan writhes in absolute agony as healers try to treat him. Sarli refuses to believe it, desperately asking if his beloved son is truly destined to remain one-armed forever. The healer can only bow and apologize, driving Sarli into a wild rage. He violently grabs the priest by the collar. Sarli screams at them, demanding why high-ranking priests like them cannot perform a simple, basic limb reattachment. The priest defends himself, claiming the bizarre wound is unlike anything they have ever encountered in their lives. Nearby, Julian worriedly whispers to Vincent Adenka, who merely frowns in silent thought. Julian quickly dismisses the other healers. Julian explains that the injury is highly unusual, seemingly severed by a dark, mysterious force, completely beyond his divine control. He warns that unless they act immediately, even the highest-ranking high priests will never be able to heal it. Sarli breaks down in tears, furiously pointing at Vincent Adenka and accusing him of using forbidden, highly sinister dark magic. Sarli argues that a regular wound would easily heal, meaning Vincent Adenka must be colluding with an evil external force. The crowd immediately erupts into frantic whispers. Julian quietly asks Vincent Adenka if he is going to be all right. After receiving a nod of approval from Lord Khan, Vincent Adenka steps forward with absolute calmness to address the crowd. Vincent Adenka calmly reminds everyone that the entire tournament was conducted right under the prestigious authority of the Patriarch. Therefore, all actions must be approved by Lord Khan, who has already officially declared Vincent Adenka the sole victor. Consequently, Sarli's wild, baseless accusations are directly challenging the absolute, indisputable judgment of the patriarch himself. And honestly, you cannot help but hold your breath as Vincent Adenka calmly asks Sarli if his wisdom surpasses Lord Khan. Sarli instantly freezes, sweating profusely as he bites his lip in shame. Vincent Adenka immediately orders Geron to arrest the offender. Geron hesitates, asking if he should really detain the man. Vincent Adenka firmly confirms that he must arrest him. Sarli clenches his fists in rage, shouting that even a direct-line descendant has no right to silence him like this. Vincent Adenka glares coldly, questioning if Sarli is actively doubting the absolute authority of the patriarch in this hall. Geron dares not disobey and quickly steps forward to bind Sarli with heavy ropes, forcing him to his knees. Sarli struggles wildly on the floor, screaming to be released. Suddenly, Lord Khan's icy voice echoes through the silent hall. He asks Sarli if he realizes he is now deeply indebted to Vincent Adenka, as Adenka law never forgives the same crime twice. If Vincent Adenka had not stepped in, Sarli would have faced the full brutal wrath of the family's harsh punishments. Out of respect for their shared roles as fathers, Lord Khan decides to show mercy just this once, warning him to remain silent. Sarli turns incredibly pale and bows his head deeply in submission. Lord Khan then turns to warmly praise Vincent Adenka. Vincent Adenka places a hand over his chest, bowing in deep gratitude. Julian cannot help but smile at the boy's success. He scratches his head, feeling quite embarrassed, as receiving praise from the legendary patriarch is a truly rare honor. On the bed, Revan screams in absolute agony. Sarli rushes to his side while a priest attempts to soothe the intense pain. Despite the priest's holy magic, Revan's right arm is completely lost. He groans in despair, utterly refusing to accept it. Julian leans in to whisper a secret plan to Vincent Adenka, who looks back with slight doubt, wondering if it's truly safe. Julian insisted it was a highly profitable opportunity for them, so Vincent Adenka agreed to go along with the plan. He then approached the high priest and asked if the sacred stone could actually heal Revan's severed right arm. The priest hesitated, skeptically, reminding himself that the divine stone was meant as a reward to heal young master Revan Adenka. The priest wondered why Vincent Adenka wanted him to use it now, but Vincent Adenka just smiled and assumed it would work. Vincent Adenka declared that since he was the one who severed Revan's right arm, he should be the one to handle this situation. The family patriarch frowned but agreed to let him handle it, prompting Vincent Adenka to walk straight up to Sarli. Reminding Sarli of how Revan mocked him in the arena, the desperate father quickly begged for forgiveness for his son's ignorance. He begged for mercy, but Vincent Adenka suddenly unsheathed a sword from one of the guards standing in the room. The owner cried out in shock, but Vincent Adenka ignored him, stating actions speak louder than words before slicing Sarli's ropes. While Sarli stood there dazed, Vincent Adenka demanded he show the true remorse of a family head to earn the stone. Only then would he use the sacred stone on Revan. Sarli warily asked what he wanted, meeting Vincent Adenka's icy gaze. Vincent Adenka stared coldly, declaring an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a right arm for a right arm. Talk about an absolute power move. Sarli was completely shaken to his core, his pupils shrinking in terror. Vincent Adenka cast a freezing glance at Revan Adenka on the bed, silently mocking the useless trash, who was clearly fully conscious. Yet the coward refused to utter a single word despite everything happening around him, valuing his own arm above all else. Filial piety seemed entirely dead in him. After an intense mental struggle, Sarli finally grabbed the sword and positioned his arm. Placing his hand on the table, he agreed to sacrifice his own limb, though his entire body trembled as he raised the blade. Julian quietly noted that the man seemed to truly love his son, and Vincent Adenka agreed it was a touching sight. It looked bizarre under the circumstances, but fatherly love was real. Sarli grit his teeth, resolved to do this for Revan. With a fierce battle cry, Sarli raised the heavy sword high, preparing to sever his own flesh. But right then, Vincent Adenka coldly gave the signal, telling his ally to prevent any unnecessary blood from spilling. Instantly, Geron made his move. His blade shattered Sarli's sword midair, leaving the terrified father gasping for breath, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Having acted just in time, Geron exhaled deeply as Vincent Adenka advised Sarli to use this newfound courage better next time. He then knelt before the patriarch, reporting that the entire matter had been completely resolved to his satisfaction. The patriarch smiled warmly, presenting the sacred stone and praising Vincent Adenka as the boy cupped both hands to receive it. Accepting the relic, Vincent Adenka handed it to the priest and urged him to hurry. The priest complied, holding the stone. He channeled his divine magic as glowing rings of light erupted around him, calling upon the goddess of healing for mercy. After his prayer, he crushed the sacred stone, blending its raw essence with his own spell to manifest a miracle. The radiant energy surged toward Revan Adenka, stitching his severed arm back together as Sarli watched in pure ecstatic relief. Julian sighed over the lost relic, but Vincent Adenka smirked, reminding her that she was the one who insisted on it. She admitted her lingering sadness, and Vincent Adenka agreed that losing such a rare and powerful item was indeed a pity. Right outside, Winston was eagerly eavesdropping on their conversation, his face lit up with absolute awe at how cool his master was. He recalled Vincent Adenka warning him that a day would come when he had to choose between rebellion or total loyalty. Clenching his fist, Winston made his choice right then, and their absolute loyalty was by far the cooler option. He gleefully popped his head into the room with a wide grin, cheerfully announcing to Vincent Adenka that dinner preparations were underway. Vincent Adenka simply nodded and dismissed him, leaving Julian highly confused by the servant's sudden burst of bizarre enthusiasm. Leaning back in his chair, Vincent Adenka pointed out that this absolute devotion was exactly what she had wanted all along. Julian sighed, claiming she was actually aiming for something far grander, just as a sudden knock echoed from the door. She wondered how dinner could possibly be ready so quickly, while Vincent Adenka straightened up and permitted the visitor to enter. A cloaked figure walked into the room, respectfully greeting the young master, leaving Vincent Adenka trying to place his familiar face. Placing a hand on his chest, the man bowed deeply and introduced himself as Dan, a high-ranking priest of Jur. Vincent Adenka wondered what brought a cleric here, but Dan stepped forward to express his sincere gratitude for past events. This sudden gesture left Julian completely stunned, unable to believe a prominent priest would personally come just to deliver thanks. He presented a brilliant magic stone, asking Vincent Adenka to accept it, which only left the young master utterly perplexed. Dan replied that he was returning this miracle stone since Vincent Adenka had helped heal the young master today. Helping those who suffer stand back up, smile, and find true happiness is the sole reason he became a priest. Holding the glowing miracle stone in his hands, Dan admits that seeing young master Vincent today left him completely speechless. He confessed that he had foolishly weighed the value of a single miracle stone against the precious lives of human beings. And yet, as if mocking his greed, Vincent had willingly given up the very miracle stone he had just won. Pressing the stone back into Vincent's hands, Dan begs him to take it back so they can reflect on their greed. Holding the stone, Vincent simply smiles, saying he did absolutely nothing, and the priest realized the truth all on his own. Even so, accepting the stone is a proper way to show respect, prompting Dan to bow his head in gratitude. After bowing in gratitude, Dan searches his robes and pulls out a special card displaying a gingerbread man and the number 2. He instructs Vincent to show this card if he ever needs help from the temple, as they both examine it closely. Dan explains that he recently became a second-class priest, a secret that leaves Julian utterly shocked by his high rank. A second-class priest, stunned by this rank, Vincent turns and asks if this card is really that special, prompting Julian to explain. He points out that this card is essentially an order commanding everyone to treat the holder with the highest respect. Of course, Vincent has absolutely no idea what being a second-class priest even means, as Dan bows deeply to thank him. The grateful priest finally departs, leaving Vincent to smile at the card in his hand and wish him well. Julian immediately leaps onto the table, proudly boasting that they just got something much better than Vincent's loyalty. Vincent sighs. He admits Julian did a great job, which immediately fills the little spirit with immense joy. Julian gets flustered by the direct praise, but Vincent teases him for being so incredibly easy to sway. He jokes that Julian must have been looked down on his whole life to be this soft, making Julian panic. Calming down, Julian suddenly remembers that their father usually eats alone except for one rare dinner with a family member. This rare dinner happened right after the True Sword Assembly, prompting a curious Vincent to ask who the guest was. It was his older sister Dia, who had secured an overwhelmingly dominant victory at the True Sword Assembly. Vincent asks Julian if there is a chance the same thing might happen tonight, and the little spirit nods, giving it 50-50 odds. Vincent stands up, realizing his plans for a well-deserved rest are officially ruined, and honestly, who can blame him? Throwing on his traveling cloak, Vincent replies that even with a tiny 1% chance, preparation is absolutely key. Julian scratches his head with an embarrassed smile just as the door suddenly flies open and Vincent rushes in. With panic clear in his eyes, the servant frantically calls out for his young master, earning a stern reprimand from Vincent. Vincent stammers about the family head, but Vincent casually walks right past him, telling him to lead the way. Vincent is left wondering in disbelief if his master had predicted this, silently cursing his own slow reaction. Under the cover of night, Vincent walks completely alone down the quiet, massive hallways of the main Adenka estate. Suddenly, a striking woman with a flower in her hair appears, telling Vincent to hurry and catching him off guard. This elegant woman is actually his stepmother, who mentions hearing rumors about his unbelievable victory at the True Sword Assembly. Vincent places his hand on his chest and bows silently, recalling that his biological mother passed away right after his birth. Julian quickly chimes in to reveal that his stepmother is Vesa Hale, a legendary warrior before her quiet retirement. She was once nicknamed the Giant due to her formidable battle prowess, and today she controls the entire clan. She turns and tells Vincent that his father is waiting for him, leading him toward the double doors. The grand doors of the study slowly creak open, and the two silently step inside to face family head Khan Adenka. Vincent's father sits there completely motionless, calling out his son's name with an icy glare that carries an immense amount of pressure. The entire room seems to warp, and Vincent suddenly struggles to breathe under the heavy weight crushing his chest. Feeling perfectly fine all day, Vincent quickly figures out that this sudden heavy aura is a deliberate test of strength. His father is likely verifying if his overwhelming victory at the true sword assembly was genuine or just a fluke. Vincent looks up and calmly tells his father that there is no need to test his own son like this. Sitting with clasped hands amidst a swirling shroud of pure mana, the cold family head asks why Vincent would think that. Vincent smiles, pointing out that his stepmother called Khan father instead of the family head, indicating a private family dinner. Impressed that his son read the situation from a tiny detail, Khan waves his hand to dissipate the heavy mana. Maintaining his solemn, powerful composure, the family head states that he called Vincent here for 2 reasons, starting with congratulations. Today and Monday are all about finding out if Sarli Adenka's worries are actually justified. Looking back to the day of the duel, he screamed at the family head, saying, "Look here, if a third-tier priest cannot even heal this, then how on earth could anyone learn that move through normal training? Something is definitely wrong here." Even Vincent Adenka felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He wanted to speak, but did not know how to start. Suddenly, he felt a gaze burning into his back, trying to pry open his very soul, terrifying Vincent Adenka to his core. It was none other than his stepmother staring straight at him with those piercing eyes. Vincent Adenka froze dead, silent as sweat dripped down his pale face. Khan Adenka then chimed in, asking if the boy could be an apostle, but she replied that it did not seem like it, especially since the boy himself already denied the claim. Vincent Adenka shivered, wondering what this suffocating pressure was. Julian warned him that this was his stepmother's ultimate skill. She possessed eyes that could see right through any lie. The patriarch then asked what kind of martial arts Vincent Adenka had used. Since he cannot even use mana, how did he sever a second-tier warrior's arm? Vesa replied that the style looked like legendary swordplay, specifically the recorded style of the Hero King. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka immediately asked if she was talking about Kajin Sam. Stepmother Vesa confirmed it, explaining that the hero swung his sword in bizarre patterns that could supposedly cleanse any evil force. Rumors even claimed his sword could suppress the grand evil Daven. Vincent Adenka frowned as he processed this absurd piece of history. Honestly, this fabricated propaganda left him completely speechless. What exactly was the Sam clan trying to achieve by spreading these lies? But before he could think further, Vesa stepped closer, placing both hands on his shoulders while activating her truth-detecting eyes. She locked eyes with him, demanding to know how he mastered a sword style so identical to the legendary Sam clan hero. She coaxed him gently, asking if her sweet son would share his secret. Under her intense gaze, Vincent Adenka felt completely helplessly paralyzed. He had assumed his father was the one calling him in, but he was dead wrong. Stepmother Vesa was clearly running this show. She was leading the interrogation, demanding to know the real source of the mysterious martial arts he had displayed. Just as Vincent Adenka stammered to find an excuse, Julian quickly intervened, warning him that Vesa could easily spot any lies. If he offered some poorly thought-out excuse, she would instantly see right through it and drag them both down. Under the crushing weight of her gaze, Vincent Adenka panicked, wondering if he should just confess to being a 500-year-old soul. That obviously would not go well. Julian placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to stay calm and let him try. All the while, Vesa kept staring, pressuring Vincent Adenka to speak up. She wanted answers, and she wanted them right now. Frozen and speechless, Vincent Adenka silently begged Julian to act. The kid was sweating bullets, terrified their acting would fall flat. Drawing on his centuries of experience, Vincent Adenka tried to reassure the kid, telling him it was just one simple step. He urged Julian to conquer his fear. Just one forward step was all it took, and the rest would follow. He decided to take that first step himself. Flashing a confident smile at Vesa, he declared he had received a divine revelation. This sudden revelation took Vesa completely by surprise, and honestly, can you blame her? A heavy silence immediately filled the room. She narrowed her eyes, pointing out how strange it was to receive a divine message without receiving any holy blessings. She coldly noted that only wicked souls received messages without blessings. Did he think he could fool her with that? Vincent Adenka fell silent internally, cursing Julian for leaving out such a vital detail. Sensing his hesitation, Vesa pressed harder. She demanded to know why he was quiet, warning him that his suspicious behavior could easily land him in a holy court trial. She even threatened to drag him before Judge Gramian. Vincent Adenka coughed, giving Julian just enough time to whisper his next lines. Now working in perfect sync, the two formulated their response. He told Vesa that if she doubted him, she could verify it. She could check with the Holy Temple. Hearing this, Vesa tilted her head intrigued. Vincent Adenka then pulled out a magical stone. He pointed out that if he were truly wicked, a bishop wielding a grade 3 magic stone would have easily detected it. Vesa instantly recognized the artifact as the very same magic stone she had gifted to Dan. Vincent Adenka nodded honestly, confirming it. Peering through her eyes of truth, she realized he was telling the absolute truth. Her supernatural gaze did not react at all. Yet she remained suspicious, demanding to know if he truly learned that legendary swordplay solely through a divine revelation. Vincent Adenka bowed. He explained that while he learned much from the message, this swordplay came from ancient dusty records he discovered long ago. He admitted he had hesitated for years to practice it. This explanation was a clever blend of absolute truth and fiction. It was the ultimate confession they offered her. He added that he simply refused to remain weak and helpless forever. Even if his sudden growth seemed incredibly suspicious to others, doing nothing made him feel completely useless. This raw sincerity hit home. By blending both of their genuine feelings, they managed to fool her absolute lie detector. Vincent Adenka then pressed on with confidence. He needs to prove himself. Only by doing so can he surpass the Samion family and fulfill the long-term mission of the Six. Adenka clan's castle. He wants to prove he is far stronger than those cousins. Now in Daven's form. He looks at Julian with a smile. See, you did it. Vincent adds that he also wants to prove himself too. His father, the stern man before him, Kajin Adenka, the head of the clan. He turns his gaze toward his father, hoping the man would make a fair and proper judgment. Since the temple has already approved of his choice, everything now rests solely on his father's decision. Sitting there, the man rubs his chin, seemingly deep in thought about something. Vincent catches this and smiles. The man is rubbing his chin, probably not even realizing he's doing it. Does it whenever he is pleased with something. Khan crosses his arms, looking dead serious as he prepares to declare Vincent can continue to practice his martial arts. This news makes him incredibly happy, and he immediately thanks his father. Julian also sighs in relief. Vesa then speaks up, asking the patriarch if he knows that Hero King Kajin's swordsmanship is remarkably similar to the great demon Daven's. His face remains deadpan. As the head of the family, he is fully aware of this fact. Vesa continues, explaining that if they claim it is the Hero King's swordsmanship, the Samion family will make a scene accusing them of theft. But if they say it is the great demon's swordsmanship, they will be left utterly speechless. Still skeptical, she asks if his decision was made with all those factors in mind. With a sharp, piercing gaze, the patriarch firmly asserts that he has already considered everything he needs to. Hearing his clear response, the stepmother finally lets out a sigh of relief. She turns to Vincent, saying that since the patriarch approved, he will take responsibility for whatever happens next. So he must train his absolute hardest to become strong and avoid causing any trouble for him. Vincent knows this isn't just a simple warning. She is confirming the patriarch's decision and making her own approval known to him. Bowing respectfully, he assures her that he will keep those words close to his heart. The patriarch stands up, praising Vincent for his massive achievements in the real sword tournament. Not only that, but he has also proven himself worthy as a direct descendant of the Adenka clan. The patriarch steps forward toward the boy, offering him a single wish. Vincent immediately answers that he only wants to become much stronger. Khan stands before him. While it is a good answer, that is something he must achieve on his own. Looking down with a fatherly gaze, he asks for something he can actually provide. Julian whispers to him, suggesting the library. Vincent agrees and requests permission to enter the clan's library. Surprised, the patriarch notes that only 3-star warriors can enter, asking if he has reached that level already. Vincent smiles, not yet, which is why he wants to take this chance to act like a spoiled child. Smiling, the patriarch agrees, granting him access to the lowest level library that a 3-star warrior can enter. He then orders Vesa to bestow the Blood Lotus sword upon Vincent. Smiling, she bows and obeys. The patriarch tells his son to take it as a reward for keeping his promise. This is the Blood Lotus, the very sword his father wielded in his youth to build his legendary reputation. Julian notes that the blade itself carries the rich and prideful history of the Adenka clan. Holding the sharp weapon, Vincent is amazed, and honestly, who wouldn't be? The blade is incredibly keen despite being hidden away. He asks Julian why the spirit is hovering around so excitedly, prompting the little spirit to quickly deny it. Julian insists he isn't that happy, but Vincent speaks in a serious tone, saying that getting excited over just this isn't a good look. He smiles, promising that they will achieve far greater things in the near future. Julian reflects that while initially disappointed that Vincent wasn't a spirit king, he now finds himself wondering whether summoning a real spirit king as planned would have actually yielded this much incredible success. Despite Vincent being reckless and outdated, the spirit feels he can truly entrust his entire existence to the boy. Meanwhile, Wison waits in the courtyard. Vincent exits the mansion and tells his loyal butler it is time to leave. Wison bows respectfully. As they prepare to depart, Vesa calls out from behind, asking Vincent for a brief word. She approaches him, mentioning how hard he must be training lately, and tells him she is proud of him. Vincent smiles and thanks her. Vesa adds that since he won the tournament, he must now enter the Blood Castle. He is bound by tradition to go there. She asks if he has a plan to suppress the blood demons. Vincent knows the Blood Castle is one of the elite training academies governed by the Adenka clan. Only those who complete the test at the Crimson Fortress are deemed true qualified martial artists with the right to enter. To get in, one must win the True Sword tournament and subdue a lower-class blood demon. He hesitates, asking Julian how he should reply. The boy tells him he has not figured it out. Vincent Adenka looks straight into Vessa's eyes and admits that he still does not know for sure. This surprises her. She admits she is surprised, assuming he had planned everything out long ago. Vessa gazes at him, looking deeply into his body. She asks if that strange sword technique he used those few times had caused him immense, unbearable pain. Vincent Adenka does not hide the truth and confirms it does. Vessa grows serious, warning him to listen closely because it will be impossible to defeat a blood demon in a single strike. If he fights in this terrible condition, he will surely die. Julian hides behind Vincent Adenka's back, wondering if she is giving them advice. But Vincent Adenka senses his stepmother is actually starting to like them. Julian wonders why he would think that. Vincent Adenka coldly asks if he has already forgotten his past story. His enemies threw him in prison in distorted history. With eyes that see right through all lies, and being trusted by the Lord, she could have accused them of anything. Yet she chose not to. She might not like them, but at least she is not hostile. Just as Vessa is about to mention the blood demon, Vincent Adenka bows and cuts her off, thanking her for the advice and promising that he will not let her down. She realizes she was trying to explain the demon's traits, but he just left without asking. Watching him, she sees a magnificent warrior who knows no fear or hesitation. Her heart flutters and Vessa smiles to herself. She wonders if Sarvana can see that her son has taken a massive step on his martial path. The next morning, Vincent hangs laundry while singing, looking incredibly happy. As always, he plans to support the young master completely. But mid-song, a suitcase flies right into his head as an angry voice yells from behind, demanding to know what he is plotting this time. Vincent holds his aching head, complaining to Sari that he did nothing wrong. Standing right before him is a maid, holding a massive suitcase, looking ready to cause trouble for the young master. Hearing this, Vincent snaps back instantly. He asks if she is blind to him hanging laundry. She looks skeptical, asking if he is actually working, so he proudly beats his chest. He explains that since the young master has changed, he must change too. The maid's eyes widen, asking what happened. Her confusion makes Vincent chuckle. Meanwhile, inside the family library, a highly restricted area reserved only for elite warriors, Vincent Adenka is buried under a massive pile of books. He is desperately searching for something, tossing volume after volume aside. Frustrated, he realizes what he needs is not here. He scratches his head in absolute fury, wondering why there are absolutely no records from 500 years ago. Julian agrees, noting that that specific era is completely missing. It is as if that entire history was wiped out. Even if something remains, it is just fairy tales of the Archdevil and the Hero King. The boy adds that while he expected things to be hidden, this level of erasure is insane. It seems someone went out of their way to delete it. Vincent Adenka bows his head, realizing both history and the sword techniques were altered. Vincent Adenka realizes dealing with his stigma can wait. Right now, his top priority is pushing his swordsmanship to the absolute limit. He needs to defeat the blood demon, which means he must find a way to master the Shadow Snow style. But since he cannot reach that peak instantly, he needs a stepping stone. Julian looks at him highly suspicious. He points out that Vincent Adenka calls the ancestor Aslan Fankar a kid and uses the swordsmanship of the legendary Hero King. Staring him down, the boy demands to know who he really is. Vincent Adenka hesitates, wondering what would happen if he confessed. If he reveals he is the Archdevil Daven, the kid will definitely lose his mind. He shakes his head in deep thought. That would be highly disrespectful to Julian, the original owner of this body. Sighing, he decides they share a common destiny. He tells Julian to listen carefully and keep calm. The excited boy leans in, sensing a massive secret is coming. But the moment Vincent Adenka speaks his real name, Julian freezes. It is like an electric shock. Clutching his ears, the kid begs him to repeat it. But once again, before the name Daven can escape his lips, a deafening ringing fills Julian's ears, blocking out everything. Vincent Adenka stands up in panic, asking if he is okay. The kid pants that he is fine. Do not tell me, he begs. I do not want to know anymore. While Vincent Adenka is left wondering about this curse, a strange ancient book with a blue cover catches his eye. It is titled First Love with a Water Wheel. Julian wonders why on earth a cheesy romance novel is mixed with mana manuals. Vincent Adenka picks it up, questioning how a basic romance story could end up inside a secure family archives. He smiles knowingly. Someone deliberately disguised the raw truth of history under the cover of a simple love story. Vincent skims the lines, blushing as he reads. It was a scorching summer day and I stripped bare to soak in the water wheel. Neither of them expected the absolute truth to be disguised in a trashy romance novel. It is actually a brilliant way to dodge suspicion. Vincent suddenly calls out, startling Julian. He points right at the pages and questions him. The main character has no imagery, yet they wield the power of love as a trait. This is clearly no ordinary novel. Traits do not actually generate mana flow. Instead, their manifestation is driven directly by it. To successfully achieve this, a warrior must completely cast aside all traditional imagery theory. Without imagery, the complete unchained freedom of mana makes all of this possible. This realization leaves Julian in absolute shock. Storing mana without imagery is suicide. But Vincent snaps the book shut and clenches his fist with a confident smile. Right here, he stands as living proof of someone storing mana without imagery. The energy flows perfectly alongside each distinct trait. With this key, they can finally decipher the traits themselves. They step out satisfied, but Julian immediately raises a warning. Mastering traits is highly dangerous even with imagery. A warrior's traits represent their ultimate treasure. They will not easily share their secrets with anyone. Vincent agrees, but they now have a real lead to get stronger. He turns to Julian with a confident grin and suggests they put it to the test immediately. The spirit snaps back, demanding if he ignored the warnings about the danger. But as Vincent steps out, a maid is already waiting. She greets her young master with pure excitement, asking if the rumors are true. Did he really defeat Vincent Adenka? Vincent silently asks Julian who she is. Julian explains she is a maid named Sari who was away on urgent family business. Suddenly, old memories of her flood Vincent's mind. She was one of the very few who loved him even back when he was a failure. Vincent smiles warmly at her and confirms the rumors. Yes, it is indeed exactly as she heard. Hearing the confirmation straight from him, Sari drops to her knees in pure relief, thanking the heavens. Tears stream down her face as she admits she feared he would be ignored even more after the tournament. Awkwardly, Vincent asks Julian if he knows how to comfort women. A 500-year-old soul asking a kid for relationship advice is quite a sight. He kneels down, placing a gentle hand on Sari's shoulder. He apologizes for keeping secrets and promises to make her proud. He vows to become a master she will never have to feel ashamed of. But their tender moment is suddenly interrupted. A booming voice demands to know where he has been. They turn around to see a very familiar face standing there. Talk about an unexpected visitor. Vincent Adenka stands there glaring with incredibly sharp, intense eyes as he demands a chat. Inside the room, the tension is thick enough to cut. Vincent and Revan sit opposite each other with Sari standing between them. The maid nervously glances toward Revan, who remains completely motionless, maintaining a heavy, unsettling silence for what feels like an eternity. Julian wonders why the guy is keeping so quiet. Fortunately, Sari breaks the heavy tension by politely offering some sandwiches, but suddenly Revan stands up and reaches behind his back, slowly drawing his massive sword with a menacing look. Julian watches with growing concern, but Vincent remains remarkably calm, carefully analyzing the sudden threat standing right before him. Revan grips his giant blade, his face tightening as he declares he is here to settle the score from the tournament. Vincent immediately rises and prepares to draw his Blood Lotus sword. He curses silently, completely off guard by this sudden attack. Since Revan already knows his specific swordsmanship style, the previous tactics will not work a second time. Vincent braces himself. Dropping into a defensive stance, he urgently commands Sari to run and get out of the room immediately. She holds her hands to her chest, refusing to leave him behind. But Revan's next words catch them completely off guard. Revan plunges his massive sword into the floor, admitting he deeply owes Vincent for forgiving his past insolence. He explains that a miserable coward like him once tried to use his father's money and influence to plant spies everywhere. But those spies return, and his father has finally become gentle once more. Suddenly, Revan drops directly onto his knees. He gained everything back, yet had no way to repay his massive debt. He releases his weapon, offering the hilt toward Vincent. Though he was a coward, he vows to change. Revan presses a hand to the floor, bowing low before his master. He swears his absolute undying loyalty, offering the only thing of real value he has left. Vincent is completely taken aback. Sari watches in utter disbelief as the proud young master Revan kneels. Vincent smiles, realizing the kid is not a lost cause. Julian asks if he is actually going to trust him urgently, reminding Vincent of Revan Adenka's past actions. Vincent explains that presenting the hilt of a sword means offering one's entire life. As a warrior, the boy is dead serious. Julian mockingly mutters about foolish warriors and their ridiculous pride. Yet a deep change has clearly begun. As if a new idea just crossed his mind, the little god smiles at Vincent Adenka. I will trust Revan, but I have a brilliant plan. He draws his sword and speaks to Julian. If you have agreed, then I will go along with your wish. Vincent Adenka places the Blood Lotus onto the shoulder of Revan, causing him to startle slightly. Vincent Adenka adds, I accept your oath, and I will also stand by your side, until the very moment you betray me. Seeing the sword, Revan realizes he once doubted, but this truly is the Blood Lotus. Could the family patriarch have already appointed him? If that is the case, I will never regret swearing my absolute loyalty. Revan smiles, bows his head, and says, thank you for accepting it. Even in her wildest dreams, Sari could never have imagined the scene unfolding before her eyes. She thinks to herself that he has truly changed. The times when he was called the loser, Vincent Adenka, feel like nothing but a distant and blurry dream now. Julian coughs softly, looking quite satisfied. He speaks up, "Excuse me for interrupting right as you have just received his absolute loyalty." His eyes light up. "Shall we try a test to uncover the traits of the mock-human king?" Blessing from Revan. At that very moment, inside the grand estate of the Adenka family, the patriarch is writing at his desk while Vesa Hale stands nearby. She notes that Vincent Adenka seems to be planning to enter the Crimson Fortress next year. He replies that he knows, then asks about the subjugation of the demon cave. She answers that she has informed the boy about the nature of the blood demons, but he said nothing. He looks incredibly confident. Blood demons can only attack those with 3-star mana or higher when they lack physical form. The reason this subjugation has become a crucial rite of passage is to observe how one faces demons, serving as solid proof that they possess the abilities of a Tier 3 martial artist. Vesa Hale turns around to mention another matter. A few days ago, Revan Adenka showed up at Vincent Adenka's home and stayed there. Inside his body, a current of mana is coiling like a rope. Julian and Revan are both watching Vincent Adenka sit there, training and channeling the mana inside. On the right side, Revan stands behind him to offer guidance. "Very good, now create another circuit loop." On the left side, Julian watches anxiously, reminding him to be extremely careful. Recalling a few days earlier, they review the book they found in the library. Revan picks it up and asks with curiosity, "Do you want to acquire the mock-human king blessing traits for me using the method outlined in this book because you cannot visualize it on your own?" Vincent Adenka sits with crossed arms and asks if he will help. Revan sets the book down, answering that he will help if this is not some useless text. With a smile, he offers to guide the flow of energy while Vincent Adenka trains right in front of him. "Essentially, you have to trust me with your entire life." "Are you completely fine with that?" Vincent Adenka responds with a remark that leaves Revan utterly stunned. "Have you not already sworn your loyalty to me?" Back in the present, Revan is staring at Vincent Adenka, wondering if he would ever trust someone with his entire life like that. If he were in that exact position, it would be completely impossible. He chuckles softly. "Here we go again." Vincent Adenka is making him feel incredibly pathetic, yet it is not so bad. It is the first time that losing has actually made him happy. Revan can only marvel as the current of mana spreads throughout Vincent Adenka's body. Who would have thought a direct descendant could use such an insane method? Vincent Adenka closes his eyes, focusing deeply on the energy circulating within him. Julian warns him not to act rashly and to slow down. Vincent Adenka retorts, "Are you always going to lecture me? You were the one who proposed using Revan for this, Julian." The little god fires back anxiously, "How can I not lecture you when you constantly ignore every single warning and act on your own? You are literally playing on the edge of a cliff." Revan also chimed in, telling Vincent Adenka he is being too reckless and that his speed is already sufficient. Knowing his own past, Vincent Adenka remains resolute. "This is how I survived, Julian. I cannot obtain anything without putting my entire life on the line. In moments like this, you have to push forward." Julian clutches his head in deep worry, muttering that Vincent Adenka is going to get himself killed if he continues like this. Yet the mana currents keep surging as the two ends draw closer than ever, ready to connect. Just a little more. Just a little more. The flow will be completely perfected once this final link is secured. Two opposing streams of energy are on the verge of fusing as Vincent Adenka exerts intense concentration. Sensing danger, Revan quickly rushes forward to stop him. He warns that it is too early, but the two ends of the mana current have already connected, sparking violently. He laughs in sheer triumph, having achieved his goal while completely drenched in sweat. But suddenly, the newly established connection is instantly severed, triggering a massive roof-shattering explosion that threatens to blow the entire room to pieces. Inside, the room debris lies scattered everywhere. Revan staggers back through the thick smoke, coughing violently as his trembling body collapses backward, leaving Vincent Adenka's condition completely unknown. Meanwhile, in the Patriarch's study, Khan breaks the silence, asking if there is still roughly half a year left before the Crimson Fortress opens once again. Vesa Hale respectfully confirms this. Khan then adds, "Did Vincent Adenka really defeat a 2-star martial artist? To him, that might just be his baseline strength." His stepmother feels a wave of worry. She desperately hopes that is the case. Revan finally struggles to his feet and asks with deep concern if Vin is all right. Vin waves his arm in reassurance, saying he is fine. Revan gets a bit angry, warning Vin that he is pushing his limits way too hard. Revan claims even a genius would need at least 2 months. Meanwhile, Khan Anka sets a much harsher deadline of just 1 single month. He orders Vesa to tell Vincent Adenka to defeat the blood demon within 30 days. Right then, Vin is still reeling from a magic blast. Julian takes the chance to lecture him, asking what he had warned him about. Vin looks completely dazed with a book resting on his head. For a split second, Vin honestly thought he was about to reincarnate all over again. Outside, slow and heavy footsteps echo down the quiet hallway. It is Raelsa, deeply troubled by the master's urgent message. Vin must successfully complete his upcoming succession ritual in just one short month. She worries that time is running out. The young master needs to hurry. Sliding open the heavy door to the room, Raelsa calls out. She asks if the young master is inside. The chaotic scene before her eyes leaves her frozen in shock for 5 long seconds. Inside the messy room, Vin is getting his fresh wounds treated by his personal maid. Meanwhile, Revan sits nearby with a bandaged head. Raelsa stares at them and demands to know what on earth is going on here. She is clearly starting to lose her patience. She angrily demands an explanation from the young master. Seeing the fierce presence of the 7th-tier Starlight Grand Attendant, Revan begins to tremble. Vin calmly tells the Grand Attendant not to worry, claiming he was simply practicing a bit of quiet meditation. But his honest maid immediately cuts in, calling him out for lying. Sari points out she knows nothing about mana but meditation. Definitely does not leave a person looking so battered. Vin can only offer a blank look and a sheepish apology. Raelsa notices how differently the young master treats those around him now. She bows, agreeing to drop the matter since he asked her to. Still, she warns him to hurry, delivering the master's ultimatum. He must successfully complete the succession ritual within a single month. Hearing this sudden news, both Vin and Revan stare back in absolute silence, completely caught off guard. Julian points out that their father has never set a strict time limit before. Vin just smiles, realizing his father has high expectations. The Grand Attendant walks toward the door and turns back, promising to personally act as his guardian until the deadline next month. She urges him to do his absolute best. In her heart, Raelsa silently prays for the young master to overcome this challenge. Revan watches Vin with deep concern. Getting the blessing of the false king usually takes at least 2 months of grueling work. 1 month seems impossibly tight. But Vin is determined, telling them he just needs to move faster. Suddenly, Sari cuts in. Holding his hand tightly, she begs him to promise he won't push himself to the brink of collapse again. Vin backs down with a gentle smile, giving his word. But as she holds his hand, he suddenly senses something strange inside her. It is mana. Vin realizes his maid is hiding a massive, unbelievable pool of energy inside her modest frame. As Sari looks at him with pleading eyes, Vin quickly repeats his promise and gently asks her to give them some space. He needs to discuss some private matters with Revan. Once the door slams shut behind the women, Revan sighs. Revan insists that 30 days is simply not enough time. Julian agrees anxiously, asking what their next move should be. Without speaking a word, Vin simply raises his hand and begins to smoothly channel a powerful flow of mana. Both Julian and Revan watch in absolute shock, their eyes wide as they ask if he has already mastered the flow. Vin just smiles, confirming he can now circulate his mana perfectly at will to easily meet his father's expectations. Julian is amazed by his terrifying speed, and even Revan stares in absolute disbelief at how quickly Vin mastered it. Vin flashes a highly confident smile. Honestly, this kid is a complete monster. There is no way he needs a whole month. 2 weeks later, deep inside the forest near the mansion, Vin and Revan stand together, preparing for a demonstration. With Julian hovering nearby, Vin raises his hands to unleash his power. Revan nods silently, though his face is tense with anticipation. Julian watches with intense focus, refusing to miss a single second of what is about to happen next. Vin warns Revan that another dangerous explosion might happen, suggesting he take a few steps back for his own safety. But Revan stays put, determined to witness his master's success. Julian smiles, highly amused by the young warrior's fierce loyalty. Vin announces he is ready to begin. He instantly starts to manifest and weave the raw energy before him. 2 glowing halves of a manosphere materialize, swirling together like an hourglass as complex magic circles expand outwards. As Vin pushes his power further, Julian senses a bizarre shift in the air. A faint, shadowy silhouette slowly begins to form. Looming right behind them is a massive Viking dwarf holding a colossal hammer and wearing a classic horn helmet. The Titan's eyes glow with blinding light as a low rumble shakes the ground. Julian watches, utterly stunned by the pressure. Trembling slightly, he wonders if this giant spirit is indeed the Dwarf King, and if only he can see him. Suddenly, the Dwarf King raises his massive hammer. Wind howls as the king prepares to bring the heavy hammer crashing down right where the 3 of them stand. Julian clutches his head in absolute terror. While Julian panics, Vincent Adenka remains completely calm. Instead of a deadly strike, a square protective barrier descends, surrounding them completely. The barrier blurs their figures from view. A golden aura surges upward, blowing Vincent Adenka's hair back as he keeps his eyes closed in deep concentration. Slowly, Vincent Adenka opens his eyes, illuminated by a warm glowing light. Those floating mana rings from before are now securely locked. They are enveloped by a massive golden circle of absolute protection. Standing nearby, Revan clenches his fists and cheers. It is the legendary blessing of the Dwarf King. Its first attribute is ultimate defense, reinforcing the physical vessel to make the body incredibly tough. Revan beams with absolute pride. He thinks to himself that the kid actually did it. It did not even take a single month for Vin to earn the Dwarf King's blessing. As the apparition of the Dwarf King fades into the forest, Julian smiles and tells Vin that it is finally time to head home. Vin looks at his hands as golden energy swirls around him. With this power, he can easily take on a third-rank swordsman. He has built the perfect foundation to suppress the blood demon. Turning to the golden goat, Vin offers his sincere thanks. Revan just closes his eyes with a smirk, telling him to go kill the fiend first before offering any gratitude. But Vin is not done yet. He asks for one more favor, leaving Revan completely puzzled. Cut to 2 days later, and a red carriage is prepared for their long journey. Vincent Adenka stands outside the mansion gripping his sword, the Blood Lotus. He declares with a confident smile that it is time to raid the monster nest. He approaches the carriage and apologizes to the Grand Chamberlain Raelsa for the sudden departure. He has decided to far exceed his father's expectations. Raelsa is deeply concerned about this. Leaving 2 weeks early without using his allotted preparation time seems incredibly reckless. Will he be all right? She warns him that she has overseen this ritual 3 times before. His father and brothers from the Adenka family all succeeded. Not a single member of their bloodline has ever failed this test. Raelsa thinks that Sarvana's son must not be the first to fall. She looks him straight in the eye, begging the young master not to risk his life on a whim of foolish bravado. But Vincent Adenka merely flashes a confident, easygoing grin. He tells her not to worry, promising that she will be thoroughly amazed. Soon, the carriage is rolling deep into the forest toward the trial grounds. Inside, a heavy, quiet tension hangs between Vin and Raelsa. Sitting opposite each other, Vin murmurs to Julian that bringing an escort on a hunt like this feels completely pointless. Julian shrugs, reminding him that the blood demon drops valuable loot and she is only there to monitor his performance. Still, Vin wonders. He does not understand why he has to jump through all these hoops just to prove his worth. Julian sighs, noting much has changed in 500 years. Breaking the silence, Raelsa suddenly asks the young master if he actually knows anything about the threat they are about to face. She warns him that subduing a blood demon requires at least 3 stars of mana. By her estimate, he is not even close to that level. Julian suddenly realizes that Vin has not even bothered to ask any details about the monster. Vin simply tells Raelsa not to worry. He knows Aslan is pulling the strings. This blood demon will simply be the very first beast he tames on his path. He tells the Grand Chamberlain that this creature is not something he needs to overthink. Raelsa, however, is deeply uneasy. She urges him not to let his guard down even with his impressive swordsmanship. Frowning, she notes that she is not joking. Vin chuckles and asks her why she is trying so hard to protect him. Raelsa keeps her answer strictly official. She claims it is solely because she is both his guard and the supervisor of this trial. But then Vin whispers the word corruption. He stares directly at her, asking if she really intends to keep hiding it. It is obvious that she was once desperately short on funds. As the carriage rolls on, Vincent Adenka remarks that her past financial troubles make it impossible for him not to suspect something. He suggests she probably thought he was too weak to ever notice her secret motives. Her silence confirms his theory. Lost in thought, Raelsa is completely speechless. Vin crosses his arms and smiles, telling her that if she wants to stay silent, that is perfectly fine. Since she never asked about his secret training sessions, he suggests they just call it even and drop the matter entirely. Just then, the carriage halts as the horses neigh loudly, rearing up. Vin asks if they have finally arrived. Raelsa looks outside and respectfully confirms they are here. Vin steps down while Julian stretches after their long, grueling journey. Staring at the massive pile of crumbling ruins in front of them, Vin asks if this is truly the beast's lair. Raelsa explains there is no official name for this place, though people call it the Ancient Temple despite looking like garbage. It was built to honor the first patriarch of Aslan after he defeated a powerful remnant of the great evil Maven. Vin falls silent. Aslan again, and now the blood demon. He knows deep down this cannot possibly be a mere coincidence. Raelsa grips the hilt of her sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath. She raises the blade as dense mana wraps around her. Declaring that she is ready, she points the sword directly at the heavens, unleashing a massive pillar of light that pierces the sky. Accompanied by a deep, low rumbling, a massive barrier slowly begins to materialize. The entire trial zone where the 3 stand is now fully enclosed. It has become a giant dome. Julian immediately recognizes it as a mana barrier, while Vincent Adenka just smiles. This barrier only allows a single monster to pass. Behind a nearby boulder, a mysterious figure is secretly watching them. Shrouded in a tattered hood, deadly red eyes glare from the shadows. Standing directly in front of Vincent Adenka is the Blood Fiend, a towering monster wielding a massive scythe. It steps forward, letting out a deeply eerie, monstrous cry. Vincent Adenka confidently grips the Blood Lotus, looking at Raelsa. Grand Attendant, open your eyes and watch. He turns slightly with a grin. Report exactly how I prove myself to the Adenka clan. The moment he finishes speaking, the Blood Fiend charges forward. It raises its massive scythe, aiming a deadly strike directly at him. A dark purple aura wraps around the weapon. The monster glares with murderous intent, ready to bring down the blade. Julian warns Vincent Adenka to dodge first before counterattacking, but he refuses. Normally, keeping your distance is best against a foe with a giant weapon, but this time is different. He kicks off the ground, launching himself straight ahead. The best option is to get as close as possible. Holding the Blood Lotus, he slips right inside the Blood Fiend's reach. The monster is caught completely off guard. It never expected him to charge so recklessly. Instead of attacking, it's forced to pull back its scythe to block. It blocks Vincent Adenka's lethal thrust. His eyes glow crimson as he smiles, telling the beast not to think he'll let it freely swing that scythe. Unleashing a rapid flurry of slashes, Vincent Adenka forces the Blood Fiend backward into defense. Ray also watches, noting that close combat is highly effective against large, heavy weapons. That is basic combat theory. But considering this is his very first real battle at just 14 years old, how many could pull this off so perfectly? Observing his calm demeanor and confident smile, Rai also realizes he fights as if he has defeated this monster countless times. He continues to press the attack with his Blood Lotus. The passive traits of the Dwarf King are truly incredible. Being able to move like this in this body is amazing. Suddenly, a lightning-fast strike crashes down on the enemy. It's the perfect showcase of his deep sword mastery. He pulls back his blade, planting his foot on the monster's scythe. The Blood Fiend is startled as Vincent Adenka uses the weapon as a springboard, launching himself high into the air. Landing gracefully, he slides back to create some distance. He is now safely out of the monster's immediate reach. It turns out this was the ideal moment to reset. The Blood Fiend seems worked up, yet clearly exhausted from defending. Its next strike will likely be a massive sweeping blow, which will leave a wide opening for a counterattack. Sure enough, the Blood Fiend lunges, swinging its scythe with one hand while reaching out with the other. Vincent Adenka raises his Blood Lotus, channeling mana. Fighting an opponent with so many openings is almost too easy. Victory is practically guaranteed. As a surge of mana wraps around his sword, Vincent Adenka focuses completely on his next move. He needs to combine his unique traits with his swordsmanship right now. With intense focus and sharp eyes, he pairs physical reinforcement with expert sword skills. Vincent Adenka unleashes a devastating full-power slash at the beast. The force shatters its defense, sending its weapon flying. He passes right through, slicing the fiend cleanly in half. His gaze is sharp and dominant as the Blood Fiend's body dissolves, collapsing into a swirling red orb. The core condenses into a blood bead, dropping heavily onto the dirt. Vincent Adenka turns around with a wide grin. Did you see that, Grand Attendant? But Raelsa remains silent, watching closely as if the real fight is just beginning. Raelsa grows anxious, wondering if he truly doesn't know why a Blood Fiend can never be defeated in a single blow. Suddenly, waves of crimson energy erupt from the blood bead. The dark, misty red aura quickly gathers together once more. Wait, look closely. The monster has a second life, and it is already aiming a sneak attack from behind. The cold blade is inches from his neck, yet Vincent Adenka remains entirely unfazed, still wearing a calm smile. Raelsa draws her weapon and shouts a warning. Vincent Adenka notices the danger, glances back, and immediately reacts. He ducks just in time to evade the lethal sweep. He smiles at the beast. Even this is exactly like 500 years ago. But the scythe instantly crashes down toward his chest, catching him slightly by surprise. Fortunately, with incredible reflexes, Vincent Adenka slips away just in the nick of time. But he is still quite surprised by its sudden burst of speed. It seems this monster is significantly faster after undergoing its second resurrection. Vincent Adenka observes its altered appearance. Have these bastards actually evolved over the past 500 years? Raelsa frowns as the Blood Fiend enters a frenzy. Both its speed and destructive power are skyrocketing. Its massive frame bulges as its power surges, and it swings its heavy clawed hand down to crush Vincent Adenka like usual. Vin leaps back just in time, dodging as shattered earth and red lightning crackle around him before he lands safely. Now the real danger sinks in. He is forced backward right toward the solid wall behind him. With his escape cut off, the Blood Demon roars and lunges, unleashing a brutal strike at the cornered Vincent Adenka. The situation is dire. He barely evades the deadly strike, but Julian notices something and calls his name. Shouting toward the temple, Julian gets Vincent Adenka's attention as wind rushes through the demon's fresh crack. A powerful draft is sucking inward. Julian panics, wanting to change the plan, but Vincent Adenka immediately cuts him off. Not yet, he urges. We need to catch it off guard first. Vincent Adenka stares down the massive blood demon. The demon wants the exact same thing, trying to corner them so it can land one final decisive blow. Once it prepares its ultimate strike, they will make their move. The demon growls, locking its deadly gaze on him. Watching from the sidelines, Raelsa silently observes every detail, clenching her fists while trying to hold back. As the overseer stepping in means her young master failed, she is worried, silently begging her former lady, Please do not make me end your son's future, Lady Sarvana, she silently prays, leading us into a crucial flashback. She remembers a young green-haired girl in shabby clothes reaching out saying staying here is a total waste of potential. The girl kneeling before her was none other than Raelsa. Sarvana invited her to join their grand adventure. They wanted to become warriors and she invited Raelsa along. Back then, Raelsa was from a ruined family surviving by stealing along the country border. Facing a terrifying monster like this for the first time was incredibly shocking. Yet that green-haired girl invited her anyway, making Raelsa think she was dealing with a completely crazy woman. With a bright grin, the girl introduced herself as Sarvana. It turns out this was Vincent Adenka's mother in her youth. She turned around to ask her companions, Khan and Vesa Hale, if they were okay with letting Raelsa join. Those two would become Vincent Adenka's father and stepmother. Back then, Khan simply shrugged with his usual cold indifference, while Vesa Hale laughed, teasing that Sarvana would have dragged her along anyway even if they had both refused her request. At the time, Raelsa wondered if she had lost her mind after suffering a head injury in battle. Or perhaps she was tired of a thief's life, eventually reaching out to take Sarvana's hand in agreement. She finally joined them on their adventure, eventually helping to build the legendary name of the Adenka family. Deep in the forest, a massive hideous orc stepped forward, raising a giant weapon to crush Raelsa. She smiled confidently, raising her sword and apologizing to the beast before a familiar green-haired shadow leaped in. Raelsa is not the hero Sarvana is. She leaps high behind the giant beast, ready to strike. With one clean slash, Sarvana landed gracefully, looking back with a bright smile to praise her dear friend. Behind her, the monster's head rolled cleanly off. In Raelsa's memories, Sarvana was always incredibly strong and beautiful. She possessed a unique charm that made everyone around her smile, spreading positive energy through her innocent, carefree nature. During the darkest, most hopeless period of Raelsa's life, that vibrant girl was like a guiding ray of light. Raelsa eventually found her own hope, but to her, Lady Sarvana would always be the most wonderful person. It was a stormy night. Inside the silent mansion, they pulled a white cloth over her lifeless face. Khan bowed his head in grief while the servants wept, leaving Raelsa to hold the crying newborn baby. Holding Sarvana's last precious legacy, Raelsa looked down with a heavy heart at the tiny child in her arms. The boy inherited his mother's striking green hair, none other than Vincent Adenka, son of the legendary Sarvana. Tears fall. But this is no time to cry. She must protect Lady Sarvana's last precious legacy left behind. She would shield him from the cruel struggles of being an Adenka descendant until he became an admirable warrior. Years pass. Vincent Adenka grows older, but one day loud, mocking voices echo through the quiet mansion halls. His younger sister slapped him hard, laughing as she warned him not to pretend they were ever on equal footing. She called him a useless loser, telling him he should try speaking to her with proper respect instead. Vincent Adenka could only take the abuse, bowing his head and agreeing as Raelsa watched silently from behind. The girl laughs. She mocks him for complying so easily, while Raelsa can only watch him in complete silence. For 14 long years, she kept wondering if there was any hope for him or if she should leave. Outside, Vincent is cheering for his cool young master, but then Raelsa walks up radiating absolute bloodlust. She calls his behavior creatively stupid, making him cower in sheer terror. He trembles quickly, trying to explain himself. He stammers that as a humble servant, he is just thrilled young Master Vin was finally recognized by the family head. This news catches Raelsa off guard. Her opinion of the young master begins to shift, and she feels something new. Hope. Raelsa silently begs Vin not to give up. Meanwhile, the blood demon unleashes another brutal strike with its massive arm. A devastating swing of its mana scythe comes crashing down with a furious roar. Yet Vin stands completely frozen in place. He shows no sign of reacting. Raelsa watches anxiously, praying her young master does not meet his end right here. The perfect moment arrives. Vin finally gives the order. Instantly, Revan blurts past the chief mate at lightning speed. His sheer velocity leaves her utterly stunned. Raelsa can barely process what just happened, wondering who could possibly be that fast. Two powerful forces collide with a massive bang, and trust me, you do not want to blink right now. Revan stands firm, using his massive greatsword to block the incredibly devastating downward strike of the blood demon. Raelsa finally recognizes the warrior who just dashed past her as Revan. He stepped in, just in time to save Vin. The beast is absolutely furious, surrounded by crackling, lightning, and howling winds as it stares down its new opponent. She is shocked to see Revan helping the young master. Vin just smiles in trust, telling Revan he is relying on him. Revan grins back, telling Vin to defeat the beast before he collapses. Vin immediately sits down to begin meditating. He focuses completely on guiding the mana flow in his body. Watching this, Raelsa panics, thinking he has gone mad. Why meditate now? If Revan falls, even a single stray blow from the monster will easily kill the defenseless Vin. The blood demon is still burning with rage, charging toward Vin to avenge its lost life, but Revan cuts it off. Revan tells the beast to look at him because he is the challenger. He grips his giant sword and prepares. With a mighty heave, Revan deflects the demon's scythe, throwing it back and forcing the creature to flinch. But the beast quickly roars and shifts its target to Revan, planning to crush him completely before going after Vin. He just smiles, saying if the monster does not lose to Vin, then it is his prey. He activates his skill. Triggering Stum to harden his body, he prepares as the blood demon strikes back with a brutally explosive slash. Straining under the weight, Revan mockingly asks the beast if this weak attack is really all it has. In response, the furious demon unleashes a relentless, rapid barrage of heavy strikes. Revan starts to worry. His sword did not receive the defensive buff, meaning it is not durable enough and is already cracking. Watching the demon swing again, Revan realizes it is aiming for his weapon. The heavy blow shatters his greatsword. The blade breaks, forcing him to curse. The towering demon raises its scythe, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Without a weapon, Revan wonders how he will protect Vin. Desperate, he decides to block the blade bare-handed. He catches the sharp edge with both hands. His body trembles violently as human strength is pushed to the limit. Even with his active defensive buff, holding back the weapon is brutally difficult and he is reaching his breaking point. Suddenly, Revan shouts for Vin. A familiar voice calmly replies, telling him he did a great job as raw mana erupts. A sharp beam of energy cuts right past Revan, flying straight toward the blood demon. It is Vin's sword strike. The powerful strike slices the demon completely in two. Once again, its core, the blood bead, appears before them. But this time, it cannot regenerate. Deep cracks begin spreading across the surface of the bead with a faint clicking sound. Its color fades to gray before the core shatters with a loud pop right in front of the two warriors. With the blood demon defeated, Vin laughs and thanks Revan, who chuckles, saying he almost feels bad for the beast. Raelsa calls out from a distance, walking over to ask if this dangerous situation was all part of his plan. She congratulates him but warns that his father might not approve of him getting help to beat his expectations. The young master smiles, telling her she is too hasty. He reminds her this mana barrier only allows one monster through. A faint red glow appears on the barrier, and watch closely. Here is where the next monster arrives. Its giant arm begins breaking through the defensive shield, aiming to finish what the first blood demon started. Holding a glowing magical stone, Vin raises it and declares he will prove himself. Without hesitation, he swallows it. An intense surge of dark purple mana erupts, enveloping his entire body. As the second demon charges, Vin thinks. Even with his physical stats boosted, he can only use his ultimate sword skill 2 times. The reason is, meditation is crucial to calculate the power of the divine stone. Yet Vincent Adenka remains completely still, waiting for the attack. He measures his body's limits. Slowly raising his blade, he prepares to put an end to this dangerous trial. Unleashing his sword skill, Vincent Adenka shoots a wave of mana straight up. It pierces right through the blood demon. The demon tries to heal, exposing its fatal weak point. The glowing blood orb emerges. Sinister mist swirls around the stone, reconstructing that hideous face. He must act now. Such a sloppy opponent makes executing his ultimate sword technique easy. Before the demon can fully materialize, it takes a devastating slash right across its jaw. Vincent Adenka unleashes a second razor-sharp strike. The orb shatters. The monster crumbles. Watching this rapid battle unfold, Raelsa is left speechless. The split stone leaves her in absolute shock. Closing her eyes to reflect, she realizes there is no need to worry. She looks at the boy with pride, whispering that he did amazing. Yet the young master looks dangerously exhausted. Overusing such an intense technique forces Vincent Adenka to spit up blood. Julian panics, wondering what kind of self-destructive swordplay this is. Leaning heavily on his sword, Vincent Adenka weakly explains that without the meditation stone, this move would be completely impossible. Julian urges him to lie down and rest, reassuring him that Raelsa will take good care of him if he passes out. Vin scoffs, comparing it to a true warrior tournament. The real victor is simply the one who can stand until the end. He forces himself to stand, vowing never to collapse. Just then, Raelsa quietly approaches him with a warm smile. She calls out to her young master as the barrier begins to dissolve, signaling that the trial is finally complete. But wait, a magic circle appears above, shattering the barrier. Revan watches in absolute terror. Julian stares in disbelief as Raelsa grips her sword tightly, her face hardening as she prepares for the worst. This is a summoning spell, an unexpected anomaly that should never occur during this sacred ritual. Suddenly, debris begins to gather. The rocks cluster around a glowing purple core, forming a massive eye that glares directly down at them. Raelsa raises her weapon. An ancient guardian stands before them, a colossal stone serpent hissing and towering over the small group. Raelsa realizes that since nobody has ever discovered this monster, it must have been sealed here since the temple's creation. Pointing her blade at the beast, she proudly commands it to submit to the authority of the noble Adenka family. But the giant serpent ignores her words entirely, unhinging its massive jaw and lunging straight toward them. Recognizing that the ancient beast is completely feral, she frantically yells at young Master Revan to take Vincent Adenka and run. Revan quickly grabs his exhausted companion, pulling him away while Julian watches the approaching threat with absolute dread. As the young lords retreat, the loyal Chamberlain stands alone against the titanic snake, drawing her sword for battle. Channeling her signature seventh sword style, she unleashes a blinding pillar of light that shatters the surrounding cavern. Debris rains down as the shockwave ripples through the air. Hearing the deafening crash, the boys quickly turn back in alarm. The snake's colossal head slams into the floor, but Raelsa is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the ground begins to vibrate. Frost spreads rapidly from the monster's locked jaws, instantly freezing its entire massive body into a solid ice sculpture. Spiderweb cracks rapidly spider across the frozen prison. From deep within the ice, an incredibly powerful strike bursts outward. Surrounded by a beautiful ring of snowflakes, Raelsa emerges victorious. Revan watches her in absolute awe and admiration. Witnessing her overwhelming strength, Revan realizes he is looking at the power of a legendary 7th-tier Starlight Knight. While the others catch their breath, a weakened Vincent Adenka weakly gasps that the battle is not over yet. Summoning his absolute last ounce of energy, he fires a flying slash aimed directly behind the unsuspecting maid. The attack narrowly misses her head, striking the stone wall behind her. The group is completely baffled by his seemingly random action. Even Raelsa is confused by the attack on empty space, but she quickly realizes he was trying to warn her. Looking closer, she spots a tiny creature emerging from the shadows. This small bee-like construct is the Guardian's true hidden form. A bright red stone glows inside its abdomen. Panicking, she realizes the monster escaped her ice trap and is targeting the masters. The deadly insect buzzes loudly, darting straight toward an off-guard Revan. Reacting instantly, the Chamberlain drops to her knees. Activating her special galaxy blessing, she receives a massive burst of speed, launching herself forward to protect her masters. Unleashing her legendary snow-based ultimate skill, she blurs across the battlefield, closing the distance to the target in an instant. Her blade flashes past Revan, slicing the flying pest cleanly in half and saving his life. Exhausted, they both collapse. Catching her breath, Raelsa asks if they are unharmed, inwardly amazed that she had completely missed the beast's true form. He saw right through the Guardian's trap and warned her just in time. Now leaning on his hands from sheer exhaustion, Vincent Adenka speaks up. Raelsa looks ahead. A small wooden chest sits right where the serpent crumbled to dust. Vincent Adenka figures that is what the Guardian was protecting. With the danger gone and the trial finally over, a deep silence settles over the forest. Raelsa slowly opens the wooden chest to look inside. She peers inside. Resting a short distance away, Vincent Adenka asks what she found. Pulling out an object shaped like a sharp fang, she answers. The mysterious artifact is a dragon bone, an ancient relic left behind by their first patriarch Aslan. Hearing this, Julian looks absolutely thrilled. A dragon bone is an incredibly rare magical resource and a priceless treasure. Vincent Adenka just smiles. This must be why the ceremony exists, why the Adenka clan created this transfer ritual. Raelsa kneels, presenting the dragon bone with deep respect, asking the young master to accept it. Bowing her head, she adds that out of all the family heirs who ever came here, he alone found it, making it rightfully his. Vincent Adenka hesitates, sitting silently without making a move. Raelsa quickly assures him she will take full responsibility if the family leaders reprimand them. Hearing this, he stands up and draws his Blood Lotus sword, suggesting they handle the situation a bit differently. With a single clean slash, he splits the dragon bone right down the middle. Holding one piece, he smiles and says they are now accomplices. Vincent Adenka hands the other half to Raelsa, telling her they never would have secured the prize without her help. She smiles and bows, offering her thanks. Meanwhile, in a desolate graveyard filled with barren, leafless trees, a lone sword is driven into the earth. This is the Sword Tomb, the resting place for all past Adenka leaders. Patriarch Khan stands there looking over the weapons of his ancestors. Raelsa approaches and bows, reporting that she has returned now that young master Vincent Adenka has completed the transfer ritual. He seems surprised, pointing out that this matter should have been reported straight to the church first. Raelsa explains that what she witnessed was far too shocking, which is why she came to him first. His face hardens as he listens. The Grand Retainer begins her tale, asking if he remembers the hostile Revan Adenka, who was deeply influenced by the young master. He even risked his own life to block the demon's attack, and young master Vincent Adenka successfully managed to subdue the threat. The patriarch closes his eyes in disappointment, wondering if that just means the boy had to rely on tricks instead of fighting alone. But Raelsa clarifies that he actually defeated the blood demon entirely by himself. Now, that is what I call a massive shock for Khan. She adds that he even uncovered the legendary dragon bone left by Aslan, showing him the half that the young master shared with her. The patriarch is stunned, asking how Vincent Adenka could possibly cut it by himself. Raelsa honestly confirms he sliced it clean with his sword. Khan declares there is still one more thing. He orders a highly confused Raelsa to try and break her piece of the dragon bone. She feels anxious and confused by this sudden command, but she still obeys. Steeling herself, Realsa strikes the bone with all her might. Both of them watch closely for any reaction. First, she raises her sword and bows, asking their ancestors to forgive her for this disrespect. Unleashing her strongest east wind technique, she unleashes a powerful blow straight down. The sheer impact is absolutely massive. The attack freezes the dragon bone solid, but as the outer ice layer shatters, the relic beneath remains completely unscathed. Shocked, she wonders how this is possible, and she gave it her all. Khan turns, explaining that only a master blacksmith could shatter it. Khan's gaze grows sharp. Looking down at the graves, he silently speaks to his late father, sensing that his own time is drawing near. He orders Realsa to keep a close eye on his son, noting that Vincent Adenka clearly possesses a very special hidden strength. Looking over at his own father's grave with deep pride, he slips his hands into his pockets, silently watching over his son's legacy. Later, Vincent is seen crying floods of tears, desperately calling out to the young master. Sari immediately complains, telling him to stop. He runs over anxiously, asking Vincent Adenka if they really have to travel all the way to the dangerous Blood Citadel. Pouring some hot tea for their master, Sari snaps back, asking if he expects the young master to venture out completely alone. Winston shivers, reminding her that the Citadel is packed with deadly monsters and terrifying martial artists. The maid just shrugs. She teases him, asking if the great warrior Winston is actually afraid of monsters. Vincent Adenka watches them bicker, feeling completely exhausted. He turns to Julian, asking if he noticed anything yet. It turns out Vincent Adenka is focusing entirely on Siri's hidden energy. A clear flow of mana radiates from her body, which shocks Julian, as he never felt anything despite knowing her for years. If it were true, he surely would have noticed. But Vincent Adenka asserts that he saw this exact same flow 500 years ago. He looks directly at the maid, asking for her family name. The sudden question leaves her looking visibly flustered. She quietly admits that she comes from a lost clan. This instantly confirms Vincent Adenka's suspicions. He knew it all along. Sari possesses a rare magic body. Julian is stunned, admitting he has never heard of the Hale family or such a physical trait. Vincent Adenka explains that the Hale family deeply researched the human body and mana, and even helped discover the legendary Holy Bones. Every member of the Hale lineage carries this unique magic body, which, just like the Holy Bones, allows them to effortlessly absorb pure mana and use it masterfully. Julian is left wondering what it all means. Vin nods. If a body is completely filled with mana, it can stop the sacred bone from dying out. He stands up to ask Sari if she knows anything about the Akeley clan, like their ancestors, for example. The girl looks a bit sad. Winston seems unhappy, asking if the young master knows why Sari is even here. The sad maid explains that her grandmother passed away a long time ago and was the only Ahali she ever knew. Vincent Adenka sits down and apologizes to Sari. She quickly waves it off, saying it is fine since he has been through much worse. From the sword conference to the succession ritual, Julian wonders why a clan with such legendary skills would ever be completely wiped out. Vin guesses that something similar to the Sam clan happened. Julian agrees, noting it makes sense if they tried to hide the sacred bone. Vin believes the Ackley clan was silenced permanently to hide the truth. Just then, Sari suddenly remembers another crucial detail. She mentions that another person passed away recently. Lady Sarvana, the young master's mother, was actually one of them too. Hearing this, Julian is completely startled. You can bet he never expected his mother to be involved, and Vincent Adenka agrees. Sari adds that mentioning Lady Sarvana was forbidden because it always made the family head incredibly sad. The scene shifts back to the main mansion. Inside a quiet room, Khan Adenka stands in deep thought. His gaze drifts far away, making it impossible to tell what is on his mind. Meanwhile, we head back to Vincent Adenka's room. Sari explains that the lady hired everyone without any discrimination, even welcoming people from fallen clans. Winston adds that they are all here because of Lady Sarvana, especially the head maid Realsa. She was at the absolute bottom of society until the lady personally brought her into the Adenka family. Julian smiles at the story. He calls his mother a truly wonderful person. Vincent Adenka frowns, realizing Realsa only looks after them out of gratitude to their mother. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. The head maid stands outside, asking if the young master is in. She came to report that Revan is preparing to leave. He stands outside with a giant sword on his back, staring at the mansion. Vincent Adenka approaches and asks if he is leaving. Revan nods, saying his job with the blood demon is done. He cannot stay here forever. Vin speaks up, saying he still needs one more favor. Revan smiles and tells him to go ahead. Vin asks him to look into the history of the Hay clan from 500 years ago, suspecting a massive cover-up. Revan smiles, asking if it is like the essential oil and watermill business. Vincent Adenka nods, confirming it is exactly like that. Revan promises to handle it, and the two shake hands. Vincent Adenka bids him farewell, and Revan smiles back. He promises to get even stronger, so he will not embarrass Vin. With a final wave, he sets off on his journey. Vincent Adenka turns to Realsa, noting he heard about his mother and wonders if her kindness is just to repay an old debt. She nods, admitting that is true. Vincent Adenka looks her in the eye and says he has a serious favor to ask. He wants to ask as Vincent Adenka, not as the son of Sarvana. This catches Raelsa completely off guard. With a dead serious look, he asks her to train him until he reaches the Blood City. He asks, not as her son, but as a fellow martial artist. Inside her mind, the head maid starts to wonder. She asks herself if her absolute loyalty to the lady is now naturally shifting over to Vincent Adenka. Remembering the lady's warm smile, she knows she will never get an answer but apologizes for her selfish decision. With a sharp, challenging smile, she warns him that she will not go easy on him at all. Vincent Adenka is thrilled. That is exactly what he wants, telling her he is counting on her. The next day at Vincent Adenka's mansion. Under a clear sky, the two face each other in the training yard. Raelsa explains he can learn attributes without any visual guides. However, it requires him to form a mana attribute circle first. Vin nods in agreement and she draws a training sword. She adds that since he asked her as a martial artist, she has no intention of making things easy for him. Vincent Adenka looks at the weapon, asking why she is not using the ceremonial sword from the transfer ritual. Raelsa closes her eyes, telling him he will see it when the time is right. She begins to channel her mana. He has 5 months before departing for Blood City, and if he can land a single scratch, she will reveal the attribute. Her eyes flash with excitement as she dares him to strike her with his strange swordsmanship. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka feels a bit nervous. He asks her to wait, pointing out Revan's permanent wound as a warning. But before he can even finish his sentence, Raelsa lunges forward, her blade stopping right before his face. She asks if he thinks she is like young Master Revan. With the blade inches from his eye, Vincent Adenka swings a powerful counter-strike, but she easily leaps up to dodge it. Raelsa floats back, admitting she knows the power of that slash all too well, which is why she plans to be careful, giving him a chance to use it. Vincent Adenka panics, wondering if she actually aimed for his eyes. Way too close. Meanwhile, Raelsa lands softly. I heard you are friends with the 4 temple elders. We will seek their aid when the time comes. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka begins to feel the sheer ruthlessness of the chief attendant. She smiles, reminding him she was never going to go easy on him. A week later, under a bright moonlit night, those same 2 figures are still clashing relentlessly on the training grounds. They show no signs of stopping. Determination is etched all over Vincent Adenka's face, even though he is clearly struggling. But Raelsa easily dominates the fight. In a flash, she appears right behind him. He has been preparing for this moment. Then boom, the entire arena shatters from the devastating impact of Raelsa's strike. She warns him that using offensive techniques, much more, will completely exhaust him, so they should stop there. Vincent Adenka lies on the ground, barely able to react, grumbling at her harshness. She sheathes her sword, telling him he will improve soon before offering to call Sari and Winston. Looking at the battered weapon, Raelsa realizes it is about to break. She has already lost count of how many swords she has gone through lately. She needs to have a serious word with the blacksmith. Over at the forge, a short but incredibly muscular dwarf swings a massive hammer to shape the glowing iron. Standing by the door, Raelsa grumbles that his title of Master Craftsman seems to be the only thing he has lost since they last met. She adds that it would be an absolute tragedy if he kept supplying the Adenka family with such trashy swords. Hearing this, Hansen's professional pride is deeply hurt. He removes his glasses, leaning on his arm, and glares toward the doorway to see who is making a fuss. He asks who is there, calling her a servant stalker, and demands to know why she is causing trouble at midnight. Raelsa tosses over a bag, telling him to look before dumping out a pile of broken chipped blades on the table. These are the weapons she ruined in just 1 week of light sparring, insisting he cannot keep giving her such fragile steel. Hansen inspects them closely and notices something highly unusual, asking if she ended up fighting some beast with razor-sharp teeth. He throws out wild guesses, wondering if it was a 9-star martial artist or maybe a powerful high-tier mage. But Raelsa simply shakes her head, asking if he thinks she is on some kind of suicide mission. He points out her blade must have clashed against a massive greatsword, but she denies it, saying that is not it. She adds that although she does not know if he would count it as one, she sparred against young Master Vincent Adenka's Blood Lotus. Hearing that name, Hansen gasps in pure shock. Vincent Adenka, the 7th young master. Why would he have the Blood Lotus? Shortly after, an unexpected meeting takes place right outside the estate as Raelsa brings the curious blacksmith along. Vincent Adenka walks out, wondering what is going on at this late hour. The chief attendant politely apologizes for disturbing him. She apologizes for the late hour, but explains that the old blacksmith stubbornly insisted on seeing the Blood Lotus. Hansen, dressed up sharply, crosses his arms and claims there is no reason he cannot see it since he made it. Vincent Adenka is stunned, while Julian wakes up completely wondering if this dwarf is actually the legendary blacksmith Hansen. The dwarf chuckles confidently, saying he could easily call out Khan Adenka himself if he really wanted to. Julian explains to Vincent Adenka that this dwarf is a master blacksmith, his father's old friend, and a former affiliate of their family. Vincent Adenka wonders what former master means. Decades ago, Hansen stopped crafting massive greatswords to focus on utility items. He was ultimately shunned by other blacksmiths for his greed, which cost him his prestigious title within the family. But Vincent Adenka smiles, finding it fascinating. This makes Julian wonder because Hansen actually helped many people defend themselves. He prioritized saving lives over his own reputation, which makes him a truly noble creator in Vincent Adenka's eyes. Placing a hand over his chest, Vincent Adenka bows deeply and introduces himself as the seventh young master of Adenka. He says it is an honor to meet Master Hansen. The dwarf looks at him with a mocking grin, repeating the word master. He bursts into laughter, thinking the boy is quite a joker, and casually apologizes for dropping by so late. But Vincent Adenka remains completely sincere, assuring the blacksmith that he is not mocking him because he made the right path choice. Those words make Hansen freeze, his laughter fading instantly as his mind drifts back to a memory from his youth. Back then, when his beard was much shorter, someone had told him the exact same thing about his life choices. That person was none other than Khan Adenka. Sitting together over a few drinks, Khan had encouraged him. Khan warned him that his dream would face ridicule, but raised his mug with a warm, supportive smile anyway. Now staring intensely at the young man standing before him, Hansen cannot help but feel a sudden pang of nostalgia. Looking closely at Vincent Adenka, he sees the unmistakable shadow of his old friend Khan reflected inside the boy's calm demeanor. It is like father, like son. Hansen smiles, admitting he thought Vincent Adenka was ugly, but those rumors were clearly lies. Vin simply smiles, taking it as a compliment. Hansen then asks to see the blood lotus so he can check its condition. Without hesitation, Vincent Adenka hands over the weapon. The smith draws the blade, inspecting it closely as it gleams under the light. The sword remains flawlessly sharp. Handing it back, Hansen asks if he really used it to fight demons in duel with Sarvana. Vincent Adenka quietly nods in confirmation. That simple answer catches even a seasoned veteran like Hansen completely off guard. Staring at the confident young warrior, Hansen wonders how the blade escaped without a scratch. It is almost too perfect. It is as if he sliced through his enemies using pure internal force. Hansen asks him seriously what kind of swordplay he uses. He demands a demonstration, frowning when Vincent Adenka hesitates. He wonders if Vin is just trying to escape by claiming tiredness. Julian quickly steps in to stop Vincent Adenka, warning him that showing off both of his secret techniques today is extremely risky. Even knowing this, Vincent Adenka realizes opportunities to meet a master do not happen every day. He cannot walk away. Missing this chance would be a tragedy. As he thinks, Sari suddenly sneaks up right behind Hansen, calling out to him. Her chilly voice startles the old man completely. She puts her hands on her hips, asking why he is causing trouble past bedtime. Hansen shrinks back instantly, stammering excuses. Watching the funny exchange, Vincent Adenka turns to Raelsa with a puzzled look. He asks if they know each other. Raelsa explains that Hansen sponsored poor orphans in the past, and Sari was one of them. They are essentially like father and daughter. Meanwhile, Sari keeps going, continuing to scold the poor old blacksmith without mercy. She turns away, pouting. She complains that his constant meddling in other people's business is going to make her seriously angry. Hansen quickly backs down to soothe her, promising he will just come back tomorrow to handle everything instead. Vincent Adenka steps in, placing a hand on his shoulder. He promises to visit the forge tomorrow alongside Sari, making Hansen light up. He heads home repeatedly, reminding Vin to bring Sari along. Julian sighs, calling the old man completely obsessed with his daughter. Watching her, Vincent Adenka realizes where Sari got her warm heart. The next morning, he arrives at Hansen's forge as promised. A dense flow of magical energy suddenly envelops both the young warrior and his blade. He takes a powerful swing. A glowing purple cross slashes directly forward. Hansen and Sari watch from the side, witnessing the sheer destructive force of the strike. Hansen finds the style incredibly bizarre. It feels reminiscent of legends about the Hero King and the great Archdemon. He smiles, admitting it is not bad. It makes complete sense why they trusted Vincent Adenka with the Blood Lotus. Vincent Adenka asks if that is enough. Hansen winks, saying the display was quite interesting, almost enough to make him a weapon. Vincent Adenka is stunned at the offer. Hansen scratches his head, noting they are still missing one crucial thing. Vincent Adenka eagerly asks what it is. Hansen sighs, explaining he has wanted to forge this sword for a very long time, but it requires an incredibly rare material. Vincent Adenka immediately offers to pay for it, telling the master he will buy it. Hansen looks at him and shakes his head. No amount of money can buy this treasure. It is the horn of Matterdon. Wait, is he talking about the dragon horn? Vincent Adenka and Julian both freeze in shock, staring at each other in absolute pure disbelief. Talk about perfect timing. Vincent Adenka pulls out half of the dragon horn and presents it right before Hansen. He asks if this is enough to forge the sword. Looking at the item, the old blacksmith cannot believe his eyes. He gasps out loud, recognizing the horn of Matterdon. Vincent Adenka quickly gestures for him to keep quiet, as only a few know. Hansen stares at him. Destiny must have brought them together. He happily agrees to craft the epic weapon. Holding up the Blood Lotus, Vincent Adenka asks if it is possible to integrate the horn into his current blade instead. Hansen is quite puzzled, asking why he would not want a brand new sword crafted from scratch. Handing it over, Vincent Adenka explains this blade represents his father's early career and he already loves it. Hansen takes the sword with a smile, noting Vincent Adenka always knows the right words. He tells him to return in 3 weeks. 3 weeks later, Vincent Adenka and Sari return to the shop under a strangely bright night sky. Sari gazes ahead, asking what is going on. Before them, the entire forge is engulfed in raging, roaring flames. Vincent Adenka realizes with dread that the place is burning down. The intense heat radiates everywhere, lighting up the area. Sari panics, worried about what might have happened to Master Hansen. Vincent Adenka tells her to stay calm. But deep down, seeing her, this shock tells him something far worse is happening inside. He declares they must rescue Master Hansen right away, but Julian immediately voices his concerns about the crazy plan. He asks if Vin seriously intends to dive into the fire. Staring at the rising flames, Vincent Adenka prepares to jump. What on earth is he doing? Julian screams, begging him not to run into those raging flames, but Vincent Adenka just stares at the fire. Vin tells the young boy that his sword can cut through anything, so he will slash right through the door and the flames to get inside quickly. With that, he channels his mana to draw his weapon. Julian watches in pure worry, calling him completely reckless. Running out of time, Vincent Adenka delivers a devastating, powerful strike right toward the door of the blacksmith shop. Zigzagging mana surges from the outside directly into the entrance. Vincent Adenka follows right behind, using a familiar cross-shaped sword technique to clear his path. Using his classic cross-slash technique, breaking the path, Vin finally breaches the interior. Julian immediately points toward the right. He calls out that Master Hansen is slumped over there, completely motionless and surrounded by a raging wall of fire. Rushing over, Vin rushes over, calling out for the master to hold on. Next to him, Julian sadly mutters that they arrived way too late. But the old man is completely unconscious. While Vin hesitates, something else suddenly catches Julian's eye in the room. Julian asks Vin to look over at the glowing weapon, wondering if it's the Blood Lotus itself, radiating massive energy. Sensing a massive tidal wave of mana overflowing, Vincent Adenka confirms that the Dragon Bone is far more powerful than expected. This power far exceeds Hansen's calculations. However, their immediate priority is getting the unconscious master out to safety first. Hoisting the master onto his shoulders, Vin steps through the falling embers. But he suddenly freezes, sensing a massive obstacle ahead. Grimacing, Vin realizes the exit is completely blocked. If they do not act quickly, the blazing fire will swallow them alive. A solution is needed immediately. Fast. Julian hovers around, desperately racking his brain to find any way out of this trap. Suddenly, the boy asks Vin if he knows any defensive skills. Glancing over at the glowing Blood Lotus, Julian speaks up. Julian notes that even with the Dragon Bone power, the weapon cannot keep containing this wild blaze forever. Answering dryly, Vin replies, asking if he expects them to just stand around. He mentions having a specific defensive sword art. Desperate, Julian urges him to use it. Vin closes his eyes, telling himself to remember that he is actually Daven Sam. Channeling the first chapter of Samon's swordsmanship, Vin raises his blade to eye level and begins gathering his mana. Memories of his past self flash by as he prepares the Gentine Breaker technique, a barrier of crushing wind. A thin veil of mana wraps around him. His precise slashes form protective barriers, keeping the raging flames at bay. His resolve dictates the strength of this defensive aura. Vin slowly guides his blade downward with perfect concentration. Sensing the approaching heat, he unleashes a horizontal slash. This is the Dead Silence sword art, cutting the fire. This style is the first chapter of his ultimate technique. Julian watches in absolute shock as the flames part. Recognizing the legendary Samon swordsmanship, Julian wonders who this mysterious guy really is. Soon the intense fire finally dies down. Only thick black smoke lingers in the room. Drenched in sweat, Vin is completely exhausted after exhausting his mana pool. Resting his sword on the floor next to the unconscious blacksmith, Julian asks in relief if they actually survived. Hansen starts coughing violently from the thick smoke, finally opening his eyes. Vin approaches him with a relieved smile. Asking if the master is alright, Hansen stares back in utter disbelief, asking how he knows the Samon swordsmanship. Laughing it off, Vin jokes that since he can speak, he must be fine. Internally, Vin feels quite proud. Hansen strokes his beard, muttering that it must have been a dream since such a thing is absolutely impossible. Gesturing ahead, Hansen points out that the sword is finally complete. The Blood Lotus hovers above the forge, looking incredibly sharp. The blacksmith admits he has never worked with Dragon Bone before, so he had no idea it would overflow with flame. Approaching the floating weapon, Vincent Adenka slowly draws near, carefully wrapping both of his hands around the beautifully crafted hilt. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura erupts around the weapon. Vin pulls it free and it shines like the morning sun. Feeling the weapon resonating with his soul, a glowing emblem slowly manifests directly on the blade. The mark matches the blessing from the Dwarf King. Hansen asks if he is disappointed with the result. Smiling, Vincent Adenka assures him that the blade is absolutely magnificent. Meanwhile, Julian senses something is off about this. Seeing this, Vin wonders what is wrong. Julian points out a strange detail about the weapon's sudden rampage. Since Chief Aslan inherited this treasure, he should have known about the Dragon Bone's violent reaction beforehand. Any reasonable leader would have warned them, leaving Julian to wonder if the chief hid this information on purpose. Shaking off the mystery, Vincent Adenka smiles and asks Hansen if he can forge him another brand new blade. Hansen grumbles, asking if he already wants a replacement, assuming he must be unsatisfied with this masterpiece. In response, Vin explains that since the master made such a masterpiece, the next one will undoubtedly be even more legendary. Sighing, Hansen notes that cleaning up this disastrous mess will take up a significant amount of his time. But we cannot stand against the Dragon Bone. So what is the point? Do you really think we can survive the next encounter? Vincent Adenka remains completely calm, while Julian covers his mouth with an amused smirk. Suddenly, another piece of dragon bone appears right in front of Hansen, brought by none other than Raelsa. She hands it over, saying she brought it because he needed it. Just like before, Hansen is completely dumbfounded. His jaw drops, his eyes bulging in pure disbelief as he stares at the relic. He yells out another dragon bone sword. The Grand Chamberlain mimics Vincent Adenka, quickly pressing a finger to his lips. Only the master blacksmith should know about this. Hansen instantly covers his own mouth, casting a tense glance toward Raelsa. Forging another dragon bone weapon is insane. He asks if Sarvana's subordinate is some high-ranking noble. She shakes her head. This sword is strictly for the young master. Holding the dragon bone, Hansen feels a surge of inspiration. He admits she certainly knows how to convince a man. It might take time, but he promises to forge the ultimate blade. A masterpiece is in the making. Later, Raelsa walks back to the mansion, her mind spinning with endless complicated thoughts. She had nearly given up, yet seeing how much Vincent Adenka has grown genuinely shocks her. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through. Startled, she turns. It is none other than Vincent Adenka. He smiles, mentioning he wanted to share something with her. But since things turn out this way, he asks how he can repay her favor. Raelsa steps closer with a soft smile. There is no need, she says, that debt was paid 14 years ago. She bows her head in deep respect. Simply seeing him survive and prove his worth as an exceptional warrior is the greatest reward she could ever ask for. Vincent Adenka slowly draws his Blood Lotus sword with a smirk. If that is true, then she is about to be even happier. Raelsa stares at the glowing seal on the blade. Vincent Adenka had formulated a secret plan while battling the Blood Demon earlier. He figured out exactly how to defeat a 7-star warrior. Pointing his sword forward, he boldly challenges her to a duel. He vows to beat her and master her secret techniques. Raelsa draws her own weapon, warning him she will not hold back. Suddenly, a brilliant white flash cuts across the training grounds. A freezing wave of pressure erupts, tearing through the air. The bone-chilling wind screams around them. Vincent Adenka raises his arms in a defensive guard, bracing himself against the massive impact. It is a struggle just to stand. The bitter cold bites into his skin as Raelsa calls out that he is not ready. She leaps high into the air, swooping down like an eagle. Her face is dead serious as she issues a sharp warning. He talks big about defeating her, yet he cannot even handle her opening move. She drives her blade down with terrifying force. Vincent Adenka raises his Blood Lotus, desperately blocking the overhead strike. The sheer shockwave shatters the stone beneath his very feet. Dust and debris explode outward as their weapons collide. The blinding clash of energy shakes the entire courtyard to its foundation. Raelsa drives her blade down hard, but the Blood Lotus holds strong. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, pouring everything into defense. She is stunned. He actually blocked an attack powered by 4-star mana. Normally, his sword should have shattered into pieces, yet both blades remain completely unmarked. By all accounts, the sheer volume of energy should have destroyed his weapon instantly. Seizing the moment, Vincent Adenka channels a wild current of zigzagging mana. While she is momentarily distracted by her own shock, he unleashes an explosive upward slash. The counter deflects her weapon and forces her to leap back to gain some distance. This is entirely different from his usual heavy-handed style. She stares at him, wondering what secret power lies within his blade. The weapon is virtually indestructible now. Thanks to the power of the pseudo-prince, the blade absorbs all incoming kinetic impact. It has become a perfect extension of his own soul. Raelsa realizes the Blood Lotus has unlocked a brand new form. Landing gracefully, she notes the weapon has been enhanced. Vincent Adenka nods, giving all the credit to Master Hansen's hard work. She smiles, her figure suddenly dissolving into the freezing mist. She warns him that she won't be holding back anymore. In a flash, she completely vanishes from sight. Vincent Adenka strains his senses, desperately scanning the area for her next strike. She circles him at breakneck speed, leaving a freezing trail in her wake. Vincent Adenka shuts his eyes to focus better. He refuses to let his eyes deceive him. By focusing purely on her mana signature, he manages to pinpoint her location. He swings his blade with a shout, but it is a decoy. She materializes right behind him, preparing a fatal strike. She whispers that he guessed wrong. Yet instead of panicking, Vincent Adenka merely smiles completely, expecting this turn of events. He agrees that he was wrong. With lightning reflexes, he reaches back and grabs her blade with his bare hand. He knew she would strike from behind. Instantly, a crescent wave of mana surges from his blade, aiming for her throat. She gasps in shock. Catching a sword bare-handed while predicting her precise trajectory in a split second is simply unreal. Vincent Adenka's eyes burn with intensity. Gripping his weapon, he unleashes a dazzling dual-wielding combo to overwhelm her defenses. An upward slash of devastating force, Vincent Adenka unleashes his human king strike. With bare hands, he has just snatched Raelsa's sword. His other hand unleashes the Blood Lotus for a finishing blow so fluidly, it triggers a massive explosion. Raelsa hits the ground right inside the crater carved by the blast. She cannot believe he executed both of those moves. That last technique caught her off guard. Facing each other in the ring, the Grand Chamberlain realizes her blade is gone. Vincent Adenka tosses the sword back at her feet, telling her to pick it up. He stands there, overflowing with confidence. He refuses to take a cheap win against someone who is unarmed. His cold pride leaves Raelsa completely speechless. Will her pride as a level 7 warrior flare up, she retrieves her blade and remarks on how arrogant the young master is. She warns him that other swordsmen or monsters will not hold back. Stronger foes will show him absolutely no mercy. They will not pity his circumstances. With those words, a massive surge of mana and a glowing sigil ignite behind her. An icy chill radiates from the crest, freezing the ground beneath her boots. Raelsa is finally starting to get serious. She tells him he must never forget this. Vin simply smiles and replies that winter is coming, he gets it. The light is blinding. Raelsa charges forward, her eyes flashing with a freezing glare, warning him to watch his step. She springs off the ice to launch herself at Vin. Her speed is incredibly fast, yet something unexpected begins to unfold. Raelsa freezes in sheer disbelief. Before she can even complete her charge, Vin has already closed the distance. He grabs her shoulder, prepares a knee strike, but ends it with a gentle forehead flick. Smiling, he says she is caught. There are only 4 months left before his departure to the Blood Citadel. Raelsa drops to her knees, utterly stunned. Vin explains that even a dual strike could not bypass her defense, but he can slash right through her mana flow. It is only possible by channeling the Vassal Prince. Raelsa is baffled. Disrupting his skill by cutting mana, pure genius. Can someone really do that? She stares at Vincent Adenka and admits he always blows past her wild expectations. He does not forget the reward promised before the fight. Raelsa stands up, agreeing to share her secret. She smiles and reveals her blessing, the flow of mana from the Galaxy Wanderer. With that, Vin's training begins. He practices molding the mana which flows in cloud-like patterns. Under Raelsa's close guidance, Vin sits and concentrates deeply. She is utterly shocked that he grasps the concept in just 2 days. She tells him to circulate it. He must channel the energy through his meridians to materialize it. Vin remains intensely focused, following her instructions. His mana begins to warp. Julian watches anxiously, hoping the master does not blast a hole through the ceiling. Suddenly, a brilliant blue galaxy-like glow floods the room, catching the boy's eye. An ethereal female figure emerges. She has long, icy hair and radiates a cosmic pressure. Sometime later, high in the snowy mountains, sits the Blood Citadel. Perched atop a towering peak overlooking a vast forest, winter has fully arrived, burying the fortress in deep snow. Inside an office, a man scolds a young woman for ignoring her paperwork, pointing out she is distracted once again. She retorts that she is a warrior and wasting her time on paperwork is a crime. That man is Marshal Vago Pagoda of the Blood Citadel. He tells her to stop complaining and review the next batch of arrivals. Surprisingly, this red-haired woman is the Lord of Blood Citadel, Hoka Ken. She sighs and reluctantly agrees to check the list. She freezes when she spots the name Vincent Adenka. Is he not the one from the Branch family, she asks. Vago confirms that Vin is indeed the 7th son. She groans, expecting nothing but trouble. Vago silently schemes nearby. He thinks that if this failed 7th son is as worthless as the rumors say, he will ruin their reputation. He decides they should eliminate Vin before he can even register. Back to the training, the spectral ice figure blows a frosty breath toward Vin, unleashing a freezing blizzard-like gust that violently sweeps through the room. Julian panics. What is this? A voice behind them murmurs that the blessing is only 1 step away. The wind whips into a frozen vortex. It is freezing. Julian can only huddle and cry out in pain. The storm fades. The girl vanishes. Raelsa notes she left no footprints, a technique known as ice step. A glowing mana sigil manifests in Vin's palm, displaying a circular crest with rolling waves and a cloud at its center. Julian warns Vin that the Blood Citadel is no training ground, it is an absolute stronghold built for war. He points to the map, showing it nestled deep within the jagged peaks near the border of Samion. Years ago, when zealots and powerful archdemons invaded Samion, Aslan and his brave warriors fought them off. Ever since, they have guarded the citadel with their lives. Vincent Adenka listens and smiles at the challenge. If we go there, we will definitely find Aslan's decree. Julian interrupts, and maybe even another dragon bone. But there won't be another dragon bone. Instead, a legend of another treasure exists, prompting Vincent to ask what it is. The little god answers that it is the heavenly fruit, which is rumored to cure all diseases and even bring back the dead. Julian adds that the heavenly fruit tree bears plenty of fruit, drawing crowds of lazy freeloaders to Crimson Fortress, just waiting for them to fall. He sighs, admitting his past self would never believe such legends. But looking at their desperate situation now, he has no choice. So Julian asks Vincent if their next target is the heavenly fruit, which is needed to cure the slowly decaying holy bone. The kid sadly notes he will only have 9 years left after registering. But Vincent dismisses this, saying they have even less time. They have too much to do, making their window incredibly tight. Julian clenches his fist with a determined smile, saying it is fine. They will uncover the secrets of the heavenly fruit tree and seize it. Vincent then opens a book, calls Julian over and points. The book warns that they must fend for themselves without relying on any of the family's funds in Crimson Fortress. Julian explains this rule prevents reckless spending and helps maintain the massive operational expenses of such a large, influential family. Vincent wonders how they will actually make money. Julian proudly beats his chest, telling him not to worry since he invested in the Green Magic Tower. A magic tower? Vincent repeats, looking utterly confused. Julian explains that while the Adenka and Samion families are renowned for their elite swordsmanship, the Green Magic Tower is the powerhouse that produces the world's most elite mages, and their investments in research will pay off. They will fund the mages' research to receive matching payouts and contributions. On screen, a mage in purple Vanel Pagoda appears. However, all that investment money would vanish if this co-owner died. At the same time as Julian explains this risk, Vanel is busy taking notes when a knock sounds at her door. She casually tells the visitor to come in, completely focused on her work. She barely looks up, asking if she did not already make herself clear. Behind her, a dark shadow slowly draws a sword. With a sudden flash of steel, blood splatters everywhere. Julian cannot comprehend how a powerful co-owner of the Magic Tower was assassinated so easily. Vanel collapses, her lifeless eyes wide open as blood pools around her, while the mysterious assassin slips away into the night. Soon, a public notice announces her death, claiming it was caused by an accidental explosion during her research. But someone obviously sabotaged her. This realization sends Julian into a state of absolute panic, his entire body trembling with anxiety. He clutches his head, weeping for his lost investment. Vincent complains that he should show some respect for the dead, but Julian just cries. He snaps back, asking if he looks like he's in the mood for respect when they are about to starve in Crimson Fortress. The notice also reveals she left her entire estate to her brother. Shockingly, her brother is none other than the vice commander of Crimson Fortress. His name is Vargan Pagoda. Standing alone on the fortress walls, Vargan is lost in thought, brooding over his late sister. He mutters to himself that despite being family, he never possessed her genius, wondering if he is just a disappointment to their lineage. Overwhelmed by bitterness, Vargan stares out at the distant snowy peaks. Meanwhile, Julian and Vincent agree they must investigate him first. Vincent knows they have no choice. Since they only have 4 short months left before their arrival, he has to plan carefully. He realizes he needs to gather as much intelligence as possible during this time to fully prepare for the upcoming storm. 4 months later, they finally reach the Crimson Fortress. Towering snow-covered peaks and frozen pine forests stretch out into a breathtaking, majestic view. Inside the carriage, Raelsa advises that for security reasons, they must cover the remaining distance on foot. Vincent cheerfully agrees, and the high official points toward the fortress, instructing him to follow the path where the Lord awaits. Facing Raelsa, Vincent tells her that he is deeply grateful and honestly does not even know how to properly thank her. She bows with a soft smile, assuring him it was nothing, as she believes her mother would have wanted the same. Raelsa falls quiet for a moment, secretly glad to see how much he has matured. She then bows, wishing him safe travels. With that, the carriage turns back toward the estate, leaving the 3 of them to trek toward the fortress with their luggage. Their fresh footprints and the carriage tracks leave deep impressions in the heavy snow. Meanwhile, Vargan arrives to report to the headmaster. Vargan announces that the young master Vincent is arriving shortly. Hokaken sighs in annoyance, complaining about having to put on a formal welcome. While Vargan points out that this is her duty, a sudden transmission crackles through the communication stone resting on her desk. An urgent report comes through, warning her that dangerous monsters have recently been invading the lands of the nearby villagers. Hearing this perfect excuse, she immediately leaps to her feet, declaring it is her absolute duty to protect her people. Ignoring Vargan's protests that the monsters are incredibly weak, she leaps right out of the window and shouts back at him. She yells that she is leaving the welcoming of young Master Vincent to him, flashing a bright grin as she drops down. Her laughter echoes as she vanishes, leaving the vice commander screaming in frustration. Behind him, a confused soldier asks how they should handle Vincent. Is he here? Deputy Lord Vago Pagoda huffed, deciding to greet them instead of the city lord. Soon after, Vago Pagoda appeared standing right on top of the fortress wall. He leaps down gracefully from the wall. The two guards turn around and instantly recognize him, putting their hands over their hearts to bow in deep respect. He acknowledges their salute, demanding to know where young master Vincent Adenka is. Without a word, one of the guards quickly hands him a pair of binoculars. Pointing out into the distance, the guard says they are right over there. Vago Pagoda peers through the lenses toward the forest, spotting the Grand Advisor Raelsa standing there. She is smiling right in front of the young master. Hearing her legendary name, the guards immediately recognize who she is, the famous Raelsa, known widely as the Galaxy Wanderer. Vago Pagoda frowns to himself, recalling rumors that Vincent Adenka is a complete weakling who apparently needs a powerful guide. Does he really need someone so powerful to guide him? The guard on his right speaks up, asking if they should tone down the entrance exam difficulty. Absolutely not, Vago Pagoda replies. Keep it exactly like last year because I will personally test him. He immediately channels his mana, forming two glowing rings. He plans to eliminate this threat entirely before the kid can even register. With a swift motion, he spins a magical ring of raw energy in his palm. He projects his voice across the distance. The first trial to tame the void beasts begins right now. Watch closely. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy mountains, the trio slowly trudges up a steep, icy trail leading toward the Crimson Fortress. Surrounded by jagged rocks and dense pines, Winston suddenly spots something ahead, calling out to Sari to take a look. Looming directly in front of them is a massive, towering red and white fortress built right onto the peak of a steep vertical cliff. Out of nowhere, a brilliant, blinding flash of light erupts from the center of the citadel, catching everyone's attention. This strange event sparks their curiosity, but their wonder is cut short by a monstrous roar echoing from the snowy woods nearby. They freeze, scanning their surroundings. Heavy pounding footsteps crunch through the thick snow. Vincent Adenka just smiles. He realizes the trial has already begun. Slowly unsheathing his Blood Lotus sword, he decides it is the perfect time to test his months of training. Resting the heavy blade on his shoulder, his aura flares up with sheer confidence as he calls out a bold challenge. He loudly welcomes the challenge. Suddenly, out of the dark, dense forest ahead, a pair of glowing white eyes locked onto him. Those freezing eyes creep closer. A massive black and white paw steps out of the shadows, shaking the ground beneath them. It is the ultimate apex predator of these frozen peaks, the blue-eyed white tiger. Winston and Sari shiver in sheer terror. This beast is exactly why they dreaded coming here. Vincent Adenka quickly tells his servants to run toward the fortress the moment he makes his move. He dashes off to the right to draw its attention, teasingly shouting for the giant kitty to chase him instead. The tiger's gaze locks onto him. He knows that if this is a real blue-eyed white tiger, it will instinctively chase moving targets. Sure enough, the predator zeroes in on his movement and lunges forward. Vincent Adenka looks back with a satisfied smirk. He has successfully baited the beast, but something feels off. Even though it looks like the legendary predator, it feels strangely artificial. It lacks the vital energy of a living creature. Once he draws it far enough away from his servants, he prepares to strike. Stopping in his tracks, he spins around to face the oncoming beast, confident that he can easily take it down. He channels a line of pure mana from his sword, but before he can unleash his attack, a second tiger leaps out. Caught off guard, he groans. Another one, he quickly channels, strengthening magic into his legs to dodge the double strike. He leaps high into the air to dodge their claws, landing safely on a sturdy branch above. Meanwhile, Julian points in panic. Look over there, a massive pack of 18 tigers has surrounded them. Julian warns that defeating this many beasts is completely impossible. They cannot hope to clear this crowd with just a couple of standard strikes. Vincent Adenka notes that something is extremely wrong. These apex predators are solitary hunters that never form packs. On top of that, there is absolutely no scent of blood on them. As the beasts prepare to pounce, Julian wonders if they are actually artificial constructs created by some form of high magic. Back at the fortress, Deputy Lord Vago Pagoda is actively maintaining the spell, observing the young master with a scheming frown. He wonders if the boy has already figured out his trick, but quickly dismisses it because this is a highly advanced illusion spell. These illusionary tigers are identical to the real deal, except they are far smarter since a human is directly controlling them. Vago Pagoda sneers, wondering how the supposedly useless seventh young master will survive. Up in the tree, Vincent Adenka continues to analyze the situation. He suggests waiting it out since maintaining such high-level magic must drain their mana quickly, but Julian immediately shoots down that idea. That is impossible. They have to be using synthetic elements, the young boy explains, calling it a highly advanced spell-casting method. By casting multiple similar spells at the exact same time, the caster can designate just one of them to act as the core. Knowing this trick makes it highly efficient. Vincent Adenka smiles, realizing that if that is the case, they have a clear path forward. They just need to find the single core beast that makes all the others vanish. Julian worries how to do that. Vincent Adenka eyes him with complete confidence, stating that he can easily spot the real controller hiding among the pack. With real beasts, they normally stay up front, but when controlled by humans, they will try to protect their core element. The elemental core, the one standing still on the peak, is the real target. Vincent Adenka smiles and leaps right down. He dives straight into the white tiger pack, activating his Galaxy Wanderer blessing to target the beasts below. Cold mist begins to swirl. The freezing fog dazes the white tigers. Right away, Vincent Adenka uses his ice glide to slide past them like wind. He moves with unbelievable speed. Vago Pagoda recognizes that move instantly. It is Raelsa's signature ice glide. He cannot believe his eyes. Before he can process it, Vincent Adenka reaches the summit where three massive white tigers stand. One of them holds the core. He locks his eyes on the middle tiger completely, sure, it's the one. It looks much fiercer than the rest. Its eyes glow with fire instead of blue. Down below, Vago Pagoda raises his hand and yells that he won't make it easy. He commands the two giant white tigers beside the core beast to spring forward and block Vincent Adenka's path. In Vincent Adenka's hand, his Blood Lotus sword, reinforced with dragon bone, absorbs his mana. Absolute swordplay blends with the Galaxy Wanderer. He pulls back the Blood Lotus, preparing to unleash a devastating slash with his Absolute Sensory Sword. Activating the second form of Galaxy Wanderer, a stream of purple mana cuts past the two tigers in front. It targets the core tiger directly. With a single full-power strike, Vincent Adenka slices the beast clean in half. The magic circle on Vago Pagoda's hand shatters, making him cough. Vincent Adenka completely mastered his sword's style to blow away the obstacles. With the core tiger dead, all the fake white tigers begin to fade away. The battlefield clears up instantly. The magic dissipates into the sky. Vago Pagoda realizes in shock that Vincent Adenka did not just slash the illusions. He cut the very mana flow that was keeping them alive. Vago Pagoda frowns, realizing how deeply Vincent Adenka understands magic. Vincent Adenka of the Adenka family, who is he really? Resting his sword on his shoulder, Vincent Adenka grins toward the fortress. He wonders if the masters of Blood Castle are satisfied. A guard turns and asks Lieutenant Vago Pagoda how to handle the test. Vago Pagoda sighs and asks if the guard is blind. His magic was completely erased by that single slash. He orders the gates open to welcome the young master. Blood Castle is a haven for martial artists, so magicians are rare. Julian and Vincent Adenka arrive at the gate where Sari and Winston are waiting. They are thrilled to see him. The massive gate slowly opens, letting bright light stream out from inside the castle. Julian knows they made the right call. The man is Vanel Pagoda's brother, the chief magician here. Vago Pagoda leads his soldiers to form a neat line. They salute in unison, with deep respect. Lieutenant Vago Pagoda steps forward with a polite smile. He welcomes Vincent Adenka to Blood Castle. Vincent Adenka smiles back, greeting the lieutenant warmly as they finally meet face to face. Julian whispers into Vincent Adenka's ear, reminding him that while they cannot bring family funds here, a funding system exists. Talented cadets get massive sponsorships from the castle. Vincent Adenka flashes a mischievous grin. It is time to make a move. They need to impress Vago Pagoda to reclaim the funds they spent on the magic tower. Soon, the carriage starts moving. They head deep into Blood Castle. The streets are quiet, but plenty of instructors and elite students lit around here. With soldiers, noble children, and servants living in the fortress, the actual population inside is surprisingly massive. Vago Pagoda warns Vincent Adenka that he will have to share a dorm, which might not be very comfortable for him. Vincent Adenka does not mind at all. The Vice Lord reminds him that once here, he is just another cadet. He must cast aside his noble status and titles. Vincent Adenka smiles completely, understanding the cold rules of this place. Inside, he jokingly wonders if he is only a young master within this carriage. Looking out, Sari spots the students. Their sharp uniforms catch her eye. She asks Vincent Adenka if he thinks he would look good wearing one. She is sure it will suit him. Vago Pagoda chimes in to let him know his uniform will arrive tomorrow. Vincent Adenka asks about his current rank. The Vice City Lord explains that every new cadet starts at the bottom. Everyone begins at rank 9. Promotion exams are held every 6 months, testing their limits all the way to rank 1. Passing the final exam after rank 1 makes you an apprentice, but graduating from the fortress makes you a true warrior. Vincent Adenka calculates that it will take over 4 years to graduate, meaning he must find the heavenly fruit sooner. He cannot afford to waste time. He asks about the core element, making Vago Pagoda realize his target is the tiger. Vago Pagoda clenches his fist in pure excitement, realizing he was right. But he wonders how a martial artist knows magic. Julian jokes that mastering both swordplay and magic is the ultimate cheat code. Vincent Adenka simply smiles in response. He philosophizes that knowledge is power, and there is no real boundary between them. Vago Pagoda wonders about his quiet confidence. With such raw talent and profound insight, how could a kid like this ever be labeled useless? To him, now Vincent Adenka is an incredibly fascinating kid to him. Looking up, Vincent says he wants to ask a few more things. His sudden question on how to obtain the heavenly fruit makes Vago Pagoda freeze. He sighs, realizing kids will be kids, actually believing in such a myth. Vago Pagoda casually explains that the heavenly fruit chooses its own master, you see. After all, who knows, maybe you might get chosen by chance. Julian senses the commander thinks it is just a legend. Vincent falls silent, realizing gathering info will not be easy. Moments later, the carriage stops in front of a building. This is the dormitory for ninth grade cadets, a tall building filled with endless rooms. The main door slowly opens, and they all step inside. Once in the hall, Vago Pagoda announces that Julian will stay on the first floor while Vincent gets room 5 on the third floor. He hands over a badge, the official ninth grade cadet insignia. Vincent pins the glittering, sparkling emblem onto his left chest. Suddenly, Vago Pagoda speaks up, bowing in respect before your glorious house. While Vincent stands there completely stunned, Vago Pagoda adds that this is the greeting for a Class 9 Blood Castle cadet. Vincent also places a hand over his chest to return the gesture, lowering himself in respect to the commander's glory. Standing before the door labeled Room 5, Vincent holds his bag of belongings and gently pushes the door open. Inside are cadets standing there trembling as if afraid of something. No one dares to move and the air grows heavy. Vincent looks over at Julian with a puzzled expression, asking if they did something wrong. Suddenly, a voice from behind demands to know who is there, making Vincent spin around. It is Mon Adenka, the sixth direct son of their family. He stands blocking the door, sneering if that is their family's useless disappointment. Vincent watches him completely unimpressed by this fool. Julian takes a step back, muttering that this is their absolute trash of a brother, the sixth son of the house. Monday, he is the one who used to torment and bully them the most, even forcing them to eat garbage. Mentioning that past trauma triggers a deep visceral disgust, making Vincent gag. The terrifying memories of his bullying are all too real. This absolute bastard has always used brute strength to torment anyone weaker than him. Looking around the tense, suffocating room, it seems the other cadets are suffering the exact same fate. Vincent whispers to Julian, plotting his next move. Julian, this trash of a brother is completely dragging their family's name through the mud. It is fine to trash him a bit, right? Julian eagerly tells him to just finish the guy off. That's all Vincent needed to hear. He steps forward, grabbing Mon's hand with a fake smile, loudly celebrating how thrilled he is to meet his dear brother here. This sudden fake affection catches Mon completely off guard. He yanks his hand back, glaring coldly at his younger brother. He snaps that they are definitely not close enough for friendly chatter. Vincent just bows his head, wearing a dangerous smirk. He points out how surprising it is that Mon left the main family branch so long ago, mocking him openly. Yet he is still stuck at ninth grade. Mon's face twists with pure blazing rage at the blatant disrespect from his brother. Veins bulge on his forehead as he tries to keep his composure. He turns to a nearby cadet named Samion, ordering him to step forward. Before anyone can react, Mon unleashes his anger, slapping the poor guy across the face. He glares death at him, demanding to know how he is training the recruits and why he looks so useless. Mon warns that if this ever happens again, he will be expelled from the academy. No excuses. The poor roommate can only clutch his bruised cheek and nod submissively while Vincent quietly watches this pathetic display. So this absolute trash is a direct descendant of Aslan. Mon's face instantly reminds him of Kajin, the guy who specialized in bullying him and crushing everyone else. Thinking back, Vincent hesitates for a second, but then he steps right up firmly, grabbing Mon's shoulder. Mon snaps at him, demanding to know what he wants. Before he can even finish his sentence, Vincent shuts him up with a heavy punch to the jaw. Absolutely brutal. Cien's jaw completely drops in shock. The entire room freezes in utter terror, unable to believe their eyes. But Mon just wipes his mouth, wearing a cocky smirk despite taking that direct hit. He steps forward, ready. Mon raises his fists, promising to teach his useless brother a real lesson. But Vincent knows exactly how this ends. In a harsh place like this, only strength matters. Vincent effortlessly slips past the incoming punch without breaking a sweat. He counters instantly, grabbing Mon's collar with both hands and lifting his heavy body completely off the ground to slam him. Crash! Mon slams onto the hard floor in agonizing pain. Vincent calmly stands there, casually dusting off his hands. Leaving his brother groveling in the dirt, Vincent turns to the shocked crowd and raises his voice to address them. The only thing a warrior should ever feel is reverence. So conquer your fear. It is the only path to reach the pinnacle of strength. His words open the children's eyes. Behind him, Mon Adenka is absolutely furious, grinding his teeth with pure malice. He yells out, "You absolute bastard," and swings his blade with deadly intent straight at Vincent. "How dare you provoke me in this very room?" The young man simply glides forward to evade. Safely out of range, he turns back and crouches into his combat stance. Julian is stunned by the sudden clash. But watching his older brother, the boy thinks they might have a chance. If luck is on their side, they can turn this crisis into a real opportunity. Right now, Adenka stands looming with rage. At the exact same time, near Yes City, a mountain of slain green monsters lies piled up in a small village. The chief steps forward to thank the female city lord for saving them. Tonight, the villagers can finally rest easy. Smiling, she waves off the gratitude. Since she has come all this way, the old chief invites her to stay for drinks. The city lord scratches her head, blushing. Technically, drinking during a mission is forbidden, but rejecting such warmth would be rude. Before she can finish, her vice city lord appears right behind her, asking to join in on the drinks as well. He gives her a deadpan stare. He needs a drink because his boss keeps driving him absolutely insane. She turns around, startled, to see Vago Pagoda standing there. Soon the table is piled high with mouth-watering food and wine. The female lord rests her chin in thought. Did that direct descendant Vincent Adenka really only defeat a synthesized element? As they sit in the tavern, Vago Pagoda sighs. She does not understand a single thing he is saying, does she? Naturally, she doesn't. Does he think she is some sort of magician? Vago Pagoda begins to explain Vincent actually discovered and destroyed something that even a 7-star warrior like her has never heard of. Doesn't she realize how mind-blowing that is? Taking a sip, Hokaken scoffs. Not really. Did not the other direct descendants go and destroy an entire snowy mountain? Or something like that? To her, the kid still seems pretty cowardly. Smiling mischievously, she begins to tease Vago Pagoda, asking if he is just thrilled to find someone who is as much of a coward as he is. Suddenly, a voice crackles from the communication stone, begging them to return to the city. Vago Pagoda clutches his head. What is happening? The scout reports that Adenka from the 9th class and Vincent are demanding a mediator for their duel. Now watch this news catches Vago Pagoda completely off guard. He can barely believe his own ears. Stepping into the teleportation gate, his face tightens with sheer anxiety. The kid has only just arrived at the academy. A moment later, on the arena floor, the two Adenka brothers, Vincent and Adenka, stand face to face while soldiers Vago Pagoda and the manager observe. Dormitory manager Braun reports that since this is an official duel between two direct heirs of the family, he had to accept Vincent's request. Vago Pagoda walks past Braun, praising him and ordering a full report on everything regarding the cadet. Stepping right between the two brothers, Vago Pagoda acknowledges that while Vincent caused a massive scene in the dorms, deserves severe disciplinary action. They will let it slide this time because of the official report Vincent submitted beforehand. Adenka glares quietly, cursing the clever little fox. Vincent merely smiles, saying he will happily take that as a compliment. Vago Pagoda steps up to declare that with his authority as commander, he officially approves this duel. He warns them to fight with honor. Vincent slowly draws his legendary Blood Lotus from beneath his cloak. Adenka readies his own blade but hesitates as he spots Vincent's weapon. He wonders if it is really the fabled Blood Lotus, pointing at his brother with suspicion. He asks if Vincent is trying to copy their father with some cheap knockoff. Vincent calmly asks if it really looks fake. Adenka scoffs confidently. He would bet his entire right hand that the weapon is a counterfeit. That was exactly what Vincent wanted to hear. With a deadly smile, Vincent tells him to remember those words. Adenka just laughs, fueling his hand with mana. He boasts that he will force a quick surrender with his special mental attack, the blessing of the Daughter of Fear. Unleashing this coercive mental pressure, the shockwave ripples outward, shaking the onlookers. Sien begins to tremble, and Sari is no exception, shivering in deep anxiety for her master. Julian asks him if he can handle this mental terror. But seeing how calm the young man remains, Julian is utterly baffled by his composure. How is he completely unaffected by it? The truth is simple. In Vincent's mind, a true swordsman must never feel fear in front of another blade wielder. Julian recalls Vincent's earlier declaration about how the only fear a true martial artist is permitted to feel is reverence. Vincent nods. It all comes down to mental fortitude and absolute determination. Adenka, on the other hand, begins to panic. He wonders how that bastard is still standing tall. Nearby, the spectators are just as shocked by Vincent's absolute calm. Roars, accusing him of cheating. Vincent Adenka completely ignores the trash talk, channeling his mana to coat his body in a purple shroud. With a brilliant purple light enveloping him, charges forward, sword in hand, screaming that he will tear Vin to pieces. Brings his blade down in a devastating strike right where Vincent Adenka is standing, flashing a smug, confident grin. He mocks his opponent, but his smugness quickly turns to pure shock. The shattered ground is completely empty. Where did he go? Before the arrogant bully can even process what just happened, Vincent Adenka silently reappears right behind his exposed back. Whipped around in total disbelief, wondering when he got there. But Vin immediately welcomes his dear brother with a devastating kick. Barely manages to bring his arms up to block, but the sheer force of the impact sends him sliding backward. Mon's arms throb with intense pain. Before he can even recover his stance, a sharp wave of sword mana flashes before his eyes. Vincent Adenka unleashes a powerful slash infused with freezing ice energy, forcing Mon to desperately raise his blade in a frantic block. The clash of their reinforced weapons creates a blinding flash. Mon grits his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against the pressure. The overwhelming force completely shatters his guard, blowing him backward and slamming his body hard onto the dusty ground. As Vincent Adenka leaps back into position, Mon is left groveling on the floor. Vago Pagoda watches, fully aware of Mon's pathetic state. Sure, everyone knows Mon is absolute garbage, but he only kept his status because his power overwhelmed the other Tier 9 cadets. But right now, Vincent Adenka's terrifying growth is completely threatening to strip that prestigious title away from him. While Sien watches in absolute worry, a purple-haired girl suddenly leans on his shoulder, casually asking what the commotion is about. Selbira asks why the dorms are empty. Then, spotting the battlefield, she wonders if that pathetic guy on the ground is Monday. Sien explains to her that the newcomer is Vin, who just joined them, and points out how incredibly skilled the guy is. Vin says a warrior's only allowed fear is respect. Sien looks on, wondering if he can ever become as strong as him. Selbira crosses her arms and steps forward, teasingly asking if Sien really wants to reach that level so badly. She notes that the fight is far from over. Down on the ground, Mon's hand suddenly begins to glow with an ominous light. Forcing a skill is one thing, but unleashing the raw power of a divine blessing is a completely different story. While Julian keeps cheering for Vin to beat him to a pulp, Vin's instincts tell him that something is deeply wrong here. He glances at Vago Pagoda, realizing that even though Mon has dropped his weapon, the lieutenant has not called the match yet. But get this, Mon's eyes suddenly flash gold as an absolutely massive pillar of light erupts from his body. This power belongs to a mighty god of lightning. Mon roars, ready to unleash the devastating fury of his divine gift. He invokes the blessing of the Giant King, unleashing a blinding light that completely wraps around Vincent Adenka, shocking him. An immense pressure weighs down on Vin, forcing him to brace himself as a sudden lightning bolt scorches his right hand. The severe electric shock leaves his hand completely blackened. In the distance, Mon stands wrapped in crackling waves of golden lightning. He laughs mockingly, asking Vin if he likes this power. The Giant King's blessing has supercharged his lightning abilities. Julian is horrified, shouting that this is impossible. He was bullied for years and never saw Mon use this secret technique. While the kid struggles to understand, Mon sneers mockingly, saying that there is no way a loser like him would know. Sparking with electricity, Mon explains that although he was born with this gift, he only mastered it after reaching the fortress. Vincent Adenka looks at him coldly, asking just how many years he has been hiding this hidden trump card. Mon laughs, claiming he never planned to hide it. With a smug grin, he explains it simply was not necessary. This arrogant claim leaves Vin completely stunned. Mon continues, explaining that his basic abilities were always more than enough. Since no opponent his age could ever stand against him, he never felt the need to endure painful lightning training. But the fortress demanded it for graduation, and as a direct descendant, he finally decided to put in some effort. Unlike the common trash, he never had to waste his time working or doing manual labor like a peasant. All that free time made him incredibly powerful, making it so much easier to torment and crush the worthless lower-class scum. Vin cuts him off with a furious roar, telling Mon to shut his mouth. Memories of his own past resurface. Vin snaps, telling him that with such a pathetic attitude, he will never achieve true mastery over his power. Vin grits his teeth, accusing Mon of abandoning his family duty while trampling all over the genuine efforts of others. Vin glares with glowing red eyes, a heavy purple mana aura flaring up around him as his anger boils over. He demands to know what the honor of the Inca name even means. Mon just laughs, gathering lightning in his palms. Crackling with power, Mon sneers that the strong write the rules, challenging Vin to try and beat him first. With those words, he fires another lightning blast straight at Vincent Adenka. Vin quickly dodges the attack while speaking. "You bet your own arm that this blood lotus was a fake, didn't you? I will show you how that very arm gets ruined." Vincent Adenka calculates that in 2 more moves he will use a phantom strike and prepare to end the fight, using the Blossom King's ultimate slash. Mon Adenka roars up at Vincent Adenka in the air, asking if he will allow that. Another flash of lightning rips right past Vin, but he manages to dodge it in the nick of time. Missing repeatedly drives Mon Adenka completely insane as he loses all control, screaming at the top of his lungs for Vin to die. A barrage of lightning rains down, but using his ice step, Vincent Adenka dodges every single strike. Vago Pagoda watches from the sidelines. He realizes the kid has completely lost control of his lightning energy and massive power he cannot master yet. The lightning's destructive force is terrifying. Each strike against the ceiling triggers a massive blast, leaving Siri paralyzed with fear. She stares up as the ceiling crumbles. A huge hole opens up, sending heavy debris raining straight down toward her. Vin spots the falling debris and panics, shouting out Siri's name. The terrified maid can only cover her head in defense. The rubble is about to crush her, but miraculously nothing happens. Sari slowly opens her eyes and looks up. Standing right there is Commander Vago Pagoda using his magic to form a barrier right over her. He asks if she is all right. Sari stammers that she is fine. He immediately orders Braun to disperse all the cadets, then turns back to Sari. He promises to teleport her to safety, but even as she worries for her young master, Vago Pagoda notices something unusual. He looks closely at her, sensing an incredible amount of magic surging through her body, which leaves her completely stunned. Down in the arena, Mon Adenka refuses to stop laughing maniacally while shouting at Vincent Adenka to keep running like a coward. Vin dashes around to dodge. He knows the attack is incredibly powerful, but it also leaves far too many critical openings. He just needs to find one weak spot and close in with Ice Step, but suddenly his mana runs dry. He realizes the danger too late. A bolt of lightning strikes him directly, blasting him backward onto the ground. Sprawled on the dirt, Vin realizes the mana cost for Ice Step is too high. He cannot sustain it like Relsa. That single dash was his limit. As Vago Pagoda prepares to leave, he sees Vin down, mocked by Mon Adenka's arrogant laughter. He realizes that although this is just a cadet duel, the destruction is too extreme. He should have intervened earlier. A massive magic barrier suddenly seals the entire arena. Wait now. Vin has even less room to dodge. Mon Adenka gets even cockier, asking what Vin will do now that the commander seems to be on his side. Vincent Adenka starts to worry. With restricted space, pulling off his sword techniques and closing the distance is nearly impossible. The enemy is overflowing with power, while Vin is still recovering and his Ice Step is pushed to its absolute limit. Julian speaks up with an idea. They do not need to get close. They can use the magic barrier to trigger an explosion. The blast will collapse directly onto Mon Adenka. Just then, Mon Adenka stomps the ground, firing endless lightning at a now calm Vin. Vin decides to trust Julian's strategy. The moment the lightning surge approaches, he leaps high into the air to dodge. He kicks off the overhead magic barrier to launch himself downward. But with this jump, his Ice Step is completely drained. Julian reassures him to trust the plan. Below him, Mon Adenka raises his hands, gathering an enormous ball of lightning. He mocks Vin's jump, shouting that there is no way to dodge his massive lightning blast in mid-air. He calls it the perfect grave for a bug like Vin. But Vincent Adenka draws his Blood Lotus, ready to turn the tables. Vin thrusts his blade directly into the magic barrier, carving a clean slice, ready to use Mon Adenka's own power against him. He slashes wildly to tear the barrier apart. Suddenly, Vago Pagoda senses something is seriously wrong with his magic shield. The lightning rips straight through the ruptured barrier, blasting the ceiling. A massive shower of heavy rubble comes crashing down. Mon Adenka realizes the danger too late. He is buried under the very debris he destroyed, screaming in absolute agony. He lies there, pinned under the heavy stones. Vincent Adenka steps forward, placing his foot right on top of the rubble. Resting his foot over Mon Adenka's chest, Vin states that a warrior's oath is absolute, then he leans in close. He promises to punish Mon Adenka's sins with the blade his father gave him. Mon Adenka screams in terror, begging him to stop. With a cold smirk and glowing crimson eyes, Vincent Adenka says a younger brother cannot let his brother become a complete liar. With those words, Vin swings his sword, instantly severing Mon Adenka's right arm with a single stroke. The severed arm flies as blood splatters across the floor. Vago Pagoda stands there frozen in shock, knowing his barrier was incredibly advanced. His barrier was built with layers upon layers of complex spellcasting, yet it was sliced through so easily. A completely sealed-off pocket dimension, isolated from the outside world, shattered in an instant by a single devastating slash. With glowing red eyes, Vincent Adenka stands right over Mon Adenka. The Blood Lotus sword was so razor-sharp that the pain took a second to register. Mon Adenka screams out in pure agony. Commander Vago Pagoda steps forward, declaring that the duel is over and stopping Vincent Adenka right there. Vincent Adenka turns and asks why the commander did not stop him. Vago Pagoda calmly replies that Mon Adenka agreed to those terms himself during the duel. Because of that, Vago Pagoda could not intervene. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the young master, making Vin turn to find Winston behind him. Winston brought a priest as Vin requested a level 5 non-permanent cleric named Chevin. She holds up her identification badge, asking a question. She asks who has been carrying around a level 2 clergy badge. Vincent Adenka steps up and says that it must be his. Chevin asks if the defeated man on the ground is level 90 cadet Mon Adenka. Did Vin actually beat him? How did he even obtain such a precious badge in the first place? As she bombards him with questions, Vin simply smirks. It is funny, he thinks. He tells her that the badge grants him the same treatment as its original owner. Hearing this, the priest finally realizes her mistake. A low-ranking level 5 priest like her has no right to ask such questions. She bows her head and asks if he wants her to heal his wounds. Vincent Adenka politely accepts and her magic begins to flow. Just like that, his blackened, charred arm gradually recovers. Watching Vincent Adenka heal, Mon Adenka coughs up blood, shouting in rage that this entire situation was a devious setup. He demands that they heal his own wounds as well. Vincent Adenka turns around with a sinister smirk looking down at his older brother. Vin acts hesitant, asking if healing Mon Adenka's arm is truly the best choice. He claims to have Mon Adenka's best interests in mind. While Mon Adenka struggles to understand his twisted logic, Vincent Adenka continues, reminding him of what he put on the line. Mon Adenka wagered his right arm in an official duel. Since they both agreed to those terms, wouldn't healing it ruin his pride? Mon Adenka is absolutely furious. He realizes Vin is forcing him to make a cruel choice between his pride and his right arm. Julian watches in delight, thinking that this is a sweet taste of revenge. Vincent Adenka, however, remains cautious around him. Knowing how dangerous Julian can be, Vin reminds himself that it is always best to stay on his good side. The warden and the other cadets gather around in disbelief, wondering if Vincent Adenka really won. Meanwhile, Vin pressures Mon Adenka to choose. Even if the gods grant a miracle, once that severed arm completely dies, it can never be attached again. Time is running out. Mon Adenka painfully chooses his arm over his pride. Julian pretends not to hear, asking him to speak up so everyone can hear. He wants all the other cadets to witness this humiliation. Mon Adenka finally screams, telling them to stop playing games and heal him. He throws away his pride completely. Satisfied with this total submission, Vincent Adenka turns back to the priest. He requests that she heal his brother now. As the priest begins reattaching Mon Adenka's arm, Vago Pagoda uses magic to clean up the debris. The priest warns Mon Adenka to avoid overexertion and heavy training, as this healing process does not grant perfect restoration. He must take it easy, avoiding any heavy physical training, as this high-level healing magic is not completely flawless. Samion speaks up, finding it absolutely hard to believe that Mon Adenka was defeated. Selbera smiles, agreeing that Vin does not look half bad up close. Taking a deep breath, Samion musters the courage to ask. He asks if he can ever become strong like Vincent Adenka. Vin turns back and gently tells him that overcoming fear is the key. If Samion can conquer his own fear, he will surely reach heights far beyond his current potential. This encouragement hit home. These timely words spark hope, instantly moving the young boy to tears. Mon Adenka, however, is still burning with absolute rage. He tells himself that a single victory does not justify Vin acting so smug. Even worse, the others are already sucking up to him. Mon Adenka tightly grips a stone in his hand, reminding himself that he is still the undisputed king of this place. It is not too late. He plans to channel his energy into the rock and hurl it directly at Vin's head, but a foot steps down. A heavy boot stomps down, stopping him cold. Commander Vago Pagoda glares down, explaining the only reason he tolerated his tyrant behavior. Mon Adenka's arm needs to fully heal so he can hold a sword again in a month. Vago Pagoda adds that because of an irresponsible superior, he is already buried in work. Mon Adenka needs to stop being a nuisance. Vago Pagoda warns him not to cause any more trouble. Mon Adenka bows his head in submission. A week later, in Commander Vago Pagoda's office, a familiar figure is seen practicing. Left hand resting on a sword, right hand placed over the chest. Julian is teaching Vincent Adenka how to express formal condolences. Vago Pagoda sits with crossed arms, noting that while Vin is his sister's guest, he is about 4 months too late to offer condolences. Vago Pagoda closes his eyes solemnly, admitting this is quite uncomfortable. Vin is returning to the main family as the 7th son. But since Vago Pagoda is just a commander who used to be a lowly mercenary, their dynamic is bound to be pretty awkward. Without giving Vincent Adenka a single chance to reply, Vago Pagoda continues to lay out the reality of their situation. Frowning, Vago Pagoda realizes this kid knew his name from the very beginning, having investigated both him and his older sister before ever approaching. With an incredibly serious look in his eyes, he stares at Vincent Adenka and demands to know what his real motive actually is. Sighing, Vincent Adenka admits that he has actually been investing in his sister Vanel Pagoda, which catches Vago Pagoda completely off guard. He asks if the boy wants him as the family heir to pay back those investments, and Vincent Adenka gives a brutally honest answer. Sure, he wanted that initially, but after investing in Vago Pagoda himself and hearing his full story, he had to reflect on things. This confession leaves Vago Pagoda stunned, and Vincent Adenka goes on about a young boy crushed and suppressed by his harsh upbringing. He just wanted to talk after hearing about that struggle, but Vago Pagoda remains cold, saying he knows his own situation best. Vago Pagoda warns that the kid won't get the answers he wants, explaining how he fled his home and the magic tower years ago. He abandoned the Samion family magic tower that had cast him aside, choosing instead to survive as a low-life mercenary. Now, after all this time, he is stationed on the dangerous Adenka front lines, chuckling softly at how different he is now. He claims to have no lingering affection for his sister or family, but Vincent Adenka asks why he still carries the name Pagoda. The heavy question forces Vago Pagoda into a deep silence, and the room grows quiet as the two simply stare at each other. Maybe they finally understand each other. Meanwhile, back in the dorms, Mon Adenka stands in the corner, watching his classmates chat. They give him a cold, dismissive glance before turning right back to their conversation, ignoring his presence entirely. Feeling completely powerless, Adenka walks back to his bed and flops down, staring blankly up at the ceiling. Clenching his fists in anger, he covers his face, realizing his entire social standing was ruined after just one single defeat. Who wouldn't be furious? His eyes burn with absolute hatred, and he swears to himself that he will murder Vincent Adenka. Just then, a creepy black mist oozes from the bottom of his bed, forming a dark shadow with glowing red eyes. The entity asks if Adenka wants to kill him, and as the boy panics, the voice offers to help him do it. Back in Vago Pagoda's room, Vincent Adenka points out that the Pagoda family has always been a prestigious lineage of master wizards. Since Vago Pagoda lived as a mercenary, carrying such a famous last name must have held him back and caused endless trouble. Before the kid can even finish his sentence, Vago Pagoda snaps and aggressively tells him to shut his mouth. Glaring fiercely, Vago Pagoda snaps that a starless brat like him has no right to speak, as if he understands everything. Gritting his teeth, Vago Pagoda fumes that Vincent Adenka has no idea what he suffered or how painful leaving the tower was. Standing up to face him, Vago Pagoda declares that if war breaks out between the Samion and Adenka families, he has plans. He vows to slaughter the magic tower wizards who ruin his life first, but Vincent Adenka just nods in deep empathy. Startled, Vago Pagoda demands an explanation, but Vincent Adenka calmly admits that he used to feel the exact same toxic way. Deep down, he did not actually crave vengeance, he just wanted to be accepted, loved, and valued by others. He suggests Vago Pagoda keeps the Pagoda name because he secretly still loves his family, a truth that hits him hard. As silence falls over them, Vago Pagoda collapses back into his chair, suddenly remembering how bright and talented his sister was. He tolerated all the abuse and bullying growing up purely out of the deep respect and admiration he had for her. Yet her blinding genius also became the source of his misery, casting a shadow over everything he did. Everywhere he went, people constantly asked why he could not even be half as good as his sister, Vanel Pagoda. Unable to bear the suffocating pressure and abuse, he fled. But looking up, Vago Pagoda admits he misjudged Vincent Adenka from the start. Vincent Adenka gently points out that humans are complex and being totally honest with oneself is never an easy thing. Vago Pagoda chuckles, finding it quite funny that he is actually taking life advice from a kid half his age. Standing up, he says that even though his sister is gone, he can finally stop lying to himself about his feelings. He smiles and offers to become his primary sponsor, meaning the boy will never have to worry about money again. Vincent Adenka is absolutely thrilled, thanking Vago Pagoda repeatedly for this incredibly generous financial offer that secures his future in the city. Julian, on the other hand, can only think about how his money is finally returning to his pockets as they leave. Julian praises his silver tongue, listing off Revan, Adenka, Relsa, Master, Hansen, and now Captain Vago Pagoda as targets he has manipulated. Vincent Adenka protests, asking why Julian treats him like a common swindler when everything he told those men was completely sincere. Julian is in absolute awe, saying it comes straight from the heart. Of course, senses from 500 years ago would be nothing short of incredible. Vincent Adenka suddenly freezes when a faint sound echoes from ahead. Even Selbira praises him, finding it hard to believe he actually succeeded. He actually secured backing from Marshal Vago Pagoda. CN quickly agrees, noting how the notoriously strict commander has never sponsored anyone before. Vincent Adenka steps up and introduces CN before asking who she is. She reaches out her hand and introduces herself as the representative. She is from the 9th grade SBI Junior Cadet Military Academy. Because female students use the second floor, they have never met before. Vincent Adenka does not. Vincent Adenka shakes her hand without hesitation. He admits it is his first time hearing about a representative for junior military cadets. The girl replies, asking if he really thinks his brother completed his mission properly. She is the one responsible for reporting to the professors. Vincent Adenka is suddenly startled, sensing something dangerous. A pair of massive eyes looms behind the girl. He realizes that although her level is incomparable to his mother's, her unique trait feels remarkably similar. Meanwhile, Selbira silently notes that her trait is special. It allows her to inspect the strength and potential of her opponents. She wonders how this boy managed to defeat Molon. The girl looks at him in confusion. He has no star symbol or red indicator, meaning she cannot evaluate his actual potential at all. Vincent Adenka quickly pulls his hand back. He bluntly tells her that he does not appreciate her scanning him with her trait like that. The girl quickly apologizes if she made him feel uncomfortable. Inside, she is shocked, wondering how he could possibly detect her secret scan. Usually, even the professors cannot sense it on their first try. Selbira is utterly baffled as Vincent Adenka tilts his head to ask. He asks what they are doing out here. Selbira fires back, asking what he is doing, wandering around alone as a cadet. CN anxiously chimes in, saying it is dangerous to be out in the freezing cold. He insists that he should always stay with friends. Selbira playfully teases that he might run into the evil spirit of Daven. Upon hearing that familiar name, Vincent Adenka quickly reacts. He rushes forward, grabs her by the shoulders, and demands to know every single detail about this evil spirit of Daven. Selbira blushes slightly at his sudden closeness. Sien asks if he knows about the legendary Archdemon from 500 years ago. After the Archdemon was defeated by the Hero King, his soul shattered across the world, leaving behind powerful lingering remnants. These remnants make contracts with martial artists, granting them immense power in exchange for using their very lives as collateral. This allows them to achieve their deepest desires. Vincent Adenka wonders silently if this archdemon actually exists in this world. He wonders if the legend was just fabricated to pin all the blame on him. Selbira finally recovers her composure and interrupts. She mentions that while there are occasional reports of soul contractors, she does not really believe any of them are real. Vincent Adenka listens intently, thinking there is no way an ancient spirit from 500 years ago could still be around. Meanwhile, Molon is facing that exact dark entity. The evil spirit tempts him, offering a contract to grant his every wish. Molon breaks into a cold sweat, frowning as he asks if this ancient legendary demon spirit is actually standing before him. The entity circles around him, whispering that his identity does not matter. The only thing that matters is achieving his goals. And get this, Molon is actually starting to waver. The spirit continues to coax him, reminding him that he is the king. The spirit urges him to reclaim his throne. Striking at his deepest pride, Molon's eyes turn red as the corruption takes hold. The dark energy slowly consumes him. Back at the dorm, Vincent Adenka and Sien return quietly to find their roommates fast asleep. Sien waves goodbye, mentioning he has night watch duty and needs to head out immediately. Vincent Adenka smiles and thanks him. But as Vincent Adenka looks over, he is suddenly startled. He notices that Molon's bed is completely empty. He wonders where Molon could have gone. Outside, Sien walks through the freezing wind and snow holding a small lantern. Assigned to the night watch, Sien carries a signaling horn around his neck as he patrols the quiet, empty path. The silent dark night feels incredibly eerie. Suddenly, Sien spots a strange mixture of black and red energy swirling ahead. Sien calls out to ask who is there, raising his lantern high. Before he can even react, a sudden strike flashes. His left arm is severed instantly, blood spurting everywhere. Sien looks up in sheer terror at the monstrous figure before him. A voice echoes from the swirling red and black aura, expressing frustration for missing his throat on that initial strike. Sien trembles. He asks if it is really Molon. It is indeed him, completely consumed by the evil spirit. A sinister aura wraps around his entire body. He chuckles wickedly and demands to know where Vincent Adenka is hiding. Sien tightly clutches his severed arm. Facing a massive, terrifying Molon, he ignores the pain and grips his sword tightly. Sien demands to know if Molon has made a pact with a demon. Molon looks down at him with sheer contempt. He mocks Sien for having the guts to point a sword at him. Sien screams and lunges forward with all his might, but his courage is cut short. Molon instantly grabs him by the throat and slams his head to the ground. Molon sneers that anyone who points a sword at the king must be executed. He raises his dark blade with murderous intent. Sien is pinned down, completely helpless. He closes his eyes and prepares for the fatal blow as the sword swings down. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of blue sword energy slashes across Molon, saving Sien's life at the very last second. Barely escaping death, the young boy looks up to see who saved him. Warden Braun stands there, sword firmly in hand. He looks at Adenka, declaring that contracting with an evil spirit means he has completely abandoned a warrior's sacred honor. Words are completely useless now. Adenka sneers at Braun, muttering that breaking the warden will be far more fun than Sien. Realizing his physical attacks did absolutely nothing to the monster, the warden quickly orders Sien to ring the emergency bell. Meanwhile, back in the dormitory, Vincent Adenka sits quietly on his bed, staring intensely at Adenka's empty and silent bunk. Something feels terribly wrong. Why on earth is Adenka still missing at this hour, and why does no one else care? Suddenly, the alarm bell blares. Vincent Adenka jolts awake instantly, and everyone in the room scrambles out of their beds. When he asks about the noise, they explain it is the emergency alarm, meaning something terrible happened to the patrol. Panic sets in. Vincent Adenka remembers Sien mentioning earlier that he was scheduled for patrol duty tonight of all nights. Alongside all the other anxious cadets, he rushes out to check the situation, his hurried footsteps echoing down the dark corridor. No coat. He grabs the Blood Lotus sword and runs out with the others, his mind completely racing with fear. She is also rushing down the hallway stairs. Spotting him, she admits she has absolutely no idea what is going on. Just like the rest, she simply ran. But Vincent Adenka instantly detects the sharp and unmistakable scent of blood. Drawing on 500 years of battle experience, Vincent Adenka senses a sinister aura and tells Selbira to contact the commander immediately. He urges her to report this emergency immediately, warning they will definitely need backup from higher-ranking authorities very soon. "Follow me," he yells out loudly to the anxious group, guiding them toward the main exit with absolute and unwavering authority. The cadets quickly follow Vincent Adenka outside. As they step out, they realize the emergency alarm bell has completely stopped. Vincent Adenka also feels the fluctuating mana streams dying down quietly, wondering if the entire battle has already come to an end. While Selbira loudly urges the crowd to hurry, Vincent Adenka uses a special form of communication to speak to her. He warns her not to react outwardly and simply listen, asking if they can construct some kind of defensive barrier. Vincent Adenka explains that the initial battle has ended and communication is cut, meaning the enemy has likely won. After a brief moment, Selbira responds that she knows the triangle barrier, one of the 7 basic barriers of Adenka. Yet a deep look of hesitation crosses her face as the frantic group continues to push toward the exit. The real issue is that the formation requires a level 5 warrior or higher just to stabilize the barrier's core. Without that level of strength, the barrier will collapse. If they can find Professor Brand New, it might work. Vincent Adenka quickly understands the dilemma. Just then, they reach the exit, pushing the heavy doors wide open to the night. Fresh blood splatters the ground. And get this, a battered body is suddenly thrown right at their feet. It is Warden Braun lying completely motionless, with his eyes closed, dark blood pouring from a massive wound in his abdomen. A dark shadow lunges directly toward Vincent Adenka, hissing that it has finally found him as a sword thrusts out. Adenka's pale arm emerges from the darkness. Vincent Adenka instantly draws the Blood Lotus and delivers a powerful slash to block. The sinister blade is repelled. With the attacker's face still hidden, Vincent Adenka demands to know who they are. Adenka's face slowly emerges from the darkness, sneering at the gathered crowd that every single person who opposes him will perish. Vincent Adenka glares in anger, demanding to know what Adenka did. Beside him, Selbira panics at the terrifyingly dark aura. The terrified cadets behind them tremble in fear as she notes these traits perfectly match those possessed by Daven's evil spirits. He freezes, having faced similar dark forces before. He knows exactly how devastating this kind of magic is. Adenka raises his hand, gathering a swirling vortex of dark energy, declaring he will show everyone who their true king is. He unleashes a crushing wave of pressure amplified by the evil spirit, choking the cadets as the energy invades. Several students cough violently, trembling uncontrollably under the sheer weight of the force, while others cover their ears in sheer agony. This technique is far stronger than before. Vincent Adenka urges them to stay calm, raising Blood Lotus to channel mana. He loudly commands them to remember they are warriors and draw their weapons, successfully shattering the oppressive fear in an instant. The crushing pressure disperses. Adenka scowls in frustration, realizing that Vincent Adenka is actively breaking his mental hold on them. Vincent Adenka grinds his teeth in worry. A level 5 warden was easily defeated. Can he really expect to take down Adenka completely alone? Facing this demon alone is impossible. They desperately need the backup forces that Selbira had tried to call in. Meanwhile, over at Vago Pagoda's office, the commander is busy writing at his desk when his communication stone suddenly starts glowing brightly. Until backup finally arrives, Vincent Adenka must somehow find a way to stall for time with these inexperienced cadets. Vin asks Selbira if she can perfectly summon that barrier from earlier, startling her completely. She stammers that she has memorized it, so Vin tells her to prepare everyone to form a triangular barrier together. Selbira grabs his shoulder. Did he forget they absolutely need a level 5 martial artist to act as the core? But Vincent Adenka completely shocks her with his answer. He calmly declares that he will take on that center role himself. He channels every last drop of mana in his body, wrapping himself in a surging purple aura as he repeats his claim. Hearing him insist on being the core makes Selbira panic. How could a kid who is not even a 5-star master do this? She warns him he will be crushed the second the array forms, but Vincent Adenka just turns to her with a serious look. He reminds her that she is an official cadet now and needs to make the choice that actually saves these people. Realizing he is right, she commands the cadets to form the defensive triangle, which only makes Adenka laugh like a psychopath. Adenka laughs. Is this group suicide? Vincent Adenka just smiles back, telling him he is the one who should worry. Failing after selling his soul to a demon would be pretty embarrassing. Vin taunts, which absolutely strikes a nerve with the villain. Adenka sneers and welcomes the challenge, telling them to build their little barrier so he can slaughter them all. Julian is terrified. He begs Vincent Adenka to use his ice movement to escape, but Vin points out he would have run long ago if he wanted to. Running now means leaving everyone behind to die, which is not an option. Behind him, the 9th grade cadets brace themselves. They raise their swords in unison, channeling their energy as the massive defensive triangular array finally takes shape with Vin at the peak. The glowing barrier envelops the squad, but inside, Vin immediately grimaces as his mana starts to drain at a rapid pace. He must stand firm. If he wavers, the array collapses. Adenka just laughs, his dark eyes locked on the boy. Adenka fires a massive dark slash right at the barrier. He mocks the boy, asking if he is already exhausted. The heavy blow bounces right off the shield, but the impact still forces the cadets to strain themselves to the absolute limit. Adenka cannot believe his full power strike was completely blocked. his face contorting in pure rage as his teeth grind together. He wonders how this annoying brat is still standing. Raising his glowing red blade, Vincent Adenka calmly delivers a brutal insult. "Is that all?" Vin asks. Hearing this, Adenka absolutely loses his mind, his dark aura surging like crazy. He screams, asking if Vin can handle another hit. Then he unleashes an even more devastating wave of dark energy. The chaotic blast slams directly into the barrier. Honestly, you can feel the sheer tension through the screen right now. On one side, Adenka laughs maniacally, backed by demonic energy, while Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, barely holding on using shared mana. Vin struggles under the pressure. The Demon Soul's boost has made the villain's lightning and sword techniques far too powerful. Adenka cackles maniacally. He pours even more mana into his attack, telling these worthless ants to tremble before him. They struggle to hold their ground. Suddenly, wild sparks of dark lightning slip right through the cracks of the barrier. The energy shocks the cadets, but their terror peaks as a massive entity begins to manifest right before their eyes. A colossal evil spirit with glowing crimson eyes stares down at them. The terrified kids can only stammer in absolute shock. Adenka laughs, gloating that their pure, unadulterated fear is exactly what he has been waiting to savor this entire time. Vincent Adenka rallies them, shouting not to lose hope because a martial artist should only fear losing their pride and dignity. He tells them not to fear a coward who threw away his honor for demon power. Selbira watches him, deeply moved. His words lift everyone's spirits, reducing the pressure on the barrier. She wonders if this boy is really only 14. No time to waste. Selbira shakes off her thoughts and rallies the remaining 9th grade cadets to prepare their energy. She orders them to channel all their mana into the array on her mark, and the terrified kids suddenly look resolute. Their fear vanishes. Selbira counts down 1, 2, 3, and on her mark, they channel all their mana at once. The massive influx of energy triggers a violent backlash, blasting Adenka and his demonic shroud away from the barrier. Adenka slides backward across the dirt, dragging his sword to halt his momentum. Repelled twice now, he growls in pure rage. Adenka curses them, but Vincent Adenka calmly tells him to give up because the academy instructors are already on their way. Time is on their side. Vin adds that if the villain stops and repents right now, he might actually survive this. Adenka looks down, genuinely hesitating for a moment, but the sinister demon spirit quickly manifests to manipulate his mind again. The spirit reminds him of his true desire to slaughter every last student here, prompting Adenka to sink back into darkness. He stands up with a massive surge of dark energy. Honestly, he looks completely possessed as he screams at the top of his lungs. He shrieks that his only remaining goal is to watch them die in absolute terror no matter what happens to him. Vincent Adenka gasps in shock that Guy's dark mana is surging even higher. Adenka is clearly gearing up for a lethal finishing blow. Evil energy coils tightly around Adenka's hand and blade. Without warning, he swings his sword upward, aiming a brutal strike straight at Vincent Adenka's chest. "Die," he screams, unleashing a strike so violent the defensive barrier starts to buckle and the ground underneath them begins to tear apart. The shockwave of dark lightning forces the cadets backward. Through the chaos, Selbira desperately shouts to the group, trying to warn them of the danger. "Watch out for flying debris," she yells, just as the shattered earth explodes upward, sending a hail of sharp rocks tearing through the air. One cadet takes a brutal hit right to the neck and collapses backward. But Vincent Adenka stands firm, anchoring himself against the storm. Clutching the Blood Lotus sword, he refuses to budge. He will protect his team even as the defensive barrier spiderwebs with deep cracks. With his allies falling behind him, Vincent Adenka grimaces as the shield flickers. Seizing the opening, Adenka leaps high into the air to strike. "It is over." Vincent Adenka sneers, bringing his blade down. Fear grips Vin, but his gaze remains locked, absolutely refusing to retreat. The incoming strike is pure horror, fusing black lightning with dark magic. Can this dying, fractured barrier possibly hold against such raw force? The impact is deafening, but as the smog of evil energy clears, a miracle happens. The fading barrier is somehow still barely standing. Vincent Adenka stares in absolute disbelief. He is still breathing and the shield is still up. How is this even physically possible? He looks down and spots Samion collapse on the dirt. Dragging his broken body forward, Samion is channeling his final drops of mana. He crawls over to reinforce the shield at the exact moment of impact. Even Adenka is stunned, staring at the half-dead warrior. How is this trash still moving? Adenka fumes, completely baffled. But Samion looks up, his eyes burning with defiance as he speaks. "I will never cower before your dark power again," Samion rasps. Adenka sneers, his rage fueling the dark parasite eating away his mind. The demonic spirit takes a tighter grip on his soul. Screaming curses at them, Adenka glares with hollow, murderous eyes. "Stop looking at me like that if you value your lives," Adenka roars. Vincent Adenka struggles to keep his cool, rallying his team. "Hold the line, we just need to buy a little more time." Vincent Adenka urges, knowing full well Samion is running on empty. Samion won't survive another hit. But right then, Vincent Adenka's eyes widen as a jagged, glowing stream of mana materializes before him. He hasn't even drawn a stance yet. How is he suddenly able to see these hidden glowing pathways of sword mana? The celestial tracks of a secret sword art flash in his mind, tracing a clear lethal path directly through Mon Adenka's right arm. The plan was to wait for reinforcements, but with the barrier failing, can they even afford to hesitate? He is torn. Launching an attack now is highly risky, but waiting around for backup means they will likely all get crushed. Cracks spread rapidly across the barrier. Time has run out, they are about to be left completely defenseless. Left with no other choice, Vincent Adenka calls out to Selbira to get ready because the shield is breaking. She looks back in sheer panic. "Wait, what do you mean?" she stammers. Vincent Adenka swings his sword, coiling mana around Blood Lotus, ordering everyone to switch stances immediately. Mon Adenka laughs like a maniac, welcoming the challenge. Vincent Adenka lets out a cold breath, focusing entirely on preparing his next major technique. Activating the second form, Galactic Wanderer, Vincent Adenka leaps out of the barrier, launching himself straight at Mon Adenka with a flurry of strikes. Deep gashes open on Mon Adenka's body, drawing dark blood. But the attack has heavily drained Vincent Adenka's mana, leaving him gasping for air. He clicks his tongue in frustration. He missed the precise mana points. The vision showed him he is going to have to try again. But before he can even recover his stance, dark lightning erupts around him. A terrifying, raspy voice echoes through the blinding sparks. "Is that all you've got?" Mon Adenka mocks, conjuring a massive sphere of dark lightning. "Did you really think I'd just stand here and let you slash me? I'm going to burn you to absolute ash, Vincent Adenka." A beam of dark mana shoots forward, and Vin barely manages to raise his arms. The blast tears his shirt to shreds and sends him stumbling back, barely holding his ground. At least his pants survived the impact. His left arm is charred and useless, making it painful to even grip his sword, but he refuses to let his friends down. Clenching his jaw, Vincent Adenka forces his broken body forward. He needs to end this fight right now before his remaining strength completely evaporates. "Take this, you bastard," he screams, pouring every ounce of his remaining soul into one desperate swing. But before the blade can connect, Mon Adenka casually reaches out and catches the sword barehanded. Wearing a sickening grin, he mockingly thanks Vincent Adenka for the easy target. Vincent Adenka coughs up blood, completely spent. Mon Adenka sneers right in his face, asking if Vin really thought he was that stupid. "Striking with a ruined arm makes you predictable." Mon Adenka laughs, sending a surge of black lightning directly into Vincent Adenka's crippled hand. Agony rips through his body, forcing him to drop the Blood Lotus. His arm turns completely black under the corrosive dark magic. "You are done for, Vincent Adenka." Mon Adenka cackles as the sword tumbles. But in that split second, a desperate thought flashes in Vin's mind. In his past life, this would have been game over. But this time, his other arm is still perfectly fine. "You absolute idiot," he sneers inwardly, snatching the falling Blood Lotus with his healthy right hand. The battle isn't over yet. Guided by the starlight flashing in his mind, his right hand unleashes an absolute sword strike. A legendary slash called the Hepingsean strike swings from the right and cleanly severs Mon Adenka's right arm. He screams in pure agony, watching his severed limb fall. The limb begins to dissolve. Boom! Instantly, a massive explosion erupts right where Mon Adenka stands, blasting dirt and heavy rocks into the air. Severe fatigue is clearly written all over Vincent Adenka's face. Sweat drips down. He wonders if the bastard is finally down. Then a dark shadow slowly emerges from the thick dust. Mon Adenka glares right at him and screams in rage, "How dare you cut off my arm twice, Vin?" Tran notices that the evil energy inside his opponent has completely vanished. Could that mysterious black slash have actually been the key to sever the connection between Mon Adenka and that dark soul? Meanwhile, the villain continues to rage and screams that he will never forgive him. Charging forward, he vows to shred Vincent Adenka to pieces and feed him to wild beasts. A sphere of lightning in his hand is fully charged, aimed directly at Vincent Adenka as he yells for the bastard to die. Amazingly, Vincent Adenka remains quite calm, thinking that it is not over yet. To stop him, he needs to swing his sword one more time, but the moment he channels his mana, suddenly his body freezes. Zero strength. He cannot move. Watching the madman charge right at him, he begins to panic. Damn it, his body needs to move now. Everyone pooled their power to support him this far. There is no way he can give up. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself he cannot fail here. He still needs to find out what happened 500 years ago. Just as panic sets in, a booming voice commands Mon Adenka to stop causing trouble. Suddenly, glowing bands of green light materialize and wrap tightly around his body, suspending him in midair right in front of Vincent Adenka. Mon Adenka struggles, frantically screaming for them to let him go. Behind him, Captain Vago Pagoda slowly emerges from a magic circle. Mon Adenka recognizes him, but Vago Pagoda immediately cuts him off, warning him not to act like they are acquainted. Instantly, Vago Pagoda summons a massive magic circle that begins to erect, giant ice blocks to lock Mon Adenka's feet. His entire body starts freezing and he panics, screaming for it to stop. Meanwhile, armed, with a whip in hand, the city lord makes her entrance. She tells Mon Adenka to just give up because once they are done, he will never escape. Standing beside Vago Pagoda, she explains that this magic binds him directly to his own mind's illusion, the crystal prison. Hokaken notes that while it takes quite a bit of time to prepare, any magic user caught in it can absolutely never escape. With only his head left unfrozen, Mon Adenka continues to uselessly scream and curse with his mouth. "Curse you, Vincent Adenka," he desperately howls before being fully frozen, warning him not to think this is the end. The spell completes, locking Mon Adenka inside a solid pillar of ice. The city lord turns to look at the boy and asks if he is Vincent Adenka. She notes that he is the kid Vago Pagoda kept praising so highly. Vincent Adenka stands completely frozen. Seeing him looking so exhausted, Hokaken playfully teases if his injuries are actually too severe for him to even open his mouth. Looking at the kneeling boy, she admits he has incredible endurance and has saved quite a lot of people today. Walking over to pat his head, she gently tells him that she and Vago Pagoda will handle the rest, meaning he can finally rest. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka's eyes flash with a strange red light. Some kids run over immediately asking if he is doing all right. Then darkness fades. Vincent Adenka suddenly finds himself standing in a vast, empty white space surrounded by floating frames. He wonders where on earth he is. Just then, Julian's familiar voice calls out to him. The young boy appears, asking what he did to make his body so completely exhausted. Vincent Adenka looks at the child in front of him in shock, asking if he is truly Julian. After a long night cleaning up, Hokaken stands inside the Lord's mansion looking slightly stiff. She bows deeply in front of the family head, offering her respects to his glory and greeting Lord Adenka. Seeing her stiffness, the family head tells Hokaken to drop the heavy formalities and speak comfortably. Stripped of that rigid etiquette, she looks far more relaxed. Acknowledging his kind words, she addresses him as Lord Khan. Meanwhile, he rests both of his hands on the desk in front of him, asking what happened. Preparing her report, she knows this news is not pleasant. Standing before the family head's desk to summarize that night, she shifts to the casualties. For the class, 9 students. About 15 were injured, though none are in critical condition. Unfortunately, however, one instructor has died. His name was Braun, a 5-star warrior. Meanwhile, student Cien luckily survived his clash with Mon Adenka. Listening quietly, Lord Khan solemnly promises to support the fallen warrior, his grieving family, and all of the young trainees who were injured. He orders full support for them until they completely recover. Hokaken bows, deeply blaming herself and saying she should have handled the situation sooner. However, Khan is an understanding leader, noting many unpredictable things happen with those contracted to evil spirits. Her decisive action to stop him was absolutely correct, but then he pauses, casting a highly skeptical gaze right at her. Frowning slightly, the Lord asks if Mon Adenka is seriously still alive after making a contract with such a wicked spirit. He explains that those who contract with evil spirits are granted an immense source of power in exchange for their lives. Once that power runs out, they die. The Lord of the castle adds that the fortress mages have already analyzed the situation. They found no specific cause. But according to the cadets who fought in that battle, one strange thing stood out. Mon Adenka went completely unhinged and furious after Vincent severed his arm, and worst of all, that arm could not be reattached. This news leaves Patriarch Khan utterly astonished. He wonders if it was the same strange swordsmanship the boy used back then. During the Grand Sword Tournament, Khan immediately orders a heavy punishment for Mon Adenka, who completely broke the Sacred Warrior Code by dealing with an evil spirit. Currently locked away in the dungeon, Mon Adenka listens as they read off his severe sentence. He is sentenced to life in the darkest dungeon. All news of him will be suppressed and his name erased. To prevent any future threat, his tendons will be severed. Mon Adenka can only listen in despair, knowing his warrior days are over. He will never hold a sword again. Khan then turns his focus to rewarding Vincent, asking where the boy is. Hokaken stammers at the question. They brought the boy to the main estate after treatment, but he still hasn't woken up. He has been unconscious for days. Meanwhile, Vincent and Julian find themselves in a white void filled with floating frames. When Vincent wonders about this strange place, Julian explains that he was pulled in right after the boy lost consciousness. But looking closely at their bizarre surroundings, Julian suspects they are actually trapped deep inside Mon Adenka's own fading memories. Vincent wonders why that would happen, and Julian admits he has the same question, pointing to the dark swordsmanship. He wonders if Vincent's dark sword technique triggered this. Vincent realizes nothing like this ever happened in his past life. He has entered the mind of a defeated foe. Mon Adenka had made a deal with an evil spirit, and when Vincent used his shadow sword style, it must have forged this bizarre connection. Suddenly, a sound from a frame behind them catches his attention. A voice grumbles that he did not want to go. The frame reveals Adenka arguing with Vago Pagoda, boasting of his strength. He questions why he even needs to train his lightning arts. It seems they are witnessing his past conversation with Vago Pagoda. The lieutenant warns him that as a proud son of Adenka, he cannot afford to make a fool of himself on stage. He demands that if Adenka wants to survive his match, he needs to unleash his lightning power right away. Vincent realizes this is why the lieutenant pressured Adenka. In the memory, the annoyed boy sits on the ground. The boy reluctantly agrees, forming a glowing triangle of lightning before his chest to carefully channel his mana flow. Both Vincent and Julian watch in utter shock. They are looking directly at the legendary lightning mana flow. As they study his movements, a sinister black mist suddenly gathers behind Vincent, prompting him to spin around. He calls out to Julian only to find him gone. The pure white void has vanished, replaced by a choking black fog. A cold arm wraps around his shoulder as a chillingly familiar voice whispers, asking why his mother wanted him dead. It is the ghost of his mother from his past life. Vincent clutches his head, realizing these are his own painful memories. More familiar faces emerge from the dark, showing Master Nadia Falk and even Aslan, but they are all fading away. Vincent reaches out his hand in vain, desperately wondering what truly happened to his allies after his tragic death. Before he can find an answer, a blade pierces straight through his chest. He recognizes the culprit immediately. It is Kajin, replaying the very moment of his betrayal. Suddenly, Vincent finds his body bound by heavy chains. He is back in the grim prison of the Samion family, trapped behind the cold stone walls of his past life. From beyond the iron bars, a voice tells him he did nothing wrong and that power cannot hide the truth. Vincent wonders who it is, only to see a tearful Aslan making a solemn promise to fight for him. Recognizing his old friend, Vincent softly calls his name as he watches the boy walk away across the stone floor. The scene shifts and an adult Aslan, regal yet deeply sorrowful, suddenly stands right in front of him. Vincent is completely stunned, wondering how Aslan could look like this since he only remembered him as a child. The mysterious figure speaks, revealing a shocking truth. Aslan is actually Julian, leaving the boy completely paralyzed with shock. He begs for an explanation, but the mysterious figure only leaves him with a final promise to meet again. 500 years in the future, a sword-wielding Aslan stands beside a bound and kneeling Vincent, linked by destiny. As a new dawn breaks over their centuries-old promise, Vincent remains utterly dazed and consumed by doubt. Vincent suddenly bolts awake with a scream, reaching out his hand. He is finally back in the waking world. He sits alone in a quiet, sunlit room, his mind swirling with the intense mysteries of his past. Thoughts of Aslan swirl in his head. Holding his temples in a daze, he wonders what the man did to him, just as Julian notices Vincent Adenka waking up. Julian asks if his friend is okay, admitting that sudden disappearance really scared him, while Vin examines his hands before replying. He says he is fine and that his body feels completely healed, but his mind remains flooded with questions about those sudden memories. Did the adult Aslan actually visit him right before his death? While lost in these deep thoughts, a sudden noise breaks his focus. A water basin clatters to the floor, startling him. It is Siri and Winston, his two loyal servants, staring in utter disbelief. They see their young master awake after many days. Tears stream down their faces in a slightly dramatic, comical way as they rush forward. Both pull their master into a tearful hug, absolutely overjoyed to see him breathing. Winston sobs, saying he feared the young master would never wake up. Sari takes a gentler approach, smiling while hugging his toned six-pack. Vincent Adenka can only sit there, completely baffled by their dramatic behavior. He smiles anyway, thanking them for caring. But just as they share this tender moment, a sudden voice cuts in. The speaker remarks that she must have arrived at a bad time. It is none other than the female city lord standing there. She playfully asks if she is interrupting their touching family reunion. Only then does she formally step forward to introduce herself. Hoka Ken introduces herself as City Lord Hoka Ken. Vincent Adenka immediately places a hand over his heart, showing his utmost respect to her glory. The easygoing leader pulls up a chair, waving off his formalities, telling him there is no need for all those stuffy manners. Calling her City Lord is a bit too stiff, so she suggests he just call her Big Sister. Vincent Adenka is quite puzzled. He asks why she is here instead of managing her city. Hoka Ken smiles, explaining she came to report the recent incident to his father. She claims Vago Pagoda manages the place much better than she ever could anyway. So there is no need to worry, she hates paperwork. After joking about avoiding paperwork, she mentions plans to collaborate on a few business ventures in the Central District in 3 days. Then her expression shifts into a rather mischievous smile. She tells Vincent Adenka that his new big sister needs a small favor. Her face turns completely serious as she asks if he would be willing to duel the young master of the Samion family. Vincent Adenka is taken aback, questioning if she really wants him to fight the young master of Samion. She quickly explains her reasoning. She wants him to represent them in the upcoming friendly gathering. Confused, he asks what this event is actually all about. It is an exhibition where the Samion and Adenka families compete in martial arts. It is so massive that both clan leaders attend. This year, the tournament is hosted at Blood City, meaning the young master and the head of the Samion clan will be there. Hearing about the current leader of the Samion clan makes Vin pause. He asks why she is only bringing this up now. Hoka-ken explains that Mon was originally supposed to fight. However, given how things have turned out, he is the only viable candidate left. With Mon out, Vin is the only direct descendant who meets the age and skill requirements to represent the family. Vin realizes this friendly tournament must be the exact stage Commander Vago Pagoda had warned him about earlier. Hoka-ken continues with the details. His opponent is the sixth youngest of the Samion family, a prodigy with the potential to become their next clan leader. Nobody, not even Mon, ever expected to win this clash. In fact, their track record at these gatherings is pretty terrible. Aside from Dia once securing second place, their family has never won a match here, so she tells him to feel no pressure. He should just treat it as a learning experience. But hearing this, Vincent Adenka simply smiles and dismisses the cautious advice. Entering the arena with the expectation of losing to the Samion clan would completely betray the ironclad pride of the Adenka house. Seeing his intense confidence, Hoka-ken looks at him with newfound respect. Patting his head, she says she loves that bold attitude. Just then, Patriarch Khan walks into the room after overhearing the conversation, asking if the boy can actually back up those words. Facing the intimidating clan leader and his own father, Vin meets his stern, unyielding gaze with absolute calmness. He answers honestly, saying he believes he already proved his sense of responsibility during the True Sword tournament. Khan steps closer, warning him that the immense pressure of this grand stage is nothing like his local tournament. Vincent Adenka merely smiles with quiet confidence, promising he will bring home a victory. Khan smirks, his stern eyes softening slightly. Khan tells him to rest up as his body is severely exhausted and his wounds from the battle are still pretty deep. Instructing the boy to sleep, the two leave, closing the door firmly behind them as they walk down the quiet hallway. As they walk, the Patriarch realizes they have not actually rewarded Vincent Adenka yet for his incredible efforts. Hoka-ken is also surprised suddenly, remembering this and asking if he has decided on a fitting reward. Khan replies that he will personally travel to Blood City with her, where they will carve the boy's name onto the grand monument. The Patriarch intends to carve it with his own hands. Hoka-ken is utterly shocked, asking if he is actually being serious about this. Blood City features a massive monument reserved exclusively for carving the legendary names of the greatest heroes of Adenka. A legendary achievement usually gets your name carved onto the monument. I know Vincent accomplished something truly massive, but you have to remember, no one has ever had their name carved up there while still at rank 9. Except for our eldest brother, Dia, right brother? Khan doesn't explain further, simply leaving with a promise to meet in 9 days. Vincent lies in bed deeply lost and thought about the gathering. He is dwelling on that friendly gathering, knowing he will have to face the descendants of the Samion family from 500 years ago. The Adenka clan has always dreamed of surpassing the Samions, vowing to one day defeat them with their own swords. This is the perfect chance to test the current strength of the Samion family. Sitting up, he calls out for Julian. The only issue is that he knows nothing about his opponent. He asks if Julian knows anything about the sixth child of the Samions. Julian ponders, admitting he isn't sure. He never expected things to turn out like this and never cared about the friendly gathering before. Vincent raises an eyebrow, asking if their levels aren't too far apart. What are the odds of him winning? Julian sighs, warning that since they haven't fully mastered sword sense, it is practically impossible, but there might be a tiny chance. Ideally, Vincent should reach 3 stars, but his opponent was raised under the elite standards of the Samion family. They're bound to be at least a 3-star master. Vincent silently grinds his teeth, knowing the gap in power is immense. Suddenly, he kicks off his blankets and yells out, "No way." Standing up, he stretches to loosen his stiff muscles. Julian looks deeply worried, asking if he forgot his father's warning about his severe internal injuries and the need to rest. Vincent turns back with a smirk, saying his body is fully healed and he only needs to avoid magic during his training. Julian pouts, telling him to at least be careful with his body, calling him an ugly imposter. Fierce blade slashes rip through the air, trailing faint blue energy behind, unleashing his shadow footwork while swinging his training staff. Vincent trains with relentless focus. He knows that to match the current era of the Samions, he has to control his emotions. Every bit of emotion he holds for this fight, including the memories of his past life, must be channeled into this battle. While he is lost in thought on the training grounds, a familiar voice calls out, bringing back memories of their first duel here. Hearing the voice, Vincent quickly spins around and freezes in surprise, immediately recognizing the guest standing right before his eyes. It is none other than Revan, offering a bright smile as he warmly greets Vincent after such a long time apart. Over hot tea, Revan mentions hearing about his severe injuries, admitting he is glad to see him looking so healthy. Vincent smiles and thanks him, admitting he didn't expect a visit. Revan then shifts the topic to the investigation he requested. He reveals he found some clues. Vincent immediately stands up and slams his hands on the table, eager for answers. He asks if Revan really uncovered what happened 5 years ago. Revan smiles and confirms he found some unexpected details. Vincent looks highly confused, prompting Revan to explain that he has always been deeply curious about his own family. No one else in his family has any martial talent, yet their wealth and status are remarkably high compared to others. They easily outclass the other branch descendants, though Revan notes he still couldn't beat Vincent in their duel. Revan asks if Vincent finds all of this incredibly strange. His father has zero martial talent and isn't exceptionally wealthy. Yet he has consistently participated in the Grand Sword Assembly as a highly important member for many years. Revan adds that after pushing for answers, his father finally gave him a clear explanation about their lineage. He told Revan that he would inherit everything one day, telling him to follow as they walked to a bookshelf. Revan asked where they were going as his father channeled magic into the bookshelf, causing the heavy structure to move. Behind the bookshelf was a secret passage. His father declared that not even the Adenka patriarch can enter without permission. Revan gasped in shock, asking what this place was. His father explained they were standing before a secret underground library. It holds the hidden history of the Adenka family that the rest of the world has never even heard of. Every record of Adenka from its dawn, including its light and darkest secrets, is preserved here to maintain their high status. For 500 years, this precious archive remained a total secret, carefully passed down from generation to generation. If this forbidden knowledge ever leaks, only their family will bear the devastating consequences, since it is their livelihood. Revan spotted something that made his eyes widen with shock, a thick purple book carrying the name Hylame. It turns out the records of the Hylame family are actually preserved there, sending a wave of hope through Vincent. He realizes these ancient records might contain the definitive proof he needs to finally clear his own name. But Revan quickly dampens his excitement, explaining he must officially succeed his father as family head before showing him anything. Vincent sighs but nods, saying even knowing this helps tremendously, though a hint of worry still lingers in his eyes. But Vin wonders if Revan is actually okay sharing this. It is top secret family business after all. Revan just smirks. Revan says he already bet his entire life on that day, so there is nothing to second guess. Vincent Adenka smiles, thanking him. Suddenly, Revan reaches back. Oh right, he almost forgot this incredibly important item. Vincent Adenka watches in confusion as Revan pulls out a glowing blue magic crystal, immediately starting to explain its origin. Revan explains he went to fix the broken sword and the old blacksmith insisted on passing this over. Suddenly, the crystal glows, projecting a heavily bearded man. The projected man grumbles, wondering if the magic device even works since he hasn't touched it in ages. Vincent Adenka beams, thrilled to see him, and eagerly asks how Master Hansen has been doing lately, but the projection immediately flickers out. Revan chuckles, explaining it was just a pre-recorded message. He asks if Vin really didn't recognize this incredibly expensive communication crystal. Vincent Adenka freezes. He sweats and stammers that he was only joking. The message continues. Hansen reappears, stating he left this to share some new findings and telling Vin to keep the magic crystal. Laughing, the old blacksmith explains that storing visual messages is just its basic function. Then his tone shifts as he gets straight to the point. He shares everything he learned about the legendary Dragonbone sword. Hansen reveals a harsh truth: he cannot forge the perfect sword. Talk about a massive setback. They already have the rare materials, so why? The old blacksmith found the cause. When he tried mixing the Blood Lotus and the Dragon Bone to forge the weapon, things went sideways. He used an eternal flame for the forging process. And as Vin knows, the Dragon Bone naturally absorbs its user's spiritual energy. A god once named that divine fire the steadfast flame. That triggered a violent explosion. In truth, forging the Dragon Bone normally is simply impossible, as the fire's heat remains highly unstable. It is currently far beyond his level. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka looks down quietly, murmuring that he completely understands the situation. But Hansen quickly adds a surprising twist: he can craft a hammer instead. After testing a small fragment of the material, he realized the absorbed power remains perfectly stable, showing absolutely no signs of exploding. It is a pleasant surprise, but doing this means they will have absolutely no raw material left for Vin's sword. Yet, with that special hammer, forging a proper sword becomes possible. He tells Vin to send any reply through Revan, and the projection fades. Vincent Adenka stands there, lost in deep thought. If he can just find more Dragon Bone, he can get that flawless weapon. Revan stands up, heading back to the workshop. He left his own sword behind, but Vin also rises. Vin tells Revan to let Hansen forge the hammer. Meanwhile, he promises to hunt down more Dragon Bone for his perfect sword. Revan smirks, noting he expected nothing less from him. The two seal the deal right then and there. Shaking hands, Revan bids farewell. Vincent Adenka thanks him. Back at the mansion, Julian follows closely behind Vincent Adenka, grumbling that everything they heard was completely useless. But Vin disagrees. He smiles as he counters Julian's claims. Now he has to focus entirely on growing stronger to prepare himself for the critical upcoming duel. His true path to absolute power starts by defeating the sixth son of the prestigious Sami family. He tells Julian they absolutely must win, asking if the spirit has any ideas to boost his current power. Julian facepalms, sighing that Vin always picks fights with monsters. When Vin demands a straight answer, Julian points out that there is currently no easy way out. They could barely match Mon in their last fight. How can Vin expect to beat someone even stronger? Vin concedes. Mon's lightning was incredibly tough. Its massive range and power pierced his defenses easily. Julian crosses arms, offering a slim hope. If they only had the lightning heaven Dharma blessing. Julian smirks, pointing out that they at least witnessed that special skill firsthand, even if only for a brief second. Vincent Adenka frowns, complaining that simply seeing a complex technique once does not mean he can suddenly replicate it. Julian quickly retorts that human memory is far too fragile. Vincent Adenka stares in shock as a massive butterfly spirit surrounded by tiny glowing butterflies manifests behind him. Julian grins, asking if it would be possible with a divine memory instead, his eyes reflecting Vin's absolute awe of Vincent Adenka recreating the exact move that Mon had used earlier. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka gets incredibly excited. He asks if Julian really remembers the giant brain mana flow. Julian smiles and replies that of course, he does. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Vincent Adenka immediately suggests they get moving to receive the blessing right away. Julian's face suddenly darkens. He explains that is exactly why they are still standing here, because his current body cannot take it. The giant brain mana is the most destructive element of all, and this brain is the strongest among them. Trying to absorb it right now would only destroy Vincent Adenka's body instead of granting him any actual blessing. So before heading back to the city, they must recover as much of his mana as physically possible. Julian warns Vincent Adenka with strict rules: no exercising, no visiting the training grounds, and absolutely no secret training methods, especially those training methods from 500 years ago. Break just one of these rules and the teaching is over. He will not teach him the giant brain mana flow. Vincent Adenka reluctantly agrees, promising he won't do anything at all. 3 days later, several carriages are seen rushing toward Blood City. Inside one carriage, a casual conversation is taking place. They have finally arrived. One asks if they should walk on foot into the city for security reasons. The other chuckles and calls it a lie, since walking wouldn't hide such a massive fortress anyway. It is Hokaken and Vincent Adenka. Hokaken explains that the rule is merely a formality for the welcoming ceremony, but Vincent Adenka is a special exception. Vincent Adenka nods in understanding. Looking out the window, he notices there are far more carriages than they started with. Hokaken is surprised and asks if he forgot to mention that Vincent Adenka is having an engraving ceremony held for him. This catches Vincent Adenka completely off guard. Inside the Grand Hall of Blood City, a massive memorial monument stands tall. Erected right in the center, a solemn crowd enters the room led by 2 guards holding flags with absolute gravity. At the front, a young girl calls out the roll, announcing the first-class Wind Cadets led by Hannah Adenka. Hannah is actually the 3rd daughter of the direct lineage. Raising their blue, brown, and red flags, the roll call continues. Voices echo through the hall, ordering all 2nd class, 3rd class, and 4th class cadets to assemble immediately. A brown-haired youth introduces Aben Adenka, representing the 5th class cadets along with 15 other young soldiers. Aben Adenka is the 4th son of the direct line. Row after row of disciplined cadets march inside the hall. The 6th and 7th class cadets assemble next. Another announcer steps up to introduce the 8th class cadets. Led by Damien Adenka, 15 other soldiers gather. Damien is the 5th son of the direct family line. Vincent Adenka stands perfectly still, thinking this is his first time seeing the other direct descendants in person. Aside from Mon, every single one of them is highly impressive, especially the 1st class cadet representative Hannah. She seems so sharp that it literally gives Vincent Adenka goosebumps. Just then, footsteps echo as another group enters. Representing the 9th class cadets, Selbira and 19 others assemble. She is a purple-haired girl with a yellow banner behind her. Vincent Adenka notices everyone else looks incredibly steady. Suddenly, the crowd begins to whisper and gossip among themselves. They wonder whose name is getting engraved today, hearing rumors that the patriarch made the final decision himself. Suddenly, someone hears heavy footsteps and turns around in shock. Get ready, because the family patriarch has just arrived. People shout out in excitement seeing Patriarch Adenka arrive. Walking up to the platform, he commands Vincent Adenka to step forward. Vincent Adenka steps up, approaching the patriarch with his hand over his heart to show deep respect for his glory. He silently admits to himself that he never expected to receive such an incredibly prestigious gift today. Patriarch Adenka quietly thinks that this is no mere gift. Vincent Adenka earned this honor fair and square. Then he speaks aloud, demanding Vincent Adenka hand over his sword. Vincent Adenka immediately obeys and passes it to him. Grasping the blade with both hands, he draws it and declares that he will perform the engraving using Vincent Adenka's sword. With a lightning-fast draw, he glares ahead, channels his intense mana, and swings the blade directly toward the monument. An incredibly massive force erupts. Vincent Adenka is utterly speechless at this level of raw power from a simple swing. The onlookers below struggle to stand their ground as a violent, crushing wind threatens to blow them all away. Damien breaks out into a cold sweat, finally realizing the true overwhelming magnitude of his father's strength. Meanwhile, Hannah keeps her hands behind her back, her expression cold and unfazed. Slowly, the overwhelming pressure fades. The tip of the blade glows with a bright blue light, leaving Vincent Adenka's name beautifully carved into the stone. Everyone bows in deep respect while the patriarch tells Vincent Adenka to never forget the weight of his new name. Vincent looked up, his eyes filled with absolute determination. He vowed that he would never forget his true name, Vincent Adenka. Shortly after, inside the rest area, the room buzzed with excitement. A group of young cadets sat in a circle, taking turns expressing their sheer awe. They praised the patriarch for being incredibly cool, and a true Adenka glad Vincent was safe. Suddenly, Selbira poked her head inside to ask if anyone had seen Vincent. Samion replied that he had not shown up yet, asking if he was still talking with her on the second floor. Placing her hands on her hips, Selbira explained she wanted to throw him a celebratory party, but could not find him anywhere. Samion wondered if he was at the training grounds, but Selbira quickly brushed it off since he had just returned. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Vincent was drenched in sweat as he sat concentrating on his mana. Standing right behind him, Julian instructed him to expand all his mana pathways and feel 3 specific points starting from there. Hearing a sudden loud sniffle, Vincent turned his head to look back at Julian. The spirit was actually weeping with overwhelming emotion, sobbing about how even a talentless nobody like himself finally got his name officially engraved. Sighing softly, Vincent turned to ask if this was not supposed to be a happy occasion. With tears streaming down, Julian agreed, crying that his father had finally acknowledged him, yet Vincent remained completely unfazed by it all. Resting his hands on his thighs, Vincent stared into the distance and reminded him they had far greater things to achieve, so they could not afford to get emotional over minor victories. Returning to his focused stance, he encouraged Julian to stop crying. They still needed the lightning giant blessing to meet his father's high expectations. Still sniffling, Julian nodded, agreeing they had to work incredibly hard. Pulling himself together, the spirit continued guiding Vincent through his mana control, asking if he could feel the energy. He told Vincent to connect those 3 distinct points into a perfect triangle. Vincent focused deeply. Moments later, a bright golden triangle manifested and a massive lightning bolt crashed directly into the training room, blinding everything with a brilliant flash of light. Julian squinted through the glare, wondering if they had actually succeeded. A massive muscular golden entity materialized before them. Recognizing the towering figure, Julian asked if he was the lightning giant, and cheered, celebrating that they had secured the blessing. But suddenly a painful scream cut him short as Vincent collapsed to the floor. His body trembled violently from an agonizing surge. Panicked, Julian screamed for his friend, watching Vincent's eyes turn a shocking gold. A wild, untamed golden aura erupted from him as if he were possessed, completely out of control. The crushing pressure amplified his agony, turning his gaze into burning flames. Drenched in sweat, Vincent screamed in pure torment. Julian watched in utter terror, completely clueless as to why this was happening. Summoning every last ounce of his remaining consciousness, Vincent managed to squeeze out a warning about the overflowing lightning. The giant stepped forward, finding it all rather amusing. He mused that throughout every era there were always reckless humans who sought to grasp divine power for themselves. The massive god loomed over Vincent, clenching his fists. Terrified and furious, Julian demanded to know what was going on and why Vincent was suffering. Indifferent, the entity replied that Vincent had summoned him to claim the promised power, and he had merely delivered it. Frustrated, Julian argued that a divine blessing was never supposed to harm the vessel like this, especially since they had already verified and secured complete control over that specific authority beforehand. The giant explained that Vincent's current physical vessel was absorbing the incoming mana like a dry sponge, drawing in far more divine energy than any normal mortal could handle, but that incredible capacity was now causing a severe systemic overload. As Vincent continued to absorb the agonizing power, a desperate Julian asked the giant how to save him from dying. The giant casually suggested they simply cut off the flow of mana to stop the lightning strikes. Feeling a brief glimmer of hope, Julian smiled with relief, but the giant suddenly cut him off with a cold warning. If they stopped the process now, he would completely revoke the blessing, leaving Vincent with nothing. He would either die right there or endure the torment to survive and claim the gift. Vincent, though, collapsed on the floor, was desperately fighting to hold on. Agonized by the unfairness, Julian pointed directly at the giant, shouting that this made absolutely no sense. Angered by the accusation, the giant bellowed back, questioning what was so unfair about Vincent paying a painful price for summoning a god to obtain a powerful divine authority he never actually possessed. He told the foolish minor god to know his place, as this painful trade-off was mandatory. Hearing this, Julian wiped away a fresh tear. The giant observed that Vincent himself had no intention of stopping the overwhelming mana flow, fully aware that this ordeal was both a rare shortcut to godhood and a brutal trial he had to survive. If he gave up now, the divine gift would vanish forever. He had to harness the raging energy and control it. Balance it, he warns. You must master this first to receive my blessing. Julian sweats profusely, knowing he cannot just sit idly by. While Vincent Adenka hangs on the edge of life and death, Julian refuses to watch. His holy energy might be weak, but he must try. He focuses entirely on shielding the boy's heart and lifelines. Gathering his resolve, Julian begins to channel his sacred magic. Golden butterflies of light emerge from his hands, swarming around Vincent Adenka's body to form a protective shield. The barrier wraps around the boy completely. Julian sighs in relief, glad his holy power has successfully anchored onto Vin. Now it all depends on Vin's own willpower. But in a split second, the violent mana from the lightning shatters the barrier. Julian grits his teeth in frustration. The sheer intensity of the incoming mana is far too overwhelming to stabilize for long. Wild electrical currents ravage the boy's internal system. Still, Julian desperately pours his own life force to guard Vin's vital core. Hang on just a little longer, he silently begs. If Vin's heart ruptures under this pressure, both of them are finished. Suddenly, Julian's hands begin to fade into a translucent mist. Panic sets in as he realizes his physical form is slipping away. He has exhausted his holy reserves, causing his body to literally dissolve. He fears death, yet letting go means Vin dies too. Julian reaches his absolute limit and the final barrier shatters completely. The raw electrical surge targets Vin's unprotected heart. Vincent Adenka collapses heavily onto the floor. Watching his friend fall, Julian is gripped by sheer terror and desperation. Please, someone save us, he cries out. Right then, a sudden metallic click echoes as someone begins to open the door. An unexpected visitor bursts into the room asking who is there. Vin lies completely motionless as Julian weeps in despair. The savior is Chevin, the skilled fortress priest who once healed Monday. Julian instantly recognizes him and finds a sliver of hope. Only those attuned to the holy temple can hear his voice. Seeing Vincent Adenka completely unresponsive, Chevin rushes forward in shock. What on earth happened here? Young Master Vin, Chevin gasps. Julian notices Vin is still fighting despite being entirely spent. The sacred blessing triangle remains intact. The boy has not given up yet, which instantly reignites Julian's fading resolve. He decides to risk it all alongside Vin. Meanwhile, Chevin stands frozen in confusion until a disembodied voice calls out to him. Priest, can you hear me? The voice asks. Chevin looks around in utter astonishment, wondering who could possibly be speaking to him. Did you just call out to me? Chevin asks. Julian remains composed, explaining he is a divine entity allied with Vin. He urges the priest to heal him quickly, but Chevin hesitates, pointing out the dangerous lightning dancing around the boy's body. If I suppress these sparks, can you do it? Julian asks, promising to hold back the electricity so the priest can work. Just heal Vin while I shield you, he commands. Chevin nods in agreement and the emergency rescue plan is set. Julian channels his magic once more, sending glowing butterflies toward Vin while calculating his next desperate move. If Chevin can stabilize his body, he must focus entirely on absorbing the lightning to keep the priest safe. Endure it, Vin, he silently prays. Summoning his remaining strength, Julian screams for Chevin to begin the spell immediately. On cue, Chevin unleashes his sacred healing spell, calling upon the earth's light as Vincent Adenka slowly begins to respond. The young master's dull eyes flicker back to life. Meanwhile, in another chamber of Blood Castle, Marshal Vago Pagoda waits in silence. He senses a presence approaching and asks if she is ready. Sari steps forward with fierce determination and bows respectfully. Yes, she replies, begging him to teach her magic. Vago Pagoda asks if she remembers the intense duel between Vin and Monday. When he saved her from those falling boulders back then, he felt an exceptionally powerful dormant mana deep within her. Just like Vincent Adenka, her raw potential is something that completely defies their current understanding of magical science. Vago Pagoda steps closer to her, warning that mastering magic is brutal and he has never been easy on his students. She nervously acknowledges this but remains resolute. She explains that Vincent Adenka keeps advancing down a dangerous, lonely path. It is a road where she can no longer stand by his side, leaving her only to patch up his wounds. I cannot stand being useless anymore, she says fiercely, wanting to support him in any way possible, no matter how small. Hearing her unwavering resolve, Vago Pagoda smiles in approval, noting that Vincent Adenka has indeed found himself an exceptionally loyal servant. However, as a mere maid, she still needs Vin's official permission before Vago Pagoda can legally begin her training. Suddenly, a brilliant golden flash illuminates the entire chamber, followed by a violent tremor that startles them both. Vago Pagoda demands to know what is happening, while Sari stammers in panic immediately, fearing for her young master. He crashes through the ceiling, landing right where Vago Pagoda and Sari are chatting. Now he kneels in the dusty room. His impact left a massive crater kicking up thick dust. Vago Pagoda looks at Vincent Adenka, frantically asking Priest Chevin, "What is this? Sweating bullets?" The priest smiles. "Don't worry, young Master Vincent Adenka is completely fine." Chevin continues, explaining that young Master Vincent Adenka seems to have landed a massive opportunity. Vincent Adenka is no longer writhing in pain. Instead, a fresh stream of lightning mana from the giant brain swirls right in front of him. Moments later, Vincent Adenka wakes up looking much better and directly asks Sari if she wants to learn magic. Sari kneels down humbly, replying that she is ready to start training immediately if he will only give his approval. Julian whispers to Vin, pointing out how insane it is for a mere servant to get tutored by an elite commander. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so he urges Vin to agree. But Vin just looks at Julian, noticing he looks blurry. Julian brushes it off, saying a quick rest will fix him up. Vin then turns back to Sari, asking if she is absolutely sure, since learning magic is no walk in the park. Sari resolutely promises she will do whatever it takes. After a moment of thought, Vin agrees, telling her to train hard. Sari is absolutely thrilled. She thanks him, and Vin turns to ask Commander Vago Pagoda to take good care of her. Vago Pagoda chuckles, promising to train her strictly. Inside, having witnessed Merlon's rapid growth, the commander knows what Vin just obtained. He is certain that Vincent Adenka has just unlocked the Grand Lightning, a legendary and overwhelmingly powerful form of electrical energy. Vago Pagoda stares at Vin, amazed at how much stronger he gets the second anyone looks away. Then he turns to Sari. Since Vincent Adenka is perfectly safe now, Vago Pagoda suggests they start planning her lessons immediately, and she eagerly agrees. Vin falls silent. It strikes him that even his servant now has a mentor, while he has absolutely no one. He has never even studied the family swordsmanship left by Aslan. As Vago Pagoda turns to leave, Vin calls out to him. The commander stops. Vin steps forward, reminding him that the upcoming peace summit is approaching fast, meaning he must train harder. He asks Vago Pagoda directly where the master assigned to train him inside this fortress is currently located. Vago Pagoda looks at him in utter confusion, asking what Vin is talking about. He expects Vin to find his own master. Vin is totally stunned. What he thought this entire place was built solely to train members of their clan. Vago Pagoda explains that those are just the facilities. First and foremost, Vin, this place is a military fortress. Normally, family elders secure personal mentors for promising successors, or sometimes a legendary martial artist might volunteer to teach them. Even the clan elders will personally teach their favored students. Surely Vin is not still without a backer at his age. The harsh reality hits Vin like a truck. Completely frozen on the spot, he struggles to process the news. Vago Pagoda sighs helplessly. Did I make the wrong choice? Vin immediately turns to ask Julian about their options. Julian drops some cold truth. Absolutely no elders are on their side, so he should not get his hopes up. Besides, who would waste resources on a supposedly useless heir? There is absolutely nothing Julian can do to help here. Vin can only pray for a miracle. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Royelsa, who is holding a mysterious letter in her hands. She examines the document and asks Winston what it is. Poor Winston stands there, literally trembling in his boots. He stammers that it is a letter from young Master Vin to the Patriarch. Royelsa notes that it must be crucial. She wonders why he did not just deliver it directly to the head of the house himself instead of her. Shaking like a leaf, Winston admits he simply lacks the courage to face the Patriarch. Royelsa sighs and takes it. Before long, the letter is delivered. Royelsa explains to the Patriarch why she is the one presenting it to him. The leader stands by the window, silently reading. Royelsa carefully steps closer, asking if he might share the contents. He simply states that Vin is requesting a teacher. Royelsa instantly panics internally, realizing she completely messed up. She was so focused on getting Vin into the fortress that she completely forgot to arrange an actual mentor. The Patriarch interrupts her thoughts, noting that Vin has acquired the Grand Lightning Seal. He asks if she knows why. Royelsa suggests it is simply his son reaching out to his father since he has no other choice left. The Patriarch falls into deep thought before asking if she would be willing to guide Vin herself. However, she shakes her head. She explains her style belongs to a fallen clan, not the House of Adenka. If she continues to teach him, she fears he will only develop bad habits that could ruin his true potential. Hearing her refusal, the Patriarch wonders who else they could possibly send. Royelsa smiles, having someone in mind. She mentions a highly formidable warrior they both know, a true master of the legendary Adenka sword style, a former wielder of the Grand Lightning, once known as the Lightning Lord. If the Patriarch secures him entry into the fortress, he would be the ultimate mentor. But the Patriarch notes the man must first actually agree. That is perfect. Royelsa confidently says there is no need to worry because she can easily convince him. After all, he is a friend. The deputy commander of the White Sword Unit, Mon Adenka, whom she was talking about, is currently walking alone on the training grounds. After a short walk, he spots a training dummy. It instantly brings back memories of his meeting with Vincent Adenka months ago. Months have already flown by. Adenka closes his eyes with a smile, wondering how the young master is doing before Raelsa suddenly appears. She interrupts his stroll, asking if he is out for a walk. Adenka is surprised, but Raelsa warmly greets him. Shortly after, they head into a room. Adenka hangs up his cloak and asks what brings a busy person like her here today. He knows it is not a casual visit. Raelsa gets straight to the point, offering him a new position. Adenka asks where. She tells him it is a training post in the Yellow Dragon unit. Adenka sits down, sighing that the squad has lost its sword. With a heavy heart, he politely declines, but Raelsa quickly mentions there is one specific person she really wants him to teach. Adenka asks who it is. Raelsa drops the name, the talentless young master Vincent Adenka. Adenka is completely caught off guard. Raelsa explains that the elders do not pay him any mind. He is still very young with barely any potential to lead. Since no one wants to teach him, Adenka crosses his arms and bows, slightly thanking her for the offer but still refusing. Before he can finish, Raelsa cuts in. She reveals that the young master has received the blessing of the Great Lightning. Adenka is stunned. He hesitates for a moment, admitting he is actually quite interested, but too many obstacles stand in his way. The elders already dislike him and keep pushing him around. Why would they want him teaching a kid they completely threw away? Raelsa flashes a devious grin. She proposes a simple wager to settle it. Vincent Adenka is about to duel young master Samion. If the boy wins, Adenka must agree to become his official teacher. A few days later, before the D7 friendly gathering, Vincent Adenka continues to train relentlessly despite being completely exhausted. He knows this is not enough. He must make the Great Lightning's power entirely his own, swinging his sword once again. Channeling energy into the blade, he quickly realizes there is a major problem. The lightning is not fully coating the weapon. He needs to split the energy into tiny microcurrents. Realizing he must increase the intensity, Vincent Adenka unleashes even more power. The Great Lightning erupts violently, but he still cannot control it. It surges wildly, sending a massive bolt right back at him. He barely dodges the lightning strike in time. Watching from the sidelines, Julian sighs, pointing out his lack of control. Julian crosses his arms, looking around the completely ruined training hall. Vincent Adenka looks down at his trembling, sparking arm. He can feel the wild lightning filling every single muscle fiber, but keeping this massive power under control is incredibly tough. Julian wonders how Adenka, that total blockhead, ever managed to tame such a violent and destructive force. He adds that this intensity is still just basic microcurrents, not actual reinforcement. Their results do not match their hard work. Vincent Adenka simply smiles. He points out that Julian has also been training incredibly hard, shedding plenty of tears alongside him. Julian turns completely red with embarrassment. He stutters, asking if Vincent Adenka actually heard all of that emotional rambling. Flustered, Julian frantically waves his hands around, begging him to forget it all. Vincent Adenka chuckles, reminding Julian he exists for him. He turns to ask Julian if he remembers Raelsa's written reply. In her letter, she apologized and delivered some bad news. Given the current circumstances, she explained that finding an instructor before the friendly gathering was going to be impossible. This was partly due to personal reasons, but mostly because of the elders' heavy interference in the family's internal affairs. They did not want Vincent Adenka disrupting their carefully planned succession. The Elder Council exists purely to limit the family head's absolute power. Thus, even the head could not intervene. Raelsa wrote that she wanted to help, but she could not leave her post. Facing this year's gathering with a grim expression, Vincent Adenka realizes he must rely entirely on his own strength to survive. No, he corrects himself, they will do it together, utilizing every single sword, skill, and technique they have left. Suddenly, Julian remembers something important, pointing out they still have one last option. Vincent Adenka looks up in surprise and asks what. Julian suggests using the Samion sword style. Since Vincent Adenka was once part of the Samion family, he already used it before. Vincent Adenka hesitates, crossing his arms. He could use it, but they would have to face some incredibly serious consequences afterward. If anyone sees him executing the Samion swordsmanship perfectly, they will immediately be dragged right back to his mother's side. Julian agrees that it is a very valid point, admitting it is indeed a tough situation. Vincent Adenka sighs, knowing it is impossible. Using a past life skill is too risky. But then a sudden realization hits him. A skill from his past life. If it is that, how could he possibly utilize it at his current level? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the main castle of the Samion clan. Inside, a massive white tiger is bound tightly by heavy chains. Its sharp fangs bar as it growls fiercely at a blond boy. A young man in a red cloak stands before a massive beast. So you are the blue-eyed white fox, the legendary frozen monster. The creature that Vincent Adenka must defeat to enter the Blood City. As he speaks, another voice suddenly calls out to him. A bald man with a long beard approaches. He announces that the opponent for Vin's upcoming friendly match has finally been chosen. This bald elder is Julian Sam of the Samion clan. He pulls out a document featuring a portrait of Vin's face. He calls him the seventh son, also known as the useless trash. Vincent Adenka is a direct descendant who suddenly rose to power. He quickly climbed the ranks and gained reputation through sheer unexplained talent. But for the Samion clan, this friendly gathering is dangerous. There is more to lose than to gain. If Vin wins, nothing changes. But if he loses, the entire clan faces ultimate humiliation. Let's look at what the crowd really wants: a classic underdog story. But can Vin actually pull this off? While they talk, the blue-eyed white fox breaks its chains. Free at last, the beast lunges forward with its jaws wide open. It targets the blonde youth from behind. Suddenly, a magic circle shaped like a sword glows with intense blue energy. He vows to completely crush his opponent. With lightning speed, his blade shreds the blue-eyed white fox into pieces as blood splatters everywhere. He declares that he will show the entire kingdom that sweet underdog stories do not exist. This is the sixth son. He is Kajin Samion, a powerful direct descendant. Elsewhere, Selbira runs happily while humming a tune holding a glowing blue jewel. Blushing, she wonders if Vin will like this gift. She bursts through his door and cheerfully calls out to him. She asks if Vin is inside, but what she sees next makes her eyes widen in absolute shock. A massive energy force washes over her. The ground trembles violently as a loud crash echoes. There stands Vin holding a giant sword overflowing with destructive power. The massive blade is planted firmly into the earth. As Vin grips the hilt, the overwhelming energy intensifies even more. Feeling this immense power, Selbira wonders what kind of skill he is using. It is as if he is wielding an entirely different sword. Seeing Selbira standing there, Vin quickly sheathes his weapon. He smiles and greets her, asking how she has been doing lately. She stammers in embarrassment, quickly presenting her gift. She holds out the glowing blue jewel she brought just for him. Vin looks at the crystal with curiosity, asking if it is some sort of enchanted recording device. Selbira explains that the content inside is what matters. It contains recorded footage of the sixth son Kajin during his training. Hearing this, Vin gets incredibly excited and suddenly grabs her hands in gratitude, thanking her for such an important gift. The sudden touch makes her face turn completely red. Stuttering, she warns him to pay close attention to the end. Vin asks why, and Selbira explains that the final moments are pretty brutal. Suddenly, the crystal begins to glow. It projects every detail of Kajin's fight. Vin admits that no matter how often he sees it, current magic technology is impressive. Julian jokingly tells Vin that he is acting like an old man again. But suddenly, Vin's eyes widen in surprise. Julian asks if something is wrong. Vin ignores the question, his eyes completely locked onto Kajin's combat movements. Vin explains how Kajin places his left foot to feign a lower body attack, which is actually just a clever distraction. With one swift move, Kajin forces his opponent on the defensive, hiding a devastating blow within a rapid flurry of strikes. Just like that, Kajin shatters the rival's sword, leaving the poor guy with no choice but to admit defeat. The opponent begs for mercy, but even after the surrender, Kajin does not show any signs of stopping his attack. Kajin sneers, asking if his opponent truly believed that a simple surrender would save him from his ultimate fate. He brutally drives his weapon straight into the man's face, coldly stating that this is the price for challenging a Samion. Honestly, Kajin's vicious nature is hard to watch. No wonder Selbira wanted Vin to be careful with this footage. Vin frowns deeply as he analyzes Kajin's movements. Why does this guy fight exactly like Kajin from his memories? Physical resemblance could be a mere coincidence, but the combat style and smallest habits are identical to Kajin from the past. Vin is now absolutely determined to meet Kajin face to face. The scene shifts to a grand hall where cloaked mages gather. The noisy chatter from the crowd forces the woman at the podium to slam her hands down, demanding silence. She welcomes all the powerful mages who have gathered today for the highly anticipated friendly tournament. This prominent speaker is none other than the captain of the Alberto Mage Guild. She outlines the upcoming challenges. The tournament consists of 3 grueling stages, starting with a treasure hunt to locate hidden chests inside an enchanted dungeon. Next is a subjugation battle against captured beasts, leading up to the final highly anticipated practice match. This duel serves as the absolute climax. She explains that her guild will manage the first stage of the treasure hunt. She begins to select the magical beasts for the hunt when Kajin suddenly raises his hand to interrupt her. Vago Pagoda politely asks to speak. Alberto nods. The Crimson Fortress lieutenant immediately begins reading from his paper. Considering the young master's skills, they propose a reptile beast, or an 8th grade demon. Vago Pagoda quietly notes this. This beast will be a solid, grueling challenge. It is perfect for 3-star martial artists in the first stage. Suddenly, another hand shoots up. Alberto grants him the floor. He immediately addresses the 6 Magic Tower's members. They propose the 8th grade giant beast Fractor. Vago Pagoda gasps. He shouts out the name in utter and complete disbelief. Pointing right at the man, Vago Pagoda snaps. Are you joking? Giant beasts are meant for 4- and 5-star warriors. The speaker remains smug. Why get so angry? This is their first friendly joint meeting in over 1,000 years. They need some real excitement to hype up the crowd. Besides, isn't this responsibility shared by both of them? Furious, Vago Pagoda yells that the man has an obvious scheme and has no right to lecture anyone about responsibility. He claims they are only using this giant beast to show off and flatter their sixth young master's upcoming performance. The man taunts him. Just forfeit if you are going to keep whining. Instantly, Vago Pagoda's aura violently explodes with rage. Clenching his fists, Vago Pagoda growls that the Samion clan has clearly found themselves a very loyal dog. His opponent refuses to back down. He begins channeling magic, asking how Vago Pagoda dares insult the magic tower while bearing the prestigious name of Pagoda. Alberto slams her fist down and yells for them to stop. The young masters are the ones fighting, not them. To settle the dispute, she calls for a quick vote on whether they should proceed with using the giant beast. She calls for a vote. Vago Pagoda looks around. Half the room immediately raises their hands, making him boil with rage. Gritting his teeth, Vago Pagoda realizes these corrupt bastards are all in on it. Alberto claps, declaring the majority has made its decision. She smirks inwardly, knowing they are all just loyal dogs to the Samion family. She officially announces the preparation of Fractor. Meanwhile, Hoka-ken is completely overwhelmed by her thoughts. Back in meeting room D1, she sits buried under a mountain of paperwork. She looks up from her pens to ask Vago Pagoda about the guest list for the Samion clan while he holds up a massive stack. Staring at the giant pile of documents, Hoka-ken lets out a miserable sigh, complaining about how terribly she is being exploited. She mutters that she never would have accepted this role if she knew. Slumping onto her desk, she begs him to just kill her. Vago Pagoda just keeps working diligently, reminding her that he is literally doing most of her work anyway. This suddenly sparks a thought. She asks him about the preparations for the first trial, wondering if they are still going with the illusion magic they planned. Vago Pagoda sighs heavily, begging her not to bring it up. He explains that practically every mage has been bought out by Alberto. Every spellcaster outside the Crimson Fortress, including the Magic Association president, is on the Samion family's payroll. Resting her chin on her hand, Hoka-ken finally understands his sour mood. Vago Pagoda admits that while the sixth magic tower is within their territory, controlling everything is extreme. Controlling the entire Magic Association is a whole new level of corruption. Hoka-ken stretches and walks over, calling them a bunch of sellouts. She jokes they might actually be demons in disguise. Vago Pagoda sighs, saying it doesn't matter as long as Vincent Adenka wins the trials. He hopes that will put things back on track. Startled, Hoka-ken turns and asks if Vago Pagoda truly believes Vincent Adenka can actually win. Flustered, Vago Pagoda mutters that an Adenka victory is simply the best outcome for them. Hearing this, Hoka-ken's eyes light up with mischief. She points out that he previously estimated the young master's chances of winning at less than 10% when the event started. Vago Pagoda quickly looks away, pretending to forget his own words. Laughing, Hoka-ken wraps her arm around his neck to tease him. She teases him about being totally charmed by Vincent Adenka, suggesting he should just go ahead and sponsor the young master already. Pulling his face close, she asks if he is just trying to make his favorite sister jealous. Vago Pagoda grits his teeth. Denying they are siblings, Vago Pagoda suddenly teleports directly to the exit. He firmly tells her to finish her work first. Since the friendly conference is tomorrow, she shouldn't be wasting time. He slams the door behind him, leaving her standing there. Blushing deeply, Hoka-ken stands in place and softly mumbles that she was actually being serious. Soon the day of the conference arrives. Vincent Adenka, Vago Pagoda, and Hoka-ken all make their grand entrance. The surrounding crowd immediately starts whispering, wondering if that is really Vincent Adenka. They assume he is merely a placeholder for Mon Adenka, who couldn't attend. It seems their clan's disadvantage is only growing worse. Vincent Adenka quietly observes, noting that Kajin Samion's smug attitude and cold expressions perfectly mirror those of his old nemesis. He wonders if he's just imagining things as the doors to the arena finally begin to slowly creak open. Kajin steps through with an incredibly oppressive aura, smiling smugly as he greets the people from the Crimson Fortress. He marches straight up to stand directly in front of Vincent Adenka, introducing himself as the sixth son of the proud Samion family. Extending a hand, Kajin offers a formal handshake, which the young cadet calmly accepts while introducing himself as ninth-rank cadet Vincent Adenka. Down in Blood City, the two shake hands. The crowd watches and whispers, noting how friendly they both seem. True, some expected Vincent Adenka to submit. Kajin smiles warmly, mentioning how great it is to make friends with peers. Vin laughs along, yes, absolutely. He keeps a grin plastered on his face, but inside his gut twists with disgust. This guy seems perfectly normal, so why does he feel so incredibly grating? Kajin speaks up, hoping Vin can prove himself. He wants him to show off his strength. Standing nearby, Vago Pagoda and Hoka-ken also feel a heavy wave of annoyance. That jerk is using fake politeness to act superior, looking down on the entire Adenka family name right now. Vincent Adenka stays completely calm, saying he agrees with the young master. This sudden response catches Kajin completely off guard. Vin flashes a wicked grin, adding that he cannot wait to see Kajin showcase his own skills. Vago Pagoda stands shocked. He actually dares to provoke Kajin. Vin is genuinely aiming for victory. The crowd erupts even before they enter the ring. The mental warfare has already started. Suddenly, the arena doors open to deafening cheers echoing from the packed stands. Fans scream out for the Sam family, shouting their love for Kajin. Holding a glowing crystal, Hoka Ken steps up. She officially declares the friendly match open. Approaching the two rivals, she announces that the first round is a treasure hunt. Holding up a wooden chest, she explains they must enter a magical dimension and retrieve chests just like this one. But the magic dimension is crawling with buffed-up monsters that cast spells guarded by a massive giant holding the treasure. Spectators in the stands begin whispering immediately. A giant guardian means they have cranked up the difficulty this year. No doubt about it, Hoka Ken continues laying down the rules, explaining that each competitor can draft 2 ninth-grade cadets. These cadets will support them during the dangerous challenge. Hoka Ken gently places her hand on Vincent Adenka's shoulder. As the loser of the last friendly match, she declares the Adenka family gets to pick their helpers first. Leaning close, she whispers, asking if he plans to draft the top 9th-grade cadet Selbura to his side. Vincent Adenka cuts her off with a bright smile, loudly picking the weakest cadets, Samion and Hamon, for his team. Hoka Ken screams out in absolute shock. "What did you say?" Her loud voice echoes throughout the stadium, drawing everyone's attention. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly laughs it off and apologizes. Nearby, 2 spectators look completely confused, searching for those names. One scrolls through the roster, checking the official registration list to see exactly who these mystery guys are. He finds them, revealing they are actually dead last among the 9th graders. Samion and Hamon step out, trembling with fear. You have to admit, picking the 2 weakest recruits is a bold move. They stand shaking like leaves under the crowd's heavy stare. They look incredibly weak, but maybe they possess some hidden potential that is not obvious to the naked eye. Confused, Hoka Ken puts a hand on Vin's shoulder, asking him if he is absolutely sure about choosing those 2. Vin nods confidently. Hoka Ken leans in close, whispering that she hopes he is not just setting up an easy excuse. If he plans to blame them for losing, she will be deeply disappointed. But Vin just grins with dark satisfaction. He replies that his strategy goes far deeper. His first goal is to ensure Kajin has absolutely no excuses left. He wants him completely cornered after his defeat. Kajin looks totally stunned. Vin then reveals his second, deeper reason. Despite being distant relatives, both of those boys carry the true ancient bloodline of the proud Adenka family. He recalls his private chat with Selbura. They might be from a branch family, but that is not what matters. They must crush the Sam family using the pure ancestral blood of their legendary first master Aslan. Selbura sighs. She admits she is a little hurt because she honestly expected him to choose her. Sadness fills her face. Vin stands and assures her of his deepest trust. Thanks to her guidance, he was able to take down Monday. He urges her to do her best today as well. Confused, she asks what he means by those words. Vin smiles, explaining that it was all a ploy to bait Kajin. He wants to manipulate Kajin's arrogance. He will turn that provocation into sheer carelessness, using that exact opening to crush him completely. It is a brilliant trap. Back in the present, Kajin sneers at Vin's boldness. He announces his own picks, determined to teach him a lesson. Kajin vows to teach him the brutal price of arrogance. Vin just laughs it off, praising his opponent's choices. Watching Vin closely, Vago Pagoda thinks about how this entire event was carefully rigged for the Sam family's ultimate victory. Honestly, you can't help but root for the guy now. Vago Pagoda decides to put his full faith in Vin. He hopes Vin's intense efforts will pay off. Meanwhile, the man who argued about the monster selection looks pale. His face is tight with anxiety as he wonders why Vin would throw away his drafting advantage like that. He places a hand on his shoulder. Get ready. Vago Pagoda glances at his nervous expression, guessing he must be excited to start the very first round. The boy stammers out a yes. Right after several dark-robed figures begin casting, their spells tear open a massive magical portal. Hoka Ken shouts in pure excitement. The friendly exchange match begins right now. This is the treasure hunt. Vincent Adenka leads Samion and Hamon straight into the depths of a dark cave. Hamon whimpers that it is way too dark. Samion steps up, asking Vincent Adenka if they should use a glowing crystal. Vincent Adenka agrees with a quick thank you. Guided by the crystal's light, they press onward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kajin is also starting his path. He leads Selbura and another cadet behind him. Selbura asks if he needs light. He coldly replies that he is fine. Then the representative cadet turns back and delivers a pretty sharp reminder. Can you two walk a bit further behind me? Hearing this, Selbura grits her teeth in sheer frustration. What is he even saying? Does he really think he can handle everything alone and just wants them out of his way? He completely looks down on them. Outside, the screens live stream the match, but the spectators on the stands feel bored. Are they still just searching around? Seems like it. How dull. If only some giant monster would show up, that would make things a lot more exciting. Standing nearby, Hoka Ken points out to Vago Pagoda how differently both teams behave. Vago Pagoda agrees. Vincent Adenka treats his two teammates as real companions, which is a massive contrast to Kagon. Meanwhile, over on Vincent Adenka's side, Hammond suddenly speaks up to ask him a pretty hesitant question. I know I shouldn't say this after coming this far, but do you honestly believe we can actually help you? Vincent Adenka offers a warm smile, reassuring them that they are both incredible cadets who conquered their own fears. Right then, a sudden threat crashes down directly from above, triggering a massive blast that sends them all flying. Hammond and Cien hit the ground face first. Cien struggles to sit up, clutching her aching head in utter confusion. What happened? Her eyes widen in absolute horror at the sight of a gigantic beast with massive fangs and horns. Cien trembles, asking what on earth that thing is as the roaring monster exhales a heavy, terrifying breath. She clutches her head in total panic. It is too huge. Hammond also looks around frantically. He wonders where Vincent Adenka went. Could he be buried under those heavy rocks? Both of them scream his name. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka appears, shouting that he's right here. He charges the giant beast with his sword drawn. With incredible force, he unleashes a heavy slash right across its shoulder. The giant roars, collapsing backward. Cien and Hammond rush over to his side, immediately calling out. Vincent Adenka wastes no time and barks a command. Cien and Hammond do it now. Catching the signal, the two of them agree to stick to the plan. They tell him to go find the treasure. Pulling out two drums, they beat them loudly to lure the monster, calling it a big dumb brute. As Cien drums, she recalls that after giants have pretty terrible vision. They will automatically react to the loud noise of the drums. Cien and Hammond sprint away wildly. Cien screams for Hammond to lead the beast back toward where they entered, urging him to keep moving. Vincent Adenka watches them with pride, noting how brave they are. Now it is time to secure that treasure. He dashes off like a bullet, leaving the monster behind. Outside Hoka, Ken breaks into a cold sweat. Vago Pagoda is equally stressed. Even if it is a treasure hunt, the core objective is to show off their skills. During the match, the representative of the Samion clan lets out a smug laugh at the tactic. He assumes Vincent Adenka has totally missed the point of the test. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka is sprinting at full speed. He suddenly spots a large wooden chest resting in the shadows. He gasps, realizing he found it. But before he can reach it, a massive, brutal blow slams into him, launching him back 100 meters. He coughs violently in agonizing pain. Looking up through the dust, he curses another giant is standing there. This one is massive, sporting two horns but only a single eye. It charges forward, instantly executing a terrifying slash. The sheer force of the blow triggers a massive explosion of debris. A blinding ring of light expands outward. Vincent Adenka is forced to dodge frantically. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that to make this strategy work, he must save at least one strike of his absolute sword. Having two giants makes things incredibly difficult. The monster quickly tracks his movements. In a flash, its massive hand lunges forward to grab Vincent Adenka. He stares in shock, realizing this beast is somehow even faster than the last one, easily matching his extreme speed. The giant hand slams violently into the rock, triggering a massive explosion. On the outside, Vargon watches with deep anxiety. What is going on? Why did another fracture suddenly appear? Vargon glares at the Samion clan representative, who just smirked arrogantly. Oh dear, we must have made a mistake from the very start, the man sneers. Angry, Vargon grabs him tightly by the collar. You bastard, how dare you disgrace the Six-Law Tribunal with such dirty tricks? Suddenly, a firm hand rests on Vargon's shoulder. It was Hoka Ken stepping in to stop him. She warns Vargon that too many eyes and ears are watching them right now. Making a scene here will only put them at a disadvantage. She understands his anger, but acting out won't change anything. Vargon forces his rage down and quietly agrees to stand down. The Samion representative chuckles, mocking Vargon's sudden and quiet composure. He remarks that Vargon is surprisingly calm for the administrator of the Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, Hoka Ken just glares at him coldly. Her face is tight with disgust. She silently promises that once this ordeal is over, that smug bastard is going to pay. Elsewhere, Sabira watches with wide, horrified eyes. She lets out a sudden scream as a towering green monster appears on her screen. The massive beast has just been slashed, with dark blood spraying wildly from its severed arm. Its attacker is none other than Kagan. He leaps high into the air, driving his sword straight toward the giant beast with an overwhelming burst of raw energy. The devastating impact completely shatters the monster's balance, sending its colossal body tipping over with a bruised and blackened face. Disappointed by the weak showing, Kagan smirks. He had hoped for a real challenge, mockingly asking if this was all it had. He complains that beating a giant shouldn't be this easy, but then a completely massive shadow looms directly behind him. Two giants, Sabira screams in utter panic, frantically warning young Master Kagan to get out of the way before it's too late. Kagan just stands there. He draws his blade calmly, preparing the first stance of the Samion technique with a confident smirk. He leaps up, unleashing a blinding flurry of slashes that instantly shred the giant's hand into hundreds of pieces. With the monster's arm shattered, he doesn't slow down at all, aggressively charging straight toward the second towering beast. He runs directly up the giant's arm, his feet moving like lightning in midair to reach its face in an instant. To see how long it can endure, Kajin swings his sword, delivering a devastating slash right across its face. Boom! A massive explosion of dust erupts as the beast falls, leaving his companions standing nearby absolutely stunned. Sabira quietly admits he is insanely strong. Even with anyone else, the result would have been the same. Kajin just laughs. He stands confidently before the fallen giant, arrogantly taunting it to get back up for more. "Get up, I still have plenty of tricks to show you," he sneers. Meanwhile, Sabira silently prays for Vincent Adenka. A colossal beast stomps the ground, sending massive tremors through the earth as it furiously chases Vincent Adenka and Julian down. Running right beside him, Julian frantically tears his hair out, cursing that nothing is going according to plan. "Calm down," Vincent Adenka tells him quietly. "We need to stay focused and figure out a way out of this mess." Julian suggests using the absolute sword technique, noting its power. "Can we lure them together and slash them at once?" Vincent Adenka hesitates. "I do not think it will be that easy." Julian frowns and demands to know why not. Vincent Adenka explains they are simply too massive. Targeting one would completely block his view of the other strike. "Garbage skill," Julian instantly groans in annoyance. Vincent Adenka snaps back, reminding him that he literally just praised it. A tense silence falls over the two of them. Still running, Vincent Adenka realizes he must defeat both giants in one clean strike. If only there was a target. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka looks ahead, then grins directly at Julian with a brilliant plan. Elsewhere, Samion and Hammond are shivering with exhaustion. The drums are wearing them out, yet the beast won't stop chasing. Crying, Samion gasps that they have nowhere left to run. Hammond panics, realizing Vincent Adenka is still nowhere to be found. Are they in deep trouble? Suddenly, a brilliant green light flashes and Vincent Adenka materializes right in front of them. Vincent Adenka Samion screams out in relief. Hammond is still terrified, pointing out the giant chest he brought along. "Change of plans, it is coming very soon," Vincent Adenka warns them. Samion panics instantly, demanding to know what he means. They stand frozen. Two colossal shadows slowly step out from the dense dust cloud, revealing their massive bodies. Another one, Samion covers her face, sobbing in utter despair, while Hammond also bursts into a flood of tears. The giants roar madly and charge forward. Samion screams they are doomed, while Hammond frantically stammers for help. "Julian, get in position," Vincent Adenka yells out. Floating high above them, Julian looks completely horrified by the command. "Do they really have to do this?" Julian pleads in total fear, terrified of becoming the primary target. The beast roars, rushing right at Vincent Adenka. He quickly realizes its massive size makes casting the skill almost impossible. He needs to unleash the absolute sword to slice down both of them. He just has to find a way to cut through both beasts. Vincent Adenka stomps hard. Launching himself upward, his eyes glow crimson as he locks his gaze onto the giant beast. There it is. Or rather, he can feel it, the other half of his soul, the presence of Julian. Vincent Adenka raises his blade, drawing a sharp line through the air, aiming straight toward Julian, who cringes behind the beasts. He panics, desperately asking if they are absolutely sure he will stay safe and unharmed, while the aggressive monster roars. Raising its giant arms, the beast prepares to crush Vincent Adenka. Meanwhile, Vin tightly grips his glowing sword. With his blade radiating a brilliant golden light, his absolute sword shifts shape. The monster slams down mountain-sized fists. Right at that second, Vincent Adenka swings upward, unleashing a single forward slash that cuts clean through the first monster. It splits the beast in half. The sword light does not stop flying forward to strike the second target. With a sharp slice, the beast protecting Julian gets completely bisected. Watching the blinding energy approach, Julian freezes in terror. Why is it not stopping? He screams in panic, begging for help. An explosion erupts with a loud, smoky boom. The two beasts are sent flying through swirling dust. Watching from the sidelines, Alberto gasps at Vin taking down both giants. Even Representative Sam stands frozen in complete shock, while Herka stares blankly, absolutely unable to believe his own eyes. Meanwhile, Vago Pagoda chuckles with a proud grin. Yes, that is Vincent Adenka's ultimate, most lethal technique, the absolute sword. Standing over the fallen beasts, Vincent Adenka flashes a satisfied smirk. As expected, not even a high deity could withstand this. Julian is shaking uncontrollably from head to toe, with tears streaming down his face in absolute raw terror. Sobbing hysterically, he rushes over and grabs Vincent Adenka's collar, demanding to know if he was just guessing back there. Vincent Adenka simply chuckles and shrugs it off, admitting he cannot actually defeat a god. Julian remains furious, screaming in fright. But wait, Vincent Adenka suddenly freezes. He only thought those words in his mind. How on earth did Julian hear him? Watching Vincent Adenka mumble to thin air, Samion and Hammond exchange bewildered looks, asking if there is someone else there. The question startles both Vin and Julian. Julian quickly ducks behind Vin's back as the young swordsman immediately denies everything. Insisting it is nothing, Vincent Adenka tells them they should get ready to leave. But as they approach the exit, Vin grins. He declares he saved the absolute sword for this exact moment, driving the glowing blade straight into the pulsating light. He swings his blade to slice through the hidden space, and honestly nobody is ready for what happens next. Both watch in shock. The entire spatial barrier splits down the middle as Vin proudly raises his blade to the sky. Instantly, the trio finds themselves standing right in the middle of the arena. Representative Sam's jaw drops as the dungeon shatters. Vincent Adenka smugly announces that the dungeon is broken. Panicking Sam barks at his men to check the spell for errors. Vago Pagoda spots his sheer panic and places a hand on his shoulder, calmly telling him there is no need to check. With a proud grin, Vago Pagoda boasts that Vincent Adenka's blade is fully capable of slicing straight through magic. Even Vago Pagoda is secretly amazed that Vin managed to obliterate the entire barrier, highly impressed by his sheer creativity. Suddenly, Alberto screams out. Destroying a dungeon single-handedly is unheard of, and they completely underestimated the young master. Gesturing toward Vin, Vago Pagoda asks if there is actually a rule forbidding this. Besides, no one else has ever tried it. Hearing this, Herka's face turns incredibly dark. Why is a high-ranking master from the Neutral Mage Association getting so worked up? He is acting as if this is some personal offense. Suddenly, Cien and Hamon rush over to report their success. They proudly present the hard-earned treasure, eagerly asking if this means Vincent Adenka has officially secured the final victory. But the Sam family representative snaps back that it is not over yet, furiously yelling that the first stage was just strength. Finishing first does not change a single thing. Sure, a magic-slicing sword is impressive, but the trial is far from over. If their young master keeps showing off his martial arts in the remaining time, victory goes to the Samion family. Vincent Adenka slowly walks up to the representative. In that case, he remarks he will end this stage right now. And quickly, too. The panicked representative demands to know what he means, but Vincent Adenka simply turns to Vago Pagoda. He asks if the dungeon he entered was created using synthesized elements. Vago Pagoda nods, confirming that indeed it was. The environment was balanced to hide those elements, meaning Vin had just stepped into one of the replicated dungeons. Vincent Adenka smiles, noting that he has already destroyed one of them. Vago Pagoda confirms this with a quick nod. Vincent Adenka's face lights up, wondering about the mana powering the dungeon. Julian, standing behind him, asks where it went. Vincent Adenka's face lights up, wondering about the mana powering the dungeon. Julian, standing behind him, asks where it went. Imagine a water pipe flowing two ways. If you block one side, the water on the other side surges violently. That is exactly what is happening to the mana. Right now, Kagon is standing before a massive monster. It looks way stronger than before. Kagon grunts in disbelief. What the hell is up with this giant? The one-eyed beast glares down at him. It tries to grab him with one hand while raising its other fist high. But Kagon is not worried at all. Even if this thing got a power-up, it still has the same low intelligence. A basic attack like that is completely useless. In fact, it is about to lose its entire arm to Kagon. Kagon immediately activates his steel-shattering wind skill to counter the strike, completely confident in his own defensive power. But things go sideways very quickly. The giant easily shatters his defensive skill with a single overwhelming punch. Kagon stares in absolute shock. He never expected this low-level beast to suddenly become so insanely powerful. While Kagon is busy questioning reality, the massive monster wastes absolutely no time launching its next attack. It is fully bent on crushing Kagon right here and now, showing absolutely no mercy in this battle. It rains down a brutal flurry of two-handed punches, and the arrogant Kagon is suddenly getting completely pummeled. He refuses to accept this defeat. Something else must be behind this sudden and unnatural power spike. How could a dying creature suddenly become this strong? Kagon lies completely battered and motionless among the ruins. The giant raises its fist to deliver the final blow. Kagon can only curse silently in his mind. Damn it, he cannot even recover his stance. Suddenly, a loud metallic clanging sound echoes through the area. The constant ringing instantly distracts the monster. It stops its attack on Kagon and looks around. Turns out it is Selbira. She lures the beast's gaze and orders Cien to search for the chest. She keeps banging the metal instrument, moving away to draw the monster farther and farther from Kagon. Her plan works perfectly. The massive beast is not just watching her, it starts chasing her down. Running for her life, Selbira thinks Kagon is insanely lucky. If Vin had not asked, she would never help that jerk. While she is distracted, a second massive shadow suddenly looms directly behind her out of nowhere. It lands a brutal punch, sending her flying 10 meters back. She quickly shields her face from the flying rocks. Wiping the dust from her eyes, she tries to see what kind of monster just blindsided her. It is another giant, the one-horned beast from earlier. Somehow, this creature is still very much alive. With both monsters teaming up on her, she finds herself completely cornered with absolutely nowhere to run. Both giants raise their fists to crush her at the same time. Selbira freezes in pure terror. Her eyes widen as she fears the worst. Fortunately, Kajin appears just in the nick of time. He slashes the giant from behind, absolutely furious that Selbira dared to interfere with his grand show. Moving like a cold, heartless killing machine, Kajin immediately unleashes his ultimate form, the Crimson Sonata. Activating the Blood Full Moon technique, he charges forward like a flash of lightning. His devastating strike pierces clean through both giants at once. Kajin finishes with a flashy dramatic pose. Selbira is left completely speechless. Kajin just wiped out those two massive targets with a single slash. He was holding back the entire time. He only let them live to make his victory look more dramatic. Kajin grits his teeth in pure anger. He cannot believe Selbira actually ruined his perfectly calculated plan. He swears he will never forgive her for this, but he quickly tries to regain his composure anyway. At least he successfully completed the chess challenge and made a decent impression on the massive crowd. No matter how messy it looked, his performance is surely going to be better than whatever Vin did. Or so he thinks. To his absolute utter shock, Vin is already waiting outside ahead of him. Vin even grins and asks if Kajin enjoyed his little gift. Kajin is left absolutely speechless. He cannot believe Vin finished before him. Seeing his absolute confusion, Vin proudly crosses his arms to explain. He mentions having a friend skilled in magic who helped him overload the mana in this dungeon. Kajin realizes that the rampaging giants were all Vin's doing. He was played from the very start. Furious, but keeping his cool, he forces a fake smile and gracefully admits his defeat. He underestimated Vin this time, but his sinister smile suggests the real game is just beginning. He was starting to view Vincent Adenka as a true friend, and Vin was quick to return the sentiment. Vin replied that he was really looking forward to it. Nearby, Hoka Ken stood watching them closely, wondering if these two were just going to decide the winner themselves without the judges. Still, she stepped up to announce that the winner of today's match was Vin, adding that the next challenge would take place in 3 days. At that moment, Selbira finally let out a sigh of relief, glad that Vin had won. But right in the middle of her joy, Kajin appeared. He seemed to be looking for Selbira. Wearing a polite smile, he thanked her, saying her help made his task possible. Without her, he would have looked like a total fool. Selbira hesitated, staring at his outstretched hand before reluctantly answering that it was fine. She did not take his hand immediately, feeling a strange, deep warning in her mind. Her instincts screamed at her not to touch him. Seeing her hesitation, Kajin teased that his arm was getting tired. Selbira quickly apologized and tentatively shook his hand. With a brief farewell, Kajin turned around and walked away, flashing a highly artificial robotic smile right before leaving. Selbira could barely believe it. Did Kajin really come just to thank her? But then he glanced back with a sickening smirk. Farewell, Cadet Representative Selbira. The night sky was beautiful. Later, if you ever look up at the stars, you might spot one named J97. Meanwhile, Sari was training tirelessly to hone her abilities when a sudden voice calling out her name broke her deep concentration. Seeing Winston approach made her beam, though he was heavily panting with a massive pile of gear on his shoulders. Winston walked over and dropped the heavy pack onto the ground filled with food and warm clothes just for her. Sari immediately asked how Vin did in his match. Winston chuckled happily, saying that with his support, of course, Vin won. Not only that, his opponent had even forfeited the match. Hearing the good news, Sari could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did Winston ask her about her training out here, and Sari could not hide her genuine excitement. Back in the city, she kept getting distracted by Vin. Training out in the quiet snow was much better because she could easily communicate with the local snow mountain spirits. Since Sari was suited to be a spirit mage, she needed to find a spirit to form a contract with soon. Currently, she could only control one, but she just loved having them around. She cuddled the little spirits happily. But right in the middle of her joy, a faint cry for help echoed, making her freeze. Her expression shifted. She suspiciously asked Winston if he had said anything, but he denied speaking at all while the desperate cries kept echoing. It seemed only Sari could hear them, leaving her wondering where that voice was coming from and who it belonged to. Meanwhile, far from that tense forest, the rest of the gang was happily celebrating Vin's victory. Selbira raised her glass high, proposing a toast to Vin's win, even though their glasses were only filled with sweet fruit juice. They all cheered and toasted together except for Vin, who did not care to join the hype. He muttered that he only beat Kajin by a single point, so there was no need for such a fuss. Selbira strongly disagreed with his calm reaction. 1 point was still a massive achievement in the history of Adenka, even if she technically served as Kajin's supporter. Vin gently cut her off, reminding her that she was actually the key factor in his victory. He knew that Selbira would be highly valuable to Kajin. Seeing her confused look, Vin explained further. Even though Kajin matched him in martial arts, Selbira's presence was crucial to Kajin's performance. Even if Kajin refused to accept the outcome, Vin secured the upper hand in the final evaluations. Hearing this, Selbira smiled and praised him. Vin really had thought of everything. Then she reached out her hand, offering to help him next time since she was a level 9 cadet representative after all. Vincent Adenka extended his hand as well, gladly accepting her offer because he trusted her. The two sealed their agreement, with a firm fist bump promising to watch each other's backs. But as their hands met, Vin sensed something felt terribly wrong. He suddenly grabbed her hand tightly, staring at her palm as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. His sudden intense grip made Selbira blush in confusion, but Vin's expression was completely consumed by sheer dread. He could not believe his eyes. When on earth did this happen? Right there, clear as day on Selbira's skin, was the dreaded sealing chain of the Samion family. Vin panicked. What did Samion do? Was there direct physical contact? Selbira tried to recall, hesitating before Vin's urgent questioning until she finally remembered shaking hands with Kagon earlier. He had thanked her for her help. Vin gritted his teeth, shocked that Kagon would play such a dirty, underhanded card. He actually cast a curse on Selbira, a sealing chain that slowly crushes a victim's mana until they wither away. Vin held her hand tighter, knowing he had to identify the exact seal type before he could even attempt to break it. Depending on the type of curse, a method to break it varies, so he calls out her name, demanding she trains with him every dawn. Vin's sudden and bizarre demands leave Selbira completely flustered and blushing red. She is incredibly shy, barely processing his words. She can hardly believe she's going to be training with Vin every single day. Yet after overcoming her initial shock, she agrees. Bright and early the next morning, Vin is already waiting at their meeting spot. While passing time, he consults with Julian. If Kajin cast this curse on Selbira directly, he must be incredibly confident that no one would ever discover his dark work. Since even Julian is clueless, this red chain seal was likely erased from history, much like the legendary absolute demonic body. Julian is stunned. He advises Vin to keep this a tight secret even from Selbira herself, but Vin is absolutely furious now. He refuses to let Kagan off the hook for using vile dark magic on an innocent girl. As Vin ponders the curse, Selbira finally arrives, but she looks completely different today, having showed up a bit late because she spent extra time dressing up. She shyly asks how she looks. And honestly, both Vin and Julian are left completely flabbergasted by this sudden fashion show. Vin is baffled, totally unable to comprehend why someone would dress up so elegantly just to sweat and train in the dirt. Julian can only facepalm. Was Vin a monk in his past life or something? How could he not see that Selbira likes him? It finally clicks for Vin. He realizes why she dressed up, but she's still so young. 500 years ago, he was 29. How is he supposed to read the romantic feelings of a 14-year-old girl? To break the awkward silence, Selbira speaks up first. She suggests they start asking if Vin has a training plan ready. To warm up, they decide to begin with a session of deep meditation. They sit quietly, circulating their mana through the vital energy points of their bodies. He instructs her to focus on the flow. He tells Selbira to let him know if anything feels off. She finds it odd, wondering what could possibly go wrong during simple meditation. Vin brushes off her concern, but his eyes never leave her. He's closely searching for any signs of the curse's interference. Selbira fails to notice the erratic disruptions in her energy flow. The curse has clearly dulled her senses and focus during training. Julian anxiously asks what they should do and if Vin can actually break this red chain seal, but it remains entirely intact. The dark brand still clings tightly to Selbira's arm, completely mocking Vin's efforts. The seal is far stronger than he first estimated. Breaking it on his own is impossible. Julian gasps in shock, asking what the plan is. To construct a seal this powerful, the caster usually sacrifices the heart of a beast, a spirit, or even a living person. Kagan must have hidden it nearby. He definitely hid that sacrificial medium somewhere out in the snowy mountains. Find it, release it, and the seal will instantly shatter. But Vin's anxiety surges. If they fail to locate the catalyst, Selbira will face an incredibly painful death in just 3 days. Talk about a ticking clock. Julian is horrified by the brutal timeline, unable to believe they only have 3 days left. He admits it sounds completely cold, but the upcoming friendly tournament is still his top priority. The second phase begins very soon. They need to prepare. Hearing this, Vin glares coldly at Julian, wishing the kid would understand which issue is actually more critical. People who blindly obsess over goals end up losing everyone around them. If Vin's old comrades hadn't been wiped out by Sam's, he wouldn't have rotted away in a prison cell. Breaking the heavy silence, Selbira suddenly speaks up, looking exhausted. She asks if they can stop, confessing that she feels extremely drained. Vin immediately calls off the session and they depart. On the way back, Julian wonders how Vin knows so much about dark curses. He asks if Vin was once a dark mage. Vin scoffs at the idea, explaining he simply dealt with similar curses before. During his imprisonment, they bound his own mana. Back then, they used the extracted heart of a death row inmate to seal him. Julian sighs deeply, pitying Vin's past. He had no idea Vin's previous life was so brutal, spending 10 miserable years locked away after his clash with Kagan. As the two focus on their conversation, Selbira quietly loses her footing behind them, completely losing consciousness and collapsing. Turning around, they find her lying cold and motionless on the dirt. Terrified, Vin screams her name and rushes to her side. He carries her back to safety immediately, letting Chevin examine her. But Chevin admits he has never seen such symptoms. Feeling absolutely powerless, the doctor suggests Vin should transfer Selbira to the High Temple in the capital as soon as possible. Vin highly doubts the capital priests can break it. Since the red chain seal was completely erased from historical records, they won't stand a chance. Besides, the curse is spreading way too fast and Selbira wouldn't even survive the journey there. He steps onto the window ledge, firmly telling Chevin to watch over her. Chevin watches him in sheer, utter disbelief. He has no idea what the boy is planning, but Vin has already decided on his next move to save her life. He must venture into the dangerous snowy mountains to hunt down the sacrificial catalyst. Suddenly, Chevin shrieks out in pure panic, unable to believe his own eyes. Vin has just thrown himself right out of the incredibly high tower window. Gliding across the endless white snow, Vincent Adenka makes a silent promise to Samion. He will not lose anyone else to those filthy games. Meanwhile, Sari stands completely motionless in the snowy mountains. Her eyes are locked on a spot where a constant cry for help echoes out. Someone is desperately calling out. It sounds like a fading soul calling from deep within the distance. Then a sudden gust of wind violently sweeps by. She has no idea where it even came from, but that wind is actually just Vincent Adenka tearing through the snow at absolute breakneck speeds. Sari calls out to him, finally forcing Vincent Adenka to halt. He turns back, asking what she is doing out here in the cold. After a quick explanation, Sari realizes Vincent Adenka is searching for a sacrificial offering. It is sealed somewhere on this massive frozen mountain. Sari wonders what kind of sacrifice they are dealing with. Vincent Adenka scans the area and explains that it is usually something small to easily hide, something like a small animal or even a soul. Hearing this, Sari suddenly freezes. She instantly realizes something extremely important. Her sudden stop makes Vincent Adenka quickly apologize. He admits he is in a rush and probably just talking nonsense, but Sari shakes her head. She shows a look of pure determination, telling Vincent Adenka that she can help him. Meanwhile, Selbira is running out of options. Kajin's sealing chains are wrapped tightly around her entire body. To save Selbira before it is too late, Vincent Adenka makes a move. He scoops Sari up in his arms to travel much faster. Since she can hear souls, she carefully scans the terrain to guide him. Finally, she pinpoints the exact location of that constant cry for help. Right there. Sari can hear the desperate soul calling out. It is coming from deep inside a dark crevice. Without a second thought, Vincent Adenka rushes straight inside with her. Once inside, Sari calls out, shouting that she is here to help them. But suddenly, Vincent Adenka stops dead in his tracks. It is not that he doubts Sari, but Selbira is running out of time. He cannot afford to just stand around waiting. He reaches for his sword. If the source of the seal is here, he will just obliterate this entire area to shatter those chains. But he stops himself. Sari has already found it. She is holding the tiny glowing soul right there in her hands. It is locked down by the exact same seal as Selbira. Tears well up in Sari's eyes at how incredibly cruel this is. But there is no saving it. The moment a soul is made a sacrifice, survival becomes impossible. A quick, merciful end is best. Sari stares down at the pathetic fading soul cradled in her palms. She simply refuses to accept this tragic outcome. She tells Vincent Adenka there is still one way left. She begins chanting a powerful spell to salvage the dying soul. Vincent Adenka watches in confusion, but Julian explains this is a soul contract. If Sari links herself to that fading spirit, the superior contract overrides everything. The dark bonds instantly explode off the poor soul. Sari is overcome with joy, tears spilling over as the curse breaks. Vincent Adenka steps forward, showering her with praise and gratitude. She beams, thrilled to finally be of real use to him, but their celebration is cut short when a sudden beam of light attacks. Glaring at the incoming threat, Vincent Adenka leaps in front of Sari to shield her from the devastating blast. He slices the attack clean in half. The sheer residual force is insane, easily blowing the surrounding solid rock to pieces. A direct hit would have been absolutely brutal. Watch closely now. Vincent Adenka's eyes suddenly flash a dangerous crimson red. He demands to know who fired the shot. The voice answers back, recognizing Vincent Adenka and asking what he thinks he's doing. A figure slowly steps out of the shadows. It is Kajin, furious that Vincent Adenka dared to interfere with Samion's sacred ritual. He glares, warning the boy that he had better have a very good explanation for this. Vincent Adenka's hatred boils over. Kajin demands that Sari drop the soul and get lost. Do that, and he might just overlook Vincent Adenka's insolence this once. Vincent Adenka snaps back. How dare he call that an exchange when he is actively trying to murder Selbira? Kajin does not even flinch. He just sighs, asking if Vincent Adenka already figured it out. That nonchalant attitude makes Vincent Adenka boil. Kajin just chuckles. He points out that as Vincent Adenka surely knows there is a natural hierarchy established from birth. Vincent Adenka stares at him, trying to comprehend his twisted logic. Kajin continues, explaining that some are born to carry destiny. Others simply do not know their place in this world. They cross boundaries they have no right to touch. We are different. And Kajin believes Selbira is the one who foolishly stepped over that boundary. She completely ruined his master plan, and he has absolutely zero intention of letting her slide. To him, punishing her is only natural. He fully expects someone of Vincent Adenka's elite status to understand that law. No words are needed. Vincent Adenka simply presses his blade directly against Kajin's throat. That is his answer. He glares with absolute hatred, realizing this monster has not changed a bit in 500 years. Kajin looks surprised, but Vincent Adenka tells him to drop the act. He declares that Kajin's twisted laws are utterly garbage. At least they do not apply to him. Unfazed, Kajin simply smiles and remarks on how much he likes that fiery gaze. Amazing. It is exactly because Vincent Adenka possesses such a fierce glare that Kajin does not believe they will ever be friends. We will see who is right during this exhibition. The two stand staring, both driven by an absolute will to win. Both are filled with an absolute determination to win. Fortunately, the binding seal on Selbira's body is finally broken. She slowly opens her eyes after a long, weakening slumber. Seeing her finally awake, Chevin is overjoyed and immediately asks if she is all right. Just then, Vincent Adenka returns. Kicking the door wide open, he loudly demands to know how Selbira is doing. Chevin happily tells him that she has just woken up. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka immediately rushes straight to her side. He grabs her hand to examine her, leaving her completely baffled. Vincent Adenka checks her wrist to see if the seal is gone. Fortunately, the chains of the binding seal have vanished. He can finally breathe a deep sigh of relief knowing she is safe. Chevin then asks Vincent Adenka if he should get ready, pointing out that they only have 2 days left before the second round. Vincent Adenka is confident. He is already prepared, refusing to lose to Kajin. In round 2, a real monster awaits them. This challenge is a conquest match. Meanwhile, the lights remain bright inside the main castle of the Adenka family. The morning paper carries the news of Vincent Adenka's recent victory, marking their first Adenka win in 5 years. One of the 4 great Adenka elders, Jagan, holds the newspaper, completely unable to believe his eyes. Elder Daniel confirms the news, noting that even though the Samion family tried to interfere, they still could not stop Vincent Adenka. Elder Xiao Luvan says having Vincent Adenka is better than nothing, admitting that the boy has grown. Hearing this, Elder Debak slams his hand on the table, asking if they think this is some kind of joke. Jagan is startled by the sudden outburst, while Daniel asks what the issue is. Debak quickly explains. The elders have held ultimate power over the Adenka family for 500 years except for the last 25. Ever since Khan Adenka took over as patriarch, he has openly despised the elders, and now his grip on power is absolute. Daniel explains that this is exactly why they are working to support the eldest son and daughter as successors. The eldest son, Carmen, is filled with ambition, while the second daughter, Dia, has eyes for nothing but martial arts. The elders plan to make them the heads of the family and use them as puppets. But Debak still has serious doubts. He asks if they have considered what will happen if Vincent Adenka actually wins against the Samion family in this tournament. The 7th child with his troublesome stepmother Sarvana cannot be controlled because they have no family to influence. Not long ago, Patriarch Khan carved Vincent Adenka's name onto the Blood Lotus sword, the very weapon Khan used during his own youth. Hearing this, Jagan is still completely confused and asks what Debak is trying to imply with these strange concerns. Beads of sweat forming on his face, Debak explains that Khan is using Vincent Adenka as a weapon against the 4 great elders. Silence fills the room as the other 3 elders digest this information, staring at Debak as they wait for him to go on. Debak grinds his teeth, declaring they cannot allow Vincent Adenka to win anymore, but how can they stop him? After a long silence, Xiao Lu Van speaks up. He has a plan to send a letter to the Samions. The content of the letter will state that Adenka will overlook the rules the Samion family broke in the first round. Debak stares at Xiao Lu Van in complete disbelief, wondering what on earth he is trying to achieve with this move. Xiao Lu Van smirks. However, the second round will be hosted entirely under the authority of the Adenka elders. 2 days later, the highly anticipated second round of the exhibition match between the 2 clans finally begins. This second round is a conquest battle, and there is only one single rule: defeat the beast in front of you quickly. The opponent is a terrifying lizard man armed with a massive bone spear capable of shattering absolutely any obstacle in its path. A single powerful strike from this beast is enough to destroy any defense, smashing the ground and leaving a giant crater. With its target nowhere to be found, the frustrated monster growls in pure rage, clenching its teeth in anger. Standing on the outside and observing the situation, Vago Pagoda begins to wonder if Kajin has somehow completely vanished. However, he has actually leapt high into the air, descending right on top of the monster with a confident, sinister smirk. Using his Crimson Song technique right from the start, Kajin easily delivers a devastating fatal blow to the helpless monster. The creature is cleanly sliced in half without putting up any fight, and his official time is 14.86 seconds. This incredible score sets a brand new record, even beating the prior 20-second record previously held by the lady. The crowd erupts into non-stop cheering. Completing it under 20 seconds shows that the Samion family is truly on another level. Smirking with absolute pride, Kajin throws a challenging glare toward Vincent Adenka, proving what happens when he finally gets serious. This won't go like round 1. Kajin points his sword straight at Vin, declaring him the next target. Julian is already sweating bullets. He wonders how to break the record. But Vin quickly reassures him, don't worry, because when it comes to speed, he won't lose. He'll destroy this beast the very instant the match begins. Heka steps up, announcing Vin as the champion representing the House of Adenka. Heka asks if he's ready. Vin drops into a combat stance, fighting spirit boiling hot as he responds. Of course, Vin answers. Heka officially calls the start of round 2 for Adenka. Vin locks his eyes onto the massive beast. Suddenly, Vin senses something is way off. This lizardman looks incredibly strange. Meanwhile, the 4 great elders sit nearby, completely unbothered. They calmly sip their tea as Finninal asks Sullivan what exactly he did. But Sullivan insists he didn't do a thing. She doesn't buy it for a second, warning him not to lie since she knows he messed with the second round. Still, Sullivan denies it. He claims he didn't touch the monster Vin is facing, nor did he use any magic or secret potions on the beast. It's the exact same type of lizardman Kajin faced. The only difference is Vin's beast has been starved for 2 straight days. An average swordsman wouldn't even notice the difference. But a starving beast is a whole other story. It's far more vicious. It'll run wild, hungry for blood, which should be more than enough to ruin Vin's clear time record. But Vin already notices. Those bloodshot eyes make it totally clear that the creature is crazed with hunger. Julian catches on and warns him. He begs Vin to ask for a postponement, but the starting horn already echoes. The savage lizardman is unleashed. It bolts out of its iron cage and Vin needs to keep his distance. But playing defense won't break Kajin's record. So Vin does the absolute unthinkable, and trust me, nobody saw this coming. He stands completely still, waiting for the charge. Watching from the sidelines, Heka screams in utter horror at his madness. Even Vago Pagoda panic, yelling at Vin to move. But the bloodthirsty lizardman is already closing the gap like a runaway train, aiming straight for a lethal strike. Its spear thrusts forward with terrifying force. Heka watches in disbelief as Vin just stands there taking the hit. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain of the spear, piercing his chest, Vin grabs his sword with a deadly grip. He drives his blade straight into the beast's chest, actually thanking the confused creature for helping him shave off precious seconds. By letting its spear sink deep into his body, Vin trapped it. Now he doesn't have to waste mana on crowd control skills. Now he tells the beast it is time to feel his lightning. High-voltage energy erupts, sending agonizing shockwaves through the monster. As the creature shrieks in agony, Vin refuses to let up, channeling his great thunder blessing to double the shock. The lizardman's screams intensify until the raw lightning reduces it to literal dust. Vago Pagoda watches completely speechless at the sight. He frantically yells for the medical team. Meanwhile, Heka quickly grasps the situation and commands Vago Pagoda to check the timer. She recalls Vin's proud words entering this match with any intention of losing to how Samion would betray Adenka. But Heka never expected Vin would go this far. The boy literally risked his life just to crush their rivals. In the end, his official clear time is a shocking 5.39 seconds. The victory is absolutely undeniable. Vin is officially declared the winner of round 2. The medical squad rushes in just in time to tend to him. His injuries are incredibly severe. Chevin takes charge, instructing the healers that they must pull the spear out first. On his signal, they will yank it free while instantly casting healing magic. Chevin starts the countdown, 1, 2, 3. Watching from the crowd, Kajin is completely baffled. He cannot comprehend why Vin would choose such a suicidal, brutal tactic. As the medical team desperately stabilizes Vin, the madman just sits there completely unbothered by the bloody hole in his chest. He actually flashes Kajin a smug, victorious grin. This brazen move works perfectly, leaving Kajin boiling with silent rage. He mutters a curse as the announcer declares the end of round 2, urging everyone to clear the arena immediately. They need to transport the severely injured Vin. Oh, and the announcer adds that round 3 will resume in 3 days. Sitting inside her carriage, Vankia absorbs the news, wondering if this Vin could truly be Sarvena's son. Her carriage rolls away. She leaves deeply, anticipating her first meeting with Vin. Meanwhile, after patching Vin up, Chevin lets out a heavy sigh. He complains that he took this job at Blood City thinking it would be easy, and it was until Vin showed up. Vin can't really argue with that, offering an awkward laugh before thanking Chevin for closing the massive hole in his chest. It feels like a literal miracle. However, Chevin quickly denies taking credit for the healing, which completely catches Vin off guard. Chevin holds up a wooden token explaining that he isn't its owner, Performing that level of recovery is impossible for him. But for the true master of this token, it is child's play. Vin squints in deep confusion, staring back at Chevin. He asks what this is supposed to mean. Chevin explains that Vin must have experienced something truly out of this world. The healing power of a second-class priest is practically a miracle. Anyone who understands this symbol gets access to that same miraculous healing power. But since he is only a fifth-class priest, his abilities are limited to simple stitching and bandaging. Obviously, Vincent Adenka's heart is still far from fully recovered. If he overexerts himself before he heals completely, he might lose his ability to use mana forever. Suddenly, Herka bursts through the door, impatiently asking if Vincent Adenka is done. If he is finished, it is time to eat. Vincent Adenka is totally lost, asking her what on earth she is talking about. She yells that the Adenka family head, the lady of the family, and the Samion leaders have all arrived, inviting them to dinner. Vincent Adenka finally gets it. He heads to the dining hall with his father, silently questioning this sudden invitation from the Sam family. Could they be plotting something? As they step inside, the head of the Sam family steps up to greet Khan first. It is Lady Vankia of the Samion family. She walks over with a warm smile, with Kajin following close behind her. Vankia politely greets Vincent Adenka, saying she is absolutely thrilled to meet him. Both sides sit down to a massive, lavish feast. Seeing Vincent Adenka hesitate to eat, Vankia warmly encourages him, noting that these dishes are all famous specialties from the Sam region. He finally digs in with a quick thank you, but as he eats, he keeps his eyes locked on her, thinking to himself, so this is Vankia Sam. Just like his own father, she carries that tough, unyielding aura typical of the great Samion rulers. She strikes up a casual chat with Khan, teasingly saying that he seems to have gotten pretty petty in his old age. Khan has no idea what she means. Then she points her steak knife right at Vincent Adenka, asking where he hid this adorable kid. Her voice is gentle, but she suddenly unleashes a terrifying wave of killing intent that makes Vincent Adenka's hair stand on end. He stands up so fast, his chair clatters to the floor. Vincent Adenka grips his sword, cold sweat pouring down his face. He glares at Vankia, completely on guard. She is quietly impressed that he actually managed to sense the hidden pressure she just released. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth. There is no doubt about it, this woman is incredibly dangerous, and her raw killing intent is absolutely suffocating. It feels sharp enough to slice him to ribbons. Vankia is a monstrously powerful swordmaster, and Vincent Adenka must stay on high alert. Breaking the silence, Vankia praises Vincent Adenka for his sharp instincts. Though he keeps a calm face, his heart is pounding with excitement. He politely thanks her, though secretly, he is itching to fight someone that strong. Khan looks over, confused by his sudden smile. Vincent Adenka simply replies that the Sam family is impressively strong before finally sitting back down. Khan asks if he felt that aura. Then Khan turns his gaze toward Kajin, staring him down with heavy hostility. Kajin just sits there, completely oblivious to the tension. He blankly stares back at Khan, totally confused. To test him, Khan unleashes a similar wave of pressure, mimicking Lady Vankia. But Kajin feels absolutely nothing. He actually asks Khan if there is some kind of issue. Talk about a complete contrast. Khan wipes his mouth dryly, noting that Kajin is polite enough not to draw his sword at the dinner table. Vankia quickly intervenes, telling Kajin to ignore it and enjoy his meal. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Vincent Adenka leans over to whisper with Julian. The young guy feels the same pressure. Right now, the two family heads are locked in a silent clash of sheer presence. It is a battle of wills between two rulers of the continent. Later that night, only Vankia and Khan remain behind to talk. Vankia remarks that Vincent Adenka is developing quite nicely, but Khan counters by pointing out that her prodigy was completely outclassed. Vankia bursts into hearty laughter, admitting he caught her. But then she falls silent, her expression turning quite serious. She warns that some people are plotting behind the scenes, daring to interfere in this friendly gathering right under their noses. Khan looks over, asking if she is referring to the elders of the Samion clan who are trying to play dirty. But that is only half of it. Vankia believes the Samion elders rigged the first round, but the plot runs much deeper. She suspects the Adenka elders are pulling the strings in round 2. The four great elders are clearly plotting something major, and their target is Vincent Adenka. They want to eliminate him as quickly as possible to get rid of any unpredictable variables. She asks Khan what he plans to do about this. Does he actually believe his son can win the third round? Khan remains silent for a brief moment. At this point, he is only absolutely sure of one single thing. The Adenka family is going to crush the Samion clan. Vankia just chuckles, asking if he is simply wishing out loud. If they could not pull it off for 500 years, it might be time to give up. But what about the elders? How does he plan to stop their interference? Khan gives her a freezing look, stating that no one on this continent survives, cheating right in front of his face. Absolutely nothing is going to stop Vincent Adenka from taking the win in round 3. Vankia remains completely unfazed, staring right back at him. He speaks with absolute confidence, as if he is certain. Vincent Adenka will beat Kajin as long as things stay fair. Khan silently recalls his son's promise he swore he would win, returning victorious. So he simply told Vakia that Vin had already promised to come back as the winner. Soon after round 3 of the friendly match begins, up in the stands everyone is gossiping about Vin's previous victory. In round 2 and speculating on today's matchup, this clash is even more special because of the legendary figures attending. Lady Vaya of the Samion family sits next to Khan, the leader of the Enka clan, bringing 2 legendary martial masters to the arena. 2 crossed swords form a sharp X as Horka officially steps up to declare the start of this highly anticipated final round. Both Vin and Kajin step forward, practically radiating pure battle intent. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into an absolute frenzy. The stadium is practically shaking with the noise. Amid the chaos, Julian asks Vincent Adenka if he remembers his current condition. With his damaged heart, his body can only withstand a single massive shock. 1 sword strike is his absolute limit. To survive, Vincent Adenka must spot an opening in Kagan's defense and end this fight with 1 decisive blow. Gripping his hilt, Vin decides to open with Great Thunder to test his opponent, unleashing a brilliant flash of lightning. But Kajin barely flinches. He stands there completely unfazed, mockingly asking if that weak little spark is supposed to be Great Thunder. Without breaking a sweat, Kajin casually reaches out a hand, summoning a massive lightning bolt to completely shatter Vin's attack. Vin can't believe his eyes. This guy's lightning is on a completely different level. Kajin just grins, loving the fear on Vin's face. He smugly asks if that's the best Vin can do before a wicked smile creeps across his face. Time to burn him to ash. Vin panics as Kajin powers up. That burning red mana, could it be the same terrifying power Vin faced in his past? Even after all this time, he could never forget the Samion clan's secret mana technique, the very thing that broke him before. It burns through the user's own life force to unleash devastating power. Kajin smirked, knowing Vin recognized the dread of this technique. He doesn't waste any time lunging straight at Vin to see if the boy actually has a way to counter it. Vin raises his sword, desperately channeling his Blood Lotus enhancement to try and block the incoming strike. But he's too slow. A blade slices clean through Vin's shoulder, leaving him gasping in utter disbelief. He didn't even have time to react before Kagan's blade hit, showing absolute dominance. Vin struggles to comprehend how someone could move this fast. What kind of secret technique grants this level of insane speed? The power Kagan is showing right now has already surpassed what Kajin was capable of in his youth. Kagan presses his advantage immediately, telling Vin he's overthinking things. Luckily, Vin barely manages to parry the next strike. Kagan keeps up the pressure, mocking Vin's smug attitude from the earlier rounds. Where did all that confidence go? He dares Vin to try and beat him, promising he won't even give the boy a chance to swing his sword again. Vin pours every ounce of his inner energy into his defense, desperately trying to withstand the onslaught. Neither fighter is willing to back down, and their clashing powers trigger a massive, deafening explosion in the center. Khan watches anxiously from the stands, praying Vin is alright. But Vakia just smirks, completely confident in Kagan's victory. As thick smoke blankets the arena, Vin realizes he has to drag this out. That special mana technique has a time limit. If he can just survive and time his counter perfectly, Kagan's life force burning technique will eventually run dry. But Kajin isn't giving him a second to breathe. Driven by pure bloodlust, he charges right back into the fray. Unleashing a devastating crescent moon slash, he's determined to put an end to Vin once and for all. Vin stands frozen, his mind racing for a solution as the massive slash comes bearing down on him. A violent blast tears through the arena, leaving a massive deep trench carved into the solid stone floor. Staring at the destruction, Kajin throws his head back and laughs like a maniac, convinced he has won the match. To him, this is the perfect lesson for anyone foolish enough to challenge the mighty Samion family. But amidst his celebration, Vin's voice echoes out calmly, asking if this is really the best Kajin can do. Now the real fight begins. Vin unleashes the third form of the Amulan style, his aura radiating lethal intent. He locks his eyes on Kajin, preparing to execute the Storm Greatsword, a technique from his past life memories. Back then, Kajin used it to disarm his opponent with a single sweep before brutally slamming his foot down. He stomped right on the guy's face, mocking him for being pathetic and incredibly boring as the man lay broken. How could someone with 2 good arms be so utterly useless? Vincent Adenka, watching from the sidelines back then, was deep in thought. He was processing Kajin's brutal words and actions when a shadow suddenly approached him with a question. Since the winner had clearly been decided, why was Kajin still mercilessly beating down on his opponent? Vincent Adenka hears this but doesn't reply. He simply tells Amulan they did great, while Fen tells him to stop being so incredibly stiff. Just call me Fen, how many times does he have to say it? Vin first met Fen at the Samion clan arena back when they were nothing but helpless puppets used as mere stepping stones to make Kajin's talent shine. Out of nowhere, Fen asks Vin about what he said last time. Did he really mean it? Vin had boldly claimed he would defeat that monster, a young master whose sheer existence is basically a cheat code. Since his mere existence is a complete cheat, Vincent Adenka can only sigh and admit that it really does sound like a foolish dream. But Fen quickly tells him no. Vin is the only one actually trying to beat Kajin, and Fen believes he is the one who can. He truly is the only one capable of doing it. Fen was a genius martial artist and an incredibly loyal friend. Never doubting Vin's dream, Fen supported him with everything he had, but he grew too strong too fast, which led to something terrible. The greedy elders of the Samion clan saw his massive growth and set a vicious trap, leaving him entirely for dead. Thankfully, before his end, Fen left Vin with an incredible legacy, the third form of the legendary Amelin swordsmanship. This technique is the complete polar opposite of the Samion clan style, requiring barely any mana to pull off. It is a rapid-fire style built for absolute speed. Even Kajin is completely stunned seeing this unique technique for the very first time. Vincent Adenka raises his blade, boldly declaring this is the true justice of the Samion clan, a style belonging to a fallen hero. Kajin feels absolutely zero remorse, coldly replying that if that is the case, it must be a completely useless skill. With that, Kajin rushes forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. But Vincent Adenka eyes him with pure, unwavering determination. He shuts down the villain's arrogance with a firm no, flawlessly parrying every single incoming strike with his new style. Kajin even ends up balancing right on top of Vin's blade, completely neutralized, yet his arrogance remains entirely unbroken. He still brags about easily shattering this cheap trick, immediately unleashing a heavy, overwhelming style known as the Flowing Rain Sword. Under this massive, crushing pressure, Vincent Adenka almost feels as if he is facing a young Kajin all over again. But not this time. He will completely shut him down. Meanwhile, Kajin lets out a wild, crazed laugh. He yells that his next blow will send Vincent Adenka straight to hell before vanishing into thin air without a trace. Vincent Adenka can barely believe how effortlessly his opponent vanished right in front of him. Up in the stands, the crowd gasps. They wonder if Kajin will strike from the shadows just like in round 2. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka suddenly realizes something. He smiles to himself and realizes they are right, easily dodging the deadly ambush Kajin had worked so hard to set up. A shocked Kajin cannot believe Vin predicted his blade. Vin coldly explains that it is because Kajin always leads with his right foot. He predicted Kajin would land on his right foot first, then immediately retreat backward to dodge. Vincent Adenka is reading him like a book. Sure enough, Kajin is forced backward to escape the strike. Enraged, Kajin points his sword, demanding to know what cheap trick Vin used. Vincent Adenka calmly replies that it is simply his opponent's own arrogance. He naturally wants to strike from above. With that, Vincent Adenka thrusts his sword horizontally, forcing Kajin to duck and dodge. But Vincent Adenka just smiles. Reversing his movements is remarkably easy. Now Vin is absolutely certain that Kajin uses the exact same strategy as Kajin. Normally, that would make an opponent incredibly terrifying. But to Vincent Adenka, this is actually a massive advantage. After all, nobody in this entire world understands Kajin's swordsmanship better than Vincent Adenka. Kajin is absolutely furious. Screaming in rage, Kajin orders Vin to die. Vin knows Kajin is a genius who uses overwhelming force to control the battlefield. But the moment something unexpected happens, he loses his cool and starts swinging blindly, and Kajin has that exact same weakness. Knowing this, Vincent Adenka calmly prepares to strike, unleashing the devastating first form of his treasured Amelin swordsmanship. Now watch as Vin decides it is finally time to teach this arrogant fool a real lesson. With pure determination in his eyes, Vin unleashes an epic high-energy strike that completely floods the entire battlefield. The first form of his style cleanly shatters Kajin's blade. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Kajin can only stare. His eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to accept that he has actually lost this fight. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into wild cheers as the Adenka clan sweeps all 3 rounds, though Vincent Adenka is completely exhausted. Thankfully, the battle wrapped up quickly as his heavy skills are putting a massive, painful strain on his heart. But Kajin refuses to stay down, yelling that this fight is far from over. Suddenly, Vin senses something strange. The enemy's mana is rapidly condensing. Kajin laughs maniacally, warning Vin that while this newly learned trick is dangerous, it is necessary. He unleashes a bizarre, desperate technique, completely restoring his shattered blade to full strength right before everyone's eyes. It is the legendary divine blessing of Sword Saint Kesek's spirit blade, shocking even Khan, who is watching from afar. But the one truly shocked here is Lady Valkia. She has absolutely no idea when Kajin receives such a blessing. Usually, Kesek's blessing merely grants its user elite swordsmanship. However, once they reach the absolute peak of that power, an extra layer of divine grace is unlocked. This awakened force can reshape their very blade into an entirely different form. Right now, Kajin is operating at the absolute peak of the 4-star rank. Stunned, Vincent demands to know what kind of blessing he's wielding. He's actually channeling everything into his Crimson Emperor, might a reckless gamble that could destroy his own body under the sheer pressure. Throwing a cold glare at Vincent, he charges forward, mockingly thanking him for the concern. Vincent can barely believe his eyes. He didn't expect Kajin to still possess this much raw stamina after everything they've been through. Vincent braces to block the incoming strike, but the sheer devastating force behind it is unreal. The impact unleashes a violent shockwave that sweeps all the way to the spectator's stands. Vincent pours everything he has into holding his ground, but things are looking pretty grim. His Alaman sword stance is already showing cracks. The defense is about to shatter. Drenched in sweat, Kajin lets out a satisfied grin. Vincent has been risking his life since the very beginning. Just to get a slight edge, his rival threw away all caution. Naturally, Kajin isn't about to play it safe with his own life either. Even if Keshak's power tears his body apart, he will crush Vincent. But Vincent's resolve is just as ironclad. Kajin is just like Kajin. He refuses to lose to this guy even if it means putting his entire life on the line. Now get ready for absolute chaos. Their blades collide in a ferocious frenzy, neither side giving an inch. Every single ounce of their energy is poured into this decisive duel. In a matter of seconds, the Alaman's swordsmanship is completely shattered. Kajin gloats, realizing his opponent's ultimate defense has finally crumbled. But who needs a sword? Without missing a beat, Vincent lunges forward, throwing a massive fist directly at his smug face. Kajin spots the physical attack and manages to block it just in time. Yet the sheer power behind the blow still sends him flying back. They stand at a distance, locking eyes in a deadly stare down. Both fighters have pushed their physical bodies past the absolute limit. It's all or nothing now, and they're betting everything on one final strike. Kajin prepares the ultimate form of his Scarlet Song swordsmanship, the absolute sword. Meanwhile, Vincent shifts into his third form, evoking a massive ghostly figure that manifests right behind his body. Kajin unleashes his Blood Moon technique to end it, but Vincent doesn't back down. He summons the Lightning Giant to counter the assault. Absolute Sword infused with the raw power of the Lightning Giant. This devastating combo is designed to slice through targets and detonate them. Blinded by the sudden shockwave, Kajin loses his line of sight. Out of nowhere, Vincent drops down from the sky at terrifying speed. The reality hits him too late. Vincent's previous attack was just a massive smoke bomb to mask his approach. Talk about a genius play. With burning determination, Vincent declares that from this day forward, every single member of the Samion family will be the ones chasing his shadow. Delivering the final crushing blow, the young master Kajin is completely taken out of the fight. Vincent stands victorious, staring down at his opponent. He completely dominated the clash, and the results are undeniable. The official announcer declares the winner of the third match is Cadet Vincent. The entire stadium erupts in wild cheers as spectators leap to their feet. It has been years since the Adenka family produced such a genius. The crowd chants his name in unison, Vincent, Vincent, Vincent. Hearing the roaring stadium, he looks up at the sea of fans. He finally did it. He defeated Kajin and completely humbled the Samion family. Both his past and present lives have achieved this monumental goal. The promise he made in his previous life has finally been fulfilled today. And honestly, this victory is as satisfying as it gets. The announcer calls for the priests to tend to the wounded, stating the interviews will follow shortly. But the broadcast is cut short. A raging sword strike slices the communication device in half. Driven by sheer fury, Delbecq unleashes a blow that literally splits the table. Daven is just as heated, completely speechless from the utter humiliation. Meanwhile, back at the arena where the shocking battle just concluded, Raelsa turns to Adenka with a warm smile, remarking that young Master Vincent has truly grown up. Adenka can only sigh in defeat, admitting he lost this particular wager. Outside the arena, the spectators are already buzzing with excitement about this year's intense exchange. Both fighters showed unbelievable strength. Raven turns to his butler, Serkan, asking if he thinks they could defeat those two monsters. Without hesitation, Serkan confidently says yes. After all, Vartikan is a legendary spear family on par with the Adenka and Samion houses. Deep down, Raven is itching to test his skills against Vincent. After pondering for a moment, a brilliant idea crosses his mind. Since Vincent is a cadet, he's bound to spend all his time inside the castle, so Raven orders Serkan to contact his father. He wants to enroll in the Crimson Fortress immediately. Sometime later, Vincent slowly opens his heavy eyelids, feeling completely disoriented. He has absolutely no clue where he is. The last thing he remembers is resting right after defeating Kajin. Where on earth is this? Could he have somehow ended up back in his own memories? Suddenly, a massive swarm of pale hands emerges from the shadows, reaching out greedily toward Vincent. These grotesque hands belong to bizarre twisted monsters, radiating a suffocating lethal aura. No matter how loudly Vincent demands to know their identity, the beasts remain dead, silent, lunging forward with ravenous hunger. They charge at him even faster. Vincent Adenka finally realizes these monsters are actually trying to attack him. He quickly draws his sword and easily cuts them down one by one. But a strange sensation washes over him. It feels exactly like the demonic spirit of the Archdevil Maven. Then a figure appears right before him, leaving Vincent Adenka completely shocked. It is none other than Kajin. His entire body is shrouded in an eerie, ominous red mist. He glares straight at Vincent Adenka with a wicked grin, saying, "There you are, one-armed Daven." Vincent Adenka screams out, "Kajin, what on earth are you doing?" But the guy does not care. Suddenly, he lunges forward to attack Vincent Adenka. Shrouded in bloodlust, he charges relentlessly at him without stopping. This intense mana pressure is too overwhelming. Vincent Adenka is frozen solid, but then a sudden flash of light cuts through. It slices right through Kajin's torso. Where did this sudden strike come from? Vincent Adenka stays on guard as a figure falls from above. The familiar silhouette lands right before him. Vincent Adenka widens his eyes in shock. His savior is actually none other than Aslan. Vincent Adenka immediately demands to know what this crazy mess is about, but before he can get an answer, a massive terrifying monster suddenly emerges right beside them. Vincent Adenka is frozen in sheer terror. He asks Aslan what this beast even is. It is the Archdevil, the ultimate source behind this entire chaotic mess. Looking back at Vincent Adenka, Aslan screams, "There is absolutely no time left. That bastard has already noticed Vincent Adenka's presence, so he must recover quickly and escape immediately. Defeat the Sam family and face the ultimate truth that Aslan left behind." Vincent Adenka is completely lost and wants to ask more questions, but Aslan quickly cuts him off. Everything now rests solely on Vincent Adenka, no matter how desperately he tries to call out. Ignoring his cries, Aslan charges bravely straight toward the massive Archdevil. Distant voices calling his name keep echoing in the darkness, asking if he is okay. Finally, Vincent Adenka wakes up from his intense nightmare. Selbira anxiously asks if he feels sick anywhere. Vincent Adenka runs his fingers through his hair, frustrated. He defeated the Sam family, so why has he not uncovered the truth yet? Is he still missing a key piece to fully complete the Adenka testament? While Vincent Adenka is lost in his deep thoughts, a sudden knock on the door breaks his train of thought. His father steps in, politely asking to speak with Vincent Adenka for a moment. Khan's unexpected arrival surprises Vincent Adenka and leaves the other young cadets in the room feeling rather awkward. Khan tells them he is only staying for a brief moment, so they should relax. Selbira shyly asks when the Adenka family will arrive. Khan praises Vincent Adenka for his excellent performance, noting how he kept his promise once again. Now he must reward him properly, asking if there is anything Vincent Adenka truly desires. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka silently reflects on what he is still lacking. The exact thing he lacks is actually the absolute basics, so he honestly tells Khan that he is not a true Adenka yet. He still needs a proper master to teach him the Adenka sword art. Khan falls silent, asking if Vin knows the elders dislike him. Vincent Adenka knows. But after defeating the Sam family today, he is one step closer to fully unlocking the Adenka book's power. If they still refuse to find him a teacher, he is more than ready to show his disrespect to those old elders. Khan smiles in deep satisfaction at his son's words. He gently strokes his beard before proudly agreeing with him. He tells Vincent Adenka to follow him outside. The two of them, father and son, head out of the room together. Relsa and Mon Adenka are already waiting for them outside. Vincent Adenka happily greets Relsa but hesitates slightly when turning to Mon Adenka, but he still manages to recognize him. This actually surprises Mon Adenka, who remembers Vin saying he would remember his name, and yet he actually kept his word. Relsa steps forward to formally introduce Mon Adenka, a powerful 8-star martial artist. He is an 8-star warrior and a master of lightning, which is why she suggested him to be Vincent Adenka's master. Mon Adenka politely introduces himself properly. He is the vice commander of the White Sword Squad, currently serving under the Yellow Dragon Association. His name is Mon Adenka Fanker. Hearing that last name, Vincent Adenka cannot hide his utter shock and immediately questions him. That name surprises him because Fanker was actually Aslan's former family name. Meanwhile, at the main mansion of the Sam family, Vankia sits high on her throne, demanding to know if Kajin understands why he lost. Vincent Adenka completely read his moves. He completely lost his composure, becoming overly emotional. This embarrassing defeat has brought complete disgrace upon his own name. Hearing this, he can only apologize in shame. Vankia places her hand on his head, stating that failure is part of growth. But if he ever makes such a foolish mistake again, she will personally skin him alive and rip out his tendons. Kajin flashes a wide, eerie smile, saying he understands completely. But suddenly, a strange red glow bursts from his eyes. He quietly reassures someone, acknowledging their rage over the loss, but urges them to stay calm in front of his mother. Shockingly, the presence he is comforting is his very own ancestor. Talk about an absolute nightmare of a family reunion. He saw it all, especially that one-armed Daven. Meanwhile, noticing Vincent Adenka's sudden pale expression, Mon Adenka looks on in deep confusion. Mon Adenka. Yes, that is indeed my family name. Is there a problem with that? He asks openly, without hiding a thing. Wait, does this mean Sir Mine is actually way more powerful and influential than I ever imagined? It turns out Elsa has to step in and explain it to him. The Fanker family is one of the ancient martial arts clans that served the Adenka house since its founding. They sit right in the middle, not too high, not too low. Knowing this, Vincent Adenka starts to picture the situation. But one nagging thought keeps bothering him: how does this even work? The Fankers changed their name to Adenka, yet their clan still uses the Fanker name. Elsa continues, he has already completed the registration at the castle so he can start tutoring the young lord tomorrow. Adenka also steps in with some words. Next time we meet, we will be master and disciple. I apologize in advance if I happen to overstep my bounds with you later on. The young master Vincent Adenka smiles warmly and replies that he will also learn humbly from Master Adenka. Lord Khan stands behind his son and offers some advice, urging him to push himself even further. Vin turns and answers his father, yes, of course, sir. The father stares at him with eyes full of absolute trust. You must try your best because nothing is certain. After all, the board of directors of Toven might do something to you. Meanwhile, inside a private room, Deobak slams his desk in pure rage, yelling that it finally happened. The very thing we feared most has actually occurred. Vincent Adenka has become the hero who defeated the Samion family. And now, we have zero chance of interfering with that brat Oat's rapid growth. How exactly do you plan to take responsibility for our current mess? Elder Teoloven. The elder's face goes pale as he mutters that he has absolutely no excuses. Vincent Adenka has grown way too powerful beyond their wild imaginations. Phi Daniel frowns in sheer annoyance upon hearing the helpless response from Elder Teoloven, snapping back. Was this not entirely your own bright idea, Elder Teoloven? He keeps quiet, but inside, he is utterly terrified. How dare that brat speak to me like that, and how can I even deny it? Why are they trying to use this to push me out? He speaks up, suggesting they find a solution together. At that very moment elsewhere, blood splatters right before the horrified eyes of another elder. He trembles, asking the man standing in front of him why he would do this. Vanya, radiating pure killer intent, steps closer and growls back. I should be asking you that. Why on earth did you hire these mages? Spill the truth, Elder Halian. He demands answers while casually wiping the fresh blood off his beautiful sword with a clean white cloth. Seeing Vanya's terrifying cold demeanor makes the elder shake in his boots. I only wanted to decorate the Samion family's victory, he stammers. Without a second thought, Vanya slams his foot hard against the wall right next to him to intimidate him. Oh really? The Samion family needs you to decorate their wins. Personally, I absolutely despise cheap politics and underhanded tricks. None of that belongs in a martial artist's path. Vanya thinks back to his own bitter frustration. Because of those tricks, I never got to have a proper one-on-one duel with that bastard Khan. He continues, stating that they have never had any association or connection with the Sixth Law Tribunal or any other organizations. This is my own path purely for the sake of the Samion family. He turns his back, his eyes carrying a hint of quiet sadness. And yet I am still powerless against the elders of my own family no matter what I try. Then he glares back threateningly, so why don't you do yourself a favor and retire to the countryside already? Go grow vegetables, raise some fish, and live out your peaceful retirement. Hearing this, the old man knows his place and agrees to do exactly that. So Vanya spares the elder. He slams the heavy door shut, leaving the old man completely alone in the cold room. The elder crawls over to a nearby magic stone, touching it gently. A voice instantly echoes from the other end, I am listening. The Samion elder is so furious that veins pop on his head. What on earth is going on over there? I thought you already managed to interfere with the second or third stage Teoloven. He falls into an awkward silence, scrambling for an excuse before finally speaking up. Thanks to Khan and Vanya showing up, we could not make a single move. Plus, Vincent Adenka's terrifying combat ability has grown far beyond anything we could have ever predicted. On the other end, the old man screams, how dare you use that as a pathetic excuse? If things continue like this, we will undoubtedly face the consequences of trying to block Vincent Adenka. And those ordinary elders are not even the real issue here. The real danger is that we will become a thorn in their side. The elder suggests they must quickly cook up a solid plan to get rid of that annoying brat Vincent Adenka as soon as possible. Now, just when things seem calm, Vin is fast asleep in his dark room when a sudden chilling sense of danger makes him snap awake. An unknown intruder standing right next to him drives a sharp sword toward his chest, but Vin's quick reflexes save him just in time. He rolls away, drawing his own blade and taking a defensive stance. Who goes there? He demands. How did you get inside this place? The intruder pulls his sword back and replies, I assumed you were asleep. Pretty sharp senses you have. It turns out his midnight attacker is actually his tutor, Adenka. Speaking to his student with a voice that is both warm yet somehow freezing cold, he tells him it is past midnight, so from now on, you must address me as master. While your senses are sharp, Vin, your situational awareness is still severely lacking. You still have not realized that you are standing in a very strange place. Hearing this, he looks around in utter confusion. Mon Adenka explains that this is a magic dungeon. This magic was designed for the very first stage by the dean himself. If you can actually survive my training, then I will let you go. Otherwise, do not dream of leaving. Utterly confused, Vincent Adenka asks what they are even doing out here. With a serious face, Mon Adenka replies that they must completely destroy and reshape his great lightning. Vincent Adenka breaks into a cold sweat, asking what his master could possibly mean. Mon Adenka reaches inside his coat to pull something out calmly, explaining that the boy does not understand its true potential. This foundation must be set in stone before he can learn the Adenka family swordsmanship. Looking at the necklace, Mon Adenka presents the boy as full of questions as his master hangs it on. Mon Adenka tells him this special pendant is forged from dense magic, meaning only the power of great lightning can shatter it. Your only mission is to break this necklace before you even think about learning our swordsmanship. But then suddenly, Vincent Adenka stands up with sheer determination. He vows to grow strong and become a true Adenka to face the ultimate truth. He promises to destroy that pendant at all costs so he can finally master the family arts. Gathering his magical energy into his blade, he charges directly at Mon Adenka to smash the necklace. But Mon Adenka has no intention of making it easy. Releasing a massive wave of raw power, the master blasts Vincent Adenka flying across the room. The boy digs his feet and hands into the dirt to stop himself from crashing too far. Covered in sweat, he looks up questioning that terrifying power. Mon Adenka glares down with a cold gaze that seems to pierce his very soul, demanding his young student to watch closely. He says this is what true great lightning looks like. Right then, Julian's spirit manifests and both of them stare wide-eyed at the colossal force towering before them. Julian gasps in shock, noting it is completely different from their previous encounter. With a flash of lightning in his eyes, Mon Adenka orders his lightning giant to strike, slamming its massive hammer down right where Vincent Adenka is standing. Shielding his eyes from the flying debris, the boy leaps backward to escape. But because of the sudden shock, he overshoots and scrapes his back hard against the ground. Enveloped by the residual static, Vincent Adenka cannot help but wonder what that blue lightning is. It is entirely different from his own power. Mon Adenka walks over and admits that he is not cut out to be a teacher. He has zero confidence in explaining things nicely or using some fancy structured method. For now, he is only going to rely on the one brutal way he knows best. Until the boy finally learns the true meaning of great lightning, his master's magic will be his sparring partner. As time slowly passes, an invisible mouse slips through the mansion's corridors, scouting out every corner. Back at the estate, Vincent Adenka's servants are busy washing piles of his laundry. Meanwhile, over at the Crimson Fortress, officers are drowning in paperwork. As documents pile up, scurrying past a squad of soldiers, the mouse spots a familiar figure in a dark alley. It is Daven Adenka, clearly plotting something suspicious. Scurrying past him, the invisible rodent continues its quiet journey into another room. A faint blue glow emanates from a portal. The tiny scout gazes up at the gateway before teleporting to a vast, snow-covered landscape. The mouse pushes through the drifts and waves its paw. A slender hand picks it up to listen to the report. She softly replies, "Oh, is that so? I guess everyone is doing well with their jobs. Thank you for your hard work. Are you also worried about our young master?" It turns out the owner is Ceres, Vincent Adenka's maid. Looking at the sky in worry, she realizes it has been a whole week since the young master started training and he is still not back. She wonders if he is resting properly, hoping he does not push his body past its limits. Meanwhile, back in the cave, only Vincent Adenka and Mon Adenka remain, locked in intense combat. The boy lunges with everything he has while the master quietly analyzes his potential. Just as expected, whenever the boy is cornered, he always falls back on the exact same trick. He channels his lightning through a very strange style of swordsmanship, but his execution is still far too green. Once again, Mon Adenka predicts his next move. Vincent Adenka activates his microelectricity enhancement while his master simultaneously unleashes his ultimate. Both clash head-on, one throwing a fierce attack while the other erects an absolute impenetrable defense. Vincent Adenka is genuinely stunned. The range of that shield is massive, expanding by the second to dominate the entire area. Vincent Adenka struggles to hold his ground, realizing this is not as strong as his gold lightning, but somehow, it exerts a terrifying, suffocating pressure across the entire cavern. Suddenly, Mon Adenka materializes right behind the boy, mocking him that standing there in awe is completely useless. The master unleashes a horizontal slash, but luckily, the boy manages to dodge. Spotting Mon Adenka's necklace, he quickly pivots and lunges forward to steal the pendant. With his target in sight, he reaches out to grab it, but his mentor swiftly ducks to evade. As the blow comes down, Vin groans in sheer frustration. His master is clearly giving him a deliberate chance to grab that pendant. Adenka doesn't hesitate to thrust his sword hilt straight into the boy's ribs, leaving Vin in absolute agony, lying completely motionless. He lies motionless, like a corpse. Adenka watches closely, noting his improved footwork, though his lightning is still weak. That is enough training for now. After waking from the sharp pain, Vin sits on a nearby rock to recover his breath. He takes a quick sip. Julian warns him to drink plenty of water since Adenka might not give another break anytime soon. Vin wipes his mouth, muttering back that he knows. He still cannot understand why his attacks fail to pierce that blue lightning. No matter how much energy he channels or how wide he spreads his strikes, that blue lightning wall remains completely impenetrable. It is like the Grand Thunder dual body, but there is some core difference. Julian scowls, deeply annoyed on Vin's behalf. Julian complains about how little water is in the flask, but Vin just tells him to hush, they are lucky to get any. A realization hits. What if there is no water? Vin starts visualizing a massive flowing wave inside his mind. He suddenly gasps as the missing piece clicks into place, shouting out that he found it, which startles everyone around him. Vin grins widely, explaining that he previously thought he had to compress and hold back the lightning before releasing it. He was treating it like rationing water in a flask, but that was a mistake. There was never any need for that. He just needs to let the current flow naturally through his veins and straight into his sword. He then disperses his remaining energy. Adenka laughs wildly, absolutely thrilled that the kid has finally figured it out, but he quickly tempers Vin's excitement. He warns Vin that the lesson is not over yet. He still has to destroy the pendant. Can he actually do it? Looking at the pendant, Vin is confident he will do it. And just like that, their fierce battle resumes. Adenka coldly raises his sword, aiming straight for him, but Vin quickly circles around to launch a clever surprise attack from behind. He strikes using his bare hand, but Adenka is lightning fast, blocking the potentially fatal blow with his sword. The colliding forces trigger a massive explosion. Adenka takes a few steps back warily, keeping watch on his surroundings. Vin creates a deadly vortex around Adenka by rapidly circling him. Is this Rael's footwork that he is using? Deciding he has built up enough momentum, Vin lunges straight in, unleashing a devastating slash with his massive greatsword. The clashing swords send wild arcs of lightning shooting in all directions. Yet Adenka remains completely unharmed, defending easily. He notes that since he and Rosa are old friends, they know each other's moves perfectly, leaving Vin quite out of luck. Adenka easily shoves Vin and his sword back. Vin struggles to recover, realizing his heavy assault has been completely broken. Wait, look closely. Suddenly, Vin spots a deep vertical scar running across his master's eye that he had not noticed before. It is an old, deep wound from a past battle where his master was too overwhelmed to even heal it. The pain, fear, and ultimate humiliation of defeat make that scar a massive blind spot. Adenka suddenly charges right at him. Vin swiftly aims a strike near the old wound, forcing his master to instinctively dodge to one side out of habit. Exploiting the opening, Vin snatches the pendant and yanks it away with all his might, cracking the polished jewel. It shatters, completely. Vin collapses to the ground, clutching the string, while Adenka instinctively reaches up to touch his old scar. He realizes this boy possesses a tactical mind far beyond his years, marveling at how Vin targeted his psychological weakness. Now check this out, to target a scar like that is incredibly calculating. For a 14-year-old, his battle sense is insane. Adenka declares that Vin has passed the trial. Now he will teach him the renowned swordsmanship of the Adenka family. Vin pushes himself up with his sword, asking if he is serious. Adenka grins, warning him that real hell starts now. The training ahead will be far more brutal. A day later, Vin finally returns home with all of his companions. The purple-haired girl asks if he really spent an entire week fighting inside that sealed-off space without ever stopping. Samion is completely amazed by his stamina. Vin humbly downplays the achievement, but Julian's spirit immediately chimes in to disagree. Julian points out that normal young swordsmen do not train like maniacs. Just then, Sari runs up to her young master. Vin looks at her, asking what is wrong. She hands over a document with a serious expression, saying it just arrived. Samion peers over his shoulder to look at the official dispatch, noting it is a target mission for a cadet. Selbira points out that it was sent directly to Vin, despite him being just a low-ranking 9th-class cadet. Sari agrees, noting that these high-level target assignments are normally reserved for veterans ranked 7th class or higher. Julian hovers nearby and urges Vin to look closer at the document. Vin asks what he found so strange about it. Julian points to the signatures, revealing that the elders of the Adenka family themselves were the ones who requested Vin. His face filled with confidence as he spoke. What is wrong? Vin, do you need help? Zen was just as confident, having trained with him. Training with you has made us much stronger, so we can definitely help. Vin's eyes darkened and he kept completely silent. At their master's place, Adenka stared at him and asked if he really planned on going alone and why. Sitting nearby with clasped hands, Vago Pagoda spoke up, warning him that since this was his first mission, going entirely alone would be pretty dangerous. Vincent Adenka stood, at attention, firmly replying that was exactly why he would go alone. Since the elders blatantly threw this mission at him, this must be a test, or Adenka frowned immediately, understanding his point. A trap. They were probably trying to get rid of him because he was standing in their way. Vaughn added that he agreed with Master Adenka, and letting him go alone in this situation was too dangerous. Vincent Adenka placed his hand on his chest, seriously, replying to the lieutenant that this was his battle and escaping this trap safely would be his victory. There was only one truth, which was that he had to become much stronger. This declaration surprised his master. Vincent Adenka continued, even if he accidentally became a victim in this war for power, he would still have to accept it. After all, he was also an Anka clan member. He clenched his fist, as if this victory was already his. Lieutenant Vaughn sighed, completely helpless, and had to let him have his way. So he had really made up his mind. I accept your expedition, but do not embarrass the cadets of Blood Citadel. Vincent Adenka smiled brightly, promising on his honor that he, Vincent Adenka, Anka, a 9th-rank cadet, would take responsibility for this mission. Meanwhile, Hoka Ken was lying on the roof of the Blood Citadel, whistling and humming. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the peaceful atmosphere, making her pout. Are you slacking off again? Hoka Ken shot back. How rude. I am only taking a quick break, just a short one. She looked up at Vago Pagoda and asked, did Vincent Adenka just receive a mission? The lieutenant standing beside her replied, I thought you had no interest in managing the cadets. Hoka Ken cheerfully replied, what is that supposed to mean after all? I am still the city lord. So who is the mastermind? She got straight to the point. Vaughn looked at her and said they call themselves the Council of Elders, but he was certain it was that old man Xiao Lu Van. Hoka Ken thought about that cunning old fox. Sending Vincent Adenka on a mission definitely meant he was up to no good. Suddenly, a subordinate called out to her, reporting an emergency. An unidentified martial artist was causing trouble right in front of the castle gates, calling her through a magic stone. He kept insisting on seeing Vincent Adenka, but since he refused to follow the rules, they were forced to engage him. Soldiers confronting the intruder yelled warnings, telling him not to get any closer and to state his name or else. His embarrassed subordinate whispered that they should follow the rules and return later. But the orange-haired young master retorted in frustration, saying he only came to talk. Gripping his weapon tightly, he warned them not to make him repeat himself. Channeling his divine power into his weapon as a threat, he demanded to see Vincent Adenka immediately. The soldiers urged each other to stop him and prevent his entry, but he unleashed his first flying spear technique, aiming to strike down the Blood Citadel guards, but he did not expect something to suddenly block his spear midair. The orange-haired guy spun around in shock, wondering what on earth it was. A whip. The whip then wrapped around his body, rendering him completely immobile. A figure jumped down, noting that she had confirmed his identity from that spear technique, addressing him as young Master Daven and suggesting he stop. If things got out of hand, it would be troublesome for everyone. His subordinate cried out for his young master in absolute panic. Right at that moment, another figure appeared, warning them that if he made a single move, they would take his head. Vago Pagoda stood behind the guard, casting a restraining spell. The guard stood frozen in absolute shock, wondering if it was a mage who possessed 4 ancient runes or maybe even 5. A 5-rune mage and a woman wielding a whip that could bend and shift to her every whim. He guessed she was the one managing the citadel. Hoka Ken, standing calmly on the fortress wall, remarked that he seemed to know quite a bit. Yes, she was the city lord Hoka Ken. But why would a member of the elite guard come all the way here? Daven broke free from her binding whip, asking if she was truly the city lord. Hoka Ken was stunned that this rascal could easily escape her restraint. Suddenly, Daven excitedly proposed an unexpected request, asking her to accept him as a cadet of Blood Citadel. This shocking request left Hoka Ken completely dumbfounded, causing her to shout out in disbelief. Meanwhile, arriving at the entrance of Tuon City, Du felt the fresh winter breeze and exclaimed, how long it had been since he last saw a snow-covered forest like this. Vincent Adenka agreed, finding it incredibly refreshing. The boy curiously asked Vincent Adenka if the mission did not seem a bit too easy, unable to see why the elders would even get involved. Vincent Adenka glanced at his paper and replied that on the surface it did. Their target, the elders assigned them a mission to hunt a specific goblin, and Julian nervously wonders if it is actually a trap. Just bait leading into a bigger trap, but Vincent calmly warns the boy that they must keep their guard up no matter what. Goblins are weak on their own, but they typically use their massive numbers to hunt down prey with surprising intelligence. Yet, this annoying target is traveling completely solo. Julian is confused, wondering why a creature like that would ever wander alone. Vincent cannot say for sure. Perhaps it was abandoned by its pack, or maybe it grew strong enough to no longer need their protection. Or maybe it slaughtered them all. Hearing this, Julian gets chills down his spine and suggests they plan for the absolute worst-case scenario. Vincent smiles warmly, thanking the young boy for his concern before quickly moving toward the front of the carriage to take action. He calls out that the target should be nearby, then leaps right onto the carriage roof to get a better view. He tosses a pouch of coins to the driver as their fare, leaving the old man completely baffled by the sudden move. The driver points out they are still far from the academy, but Vincent insists that this is the perfect spot to get off. Surprised to see the boy on the roof, the driver is urged to turn back and leave the forest as quickly as possible. The panicked driver warns him that the area is far too dangerous, pleading with the young man to get back inside immediately. But his eyes widen as Vincent suddenly vanishes without a single trace, slipping silently into the dark depths of the forest. After walking a safe distance, the young warrior stops in a quiet clearing and summons his weapon, ready to get to work. He is eager to test out his newly mastered lightning magic as he begins the hunt for the target monster. Vincent wants to unleash the incredible techniques he recently learned under the guidance of his beloved master, the legendary Vincent Adenka. Though his blue lightning lacks massive destructive power, it has the unique ability to spread incredibly fast and cover vast distances. Just a small spark can blanket the entire area, allowing him to detect even the slightest movement in his surroundings. Closing his eyes to focus, he suddenly senses a strange and powerful presence moving within his massive sensory field. The beast is growling for prey, radiating a thick purple aura that Vincent easily tracks through the dense trees. He closes in and hides behind a tree, but his face goes pale when he sees the grotesque monster up close. The creature is far too massive to be a normal goblin, and its body is covered in bizarre glowing runes. Julian's spirit appears with a frown, wondering if this monstrosity could be a chimera created through some kind of dark magic. Vincent is stunned by the revelation, knowing he cannot easily gauge its true combat power just by its outer appearance. He must proceed with absolute caution, but before he can make a move, his sharp danger senses suddenly flare up. Something is stepping right into his lightning sensory trap, heading straight toward his current location at an incredibly fast pace. Fearing it might be an assassin sent by the elders, he guards up just as a bright flash flies straight at him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he barely dodges the incoming attack. It is a flying spear, and footsteps are drawing closer. A cocky voice echoes through the trees, saying he almost could not catch up, and greeting Vincent with a smug smile. The newcomer declares he is here to challenge him to a duel to see who will claim the ultimate glory. The cheeky attacker turns out to be Raven. Vincent is completely baffled, wondering why this guy wants to challenge him. Noticing the 9th-tier cadet emblem on Raven's chest, Vincent wonders how he could have overlooked such a powerful fighter. But before they can talk, the loud racket from their meeting alerts the massive goblin to their exact hiding spot. Vincent breaks into a cold sweat as the beast violently smashes through the thick trees with its bare hands. Shattering everything in its path, the monster swings wildly, forcing Vincent to leap back as a panicked Raven watches. Raven gasps in shock at the giant creature, but Vincent quickly warns him to be careful of the potential chimera. The bloodthirsty beast locks its eyes onto them, radiating pure murderous intent as it prepares to tear them apart. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, switching its focus to Raven, which prompts Vincent to scream a desperate warning to run. But Raven remains completely calm and extends his hand, summoning his spear to strike the beast hard from behind. He catches his weapon smoothly as the dazed monster stumbles and drops heavily to its knees from the heavy impact. Raven grins excitedly, declaring that whatever is going on, annoying pests like this monster just need a thorough beating first. Meanwhile, back at the Red Fortress, Horka stretches with a sigh of relief that those annoying nuisances have finally departed. Standing nearby, Vago Pagoda asks her if she deliberately fast-tracked the academy admission process just to follow and target Vincent. Messing with the Vatican family, the third most powerful clan in the region, is incredibly risky, even for the Adenka elders. Still, Vago Pagoda is absolutely thrilled to see how this exciting game unfolds for everyone involved in this grand plan. As a solid guarantee and reinforcement, she used her brain for once, didn't she? Hoka Ken hides her hands behind her back, playing completely dumb. She claims she has absolutely no idea what they are talking about. Her face darkens as she asks Lieutenant Vargan about her remaining vacation days. Meanwhile, near Vincent, the massive beast pours all its energy into a heavy fist. Raven just grins wildly, enjoying the intense challenge. He happily lunges forward to deliver a devastating strike right along its shoulder. The creature crashes down, completely losing its balance. The goblin looks absolutely pale, but Raven has no plans to stop. He leaps high into the air with his spear ready. He thrusts the weapon straight down, but the monster barely dodges, channeling dark power into its hand to claw him again. As it lunges, Raven bounces off his grounded spear, effortlessly slipping past the goblin's massive body to land a deep slash. The strike cuts right into the beast's ribs. Vincent stands silently on a nearby branch, watching Raven toy with the monster. There is absolutely no opening for him to step in. Who is this kid anyway? Ordinary swordsmen are nothing compared to him. He is clearly on the exact same level as Vincent and Kajin. Seeing Raven's smug, fearless expression makes the goblin hesitate. The beast is starting to feel real terror. Raven immediately unleashes another technique, the blessing of the all-piercing spear. It trembles in pure dread, screaming wildly without fighting back. Finally, Raven's spear drives straight through its shoulder. The sheer destructive power of the pierce blows the monster's arm completely to pieces. Vincent and Julian watch in utter shock. They can barely believe he defeated the goblin so easily. But suddenly, the beast's severed arm begins to regrow. Raven spins around in panic, staring at the regenerating limb. The new arm looks bizarrely like that of a dragon. It is a truly monstrous combination. Seeing the scales form, Raven shouts in disbelief, questioning what he is looking at. Vincent realizes how dangerous this is and warns him to move. The beast digs its legs into the dirt, ready to strike. Raven's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer physical power of those scales. Vincent breaks into a cold sweat. He yells at Raven to dodge immediately. Suddenly, bright threads of light flash across the space, binding the target. The glowing threads wrap tightly around the goblin's monstrous hybrid arm. Raven instantly recognizes the familiar binding technique. A long-haired man controlling the threads speaks up, saying he has finally found the young master after a long search. He adds that running off without a word was quite troublesome. This newcomer is actually Raven's loyal butler. He kindly asks if the young master is unharmed. Relieved, Raven eagerly calls out to Sircon, thanking him for the rescue. Standing behind them, Vincent is left completely flabbergasted, wondering if that guy is actually just a butler in uniform. The beast thrashes violently, breaking free from the binding and lunging forward. Vincent shouts in alarm that the threads snapped. Sircon frowns in frustration, sweating as he realizes this is no ordinary goblin. Suddenly, a magic circle appears below. A glowing seal forms right under the beast. Raven gasps in shock, wondering how on earth a goblin can use magic. The monster glares with bloodshot eyes, veins bulging before completely vanishing into thin air right before their eyes. The hand of the actual caster is revealed as a mysterious man standing on a stone cliff, looks down, noting a problem. The beast is gone, leaving everyone completely stunned. Julian is no exception, left entirely bewildered by what just happened. Vincent can sense its mana fading in the distance, but there's a much more pressing matter right in front of him. He eyes the two strangers, demanding to know who they are. The long-haired butler realizes they forgot to introduce themselves. He steps forward, gesturing to the grinning orange-haired boy, introducing him as young Master Raven of the famous Vatican family. He adds that he is the butler Sircon. Raven proudly steps up, declaring he just became a military cadet today. He explains he was ordered by the principal to find Vincent. Hearing that family name, Julian is instantly taken aback. Vincent asks Julian if he actually knows this family. Julian begins to explain that the Vatican house is highly renowned. They are one of the three legendary martial clans alongside the Adenka and Samion, famous for their deadly spear techniques. Vincent is not surprised, noting that explains his incredible combat talent, but Julian warns there is far more to it. Their patriarch Pontianus is famous for having only one child, meaning this kid is the sole heir to their entire legacy. Vincent wonders what the sole successor of the Vatican family is doing here in the Adenka family's Red Fortress. Julian grins, suggesting that teaming up with them right now might actually be a brilliant move for them. He points out that the Vatican heir is a perfect shield, while the Elder's true motives remain a complete mystery. If they team up with Raven, his massive political weight and combat strength will offer them incredible protection. Vincent smirks, thinking he might actually owe the principal a favor. Sircon suddenly chimes in with a serious request. He asks Vincent for an explanation, wanting to know about that suspicious beast and why the young master is here. Why is a direct descendant going on a solo mission like this? His gaze turns sharp, knowing this is no ordinary hunt. His words serve as both a probe and a warning to Vincent. He cannot let his young master get dragged into the Adenka family's inner conflict. He adds that becoming a cadet at the Red Fortress is merely on paper anyway. Depending on Vincent's explanation, they will decide whether to stay or go. But before he can answer, Raven suddenly rushes forward. Raven blocks Sircon with open arms, shouting that he doesn't care because he has a much more important matter to settle. He points directly at Vincent, challenging him to a duel, which catches Vincent off guard and leaves him questioning the sudden invitation. Julian finally recalls the brat mentioning this duel earlier. Raven closes his eyes, picturing the thrilling exchange match he had watched. The battle between Vincent and Kagon got him incredibly fired up. He flashes a dangerous smile, admitting his original target was Kagon. But now he has changed his mind. Pointing at Vincent, he declares his desire to grow stronger together and ultimately surpass him. Vincent stands there completely dumbfounded by the declaration. Julian dismisses it as foolish passion, but Vincent sees a straightforward, combat-hungry kid. A faint amused smile creeps onto Vincent's face as he realizes they might actually get along surprisingly well in the future. Yet he still delivers a flat rejection, leaving Raven wide-eyed and demanding to know why. Vincent simply sighs. He explains that he's currently on a mission to hunt down the monster. Raven quickly begs for just a single round. But Vincent's answer remains firm, telling him to prepare first. The young master immediately throws a childish tantrum. He calls him a total coward, but that rookie insult doesn't faze Vincent at all. He calmly turns around to leave. He repeats that he won't change his mind, but then turns back with a strangely plotting smile. He emphasizes they can't have their duel until the target beast is dead. That grin of his looks incredibly mischievous. Sirkon's eyes narrow as he immediately senses the trap in those words. But before he can speak up, Raven excitedly jumps the gun, asking if they just need to kill the beast so they can finally fight. Vincent acts nonchalant, knowing his bait worked perfectly. He shrugs, saying maybe they'll fight if there's time. Slamming his spear down, Raven pumps his fist and cheers for the hunt. Sirkon can only watch in utter despair. He knows his young master too well. Once hooked, Raven will follow this guy to the ends of the earth. Without even hearing a proper explanation, Raven is already tagging along. Sirkon watches them walk off, feeling utterly defeated. He silently admits that Vincent won this round. Sometime later, they arrive at the boxy towering streets of Tun Nickel City. Waitresses in pink dresses and red bows serve food merrily as the group decides to set up camp here tonight. Getting some rest is crucial to regain their strength. At the table, Sirkon brings up the Adenka elders. He warns that they might already be in deep trouble, but Raven just chews his food, completely oblivious to the danger. Vincent chimes in, pointing out that the monster they fought earlier was likely a chimera artificially created by someone. Sirkon crosses his arms in agreement, noting its strange scales and horns, but their conversation is cut short by approaching footsteps. Vincent's eyes widen as a heavy dark red aura begins to ripple around him, triggering an immediate sense of danger. He slams his hands on the table and bolts upright, his face twisting into a grimace of pure disgust. A familiar rancid odor hits his nose, the unmistakable stench of the Samion family's subterranean dungeons. Why on earth would that smell be here? He locks his gaze onto a fully cloaked figure descending the stairs. The stranger is the source of the stench, looking completely vacant with drool dripping from his mouth. Vincent steps in front of the staircase and casually asks if he has a moment, but the man recoils in terror. He screams out Vincent's full name in pure panic. Startled that the stranger knows him, Vincent narrows his eyes suspiciously. With a sudden crash, the panicked man misses his step and tumbles down the stairs. Vincent easily sidesteps the fall. He grabs the face-planted man by the collar and aggressively demands to know who sent him here. Before the man can speak, Vincent senses that familiar energy again. The dungeon smell and leaking mana are coming from his chest. Cracks begin to splinter across the stranger's face as he groans his chest, emitting a wild, unstable surge of energy. His eyes glow fiercely as he clutches his face, mana violently erupting from his body without any signs of stopping. Vincent grimaces, recognizing this as the dangerous Blood King ability. Realizing the mana is completely out of control, he prepares. He quickly draws his blood spirit blade. Sirkon and Raven rush over, asking what is going on with the stranger. Vincent turns back in absolute panic, warning them that the man is about to trigger a massive mana explosion. Raven stands frozen while Sirkon frowns, unable to sense any threat. It seems Vincent is the only one who can feel it. But after absorbing the cloaked figure's mana, Vin's face tightens. Blinding energy begins pouring from his eyes and mouth. His body starts cracking under the pressure. Agonizing screams rip through him. Then boom, a massive mana explosion is about to detonate. A blinding, deadly light erupts. Standing closest to the blast, Vincent Adenka can only shout a desperate warning for everyone to get back. No time to draw his sword. He prepares to face it alone. Suddenly, Butler Sokon lunges to shield his young master. Daven yells out in panic. Vin is dripping with sweat. He grits his teeth and curses the overwhelming power. This power is just too overwhelming. Inside the tavern, patrons spring to their feet, staring in horror at the epicenter where Vin stands. Panic spreads through the screaming crowd. Among them is a terrified young mother clutching her infant. Meanwhile, Sokon stands ready. He wonders why he cannot feel the shockwave yet. Quick as lightning, he hurls several glowing strings, swearing to protect his master. No matter who is behind this, he must keep the young master safe. He weaves his strings into a massive spiderweb shield. He channels his own mana into the web to reinforce the barrier, while Vin remains out front, directly facing the lethal shockwave. Javen screams out for Sokon to save Vin. Sokon turns to his master in a panic, urging him to get behind him. Sokon grits his teeth, determined to rescue Vin. But then the blast detonates, tearing through the room and scattering debris everywhere. No one can tell if Vin survived the devastating force. But wait, from the very heart of the blast, a mysterious purple light begins to glow. Like a brilliant falling star, Vin stands tall. He has just swung his sword, delivering a slash that completely disperses the explosion's deadly range. Drifting embers fade in front of Vin's face. He is visibly drained from the immense effort, his brow drenched in heavy sweat. Yet his eyes remain fiercely determined. Sokon and Javen stare in absolute disbelief, amazed that he is still standing on his own 2 feet. But Vin's legs suddenly give out. He collapses face first onto the ground. Javen instantly springs forward with a shout. He frantically screams to check if Vin is okay, but the young master is completely unresponsive. Watching this, Sokon is deeply shaken by it all. He saw Vin get swallowed by the blast with his own eyes. Could a single bizarre sword strike truly neutralize an explosion of that scale? Puzzled, Javen quickly supports Vin and carries him up the stairs, while Sokon follows close behind, dragging the bound assassin with a rope. Vin slowly regains consciousness, grimacing at how close that deadly blast actually was. Javen watches over him, deeply concerned about his condition. Vin has pushed himself to the limit, using his ultimate sword technique 3 times, throwing his mana circuits into absolute chaotic disarray. They slip into the room. The door slams shut. Javen asks if they need to summon the priest. Sitting down, Vin tells him it is unnecessary and that he simply overexerted himself. He quickly sits cross-legged to begin his recovery. Vin asks them to guard him while he meditates. Sokon raised an eyebrow, surprised that the young master is suddenly placing his trust in them. He asks what would happen if they harbored ill intentions. Vin bluntly responds that if his instincts are right, Sokon is a master. He reveals Sokon is at least a 7-star martial artist. Vin smiles, noting that if his butler wanted him dead, meditating would not change that. His candid words give the butler pause, causing him to furrow his brow in deep thought. With that settled, Vin prepares to focus. Vin envelopes himself in a cocoon. Outside, Javen and Sokon stand guard. They keep a very close watch. Inside, Vin breathes steadily, channeling his mana to heal. The cocoon around him is woven from countless threads, looking incredibly secure. Javen turns to ask Sokon if he has any idea how Vin survived that lethal blast. The butler quietly admits that he does not know. He adds that the young master somehow sliced the explosion itself. Javen is stunned, wondering if such a feat is even possible. Sokon admits he cannot say for sure, and even he cannot guarantee being able to pull off something so legendary. Looking at the dead assassin, Javen notes that even though the man triggered the explosion, his body remains surprisingly intact. It is almost as if no blast occurred at all. But suddenly strange cracks begin webbing across the skin, and the corpse starts to fade. It slowly dissolves into a dark red mist. Even a seasoned expert like Sokon is left wondering how so many inexplicable things are happening. Javen suddenly stands up and grins, claiming he finally understands what is going on. Sokon is left completely baffled by his sudden realization. Crossing his arms, Javen looks at the cocoon, admitting Vin is a formidable opponent he cannot wait to fight himself. Night falls. A crescent moon shines bright. Inside, Vin breaks out of his cocoon with a sigh of relief. He stretches. His meditation took longer than expected. As he rubs his sore shoulders, he realizes Javen is there. He spots Javen waiting nearby. Javen quips, teasing him for managing to sleep so soundly despite all the chaos that went down. Vin replies that he is indeed from. He seemed like a carefree noble. Julian turned to him, asking if what he said was truly the reality, as a strange mana radiated from the man. Vincent Adenka nodded, confirming it was absolutely true. He added that it was the Crimson Emperor's power, sensing details others could never perceive. Recognizing things hidden to normal eyes, Julian noted that the man stored mana in his heart, just like they did, yet something was different. He looks like a martial artist, Vincent Adenka points out. Based on that lingering scent of the Samion dungeon, he was likely a prisoner forcibly injected with mana before being sent here, and then transferred right to our doorstep. It leaves him pretty uneasy. Is this move by the Samion family and the Elder Council really just some random coincidence? Or is there a deeper secret they are missing? While lost in these thoughts, a sudden voice from the shadows on his right startles him. I have a question. Standing mysteriously in the dim corner is Sokon. He pulls back his thin thread-like wires and asks the young master a curious question. You knew that man would explode and you had a clear way to quickly escape, so why did you choose to stay instead of running away? It sounds like a direct test of his character. Vincent Adenka calmly replies that they were not the only ones in that cafeteria, as many innocent lives were there too. He recalls seeing mothers holding their babies in that room. Sokon presses on, asking if those strangers are truly more important than his own safety and his personal goals. Vincent Adenka answers with a question of his own, asking what Raven would have done if he were in that same situation. Would he just pretend not to see them? Sokon smiles and shakes his head, knowing his young master would absolutely never turn a blind eye. He clearly knows Raven is a man of honor, but he admits that he himself would never have acted as selflessly as Vincent Adenka did. Placing a hand over his chest, Sokon bows slightly, calling Vincent Adenka the most righteous sword he has ever had the privilege to meet. Vincent Adenka smiles, returning the polite gesture and thanking the butler. Sokon then speaks up again, offering a token of respect. He explains that he will not be joining them on this subjugation mission, offering only a cold, mysterious smile. This leaves Vincent Adenka deep in thought. Why would he sit this mission out? Meanwhile, just outside the forest, heavy pale green footsteps echo. It is that familiar beast. As the monster lets out a loud roar, a cloaked figure holding a heavy chain fiercely jerks it back. He snaps at the beast to shut up and obey, promising to feed it, Vincent Adenka very soon. Slowly, he pulls back his hood, revealing a horrific face stitched together from different patches of raw skin. He laughs wickedly, telling the beast its dessert is coming up. specifically the only son of the Vartican family. It is none other than Cavallo. The next morning, a terrible singing voice echoes through the woods, belting out some awful off-key love song. It is Raven looking incredibly cheerful and hyped up for the journey ahead. He urges everyone to make it quick. Julian asks if that savage butler Sircon is seriously not coming along with him. Vincent Adenka confirms it, recalling their talk from last night. While trying to rest, Vincent Adenka had asked Sircon what he meant by not participating. The butler had explained that keeping young Raven safe was his sole priority. He would have slain the beast earlier if things went south, but doing so would have gotten in the way of Vincent Adenka securing his own achievements during the trial. With a smile, Sircon added that he wanted to see what that righteous sword could do without any family interference. He even promised not to touch a single hair on that goblin. Julian glances back, realizing the butler actually stayed behind. Vincent Adenka just smiles, finding it pretty interesting to have the silent backing of such a formidable martial artist. Julian grumbles, wishing he had healed his internal mana injuries before embarking on this rush job. But Vincent Adenka knows better. If someone is orchestrating this in the shadows, giving them more time is an invitation to disaster. As they chat, Raven suddenly turns around with wide eyes, scratching his head in total confusion. He asks where they are even going. Vincent Adenka completely freezes. How can someone volunteer to lead without knowing the way? Summoning a few small mana circles, Vincent Adenka explains they are hunting goblins, though they have not spotted a single beast yet. This suggests their lair is much further away. More than likely, the way the monster appeared and vanished was highly unnatural. Raven asks what they should do next. Vincent Adenka simply rolls up his sleeves and takes the lead. He suggests changing their tracking method, believing a traditional approach might actually yield better results. Vincent Adenka kneels by some thick bushes, searching through the dirt. Raven watches in absolute disbelief, urging him to stop. He points out that tracking is impossible without a specialized sensory skill. Vincent Adenka just glances back, asking who needs that anyway. A beast of that massive size is bound to leave broken branches, deep footprints, and droppings behind. Piecing those scattered clues together is child's play for him, a skill honed from countless years of hunting demons in his past life. He gets up and beckons Raven over, instructing the boy to follow the fresh trail of blood. The two head deeper into the woods, and right on cue, clear physical signs start appearing everywhere. They find deep claw marks gouged into tree trunks, along with the mangled remains of forest animals the beast feasted on. Massive footprints lead them straight to a dense field of tall reeds. Raven is still in complete awe of this feat. He cannot believe Vincent Adenka tracked a giant monster so easily without any magic. As they push through the tall stalks, the young boy exclaims how incredible Vincent Adenka is, admitting he learned a lot today. But suddenly Vincent Adenka freezes in his tracks. Sensing that something is terribly off, Vincent Adenka warns that this is too easy. His sudden change in tone leaves Raven deeply startled. Vincent Adenka analyzed the clues, noting they looked way too obvious, almost staged. That explained why they had not gotten lost or confused. He turned back, adding that tracking a monster was never supposed to be this easy. If it is, someone is definitely pulling our strings. Just as he spoke, a red magic circle materialized right beneath their feet. Recognizing the danger, panic set in. With a sudden boom, a massive, terrifying explosion ripped through the middle of the field. It was a magic mine, a trap laid out just for them. Fortunately, both boys managed to throw themselves back in time. Julian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Something about this field was incredibly off, especially with reeds growing in such dry weather. Normally, they only thrive in wet, humid climates. Vincent Adenka agreed, noting the sheer amount of reeds was highly suspicious. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of mana erupted right where Vincent Adenka stood as he unleashed his devastating giant thunderstorm. The massive storm blasted forward in a straight line, forcing Caval out of hiding as the shockwave neared. He quickly raised his hands, conjuring red mana circles and spell runes to intercept the oncoming strike. And talk about a quick reflex, a magical shield materialized, splitting the storm to both sides. The blue-white orb clashed and exploded. The explosion lit up the entire forest, vaporizing the reeds in its path and completely scorching the ground. Raven demanded to know who he was, and Vincent Adenka replied that this was the very person who lured them here. Caval smirked, mocking them for figuring out his magic array so quickly. He thanked the young master for falling into his trap. Vincent Adenka glared at the assassin, asking if the Adenka elders were the ones who had hired him. He didn't deny it, admitting they offered 100 million to take Vincent Adenka's life. Vincent Adenka gritted his teeth in anger. Since they were being so upfront, Caval laughed and pointed at him, declaring he had no plans of letting them leave alive. Suddenly, a familiar monstrous shape emerged behind them, its blue-purple eyes glowing as dual energies swirled together. Vincent Adenka drew his blade, executing the Amalun sword style, while Raven channeled his mana into a powerful spear strike. Their gold and purple aura attacks fused, exploding against the beast, yet the strikes seemed to do absolutely nothing. The beast flexed its muscles and let out a deafening roar effortlessly, deflecting both of their attacks, leaving them in shock. How could it reflect everything they threw at it? Seizing the moment, Cavill lunged forward with twin magic spheres. Aiming to sandwich them, Cavill sneered, telling them he hoped they hadn't forgotten about him. With a lethal glare and a twisted smile, he fired a barrage of explosive sparks right at the boys. They scrambled back, leaping high to dodge the blast, but they landed looking pretty battered and exhausted. Clutching his chest, Vincent Adenka winced. The painful after effects of his ultimate sword slash were still lingering. One night of meditation wasn't enough to heal. Standing atop his monster, Cavill mocked them, boasting about his special chimera. He laughed, asking if they actually thought they could defeat both of them. He declared this place would be their grave. Vincent Adenka just smirked, looking up at him. He calmly told Raven to leave that beast to him. Cavill's grin vanished instantly. Out of nowhere, familiar razor-sharp threads wrapped tightly around his body. Sirkon materialized right behind him, pulling the threads taut. Cavill cried out in absolute terror. He clawed desperately at the steel-like cords, but it was useless. The thin wires sliced deep into his skin. Blood sprayed everywhere as Cavill's body was instantly shredded into pieces. Seeing this, Raven cheered for his butler. The butler landed with a polite smile, praising Vincent Adenka's incredibly sharp eyes for spotting him despite his stealth. Vincent Adenka chuckled, knowing Sirkon wouldn't let Raven wander off alone. The butler bowed, asking for understanding. He had only eliminated the target to protect young Master Raven. But their moment of relief was suddenly cut short. The assassin's body was gone, leaving only shredded clothes behind. Cavill slowly materialized next to the chimera, gasping. Clutching the monster to steady himself, Cavill panted. He finally recognized Sirkon's name, the infamous killer from the Vatican, the legendary shadow who operates under his real name. In sheer panic, Cavill identified him as the Assassin King. Sirkon went silent, his expression turning cold. Even Raven was left completely stunned by that terrifying title. The butler simply smiled, noting his reputation still preceded him. He quickly yanked his wires taut again. Fixing a deadly gaze on the mage, Sirkon asked if he was seriously staying. Cavill just let out a chilling, wicked laugh. No, his plans had changed. Now he wanted their bodies to craft the ultimate perfect chimera. He roared with laughter, ordering his beast to howl. Vincent Adenka grinned, leaving the mage's monster to the butler. Sirkon gladly accepted, promising to handle it. Behind him, Raven looked pumped up as the battle resumed. Raven charges at the leaping monster while Sirkon aims straight for Cavill below. A familiar surge of mana flows in a zigzag pattern. An absolute sword strike slashes from the left, targeting the monster with a purple, glowing aura. The beast immediately raises its clenched fist to block. Though the strike is powerful, its defense is equally formidable, leaving it unharmed. Raven gasps in shock, wondering how it could block the absolute sword, while Vincent clutches his chest in pain. The beast is strange, seemingly resisting all magic completely. Meanwhile, two mages are locked in a fierce magical duel. Cavill's crimson blasts and the blue mana along Sirkon's threads collide violently. Cavill laughs wildly, conjuring a lightning sphere and telling the Assassin King to stop this futile frontline struggle. Direct combat is hardly an assassin's style. Instantly lethal beams erupt from the sphere, shooting straight towards Sirkon. Blocking the onslaught, Sirkon retorts that Cavill seems to lack any talent for beast taming. Cavill just laughs, asking if anyone could truly tame a goblin. It is all about the collar. Any beast wearing it must obey his orders and move exactly as commanded. He snaps his fingers, and the goblin immediately reacts as if receiving a direct order. It roars, ignoring the other two targets. Turning around, it clasps its fists together to smash down on Sirkon. The warrior is caught off guard by the sudden strike, but his hands are busy blocking Cavill's magic barrage. A massive explosion erupts, filling the area with a powerful purple glow. Fortunately, Sirkon manages to escape, just in time. The two boys look on, deeply worried for him. With torn clothes, he looks back and reassures them he is fine. Standing up, he confirms that young Master Javen's theory was absolutely spot on. The boy nods, agreeing that those are indeed dragonoid scales. Vincent is completely shocked, repeating the word in utter disbelief. They should be extinct-looking human until they release their power, wrapping themselves in magic-resistant scales like a true dragon. Everyone pauses as Cavill's angry cursing rings out. He is screaming at the monster, calling it a brainless fool. Stomping on its head, he demands to know why it is attacking so wildly when they could get hurt too. Calling it a stupid beast, he abuses it relentlessly. Yet, even a monster feels resentment, glaring back with deep fury. It growls low and glares at him, which only serves to infuriate Cavill even more. He strikes its head again. "How dare you resist?" he screams, gritting his teeth in fury. "You can never escape my absolute control. If you defy me, I will extract your dragonoid blood and destroy you." Hearing this, the beast yields in silence, since the magical collar holds it completely captive. Hearing about the collar's attribute, Vincent's eyes narrow. With sudden realization, Sirkon confirms that Cavill is indeed controlling the monster through the collar's unique trait. Vincent's eyes flash. If it is a simple trait, he has a plan. Watching the enemies squabble, he whispers to his allies that he can handle this. Meanwhile, Cavo finishes his scolding only to gape in pure confusion. The three have vanished. He wonders if they fled, grumbling that this is troublesome. Suddenly, razor-sharp threads wrap around him in a surprise attack from Sir Khan. Cavo ducks backward, barely dodging the binding trap. Landing safely, Cavo shields his face and glares at the assassin. Suddenly, Raven leaps from behind, raising his spear to unleash his family's signature style. The spearhead gleams with light. Cavo reacts instantly, executing a short-range teleport to evade the strike. But Javen is not done. Wrapped in a radiant golden aura, the boy grins, declaring his spear can pierce through absolutely anything. Cavo grimaces, gritting his teeth as he realizes he cannot block. Against those dragonoid scales, all attacks are useless. He commands the beast to teleport ahead and take the blow. It catches Javen's spear with its bare dragonoid arm unscathed. This sudden block catches the boy off guard. His expression falters as the beast flings the weapon away, throwing Javen's entire body high into the air. Cavo sneers, thinking their efforts are completely futile. But suddenly a circle of mana ignites beside him. The Absolute. Sword Style's second form. Vincent unleashes a massive slash toward both Cavo and his beast. Cavo's face darkens. As he curses, gritting his teeth in fury, they were playing with him. Exhausted from the exertion, Vincent's body is heavily strained, sweat dripping down his face, yet his eyes burn with determination. Without a single pause, he unleashes the devastating galaxy slash, striking straight at Cavo while slipping past the beast. The strike leaves a deep cut on Cavo's side, drawing a spray of blood. Yet Cavo laughs maniacally, praising the strike but claiming it changes nothing about their dire situation. Clutching his hip, he points forward and orders his beast to attack and kill them all. But the monster stands entirely frozen, realizing its collar's binding has finally been shattered. The beast roars with pure rage and bloodlust, dual mana clashing right in front of Cavo. Then Vincent Adenka speaks up first, shocking him completely. Vince smirks and says that from the very beginning his target was never Cavo but rather the chain binding the goblin, breaking that holds the beast. He hopes Cavo treated it well. The second those words leave Vin's mouth, the goblin moves. Raising its massive dragon claw high, the monster prepares to crush Cavo on the spot. Sensing the immediate danger, Cavo instantly activates his defensive magic, conjuring a protective barrier. But when the monster's heavy fist slams down, the magical shield immediately cracks. Magical shards and red sparks fly everywhere as he desperately struggles to hold on, his eyes filled with horror. Terrified as death looms, he suddenly remembers his dragon flute, but it is too late. That massive arm completely shatters his magic barrier. Blood sprays instantly across the ground. The goblin lets out a deafening roar as fresh blood splatters everywhere, and then Cavo's head flies off. He barely raises a hand before collapsing right before the monster. Watching this, Julian trembles in fear, realizing their bond was never a good one. Vincent Adenka explains that the man was never a real dragon kin, only using a flute, just to force the beast to calm down. He adds that true dragon kin share their lives and hardships with their beasts, standing as one to fight through any hardship together. But this fake was simply exploiting that sacred special connection. Now with Cavo dead, the dragon scales covering the monster's body begin to melt away like hot candle wax. Watching this, the young monk supporting Raven sighs in relief, noting how difficult it is to fuse dragon power into a chimera. He likely used forbidden magic to force that unnatural fusion. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka grips his Blood Lotus sword tightly. He steps forward and declares it is time to finish the job. He came all this way just to put it down. Pointing his blade forward with absolute confidence, he bids the beast rest. Moments later, the deep forest falls completely silent once more. Without the dragon's power, the weakened monster was easy to handle. Now Vincent Adenka walks away with the loot bag on his shoulder. Raven leads the way, laughing excitedly about their successful first mission. Walking right behind him, the young monk asks what the plan is. Vincent Adenka answers that this specific mission was handed down directly by the Council of Elders. Smiling smugly, he notes that if anything goes wrong here, he will just use it to deal with those family elders. Besides, he tells the monk there is a perfect witness already on hand. When the monk asks who that is, Vin simply points right at him with a smirk. Looking back at the two bags on his shoulders, Vin laughs. He asks if Cavo's head will not show everyone the monk's incredible talents. He thanks Monk Sang for helping everything go so smoothly. The monk just sighs, realizing he has been dragged into another mess. Just as they start moving, loud clapping echoes through the trees, followed by a woman's amused voice calling out to them. She compliments their work from a high branch, laughing that the butler got played hard. Vincent Adenka looks up completely caught off guard. And guess who is sitting on that branch? None other than Herka, the formidable Lord of Blood City herself. Yet here they are. Herka leaps down gracefully in front of the trio, praising Vincent Adenka for a job well done. Pointing to the two bags on his shoulder, she asks to take a quick look. Peering inside at the two severed heads, she hums. Vincent Adenka asks if she recognizes him. She waves her hand, admitting it is her first time seeing him, but she agrees. She holds the bag up, suggesting this evidence is perfect for handling family politics, even with its terrible metallic stench. Vincent Adenka is slightly confused by her words about the smell. Herka explains that he probably does not know yet. An elder targeted Vago Pagoda during the Goodwill event. This means Holy Man Sami is directly responsible for Samion's brutal actions. Along with the informant who assigned this mission to you, our very own Elder Tu Lao Bin. She pats his shoulder, whispering that those two are longtime friends, which is quite a convenient coincidence. Shortly after, back in the city office, Vago Pagoda sits in deep thought. He decided to sign off on Vin's mission just because he was too exhausted to argue, hoping that returning to the family is a good enough excuse. Meanwhile, Lord Herka, who usually works so hard, is suddenly on vacation. He holds his head, screaming about how on earth a resting lord is supposed to get anything done. He rubs his temples, dreading the thought of working overtime. Just then, a nearby soldier calls out to the deputy lord. Snapping, Vago Pagoda slams his hands on the desk and yells at the man to ask if he cannot see how busy he is. The nervous soldier hands over a thick document, stammering that Vincent Adenka's report has arrived. Vago Pagoda takes the stack in surprise. Skimming through the pages, Vago Pagoda cannot believe his eyes. A relieved smile creeps onto his face as he realizes the core issue is solved. With everything wrapped up so cleanly, he can finally review the city lord's actual report without any major worries. He carefully studies the details of the mission, specifically the chimera, the involvement of the young monk, and the mage's flute. He wonders how an incident clearly meant for level 9 ended up here. What on earth is happening inside Adenka? The detailed report of their recent mission rests in Patriarch Khan's hands. He reads every single line with intense focus. He scans the document thoroughly before casting a sharp gaze at Vin Chen standing right before him, demanding to know his true intent. Placing a hand over his heart, Vin Chen explains his two theories. First, it was a deliberate trap. Khan immediately shoots back, stating that he would be deeply disappointed if his successor found this trial difficult. Remaining calm, Vin Chen answers that he succeeded and stands here now, but he sensed something suspicious during the task. He mentions sensing Sam's power during his task, a revelation that visibly catches Patriarch Khan off guard for a brief moment. Spreading his arms, the young man argues that evaluating a successor with standard Adenka strength is perfectly fine, but using the raw power of Samion to test him is completely unacceptable. He simply refuses to tolerate it. Smiling, he notes that Elder Tob and Elder Holy Man seem surprisingly close. Khan ponders this, wondering if this is a hint from H.A. Khan asks for the second theory. Vin Chen gravely replies that the elders are useless. He believes the incompetent elders involved in this case actually know nothing. Khan rubs his chin carefully, weighing his options. Admitting suspicion makes him look weak, but denying it makes him seem incompetent. He asks which theory Vin Chen leans toward. Vin Chen chooses the second option, stating it is far better to be deemed useless than malicious and cowardly. Before they can discuss further, hurried footsteps echo outside and the heavy doors suddenly burst open with an urgent cry. A frantic voice warns that a major crisis has occurred instantly, putting both Khan and Vin Chen on high alert. Vessa's pale face is filled with absolute terror as she delivers the shocking news that Vincent Adenka has committed suicide. A sword was driven straight through his chest, leaving the fourth elder dead on the floor with his eyes wide open. It is a bizarre, grim scene. Vin Chen looks on in shock as Vessa continues shouting about the unfolding disaster. Spotting his mother in such a state leaves the young man stunned, while Khan urgently demands more details from his wife. Stuttering in sheer panic, Vessa can barely whisper Tillibin's name before crying out that the elder took his own life. Khan's face hardens instantly as he questions the claim, while the trembling Vessa desperately tries to explain the gruesome details. She reveals he drove a blade through his own heart and left a suicide note, taking full responsibility for everything. The letter pins all blame for Vin Chen's dangerous mission on the deceased elder. Standing nearby, Vin Chen narrows his eyes. Now watch this, he speaks up flatly, rejecting the claim and causing everyone to turn around in shock as he calls the suicide fake. Khan is left utterly bewildered by the claim, while Vessa breaks out in a cold sweat over the sudden declaration. Behind him, Julian's spirit whispers that the true culprit behind this dark setup is still pulling strings from the shadows. Vin Chen notes the enemy wouldn't act so desperately without absolute proof of guilt, but Julian suspects a cover-up. The spirit believes a powerful hidden faction silenced the elder, carefully staging the entire scene to look like self-inflicted death. Vin Chen agrees that a staged suicide is predictable, but points out they are in the very heart of the clan's territory. The thought of assassins slipping into this heavily guarded sanctuary unnoticed is too alarming, meaning this is a calculated inside job. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he reaches his conclusion. Vesa steps forward, wondering if Vincent sees something she missed. She turns to Patriarch Khan, asking for a brief moment alone with the young man to discuss the matter privately. Khan readily grants her request, prompting Vesa to immediately signal Vincent to follow her out of the main hall. She admits she really needs his unique perception to help her uncover the hidden truth behind this bizarre tragedy. The heavy doors creak open, letting in a sliver of light as they enter the chamber containing the elder's corpse. Tilaben lies there cold, the sword still buried deep in his chest, and his glassy eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Vesa gently warns him not to be frightened if this is his first time seeing a suicide, but he just leans closer. He carefully inspects Tilaben's face, searching for any minor details. Vesa watches him, deeply unnerved by his clinical calm. Wondering if he is entirely normal, she speaks of the strangeness. Vincent notes the sword wound is remarkably clean. Vesa counters that there is absolutely nothing odd about a clean stab, given the victim was a skilled swordsman himself. She claims it required very little effort. Vincent retorts that this detail is exactly where the entire facade crumbles. He explains that facing death always brings a natural sense of hesitation and terror, regardless of how strong a warrior might be. But Tilaben's fatal wound shows absolutely no sign of hesitation or fear, a physical impossibility for a self-inflicted blow. He firmly concludes that the suicide was entirely fabricated. Vesa is left completely stunned, struggling to process his words. She desperately asks where Tilaben could actually be if this is fake, but Vincent hesitates before turning away. He shouts, demanding Julian's spirit reveal Tilaben's location. The spirit responds, "Did he not already know all of this?" That response throws Vincent Adenka off. No way. He insists he only knows this much, adding that Julian should have corrected any mistakes. Besides, if he made a mistake, shouldn't Julian have corrected him? Does the spirit truly have zero thoughts on this case? Julian reluctantly admits Vincent Adenka is right. Quite annoying. The spirit then mentions a dark magic capable of fully restoring corpses. Smug. Vincent Adenka knew Julian would have some answers. Right away, he turns back to Vesa Hale with a satisfied grin. He tells Vesa Hale about the dark magic that can restore corpses. She is absolutely stunned. Shocked, she immediately demands answers from him. She demands proof of this forbidden magic. No lies allowed. Vincent Adenka simply asks Vesa Hale if she failed to see anything in Tilaben's eyes. Vesa Hale explains her limit. She can only read souls to detect lies, not solve entire mysteries or peer into a person's nature. She cannot peer into a person's soul completely. Placing a hand on Vincent Adenka's shoulder, she prepares to test him. Looking straight into his eyes, she demands to know where he learned about this dark magic. Both Vincent Adenka and Julian instantly freeze. She does not care if the old corpse committed suicide. That is irrelevant. She only wants to know how Vincent Adenka obtained this secret. Tell me, she demands his source. Meanwhile, the scene shifts directly to the tense, suffocating atmosphere inside the main estate. Patriarch Khan walks in. Those inside stammer in shock, asking why he is here. Khan steps forward, his gaze absolute ice. He coldly remarks that it has been a long time. Pouring tea, he calmly suggests that everyone present share a drink together. A slow sip. He drinks right in front of them, leaving everyone in the room staring in absolute confusion. He praises the aroma. This happens to be the very blend that Elder Tilaben loves so much. Now watch his words startle Fidenel. A heavy, suffocating silence immediately descends upon the room, making everyone freeze in place. Fidenel chuckles softly. A corpse, she asks if that body has any real connection to their highly esteemed council of elders. Does she think she can just brush this off? No chance. Fidenel sets her teacup down with a cold, smug look. Speak plainly. She tells the patriarch to speak his mind, slyly questioning if he is unhappy with Vincent Adenka's performance at the assembly. Khan admits his deep dissatisfaction. Fidenel sneers, asking why the mighty patriarch would personally visit the elders just to complain. How touching. She mockingly notes that he must really care for the boy to personally deliver complaints to the council. Is it because he is Sarvana's son? She mockingly asks if that is why he treats the boy so differently. Silence. John joins the mockery. Is the patriarch not worried his wife Vesa Hale will get jealous of this dedication to another woman's child? Absolutely shameless. Looking directly at the patriarch, she asks what the point is of protecting Sarvana's son after all this time. She was sacrificed. She points out that the one who gained immense power from her death was none other than Khan himself. He built his power on her corpse. Hearing this, Khan is instantly dragged back into his most painful memories of the past. He remembers her. Being in that dark room together, his desperate cries echoed as he watched her slowly fade away. Khan collapsed by her side, begging her. If she used it, she would live. Why must she be so incredibly stubborn? Sarvana weakly urged him to understand. This decision was for their child. It was all for their beloved son. Khan bit his lip, forcing himself not to cry. Sarvana hated seeing him suffer. He had to stay strong. His heart shattered into a million pieces. Returning to reality, her final plea to protect their son still rings loud. "Look after our boy." Those words echo in Khan's head. He slowly stands up, radiating a dark, terrifying anger. Pure fury burns in his eyes. His heavy, majestic presence fills the space with suffocating, undeniable pressure. Fidenel merely sneers. Why the overreaction? She mockingly asks why the great patriarch is reacting so aggressively to simple truths. Does he think no one knows? She continues, pointing out how his power suddenly spiked right after Sarvana's tragic death. He claimed the legendary Adenka title immediately after her passing, suggesting her demise was his ultimate stepping stone to greatness. Anyone could make that connection. These mocking words force him to relive the exact moment she drew her final breath. She stands up mockingly, praising Sarvana as a pure, sweet girl, a tragic loss that saddened the entire noble clan. Then she sneers. Wait, she mocks him directly. Why act so sad when he was the one who ended her? You killed her, she accuses him directly. Instantly, Khan draws his sword, pointing the cold steel straight at her face. She freezes in shock. Khan swings his blade. A brilliant, blinding light erupts completely, flooding the silent hall. The powerful light bounces off the golden walls. It completely tears through the quiet hall as a massive clash begins. Rings of clashing steel fill the air. Swords and weapons collide in a furious, boiling storm of raw power. Chaos erupts. Inside the dramatic battle, both sides trade devastating high-stakes blows in a fierce struggle for survival. The tension in the air is suffocating. Fidenel stands there trembling, drenched in cold sweat, her legs barely supporting her. Across the room, Patriarch Khan points his cold sword straight at Fidenel. His intense bloodlust leaves everyone completely frozen. Fidenel drops to her knees instantly as sheer panic consumes her mind. What was that? Her body refuses to obey. She desperately wonders what that terrifying energy was, completely unable to stop herself from shivering with absolute overwhelming terror. He only unsheathed his blade, yet the pressure is already this suffocating. She wonders if she is just hallucinating under the strain. Trembling, she realizes this is the peak of human potential. It is a force that completely defies her own understanding. The blinding aura currently radiating from Patriarch Khan is the legendary 9-star light, shining with absolute devastating power. Khan coldly warns Fidenel to remember that Sarvana's true name is Sarvana Adenka. Back in the present, Vesa stares. She glares directly at Vin Chen with sharp, icy eyes, demanding that he explain his experience with the dark magic. Behind him, Julian's spirit panics. What now? He has absolutely no idea how to handle this tense situation. Suffocating under her gaze, Vin Chen stammers helplessly before finally managing to say that he simply saw it. Sensing something off in his response, Vesa grows visibly agitated, her gaze turning incredibly sharp as she repeats her question. She openly doubts Vin Chen, refusing to believe his words. Behind him, Julian grows anxious as things spiral downward. Unable to contain her suspicion, Vesa demands to know how he could possibly name the specific dark magic used. Vin Chen quickly explains that it was purely his intuition, admitting that he does not have all the answers. In his mind, a thought flashes. Using his eyes of truth is his only real option to survive this. He looks straight at Vesa, claiming that God granted him a divine revelation, and trust me, she is not buying it. Is he lying to her face? She cannot help but press further, demanding a deeper explanation of this revelation. She asks if he is claiming that a deity revealed all of this during the recent friendly tournament. Vin Chen calmly confirms it, stating that the god indeed bestowed the message, revealing the name of the dark magic. Vesa watches him closely, noting his steady gaze. He is not flinching at all, making her wonder if it is true. Turning away, Vesa warns Vin Chen never to speak of these divine messages to anyone else for his own safety. She warns him that having such a rare divine power exposed to the world would only bring him unnecessary danger. Vin Chen politely nods, accepting the warning, while Julian's spirit watches in disbelief, wondering if she actually fell for it. Vesa quickly presses for more details, asking what else the revelation contained and if it revealed Taliban's location. Vin Chen subtly signals to Julian's spirit, desperately demanding a hint to feed the suspicious elder. Caught off guard, Julian quickly explains that if even Vesa cannot sense Taliban, he must be using high-tier stealth magic. To pull off such an advanced spell, Taliban must have sacrificed a massive amount of his own life force. Vin Chen repeats this directly to Vesa, leaving her utterly baffled as she tries to make sense of the situation. She wonders if an outside accomplice helped him, but Julian quickly chimes in, saying Taliban is likely just a discarded pawn. Since he already took the blame, his masters have likely abandoned him, making any outside help almost impossible. Julian explains that Taliban is physically exhausted and completely alone. He then points directly toward the ceiling. He is convinced Taliban is still hiding right inside this room. Vesa is stunned, processing this shocking revelation. Vin Chen speaks up, telling Vesa that he needs her assistance to execute a bold and reckless plan. He declares his intention to strike Taliban directly to force him out. Vesa calmly responds to his sudden declaration. She does not care who kills the traitor on the spot, but doubts if Vin Chen actually has the strength. After all, Taliban is an elite Adenka elder, making him an opponent who is far beyond Vincent's current level. Without hesitation, Vincent draws his glowing blade, explaining that he only needs her to provide some heavy backup. He will force Taliban out of hiding, but the cornered elder will definitely retaliate with a devastating final attack. He begs her to block that blast, giving him the perfect opening. Vesa calmly tells him to leave it to her. Vincent tightly grips his sword as immense power surges, a brilliant blinding blue light erupting from the sharp blade. Thrusting the weapon deep into the floor, he unleashes a lightning spell that floods the entire room with blue energy. The intense electric current quickly wraps around a seemingly empty spot on the floor, instantly exposing Taliban's hidden location. Forced out of the dark shadows, his eyes widen in sheer shock. Enraged, he charges directly at Vincent. He screams, asking how the boy dared to expose him before swinging his sword straight at Vincent's neck. Vesa quickly blocks the attack with her bare hands. No weapon needed. Her sharp gaze remains calm, of Taliban, in an instant. This leaves him stunned and utterly confused. Her bare hands were enough to stop him. He grits his teeth, eyes burning with rage. Pure helplessness. Then Vesa suddenly uses her power to snap Taliban's sword in an instant. Down he goes. The impact forces him to collapse, completely unable to fight back. Vesa looks down cold-eyed and spits out, so Taliban has really become Samion's obedient dog. Taliban tries to swallow his anger. It is no use. He glares at Vesa yelling about the Crimson Emperor's power. Furious, he adds that if Vesa had not interfered, he would have escaped long ago. Hearing this, she just sneers, her face full of contempt at his weak excuses of running away. She summons her power completely unbothered, declaring that Taliban cannot simply escape whenever he wants. She locks her sharp gaze onto him as he trembles, in terror announcing that in the family's name he will face proper punishment. Right then, Vincent Adenka lunges forward. With terrifying force, he swings his blade with absolute precision, driving it straight into Taliban, making him scream in agonizing pain. The sword in Vincent Adenka's hand completely finishes him off, ending all his resistance. He coldly declares it is over, his red eyes burning with a fiery, resentful rage. But then, his body suddenly collapses. Vesa panics instantly. She turns around to see Vincent Adenka falling, her face twisted in absolute paralyzing fear. She immediately screams his name, her voice thick with panic and desperation. Vincent Adenka is in agonizing pain, letting out a guttural cry of pure agony that echoes through the quiet space. Seeing him crash to the floor, Vesa is completely panicked, her eyes stretching wide with fear as she desperately screams his name aloud. Both Julian's spirit and Vesa rush to his side, asking what is going on. Julian's spirit asks what is wrong with him, and Vincent Adenka painfully replies that after using the sword technique, his entire body suddenly flared with intense, overwhelming pain. His eyes widen as his fingernails start to shift. Julian's spirit gasps in shock, realizing those nails are disintegrating right before their eyes. Vincent Adenka quietly wonders if the decay has already begun. He grits his teeth, staring at his arm crumbling from the bone. Vesa runs off in a panic, yelling that she will fetch the priest and telling Vincent Adenka to hang on for just a bit. Vincent Adenka thinks this makes no sense, as the decay was not supposed to happen for years. Julian tells him the starting corruption is actually not that surprising. He explains they achieve incredible power using Vincent Adenka's weak, fragile body, defeating opponents far stronger than them over and over, often pushing Julian's divine energy way past its limits. Julian's spirit grows incredibly tense, realizing the inevitable consequences have finally caught up with them. Vincent Adenka's face is twisted in pure agony. He grits his teeth weakly, stuttering Julian's name, asking through the intense pain if even in this life he is destined to fail all over again. Julian's spirit remains completely silent at first before firmly declaring that such a thing will never happen, leaving Vincent Adenka staring in sheer confusion. Honestly, who wouldn't be? Suddenly Julian's spirit floats upward, radiating a bright pink light that fills the entire room. Julian softly says, although the method Vincent Adenka used was completely reckless and absurd, he does not believe it was the wrong path. With a grave expression, he continues, without Vincent Adenka, his parents would never have acknowledged his true talent. Julian explains that just like receiving the giant's protection, he will use his divine power to stabilize Vincent Adenka's decaying skeleton. Vincent Adenka suddenly screams. Stop, he pleads as he realizes the spirit is actively sacrificing himself. Julian calmly confirms that doing this will cause him to fade away, but before his existence completely vanishes from this world, he wants Vincent Adenka to find a way to heal this skeleton decay. Vincent Adenka desperately screams out, wait, Julian, in vain. The spirit slowly fades, leaving Vincent Adenka alone with his final words. I believe you can do it. Vincent Adenka calls out Julian's name in despair, reaching out to catch a lingering butterfly wing from his fading light. Clenching It tightly Vincent Adenka vows with absolute determination to carry Julian's trust, believing he will definitely find a cure. Suddenly, the door swings open and someone steps into the room calling his name, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The man asks if he is alright while Vincent Adenka stands there completely clueless about who this stranger is. He introduces himself as Priest Dan. The scene shifts to a courtroom where high-ranking men sit with serious expressions. Sirkan stands watch with a stern look while the rest of the assembly remains deeply lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hoka-ken and Raven are waiting outside. Hoka-ken stands with her arms folded angrily complaining about when the trial will finally end, wishing they would just wrap it up. Vesa Hale, however, is already nodding off. At that exact moment, Mona Denka walks over and calls out to Castle Lord Hoka. She is completely shocked to see him appear here. As he approaches, Hoka asks if he really traveled all the way from the Crimson Fortress in the dead of night. Mona Denka replies that he finished reading the report and felt a bit worried about Vincent Adenka. Mona Denka then asks about Vincent Adenka's condition, but Hoka quickly assures him that everything is perfectly fine. So Mona Denka has absolutely nothing to worry about. Revan stammers, guessing Vincent Adenka is probably with Khan, but he suddenly stops mid-sentence as if someone just cut him off completely. That is when Sir Khan walks in offering his apologies for taking up their precious time. Hearing this, Hoka turns around with a bright smile, saying, "Butler Sir Khan has worked so hard." But with a sharp piercing gaze, Sir Khan replies to Hoka that it is no trouble at all, since he had to handle it anyway. Meanwhile, Mona Denka's eyes burn with absolute rage. Seeing the two lock eyes with pure hatred, Mona Denka stammers asking if they somehow know each other. Sir Khan lets out a cold laugh, confirming that he indeed knows Mona Denka very well, adding that this little reunion might make things rather awkward for Lord Hoka. Sir Khan looks at a furious Mona Denka and notes that those scars on Mona Denka's face were carved by his own hands. Pushed past his limit, Mona Denka draws his sword. Sir Khan glares back with sharp eyes, preparing to counter with a devastating strike of his own. Hoka and Revan both scream out trying to stop the impending clash before these two powerhouses tear the place apart. The scene then cuts to a room where Vincent Adenka is resting with Julian. Vincent Adenka sighs, saying there is no way his body should have ended up in this state. He hesitates, but Julian chimes in saying that if he had not heard the news from Elder Tilovan and rushed over, a major disaster would have occurred. As he speaks, Julian carefully treats Vincent Adenka's wounds. Julian points out that healing magic is not a miracle cure, as mending the outside does not fix everything. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka can only stammer out a quiet apology. In his mind, Vincent Adenka thinks of Chevin, noting how they both nag in the exact same annoying way. But then he realizes that as a high priest, Julian might actually know how to heal him. So Vincent Adenka asks Julian if he has ever heard of the heavenly exoskeleton. Hearing that legendary name, Julian looks completely taken aback. A heavy silence suddenly settles between the two of them. Julian rests his chin on his hand and asks if Vincent Adenka's guardian god really claimed to be protecting him and boosting his overall strength. Vincent Adenka replies that he does not have much time and asks Julian if there is no cure. But Julian can only apologize, admitting that this is the first time he has ever heard of such a thing. Vincent Adenka is instantly disappointed, wondering if there really is no way and if both he and Julian were completely wrong. But as Vincent Adenka sinks into deep thought, Julian suddenly speaks up. He reveals that there is a way to protect Vincent Adenka's guardian god, though it does not involve Vincent Adenka's actual bones. Julian explains that if Vincent Adenka directly nurtures divine power, he can protect his guardian spirit. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka is totally stunned and asks if he wants him to become a priest. Julian nods, saying that is one way, but it is incredibly difficult, especially since they are so short on time. While Vincent Adenka struggles to figure out his next move, Julian mentions a place near the Gaia Temple, called the Dungeon of the Holy King. The Holy King was a legendary priest who built the entire Gaia Temple. Julian adds that according to legend, a Holy Grail was left behind there, a relic capable of granting immense divine power. Vincent Adenka is intrigued, asking if they really have to go hunting for some mythical object. Julian assures him that this legend is real, as there was someone in history who actually received that massive divine power through the holy relic itself. Vincent Adenka gets excited, asking who it was and saying he wants to meet them immediately. But Julian explains that in all of history, only one person ever succeeded in using the Grail, Aslan Fanker Adenka, the legendary Sun Sword and Vincent Adenka's direct ancestor. Meanwhile, Sir Khan and Mona Denka are locked in an incredibly tense standoff. Mona Denka growls that they haven't fought since the battle on the Chaviadan Plateau. Sir Khan smirks, noting that as a mercenary of Demian and Mona Denka, a warrior of Adenka, they clash constantly as bitter rivals. Mona Denka grips his sword tightly. No differences now. Sir Khan smirks, charging forward without hesitation. Revan screams out desperately, trying to stop Sir Khan, but it is too late. Sirkon leaps into the air, unleashing a devastating strike right down at Adenka. Both of their tempers have completely exploded. Adenka is caught off guard, struggling to react in time. But right then, Hoka steps in, grabs both of their heads and slams them together. She furiously orders them to stop and smiles coldly, asking if they still remember their roles as instructors of the Crimson Fortress. If they cause trouble here, she will be the one taking the heat. Hoka tells them to settle their grudge after Vincent Adenka and Revan leave the castle. Until then, if they fight again, she will personally break them. Suddenly, familiar voices catch everyone's attention. It is Julian and Vincent Adenka bickering nearby, with Julian desperately trying to stop Vincent Adenka from going somewhere. Julian warns him that it is far too dangerous, but Vincent Adenka argues that Julian was the one who told him about it in the first place. Vincent Adenka turns to Julian and declares that they are going to the tomb of the Holy King together. Hearing the forbidden name, the onlookers gasp in utter shock. They whisper in disbelief, wondering if Vincent Adenka actually intends to recreate that legendary event. Sirkon leans down toward Adenka. The surrounding crowd fell into deep confusion, wondering if Vincent Adenka wanted to recreate that legendary event, while Sirkon bowed and whispered to Adenka. He promises they can settle their score in a future match. Adenka simply nods, saying that works for him too, before he watches them go. He stares at Sirkon and Daven until they completely disappear. Suddenly, Adenka turns in surprise when Hokaken calls out his family name. Hokaken stammers in total shock, asking if Adenka is actually a Falker. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the Jia Temple, where Dulan and Vincent Adenka arrive. An anxious Dulan asks Vincent Adenka if he truly intends to enter. Vincent Adenka coldly replies he did not come all this way to wait. Vincent Adenka knows that Julian is running out of precious time. Since Aslan Fanker hid the Holy Grail inside this place, he cannot afford to wait any longer. Dulan speaks up, asking if Vincent Adenka has forgotten his warnings about how everyone who goes inside surely dies in there. Nobody has ever returned from that tomb. Dulan continues, warning him that no one knows the sheer depth of this underground structure or what kind of horrors lie deep within. Yet Vincent Adenka's gaze remains completely solid and unwavering. Though security outside is relaxed, entering without a second-class priest is absolutely impossible now. Vincent Adenka presses Dulan, demanding to know why he chose to reveal such a massive secret to him if he was only going to stand in his way like this. Dulan falls completely silent, unable to offer a defense. He then asks Vincent Adenka if he has heard of the legendary Holy King lingo before. Vincent Adenka replies that he knows a little. Dulan explains that anyone who knows their history has heard of Holy King lingo. He was the legendary hero who founded the current Jia sect, leading the direct crusade against the great demon Dav, before sacrificing his own life in battle. Most records of his existence were completely wiped out by the enemy. Placing his hand over his chest, Dulan makes a confession. He reveals that he is the priest who inherited the actual power of the Holy King. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka is left utterly stunned by the massive revelation today. Dulan explains there is a prophecy. Only those who experience death and meet a god can find the Holy Grail now. Vincent Adenka is thoroughly surprised by this. Dulan admits that he does not know if the ancient legend is actually real or what it truly implies now. The true meaning of experiencing death remains a mystery. However, Dulan reveals that the power of the Holy King is reacting. He can feel the divine force within him pulling directly toward Vincent Adenka. If the chosen one in the prophecy is indeed him, then this is his ultimate chance now. This is his golden opportunity. Still, Dulan cannot help but worry as he watches Vincent Adenka prepare to step inside the dangerous tomb. Vincent Adenka tells him there is absolutely no need to worry. He confidently declares that the person the Holy King has chosen is none other than himself now. With that, Vincent Adenka enters the tomb alone. Dulan watches in anxiety, unable to stop him as he clasps his hands, praying. He begs the gods to bless Vincent Adenka on his dangerous journey. By this point, Vincent Adenka has already descended deep into the stone staircase of the tomb. The staircase seems to stretch on infinitely, completely swallowed by a mysterious darkness. As he walks, he loses all track of time. Surrounded by absolute pitch-black shadows, his sense of time becomes incredibly vague. Vincent Adenka cannot help but wonder what secrets Dulan actually knows as he sighs deeply along the way. He wonders if Julian can even hear his thoughts right now. Humans are truly cunning creatures when facing absolute despair. If locked in a dark dungeon for 10 years, a person would constantly pray for time to warp, desperately wishing it only felt like a single day so it passes quickly. This endless corridor is highly unusual. Vincent Adenka pauses, wondering if the thick darkness made him overlook a crucial detail along his path. He determines that he must thoroughly investigate his surroundings right now. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka flinches as a cold phantom voice echoes out from the empty darkness around him. The voice warns him never to look back. It claims that turning around will instantly trap him in this tomb forever. He will remain lost in this dark abyss for eternity. Vincent Adenka immediately draws his sharp blade, commanding the mysterious speaker to step out and show themselves right now. He readies for battle, but the strange sight makes him pause. He realizes that the figure is merely an illusion. The phantom bows deeply to Vincent Adenka, introducing themselves as the guardians of the Illusion clan led by Melanon. He claims they have been waiting for Vincent Adenka's arrival all this time. Vincent Adenka is startled when the spirit calls him the Seeker of Truth, saying his mission is to surpass the Samion clan now. He must overcome their influence to face the truth. Melanon explains that they are guardians who have kept this chamber safe for 500 years now. He tells Vincent Adenka to prove his identity as the true Seeker and finally grant them the salvation they have long desired. This is exactly the trials that Aslan Fanker set up for him. Ready to face the challenge, Vincent Adenka calmly asks Melanon what he must do to prove himself to them. Melanon tells him to strike them down with his weapon. The signature of his mana will prove his claim to them. To show respect for their long wait, Vincent Adenka declares that he will strike using the legendary Adenka style. He looks directly at Melanon, preparing his first move. He focuses on the supreme swordsmanship taught by his master. Taking a deep breath, he readies his stance and strikes hard. He unleashes his first attack, the half-moon slash. Smiling with absolute confidence, he boldly declares himself to be Vincent Adenka before them in the dark chamber. He proudly declares he is the true descendant of Aslan Fanker who arranged everything. Melanon's eyes widen as the test results fail spectacularly. Instantly, the ground violently shakes as the entire tomb trembles under extreme pressure. The spectral illusion warriors charge directly toward Vincent Adenka at top speed without any hesitation. They scream that he is an imposter who failed the test. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, raising his sword to strike back. He channels his lightning giant power, leaping high into the air as brilliant blue energy explodes from his blade, completely shocking the ghostly army around him. The spirits stare in absolute horror. Suddenly, their phantom limbs begin stretching out to grab him, leaving Vincent Adenka thoroughly shocked right now. Fear creeps in. He realizes these illusions are way too strong. Even when they are struck down, they just keep rising to attack. The phantoms roar. Destroy the tomb intruder, they scream, startling Vincent Adenka. He knows exactly where they are lurking behind him, but he does not dare to turn his head. The warning still echoes in his mind. If he turns back, he will be lost forever and imprisoned in this very tomb. Suddenly, Melanon swings his sword and slashes at Vincent Adenka. He coldly tells him to give up, saying, "Vin Chen, give up, you are not the one from the prophecy." Vincent Adenka is thrown into chaos, unsure of what to do, wondering if this place is really the spot Aslan Fanker had arranged. A thought rises deep in his mind: if only Julian were here, he would surely know how to help. Vincent Adenka thinks that on his own, he can do nothing at all. Vincent Adenka is completely surrounded by the illusions. His eyes stare at the phantoms as if he is deep in thought. Meanwhile, outside, at this moment, Daven is silently praying for Vincent Adenka. Just then, loud voices break the silence, instantly drawing his attention. He turns and spots two people being blocked by the guards who refuse to let them take even a single step inside because this is a strictly forbidden area. But when they spot Daven, they wonder how someone else got in. Daven stares back in utter confusion, trying to see who those people are. Meanwhile, inside, Vincent Adenka is completely exhausted. Melanon declares that they are indeed the ones guarding the prophecy of the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor. They declare they will use all their power to protect it, warning him that standing in their way will only lead to his downfall. Since they cannot be defeated, it also means he is merely an intruder, not the one from the prophecy. They say the Seeker of Truth is one who experiences death and meets the gods. Vincent Adenka listens closely as Melanon goes on, stating that the sacred prophecy actually has two parts. He claims the boy fits neither part of that prophecy and coldly tells Vincent Adenka to die in peace as they prepare to end his life. Just when everything seems completely over, a massive surge of power erupts from Vin Chen as his power explodes. A brilliant crimson light floods the entire chamber and Vincent Adenka breaks free from the giant phantom's grip. Witnessing this, they instantly recognize this dark red mana as Samon's power. Panic strikes the phantoms as they realize this is indeed the Crimson Demon King. Vincent Adenka speaks, invoking the final chapter of the Crimson Anthem, his eyes flashing with fury at his enemies. The overwhelming energy violently shakes the entire cavern, lighting up the darkness. Vincent Adenka realizes that from the very beginning, he used the wrong name. He is not Vincent Adenka. He is the one who conquered death. His true name is Daven Samion. His eyes blaze with fire as he declares to his enemies that he is indeed Daven, who has conquered death. He looks toward Melanon, demanding the Holy King's Holy Grail as promised by the prophecy. The phantoms scream in relief as they are finally liberated from their duty. Vincent Adenka stands alone in the massive open space, completely unhindered by the phantoms. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he discovers something incredible. Standing before Vincent Adenka is a colossal door serving as an entrance for him. Vincent Adenka slowly pushes open the heavy door, brilliant light from within reflecting onto his face. He steps inside where a vast and magnificent chamber unfolds before him. Looking down, he realizes this is indeed the tomb of the Holy King. Suddenly, the ancient coffin lid begins to shift, sliding open to reveal a colossal figure slowly emerging right before Vincent Adenka. He is stunned to realize this is the Holy King himself, wondering if this is indeed the legendary King Lingo from the ancient legends. The Holy King confirms it, addressing Vincent Adenka as the heir of the Aslan Fanker bloodline. He says that the plans Aslan Fanker left behind seem to be unfolding exactly as predicted. The Holy King then raises a hand of immense power. Vincent Adenka stares intently, filled with confusion and curiosity. The glowing object resting in the Holy King's palm is the legendary Holy Grail. Handing it over, he declares his duty is finished, urging the boy to prepare for the next fateful arrangement. He promises the Grail will guide Vincent Adenka to heaven, adding that thanks to him, he can finally fulfill his promise to his old comrade and leave this place. Offering his final thanks, he vanishes, leaving the boy in absolute awe. Vincent Adenka looks at the empty space with sparkling eyes. He bows deeply, speaking with the utmost respect and honor. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, cracking open as heavy debris rains down. Everything is on the verge of total collapse, catching Vincent Adenka completely off guard. He panics, wondering if this massive earthquake means the tomb is coming down. Could this too be part of the prearranged plan? Just then, a man suddenly appears, instantly catching Vincent Adenka's attention. He turns to see none other than Mon Adenka. Instead of calling Vincent Adenka his instructor, Mon Adenka now addresses him as Lord Falker with absolute reverence. Meanwhile, outside, Dudan paces anxiously, wondering what Mon Adenka and Vincent Adenka are up to. Inside, turning to Hoka, he asks about a puzzling detail regarding the ancient prophecy of the Holy King's tomb, which was handed down to Mon Adenka's Falker family and the Lord's Qbel family. Hoka turns to him. Without hesitation, she confirms the rumors. She explains that the one seeking the truth of Adenka went to the Holy King's tomb, where a descendant of the Qbel family also waits. Frowning, Hoka admits she has no idea what she's supposed to do here. However, she realizes that those ancient mysterious prophecies have already started to come true. Falling silent, Hoka is consumed by deep worry for Mon Adenka. She cannot help but wonder if her dear teacher is going to be completely fine. If Vincent Adenka truly is the seeker of truth, her anxiety worsens. If that is indeed the reality, she knows Mon Adenka stands absolutely no chance of surviving. Trapped inside, Vincent Adenka is deeply puzzled. Wasn't Falker actually the original family name of the great ancestor Aslan Fanker? It is incredibly strange that his clan still exists after changing their name to Adenka. Mon Adenka quietly ponders Vincent Adenka's curious question. He wonders what really happened to the Falker family. Mon Adenka then reveals that among certain Adenka warriors, a secret prophecy has been passed down for generations. Hearing about this prophecy, Vincent Adenka is struck by deep curiosity. Mon Adenka explains that the final arrangement left by Aslan Fanker is indeed their sacred mission. Placing his hand over his heart, Mon Adenka solemnly calls for the descendants of Falker to fight to the death at the tomb of the Holy King for Adenka. Hearing about this grim fate, Vincent Adenka is left completely frozen, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the entire tomb, sending debris crashing down and startling Vincent Adenka. In that chaotic moment, Mon Adenka stands fully prepared for battle, his eyes glowing with fierce intensity. His sheer power causes the ground below them to violently shake, triggering a massive tremor. Clutching the Holy Grail, Vincent Adenka carefully dodges each of Mon Adenka's relentless strikes. Stopping his assault, Mon Adenka explains that this place has held out for 500 years, but now it is finally starting to collapse. There is no turning back. Raising a single finger, Mon Adenka reveals that there is only one way left to escape this crumbling place. He points to a massive pillar, explaining that they must destroy this core mechanism which sustains the Holy King's entire tomb. Once shattered, the collapse will accelerate rapidly, creating a narrow opening that leads straight back up to the surface. Vincent Adenka is horrified to hear that Mon Adenka intends to destroy the massive pillar, but Mon Adenka cuts him off before he can protest. He insists that Vincent Adenka does not need to interfere, as this sacrifice is his sole duty. With that, Mon Adenka firmly grips his sword, standing proud. Frowning, Vincent Adenka asks if Mon Adenka really intends to send him out alone while staying behind to die. Closing his eyes, Mon Adenka deeply reminisces about the fateful day of his first meeting with the Holy King. He clearly recalls the king, promising to always remember his name, a gesture that deeply moved his loyal heart. Feeling his heart tremble, he knew his moment had finally come. Raising his sword high, Mon Adenka proudly declares that, for a warrior, there is no greater joy than fulfilling one's duty and dying in battle. He swings his blade with devastating force, praising Vincent Adenka as a truly exceptional disciple. Suddenly, their opposing forces clash, unleashing a blinding light that floods the entire area. Mon Adenka's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he watches Vincent Adenka successfully block the full power of his strike. Stunned by this incredible display, Mon Adenka wonders if this is the true prophecy unfolding. Vincent Adenka, burning with rage, confronts him. He demands to know if the Falker name is really that cheap to Mon Adenka, furiously shouting that the legends he knew would never sacrifice anyone to achieve their goals. Vincent Adenka calls out that Aslan Fanker was just a pure, simple child who cried over his own injustices, so there is no way he would treat his own descendants as mere tools. The two clash fiercely, their swords ringing out with deafening force and casting brilliant sparks across the dark chamber. Grit his teeth in frustration, Mon Adenka barks at Vincent Adenka, asking if he plans to keep this futile struggle up until they both perish. But Vincent Adenka resolutely fires back that they are both making it out of here alive, catching Mon Adenka completely off guard. Stunned by those words, Mon Adenka watches in disbelief as Vincent Adenka turns his back, asking if Mon Adenka spent all his energy just to save him. Vincent Adenka tightly secures the Holy Grail with his coat, confidently declaring that even if Mon Adenka has only a fraction of power left, he will simply become fast and strong enough to carry them both out of this collapsing abyss. He slams his hands onto the ground, unleashing a brilliant burst of light that shocks Mon Adenka as Vincent Adenka closes his eyes. All of his power must be focused on a single leap. He combines the blessings of the Dwarf King, the Galaxy Wanderer, and the Giant Lightning King. Mon Adenka looks on in complete shock, unable to comprehend what Vincent Adenka is attempting to do. Closing his eyes, Vincent Adenka concentrates deeply as he begins to fuse these diverse traits. Each unique power radiates a distinct, vibrant glow. A majestic, multicolored aura wraps around him. Shouting with absolute determination, he prepares for the ultimate final push. This is the make or break moment. Spurred by this intense energy, Mon Adenka musters his remaining strength and drives his sword deep into the ground. His incredible power causes the entire chamber to blur and shake, sending shockwaves through the very foundation. Blinding light floods the collapsing space. Looking upward, they both spot a small opening starting to pierce through the darkness. As a warm ray of light beams in, they gather every ounce of energy for a desperate leap toward freedom. Pushing his power to the absolute limit, Vincent Adenka grits his teeth to break through. Up ahead, the exit hole is finally within their reach. Gritting his teeth, he holds on tight as daylight breaks through. The ground is right there, just a tiny bit further to escape. They are almost out, but Vincent Adenka is running completely empty. Using the Crimson Emperor magic earlier left him without an ounce of strength. Terror grips him at the thought of falling back into the tomb of triple darkness. But as panic sets in, he looks down. Mon Adenka is holding him up, wearing a genuine warm smile. He places all his hopes on Vincent Adenka, trusting him to uncover the truth. Gathering every last drop of mana into his palms, Mon Adenka unleashes a powerful push to launch Vincent Adenka out into the bright sunlight. Vincent Adenka refuses to let his friend sacrifice himself like this. He screams out in pure despair, desperately calling for Mon Adenka. He knows Mon Adenka might be trapped in the dark forever. But just then, Hoka Ken plunges down into the pit, gripping a rope. She dives straight into the crumbling tomb. Seeing how bad things are, she bravely charges into the dark abyss without hesitation. Clutching the long rope with fierce determination, Hoka Ken swings down the massive pit, screaming out Mon Adenka's name. Deep inside the pitch-black ruins, Mon Adenka holds on as the rope from above suddenly yanks taut under Hoka Ken's weight. A massive sigh of relief escapes Hoka Ken as her hands lock onto Mon Adenka. He smiles back, whispering that he finally understands everything now. Hoka Ken beams at him, jokingly bragging that she was literally born to save him. Mon Adenka can only look back at her with absolute gratitude. Up above, Vincent Adenka is still completely dazed. He has no idea what just went down, but his mind is still racing with worry. Suddenly, he spots something on the ground. Seeing Mon Adenka lying there alive and safe, a wave of relief washes over him. Duran glances over, noting that Vincent Adenka is finally awake, while Hoka Ken snarks about how someone can sleep so soundly after causing such chaos. Duran's eyes drift to the mysterious object clenched in Vincent Adenka's hand. Curious, he asks if that is really what he thinks it is. Vincent Adenka nods, handing over the legendary Holy Grail left behind by the Holy King, asking Duran if he wants to examine it himself. Stunned, Duran never imagined he would hold the actual Holy Grail. His hands tremble slightly as he reaches out to touch it. As his fingers make contact, a warm feeling of awe washes over him. Suddenly, the artifact erupts in a brilliant, blinding light. To Duran's shock, his own divine energy is rapidly drained into the cup, causing a layer of crystal-clear water to manifest inside. The priest is left speechless. Watching this play out, Vincent Adenka realizes this magical reaction must be the true nature of the artifact. He wonders if actually drinking this liquid will grant the insane boost of power everyone always whispers about in legends. Hokuken gives him a disgusted look, asking if he is seriously crazy enough to drink water that has been buried for ages. It has been sitting there for 500 years, but Vincent Adenka does not hesitate. The moment the water touches his lips, things get wild. An overwhelming surge of pure energy violently floods his veins, and right in that split second, a strange vision appears before him. It is Julian's soul. Floating silently in a hazy void with eyes closed, the sight is both hauntingly beautiful and incredibly tragic. A wave of deep sorrow hits Vincent Adenka. Deep down, he just wants his companion to wake up and finally come back home. Julian slowly blinks open his eyes, completely stunned. Realizing what is happening, he rushes over to Vincent Adenka, absolutely thrilled. He is so grateful, thinking his friend found a cure. But Vincent Adenka calmly breaks the news he cannot fully restore him yet. He has only refilled Julian's divine energy to keep his soul from fading away. Still, Julian is just happy to survive. The extra energy is enough to keep him anchored in this world. But right as he celebrates, something catches his eye. He looks around in total confusion, staring blankly at the massive piles of shattered debris surrounding them. Vincent Adenka flatly tells him that they are standing on the ruins of the Holy King's tomb. The entire place has collapsed. Julian's jaw drops before he screams in absolute fury, demanding to know what kind of insane stunt Vincent Adenka just pulled. Meanwhile, outside the entire region is in absolute chaos over the sudden destruction of the holy landmark. It was an ancient abandoned site, sure, but the real shockwave comes from the identity of the culprit behind the demolition. None other than the young master of Adenka. His face is plastered all over the front page of every major newspaper. Back home, Vexa stares at the headline in absolute shock. She recalls him claiming he was too sick to travel. Yet here he is claiming that thanks to Duran's divine healing, he managed to recover just enough to pull this off. Vexa's rage boils over. She crushes the newspaper in her fist, furious that he immediately caused a massive disaster after healing. Meanwhile, at the Grand Temple, Duran desperately tries to defend him, arguing they need to investigate before jumping to conclusions. He insists Vincent Adenka had no logical reason to destroy a holy site, but High Priest Nelly immediately shuts him down, calling Duran incredibly naive. Nelly barks that motives do not matter here. The only thing that matters is the damage done. The heir of the Adenka family destroyed a sacred tomb. Duran tries to argue, but Nelly refuses to hear any of it. He doesn't even let him finish, slamming his fist onto the table in fury and declaring they have every right to demand compensation from Adenka. They want proper damages because for 500 years they have protected these ancient sites, including the sacred Gaia ruins. Nellis explains that the destruction Vincent Adenka caused is immense, so asking Adenka for donations to restore the ruins shouldn't be an issue at all. Other temple members nod in agreement, eagerly whispering that they should use this perfect opportunity to expand their holy influence. Julian watches them silently, scoffing that while they call it a donation, that massive pile of gold is going straight into their own pockets. But then Julian suddenly spins around. A cold, imposing voice echoes from right behind them. Diobak steps into the room, calmly mentioning that he already expressed deep regret to the elders about Vincent Adenka leaving the family. To restore the stained honor of the Holy King, he insists they must hold the young man fully accountable for his reckless actions. Slowly unsheathing his blade, Daobak asks the crowd if they should slice off Vincent Adenka's arm as a sacrificial offering. Meanwhile, Madame Vaxa demands to know if Vincent Adenka actually realizes the massive chaotic mess he just brought upon their clan. She is absolutely furious, reminding him that he just destroyed a 500-year-old Gaia relic that connected their family to the Holy Temple. That ancient alliance started right after the Great Archdemon War, and breaking it now will bring down massive political disasters. She warns that if their alliance crumbles, the sheer scale of the fallout will be far worse than anything they can imagine. The temple has already dispatched a delegation to demand extreme ridiculous compensations just to keep the peace. Yet, Vincent Adenka remains completely unbothered. He casually tells her that if she already knew all this, he didn't need to report. Just a minor, ordinary matter. Madame Vaxa stares blankly, wondering what on earth he means by ordinary. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka gestures for Ryusa to wheel in a heavy cart. He places his hand on the draped cover, suddenly whipping it off to reveal a glowing ancient holy chalice resting right there. He quietly explains that he pulled this relic straight out of the Holy King's tomb, leaving Madame Vaxa completely stunned. She recognizes the legendary holy chalice instantly, but snaps that its immense value cannot fix the political nightmare he just created. She argues those temple priests only care about their own greed, so Vincent Adenka will still face harsh punishment from the family. She demands to know how he intends to take responsibility. But Vincent Adenka shrugs. No need. While she stands there, utterly bewildered, he confidently tells her that those high priests will actually end up thanking him instead. Madame Vaxa tells him to go ahead and try. Vincent Adenka points out that the Holy King's tomb has absolutely nothing to do with those hypocrites. He scoffs that the place was left completely unguarded, hardly qualifying as an important sacred heritage site. There were only 2 guards, and while a priest is technically required for entry, anyone with a slight connection could easily walk in. The temple completely stopped investigating the 2 mages ago. If they truly valued it, they would have explored every single inch of it. They would have pushed inside despite any danger or sacrifices. Instead, they treated the Holy King's tomb like a useless relic. It was just a worthless scrap they kept around for show. He asks Madame Vaxa if that is enough to clear his name. Madame Vaxa shakes her head in deep disappointment, asking him how he dares to act so boldly when he knows her personality so well. She suddenly explodes with fury, calling him out for lying straight to her face. When Madame Vaxa catches a lie, things get truly terrifying. Pointing her finger at him, she warns him to stop making excuses and spit out whatever else he is hiding. Yet Vincent Adenka remains calm. He admits that absolutely nothing escapes her sharp eyes, then offers to show her something truly special. She stares at the brilliant light, confused. She questions what the glowing artifact is, wondering if it could be a fake, but Reusa explains its structure makes it impossible to replicate. Vincent Adenka smiles, noting that this item will completely turn the tables, and asks Madame Vaxa if she is finally satisfied. A few days later, the Gaia delegation arrives. They whisper that if Vincent Adenka's acts are exposed, even the Patriarch cannot escape blame. Nella sneers, eager to see how Vincent Adenka's family will try to justify the massive destruction of their sacred heritage. Julian quietly warns Nellas that he is making a massive mistake, but the greedy priest snaps back that he is doing everything right. Nellas secretly gloats that even if those old elders support Vincent Adenka, he will still use this scandal to seize the high priest seat. Meanwhile, Diobak asks Madame Vaxa if her claims are true. She confirms it, adding that since she promoted Vincent Adenka, she will handle this. She coldly declares that if Vincent Adenka fails to prove his innocence, she will personally execute him on the spot. Julian shivers in fear at her words, but Vincent Adenka remains completely unfazed. Diobak reluctantly agrees, given the Madame's firm stance. However, Diobak silently worries that this entire conflict is utterly pointless, as they will never be able to touch the young monster anyway. Madame Vaxa approaches the Gaia delegation, giving them a formal welcome. She suggests moving straight to the meeting room to discuss the complex situation. Once everyone is seated around the massive table inside, Nilus, acting as the leader, pretends to express deep regret over the unfortunate incident. He claims he has no desire to recount the embarrassing details, prompting everyone to jump straight into the negotiations. The Adenka elder shares his view. Meanwhile, Delb quietly calculates how to exploit the holy backing of the Jia temple to seize total power. He wants to snatch control from the elders, but right then Vincent stands up. The sudden move catches Delb completely off guard. He wears a confident, mocking smile. An irritated Delb quickly reminds the young man that this entire meeting is the direct result of his own recklessness. Now watch what happens next. Vincent does not look worried at all. He slams his hand down with zero hesitation. He compares Nelio's actions to overthrowing the head of the Adenka family. Those bold words instantly send shockwaves through the entire room. Everyone is stunned, but Julian simply smiles to himself in quiet amusement. Nelio can no longer hold back his explosive rage. He warns Vincent that he will pay a severe price unless he explains himself. Yet Vincent remains completely calm as he stands. He formally greets everyone, introducing himself as the 7th young master of Adenka, and proudly declares that he is a Class 9 cadet, representing Blood Castle. As he speaks, he raises 2 fingers, releasing a brilliant, blinding light that projects a glowing figure. It is the Holy King, wrapped in a divine aura. This projection stuns the entire room, and the Holy King's voice begins to speak. He offers his deep gratitude to Vincent, saying that thanks to the boy, he can finally keep his promise and leave this place. This sight leaves everyone in total shock, especially Nelio. Vincent looks at their bewildered faces and confidently steps forward. He announces that the meeting can officially begin now. Meanwhile, in a quiet village, Millie carefully organizes weapons onto a display rack. Sharp swords and spearheads gleam under the dim shop light. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice calls out, causing her to freeze in her tracks. A flustered man rushes into the workshop, catching his breath. He eagerly asks if this is the legendary blacksmith shop of Master Hansen. Millie stops working and turns around, giving him a cold, sharp glare. She asks what he wants, demanding if he is here for a commission. The man shakes his head slightly, taken aback by her hostile attitude. He quickly introduces himself as a reporter and gets straight to the point. He asks if the famous Crimson Lotus sword used to defeat Simon was actually forged by Hansen. The reporter leans in, hungry for answers. But Millie immediately snaps angrily, shouting that he needs to leave. Every single visitor only asks about that one legendary weapon. She tells him to get out, saying she might as well write a full report herself if it keeps people from bugging them. Fuming with rage, she asks if he has any idea how much his annoying intrusion is disrupting their daily business. Terrified by her fierce outburst, the reporter quickly waves his hands and stammers that he never meant to cause any trouble. Just then, Hansen steps out and gently scolds Millie, asking if she is seriously picking a fight with another customer again. Crossing his arms, he reminds her for the 100th time to be polite, asking if she is actively trying to scare everyone away. Millie desperately tries to defend herself, but the reporter is already starstruck. Seeing the legendary blacksmith, his eyes light up with excitement. He rushes forward, practically begging for just a few minutes of his time. Meanwhile, Master Hansen can only let out a heavy sigh. He feels completely exhausted, grumbling to himself that it is just another pushy journalist looking for a scoop. These annoying situations are exactly why he absolutely detests the name Vincent. Now endless trouble is knocking on his door once again. Suddenly, a loud shout catches his attention. He turns to see Millie still aggressively trying to push the persistent reporter out of the shop. But the reporter refuses to budge, begging for just a second. Watching the chaotic scene, Hansen has a quiet realization. At least thanks to Vincent, people now refer to him as a master blacksmith. He reflects on how much time has passed. It has been ages since that troublesome kid last visited. He wonders if Vincent ran off with the recording crystal and all their money. Now let's jump right back into that chaotic meeting room. Vincent stands preparing to deliver his final devastating mic drop. He announces to everyone present that they can finally begin their serious discussion now. No more distractions, no more delays. Nelio speaks up, questioning if that magical projection was truly the legendary Holy King. If so, has the sacred tomb fulfilled its duty? Has the tomb's long purpose finally ended now that the Holy King has been set free? The thought leaves the council deeply unsettled. Holding the glowing mana crystal in his palm, Vincent quietly reflects. He never imagined he would have to use this precious gift this way. This was a special token from Master Hansen after all. Meanwhile, Nelio grinds his teeth in pure rage, his face flushing bright red. He screams that this entire projection is a complete lie, claiming that Vincent manufactured these memories to hide his own terrible crimes, yet the others stare at the projection of the mana crystal. Even if they want to side with Nelio, they cannot deny what they see. It is nearly impossible to claim this is fake. Frustrated, Nelio curses them in his mind, thinking they are all a bunch of useless cowards. Vincent refuses to back down, asking Nelio if he wants to test his strength right here. He then pulls out a legendary artifact. It is the Holy Chalice, the ultimate proof left behind by the Holy King himself. Del watches this display, utterly stunned by the sight. He recognizes that this is indeed the genuine Holy Chalice. Nelio furiously snarls at Vincent, accusing him of tarnishing the Holy King's grand name. He claims the boy is using a cheap, mysterious antique to deceive everyone. But Vincent remains completely unfazed and calmly begins to explain. Looking back at the recent chain of events, Adenka, a royal knight, sacrificed his life to prove that this artifact is real. Hearing this, Nellius grows furious. Adenka, one of Adenka's 12 elite swords, staking his life just to protect a mere object. Right then, Dulan steps forward and confidently declares that he will stand as a witness. With the Holy King's power flowing through him, he stakes his very life. The Grail is real. He is sure of it. Vesahale asks Delbecq if they need any more proof. After all, she says they cannot let Vincent Adenka's goodwill go to waste. With a firm tone, she declares that she is willing to bet her own right arm to guarantee Vincent Adenka is telling the truth. Hearing this, Delbecq is completely stunned. But Vesahale does not stop there, adding that she warmly welcomes him to join. She declares she will bet his own left arm as a guarantee. Delbecq is left baffled, wondering what on earth is happening. But if they are going to be this confident, he refuses to lose. Reaching his decision, he speaks up to accept the terms. He wagers his own left arm, calling Vincent Adenka a total liar. But Vincent Adenka merely smiles, filled with absolute confidence. He tells Delbecq that from the very moment he stepped inside, his life was already on the line. The cold remark leaves Delbecq shaken. Vincent Adenka then turns his gaze toward Nellius, terrifying him, and notes that Nellius is the only one who has not bet. Vincent Adenka demands that Nellius wager something of equal value to his own life, matching Dulan's bet and his mother's right arm. This terrifying demand panics Nellius. He desperately tries to calm down. There is no way this is the real Grail. It must be fake. He tries to steady his breathing, wondering if they are actually crazy enough to bet everything. Taking the gamble, he finally agrees to stake his own life on the outcome. His decision sends shockwaves through the room. Amidst the panic, Elder Fidenel steps up and declares that she will also join the bet. Vincent Adenka quietly signals to Dulan. Understanding the cue, Dulan steps forward and touches the Holy Grail. Instantly, an immense wave of power floods the entire room. Leaving everyone present utterly stunned, the Grail begins to fill with pure water. Dulan slowly lifts the sacred cup high. With supreme confidence, he declares that this is the true power of the Grail, as it absorbed his magic to create holy water. This unbelievable sight leaves every single person in the room in a state of absolute shock and utter confusion. Smiling calmly, Vincent Adenka asks Nellius what he plans to do now. The question leaves Nellius stuttering in absolute panic. Unable to find his voice, a loud man in the crowd suddenly objects, claiming a tiny bit of water proves absolutely nothing. He confidently insists that it is nothing but a cheap magic trick. Hearing those words, Nelius feels a tiny flicker of hope. But before Nelius can even process it, the objector is instantly sliced down in a flash, sending him into deep panic. The brutal scene leaves Nelius trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Vesa Hale steps forward, ruthlessly striking down anyone who dares to protest. Delbek watches the chaos in horror. Unable to comprehend the situation, he frantically demands to know what she is doing. But in the next instant, Vesa Hale swiftly severs Delbek's left arm. He screams in agonizing pain. She stands tall. Standing amidst the tense atmosphere, she proudly declares herself the matriarch of the Adenka family, sworn to protect her son's honor. Her stunning declaration leaves everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe the words they just heard. Watching the chaos unfold, the spirit of Julian immediately realizes that she formally recognized Vincent Adenka as her own son. Before anyone can even react, a blade swings out with blinding speed. That powerful force is Bertha Helium herself, the legendary leader of the Adenka family. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Delbek can only stare in sheer disbelief. As a suffocating silence fills the room, Vincent Adenka quietly breaks the tension, calmly asking if he can speak. Without a moment of hesitation, she asks what he wants. Vincent Adenka replies that he wishes to spare their lives. He explains that this is indeed the Holy King's grail, and if they act now, everyone present can survive. Vesa Hale asks him for his reasoning. Vincent Adenka gives a simple yet profound answer, stating that he has his own path. He refuses to be a child who relies on his mother's strength, wanting to protect his honor with his own hands. His words deeply move Vesa Hale. Feeling his immense resolve and noble heart, she immediately nods and grants his request. With clear determination in his eyes, Vincent Adenka commands Dulan to act quickly. Dulan does not hesitate for a second. He turns and barks orders at the crowd, telling them to stop standing around and take action immediately. He rallies all the priests, instructing them to focus their divine energy directly into the Holy Grail. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, the bystanders rush forward, placing their hands on the Grail in hope. Vincent Adenka quietly watches from the side, satisfied that everything is unfolding exactly according to his master plan. Beside him, the spirit of Julian cannot hide his excitement, sensing that something absolutely massive is about to happen. Right then, Neliu suddenly wakes up. His head is spinning as he recalls the horrific moment of being beheaded, yet somehow he is back in this room. He tries desperately to calm his racing thoughts. Dulan notices Neliu is awake and calls out to him, no longer addressing him as senior but as priest Neliu. Hearing this title, fury surges inside Neliu. He absolutely cannot tolerate this sudden disrespectful shift in how they address him. Dulan ignores his anger and issues a cold command, telling Delbach to step forward and reattach his severed arm before it is too late. Delbach reluctantly agrees, looking at Dan, but right then Vincent Adenka speaks up to block them. With a mocking smile, Vincent Adenka declares he will never let Delbach reattach his arm, shocking everyone present in the room. Delbach is frozen in absolute shock and rage. Vincent Adenka calmly picks up the severed arm, his eyes gleaming with pride. He says this arm does not belong to a mere priest, but symbolizes an honorable knight of the Adenka family. If Delbach simply takes this arm back now, Vincent Adenka explains he will be throwing away his very pride as a knight. His look of pure contempt sends Delbach into a silent, shaking fury, but Vincent Adenka is not done speaking just yet. He points out that this severed arm is the ultimate proof of Delbach's innocence, representing his long-held knightly honor. That unyielding spirit will be remembered forever. Seething with rage, Delbach can only offer a tense, bitter response to that. Fine, let it be, Delbach mutters bitterly. Vexa immediately steps in, declaring that everything is finally settled. She turns to ask Neliu for his final word. Neliu merely chuckles, admitting that young master Vincent Adenka is completely innocent. Because of this, he drops all demands for compensation from the Gaia Temple and decides to make a hasty exit. It is deeply humiliating, he thinks, but leaving now means he loses nothing. His plan to drain the family's wealth and boost his own strength can easily wait for another day. But suddenly, Vincent Adenka steps forward and cuts him off. He calmly states he has not gotten what he came for yet, then raises a brilliant glowing crystal before them. Handing the crystal over to Neliu, Vincent Adenka thanks him for helping keep his promise to his allies, then dismisses him. Vincent Adenka then explains that the Holy Grail was hidden here by order of the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. The Gaia Temple failed to decode their secret and completely abandoned this sacred tomb. But against all odds, Vincent Adenka did. He recovered the Grail and received the Holy King's blessing. Now he declares everyone present is a true descendant here. Then with a cold smirk, he asks Neliu if there was not some urgent business he needed to attend to. The priest scowls in absolute fury. Yet the entire crowd bows in silence, completely overwhelmed by Vincent Adenka's imposing presence. Forced into a corner, Neliu reluctantly thanks him for fulfilling their ancestors' final wish, dropping to his knees. He prays that Gaia's holy blessings protect the young master and his noble household. Everyone in the room bows down. The spirit Du watches this unfold, noting that this prostration is the absolute highest sign of respect a priest can show. They are literally kissing the stone floor. Vincent Adenka takes in the solemn sight, thinking it actually looks pretty good. Meanwhile, Neliu is absolutely burning inside, swearing a silent vow that he will make them pay for this humiliation. As Vincent Adenka flings the doors open, talk about perfect timing, Neliu is shocked to find reporters waiting. Seeing the high priests on their knees, the journalists go wild, snapping photos and murmuring about this shocking twist. This is front-page news, and they desperately demand answers. Neliu tries to shield himself and stop the flashing cameras. Delbach barks orders to clear the press out immediately. His blood is boiling, hatred consuming him more with every second. He swears he will make Vincent Adenka and Vexa pay. He furiously mandates that nothing from this meeting gets leaked. Absolutely no details are to leave this room. He glares at Vincent Adenka, asking if he intends to break family rules. Unless, of course, the outcome directly benefits the honor of the Adenka family. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka only smiles back. That is how the rule goes, right, Delbach? Vincent Adenka asks mockingly, gesturing toward the chaotic crowd outside the door. Is not everyone out there already talking about how much this glory benefits our name? Delbach nearly explodes with rage. Within days, the clash between Vincent Adenka and the Gaia Temple becomes a massive sensation, spreading across the entire continent. Seeing elite holy figures bow to a young Adenka noble absolutely shatters the temple's reputation, dragging it down. Their grand scheme to dominate the Adenka family is entirely ruined, turned to dust before it even really began. Back at the estate, Dulan gasps in utter disbelief. You are actually handing the Holy Grail over to me. Vincent Adenka crosses his arms, pointing out that since Dulan inherited the Holy King's power, he is the perfect fit. As Dan stammers, Vincent Adenka adds that he will be needing a steady supply of holy power in the future anyway, so it is better to hand it over to someone trustworthy. Dan knew he could not refuse and reluctantly accepted. Dan fell silent, his eyes full of deep thought while his trembling hands clenched tightly. As you can see, the temple is slowly decaying. I could just live there and use the Holy Grail for personal gain, selling holy water at high prices for bribes. Or worse, Dan says, looking at Vincent Adenka and asking if he can still trust him. Vincent Adenka just smiles and says he does. The priest is completely stunned, asking if he really means it. Of course, Vincent Adenka replies before suddenly remembering something important. After all, Dan was the priest who gave him the divine stone back then. Hearing Vincent Adenka bring that up, Dan feels uneasy. He freezes with sheer fear. But Vincent Adenka continues, pointing at the Holy Grail and saying he trusts him to use it well. With joy, Dan picks up the Grail with both hands and promises to fill it with holy water whenever the young master needs help. Vincent Adenka gently laughs, saying that is not necessary. Suddenly, Relsa bursts through the door, asking if the young master is inside. Our protagonist is quite surprised. Julian, standing nearby, realizes they actually heard someone calling out to them during the entire meeting. Relsa looks incredibly panicked, urging Vincent Adenka that he must prepare immediately because Madame Vexa has invited him to dinner. Her eyes are wide with fear as she delivers the news. Dinner, Julian and Vincent Adenka both gasp, completely shocked by this invitation. At the dinner table, Madame Vexa asks Vincent Adenka about his departure, mentioning she heard he is returning to the Blood Citadel tomorrow. He explains that since he is still an apprentice, he must head back quickly, now that his mission is officially over. Julian is biting his nails in sheer terror next to him. Vincent Adenka finds this pretty awkward, knowing his mother never dines with anyone. Suddenly, Madame Vexa glares directly at them. Julian immediately hides behind Vincent Adenka, shaking like a leaf as Vincent Adenka asks him a question. He wonders if Julian is still terrified of his mother. Julian whispers back that her eyes can always peer straight into the truth. Julian admits he is always terrified of her gaze because he dreads making a mistake. Vincent Adenka can only sigh at this hopeless fear. It is basically an incurable condition. But smiling at Vexa, he tells Julian there is absolutely no reason to be this tense. After all, they recovered this sacred relic and successfully eliminated the two main figures leading the corrupt Elder Council. Now wait, here is where things take an unexpected turn. Vexa interrupts to state her actual reason for summoning him. She smiles, saying she wants to give him a gift for exposing the wicked schemes of the elders and seizing control. Rewarding his massive contribution is her goal. She wants to recognize his achievements and asks what he desires most. Vincent Adenka asks for a moment to think it over, and she readily agrees. Privately, he reflects on his mother. He feels this reward is almost like a self-inflicted punishment for her failing to act as a proper family head earlier. Finally, Vincent Adenka breaks the silence, announcing his decision. Vexa asks what he wants, and he smiles, speaking as an apprentice. Vincent Adenka requests the opportunity to take the upcoming promotion exam at the Blood Citadel, catching her completely off guard. She chuckles, telling Vincent Adenka he clearly underestimates his mother's immense influence. As the head of the great house, she can grant anything. As head of the house, she can raise his rank instantly. She asks if that trivial exam is truly all he wants. Vincent Adenka confirms it. Honestly, you have to admire his determination to do things the hard way instead of taking shortcuts. Vexa warns him that the promotion exam happens only twice a year and is notorious for being incredibly brutal. He acknowledges this but explains that using her political power to rank up would feel like stealing someone else's spot. Taking an undeserved shortcut simply is not his style. With a highly confident smile, he looks straight at her. He wants to earn it solely through his own strength. Vexa hesitates, acknowledging that his path is indeed the right one. She admits his idealism seems a bit foolish, yet she knows such strong convictions can carry someone incredibly far. The memories of her youth still linger. Vincent Adenka asks if she stopped, and she sighs, admitting she is far too old. With so many heavy responsibilities on her shoulders, she had to adapt and bury those youthful dreams long ago. Her eyes grow deeply solemn as she looks down. She tells him that once he returns, his official mission letter will arrive. That next assignment will officially serve as his level 8 promotion exam. The news leaves both Vincent Adenka and Julian completely stunned. They stand up, sharing a quick look. Vexa smiles softly, promising to support his path. Vincent Adenka bows deeply in absolute gratitude. Soon the sun begins to dip below the distant mountains. Having fully packed his bags, Vincent Adenka gets ready to leave. He steps toward the carriage, prepared for the long journey ahead. High up in the mansion, a familiar silhouette watches him. It is Vexa quietly observing her son's departure. Turning to her attendant, she orders Relsa to prepare the writing materials. She intends to draft Vincent Adenka's official mission letter immediately. Curiously, Relsa asks about the nature of this upcoming task. Vexa simply smiles and reveals that his destination is Militium. A highly startled Relsa asks if she means that city. Down in the southern coastal city of Militium, the Vian family rules over a dirt-poor land with absolutely nothing going for it. Word has it that the locals are suffering under brutal exploitation, which is why the family had ordered Vincent to go there. Relsa points out that Madame wants to use young Master Vincent to strike that place, but Vexa notes she knows how outstanding the boy is. Still, this mission is a heavy burden as he has to protect the Gaia envoy sent there. Hearing this, Relsa is completely shocked. She cannot understand it, wondering why Vexa would order Vincent to protect the Gaia temple after he just utterly humiliated them days ago. Besides, the Vian clan is famously cunning. What if the temple bribes them to secretly harm the young master behind their backs? To this, Vexa calmly replies that things will definitely get dangerous, and there are plenty of ways to make murder look like an accident. Hearing such a cold, brutal assessment, Relsa practically screams out in anger, calling out to Madame Vexa in sheer panic. Vexa quietly thinks to herself that because Vincent is walking the right path, danger is inevitable. Meanwhile, Vincent and his companion, Julian, have already set off, chatting away happily inside their carriage. To him, a real challenge is what makes a test worth taking. Vincent wears a sharp grin, clearly excited for the trial ahead. Cut to Blood City, where a beaming face is waiting to welcome him back. It is City Lord Herka, laughing heartily as she welcomes him back. She praises his massive achievement, wondering if the journey was too exhausting. She spreads her arms wide, genuinely touched by his success. Vincent simply notes that her mood seems exceptionally bright today. Herka happily explains that since he managed to take out that absolute scoundrel Weo Teovan, she has every reason to celebrate. Vincent figures she must have truly detested the man, prompting Herka to recall with pure disgust how the creep actually tried to force her to become his concubine. Vincent can easily picture the shudder-inducing scene, calmly nodding that he completely understands her rage. Just then, Vago Pagoda clears his throat to get the city lord back on track. Herka snaps out of it, remembering her actual purpose. This is not just a social visit. She pulls out a confidential letter presenting Vincent with his next official assignment. She knows he must be exhausted from his travels, but promises this quick mission will only take 3 days. Intrigued, he asks, with a serious face, where exactly he is headed. Her answer is simple: the southernmost city on the continent, Militium. Vincent muses that if the city kept its name for 500 years, then surely, but a sudden voice cuts his thoughts short. All three spin around in absolute surprise. Standing there with an eager look on her face is none other than Selbira. Selbira, her face beaming with pure excitement as she asks if he is really going to Militium, demanding to know when they leave. She begs Vincent to take her along. Cut to Selbira sharing her extensive knowledge about his upcoming destination, explaining that the area is currently governed by the Vian clan. Militium itself is pretty famous for its unique border, which sits right next to the formidable Helm family territory. Surprisingly, the two rival factions have never had a single conflict or disagreement. Even though there are 0 records of tribute passing between them, this eerie peace has sparked countless wild rumors and theories. Vincent frowns as he recalls the Helm name. In his past memories, that clan shared a deeply intimate connection with Mayantum, and it is the very family of his mother, Vesa Helm. He realizes this mission is designed to serve her agenda. While Selbira continuously babbles on about some ancient naval battle from 200 years ago, Vincent cuts in to ask if she is really that obsessed with history. Instantly, her face turns bright red, and she flails her arms around in embarrassment, trying to explain herself. She shyly confesses that her actual dream was never to become some powerful martial artist, but rather to be a historian. Vincent just stares back with a highly skeptical look, immediately making Selbira snap at him. She demands to know why he is looking at her like she is crazy. Vincent quickly backtracks, stammering out that it is actually a great dream. He is just confused why someone with that goal would end up in Blood City. Selbira sighs and closes her book, admitting that historians do not make money and exploring ruins is incredibly dangerous, meaning she needs proper martial arts to survive. Leaning in close to Vincent, she suggests that she could also be of great help on this very mission. He looks at her in shock while her eyes sparkle with hope as she blushes. She shyly offers to accompany him, but their moment is suddenly shattered when Sien and Hamon burst right through the door. Sien eagerly asks if it is true that he got a new mission, begging to tag along if he will allow it. Hamon chimes in too, promising to work hard and follow every order. Vincent crosses his arms with a chuckle, agreeing to let them all join. The boys cheer in excitement, leaving Selbira feeling a bit disappointed that her private trip is ruined. Julian shoots Vincent a sly smirk, teasing that he has more than enough travel companions now. Vincent just brushes it off, insisting that every single one of them will be useful. This genuinely surprises Julian, who questions why he believes that. Vincent tells him to just look at those trusting eyes. Their absolute loyalty and readiness to fight is more than enough. He will definitely be a massive help to me, Vincent Adenka silently notes. Nearby, Raven is absolutely buzzing with pure excitement, eyes glittering. He asks with wide eyes if that is true. Vincent Adenka smiles, promising that if Raven helps him on this quest, they will train together seriously. I swear to you on my honor as a swordsman, Vincent Adenka pledges. They clasp hands as Raven beams, officially declaring them best friends. Vincent Adenka secretly smirks, knowing that getting Raven on board means Serkan is automatically dragged in too. Julian points out that Malidium is incredibly dangerous anyway. He casts a playful knowing smirk toward Vincent Adenka. Brother, you really are getting more and more devious by the day, are you not? Vincent Adenka simply folds his arms with a shrug, teasing that he must have picked it up from him. That is when Raven suddenly remembers something. Oh right, he mentions Serkan actually wanted to speak with you. Right on cue, a razor-thin thread suddenly materializes directly in front of Vincent Adenka. More of them begin to manifest, spinning out of thin air. Within seconds, Vincent Adenka is completely cocooned in a thick web, looking highly annoyed. He demands to know what the hell is going on here, demanding an immediate apology. Right then, heavy footsteps begin echoing from the shadows. Serkan emerges slowly, stepping toward Vincent Adenka with an incredibly eerie smile plastered across his face. He calmly notes he did not mean to startle him. Vincent Adenka simply grips his sword hilt, staring back with utter composure. Serkan tilts his head, asking why he has not drawn his weapon yet. Vincent Adenka casually fires back that it is because the butler has not shown even a shred of actual killing intent. Serkan's eyes instantly flash with intrigue. He silently wonders if this terrifying trap really does not faze the young master at all. Grinning, he tells Vincent Adenka that he is quite fascinating. Vincent Adenka ignores the flattery, asking what this technique actually is. Serkan explains that it is a specialized barrier designed to seal off everything inside and out. Julian gasps in pure shock. This is the infamous Murder King's domain, a legendary death zone where survivors can be counted on one hand. Vincent Adenka casts a highly skeptical look at the butler. So he muses this supreme assassin barrier is supposedly impossible for normal people to survive. Serkan nods, calling it the ultimate assassination method, but he adds that it is also remarkably useful whenever they need to discuss secure secrets. Vincent Adenka narrows his eyes, questioning what kind of secrets he is referring to. Serkan rubs his chin, putting on a show of deep thought. He admits he is not even sure where to begin. Suddenly, his eyes light up. Since the young master brought up survivors of this technique, he chuckles, pointing out that Vincent Adenka was right about the survival rate. In truth, there was only ever one man who completely bypassed it, a legendary figure who entirely evaded his absolute domain. That man is none other than Mon Adenka Falker, the master himself. Hearing that name, Vincent Adenka freezes in shock, his mind instantly racing to his master. Serkan continues, calling him an absolute prodigy in his youth. Despite his age, his power was terrifyingly immense. He shattered the Murder King's domain into a million pieces, handing Serkan a total defeat. Flashbacks of that brutal beatdown flood Serkan's mind. He remembers being absolutely crushed. To ever stand a chance against Mon Adenka Falker's legendary lightning, he had to completely master mana manipulation. The scene shifts to reveal the prominent jagged scar running across the great Mon Adenka Falker's face. That wound was carved by Serkan's own hands. He proudly explains that he did manage to land one clean hit, leaving that permanent mark. However, 15 years ago, right around the time he became the Vartican family butler, he lost all contact with the legendary swordsman. Vincent Adenka is left utterly stunned, wondering how he could have lost track of his master 15 years ago. Nearby, Julian looks equally flabbergasted. He cannot help but wonder just how ancient this butler actually is. Sirkan simply smiles as a strange glowing blue light wraps around his face. He admits it is quite bizarre. By all accounts, his age should be closer to Vincent Adenka's father, yet his face looks impossibly young. As his disguise melts away, his true hidden face is finally laid bare. There is a massive jagged scar carving from forehead to eye. Deep heavy wrinkles of age line his weathered skin. Julian gasps in shock, realizing this must be the legendary reversal technique at play. Whispers say the Murder King perfected this forbidden art to alter his muscles and bones, completely throwing off his targets. Vincent Adenka is left stammering. Reversal technique, he repeats under his breath. Sirkan nods, pleased that he knows of it, then asks if Vincent Adenka understands why he demonstrated it. Vincent Adenka bluntly says no, admitting he has absolutely no clue what message the butler is trying to convey with this dramatic display. Sirkan bows his head with a soft chuckle. First and foremost, he explains it is because Vincent Adenka shielded them from the devastating blast. Flashbacks of that terrifying explosion cross Sirkan's mind as he continues. Secondly, he hopes that Vincent Adenka will prove worthy of walking alongside Raven. He wants them to stand together to help Raven fulfill his ultimate dream. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka is left utterly confused by his words. He asks what the butler means by that. Sirkan shuts his eyes, his mind drifting back to Raven's relentless, almost desperate training sessions. Back then, he begged the young master not to ignore the freezing winds of the Blood Citadel, urging him to stop for the day. But staring at the young master's stiff back, Sirkan knew his words fell on deaf ears. Raven's eyes were filled with absolute despair. He muttered bitterly about losing twice in a row, while Vincent Adenka was the hero who risked everything to shield them from that blast. Raven replayed that chaotic nightmare in his head, remembering how Vincent Adenka selflessly threw himself in front of danger. He adds that Vincent Adenka was also the mastermind behind the strategy to slay the Chimera. Whenever the rest of them faced crisis, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. But Sirkan could only look on and call his name. Raven turned back to look at Sirkan, his eyes no longer filled with sadness or despair, but instead brimming with a bright new light. He asked if it was not amazing that he now had an opponent stronger than him, raising his hands high in pure excitement. Declaring Vincent Adenka as his ultimate target, Raven vowed to keep growing stronger, leaving Sirkan completely speechless as he watched his master's fiery determination. The butler silently prayed for his young master to maintain this drive, believing he would eventually reach the absolute peak alongside his rival. Snapping out of his memories, Sirkan growled that Vincent Adenka had to keep getting stronger and stronger to lead the young master to his goal. But if the boy ever lost his edge, the butler threatened to chop him into millions of tiny pieces. The sudden threat startled Vincent Adenka, while Julian grumbled in frustration beside him, wondering what in the world was going on. Vincent Adenka admitted it was a terrifying threat, but asked what any of this had to do with the butler's reversal technique. Rolling up his sleeves, Sirkan explained that he originally developed the reversal technique for a very specific, dangerous purpose. It was meant to build a body strong enough to withstand Adenka Falker's lightning strikes, and suddenly blue mana flared across his arm. The butler added that besides changing one's appearance, the art allowed him to alter his mana flow at will. He could reconstruct his bones and muscles, then pointed out that Vincent Adenka currently looked like he was struggling to keep his body together. The butler asked if he was desperately using some external power to stop himself from literally blowing apart. Caught off guard, Vincent Adenka warily admitted it, prompting Sirkan to warn that his death would benefit absolutely no one. The butler then proposed teaching him the reversal technique, instantly sparking the young warrior's curiosity. When asked if he wanted to learn, Vincent Adenka did not hesitate for a single second to accept the offer. There was no reason to refuse, and even Julian grew excited, realizing this technique could help stabilize the heavenly exoskeleton. Vincent Adenka smiled, agreeing that he needed another method to protect his body besides relying solely on divine power. Securing his body was crucial, but Sirkan cut in to demand one strict promise before they began. Vincent Adenka thought it over, explaining he could not guarantee he would always remain the driving target for Raven's growth. To be honest, he felt he was not worthy of being someone else's goal or inspiration to chase after. Clenching his fist, he vowed that he would surpass Sammy one day, no matter the cost, promising that much. That was enough for Sirkan, who smiled in satisfaction and agreed to teach him the coveted reversal technique. Sitting on the ground, Vincent Adenka focused as Sirkan unleashed the technique, sending waves of blue energy radiating outward. Vincent Adenka concentrated deeply, and then suddenly snapped his eyes open, feeling a massive shift within his own body. 3 days later, Vago Pagoda closed his book while sitting across from Vincent Adenka, choosing to skip the formal reporting entirely. With the other Crimson Fortress cadets gathered behind Vincent Adenka, Vago Pagoda clasped his hands and solemnly announced the upcoming exam. Requested by Priest Dolan and approved by the Lady of House Vahim, this event would serve as their advancement exam. Raven grinned with pure excitement upon hearing this, as Vago Pagoda urged everyone to take the test seriously. He hoped they would give their all to ensure a smooth transition, but secretly the instructor was rather anxious. He worried the lord of the castle might show up but realized he would likely be stuck doing the evaluation himself. Sighing helplessly, Vago Pagoda told the cadets that further details would be shared soon and dismissed them for the day. The cadets bowed respectfully, paying their respects before happily heading out to prepare for the journey. Only two stood apart, completely uninterested and sighing over why they even had to participate in this exam. Soon their carriage set off, and Julian explained they would be using teleportation gates to speed up their journey. Even with gates, traveling to Meltium would take days, which left Vincent Adenka rather puzzled by the long duration. In his past life, land travel took years, making Julian sigh and tease him about being a total dinosaur. By the fourth day at the fifth gate, Vincent was absolutely furious, demanding to know what was going on. A girl in a blue witch hat smiled slyly, completely unfazed by Vincent's growing anger right in front of her. He yelled about the outrageous price, asking if she realized who she was trying to swindle, but she laughed it off. Calling it the standard rate, she told them to walk if they could not pay, pushing Vincent to shout in rage. He barked that they were Crimson Fortress cadets on official duty, while Sari quickly stepped in to calm him down. The witch girl innocently asked what the Crimson Fortress even was, leaving Vincent absolutely dumbfounded by her ignorance. Snorting arrogantly, Vincent asked if she at least knew who was riding inside their luxurious carriage. He bragged that the young heirs of House Adenka and House Vartican were inside, but the witch just shrugged, unimpressed. Then they should be willing to pay a higher price. Vincent rages, knowing this merchant is trying to rip them off. "Do you want a taste of Vincent from the Black Tremor?" Vincent Adenka looks out from inside the carriage. "Enough, Vincent. If you keep going, you will drag our honor through the dirt. If a minor issue like this makes you lose your cool, then you had better return to the Crimson Fortress." Vincent immediately shuts up, while Vincent Adenka reflects that they do not even know what the Crimson Fortress is, realizing treatment worsens the further they travel from the Adenka Central Territory. Julian stands by, explaining that they cannot blame anyone since their influence fades in these remote outskirts. Vincent Adenka notes that this journey will indeed be quite difficult. 6 days into their trip, they are crossing the sea. Inside the carriage, everyone is laughing and having fun. Suddenly, Selbera points out and tells Vincent Adenka to look at the horizon, revealing the legendary magic barrier protecting the city. A colossal city wall rises before their eyes as Selbera explains that the barrier was constructed over 200 years ago. Thanks to this magic barrier, Meltium has kept itself completely safe from the relentless, violent raids of bloodthirsty ocean pirates. Vincent Adenka asks in surprise, questioning these relentless pirate attacks, to which Sari confirms that the threat is indeed very real. Even today, pirates remain a massive headache for the city, but Vincent Adenka finds this claim extremely strange, sensing something is off. He tells Julian they must thoroughly investigate this barrier. Julian nods, telling him to leave the reconnaissance to him before flying off into the sky. Below them, Meltium comes into view, a harbor city shielded by a magic barrier for 200 years. Yet despite this shield, the residents live in constant terror from relentless pirate raids and the looming threat of famine. The recent famine has only made their daily suffering worse, plunging the desperate city deeper into absolute misery and chaos. As Vincent Adenka and his group enter the gates, they find starving citizens collapse all along the streets. Raven speaks up first. He mentions hearing rumors about the famine, and Sirkin agrees, admitting he never expected the situation to be this severe. Sari wonders where they should go next, while an annoyed Vincent grumbles about the lack of any guide to meet them. He asks if the local authorities are intentionally looking down on them. Selbera also wonders if this lack of respect is because the Adenka family holds zero influence in the far south. Vincent Adenka, however, remains deeply suspicious, sensing a hidden puzzle. He knows the Hellen clan is the only family connected to the Adenka family through marriage, making this situation very bizarre. Since this city borders the Hellen territory, the Adenka family name should carry far more weight here than anywhere else. Deciding they need more information, he instructs the group to head to the local cathedral to question the resident priests. They arrive at the Cathedral of Gaia in Meltium, seeking their guide. A low-ranking priest named Lucian lazily greets them, resting his chin on his hand. He tells them he might have heard a tiny bit about their arrival. Vincent Adenka hands over the official mission documents, but before he can even finish his sentence, Lucian raises a dismissive hand. The priest turns away, claiming he has no interest in reading those papers. Vincent Adenka demands to know what he means. With a sly smirk, Lucian suggests they just wander around to kill time and leave quickly, calling it a win-win. He insists they do not need protection since the city is perfectly peaceful. Raven fumes, pointing out their long journey. Sirkin tries to hold Raven back while the young master asks the cathedral staff what their schedule is for tomorrow. The priest coldly replies that they will be visiting the local homeless shelter tomorrow morning, completely ignoring the group. He slams the heavy door shut, leaving Vincent Adenka's group outside. Vincent grumbles in anger at being so blatantly ignored. Selbera wonders what is wrong with that priest. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka looks up at the massive barrier and contacts Julian. Julian struggles to climb up with trembling hands, gasping that he is almost there, but his divine power is fluctuating. He explains his strength depends on their physical distance. Vincent Adenka impatiently asks for an update on the barrier's condition. Looking down, Julian reports that just as they suspected, the barrier is flawless without a single crack in sight. Furthermore, no active maintenance magic is being used on it, proving the rumors of relentless pirate raids are entirely fabricated. Vincent Adenka frowns, realizing the entire situation and the citizens' desperate attitudes feel completely staged. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes from the other side of the wall. Samion panics, asking if pirates are attacking, but Vincent Adenka quickly tells him to calm down. The surrounding crowd descends into absolute panic, screaming that the pirates have returned and telling everyone to run. As more explosions rock the streets, citizens flee for their lives. Vincent Adenka urgently asks Julian if this is a real pirate raid. Julian scoffs, assuring him that it is completely fake. Looking out over the water, he confirms that there is not a single sail in sight, let alone pirate ships. Suddenly, the cathedral doors swing open, and Lucian steps out smugly, inviting everyone inside for shelter. The terrified crowd immediately rushes toward him, praising their savior. Look, it is the priest. We are saved. Vincent Adenka cannot help but find it bizarre. The guy is way too relaxed even in the middle of a massive explosion. Vincent Adenka recalls Lucian saying earlier that he did not need protection because this place was peaceful, and yet constant attacks keep happening. He still says that despite the frequent raids. This guy definitely knows that all of these attacks are staged. Vincent Adenka thinks back to his conversation with his companion. What is our next move? Tomorrow we are heading to the homeless camp. He smiled back then as if hatching a plan. A homeless camp, huh? Meanwhile, Adenka has finally woken up and is staring into the distance. He looks incredibly deep in thought. Adenka looks so sorrowful, but suddenly a familiar voice calls out to him. What are you thinking about, Vago? Pagoda asks. Adenka greets him warmly. Vago Pagoda notices that Adenka has recovered quite nicely. Adenka replies that he has no regrets. He recalls the intense events that took place deep inside the Holy King tomb. I fully intended to finish my mission inside that sacred tomb. I truly believe that it was my final destiny. But young Master Vincent Adenka completely changed everything. Adenka offers a soft, bittersweet smile, still looking rather sad. I never actually planned how to live my life after fulfilling my duty, so I keep wondering what I should do next. Vago Pagoda deeply sympathizes. He admits he once put himself in a very tough spot just for the sake of his own clan. He remembers meeting Vincent Adenka. It was embarrassing to be comforted by a child who had not even made any breakthrough yet. Adenka asks if that child is indeed Vincent Adenka. Vago Pagoda nods, confirming that the young master was the one who helped him find himself. He adds that if Vincent Adenka changed his fate, maybe Adenka can find his own answers by staying close to the young master. Adenka falls silent, processing the deep advice. Meanwhile, our story shifts back to Vincent Adenka on the very next day. They arrive at the refugee camp for the homeless, but the guards immediately step forward and block Vincent Adenka from entering. Halt, the guards bark out. This place belongs to the Vian family. No unauthorized entry allowed. Vincent Adenka politely introduces them. We are cadet officers from the Blood Castle. Can you please let us in? The guards bluntly refuse. Without a very good reason, we cannot let any martial artists from outside clans step past this gate. Vincent Adenka glances over and spots their real target. Speak of the devil, Lucian has arrived looking extremely surprised to see them. Why are you all here? Lucian barks. I explicitly told you that I do not need any protection. Vincent Adenka calmly says they are just following orders. Lucian loses his mind, yelling at them to cut the crap and leave. He even throws in a nasty insult, calling Vincent Adenka a bastard. Vincent Adenka thinks this guy is incredibly stubborn, but remains calm. Vincent Adenka holds up an ID card. This proves I am a second-class priest and I must inspect this camp. Third-class priest Lucian. Lucian instantly slaps the card right out of his hand furiously, shouting to ask if Vincent Adenka is completely deaf. He screams to get lost. Vincent Adenka stays cool, realizing that since Lucian is blatantly insulting his superior, he must be hiding something. Suddenly, someone gasps from behind. Lucian whips around it in shock, while Vincent Adenka just lets out a subtle smirk. While Lucian was distracted, arguing Raven had already snuck past and opened the camp doors. He gasps at all the crates. The confused guards panic, wondering how on earth he bypassed them when they had the entrance blocked the entire time. Raven approaches a large crate, curiously, reaching out to touch it. But before he can, a hand grabs his wrist. A massive bald guy holding his hand tight, radiating pure bloodlust. He warns Raven not to dare touch a thing. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks from behind, telling the brute to let go. Silk threads instantly wrap around the man. It is Sirkin. He traps the brute's head in a web of sharp threads and quietly asks if he wants to die. The bald man is completely pinned down. Vincent Adenka steps in telling Sircon to release him so they do not cause trouble. The threads instantly vanish. Vincent Adenka explains that as the official guards, they are simply here to clear any potential threats. They just need to make sure the priest's path is completely safe. No need to get all worked up over it. Vincent Adenka throws an arm around Raven. If there is any trouble, my friend here will report a security threat to Blood Castle. The giant panics, utterly speechless, while Lucian grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. This annoying bunch is ruining everything. It is fine, Priest Lucian, the bald man says. He quickly forces a bright, welcoming smile toward Vincent Adenka's group. Since you put it that way, I understand. Having such skilled guards along actually puts our minds at ease. He introduces himself as Edmund, the head administrator of this light camp, which houses all the local homeless people. He invites them in for a tour, and Vincent Adenka smiles politely, thanking him for being so cooperative. It is nothing, Edmund replies with a sly, knowing grin. He repeats the exact same peaceful line Lucian used earlier. That immediately sends a chill down Vincent Adenka's spine. Walking and Raven curiously asks what is hidden inside all these wooden crates. Emin answers that they are all mana stones. Raven asks in disbelief, mana stones. Emin leads the way, explaining that they are the raw materials used for absorbing mana, which the homeless help forge in exchange for food and shelter. Meanwhile, Lux proudly boasts about their setup. Our priests handle all their medical care because this intense labor leads to constant injuries, making healing a pretty regular necessity. Hearing this, Severa yells out in complete disbelief. That is impossible, only actual mages can handle such tasks, so how could homeless people ever do it? Emon calmly replies that it is a secret technique passed down through the Vion family, so even he does not know the exact details. This leaves Sisson completely bewildered. Is it a secret of Militium or the Vion family? Hammond chimes in, explaining that these precious stones sell for an incredibly high price everywhere. Just then, loud metallic clangs ring out as they reach the actual mining workshop. Emon proudly introduces this as their work facility, claiming they provide the best possible care for these poor laborers under their roof. He acts like they are helping them stand on their own feet, but the workers look completely haggard and exhausted from brutal manual labor. The toll of this relentless grind is clear on their faces. Oblivious Emon cheerfully motions for everyone to follow him to their next destination. He presents their final stop, the Noun Terrace, a famous scenic overlook in Militium. Standing there, Vincent and his group take in the view. Before them lies a breathtaking golden sunset dipping right behind the massive city walls. Vincent narrows his eyes, pointing toward the distance. He asks about a remote building, and Emon quickly brushes it off as a simple warehouse, claiming tight security is necessary for storing the stones. Vincent is not buying it. A warehouse located that ridiculously far away. Seriously, they definitely have something massive to hide. Lux opens the door, calling out to the manager. He reports that nobody was injured today, so everyone is free to go home and rest. Soon night falls and everyone drifts off. Well, except Javen, who is currently sleeping like an absolute chaotic mess, thrashing around the bed. Zen gets kicked right in the face. Meanwhile, Vincent slips outside. Under the bright moonlight, a subtle smirk creeps onto his face. Now watch, because out in the dark woods, 3 torches suddenly flicker to life. A quiet, heavily guarded group is marched. One of the guards asks for a quick head count, and his partner casually replies that they have about 10 people in this batch. The leader warns them to stay alert so nobody slips away, but these poor captives are already bound in heavy restricting handcuffs. The other guard laughs it off. With heavy iron chains binding both their hands and feet like high-security prisoners, escape is totally impossible. He snaps at them to move faster, complaining that they will end up pulling an all-nighter if the pace does not pick up. Leading this ruthless operation is Helk, a warrior of the Vion family. As he aggressively waves his torch, an older captive begins to beg. The man is Subin, and he tearfully pleads for his freedom, screaming that he is not even homeless and was kidnapped by the priests. He desperately begs to return to his young child, but the guard only responds with a brutal heavy kick straight to his stomach. Subin collapses to the dirt, groaning in agonizing pain, which sends a cold wave of absolute terror through the rest of the captives. The warrior towers over him, asking with chilling malice where his house is, threatening to drag his little child out to join him here. He asks if Subin still wants to go home, leaving the poor father sobbing silently on the ground while gritting his teeth in despair. The guard mocks him, asking why he suddenly stopped missing his kid before turning his terrifying gaze to warn the rest of the group. He sneers that even if they manage to run, they will just end up as fresh monster meat in these dangerous, unforgiving mountains. Plus, their families might just be the next ones dragged out here to replace them if they step out of line. Among them, a muscular, brown-haired young man whispers to himself, wishing he could go home. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from a nearby bush. A hand suddenly yanks him into the darkness. He barely lets out a confused gasp. Within seconds, only his empty shoes hit the dirt. The shoes are left behind completely unnoticed by the moving line. Up ahead, the lead warrior announces that they have finally arrived. They stand right outside the massive building that Emon previously claimed was just a simple warehouse. This is their actual brutal workplace. He aggressively grabs Subin by the hair, snarling at him to get inside unless he wants another beating, before asking the gatekeeper for the count. The guard replies that there should be 10 captives. He begins counting them one by one, reaching 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. But he suddenly freezes. Looking back, the 10th person is gone. He demands to know what is going on since they are short by 1. There are only 9 captives. The escort stammers, insisting there were 10. Furious, the guard screams at his men to go search. He orders them to search, but then a voice suddenly stammers a quick apology. The guards freeze. They stare down the pitch-black path. Out of the pitch-black darkness, a figure slowly emerges, claiming he got separated and lost his way before flashing a very sly, cunning smile. It is Vincent, who has successfully caught up to the group by using his body modification technique to alter his physical appearance. He has seamlessly taken the place of the muscular brown-haired man. But let us jump back 2 hours before Vincent even sneaked in. A hand slams down on the table in pure rage as someone screams that it is all a lie. This flashback reveals their secret meeting. That furious hand belongs to Severa. She simply cannot accept the absurd claim that untrained homeless people are magically mining these dangerous mana stones. Severa deduces that the homeless shelter definitely holds a dark secret, leaving CN pretty curious about what they are hiding. It is hard to wrap their heads around given the facilities are top-notch with no visible issues. But Vincent Adenka quickly disagrees. They just haven't seen the warehouse on the mountainside yet. In his mind, Vincent Adenka recalls the head manager with incredibly sharp, suspicious eyes. Those eyes are deeply unsettling, reminding him of a cold-blooded serial killer. It is the exact same look as the mage who attacked them. His mother would never send him on a mission here without a good reason. With that in mind, he speaks up to the group. He tells them he will uncover the truth by sneaking into the shelter tonight. Hearing this, the face of Cian instantly fills with worry. Raven is just as anxious, pointing out that the guards will suspect something if Vincent Adenka is missing. Vincent Adenka simply smiles and turns to his butler. He asks Serkan if he can shrink his body using reverse transformation magic to act as his body double. Flash forward to the present day. Serkan is now disguised as Vincent Adenka inside the cathedral, looking completely miserable. Up at the altar, Lucen reads scripture preaching that divine grace has brought them all together as one big family. Lucen grins, thoroughly amused by his own schemes. He silently mocks them, thinking they are wasting their time sniffing around the wrong place. Raven quietly asks the fake Vincent Adenka if he is holding up okay. Serkan replies under his breath. He tells him not to worry, insisting that he is managing just fine. But secretly, Serkan is weeping inside. He realizes he has been completely played by his young master yet again. Meanwhile, the real Vincent Adenka finds himself in a dark dungeon. A brutish guard roughly shoves him into a cold prison-like cell and kicks him right onto the floor. The guard barks at him to get inside as Vincent Adenka hits the ground. Tied up tight, he is completely helpless. He grumbles about the hassle, slamming the heavy cell door shut, while warning Vincent Adenka to sit tight and stay quiet. Inside, Julian is panicking about being jailed. Vincent Adenka just shrugs calmly, pointing out that jail is actually pretty easy to get used to. Suddenly, a glowing purple magic circle manifests directly on the floor, projecting a small hologram right before them. It is Siri asking if her master is unharmed. Vincent Adenka assures her that the infiltration went perfectly and he is safe. He plans to gather information first, but a desperate scream suddenly echoes down the hallway from another prisoner. It is an old man named Subin, sobbing and screaming that he is not homeless and needs to be released immediately. He begs anyone to help, crying out his address and pleading for someone to feed his child left all alone at home. Suddenly, the guard storms back into the cell of Vincent Adenka and barks at him to stand up. He wears a sinister, twisted grin. He holds out a strange round pill, mockingly announcing that it is dinner time. Vincent Adenka stares warily at the mystery drug. Before Vincent Adenka can react, the guard lunges forward, gripping his face tightly to force the pill down his throat. The guard growls at him to swallow it. Julian panics, screaming in his head for Vincent Adenka to spit it out before it is too late. Vincent Adenka calmly notes that while he has no idea what it is eating, it is the fastest way to analyze its chemical makeup. He decides to swallow it first and deal with the consequences later. Julian is utterly horrified by the reckless move of his boss. Outside, the guards order the rest of the prisoners to be drugged as well. But right then, a strange purple aura begins to swell. The vibrant purple light erupts directly from the body of Vincent Adenka, leaving Julian absolutely stunned by the sudden surge of power. He easily uses his reverse technique to stop his body from absorbing the drug, standing up as his shackles shatter instantly. By channeling his inner chi to analyze the compounds, he can pinpoint exactly what this drug is made of. A brilliant blue light leaks out of the cell window as Vincent Adenka makes a shocking discovery. This drug is actually highly concentrated mana. He is amazed by just how incredibly potent this refined energy is, and Julian is left completely speechless by the revelation. If normal citizens ingest this instead of trained martial artists, the raw mana will flood their hearts and rupture the blood vessels of that person. It is basically a lethal poison for these defenseless, untrained people, causing Vincent Adenka to deeply furrow his brow in anger. He wonders what kind of sick game these captors are playing by kidnapping innocent people and forcing them to consume this stuff. However, for someone who already possesses mana, this lethal drug is actually a powerful tonic. Vincent Adenka smiles, absorbing the energy. A few days later, the guards herd Vincent Adenka and the other captives toward a completely different facility. He looks around at the unfamiliar structure. The guard barks that they have arrived, pointing them toward a massive entrance. A creepy blood-red mist seeps from the doorway, terrifying the prisoners. The guard coldly orders them to enter one by one. Shaking with fear, the first prisoner takes a step through the threshold and the rest reluctantly begin to follow him inside. The guard loses his patience and yells at Subin, who is frozen at the entrance, trembling. Stealing his resolve, Subin finally steps forward. Once inside, Subin gasps in horror at the surreal sight. The entire room is covered in hundreds of eyes, staring right back at him. Subin stammers, completely lost. What is going on? Suddenly, a monster lets out a screech, and Subin instantly collapses. He screams just like the beast as an eerie red energy matching the glowing portal erupts from his entire body. Seeing this, the martial artist grins with absolute satisfaction and laughs, gloating that they finally got at least one. Subin looks completely possessed. His bloodshot eyes are wide and terrifying as red and black mist leaks from his mouth. He mutters in a daze, mentioning Melodway Street number 3 to 12 and promising that Dad is coming home. Both Vincent Adenka and Julian watch in utter horror. Vincent Adenka realizes what this is, recognizing the dark presence instantly. He remembers the evil spirits he encountered in the past, his eyes burning with fury at this demonic contract. As Subin continues to scream, his eyes glowing red, the sinister energy around him shows no signs of stopping. Vincent Adenka is stunned, wondering how an ordinary person could possibly form a contract with an evil spirit like this. He recalls the pill the martial artist forced down his throat, realizing it forces the body's mana to its absolute limit. Subin is pinned down by a massive iron collar, his hands bound in heavy chains as guards hold him tight. Two guards pull the chains linked to the collar, escorting Subin away while the smug martial artist celebrates his success. At least they got one and General Emin will be pleased. Another guard barks at Vincent Adenka to move inside. Don't just stand there, you're up next. The martial artist smiles, eager to see if Vincent Adenka's luck will hold out. Shoving Vincent Adenka through the door, he demands he get inside. Vincent Adenka takes his first step into the dark building. Eerie red mist immediately surrounds him, triggering a wave of panic as the world around him suddenly fades to black. Plunged into total darkness, Vincent Adenka looks around, realizes what is happening, and recognizes this is his worst memory. It's designed to let evil spirits conquer the mind and consume the host. Suddenly, illusions of his parents appear. His parents from his past life as Daven materialize, his father calling him an abomination while his mother curses him. Why didn't you just die? Vincent Adenka whispers for them, remembering the agonizing moments of his lonely, unloved death. Nobody accepted him, even at the very end. But Vincent Adenka channels his magic. He won't be controlled so easily. The illusion of his parents fades away as he breaks free with a fierce roar, snapping back to reality. Vincent Adenka stands completely still. The martial artist frowns, wondering why he isn't moving or if a spirit has formed. Suddenly, brilliant jade-green energy erupts and a massive explosion violently shakes the entire mountain, sending shockwaves everywhere. Down below, onlookers watch in absolute shock. Is the mountain under attack? Lucian stands there completely bewildered. Sirkan, currently in disguise nearby, gasps in worry for Vincent Adenka. Meanwhile, the blast has reduced over half the building to rubble. The martial artist struggles to his feet amidst the thick smoke, coughing and yelling out orders in absolute rage. Capture anyone who is still standing. But before they can move, Vincent Adenka appears right behind him with sword drawn. Spinning around with wide eyes, the martial artist barely manages to block Vincent Adenka's swift strike in time. He grinds his teeth, snarling that a mere beggar like him dares to fight. But Vincent Adenka instantly shatters his sword. With a clean, lightning-fast slash, Vincent Adenka completely severs the martial artist's arm, leaving him screaming in agony. As the man wails, Vincent Adenka dispels his disguise, shedding his mask to stand proud as a human and deputy leader. I cannot overlook your evil deeds, he declares, his cold gaze piercing through the wind as his cloak flutters. Looking incredibly badass, he faces two of the leader's henchmen who charge at him from behind in a desperate rush. Calling out to help, they curse Vincent Adenka, but jade-green energy flashes and he vanishes instantly. Where did he go? They stammer just as Vincent Adenka glides past and slices through them both in a flash. Blood splatters everywhere. Meanwhile, the leader desperately clutches his bleeding stump with his remaining hand, cursing his endless agony. Damn it, the bleeding won't stop, he growls as Vincent Adenka drives his sword right next to his terrified face. My sword is packed with mana, Vincent Adenka notes, telling him to call a priest or remain crippled forever. Terrified, the leader frantically calls for backup, screaming that they have wounded and need immediate priestly assistance. Vincent Adenka smiles secretly. If the priests are coming, then their high-ranking escorts will definitely show up too. Turning back toward the ruined building, he calls out to Julian, ready to crush their plans once and for all. Julian grins and cracks his knuckles, eagerly agreeing to help. Inside the multi-story building, another explosion erupts. Shattered walls crumble as debris rains down. Vincent Adenka quickly boots a guard who tries to catch him off guard. The remaining guards panic, shouting about an intruder, a mere kid. But Vincent Adenka isn't stopping for anyone. With sword in hand, he lands on the floor. Aggressive guards charge at him with weapons, screaming out to kill him and prevent any escape. Vincent Adenka unleashes his kinetic blade strike, triggering a burst of bright golden energy. His eyes burn with absolute, unshakable confidence. He stares down the guards, unfazed by their threats. Suddenly, his massive aura erupts, causing a violent explosion that shakes the room. Watching the destruction from the lower levels, the people tremble in fear, wondering if the intruder caused this sheer chaos. Then Vincent Adenka prepares his next move. He activates his next skill, Lesser Giant King. Glowing green energy floods the air, leaving the surrounding guards completely paralyzed with shock. A massive spectral giant rises behind him, crackling with intense green force. Without pausing, Vincent Adenka unleashes a follow-up skill, Giant Lightning. Swinging his sword, he conjures a massive column of green electricity. It crashes straight down, obliterating absolutely everything in its path. The lightning sweep leaves only shattered ruins. Vincent Adenka leaps down calmly, walking through the smoldering ash of his own destruction, scanning the area. He notes that the Guardian Masters are gone, though he used a bit more mana than expected. Time to move. He needs to investigate quickly and find proof of their crimes. Out of nowhere, a sharp blade falls straight from the ceiling. Vincent Adenka sidesteps, easily dodging the lethal strike. From above, a cold grunt echoes as a dark figure watches him closely. The stranger is dressed in bizarre clown-like attire. He sneers mockingly, calling Vincent Adenka quite an ambitious young man. Julian identifies him as Lenserton, the 7-star martial guardian of Vion, known for his ridiculous clown mask and outfit. Holding 5 sharp daggers, Lenserton taunts them, eager to see how the pathetic young master of Adenka will dance for him. Vincent Adenka looks surprised and asks Julian to confirm if this clown is indeed the 7-star master Lenserton. Julian nods, warning him that Lenserton is a monster ranked among the top 5 strongest masters of the Vion family. Lenserton mocks them, asking if they finally feel the massive gap in strength. Vincent Adenka merely frowns in silence, observing him. He feels the distinct pressure, but compared to other 7-star masters like Raelsa or Sir Khan, this clown is nothing. Vincent Adenka points his sword with a smirk, telling Lenserton that he is actually far weaker than the real masters he knows. Lenserton glares at him, crossing his arms in irritation. He clutches his daggers, determined to shut the boy up. He promises to see if Vincent Adenka can still talk after having several bloody holes punctured straight through his body. He hurls a barrage of daggers, triggering another loud blast that shatters the surrounding stone walls into rubble. Thick dust blankets the area. Lenserton bursts into triumphant laughter, gloating over what he thinks is an easy victory. He shouts that class differences are absolute, and no amount of raw talent can bridge the gap to a master. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka appears right behind him, arms crossed with a smirk. He remarks that up close, the clown mask looks even uglier. The clown spins around in sheer panic, completely baffled by what is happening. How could he be there? He glances down and realizes another Vincent Adenka is still standing below. He wonders who actually took the brunt of his attack. Down below, Vincent Adenka activates his reverse art, surrounding the area with sharp, glowing threads of spider silk. He reminds the arrogant clown that he is truly pathetic compared to a real 7-star martial master. Every single dagger is easily blocked by the silk. Lenserton panics, unable to comprehend how there could be 2 of them. Vincent Adenka snaps the threads forward. Blood splatters as Lenserton curses, but it is already too late. His head is severed instantly in a spray of red. Vincent Adenka watches the grim scene, his expression completely cold and calm. His face remains completely unbothered. A voice speaks up, asking if everything went according to his calculations. It turns out the one who used the silk to decapitate Lenserton was Sir Khan, disguised as Vincent Adenka. Sir Khan notes that the clown appearing right when they arrived was far too convenient to be a mere coincidence. Vincent Adenka smiles, admitting he suspected a trap ever since Sir Khan revealed his skills. Suddenly, Daven joins them. Vincent Adenka adds that he trusted Daven to act, since he can never stand idly by when justice is on the line. Daven looks around angrily, shouting for the cowards to show themselves. Vincent Adenka replies that they need to search the lower levels. Daven urges them to move immediately. Sir Khan sighs and rubs his head, realizing he has been played yet again. Vincent Adenka leaps down, joining Daven and Sir Khan. He suggests they go see what exactly is happening in the shadows of Melidium. With the guards completely wiped out, Daven scans the room and notes that the area is finally clear of enemies. Vincent Adenka approaches an elderly homeless man checking if he is all right. The old man expresses his deep gratitude. Vincent Adenka asks if this is the secret facility where magic stones are produced, demanding to know what happened here. Trembling in fear, the old man explains they were abducted by priest Lucian and forced to manufacture magic stones. They use a mysterious black gate to forcefully brand dark contracts onto everyone trapped down here. They actually had a talent for sensing mana, yet most of them were far too weak and died after being devoured by evil spirits. The lucky ones like us were used to make mana stones, meaning countless others died in the exact same way. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka's face completely darkens, and his hands tremble, thinking of the temple and martial clan meant to protect. The weak are the ones behind all of this. Vincent Adenka's eyes burn with pure indignation. Where is the justice in this dark era? Sirkon asks what the process of making these magic stones is. They point directly to a glowing green orb placed on the table, explaining everything. Everything is done through that device. Inside the sphere lies a core shard. The homeless people explain that this is a tool, powered by dark magic, allowing the mana stones to absorb mana. Vincent Adenka stares at it. Raven calls his name, but Vincent Adenka suddenly grabs the orb. Instantly, a surge of deep purple energy erupts. Julian panics, asking him what on earth he is trying to do. Vincent Adenka answers that he took the mana enhancement potion and passed the black door just like them. He should also do what they did. Purple veins pop across Vincent Adenka's face as the crystal inside separates itself, its dark color suddenly transforming into a bright emerald green. Letting out a sigh of relief, Vincent Adenka turns to Julian and asks if he can extract the stored information about this place. Julian eagerly replies that it is definitely possible, saying this will serve as undeniable evidence. Vincent Adenka raises the crystal high to retrieve the critical data about this site. Up on the surface, priests are already busy treating all of the wounded survivors. Lucian is currently treating the martial artist's severed arm, scoffing that it is pathetic how a mere child did this to him. The defeated fighter quickly apologizes, taking full blame. Suddenly, Lucian freezes in utter shock as Vincent Adenka stands right before them, staring down at them with absolute bloodlust, with Sirkon following closely behind. Lucian points directly at Vincent Adenka, demanding to know what this means. How dare they attack this sacred headquarters? But before he can even finish the sentence, a brutal slap sends his face spinning. Vincent Adenka delivers the heavy blow, calling him a pathetic coward for sacrificing innocent lives just to line his own pockets. Vincent Adenka is absolutely furious, his glare sharp enough to tear him apart. He declares that this place is getting flattened and both of them are going to the Tower of Judgment, the Gramian Tribunal. Out of nowhere, Iman appears, breathing out a thick trail of purple mist while chuckling that things are getting messy. The foul purple smog forces Sirkon and Raven to quickly cover their noses as the stench of decay fills the air. Iman laughs wickedly, bragging that his grand plan has only just begun. Vincent Adenka stares back, completely unfazed. Suddenly, inside Iman's gaping mouth, two skeletal hands emerge and begin tearing his flesh right in half. Vincent Adenka cannot believe his eyes as Iman's physical body splits entirely, revealing a new figure with long white hair. Vincent Adenka warily backs up as the stranger speaks, offering a new introduction. He claims to be Mon, the first strategist of the nightmares, as the entire area becomes choked by a dense purple fog. Vincent Adenka looks at him, wondering what these nightmares are, and quickly asks Julian if he has any information about them. Julian is completely stumped, saying it is his first time hearing of them and suggesting they are some highly classified group. Vincent Adenka realizes that since Emin has shown his face, he likely plans to eliminate everyone here. Panicking, Lucian and the martial artist beg for help. They scream for the nightmare to save them. Amon merely flashes a sinister grin and immediately unleashes his terrifying dark magic. A massive conjured serpent lunges straight toward Lucian's group. Paralyzed by fear, Lucian cannot even move as he shrieks in horror. The giant beast swallows both of them whole. The nightmare strategist cackles, thanking Lucian for his service, which only drives Vincent Adenka to rage. Pointing his sword, Vincent Adenka demands to know what the nightmares are plotting, but the villain only responds with another creepy laugh. He claims they are simply dreamers trying to make the world a grander place before casually snapping his fingers. Suddenly, skeletal arms wrapped in ominous purple energy claw their way up from the dirt. Vincent Adenka cannot believe his eyes. Undead are rising. As more and more crawl out, Vincent Adenka realizes these might be the townspeople who met their ends here. The nightmare strategist laughs, mocking them as he prepares to turn the deceased into powerful new puppets for his army. He taunts the former murder king and the two noble heirs as the undead horde charges straight at Vincent Adenka, Sirkon, and Raven. With a single powerful sword swing, Vincent Adenka blows them away. Beside him, Sirkon and Raven fight hard, Raven gritting his teeth at their numbers. But just as they are getting overwhelmed, a familiar voice asks if they need some backup. It is Hokaken, whipping the monsters away. Her strikes tear through the horde, culminating in a massive explosion that obliterates the remaining undead. Raven can only watch in absolute awe, while Sircon is left stunned by the magic. Hoka-ken explains she only came because Baron Vago Pagoda practically begged her to check the situation. She treats this as a total emergency outside of her usual duties. Vincent Adenka greets her, and Hoka-ken glares toward the nightmare strategist, with a challenging smirk mocking him because his undead puppets have all been crushed. But the villain only chuckles in response. He and his giant serpent fix their gazes back on Hoka-ken. But just then, a sudden alarming noise disrupts the battlefield. Panic screams echo as the homeless and guards run for their lives, fleeing the chaotic collapse of the massive tower. The ground is collapsing. Run now, if you do not want to be crushed. The nightmare places his palm onto the earth. Did you all forget? The sight before them leaves Vincent Adenka and his group completely speechless. The strongest undead is still here. The nightmare screeches. He summons the resurrected 7-star martial artist Lenzer Tan to fight under his control. Lenzer Tan rises from the soil. He carries his own severed head in one hand. Sokon gasps in pure shock. Is that the clown? Lenzer Hoka-ken quickly yells that most undead crumble once the necromancer who summoned them is dead. Hoka-ken immediately lashes out with her whip, wrapping it tightly around the nightmare. Yet the monster just laughs, showing no fear. Julian watches in sheer disbelief. Why is he laughing? He points his shaking finger and screams that the creature is a lich. An angry Hoka-ken commands her whip to tear him apart, but Vincent Adenka shouts a desperate warning. Stop, City Lord, he is a lich. Hoka-ken gasps at the word. Liches cannot be killed unless you smash their magic core. Destroying their physical body is completely useless. In fact, it only extends their range. Now get this, before they can even react, Lenzer Tan appears right behind them. He raises his weapon. The devastating strike shatters the earth. Sokon quickly throws himself over the young master. Both Vincent Adenka and Hoka-ken struggle to withstand the pressure of this monstrous strike. The shockwave of Lenzer Tan's blast tears through the area. Dust flies everywhere. Luckily, everyone manages to survive. Hoka-ken calls out to check if anyone is hurt. The nightmare looks down. Another one to add to my collection, he mocks, asking if they want to thank him. Stroking his massive serpent, he declares that they will all serve his nightmare legion. Suddenly, the giant snake plunges downward. The beast strikes at Vincent Adenka's group, forcing everyone to leap back to evade. Sokon grunts that a resurrected martial artist is truly troublesome. Dodging the giant serpent's deadly fangs, Hoka-ken shouts back, reminding him that they are dealing with a legendary fighter here. Didn't he mention this guy was a 7-star? Fighting a 7-star undead is just ridiculous. Sokon scowls as Hoka-ken leaps to safety. Landing on a branch, Hoka-ken hears Sokon call out. He states his primary duty is being the Vatican family butler and protecting his lord. He will always prioritize young Master Javen's safety. Hoka-ken hears this and can only stare at him in complete disbelief. She fumes inwardly. He plans to run if things get dangerous. What a jerk. Still, she has to agree. She tells him to escape with Javen. But Vincent Adenka refuses. He has absolutely no intention of running away. He smiles confidently. I will defeat this monster and walk out of this place with my head held high, he declares. Hoka-ken stares at him with wide, shocked eyes. She remarks that from this moment on, he is the second Baron Vago Pagoda. Vincent Adenka looks confused. What does that mean? Hoka-ken just pictures Baron Vago Pagoda, who always plots with a creepy smile. Honestly, it looks pretty weird to onlookers. She asks Vincent Adenka if he actually has a real plan to win. Vincent Adenka offers a smug smirk. The nightmare sneers. This long goodbye is getting boring. He commands his serpent to strike. The giant snake lunges. Vincent Adenka easily slips away. He realizes he has learned everything he needed during his apprenticeship. Charging forward, he confronts the nightmare head-on. He draws his sword and prepares to unleash a direct strike. The nightmare stands motionless. Vincent Adenka swings his blade down. I am the 7th young master of the Adenka family. The proud heir, Vincent Adenka. He leaps in with a fierce slash, but the nightmare casually blocks the blade with his bare hand. The monster sneers, mocking him for thinking a weakling could ever stand against him. But Vincent Adenka merely responds with absolute confidence. He replies that he is not fighting alone. Right on cue, the nightmare's arms are suddenly bound by heavy ropes. Sokon pulls from one side while Hoka-ken grips the other. Working together, they both leap into the air. The tension tightly binds the monster, dragging him off balance. The nightmare snarls in frustration as they pull him. He demands to know what they are doing. He is furious. Suddenly, a bright light flashes right in front of him. High above, Javen leaps into action. He executes a devastating thrust with his long sword, piercing the nightmare's gut. The massive strike blasts the demon into the ground, triggering an explosion. Javen laughs in sheer triumph. Landing safely, Sokon warns that the battle is not over. Sure enough, the nightmare slowly climbs back up. The monster scoffs. He mocks the team, noting they have 2 7-star warriors and the Vatican heir against him. Javen, Sokon, and Hokaken tighten their grips on their weapons, preparing to clash again. The nightmare sneers at their resolve. He laughs. They are incredibly naive to think this weak coordination is enough to bring down a powerful creature like him. Purple energy radiates from his body. Hokaken tries to stay positive. She says they just have to give it their all. Javen and Sokon nod in agreement. Their determination burns bright. If Vincent Adenka believes they can win, they will fight. Sokon remarks that Master Vincent Adenka's words must have a basis. We will defeat him. Javen nods, firmly ready. Vincent said it is fine, so it will be. But the nightmare scoffs, saying they are hoping in vain as Vincent Adenka is likely already blown to pieces. Over on the other side, the undead Lancerton is on the move, using his detached head to whip up a massive, violent tornado. Vincent quickly dodges the crazy clown's wild attack. He calls out to Julian, asking how much more time they need. Julian replies that they are on schedule but still need more time. Just then, Lancerton's massive hand lunges forward to grab him. Even though Vincent manages to slip away, the clown's massive arm grazes him, coming dangerously close to locking him down. The brutal impact sends Vincent crashing down in agonizing pain, with fresh blood pouring uncontrollably from his deeply wounded arm. Suddenly, the clown's creepy head pops up again. Vincent grits his teeth in sheer frustration, realizing even the head has a mind of its own. A barrage of sharp daggers shoots out from the clown's mouth straight toward him. Vincent quickly raises his sword to block the deadly rain. He shields himself from the relentless storm. Just a little longer, he tells himself, forcing his body to hold out to buy Julian more time. Vincent leaps into the air, swinging his sword toward Lancerton's floating head. He charges in like a flash of lightning. His blade pierces right through the center of the creepy mask. But as he lands, Vincent freezes. Did that do absolutely nothing? Before he can process his failure, the ground begins to violently shake. Lancerton's headless body erupts from below, throwing Vincent off balance. Damn it, he panics, struggling to find his footing in the chaos. Suddenly, the clown's head flies right back toward him. That grotesque mask twists into a demonic grin as it hits Vincent hard, striking him right in the back of the head. A deafening explosion echoes through the area, startling Raven. He looks back in absolute panic, shouting out Vincent's name. No, he tells himself, he promised to trust Vincent and must focus on his own fight. The nightmare advances with a mocking sneer. Calling Raven a little brat, the monster goads him. Raven charges forward, blocking the strike, cursing the undead trash. Back with Vincent, Lancerton's body retrieves his detached head. He pops it back onto his neck, rubbing it with a creepy chuckle. That was a close one, the clown laughs. Midst the rising dust, Vincent stabs his sword into the ground to steady himself. Lancerton reaches out to finish the job, but out of nowhere, his arm is sliced clean off. A brilliant golden light bursts forth. The bewildered clown can't comprehend what's happening. Vincent's sword is now wrapped in a glowing, heavy chain radiating divine energy. Julian celebrates, shouting that they did it. He has successfully restored a portion of his divine power inside Vincent's body. This is the legendary chained sword art. Brimming with new confidence, Vincent smirks and unleashes the divine chain, remembering his past. A flashback shows a young Vincent asking Mon Adenka about the chained sword. Mon Adenka explains that this is a core technique of their art. The Adenka sword style consists of 7 types, including the heavy sword, speed sword, explosive sword, and the unique chained sword. While the chain sword might not seem as flashy or unique as the other paths at first glance, Mon Adenka demonstrates its true power. Drawing his magnificent blade, the heavy chains wrapped around Mon Adenka's weapon suddenly burst with a brilliant, intense blue-purple light. He explains that the wielder can channel their own energy directly into the chains, unleashing a wide variety of elemental attributes. It is a combat style perfectly tailored for someone like Vincent. Back in the present, he smiles, recalling his master's words. Mon Adenka had promised that once he mastered this new power, his strength would soar. Vincent stands tall, his cape fluttering. This fits perfectly alongside the flawless Aslan sword style, left behind for him, completing the puzzle of his power. Lancerton stammers in complete disbelief, staring at the glowing sword, wondering how a mere warrior can wield divine energy. Vincent raises his blade, telling the monster to consider this an honor, as he is about to be purified by a holy king. Though his master's style was supreme, Vincent is now using the pure divine power inside the chain to vanquish this evil. With one swift motion, Vincent swings his blade, unleashing a devastating wave of energy directly toward the clown Lancerton. The terrified clown gasps in utter horror, demanding to know where this insane level of power is coming from. As Lancerton's physical form begins to disintegrate, Vincent pours more holy energy into his weapon with a smug grin. He declares it's a true privilege to be enlightened by the Holy King, then fires a massive lightning strike at the clown. Completely overwhelmed, the monster has no way to defend himself. Vincent's chained sword slices the clown clean in half. A blinding pillar of magical light completely illuminates the entire battlefield as the terrifying beast finally collapses to the ground. Raven watches in awe, shouting that the undead form has vanished. Even the butler can't help but feel a chill of respect. Admitting that young Master Vincent is becoming downright terrifying, the butler shivers while Herka watches in pure silent amazement. Even Mon is sweating now, gripped by a sudden wave of fear. He mutters, demanding to know what just happened. How could a mere level 7 warrior possess such ridiculous power? With the clown dead, Vincent turns back to his allies. He walks over with a calm, chilling look. Your ambitions end here, Mon, so you better give up now. Vin Chen glares warily and sternly tells him to shut up and surrender. But the wicked villain refuses, spitting curses. He rants about those arrogant and foolish Adenka people whom he has plotted to wipe out completely for 20 long years. Yet now his masterpiece plan has failed miserably at the hands of the very same Adenka people he despised so much. He screams in rage that this is completely unforgivable as a strange purple light suddenly begins radiating from his entire body. The terrifying magic power of Emin shatters his surroundings, causing the massive body of water to violently churn and thrash around. The city dam is on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. Vin Chen looks back toward the fortress, deep in thought. The entire city of Miam is trembling now, and Emin is spiraling completely out of control, claiming everything belongs to him. He vows he will never let his plan fail and promises to destroy them along with everything else, powering up intensely. But as Emin unleashes his massive energy like a warrior, another man's voice suddenly cuts in, telling him to stop being foolish. This cold tone strikes absolute terror into his heart. Who could this newcomer be intervening just when his plan fell apart? A bored young man sitting atop the rubble continues speaking, mocking how the title of strategist seems way too big for him. Trembling with sheer terror, Emin stutters out a desperate question. Who is this guy and why is he here? The red-haired girl wonders in surprise when that guy even arrived, while the butler closely watches the mysterious new opponent. Standing nearby, Julian points directly at the newcomer's hand, telling the butler to look at what the man is holding. It is the core of a lich which belongs to Emin. Terrified, Emin rushes forward, desperately begging him to wait a moment. He pleads that he is not finished yet and begs for one more chance, but the man ignores him and slowly crushes the core. Shut up, the man coldly orders. Then with a sharp crack, the magic core shatters completely before everyone. His body begins to fade. Terrified, Emin screams out that this is a total nightmare. He begs to live. Raven gasps in utter shock at the gruesome sight, watching the villain's body being torn apart piece by piece. Herka keeps his composure. He turns to the young Vin Chen and asks what on earth is happening here. Vin Chen, standing slightly panicked behind them, replies that Emin was likely just a disposable pawn in their grand master plan. The butler narrows his eyes and questions the man, demanding to know why he has suddenly arrived at this location. The newcomer waves his hand dismissively and politely greets Butler Sohn, while Raven looks on with a growing sense of curiosity. Raven asks the butler if he knows that man, and the butler confirms he is Dem Mahim, heir to the Hele family. Dem Mahim turns his gaze toward Vin Chen with a bizarre smile, greeting him warmly as his dear nephew. An entire army of soldiers suddenly surrounds Vin Chen's group, and the boy warily eyes his newly arrived uncle. He asks if a family reunion really requires this many troops, while Julian looks around and whispers to him, "These are Hele elite warriors, but this is Vyonga's territory. How could they have mobilized so quickly?" Vin Chen remains silent, his mind drifting back to his past memories, recalling when a purple-haired girl spoke to him. She mentioned that despite bordering Hele territory, there had never been any conflicts or records of tributes being sent. Then he remembers his stepmother saying she is too old to pursue such things and has other responsibilities to bear. She had claimed she only went there to find the fastest path, and Vin Chen fell silent after hearing her words. His eyes grew quite sorrowful, remembering her supporting his integrity. Now back in the present, he glares at his uncle. With anger rising in his voice, he asks if the Hele family was the true mastermind behind everything all along. Dem Mahim looks down at him and asks if he finally figured it out. Vin Chen's determined eyes show his realization. This must be his stepmother's true desire, unleashing their clan's darkness onto the world. His uncle speaks with utter disdain. He sneers that if his nephew has figured that much out, he should obviously know when to back off. Vin Chen stands his ground, asking what exactly is so obvious here when he witnessed a tragic and cruel injustice. The innocent father of a 2-year-old child was dragged here without any charges and nearly sacrificed to the heavens. "Is that obvious to you, uncle?" he screams out in absolute fury. His uncle just leaps down silently. He lands right in front of the boy, stating he has no interest in arguing about what is right or wrong. He tells Vin Chen to erase today's events from his mind so that nobody has to die, his eyes filled with bloodlust. The Hele army gets into battle formation. Raven is visibly tense but refuses to back down, ready to fight. He boldly asks if they want to fight. Facing his formidable uncle, Vin Chen remains completely unfazed. He calmly declares that he has simply fulfilled his duty as a true disciple, walking the path of righteousness. That is why he is now Vincent of the Adenka family. The corrupt Daima senses something is off and warily backs away. Daima demands to know what Vincent is plotting. Vincent smugly replies that he did not come here alone, uncle. Suddenly, a cold, penetrating gaze shatters Daima's arrogance, replacing it with pure terror as Vesa Hale makes her grand entrance. Vincent happily welcomes his mother. The crowd immediately starts whispering and gossiping the moment they lay eyes on her. They wonder if she is the famous Vesa Hale, Helame, the legendary giant. Daima visibly panics, his face pale with dread. He stammers, asking what she is doing in Militium. Vincent's mother radiates a terrifying aura, staring down her little brother. She asks Vincent if he knew she would come. Vincent smirks at his uncle but speaks gently to his mother. He knew she would step in the moment Uncle Daima showed up. His uncle grits his teeth in frustration. He mutters under his breath about the brat, then warns his sister that trying to stop him is a huge mistake. She looks down on him and answers in a cold, superior tone, asking if he has completely lost his mind. She reminds Daima that magic does not just appear out of thin air, nor is it some cheap plaything. The territory of Helame itself is a blessing. She asks if he really plans to steal all this power for himself. He wants to hoard magic by slaughtering people with dark arts. Daima forced a laugh, claiming it is all a misunderstanding. He claims those dark mages are not his men. Before he can even finish his excuse, she cuts him off sharply. She asks if he has forgotten her unique ability after all this time, daring to lie straight to her face. She unleashes a terrifying wave of pressure that suffocates everyone nearby. Even the strongest fighters can barely stand. Facing his powerful sister, Daima begins to tremble. Once again, those cold eyes seem to see right through his soul. She always catches his lies instantly, staying one step ahead and looking down on him with absolute chilling contempt. Driven mad with rage, Daima lunges at his sister. Yet Vincent's mother remains completely still, unfazed by his attack. Suddenly, his attacking right arm is violently severed in two as Vincent's father abruptly stands before them. His devastating slash lights up the entire area. The sheer force of the blow even cleaves the distant castle. Daima stands completely paralyzed. Realizing his utter defeat, he immediately drops to his knees, begging his sister for mercy. Khan stands tall in front of his wife. With just one simple swing of his blade, he completely clears the darkened sky. This is Kajin Adenka, Vincent's father, and a descendant of the legendary Aslan Fanker clan. He turns back with a solemn expression. Khan asks his wife how she wants to handle the situation. Meanwhile, blood pours from Daima's severed arm. She looks at her foolish brother in deep thought. Seeing him in this pathetic state only brings her deep sorrow. She declares that she came to correct their family's past mistakes. Daima must now take full responsibility for his crimes. Just then, a massive troop arrives. It is the legendary Black Sword Legion alongside the temple priests. The arrogance Daima had before completely vanishes, leaving him bound and trembling in absolute hopeless terror. As they bind him, he frantically asks if she set him up. She cold-heartedly turns her back on him without a word. She wants their family to walk a righteous path. He watches her walk away and screams out in rage. He asks if she feels any guilt toward their father. She grits her teeth, maintaining a chillingly calm expression. She mutters that their father has far greater burdens. Khan calls out to his wife, but she simply smiles. She says it is fine and time to leave. It is time she pursues what she once stood for. The Dark Knights quickly arrest all of Daima's remaining warriors. In the face of their combined might, resisting is useless. The Temple of Gaia here is being shut down. Vincent glances to his left and spots a familiar face. The priest excitedly calls out to Vincent. Vincent greets Priest Dan, who immediately runs over to him. Dan frantically asks if Vincent overexerted himself again. Vincent simply brushed it off, muttering that he probably did. He turns to the red-haired lord and asks about his promotion. She immediately avoids his gaze in awkwardness. She stammers that as the sole heir of Adenka, his main mission was to protect the priests. Since some priests got hurt, his promotion is a bit tricky. Dan quickly speaks up to defend his friend. Dan then turns and asks the Militium priests if they were satisfied with Vincent's escort service. Dan's expression carries a heavy unspoken threat, making the corrupt priests whisper anxiously among themselves. If they tell the truth, they might end up in prison. Out of options, they have to play along. They quickly lie and say they are absolutely satisfied. Vincent's strength is simply out of this world. An 8-star warrior? No, he is actually way beyond that. The man's face completely flips as he addresses his young master with deep respect. The priests are absolutely thrilled with young Master Vincent. Standing with her hands on her hips, she pulls something from her pocket and smiles. Even a stubborn knight like Baum would have to agree with this. Vincent Adenka has officially passed the grueling 8-star trial. Usually there's a big speech for promotions, but honestly, those are always way too long and boring, so they just skip it entirely. Everyone offers their warmest congratulations to the newly promoted 8-star cadet Vincent. Seeing his massive success, both of his parents feel relieved. With peace of mind, they quietly depart. Meanwhile, the Imperial Dark Army escorts Daimar away, his face twisted in pure bitter anger. He grits his teeth, absolutely seething inside. He realizes that sending Vincent to Militium must have been his sister's master plan all along. Had it only been Bayonne keeping watch, he could have easily kept his secrets hidden. If he had known she would show up in person, things would be different. Things would have been totally different. But she sent Vincent instead, completely ruining his plans. Daimler explodes in a fit of absolute rage. He screams, asking if they really think everything will go according to their plan. With a sudden burst, he breaks free from his guards. Vowing to destroy his sister's entire world, the desperate uncle makes a maddened dash straight for her beloved son Vincent. A sudden brutal strike tears right across Vincent's back, sending blood spraying everywhere. By the time the young man reacts, it is almost too late. Herka rushes forward desperately to block the blow. Vincent curses himself for letting his guard down while the butler looks on in utter horror. It seems too late to save the young master from this lethal strike. The uncle lunges with terrifying, bloodthirsty intent, seizing his chance. With the family patriarch nearby, the boy had let his guard down too much, giving the madman a golden opportunity to strike him down. The crowd screams and rushes forward to save him. Daimler is blindingly fast, closing the distance in a split second. But then wait, that fresh blood does not belong to Vincent at all. It is the uncle's. His mother has intervened just in time to slice down her brother. As Daimler's severed head falls, he still clings to his bitter hatred. His sister looks down with heavy sadness, telling him to finally rest. With a single devastating swing, she decapitated her own flesh and blood. Herka gasps in absolute shock while butler Hako watches in silence. Hako is deeply shaken by how ruthlessly she executed her own brother without a shred of hesitation. Vincent stands frozen, unable to speak. Even he could not react to Daimler's blinding speed and time. Is this the true power of the giants? He looks down in awe. The boy notices his mother's hands are shaking uncontrollably. Gently calling out to comfort her, he hands over a glowing magical stone. He explains that this stone contains his magic and holds all the evidence, having recorded every single detail of their treasonous crimes. His mother takes the stone with a fragile, hesitant smile, thanking him for solving such a massive burden on her behalf. She promises to return it once the evidence is processed, but Vincent gently holds her hand, insisting she keep it as a gift. The mother stands utterly stunned by the gesture. Vincent softly explains that while it cannot ease her grief, he still wants her to have it. A young boy watching nearby is utterly baffled, asking Vincent if he is actually trying to comfort someone so powerful. He questions comforting a fearsome giant, but Vincent simply points out her trembling hands. That is not the reaction of someone without a heart. Perhaps his mother is far gentler than she lets on. Touched, but deeply sorrowful, she holds the stone tightly against her chest. With a soft thank you, she embraces her son's warmth. Shortly after that night, a brutal raid begins inside the Vianga clan mansion. A blade tears effortlessly through the defenders. Khan Vincent's father leads the charge. The castle guards scream in absolute terror. He tears through them with absolute ease, walking forward with deadly calm. He announces that they have concrete proof of their treason. Shedding his heavy cloak, the legendary warrior coldly warns them that he will only strike down those foolish enough to resist. The guards hesitate for a tense moment, but duty wins over fear. They draw their weapons and charge to protect their lord. Khan unleashes his aura, moving like a storm as he cuts down waves of enemies. Seeing their allies slaughter, the survivors freeze in panic. Showing absolutely no mercy, he shifts into a killing stance. The Vianga soldiers are ripped apart in a flurry of silver steel. Littered with fallen foes, the grand hallway turns quiet. Vincent's ruthless father steps over the carnage, his eyes fixed ahead. He breaches the inner sanctum, locking his icy gaze onto the terrified patriarch. He declares that all evidence has been secured. The Jeremiah Judgment Tower has already decreed a death sentence. Hearing this, the corrupt lord of Vianga trembles violently on his throne. With terrifying veins pulsing on his face, Khan offers a final mercy, a clean, self-inflicted death. But the old man scoffed. Instead, the patriarch spits out an order to execute the intruder. A hidden assassin lunges from the dark, but Khan is far too powerful. The assassin is sliced clean in half before he can even blink. Calmly cleaning his blade, Khan looks back at the whimpering coward. Sensing the sheer, suffocating pressure in the room, the old patriarch can only stutter curses as Khan looms over him. The old man is so paralyzed with raw fear he cannot even make a sound. Unlike the swift horizontal strikes from before, Khan decides to split the Vianga patriarch right down the middle. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the halls, leaving nothing but dust. Meanwhile, over on Vincent Adenka's side, his stepmother asks him if that is enough sugar. He politely answers her that he is fine and thanks her. Vesahale smiles, apologizing since he likely wants to be back with his friends. Holding their teacups, they sit opposite each other. Vincent Adenka says it is fine. Looking at him warmly, she adds that this was necessary and that she learned so much from watching him pursue his beliefs. She thanks him, saying he helped her find the courage to face what she believes is right. He smiles back, saying it was actually her own determination that did it. But he still asks if she is truly going to be okay. Rumors will spread, labeling her a traitor in the Hisley family territory. Not exactly a great spot to be in, is it? She chuckles, asking if the kid who literally blew up a magic factory is actually worrying about her. Vincent Adenka quickly avoids her playful gaze. Beside them, Julian ruffles his hair, realizing they are indeed in danger. Vesahale smiles awkwardly at Vincent Adenka and notes how much he resembles his mother. Though it is not a grand reward, she has a story she wants to share with him. It is about his biological mother, Sarvana, and the heavenly fruit. Vincent Adenka looks at her in confusion, wondering what connection his mother could possibly have to the legendary heavenly fruit. With a serious face, his stepmother explains that Sarvana was actually the chosen one destined to obtain the heavenly fruit. Standing nearby, Julian looks completely bewildered by this explanation. Stepmother Vesahale continues, telling them it is a very long story from a distant past. She decides to share everything. Back then, Khan was an outstanding first-class cadet who was preparing to undergo his succession ritual. Sarvana and Vesahale accompanied Khan to support him through this trial. But before the official ritual inside the fortress could take place, there was a preliminary trial they had to complete. Near the Crimson Fortress, right at Nin Waterfall, the team had a massive task ahead. They had to defeat a beast lurking there, a giant clam monster. Recalling the adventure, Vincent Adenka's stepmother describes how incredibly stunning and powerful Sarvana was, showing strength that easily rivaled Khan's. But during the fight, the beast suddenly launched an attack directly from its mouth, pinning Sarvana's arms and legs so she could not cast her magic. Opening its massive maw wider, the monster prepared to swallow her whole, and Vincent Adenka's mother shrieked in horror. How disgusting. She immediately dropped all her playfulness and got completely serious. Vesahale suddenly lunged forward with absolute seriousness, slashing off the beast's tongue. Coordinating with Khan, she yelled that this was their ultimate chance. With a clean strike, Khan stepped in and sliced the hideous clam in half. Now that is how you show off top-tier power. Landing safely, Sarvana cheered at their perfect teamwork in completing the mission. But Vesahale quickly reminded her that they weren't done yet. They still needed to retrieve the pearl. Reaching into the slimy, shifting remains, Khan pulled out the glowing prize. Vesahale stood by quickly, pinching her nose in disgust, completely grossed out by the stench of the beast's corpse. With a grimace, she asked why they had to bring back such a smelly, ugly pearl. Khan examined it, replying that he did not know either, but hunting the waterfall clams was a long-standing tradition passed down from their ancestor Aslan. Suddenly, Sarvana sensed something off. She spoke up, pointing out that the waterfall clam they just defeated felt strangely weak. It was far too easy for an elite first-class cadet's final trial, and they had barely broken a sweat. Furthermore, she wondered why this waterfall flowed so close to the Crimson Fortress. Where did its source even originate? Vesahale recalls that Sarvana was always bright, endlessly curious, and constantly noticed mysteries that everyone else completely ignored. As Vesahale watched her in confusion, Sarvana wondered aloud if this trial might actually be serving an entirely different purpose. Khan questioned her about this hidden purpose while she shifted her gaze, nervously trying to put her thoughts into words. She suggested it could be a grand plan set up by ancestor Aslan himself. Perhaps something valuable was hidden inside the waterfall. Vesahale crossed her arms, skeptically asking how they could possibly investigate behind a waterfall with such a raging torrent. Sarvana merely smirked confidently, declaring that there is always a way before leading them to climb up the slippery cliffside. Vesahale sighed in sheer exhaustion, grumbling about how Sarvana never took no for an answer, no matter how crazy the idea. Khan chuckled, asking who could possibly stop her anyway. Sarvana winked back at them, urging them on as they kept climbing. She promised that hugging the rock face would let them slip inside, insisting her intuition was never wrong about these things. Vesahale warned her not to jinx them, but right then a loose rock crumbled under Sarvana's foot, sending her plummeting. Khan immediately dove after her to save her, while Vesahale screamed for him to stop, warning him of the deadly danger. Left with no choice, she jumped in after them, and all three of them were swept down the raging waterfall. When Sarvana finally woke up, she found herself inside a hidden cave and gasped in realization that her intuition was right. Suddenly, Vesahale grabbed her ear and yanked it hard, scolding her for nearly getting them all killed with her reckless stunt. She demanded to know if Sarvana wanted a beating, urging her to be careful, though the stubborn girl barely seemed apologetic. Fortunately, she escaped without a scratch, but Khan was deeply curious about where the river current had carried them. Swept away by such salty water, Vincent's biological mother sat dazed, admitting that surviving was a total miracle. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from deep within the cave, saying that it was not a miracle but that he saved her. Hearing this, Vincent asked in surprise, wondering if someone was actually inside. His mother replied seriously that technically it was the entity they referred to as the Holy Fruit, revealing its true identity. Back to the past, Sarvana stared in absolute terror at what stood right before them. It was a giant dragon, one that had seemingly slept there for 10,000 centuries undetected. Khan and Baksa shook with sheer terror, completely speechless, as was Vincent's usually curious biological mother. The massive dragon glared down, demanding to know of the three of them. Who among them was the prophet of truth? Sweating profusely, Khan desperately tried to keep his composure, asking if that prophet was linked to the legend passed down in Adenka. The dragon scoffed in disbelief, noting that they knew absolutely nothing, yet still managed to stumble upon this place, calling them incredibly unlucky. Frowning with utter disappointment, it decided there was no choice left, declaring they all had to die. Instantly, a massive fireball erupted from its jaws, hurtling straight toward the three of them. Sarvana screamed that if that thing hit them, they were finished. Baksa shielded her face, wondering why on earth a dragon was inside the Red Fortress. No, that did not matter now. Surviving this first was all that counted. Sarvana launched forward, and the three of them ran for their lives. This vicious beast had zero intention of letting any human escape, mocking that they could not run. The beast unleashed more magic. Seeing a massive waterfall ahead, Sarvana hesitated, completely unsure of what to do as the beast closed in, roaring that they had nowhere left to hide and should just accept death. Hearing this, Vincent gasped in disbelief, shocked that they actually faced a dragon. He wondered if such mythical creatures really existed. His mother gave a teasing chuckle, asking if it was really that surprising since he had literally mixed dragon bone into the blood lotus before. Hearing those words stunned both of them. Julian turned to him, utterly confused, asking how she knew about dragon bones when only their father and Rosa were supposed to know. Vincent sighed, muttering that hiding anything from the lover of Adenka was practically impossible. Then he asked his stepmother how she managed to survive that encounter. Her expression darkened as she admitted that she honestly did not know, adding that the only one who truly knew was Sarvana. Back then, Vincent's stepmother braced herself, shouting that they had to fight. The other two quickly took their stances and all three leaped into the air to engage the dragon. Baksa lunged to the left while Sarvana flanked the right side. Both charged directly at a monstrously powerful creature that no ordinary human could face. The dragon calmly watched their movements. Just as the two mothers slashed at its head, the father Khan lunged straight from below. He unleashed his divine general sword art, but the dragon effortlessly caught his blade, deflecting the strike harmlessly toward the cavern's ceiling. It even offered a mock compliment, calling the move not bad. Khan stood utterly frozen, completely shocked by what just happened. The supreme sword technique of the Adenka family had been shut down so easily. Suddenly, the beast unleashed an overwhelming, suffocating pressure over everything, declaring human strength had its limits. Baksa found herself completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. Her body was entirely suppressed by its terrifying aura, and the crushing pressure left Sarvana desperately gasping for air. Khan, standing behind, saw them collapse and frantically yelled their names. The dragon, noticing that the father could still withstand its immense pressure, spoke up, menacingly demanding to know how he was surviving its terrifying aura. It stared intently at him, analyzing his strength. Thinking he was incredibly strong, it felt killing him would be a waste of potential. But the furious father charged once more, roaring that he would never let the beast harm them. Khan launched a desperate attack only to be struck by a devastating curse. The spell tore through his internal organs, causing blood to spill as he instantly lost consciousness from that wicked demonic strike. Shifting into a human form, the dragon scoffed, stating that all human mana control methods were nothing but cheap imitations of dragons. No matter how powerful a martial artist he was, he could never hope to lay a single finger on a true dragon. Showing a hint of fake pity, it grinned wickedly. Talk about a grim end, but then a massive explosion rocked the entire cavern. Through the rising smoke, Sarvana's hair fluttered as she desperately threw herself forward to shield Khan from his imminent death. The dragon stared in absolute disbelief, wondering how she could still be alive after taking the full brunt of its magic. Then, looking closely at the child, it noticed Sarvana's heavily scarred face from that impact. Intrigued, the dragon stepped forward. Grabbing her chin and forcing her to look up, it asked if she was Heli. The sudden question caught her completely off guard. She gasped, asking how it knew, to which the dragon chuckled, saying it could just tell. Meanwhile, Baksa was barely holding onto consciousness under the crushing pressure, calling out for Sarvana. Through her fading senses, she barely heard the dragon speak. It mentioned that after all, it was the one who chose their family. That was the last thing she remembered before waking up outside the cavern with Sarvana already holding the heavenly fruit. Vincent gasped in shock, realizing that the legendary fruit actually existed. The divine blood Aslan left behind was indeed the heavenly fruit. But she says Sarvana's health soon began to deteriorate. A few years later, she grew weak and struggled heavily before passing away. Looking down in grief, she explains that Sarvana never ate the fruit, saving it for Khan. But he refused to trade her fading health just to gain that power. She was the only woman Khan ever loved. Years later, she passed away, leaving their child behind, and Khan finally consumed the fruit. He did it to honor her dying wish. Sarvana stayed in his heart forever, a beautiful yet painful memory to look back on. She smiles through her torment. Vincent watches her closely, sensing a chaotic mix of jealousy, hope, and deep regret in her eyes. Breaking the heavy silence, he asks what she really thought of his biological mother. She can only offer a bitter laugh. She admits she respected her, but was deeply envious. Suddenly, a memory from the past flashes back under a pouring rain. Savannah gently comforted Baisha, telling her everything would be fine. Hearing those words, the exhausted, gaunt woman broke down in tears. His mother had assured her she was never just a puppet. Clinging to that warmth in the darkness, Baisha wept uncontrollably. Back in the present, his stepmother looks at him with pleading eyes, asking for one final favor. He asks what she wants, and she gives him a chilling command: destroy the Heelan clan completely. Days later, Vincent reaches the legendary Nin waterfall at Blood City, where his parents first encountered the dragon. Julian looks around and confirms this is the place. He gets confused when Vincent suddenly draws his blade. Unleashing his ultimate sword technique, Vincent slashes directly at the massive waterfall, absolutely terrifying Julian. Julian panics, yelling about destroying the hidden cave entrance. But Vincent just stares ahead with a calm shrug. He asks if Julian really thinks it is that fragile. Seeing the barrier completely unharmed, Julian is left speechless. Vincent realizes a direct assault won't work. The dragon inside must be waiting for someone who knows the truth. There is definitely some hidden connection between this mystical waterfall, the Adenka clan, and Aslan himself. His mother must have used another method to enter, which likely drained her life force and led to her death. The actual key to unlocking this gateway has to be hidden somewhere else, and he needs to find it. Meanwhile, over at the fortress, Vago Pagoda receives some shocking news regarding recent casualties. Daima Hellam is dead, and the Vi clan leader was just executed by Pak Khan under Gramian watchful eyes. Looking at the reports, he sighs at the tragedy. Beside him, Hoka Ken proudly boasts about how much worse it could have been. He rolls his eyes, reminding her that she was the one complaining and dragging her feet on the mission earlier. She laughs it off quickly, changing the subject by claiming she has absolutely no memory of saying such a thing. Still, the fate of those siblings is incredibly tragic. Vago Pagoda sighs heavily, staring at a portrait of his deceased sister. He whispers to her memory. Meanwhile, in another location, frantic footsteps echo down a hallway as a priest named Dolan runs. Dolan looks up in utter panic, realizing he has hit a dead end. Suddenly, a cold voice calls out from behind. A man asks why he will not just give up. Dolan turns to see his relentless pursuer, Priest Neox. Neox mocks him, demanding the Holy Grail be handed over to someone worthy before Dolan is sent to the afterlife. He lunges forward to strangle Dolan, but a blinding flash of lightning suddenly tears through the dark sky. The lightning strikes Neox's followers, forcing him to spin around in absolute terror, wondering what is happening. Before he can react, a cold blade is pressed against his throat, locking him completely in place. The swordsman warns him to abandon his search for the Holy Grail unless he wants to lose his head. Adenka glares coldly, declaring that he will now protect the Holy Grail as the official knight of Priest Dolan. Meanwhile, over on Vincent's side, a woman voice echoes, demanding to know why he summoned her. It is Hannah Adenka, an elite rank legacy student, who asks if this waterfall is his actual graduation trial. Vincent confirms it calmly, telling his senior that things are about to get quiet around here very soon. Hannah closes her eyes, admitting she still has quite a few lingering questions regarding their current assignment. Usually top-tier cadets get unique missions, yet this task looks surprisingly identical to a low-tier trial. Vincent tightly grips the quest scroll, explaining that this bizarre overlap is exactly why he wanted her help. Staring at the document, Hannah realizes this mission was requested under her mother's name, sparking her curiosity. Walking over to a nearby boulder, she sits down and asks him what this job actually entails. Vincent lays out his plan, telling her that they first need to infiltrate the hostile Heelan territory. She warns him that the Helheim territory won't be easily dealt with after his uncle's death, and though he knows this, he still wants to go through with it. Vincent agrees, stating that is exactly why he needs her as his bodyguard to help her earn graduation points. She looks at him with deep suspicion, knowing he wouldn't make such a sudden request without having his own hidden agenda. So what does he want? Surprisingly, Vincent has a simple request: he just wants a painted portrait of her. Back in her childhood, they were incredibly close, and he fondly remembers the beautiful portrait painted of her back then. But things have changed. As Vincent playfully suggests getting a new one, Hannah suddenly draws her weapon, aiming it straight at him. The blade rests right against his throat. She unleashes a terrifying wave of bloodlust, ready to strike down her own brother on the spot. She growls, asking if this is a joke, but Vincent stands his ground without flinching, declaring he is completely serious. He calls the portrait a precious memory, but Julian nervously pulls his sleeve, screaming that it really is not that big of a deal. Vincent merely winks, making the young spirit look away in embarrassment. How could an old painting still look so pristine anyway? Naturally, Vincent had cast preservation magic on it. He smiles at Hannah, noting how much they have both changed over the years. He asks if she would like to paint a new one together, causing her to blush and quickly look away before sheathing her sword. Hannah mutters that she will only consider it if he changes his request. Watching them, Julian notices a soft side to the intimidating sister. Meanwhile, inside the Helame family estate, a stern older man raises his glass asking his butler if Daima is truly dead. The butler stands at attention confirming the tragic news. Yet the Lord shows zero remorse, immediately shifting focus to his dirty secrets. He demands to know if all evidence of his involvement has been wiped clean, staring coldly as the butler looks up. When the butler hesitates, the man stands up, snapping at him. This ruthless figure is none other than Gifonzo Helheim, the family head. Shaking with fear, the butler quickly assures him that everything has been set up to make Daima look like a lone wolf. His demise will not impact their grand plan, ensuring the Helheim family can proceed with their shady operations without interruption. Gifonzo sips his deep red drink, bringing up his daughter Bursa. He notes she has always poked around his business, harboring deep hostility. He sneers, eager to see what his rebellious daughter can actually achieve, and the same goes for his target, that brat Vincent. Walking slowly toward his terrified butler, Gifonzo boasts that they still hold an ultimate trump card in their possession. That red liquid is actually dragon blood. High above them, the giant preserved carcasses of slain dragons hang from the ceiling. The sight of those monstrous beasts is absolutely bone-chilling. Gifonzo whispers a dark invitation to his daughter to come face him. He crushes the glass in his hand, letting the dark blood drip. He challenges his grandson Vincent to step forward and try to stop him. The monstrous patriarch's cruelty is fully laid bare. Days later at the Grand Arena, Kajin and Vincent stand face to face. Neither rival is willing to back down as they trade blows. Watching from the sidelines, Julian looks on with deep concern. Vincent glares at Kajin, who charges forward like a wild beast. Kajin roars, determined to end things once and for all. But Vincent does not flinch. He confidently dares his rival to try. Suddenly, a figure leaps down from above, interrupting the fight. The unexpected guest slams into the arena dirt. Annoyed by the sudden intrusion, Kajin curses at the newcomer. The intruder is Daven's smirk on his face. Daven tells them not to leave him out of the fun, but Kajin is having none of it. Kajin yells that Daven is the one interrupting. This was supposed to be a private duel between him and Vincent, and he wants him gone. Daven smirks, entirely unfazed. He welcomes the challenge, eager to test his skills against Kajin right then and there. Vincent sighs and steps in between them. He snaps that their petty rivalry is not the reason they are here today. Julian watches from the spectator stands, nervously gulping. He wonders how a simple exam turned into such a chaotic mess. Dignitaries watch from high above, including Vincent's father Vincent Adenka and the Vatican representative. Stepmother Bursa is also there, highly anxious. She glances toward her father, silently pleading for Vincent to make his move. If he fails now, their entire plan goes down the drain. Flashback to 2 weeks ago at the fortress. Principal Hoka Ken casually tells the siblings they are cleared to go on their mission. Hana is stunned, but Hoka Ken repeats her command, ordering them to depart for the dangerous Helheim territory the very next morning. Hana objects, arguing her assassination-style swordplay is not built for bodyguard duty, and other cadets would be far more suited. The red-haired principal jumps down, placing a hand on Hana's shoulder while sweet-talking her to ease the tension. Hoka Ken admits she despises trouble, and she can only rest easy knowing her 2 absolute best cadets are on the case. She playfully pokes Hana, teasing her with compliments. Hana groans, turning to Vincent to try and refuse the duty. But before she can speak, Hoka Ken cuts her off with a firm hand gesture, stating that there is no room for debate. As the principal, her orders are absolute. Hana sighs in defeat, knowing she has no choice but to accept the mission, just as she said. Vincent Adenka turns to her with a smile, saying she is not the type to run from a debt. She is graduating soon, so he only asks for a single portrait. That is a pretty fair deal, is it not? Hana sighs in utter exhaustion, realizing he planned this all along. She gives in and tells him that she will accept the deal. He beams with joy, making sure she keeps her promise. Soon, her figure fades into the distance. By afternoon, everyone is busily packing up for the trip. Vargan gives him a serious look, hoping he stays out of trouble. Vincent Adenka admits that honestly he is not feeling too confident about this mission. Hoka Ken completely understands his current mood. Vargan remains anxious but still supports him on this highly dangerous assignment. Vincent Adenka tells him not to worry. Too much as the Helheim family will not directly harm him. Plus, his sister is already a first-class cadet. He still has Siri, a powerful spirit mage, so they will be fine. Just then, his servant pipes up with a grin, asking what about him. Vincent Adenka seems to have completely forgotten this guy. Ah, right, there is also Winston. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Waiting a moment, he realizes it is Selbira with Javen and the rest trailing closely behind. They run up, panting heavily, shouting that they made it just in time. Vincent Adenka looks at them, wondering why they came so early in the morning. Their sudden actions leave him completely stunned as they shout out in respect to his glory. Raven raises his fist and promises to give Vincent Adenka a real fight the moment he returns, asking if he remembers their duel. Zen stands there with a warm smile, offering his thanks. Another cadet nearby chimes in saying they all grew stronger because of him. Vincent Adenka is completely speechless before he laughs, bowing respectfully and pledging that he will definitely return to them. His sister calls out from the carriage, urging him to hurry. Vargan looks at her with a flat face, wondering if she has absolutely no sense of camaraderie. Hoka-ken stands nearby and tells her to relax, asking if she does not think everything will be fine, noting she looks like a walking corpse. Hana coldly replies that emotions only get in the way of the mission. As an Adenka martial artist, she must do her duty. This sister's heart is truly freezing cold. Vargan watches her in absolute silence. With a loud neigh from the horses, Vincent Adenka and his group finally set off. Their friends shout farewell behind them, wishing them a safe journey. Vargan stares at the retreating carriage and asks Hoka-ken if they will be fine. Even though Hana looks slightly anxious now, she always shuts off her emotions and focuses entirely on the mission. People call her the stone statue for a reason. Still, Vargan worries if the siblings will get along during the long trip. Hoka-ken shrugs it off, treating it as a normal dynamic. After all, they are still brother and sister, right? She guesses. They are probably reminiscing about childhood. But contrary to that peaceful thought, the red-haired sister in the carriage suddenly thrusts her razor-sharp stylus right next to her brother to intimidate him, asking if he killed everyone. Vincent Adenka immediately senses danger. Staring down at her unfinished sketch, Hana slowly pulls the sharp stylus back out as Vincent Adenka frowns deeply and asks what she thinks she is doing. Glaring blankly at him, Hana makes a few rapid movements around his head with that sharp tool. Pieces of Vincent Adenka's hair flutter down to the carriage floor, making Julian gasp in surprise. Turns out this seemingly cold-hearted sister was just giving him a quick haircut. As a member of the prominent Prus Adenka family, she says he must focus on his martial training while also keeping up a clean, polished appearance. Occasionally, he must remember to trim his hair. Before long, night begins to fall as Hana remains focused on her canvas. She holds up the finished sketch, comparing it to Vincent Adenka's actual face before handing it over, asking if he is pleased. Vincent Adenka happily thanks her. Holding the piece, he cannot stop praising how beautiful it is despite her cold, prickly exterior. Julian giggles and agrees, saying her artistic talent is truly incredible because she has been an absolute genius since childhood. Hana quickly packs away her sketching gear, calmly telling him that their deal is done and they are now even. Vincent Adenka is absolutely thrilled, promising to treasure it forever. However, he cannot help but wonder quickly, asking Julian why she initially refused when her art is so magnificent. The boy sadly replies that she likely gave up her dreams long ago. Vincent Adenka is surprised, questioning why she would abandon it. Julian explains that being born into a noble clan comes with heavy expectations, meaning you cannot always live for yourself. Her dream of becoming an artist was simply too far out of reach. Vincent Adenka finds this completely absurd and immediately rejects the idea, arguing there is absolutely no reason why they all must follow the path of a martial artist. There are countless reasons to chase one's own dreams instead of letting a surname dictate her entire future. If the family name forces her to abandon her passion, he vows to help her reclaim that dream. Meanwhile, protests erupt outside the Helheim estate as angry citizens demand the downfall of the clan met by imperial forces. The citizens shout for the guards to hold back the protesters and stop them from entering Desona. They share a single goal. We must reclaim our land from the tyrant, they cry as civil war breaks out. Tucked away in a quiet corner of the fortress, Vincent looks down and gasps, questioning if this is truly Helheim territory, wondering if this land wasn't once a prosperous land. Hana coldly answers that only the wealthy get to enjoy a comfortable life in this place. The Helheim family has completely lost all of their people's trust. They want to overthrow their tyrannical ruler. This sparked the rise of the People's Resistance Army. They are actively protesting and fighting the local military. To avoid any dangerous trouble, the wealthy families have already fled into the inner city of Desona. Julian looks at the chaotic scene, absolutely stunned. He knew a protest was coming but never expected this massive scale. Vincent also stares down and mutters that the riot only recently began. Hana agrees, explaining that the spark of this whole rebellion started with Leon, the resistance leader. Vincent wonders who this Leon is, but his sister quickly changes the subject. She urges them to move toward Desona. They must hurry if they want to avoid getting caught in this mess. She calls out for them to follow her shortcut. Behind her, the servant Winston grumbles that this path is too dangerous. It is worse than the road to Melidium, and the young master's new haircut looks incredibly strange. Sari quietly agrees, but at least Hana knows the area well. Winston secretly wonders if she has traveled through these lands before. That thought makes Hana flinch. Before she can speak, Trushi is suddenly stopped by the Helheim patrol for questioning. They demand to know who they are. Vincent tenses up, recognizing the guards as soldiers of the Helheim clan. The guards charge without hesitation to arrest the suspicious strangers. Vincent dodges a swift strike and tries to explain. He tells them to wait because they mean no harm, but the soldiers ignore him and scream that they are armed. They brand them as rebels. Realizing words are completely useless here, Vincent decides to change his approach. He will let his fists do the talking. Channeling body fortification, Vincent unleashes a brutal punch, dropping a soldier instantly. The other guards panic, utterly shocked by his speed. Before they can react, Vincent drives a heavy fist into them. He follows up with a savage kick to the next guard's neck. In seconds, the entire patrol lies defeated, but one soldier remains. He leaps high, screaming for the little rat to die, and smashes his sword down. The strike triggers an earth-shattering explosion. His worried servants scream his name, but Hannah calmly tells them to relax. She knows Vincent will be fine. He quickly vaults off a nearby wall, catching the guard completely off guard. Vincent drapes down and delivers a devastating knockout kick. He is thrilled by how incredibly light his body feels. The magic stimulant pill from his time in the dungeon tower combined with his space reversal technique is unlocking his true potential. But right then, another squad of Helheim soldiers rushes to the scene. They shout that someone is here. They demand reinforcements to capture the intruders who dared attack the Helheim guards. Every escape route is blocked by armed soldiers. How will Vincent and his crew get out of this mess? Julian warns Vincent that they are completely surrounded. Vincent frowns as more soldiers keep pouring into the area. On Hannah's side, the servants are trembling in absolute panic, desperately asking what they should do next. Hannah sighs and pulls something out of her pocket. Realizing she has no choice, she holds it high. She reveals the blue crest of the Helheim family, instantly halting the soldiers as they stare at the badge. It is the crest of a high-ranking warrior. Hannah introduces herself as Hannah Adenka of the Crimson Fortress. She demands passage to Dishona. A soldier gasps, wondering if she is the direct descendant of the patriarch. He quickly orders the troop to stand down, announcing her as a savior of the great Helheim family. Vincent looks at her in confusion, asking why she did not show that badge earlier to avoid this fight. It seems she wanted to keep her identity hidden. But as he steps closer to ask her about it, a magic smoke bomb suddenly rolls in. It explodes into a thick cloud, completely blinding the entire area. Through the fog, a mysterious hand grabs Vincent's arm, whispering for him to follow. Meanwhile, Hannah struggles to see. Realizing it is a resistance smoke bomb, she forces her eyes open only to find her brother gone. The soldiers immediately scramble to find Vincent, but they come up completely empty-handed on every street. Hannah anxiously orders the guards to find Vincent immediately, knowing he could not have gone very far. The soldiers quickly split up to search for him. Meanwhile, Hannah's condition worsens as she mutters a silent prayer, hoping they make it in time. Two allies rush up from behind to soothe her, urging the lady to stay calm. But peace of mind is the last thing on her radar. Shaking them off, she yells to the entire group that they need to move faster because Vincent could be in grave danger. Ciri shares her theory, guessing the rebels might have snatched her master. Still, it is hard to believe he could get taken down so easily, especially by a ragtag group of rebels with zero formal combat training. Realizing she cannot hide it anymore, Hannah decides to reveal everything to Ciri. She admits they only attacked the moment she revealed her name, leaving Ciri completely frozen in shock. Wait, what does she mean by that? Hannah explains that since they knew Vincent was connected to her, they viewed him as an enemy too. But Ciri still cannot wrap her head around it. Ciri demands to know what she means. Hannah lowers her head, completely consumed by guilt. The person who captured their leader and sold him out to the Helheim family was her. Meanwhile, a heavily drugged Vincent is carted off in a carriage. A young rebel girl is behind his abduction, staring down at him with pure disgust. She calls him a pathetic little rat under her breath. Climbing into the carriage, she commands her crew to move out immediately, and they quickly speed away from the castle gates. As they travel through the dark tunnels, the woman turns to a brown-haired accomplice, asking if he secured the goods. He nods eagerly, confirming that they got it. They manage to steal military supplies from the Helheim soldiers thanks to the chaotic protests outside. Hannah then warns the crew about the route. This underground passage leads to Vatican territory and is pitch black, so they must stay alert. Fortunately, the Helheim family will never track them. Once they exit, they can easily blend in as simple traveling merchants. Gesturing toward Vincent, the brown-haired rebel asks who the captive is. She proudly reveals he is Hannah Adenka's younger brother, making him the ultimate bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Vincent remains dead to the world, snoring softly. He is completely oblivious to his kidnapping. Looking anxious, a blonde accomplice nervously asks the group if they are really doing the right thing. Hannah places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, asking him if he would rather escape Mitium only to end up as Gafono's slave. The brown-haired rebel speaks up next, genuinely curious. How did she actually manage to snatch a member of the elite Adenka household? She smirks, boasting about how easily she ambushed him in the thick smoke. The brown-haired guy scoffs, adjusting his collar as he speaks up. He mutters that it's impossible for someone that strong to be taken unless they wanted to be. Suddenly, a devastating elbow strike cuts him off. Vincent's sudden attack sends his teeth flying. Hamona screams out Kanan's name in sheer panic. Knocking out his first target, Vincent calmly turns to the next. The blonde driver, completely oblivious to the chaos behind him, glances back to ask Hamona what she just said over all the noise. Before he can get an answer, a cold blade is pressed firmly against his throat. Glaring at him, Vincent orders him to keep driving. He demands to meet the rebel leader, promising no harm. Honestly, you've got to love how he just faked being knocked out. The terrified driver quickly nods, begging Vincent to move the sword away since his only real talent is steering the horses. Vincent studies his face, realizing this guy looks incredibly familiar. He asks if they met back at the shelter for the homeless. Before the driver can answer, a figure suddenly steps right in front of the carriage. Vincent shouts out a warning to watch the road. The driver panics, wondering why on earth anyone would be standing in the middle of a dark underground tunnel. Grip tightening on the reins, he violently swerves to avoid a collision. But the sharp turn is too much for the speeding carriage, causing it to tilt dangerously. Passengers and cargo go flying in every direction as the vehicle flips, sending the horses crashing down with a deafening boom. Groaning in pain, Hamona struggles to her feet, clutching her throbbing head before calling out to check on Kanan and the others. The mysterious man who blocked their path steps forward, chuckling that he knew exactly which route they would take. He is not shocked that the Helm army missed it, since this hidden shortcut is only known to the locals. Spotting a distinct blue band on his sleeve, Hamona gasps in horror as she recognizes the Helm royal armband. Enraged, she accuses him of treason, asking if he plans to sell them out to Gonzo. The man simply shrugs. He mocks them, calling them nothing but dirty rebels fighting the Helm kingdom. He then pulls out a dark, mysterious pill. He claims he will show her what a true model citizen looks like. Hamona panics, recognizing the item as a sacred blessing. He tosses the pill into his mouth and swallows it whole. Instantly, his face contorts as an immense surge of magic floods his veins. His muscles bulge, expanding his frame into a towering, terrifying demonic beast. He stands tall, reveling in the overwhelming power. Laughing maniacally, he boasts that this incredible boost will make him completely unstoppable against any petty rebel forces. He plans to capture thousands of traitors and earn even more sacred blessings. With a wicked grin, he lunges forward. Sharp claws swipe down at Hamona, but Vincent leaps in at the absolute last second, blocking the beast's deadly strike. Hamona watches in disbelief, wondering why their hostage is protecting her. The monster freezes, terrified his massive blow was stopped with one hand. Trembling, the beast demands to know his identity. Vincent gives him a sharp, chilling glare, asking if he is truly prepared to hear his name. You should really introduce yourself first, she demands as her magic-wrapped sword slashes repeatedly against his body, but it seems to do absolutely nothing. He sneers in contempt, telling her not to make him laugh because his blessed power means she cannot even lay a single finger on him. But before he can bark any more nonsense, Vin Chen drops a brutal strike right on his head, smashing a massive boulder down onto him. Vin Chen knew mana would never hurt a half-human, half-dragon body, which is exactly why he targeted the dungeon ceiling from the very start. Staring at this bizarre hybrid, he begins analyzing the situation. The power of the dragon kin, the pieces are finally coming together. He contemplates how to compress these massive forces, and how the dragon blood Daven used to attack him all leads back to the Hero family. There must be deeper secrets left to uncover. As Vin Chen bends down to pick up his sword, he is suddenly blindsided as the aggressive woman lunges forward to attack. Terrified, she demands to know what he is, why he let himself get captured only to save them, and if he is supposed to be allied with Vincent Adenka, yelling that nobles never care about commoners like them. Just then, the rhythmic tapping of a walking cane echoes from the cellar. A strange man calls out, telling Hamona to stop because she cannot win. Vin Chen narrows his eyes at the dark tunnel, asking who is there, and the man steps forward to introduce himself. He is Lauren Heol, another member of the mysterious Heol family and the resistance leader rumored to have been executed. The scene shifts to a forest outside the Heol territory where Hamona watches through a window, questioning if this guy is really Vincent Adenka. The man beside her confirms it, explaining how his perfect disguise fooled everyone before he wiped out the whole group of priests. Still skeptical, she scoffs that he looks completely ordinary, wondering what their captain was thinking by bringing him to their hideout. Another man asks if she is still doubting the very hero of Millennium, gently cradling his young daughter as he tells them how Vin Chen's servant once looked after his little girl, explaining that without his intervention things would have been tragic, remembering his desperate plea to save his daughter at Merry Midway number 12, the green-roofed house. Back then, Duel had ordered Siri to head to that exact address to feed her. Now the grateful old man gently tells Hamona that while he understands her suspicion, this hero is here to help them. A boy nearby crosses his arms, nodding along and pointing out that even Mr. Subin agrees. Yet Hamona remains deeply distrustful of Vin Chen, warning them that they never know when he might show his true colors and backstab them. Inside the cabin, Lauren sits across from him, asking if he was the one who saved the citizens of Millennium. Vincent quietly clarifies that it was actually his mother's original plan and he merely finished it. Lauren nods, noting that those who directly experienced the tragedy feel differently since many of their current members have deep personal ties to Meridium. On their behalf, he expresses his deepest gratitude. Suddenly, the harsh voice of an old baron cuts right through the quiet air, demanding they kill the intruder. Lauren turns to the old baron, who is frantically pointing and shouting that the boy found their hideout and knows Lauren's real identity, insisting it is not too late to eliminate him. Lauren calmly questions if the baron really wants to execute the legendary warrior who single-handedly defeated those blessed monsters, saved everyone from being sacrificed. Lauren reassures the old man that everything is fine and the baron slowly calms down. Vincent silently observes this interaction, noting their extreme paranoia toward outsiders, guessing they must have been burned before. He turns to Lauren, asking how he is still alive when reports claim the resistance leader was publicly executed. Lauren smiles, explaining it was all thanks to black magic, leaving Vincent completely stunned as Lauren introduces the bald old baron, explaining that the old man escaped from a shelter where he discovered his dark magic talents. The baron seriously explains his forbidden arts, asking if Vincent has ever heard of double body substitution magic. He reveals that he created a perfect double of Lauren, allowing them to swap bodies right before the execution. Hearing this, Julian appears, instantly recognizing the similarity to the dark magic that Daven had used in the past. Lauren stands up and adjusts his hat, asking Vincent if he would mind having a private conversation outside. Vincent agrees and the two head out while the old baron silently watches them leave with a heavy gaze. Deep in the barren forest, Lauren leans heavily on his cane, quietly noting that his sister must have sent him. Vincent confirms it, explaining that she wants him to overthrow the Hero family to punish both herself and her clan. Lauren falls silent, processing her heavy burden as Vincent steps closer to ask a deeply personal question. He asks Lauren why he deliberately slashed his own eyes, a question that instantly makes the leader freeze in place. Vincent points out that the brutal, jagged scar could never have been made by a skilled martial artist. Vincent Adenka points out there were no signs of struggle, meaning Lauren must have done it to himself. Hanging his head, Lauren admits he just could not bear to look at the world anymore. Seeing the cities controlled by his own family, he felt completely broken, and witnessing the humiliation his people endured was too much to take. But Vincent Adenka wonders if there is another reason. Curious, the boy asks if that is really all. To Lauren, Vincent Adenka seems like someone who can see through any soul. This young kid possesses insights far beyond any ordinary martial artist. No wonder his sister sent him all this way. Breaking his silence, Lauren asks if the boy saw the true nature of the heavenly fruit, that insanely addictive drug. It grants massive power but ruins lives. The Helen clan used it to control and divide their own people. Those who fell in line were rewarded with high titles. Essentially, his family treated them like disposable mercenaries. But as the addicts died off, any resistance was crushed. Laurent was the first to rise up and protest the clan. He could not stand what the Helene territory had become. He vowed never to look at his homeland again, at least not until power was restored to the people. After giving his grand speech to the public, Laurent made his choice. He pointed a knife at his eyes, slashed across. He cast away his sight to become a symbol of rebellion. This sacrifice allowed him to gather all the outcasts. Hearing this tragic story, Vincent Adenka finds himself deeply moved. Laurent praises the boy's incredible resolve. But right as they talk, a horde of monstrous, mutated addicts tracks them down. Vincent Adenka and Laurent immediately brace themselves for impact. How on earth did these drug-crazed mutants find their secret hideout? Laurent is completely stunned, insisting that absolutely nobody besides the resistance forces should know this secret path. The enemies charge down, screaming that capturing Laurent will guarantee them a major promotion to top-tier workers. Vincent Adenka steps forward. He urges Laurent to run before throwing himself headfirst into the fray. Unfortunately, his strikes barely scratch them. With no backup in sight, Vincent Adenka scans his surroundings. Suddenly, one of the mutants sneers and throws a heavy punch. He got mocked and sent flying. But Vincent Adenka quickly recovered. He refuses to go down that easily. Glaring at the brute, Vincent Adenka prepares his next move. Meanwhile, the vile enemy points into the distance and laughs. The enemy points out that Laurent is defenseless. Look at that, the beast is about to unleash its deadly attack. Blind and helpless, Laurent stands absolutely no chance. He can only wait for the fatal blow to hit. With a loud roar, Vincent Adenka rushes to the rescue. He shoves Laurent out of the way, taking the full blast himself. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield. Struggling to get up, a disoriented Laurent mutters, wondering what just happened. As the smoke clears, Vincent Adenka is revealed with a severely burned arm. Realizing the danger, Laurent frantically calls out his name. The disgusting mutants swagger forward, mockingly praising the boy for blocking the hit but questioning if he can keep it up. They offer him an easy out, promising to let him walk away if he simply hands over the blind man. But Vincent Adenka flatly rejects their offer, determined to fight to the end. These beasts are no martial artists, they are demons. Even if he goes all out, defeating them is a stretch. Plus, shielding a blind ally makes this fight twice as hard. With no hesitation, the monsters charge in for the kill. Can Vincent Adenka really survive a 2-on-1 fight in this state? It is 10 against 1, and Vincent Adenka has to carry this whole fight. This is getting crazy. Suddenly, a flurry of sword strikes cuts through the mutants, slicing them into pieces in an instant. Blood splatters everywhere. Vincent Adenka is left utterly speechless as he recognizes this incredibly precise high-level sword technique. It belongs to none other than his sister Hannah. He calls out her name only to see her wearing a look of pure horror. She gasps, shocked to see that Laurent is still alive. Hearing her familiar voice, Laurent freezes in disbelief. Hannah grits her teeth in sheer rage. Screaming, she lunges forward with her blade, fully intending to cut him down. She cannot believe he is still breathing. Is she seriously about to slice her own uncle into pieces right here? Fortunately, the strike is blocked. If Vincent Adenka had been a split second slower, Laurent would be dead. He demands to know why she is doing this. Looking at his sister, Vincent Adenka feels like he is staring at a total stranger. For someone who usually stays completely stoic, something must have deeply broken Hannah to trigger this level of fury. Laurent remains silent for a moment before asking a quiet question that catches Vincent Adenka completely off guard, asking Hannah if she still paints. That simple question leaves Hannah completely speechless. She collapses to her knees as Vincent Adenka watches in utter shock. Tears stream down her face. She asks why he even bothers to ask when he cannot even see her paintings anymore. Laurent can only offer a quiet apology. But then Hannah yells out for her leader, leaving Laurent and Vincent Adenka completely stunned. Desperate for answers, Hamona rushes back with her men, panicking about the explosion and demanding to know if Lord Laurent is safe. They are standing right in front of the Blessed Ones. How did these people even get here? She also wonders who is sitting on the cold ground. That silhouette looks oddly familiar. Hamona gasps, realizing it might be Hannah, and her expression shifts completely, filled with pure murderous intent. If Laurent had not stepped in to hold her back, she would have torn Hannah to shreds. Laurent calmly tells everyone to relax since he is totally fine. Hamona just glares at Hannah, kneeling on the ground with pure disgust, saying absolutely nothing. Slowly, Hannah raises her head to look at the woman. Recognizing her from their previous encounter, Hannah braces herself. But without a second of hesitation, Hamona delivers a brutal, thunderous slap right across her face. The force knocks Hannah flat on her back. Hamona fumes, unable to believe this girl dared to show her face here after what she did. How does she have the nerve to come here after nearly ending their leader's life? Hannah's cheek burns bright red from the impact, yet her eyes remain completely hollow. She suddenly remembers her past training, how a true warrior needs no emotions, only the drive to follow orders. They simply execute commands and receive praise once the job is done. To her back then, that was the ultimate definition of honor and virtue. The memory shifts to a horrific scene of burning houses collapsing into ash. During that chaos, Hamona rushed over with some urgent, terrifying news. She warned the leader that an intruder had breached their base and urged him to escape, but it was already far too late. Hannah had already materialized right behind her, driving the heavy hilt of her sword straight into Hamona's side with devastating force. Having abandoned her dreams, Hannah just silently watched the people in the room, her expression completely cold as Hamona collapsed onto the dirt. Nothing else mattered to her anymore. With a completely blank face, she addresses the leader, asking Lord Lauren Helm to come with them. She needs him to testify as a witness regarding the massive illegal protests that just shook the center of Dona City. Struggling to push herself up, Hamona yells that Hannah is a liar who only wants to take Lord Lauren away to execute him. Hannah calmly responds that they only intend to question him and he will be released right after answering a few simple questions. Blocking her path, Hamona shields Lauren, snapping that nobody would ever believe such obvious dirty lies. Refusing to let anyone touch their leader, she stands her ground until a powerful older man steps in, asking how his son could possibly die. This newcomer is the formidable head of the Helm family, and he claims he merely wants to ask his son a few simple questions. Lauren is absolutely shocked to see his father stand before him. The family head sighs, asking if his little rebellion has finally gone far enough. He demands Lauren pack up his toys and come home, but Lauren immediately refuses. He insists he cannot simply walk away from this fight. They will never stop fighting, and everyone standing in this room is fully prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Helm territory. Looking around, the old patriarch scoffs. He says he never expected Lauren would sacrifice his own eyesight just to lead people astray with nonsense. With a wicked, mocking smile, the patriarch grips his son's shoulder tightly, asking if he is truly ready to sacrifice everything for this cause. He even brings up his own granddaughter, asking if Lauren is willing to let her suffer too. It is a disgusting, low-blow threat. Frozen and cornered, Lauren stands silent. Smiling mockingly, the family head reminds him that he was the one who taught young Hannah how to paint. He warns Lauren how devastating it would be for the family if his sweet little granddaughter also lost her precious eyesight like him. Knowing exactly how ruthless his father can be, Lauren grits his teeth in silent fury, completely trapped by the cruel warning. Without another word, Lauren submits and quietly follows his father back home. Just as Hamona feared, things quickly take a dark turn. Within days, the family schedules Lauren's public execution, triggering massive angry protests from the citizens who demand they spare their hero. But behind the scenes, a kind-hearted baron managed to secretly guide Lauren out of his confinement, saving him from certain death. They successfully swapped him out using flawless clone magic. One single mistake would have ended everything, but the plan worked. Safe for now, the baron urges Lauren to move quickly before anyone notices the trick and raises the alarm. Lauren nods, asking him to lead the way. Suddenly, a familiar, agonizing voice echoes through the nearby streets, stopping him cold. It is young Hannah, desperately fighting to break through a wall of heavily armed guards while screaming in pure desperation. She yells, demanding to know why they lied about sparing her uncle as she watches the clones stand on the execution platform. Before she can even finish her sentence, the heavy blade drops. The entire crowd falls into a stunned, breathless silence. Hannah stands completely frozen, trembling. Suddenly, her agonizing shriek of pure heartbreak echoes across the wide courtyard. Hearing her painful cries from afar, Lauren whispers a quiet apology as he relives these heavy memories. His father's harsh words before dragging him away were not entirely wrong. Hamona listens in complete silence as the truth unfolds. Without the Baron, he never would have survived that fateful day. Even now, he feels incredibly guilty and weak. He views himself as a useless blind puppet who has contributed nothing to their grand resistance. To keep his survival a total secret, because he had to stay hidden, he could never let Hannah know he was actually alive. Behind a nearby tree, Hannah overhears everything, her heart sinking with deep regret. Even after all these years, the memory still haunted Hannah. That day, Lord Helm praised her, telling her she did an excellent job. He did not understand why Hannah still looked so gloomy, even asking if her mission was somehow incomplete. To him, she did not look like a hero who had just vanquished evil. Her face was dark, her body trembling uncontrollably. Step by step, Lord Helm approached Hannah, telling her she only needed to obey orders and accept praise. To him, that was true honor and virtue. He handed her an object, claiming a real warrior needs no emotion. He assured her she would become a legendary martial artist. But when she opened her palm, she saw it, a blood-stained family crest. Back in the present, Hannah still held onto it. Lauren looked at Vincent Adenka, asking if he was serious. Did he really want to help Lauren's sister overthrow the entire Helm clan? Hearing this story made Julian absolutely furious. He could not believe the clan head had used Hannah so ruthlessly. Vincent Adenka thought of his sister, and his anger boiled over. Remembering her tears only fueled his rage. Vincent Adenka gave his final answer: yes, he would join Lauren's forces. Lauren then asked for a crucial favor. He needed Vincent Adenka to personally go and meet the head of the Helm clan. Soon Vincent Adenka arrived at Sona Mansion, the grand estate of the Helms. The guards immediately blocked his path, shouting for him to halt. They demanded his papers, since this was Helm territory. Vincent Adenka handed over a document and introduced himself as Vincent Adenka from the Blood Citadel. He explained he was on official duty to see his grandfather. The guards told him they would verify his identity first. They ordered him to wait a moment. Vincent Adenka glared at them, furious. Wait, how dare a mere soldier make him wait? Making an official guest of the clan head wait was a death wish. His cold threat sent shivers down their spines. Sure, he arrived a little late due to a personal matter, but this entire visit had been personally approved by the Lord himself. Vincent Adenka let out a heavy sigh, asking if a lowly guard somehow held more authority than the clan leader. He ignored them, completely locking his hands behind his back and walking straight inside, declaring that he was done talking. The guards panicked and tried to block him, but Vincent Adenka completely ignored their warnings and pushed the massive doors wide open. But what lay inside caught him completely off guard. The massive hall was packed with heavily armed troops standing at the ready. Every single soldier was clad in full armor and carrying weapons. Why on earth were there so many troops stationed inside? He turned to the guard, demanding to know the reason for this military presence. The trembling soldier explained it was for the festival. Named after the Hyde's flower, which was the proud symbol of the Helm family, this annual event was highly prestigious. It featured a grand martial arts tournament for invited masters, but recent rebel activities had forced them to increase security. With tensions rising, the troops had to remain extremely vigilant. The guard bowed low, hoping Vincent Adenka would understand the tight security. Vincent Adenka scoffed, realizing his grandfather was likely abusing his position to mobilize these troops for his own personal gains. The guard gasped, unable to believe what he was hearing. But Vincent Adenka was just getting started with his doubts. Even under high alert, why would fully armed soldiers be stationed right at the entrance of the main greeting hall? That was a place reserved for welcoming guests. He knew this was either a setup, a test, or a blatant power play. He lowered his voice, demanding they tell him their true purpose. One guard quickly answered they were just keeping order. A sudden heavy thud shook the floor. Out stepped a massive soldier carrying a giant war hammer, his face dripping with bloodlust. He glared down at the young master, demandingly telling him to leave. The scar on his lip made his threat even uglier. He warned Vincent Adenka to comply peacefully, but the young heir only smirked in response, questioning what kind of incident they meant. Did they truly believe the young master of the Adenka clan and a cadet of the Blood Citadel would bring trouble? His oppressive aura instantly crushed the giant's pride. Stuttering, the scarred guard quickly backtracked, claiming he meant no disrespect. Vincent Adenka threw his arms wide, demanding to know whose orders they actually followed and who they were truly protecting. How could they call themselves elite guards of a great family when they could not even answer a simple question? Pointing out their massive waste of manpower, he watched as the surrounding guards began to whisper and exchange nervous glances. Their confidence shattered. Turning back to the massive guard, Vincent Adenka declared him fired and prepared to walk past. But the brute refused to back down, raising his massive hammer to crush Vincent Adenka with a cheap sneak attack. Shouting that the boy would never pass, the guard swung, but Vincent Adenka effortlessly sidestepped the heavy attack. Smiling coldly, Vincent Adenka asked if this was his final answer. Pure, dark bloodlust suddenly exploded from the young master. If they wanted an incident so badly, he would give them one. The guard froze, feeling an unbelievably monstrous pressure. This level of power proved the rumors were true. He really had defeated Malidium. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed out. He orders everyone to stop immediately. The patriarch of the Hellane family, Garfonzo, commands that this chaos ends right now. He tells his men to stand down. Garfonzo welcomes Vincent Adenka, saying it is good to see him, but the young man is far from pleased. The old man invites him inside, welcoming him to the grand estate. As they step into a private room, Garfonzo studies the boy. He praises his performance casually, wondering if the welcoming ceremony was a bit too aggressive. Vincent Adenka frankly agrees that it was. The boy was pretty annoyed by the stunt. Garfonzo simply extends his hand with a smirk, asking for forgiveness since he only wanted a test. He had to see for himself if the wild rumors surrounding his grandson's incredible strength were just overblown stories. Vincent Adenka, however, remains cool. He claims the patriarch is overestimating him. Internally, he knows the terrifying man seated across from him is none other than his grandfather. Garfonzo Hellame radiates a monstrous energy. But as Vincent Adenka senses it closer, he realizes it is not just pressure, it is pure bloodlust. The old man certainly lives up to his reputation as the fearsome leader of a martial arts clan. Garfonzo speaks up, saying he always wanted to meet. He wanted to meet his grandson, even though this kid is the very same person who ended his own uncle's life. Vincent Adenka feels the same. He casually admits his main goal here is to overthrow him eventually. Garfonzo chuckles and asks what kind of mission brings him all this way. Vincent Adenka simply calls it a secret. The old patriarch seems rather amused that his own grandson is keeping things from him like this. Sip. Vincent Adenka calmly drinks his tea, confirming the boundary. His grandfather is highly amused, recognizing that he keeps business and family separate. He laughs out loud, thoroughly entertained by the bold answer. Still, Vincent Adenka decides to drop a hint about who sent him here. This immediately piques the patriarch's curiosity. With a knowing smile, the boy reveals that his employer is actually a family member. His mother was the one who sent him. Garfonzo freezes in shock, realizing his own daughter, Vessa Hale, is pulling the strings. He wonders if Vessa Hale is trying to win the boy over. Shaken, he mentions hearing rumors of the kid's recent accomplishments. He asks if Vincent Adenka and Vessa Hale were the ones who cleaned up his useless son's mess. Vincent Adenka plays it down quite smoothly. He claims it was mostly just luck. Instantly, Garfonzo's expression turns deadly, his cold glare pinning the boy to his seat. He demands to know if his son's death was merely a stroke of luck. Vincent Adenka stays silent as the room grows dangerously quiet. Beside them, Julian sweats, realizing how tense the atmosphere has become. But Garfonzo breaks the silence, telling the boy not to worry. He sighs, telling Vincent Adenka to ease up. In fact, he actually thanks him, admitting he would have killed his son himself anyway. The trash had to be disposed of. Garfonzo then changes the subject, pointing out that Vincent Adenka arrived rather late to the territory. Vincent Adenka explains he ran into some trouble with the Revolutionary Army along the way. Hearing this, Garfonzo slams his fist on the table. He rages, wondering how those vermin dared to lay a hand on his grandson. Vincent Adenka is mildly puzzled by this sudden protective fury. He raises his hands to placate the old man, assuring him that everything is fine except for the minor delay. But Garfonzo keeps cursing. He mutters about those filthy dogs biting the hand that feeds them, swearing they will pay dearly for their absolute insolence. The patriarch grins, revealing he recently captured a few of their guerrilla fighters. He asks Vincent Adenka how they should be handled. The reflection in the teacup shows two battered prisoners. Vincent Adenka keeps his composure, quietly asking what his grandfather did to them. Garfonzo effortlessly snaps the delicate handle off his teacup. With a twisted smile, he boasts that he shattered all of their limbs. He bursts into a cruel laugh, declaring they will spend the rest of their miserable lives regretting their defiance. He calls them filthy rats who need to learn their place. It is a clear, heavy threat directed right at Vincent Adenka. Garfonzo asks if he is angry about this savage cruelty, but Vincent Adenka stands keeping his cool despite the heavy provocation. He admits it is pretty hard to keep secrets from him. Then he redirects the question, asking if his grandfather is curious. The patriarch listens closely. Vincent Adenka smiles, revealing that his true objective is to gain entry into the upcoming Hides Festival. Garfonzo is taken aback by this. Vincent Adenka smoothly slides a piece of paper forward, admitting it is slightly embarrassing but necessary. He lists a few trusted allies, asking the patriarch for a small favor. Meanwhile, Lauren is planning his move during the festival. Garfonzo is incredibly sharp and keeps security tight. Every single route leading into the Sona region has been heavily blockaded. To bypass this, Vincent Adenka needs his grandfather to pull some strings. Back in the room, he presents the list of names. He points out the key participants, including the Lord, the Crimson City commanders, cadet representatives, and the priests of Gala and Dan. Even his own parents will be attending. Vincent Adenka is completely certain that Garfonzo cannot resist such a perfect, tempting opportunity. The trap is set. The night before the big event, Vincent Adenka huddles with his closest allies under the dim, flickering campfire light. Time is running incredibly short. By tomorrow, they must establish contact with every single high-profile target on his list. The room goes dead silent. Saren and Winston facepalm in absolute panic, wondering who else their crazy young master will drag into this. They are convinced he has completely lost his mind. Hannah speaks up next, and though she understands his logic, she has major concerns. But what is he planning? Will those people really play along with his scheme? Hannah speaks up, sharing her doubts if things go wrong. If the plan fails, they will end up in a real tight spot. This plan is just too reckless. Yet Vincent simply grins and asks her back. Are you worried about me? That single question leaves Hannah completely flustered, stammering that she meant no such thing. Under the flickering firelight, Vincent wears a confident smile, promising everything will be fine. The only issue is figuring out how to pull it off. They must contact various people across different regions without Gonzo finding out. Hannah confidently steps up, pointing to herself with a smug grin. She tells them to leave that task to her team. Lauren adds that the Revolutionary Army has plenty of secret networks for this. By sending magic letters through these hidden channels, they can easily solve any communication issues they are worried about. This sounds perfect to Vincent. He hopes his grandfather is going to love the little gift he has prepared. Soon the letter is delivered to its destination and opened. After reading it and fully understanding the situation, Dan is utterly shocked. He never expected such a massive, earth-shaking crisis to actually unfold right here on Hela territory. Suddenly, Monadenka appears right behind him, casually asking what the letter says. Only then does Priest Dan realize he is there. Dan folds the letter and asks Monadenka if he wants to take a quick walk outside with him. Meanwhile, in another location, the Blood Citadel commander is desperately trying to calm his lord down, asking Hoka Ken if she plans to destroy this entire mountain. Everything around them has crumbled under her sheer fury. Hoka Ken is furious that, as the city lord, she was kept in the dark. She had no idea her own academy students were suffering through such horrors. Vargan stands nearby, watching her carefully. He urges her to calm down, pointing out that letting her anger explode like this will not solve anything. Hoka Ken collapses onto the ground in exhaustion, wondering if they are just too unreliable for anyone to ask them for help. She turns to Vargan, asking who he thinks is pulling the strings. Vargan suspects it has something to do with Elder Sylvan. Hoka Ken looks at him, muttering that Sylvan met a pathetic end after being completely cast aside by his co-conspirators. She asks Vargan if the real mastermind behind this is similar. He notes that very few people can control the elders. When Hoka Ken mentions the Nightmare Guild, Vargan's eyes widen as if he suddenly pieced the puzzle together. As past memories flash by, she reveals their leader is the ancient corpse Edmund, and even Lady Vessa Hale's brother is involved. Vargan mutters the word nightmare under his breath. Hoka Ken cautiously asks him how bad he thinks the fallout will be. Vargan cannot say for sure, but there is one thing he is absolutely certain about as they stare at the ruins. Just as Vincent predicted, his mother is fully aware of his next move, knowing he is about to burn everything down. She is currently negotiating with the head of the Khan family, meaning they must exploit this moment to fan the flames. They must start preparing their own moves. However, the head of the Khan family hesitates, staring back at her in deep thought. He turns to Vincent's mother, asking if she is truly prepared to burn her own family down to the ground. Walking over, he places a gentle hand on Vessa Hale's shoulder, asking her one last time if she is absolutely sure about this. He truly cares for her safety. Vessa Hale looks back at him, her eyes tinged with sadness as she gazes at this kind man. She reassures him that it is fine as long as she can atone for her family's sins right in front of Hannah. She keeps the rest of her thoughts to herself, wishing to atone to both Khan and the late Sarvana. Meanwhile, back in Hela territory, Vincent looks at his grandfather, asking if he really has this much free time. He suggests that the old man should start preparing to welcome some very distinguished guests instead of just idling around. Amused by his grandson's bold attitude, the head of Hele lets out a booming laugh that echoes throughout the mansion. Vincent fails to see what is so funny. The old patriarch looks at him closely with his sharp, experienced eye. As Vincent remains silent, the patriarch stands up mockingly, asking if his grandson thinks he would be intimidated by this. Stepping closer, he boasts that Haley is a trade territory strategically linking the lands of 3 great martial families on the map. He grits his teeth, declaring that even if their relationship with the Adenka family completely breaks down, it will not matter. Just as Vesahale did, they can simply form new connections with other territories that are eager to replace the Adenka family. After all, those other families have always been desperate to take over Adenka's prominent position in the region. Leaning down, he tells Vincent that, to put it simply, his own family is just far too powerful. Believing he has successfully intimidated Vincent, the old man asks what he will do next. Vincent merely looks down. He stays silent, but a slow, cold smile spreads across his face as he asks if that is really all his grandfather has. The old patriarch flinches, realizing Vincent has grabbed him by his weakness. Smiling like a demon, Vincent proposes another option. The scene shifts to another forest where Sirkin runs frantically to find his young master. He is overjoyed to find him, sitting quietly nearby. However, Raven's current state immediately sends a chill down Sirkon's spine as his young master is laughing hysterically in a deeply unsettling way after reading a letter. Just what on earth is written inside that makes him so incredibly furious yet excited? Meanwhile, at the peaceful estate of the Samion family, the calm is instantly shattered by a sudden massive explosion. One servant barely managed to escape the blast in time. He has absolutely no idea why his young master is doing this. Kajin, too, received a letter. Overwhelmed with rage from the content inside, he let out his raw frustration. Just what did Vincent Adenka write to push Kajin so far over the edge? Kajin curses him as a complete bastard, while Raven immediately orders Sirkon to quickly contact his father. Over on Kajin's side, things are just as chaotic as he barks orders to report this to his mother immediately. As it turns out, both of their letters are practically identical, containing only 2 simple words, "Come here," signed by none other than Vincent Adenka. Those 2 are driven completely mad with anticipation, preparing to set off for the Helaim territory. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka still occasionally dreams of it. That fateful day 500 years ago, a brutal battle on the arena stage while the excited crowd roared. Daven unleashed his signature greatsword slash technique, his entire body enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura. Kajin let out a fierce roar and charged directly forward. Kajin was not about to back down either, countering with his gale wind style as they slammed into each other. Their crushing impact whipped up a devastating gale, making it impossible for the spectators below to even stand. Panicked, everyone urged one another to run. Up on the stage, the sheer collision triggered massive explosions, sending the crowd scattering in terror. Staying behind meant certain death. Kajin could feel the overwhelming pressure of Daven's raw power. For some reason, his eyes went wide with absolute disbelief as he realized that a one-armed bastard's sword play could be this terrifyingly strong. Floating high above, Daven dominated the sky, his massive presence crushing everything below. Vincent Adenka quietly relives these vivid memories of the past, visualizing Daven and Kajin clashing relentlessly in an endless, brutal struggle. He declared it was finally over for Kajin. Vincent Adenka closed his eyes, sinking into a heavy, silent darkness, until a sudden, ear-splitting scream shattered the quiet. No one knew what had actually transpired, only that Kajin had supposedly executed the villainous Daven. Vincent Adenka quietly walks away from the arena, stepping forward. He knows the truth has been entirely manufactured, and the bitter conflict with the Samion family is far from over. Walking toward the dungeon, Vincent Adenka notices someone slumped helplessly on the ground and shifts his gaze. He wonders if there is any way to untangle this mess. Suddenly, Aslan Fanker is standing right beside him, staring deeply, urging him to look beyond the Samion family and face the truth. Vincent Adenka silently asks what he was expected to do after being left with only those words for 500 years. Vincent Adenka slowly opens his eyes to a blurry image of Hannah. She is shaking him urgently, telling him to wake up. Still groggy from his haunting dream, Vincent Adenka struggles to focus his eyes until he finally realizes that Hannah is standing right there, in front of him, relentlessly calling his name. Seeing his sister in his bedroom catches him completely off guard. Hannah explains she's waking him up much earlier than usual because morning has already broken, urging him to get ready immediately. Vincent Adenka quickly complies. He reminds himself that he cannot afford to lose focus over a mere dream right now, especially not today. The wait is practically over because today is the eve of the Great Hides Festival and the Helaim family lights up the streets beautifully. The entire city glows brilliantly, marking the grand 200th anniversary of the legendary Helaim family, with cheerful citizens dancing joyfully throughout the streets. Massive celebrations erupt all over the Helheim territory. Suddenly, the locals spot a familiar group of figures and whisper among themselves. They wonder if those people are truly who they think. It is none other than Lord Kajin, Adenka, and Lady Vesa Hale. The citizens cannot comprehend how they dare show their faces here after killing young Master Daimer. Some quickly shush the others. They watch as Khan and Vesa Hale stride directly toward the Helheim Patriarch. Garfonzo cannot believe they actually showed up while Vincent Adenka looks on amused. Hannah is completely flabbergasted, whispering if he seriously brought both their father and mother to this place. Vesa Hale bows respectfully. Vesa Hale Helheim greets the Patriarch. Staring down at his daughter, Garfonzo speaks with a low, menacing growl demanding to know what right she has to be here. He snaps that if she had cared about Damer at all, she would have never dared to return. But Vesa Hale does not show a single shred of fear, coldly replying that Damer lost his life by those very hands. This strikes a painful nerve. Garfonzo is so absolutely furious that the veins on his forehead bulge, demanding to know if Vesa Hale returned to reclaim the Helheim name. She immediately counters, asking if the Helheim name is truly so valuable that he would steal it even if it meant committing unspeakable, shameless acts. Enraged, the Helheim Patriarch points directly at her face, warning her not to dare insult Daimler again. She turns to Khan and remarks that the Patriarch claims to love his son, yet now he is pinning all the blame on his deceased child. Garfonzo is burning with rage but has absolutely no comeback, inwardly cursing these absolute bastards who are driving him insane. Vesa Hale looks at her stepson, declaring that, as per his request, she will join the tournament and ensure that both of them pay. Our families will maintain a close bond, she says, and Vincent Adenka quietly nods. She then places a gentle hand on her daughter's shoulder. Hannah. She leans in and whispers that she is incredibly sorry for failing to protect her, leaving the girl completely stunned. Vesa continues, declaring that things are completely different now. Glancing over at her own father, she vows that she is here to finally end all of this chaos. Julian explains to Vincent Adenka that the rules of the Hides tournament are incredibly simple. It is a massive battle royale, with dozens of competitors fighting non-stop where the last one standing wins, but there is a major twist. Hannah quietly warns Vincent Adenka to be extremely careful. She knows the Hides tournament is not just for the noble children. Even commoners can join this brutal brawl. Vincent Adenka confidently adds that such an unforgiving environment makes solo survival nearly impossible. Indeed, surviving alone in such harsh conditions is tough. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to Vincent Adenka, and it is none other than Kajin. He introduces himself as the sixth young master of the Samion clan. Right behind him is Raven, the Vatican's young lion, cheerfully waving hello. Greeting Vincent Adenka's father warmly, he acts completely casual. Garfonzo never expected this bold move, but the young man simply smiles at his arriving friends. Happy to see them, Vincent Adenka notes their arrival. Spotting him, Kajin mentions that he almost did not recognize him with his new haircut. Raven chimes in, asking where he got his hair done. Stepping closer to his buddies, Vincent Adenka proudly explains his new style. He reveals his sister styled it, then happily thanks them both for responding to his letters. But Kajin tells him not to get any ideas. Glaring with pure murderous intent, Kajin insists he is not here to help, but rather because he cannot pass up a chance to crush him. He wants to trample him underfoot. Raven gives Vincent Adenka a similar intense look, admitting that he also finds this upcoming challenge quite thrilling. He is glad Vincent Adenka actually kept his promise. In response to their fierce competitive spirits, the young man simply offers a calm smile. Watching from behind, Julian seriously doubts if these guys will be okay. Vincent Adenka turns around to introduce his two powerful companions. They are the friends who will stand by his side in the tournament. Meanwhile, Garfonzo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing they actually came. These are the future leaders of both the Samion and Vatican clans. Looking around, Raven remarks how much Vincent Adenka looks like his father. Kajin instantly slaps a hand over Raven's loud mouth, snapping at him for acting so incredibly disrespectful right in front of the Patriarch. Khan approaches the young crowd, noting that Raven of the Vatican clan seems to have a personality exactly like their loud Patriarch. Raven asks Khan if he knows his old man, and Khan reveals that back in their youth, the three of them were inseparable friends. They go way back. Raven thinks it is absolutely amazing that they can finally reunite after such a long time apart. While Kajin wonders what Raven is plotting, the young man suddenly calls out to his father, asking him to back him up. A silhouette descends from the sky, landing with such colossal force that the ground shatters into a million pieces. He laughs heartily. Remarking on how long it has been, the Vatican Patriarch radiates an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Khan notes his old friend has aged quite a bit. This is Pontianus Vatican, the legendary leader of the Vatican clan. Both Vincent Adenka and Julian stare in utter disbelief at his grand entrance. They never expected the actual Patriarch to show up in person. Vincent Adenka realizes he definitely did not account for this insane variable. Khan is equally stunned to meet his old friend under these chaotic circumstances. Meanwhile, Pontianus shares his exact reason for coming. Vincent Adenka and Julian hold their breath to listen closely. True to the saying, like father, like son, the boisterous patriarch wraps his arm around his kid, declaring he could never miss a tournament starring his own flesh and blood. Julian just sighs at his foolishness. Vincent Adenka finally understands where Raven gets his free-spirited and wild personality. Suddenly, another familiar voice echoes from a nearby rooftop, asking if the two are having a secret reunion without him. The newcomer descends with effortless quiet grace. It is none other than Vankia Samion, the mighty patriarch of the Samion clan, offering a casual greeting to the shocked crowd. Standing beside his powerful father, Kajin looks more confident than ever. Hannah and Vesa are completely stunned by this unexpected arrival. The head of the Samion clan is actually here in the flesh. Pontianus laughs with joy, absolutely thrilled to see his old rival. Khan questions what Vankia is doing here. Patting Kagon's head affectionately, Vankia explains that since his son lost his honor once, there is no way he would miss the moment the Samion clan reclaims its glorious reputation. He chuckles, radiating incredible authority. Unshaken by this intense pressure, Pontianus grins, asking if Vankia honestly believes he can defeat them so easily. Khan chimes in, warning that Vankia might just find his precious clan's pride trampled into the dirt for a second time. Julian is completely flabbergasted, his jaw dropping at this legendary gathering. The absolute rulers of the entire continent are now in one spot. Trembling with panic, Julian grabs Vincent Adenka. This is huge. It is way too big of a situation to handle. Vincent Adenka understands the gravity of the situation, but he quickly turns his attention back to his grandfather Garfonzo. The old patriarch is shaking like a leaf, completely lost on what to do in front of these supreme rulers of the continent. Garfonzo internally panics, desperately wondering why these monstrous figures gathered here as the situation spirals entirely out of his control. Gonzo desperately racks his brain, trying to figure out how to keep those three titans together without triggering total disaster. Because if they clash, this peaceful and beautiful estate will instantly turn into a bloody, desolate warzone. Ruin and endless fire will consume everything. Gonzo decides his only real option is to kick them out. So he plasters on a fake smile, stepping up to the three powerful figures to offer a warm welcome. He politely excuses his lack of hospitality due to ongoing estate troubles, promising a formal invite later on. Pontianus snorts, asking if Gonzo really has the nerve to kick him out right in front of his son. Vankia is irritated too. How dares Gafino speak to the Samion clan leader like that? Gonzo immediately turns pale. Panic sets in. He stands zero chance against these two. Having them together in one place makes this a massive diplomatic minefield, and his plans are completely falling apart. Naturally, he blames his nephew. All Vincent Adenka's fault. Gonzo slams his hand down in pure rage, cursing the brat for constantly sticking his nose where it does not belong. Because of Vincent Adenka, this city is now completely packed with tourists, making it utterly impossible to control. The revolutionary army of Lauren and Vessa's loyal followers have likely already slipped in, blending with the crowds. He has no idea how many enemies are walking his streets. Fast plan needed. Perhaps letting the citizens launch a full rebellion is an option, especially since their movements seem surprisingly well organized. His butler notes they expected the rebels to disband after their leader died, but the movement only grew stronger. Gonzo snaps in frustration, demanding to know why these pests refuse to give up and fall in line. The butler suggests someone is secretly pulling the strings, and Gonzo immediately blames Vincent Adenka for the meddling. But if they team up, Gonzo plans to manipulate them and turn them into his own personal tools. Running out of options, Gonzo tells his old butler to quickly go and seek assistance from the nightmares. The butler immediately tries to stop him, warning that those creatures are far too dangerous to risk their lives on. Gonzo's eyes flare with absolute killing intent. Vincent Adenka is behind everything, and he will eliminate him during the Hyde's Grand Assembly. Meanwhile, the completely clueless Vincent Adenka is enjoying his time hosting his good friends Selbira, Vago, Pagoda, and Hachka. They are staring at his brand new haircut, and Selbira thinks it looks incredibly cool on him. Vincent Adenka offers his thanks, and right on cue, Hannah steps up to proudly claim it as her masterpiece. Silence. Pure shock. No one can believe Hannah actually cut his hair. Hannah looks a bit awkward but stays quiet while Selbira blushes deeply as she edges closer to Vincent Adenka. Twiddling her fingers in absolute shyness, she asks if he would like to go to the upcoming festival together. It is a sweet invitation, but before Vincent Adenka can answer, a loud voice suddenly cuts her off completely. Javen happily throws an arm around him while holding some corn, inviting him to go grab some delicious food. Vincent Adenka admits he is pretty hungry, so the two quickly head off, leaving Selbira completely frozen in place. Hea laughs at her utter misery, teasing her that her handsome prince has just been shamelessly kidnapped. Hannah turns to ask Vago Pagoda if this is really the only force left representing the Red Fortress. He explains that the senior members are currently out on missions and will likely only arrive tomorrow. From now on, the Hyde's Grand Assembly is no longer just Helium's traditional event, but a clash of titans. Vago Pagoda mentions meeting several representatives from the GA Peak alongside eager reporters from various other regions. With rumors spreading like wildfire, massive crowds of tourists from all walks of life are gathering. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts directly behind Vago Pagoda as a voice announces their arrival. Sensing a very familiar mana, he turns to see none other than the sixth elder, Helios. The elder greets him, admitting it might be bad timing, but he wants to make a proposal. Helios shocks Vago Pagoda by asking him to inherit the vacant elder's seat left by his deceased sister. Meanwhile, Daven is completely lost in his own world, enthusiastically devouring a plate of delicious grilled skewers. He looks up and notices his two friends are not touching a single piece of food on the table. But how could anyone eat peacefully when three of the continent's absolute rulers are sitting right before them? Vincent Adenka sweat drops as Daven drags him to a cozy spot, though this feels anything but comfortable. The heads of the great families chat happily together, laughing about how long it has been since they last gathered like this. It has easily been 10 years, and Bontanus is in an incredibly good mood. He even suggests they play a little game. Khan calmly sips his drink, keeping his cool. Though he is secretly looking forward to it, he suggests saving it for later. After all, today belongs to the kids. He looks at the three boys, while Vincent Adenka finds their little banter pretty lame. It is terrible. Even though Julian is happy, he can easily sense that the friendship among these powerful leaders is totally fake. There is no real trust there. But Vincent Adenka disagrees, seeing things in a completely different light, which quietly surprises the young spirit. To Vincent Adenka, ambition is a warrior's natural instinct. It is raw competitiveness. The stronger they get, the more they hunger for power. Now, some of the strongest rivals on Earth are sitting side by side. He gets a bad feeling, an ominous vibe. They should probably leave this place soon. Kagan is also feeling uneasy, sensing that even taking a single bite would make him vomit. He tells himself to stay completely calm. Facing three absolute monsters who hold ultimate power, every tiny slip-up could be fatal. Every word and gesture must be carefully calculated. But unlike his tense friends, Raven remains completely oblivious and raises his hand. It turns out he actually has a question for the mighty family heads. Bontanus happily welcomes the sudden intrusion from his son. Laughing, the old man tells his son to ask away. The kid is just too innocent, starting off by praising everyone. He wonders who would win in a real fight since they are all so strong. Instantly, the entire room falls dead silent. Vincent Adenka freezes on the spot, probably wishing he could smack some sense into his clueless friend. Kagan is not doing any better. Standing frozen, he looks completely petrified. Even Julian, who is literally a spirit, cannot escape the sheer panic of this moment. Trouble is definitely here. Bontanus stretches his neck as Valkia stands up without a second thought, eager to see what happens. Even the usually calm Khan is not about to sit this one out. Now all three powerhouse leaders are looking quite excited. Why not settle it right now and find out, they think. Meanwhile, Hokaken cannot believe her ears. The master of the sixth demon tower. Wait, is Helios seriously planning to make Vago Pagoda the next tower master? He stays silent. Vago Pagoda stares back, searching for answers. Since he knows exactly how Vago Pagoda feels about that place, Helios simply asks if he does not miss his beloved sister. The mere mention of his sister strikes a deep chord in Vago Pagoda. Helios continues, bringing up the former tower master Benelli. She was an extraordinary talent, climbing to the very top of the tower's hierarchy at such an unbelievably young age. But Helios has a very specific reason for choosing Vago Pagoda. He deeply admires one particular skill the young man possesses. Vago Pagoda reached level 5 purely through brutal real-world combat as a mercenary. Looking ahead, Helios thinks of the future. The tower will soon take a completely new path, a dangerous road that desperately needs a rugged genius like Vago Pagoda. Hokaken blushes as she looks at Vago Pagoda. Desperate to keep her crush from leaving, she immediately steps in to protest. She jumps right between them, shouting that he has no right to treat her beloved Vago Pagoda like some piece of property. Helios calmly asks Hokaken if she can make Vago Pagoda's lifelong dream come true, the one path he has desired forever. That shut Hokaken up instantly. She knows better than anyone that this is his ultimate goal in life. Vago Pagoda stammers, completely torn on how to respond to this sudden offer. Meanwhile, things are heating up for Vincent Adenka. The family heads are practically vibrating with excitement, ready for a duel. Seeing his father's terrifying aura rise, Vincent Adenka tenses up. Both he and Kagan are sweating bullets, terrified these monsters will clash. Yet Raven remains the picture of sweet innocence. He genuinely has no clue. Whether he is acting dumb or is actually this dense, he casually asks what is going on. Kagan is a second too late to shut Raven's mouth. Damn it, he groans internally. Why did that idiot have to say that? Vincent Adenka sits frozen in sheer terror. Something is shifting in the air. He can practically feel the heavy pressure mounting. To his eyes, the brilliant auras of the three family heads burn like blinding suns. Suddenly, Khan bursts out laughing. The three old friends share a hearty laugh, leaving the boys completely dumbfounded. Vincent Adenka and Kajin are totally frozen. Valkia crosses her arms confidently, muttering that she would never lose. But Khan quickly replies that she would not win either. Bontanus reminds them that their strength belongs to their clans. They carry heavy responsibilities now, and fighting recklessly is irresponsible. Scratching her head, Valkia grumbles that she should have just eliminated her enemies from the start to save the trouble. She glares at Khan, promising a threat. One day she will fight him, and she will not hold back a bit. Khan unleashes his own powerful presence, telling her not to worry. Just like her, he cannot wait to crush her completely. Yet a sudden flicker of regret crosses Valkia's face. Deep down, she knows the tragic truth of what lies ahead. When their swords finally cross, she is the one destined to fall. But that is a story for another time. For a true warrior, there is no greater happiness than this. Valkia stares pensively into the distance as Pontianus turns to speak to his incredibly clueless son. However, the boy simply acts adorable, completely unaware of what is going on. He asks Raven to point out the weakest among them, causing Vincent to grow incredibly tense and alert again. He wonders if this is some sort of test, since the sword hilts are already theirs. Kajin is also just as stressed. He believes the war between the future heirs has officially begun. But Raven is the complete opposite of his serious friends. After thinking carefully for a long moment, the young boy leaps straight into the open arms of his doting father. He boldly declares that his dad is obviously the strongest, making Pontianus laugh out loud at his wonderful son. Leaving the two celebrating, Valkia also turns to her own pride and joy to ask what Kajin thinks of the situation. Instead of naming his mother the strongest, Kajin claims the Adenka head is the weakest, drawing a silent stare from Khan. He knows the Balukan head possesses the piercing spear, and while his mother is gifted, Adenka lacks any special abilities. Winking with absolute confidence, Kajin assumes that a family without any legendary traits must naturally be the weakest of all. But Vincent disagrees. He confidently points out that Kajin is completely wrong about their actual power levels. He boldly suggests that Lady Valkia is actually the weakest, prompting Khan to ask his son why he believes that. Silence. He vividly remembers that intense, uncomfortable pressure from earlier, realizing how their raw powers actually felt. Out of everyone there, Valkia Samion's energy was the weakest, and Vincent looked straight at them with total confidence. Talk about a bold move. These powerful legends never expected a mere cadet to read their actual strengths so easily. While they stare in disbelief, Raven is completely clueless, wondering if he somehow missed that detail during the brief display. Kajin heatedly demands to know what Vincent is actually talking about, but someone unexpected quickly cuts him off. Valkia herself speaks up to confirm that Vincent is correct, revealing that the other two heads are at star level 9. Since she is only at star level 8, she picks up a simple dining knife to demonstrate her unique abilities. Total shock. She easily unleashes an overwhelming aura to prove she can stand on equal footing with them. Witnessing this incredible force, even Julian is left completely speechless by the sheer power of her unique amplification ability. Valkia simply waves it off, explaining this is how they maintain balance, but Raven immediately chimes in with another question. He asks if they can reach star level 10 once they hit level 9, which immediately catches Kajin's curiosity. Kajin boasts that level 9 is easy for his mother, but Khan warns that reaching level 10 is actually fatal. That warning utterly terrifies Kajin. Khan continues, explaining the absolute limits of their own human power. At the peak of star level 9, they will realize they can no longer grow, hitting the absolute human limit. To go any higher, one would have to become a god. Meanwhile, Khan is thrilled that only his son understood. He did it. Khan praises Vincent's sharp eyes, and the young boy politely thanks his father's praise. Internally, she is deeply unsettled, knowing a mere cadet shouldn't be able to perceive mana beyond star level 8. She realizes that the Adenka family is quietly raising an absolute monster, while Vincent simply offers a silent, knowing smile. Kajin is quietly seething next to him, utterly furious that Vincent took the spotlight again. But Raven is not done yet. He raises his hand to ask yet another question, causing his two friends to turn to him in panic. Without a word, Kajin and Vincent immediately coordinate with perfect teamwork to shut their friend up. One covers Raven's mouth while they loudly announce that everyone is exhausted and desperately needs some rest. They quickly make their escape, claiming they will leave the adults to talk before dragging Raven away with them. Leave it to these kids to create such a scene. Their parents can only stare in absolute shock as Pontianus laughs. He comments on how close they are, which reminds him of their own youth, while Khan lets out a sigh. Khan agrees his son is just like him, but Valkia playfully chimed in that he also inherited his airheaded personality. This leaves him completely speechless, but far away from this warm reunion, a dark cave holds a very different meaning. Vesa has arrived to find Lauren, asking her brother if he is truly still among the living after all this time. Clutching a mysterious box, Lauren admits he wants to be happy to see her, but the ruined city ruins it. He slowly opens the container to reveal exactly what Vesa needs, prompting her to ask if this is the key to victory. She asks if this artifact will finally help them overthrow Gafonzo, while Athenia Vargan looks on with deep hesitation. He answers carefully, but all doubt suddenly vanishes from his gaze as he firmly refuses to become the Tower Master. Helios never expected Vago Pagoda to turn him down. He asks if he can share his reasons, and it all comes down to the Magic Tower's next move. This dark path stops Vago Pagoda from leading it. He knows their next play is interfering. They want to manipulate the friendly exchange to prop up a specific clan. Since Vago Pagoda nailed the truth, Helios stays silent. That dead silence is a clear admission. Vago Pagoda sighs deeply, feeling like the magic he once admired has completely vanished. It is entirely gone. Vago Pagoda smirks at Heka, standing right beside him, and decides to tease her. He says her fortress will probably crumble in a day. Heka immediately glares at him, wanting to punch his lights out. "What did you say?" Helios lets out a heavy, solemn sigh. What else is left to do? He blames himself entirely for this massive failure. He reveals he traveled here specifically to meet young Master Vincent and inspect the legendary sword capable of severing mana itself. Hearing that the boy trained at the Blood Castle made him even more curious. Even without getting his way, Helios is glad. He is just happy to see Vago Pagoda again. Vago Pagoda bows respectfully, wishing his old master a wonderful time at the festival. With that, Vago Pagoda and his crew depart, leaving Helios with his assistants. One aide steps forward, questioning why they let him walk away so easily. Helios shakes his head. If Vago Pagoda is unwilling, there is nothing they can do. Best to leave him be for now. The assistant remains highly skeptical, muttering about what happens if he rebels just like Vanel Pagoda did. Helios grows quiet before responding. If that day comes, Helios states coldly his own hands will send Vago Pagoda straight to the afterlife to reunite with his late sister. Night falls. It is time to go meet the head of the Helm family. The next morning arrives, painting Helm in brilliant colors. The sky is perfectly clear, with bright flower petals dancing in the gentle breeze. A young woman speaks directly into her magical communication ring, greeting the audience as Maria, the chief reporter of Whispering Wind. She is broadcasting live from Desena Helm, the grand stage where the massive Hades festival is currently being held. This arena is absolutely massive. It is built to hold a truly historic crowd. Legendary figures are expected to attend, and the massive volume of spectators arriving right now is absolutely staggering. Even Abeng cannot believe that Idiot is actually standing on such a massive stage. Mon, Adenka, and Dan are equally stunned. The sheer scale of the arena leaves everyone breathless. Apparently, the stone used to build this place was brought in from Helm's outskirts. Just like the old Millennium days, the chief reporter continues her broadcast, highlighting the arrival of the land's actual rulers. The heads of the three great clans are here, accompanied by their young heirs, all seated comfortably in the special boxes. And now here comes the moment everyone has been waiting for. The festival competitors are finally entering the arena. Vincent and Kajin march in with stone-cold faces, while young Jen is the only one wearing a bright, innocent smile. Watching from above, Bonanis practically swoons over his darling son, urging everyone to look at him through the magic crystal. Seeing his friend turn into an obsessive parent, Khan is completely speechless. High above the head of the Helm family glares down. He coldly demands to know why she is here. Vessa approaches her father, calmly reminding him that she is still a Helm. She adds a sarcastic dig, mockingly claiming she thought he would feel lonely without any family by his side. Gafonzo knows better. He asks point-blank if she is spying on him. Vessa does not deny it, noting how well her father reads her. Gafonzo feels a flash of tension, realizing she wants to stop him. He points out that a stronger Helm benefits her too. He dismisses Khan as an idiot and questions her motives. Vessa is disappointed her father is still playing these petty power games. The current state of Helm is no longer what she and her husband desire. Meanwhile, Khan is sweating, trapped between his two friends. Gafonzo sneers, asking if Vessa is acting like some saint. Even if he paints this city blood red, her hands will be just as dirty. He brutally reminds her that every single luxury she currently enjoys was made possible only through his own ruthless, bloody actions. He reminds her that even the prestigious seat beside Khan was only secured after they ruthlessly got rid of Vincent's mother. Hearing this, Vessa's initial confidence wavers for a moment, but she stands her ground, admitting she knows the terrible truth. She refuses to deny her past. Finding a sudden surge of resolve, she looks her father dead in the eye with her answer. This is her way of seeking atonement. Gafonzo is momentarily shaken by her unwavering gaze, scoffing at her foolish ideals. Telling her to stop talking nonsense, Gafonzo walks away, leaving her to do as she pleases. It turns out he already calculated everything. Even if Vessa tries to stop him, Vincent's demise is already set in stone. Gafonzo steps confidently onto the podium. He announces that 200 years have passed since Helm first entered its golden era of prosperity, his voice reaching the hidden rebels. He calls out the revolutionary forces, labeling them as troublemakers who reject peace and constantly disturb the harmony of this land. Holding up a flower resembling the flower of Hades, he wishes for Helm to bloom once more. His grand speech comes to an end. The crowd in the stands erupts. Raven practically vibrates with excitement, clearly itching to get this battle started right away. Vincent Adenka and Kajin seem just as eager but stay completely silent. Still, Vincent Adenka directs a gaze toward his grandfather that is absolutely dripping with murderous intent. Even from this distance, he recognizes the old man instantly. He flashes him a sharp smile, determined to break Gafanozo's dark grip. Gafanozo stares right back at his dear grandson. Let him smile. Their next encounter will surely be the boy's last. The next time they meet, the boy will be nothing more than a cold corpse. Holding up a magic crystal, the old man announces the legendary male sword team from Helheim alongside the elite young masters of the continent, asking who will emerge victorious on this grand stage. As the countdown begins at 3, Vincent Adenka channels his energy. 2. Kajin feels his blood pumping. Even Raven drops his usual playful attitude. Switching instantly into full battle mode, the Hades tournament officially begins, and the surrounding fighters immediately launch themselves directly at Vincent Adenka's group. Some of these foolish opponents assume the young lords are only out for their own individual clan glory, making them easy targets. Because of this, the male sword team plans to exploit their lack of teamwork, while Gafanozo quietly celebrates this perfect opportunity. He thinks taking Vincent Adenka down is going to be incredibly simple, especially since the entire arena is packed with his own loyal lackeys. Before the young master can even attempt to adapt, he will be thoroughly erased as a nearby gladiator prepares to plunge a blade straight at him. But these fools have seriously underestimated the sheer power of this future patriarch. His gaze has grown incredibly sharp. With nothing more than a basic move, all 3 of them clean house. They effortlessly sweep their attackers aside without breaking a sweat. With Raven's playful expression completely gone, he warns them not to get in his way while Kagon's strikes grow cold and ruthless. He charges forward without a single shred of hesitation. Meanwhile, Lauren holds up a mysterious small object, calling it the Eye of Athenia. It turns out the former head of Helheim, Athenia, forged this powerful relic herself, causing Vesa Hale to frown thoughtfully at the mention of her. She remembers the legends of Athenia and the mighty dragon warrior king Abelton, whom the powerful sorceress pursued with absolute devotion. Yet her endless pursuit only brought her deep sorrow and bitter tears as their tragic romance was ultimately torn apart by their different races. It was an incredibly heartbreaking tale, but Laurent notes that Athenia crafted numerous legendary treasures for Abelton all across the land of Helheim. Holding up one of these rare creations, he explains that this particular artifact is the legendary Eye of Athenia. It was specifically designed to predict any incoming threats to Abelton before Laurent suddenly throws the eye forward. Despite its tiny size, its destructive power is absolutely immense, instantly blasting a perfectly circular hole right through the solid wall. As strange glowing patterns ripple across the stone, Lauren explains that once the sharp tip pierces an object, they can peer right through it. This allows them to see far beyond any physical barrier, instructing the team to sneak the device into the arena tomorrow. Having quietly slipped into the room unnoticed, Vincent Adenka is asked by Vesa Hale if he knows exactly what the enemy plans to do with it. Examining the Eye of Athenia in his hands, Vincent Adenka realizes they can use it to expose Gafanozo's heinous crimes to the entire world. Specifically, a massive operation like the Meltium Magic Crystal Factory or their illicit production of highly restricted dragon blood. Putting away the Eye of Athenia, Vincent Adenka remarks that Gafanozo would never leave such an important asset unguarded outside of Disona. Vesa Hale completely agrees with his logic, pointing out that the paranoid old man absolutely despises anything he cannot personally control. She's certain the secret relic factory is hidden somewhere within Disona, and based on her intel, there's only one likely spot. The only facility massive enough to conceal such a grand operation is none other than the legendary Disona Grand Arena itself. The venue is packed with chaotic energy where every single participant is monitored by a specialized magic crystal, tracking their status. The guide explains that if the crystal deems a fighter unable to continue, they are disqualified and instantly teleported out of the arena. He loudly announces to the crowd that their main objective in this massive brawl is to eliminate as many rivals as possible. Survival of the fittest is the game. Just then, a rival contestant steps directly in front of Vincent Adenka, raising a hand to speak. He looks over at the young master with a wicked glint in his eyes, asking what happens if someone accidentally ends up dead. Vincent Adenka instantly senses the dark malice radiating off the man right as the announcer casually shrugs off the dark question. He replies that casualties in a battle of honor are simply unavoidable, confirming Vincent Adenka's suspicion that everyone here is actively gunning for his head. Sensing the bloodlust directed right at him, he knows the real trouble is about to start. Let's see how he gets out of this one. To scan the entire arena using the artifact, he needs to remain absolutely still, while constantly channeling his mana into it for quite a while. This means sitting like a duck right in the center of a chaotic battlefield surrounded by dozens of assassins sent by Gafanozo. Recognizing the trap, Vincent Adenka realizes his only viable option to survive this madness is to secure a decisive victory first. That way, he can activate the Eye of Athenia in absolute safety once all his immediate threats have been completely neutralized. After all, even with his monstrous strength, facing the entire elite force of Helheim single-handedly is going to be a monumental challenge. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice calls out, "What is Vincent Adenka?" Staring so hard at it is Kajin, asking if he is nervous. Luckily, he has his true friends by his side to help rebuild his confidence. This is exactly why Vincent Adenka needs them right now. He calls out to Raven and Kajin with a special request. Back in the present, they already know the high stakes. Since this is a proxy war between the family heads, Vincent Adenka wants one of his own circle to walk away as the winner. So why not team up and wipe out Helheim's soldiers first? The trio moves like a devastating storm, charging straight into the enemy lines. They plan to clear the arena until only the three of them remain. Seeing this unfold, one of the enemy soldiers senses something wrong. Wait, this is completely off script. Gavanzo stands frozen, totally blindsided by this sudden turn of events. What on earth is happening? Why are they helping Vincent Adenka? Terrified by Vincent Adenka's overwhelming aura, the soldier panics and yells to attack anything that moves. Vincent Adenka unleashes his ultimate lightning chains. Electric blue arcs of raw energy crackle wildly, wrapping around his blade. Charging straight at the enemy squad, he unleashes his crushing pressure to obliterate their entire line with one decisive strike. Vincent Adenka effortlessly blows away dozens of soldiers without breaking a sweat. Watching from the sidelines, the chief reporter is completely thrilled. She cannot hide her excitement at such breathtaking martial arts, reporting live on the rise of the Adenka family heir, Vincent Adenka. Just last year, he was mocked as one of the 7 most useless young lords. Yet looking at him now, everything has changed. That pathetic loser is officially gone, replaced by a devastatingly handsome powerhouse. Suddenly, a bald thug lunges from above with his sword. He aims to crush the young master in one go. But things are not going to be that easy for this attacker. Vincent Adenka casually deflects the overhead strike with his blade, but immediately senses something off about the force of the collision. The arrogant bald fighter sneers, believing that no matter how much these rookies struggle, the gap in pure power is absolute. He is eager to take the young master's head right here and claim the massive bounty promised by his lord. But in less than a second, his greedy thoughts are cut short as his sharp blade impales him from behind. The assailant is none other than Kajin, whose brutal kill even startles Vincent Adenka. Wearing a devilish smirk, Kajin addresses his friend. He suggests they cooperate. After all, Kajin wants to be the one who defeats Vincent Adenka himself, not some random nobody. Vincent Adenka did not expect his ally to be this unhinged, but suddenly he notices a shadow sneaking up behind Kajin. Another lethal assassin leaps to strike from his blind spot, closing the distance far too quickly for Kajin to react. The threat is right on his neck. Just as he turns around, expecting the worst, a sudden intervention changes everything. A heavy spear slams into the assailant's head, saving Kajin's life and knocking her out cold onto the stone floor. Kajin is completely bewildered, but Vincent Adenka recognizes the signature weapon throw as a hand reaches out to reclaim the spear. It is Raven, reminding them that they do not have time to worry about anyone else in this chaotic melee. At his feet lie dozens of unconscious enemies. Up in the stands, Bontiennis cheers proudly for his formidable son. Raven flashes a peace sign to his father, while Kajin scowls in sheer annoyance at being rescued by him. Vincent Adenka tells them to stay focused so they do not fall behind, while Gavanzo begins to sweat up in his seat. He cannot fathom why these rival heirs are cooperating, desperately trying to calculate what Vincent Adenka is planning next. Realizing how dangerous the young prodigy truly is, Gavanzo resolves that Vincent Adenka must die in this arena, no matter what. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka wastes no time carving through the enemy ranks with ease, though it is eating up precious time. They cannot afford to let these nuisance soldiers drag out the battle. They need to end this right now. But a brief moment of distraction nearly costs him. A sudden surprise attack almost grazes the young master. Luckily, he reacts in time to dodge. It turns out to be a familiar face, the guard who barred him from entering. Pushing Vincent Adenka back several paces, the smug guard boasts that the brat has caused far too much trouble already. He vows to eliminate the Adenka heir right here to protect Helheim's pride, but Vincent Adenka immediately recognizes him. Amused, Vincent Adenka dares him to try his best. Nearby, Kajin is unleashing pure brutality, cleanly decapitating his foes. He turns back with a smug grin, proving that this bloody arena belongs only to the absolute strongest. Weaklings have no place here. Meanwhile, Raven is matching his intensity, shedding his usual gentle and sweet persona. Unlocking his true martial prowess, he shows exactly why he deserves to be the next patriarch, throwing his spear forward. The soldiers freeze in absolute terror as the weapon flies. One simple thrust carries an astronomical level of destruction. Raven wipes out half a dozen fighters instantly. Sensing an opening, a sneaky enemy tries to strike him from behind. But the coward is no match for Raven's lightning reflexes. Instead of getting caught off guard, the young master counters. He offers a smirk as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. On command, his weapon flies right back to protect its master. It knocks that giant brute clean out. Daven casually watches his adorable flying weapon do all the heavy lifting. Up in the stands, the crowd is watching. A breathtaking match from these three young men. The young lords have already crushed the Hellay soldiers. Seriously, incredible. The soldiers lie motionless across the floor. Raven and Kajin scan the battlefield, seeing their enemies fully neutralized. Now the two lock eyes with their final target. Swords clash and a heavy hammer roars in the distance, drawing their attention toward. The hulking giant Vincent is currently fighting. Neither warrior yields an inch, unleashing absolutely devastating shockwaves with every single blow. Vincent has been sizing up this soldier from the start, plotting his next move. A 5-star warrior, not 6-star. Yet his magical energy is as monstrously heavy as his physical frame. Still, Vincent knows he is just a big target, bloated but structurally weak. Staring down this massive opponent, Vincent decides to switch up his strategy to a combined strike. Activating the Prince of Wandering Galaxy technique, his blade becomes wrapped in invisible chains and delicate swirling snowflakes. Vincent flashes a quick smirk. Seriously, why does every main character smile right before they throw a finishing blow? As the giant loses focus and leaves an opening, Kajin and Daven seize the moment. Their coordinated strike shatters the beast's heavy weapon into 100 flying shards. Too late to react. At that exact moment, the three young lords charge him like a pack of wolves. But the giant pulls his secret technique, his eyes suddenly shifting into a bizarre, unnatural state. Instead of dodging, he simply stands his ground, taking their combined attacks head-on. Incredibly, as their sharp blades and heavy weapons slam into him, fail to pierce his armored skin. Kajin immediately senses something is off, wondering what kind of monster they are dealing with. The brute doesn't even flinch. Vincent suddenly senses a terrifying, unbelievable pressure. This sensation is far too familiar. It can't be. No way. This soldier somehow possesses the blessing of the Dwarf King. Before Vincent can even react, he gets grabbed. The giant tosses him around like a toy, hurling Vincent across the arena, clearly relishing the chance to break him. Next, he swings wide, sending Raven flying. Luckily, Kajin manages to dodge the devastating blow just in time. Raven grunts, asking what kind of madness this is. Despite their fiercest coordinated strikes, the enemy didn't even budge. Could this be some high-level ultimate defense? The guy is an absolute monster. Crashed into the dirt, Vincent struggles to open his eyes, finding his vision blurred. Through the dust, he sees the brute stepping closer. The impact had carved a massive crater. The giant sneers, looking down at him. He accuses them of trying to tarnish the honor of Hellay, an honor built on sweat, tears, and endless bloodshed. Bruised and battered, Vincent forces himself back onto his feet. A tyrant who sheds innocent blood has no right to speak of honor. The soldier mocks him as a naive child, claiming Vincent is too young to understand the harsh realities of the world. To a true warrior, honor means blind loyalty to the mission. The man speaks with the chilling conviction of a brainwashed zealot, even if that mission requires hunting down innocents and breaking their bones. Hearing those twisted words triggers a dark, painful memory in Vincent. He prepares to crush Vincent once and for all, casually stating that every great cause requires a few sacrifices. And this time, Vincent is the one who has to die. Cracking his massive knuckles, the brute declares him a necessary sacrifice. A sacrifice for the glory of Hellay. Vincent Adenka. Fury boils deep within Vincent at this twisted logic. He refuses to let this slide. Looking at this fanatic, Vincent can't believe how warped the concept of honor has become in this era. Real warriors don't act like mindless slaughterers. Vincent screams at his opponent, pouring his soul into his words. A warrior's strength only holds value when it is used to protect the weak. Oppressing people and calling it duty is nothing but cowardice. Pure, unadulterated rage erupts from his core. He will not let a tyrant like this stain the true pride of a knight. The soldier refuses to back down, eager to fight to the absolute bitter end. He dares Vincent to give him his best shot. Driven by pure fanaticism, the giant charges. Vincent grips his blade tightly, fueled by righteous anger. They collide in a spectacular flash. A massive shockwave ripples through the arena. Watching from the highest balcony, Gafonzo and Vexo witness the terrifying clash. Gafonzo senses something highly unusual. An eerie, unsettling feeling washes over him. He cannot comprehend why the boy is so desperately obsessed with winning. He glances over at his daughter. Vexa looks completely pale, as if letting Vincent win this match would cause their entire world to crumble into dust. Suddenly, a horrific realization hits Gafonzo. The dragon blood stored deep beneath the surface of this arena. Below lies a swarm of starving savage demons. He dreads to think if they actually plan to unleash this horror upon the world. He tries to shake off the dread, telling himself it is impossible. It is buried far too deep for anyone to ever expose. But then the memory of Vincent's sinister smirk and burning red eyes flashes through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. A dark realization begins to dawn on him. No, Gafonzo whispers to himself, there is simply no predicting what this boy might do. He can't let his guard down, but his mind is in absolute chaos. Damn it. Gonzo turns to signal his butler. He tells the old man they need to slip away. The butler points the way, but sensing something off, he suddenly stops. Wait. Gonzo turns back and spots his daughter. Vesa, why is she standing there? Countless chaotic thoughts flood his mind. If he tries to destroy the evidence, will the VA step in to stop him? Is that their play all along? He gets lost in his own thoughts. What if Vin Chen is just bait to expose the underground facility through his actions? If that is true, then making a move right now will lead the VA straight to their secret location. But right now, he has absolutely no clue what Vin Chen is plotting. That is when Vesa finally speaks up. What is wrong, she asks, turning to her father with absolute murder in her eyes. Don't you have urgent business, father? Gonzo looks at Vesa's face and completely loses his cool, cursing his daughter as a wretched woman. But she is way too clever, playing it cool against his rage. She asks what he is doing, leaving Gonzo stuttering and completely speechless. Vesa smiles gently like a dutiful daughter. I can handle things here, so you should go ahead, father. But just a second later, her warm face turns completely cold. Or are you planning to deceive me right in front of my eyes? Father Gonzo hates this, but his hands are tied. Damn it, he cannot move. It is like they are bound together by an invisible chain. Realizing there is nothing he can do, Vesa casually tells him that they should just keep watching together. Looking down at her child in the arena, she knows the final result will be clear very soon. Meanwhile, Vin Chen is having a rough time trading blows with this absolute giant of a soldier. The bear-like beast roars, raising his massive hands to crush him into dust with a single strike. Concentrating his energy, he yells at Vin Chen to stop running away. His strike carries devastating power, but luckily his two friends step in right on time. That massive clash leaves behind a chaotic mess and thick black smoke. Raven and Kajin look on in sheer disbelief, muttering that this is absolute madness. As the smoke clears, the monster's eyes glow with a sinister light. The absolute madman refuses to stop, relentlessly charging at Vin Chen like a hungry predator, yelling at the others not to interfere. Even though he is completely unarmed, his bare-fisted strikes carry unreal force. This terrifying shockwave sends our three heroes flying straight backward across the arena. Kajin is starting to get seriously annoyed. Is his strength not even worth acknowledging? From the very beginning, everyone has completely ignored him, focusing solely on Vin Chen. Meanwhile, Vin Chen is still struggling hard to bring down this giant. With his face covered in cuts and bruises, Vin Chen realizes the only way to break through this impenetrable defense is a specialized sword style to pierce the giant. The problem is their opponent knows exactly what they are planning. No matter how the three of them coordinate their strikes, nothing gets through. If they can just defeat this leader first, the rest won't be a threat. Julian urges Vin Chen that they need to buy enough distance to trigger their special skill. Vin Chen replies that he knows, but against a 6-star warrior, they will never be given the breathing room to execute it. Suddenly, Vin Chen looks past Julian towards the sky. Staring up at the vast blue expanse, he senses something strange. Vin Chen quickly turns around and calls out, shouting for Raven to look up at the sky right now. Though slightly confused, Raven looks up, immediately wondering what could possibly be up there. After staring for a moment, he thinks it is just a clear, beautiful day. But looking closer, he finally spots what Vin Chen was pointing out. Meanwhile, the relentless giant continues his onslaught. Cursing Vin Chen for scheming behind his back, he swings a massive, devastating blow. Out of nowhere, Kajin steps in and cleanly blocks the crushing strike with his sword using only a single hand. The display completely catches Vin Chen off guard. Kajin growls, mockingly repeating Vin Chen's name over and over in pure frustration. He screams that they have completely ignored him. He declares that he will win this entire event and become the hero of the continent. Infuriated by being looked down upon, Kajin unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy attacks. Talk about the insane power of jealousy. Vin Chen seizes the perfect opening, leaping high into the air to strike. But the giant thinks he is just fleeing and reaches out to grab him. Suddenly, a foot stomps onto his shoulder. It completely startles the giant. Standing there in a perfect epic stance is none other than Raven, ready to strike. He commands his weapon to fly. Using the massive soldier as a stepping stone, Raven launches his spear with incredible force. The giant is completely pinned down. Vin Chen is already in position, holding his sword, ready as the spear flies in. Even with the massive impact force heading his way, he keeps everything perfectly under control with sheer focus and skill. In a wild turn of events, Vin Chen rides the sheer momentum of the spear, launching himself high into the sky. Everyone is completely stunned, and even the soldier's jaw drops. What is this? Is he literally flying? Looking down from up high, Vincent Adenka sees the arena looking just like a hollow chocolate cake. From his vantage point, he peers directly downward, taking in the chaotic scene. He is incredibly tense, but he keeps his focus locked on the target. What he does next is incredibly dangerous, so definitely do not try this at home. He dives straight down like a rocket, his expression looking like a hungry demon. Even Gavanzo is caught completely off guard. No way, how is he coming from up there? His own teammates and family never expected this either. Hannah and Vargon look on with absolute worry, wondering what is happening. Is he actually going to use that sheer altitude to slash him? But Khan seems to have already anticipated his move, watching silently. From that height, he can unleash his swordsmanship without any obstacles in his path. More importantly, Vincent Adenka has no intention of giving his opponent any room to escape. He bolts like lightning toward the stands. The soldier finally senses the sheer danger coming his way. He never thought this kid would be so crazy. Damn it, he needs to run, but with Vincent Adenka's focus, there is no escaping this. Is this not the true honor of the Hellame? He remembers his mother and his uncle, the only two people in the entire Hellame clan who actually understood what honor meant. Ironically, they were the ones cast aside by the family because they could not stand its corruption. Who is this soldier to preach about honor? Vincent Adenka does not plan to go easy on him at all. He unleashes the piercing sword, his second sword form. Up in the sky, brilliant clear blue circles begin to glow, driving a straight devastating line right down into the middle of the arena. Just as expected, he completely reduces the entire area to a pile of rubble. No matter how massive the Hyde's arena is, his explosion severely damages the whole structure. He delivers a galaxy slash, cleanly severing the hand of that foolish soldier. Talk about some serious main character energy. The chief reporter gasps in shock, shouting about the Hellame army while her assistant is left completely speechless. She declares a total defeat, announcing that the young masters are the true victors of this match. The soldier's status is unknown, but he has lost an arm. Hokaken joyfully throws her arms around Vargan, cheering that Vincent Adenka actually won. She does not even notice she is practically suffocating him. Hannah is happy too, but she notices something strange. Yes, he secured the victory, but Vincent Adenka is clearly in rough shape. He is struggling to breathe, completely exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Hannah realizes he must have known how to find his advantage and seize the win. Letting the opponent's enhanced Beast King body run wild would have been a massive problem. So Vincent Adenka planned for this. Right from the start, he slowly turns around to look at the destruction he just caused, but there is no time to rest. Suddenly, the emblems of two great clans appear right behind him. Vincent Adenka starts to turn and check, but he is too slow. Luckily, his reflexes save him as he agilely dodges both incoming attacks. Seriously, why does every single fight here end? In an explosion, Vincent Adenka retreats to a safe distance, easily enduring the powerful roaring wind kickbacks from their massive clash. Kagon has clearly been waiting for this exact moment, saying it is finally just down to them. Raven looks incredibly hyped, ready to start. Both of them point their blades and lock their intense killing intent onto him, determined to take Vincent Adenka down. Their energy is absolutely overwhelming. Vincent Adenka looks at the two who have been holding back this whole time. It is finally time to wrap things up. Vincent Adenka stands there with majestic confidence, silently declaring to himself that this is his fight now. His eyes burn with absolute determination. She believed in him too. Now everything rests on his shoulders. Vincent Adenka, his mother, and Lauren had discussed this beforehand. His mother had pointed out a major flaw: there was no guarantee he could defeat every single one of them. Back then, he had looked out into the distance, asserting with complete confidence that he would definitely win for the honor of the Adenka. Now, all his mother's lingering regrets and deepest hopes are placed squarely on him. She has only one final request, one single plea, and that is for Vincent Adenka to win. The three family heads representing the Adenka, Samion, and Vardican clans watch silently, a deadly aura radiating from Khan. He is probably incredibly worried about Vincent Adenka. Meanwhile, Gavanzo is sweating bullets, wondering why they are taking so long. What on earth are they doing down there? He bitterly wishes Vincent Adenka would just drop dead and get it over with. But Kagan, Raven, and Vincent Adenka are all burning with an intense fighting spirit. Kagan charges forward like a madman, determined to take him out first. Under that ferocious sword pressure, Raven quickly parries the strike with a grin. He even mocks Kagan, asking if that is really all he has got. He demands to see something far more impressive. Kagan is more than happy to oblige, promising to unleash his full power. Raven can barely contain his excitement, his eyes giving everything away. Kagan strikes fiercely from above, but Raven does not stop, flawlessly blocking every single blow. While Kagan and Raven clash, Vincent Adenka sees his perfect opening to strike right in the middle of their chaotic fight. Taste the raw power of his massive lightning strike sword technique, and this single devastating blow from Vincent Adenka successfully launches both Kagan and Raven far back. Taken completely by surprise, Kagan grinds his teeth, glaring directly at Vincent Adenka, but Raven only gets more excited. He laughs aloud, shouting that Vincent Adenka fights incredibly well and he cannot afford to lose. With that, Raven launches an immediate attack on Vincent Adenka, his sharp spear blade slicing directly across the boy's face. That was too close. Luckily, Vincent Adenka dodges, causing Raven to lose his footing and stumble forward. Both fighters crash onto the ground. Seizing this split second, Kajin unleashes his deadly 8-moon slash, rushing toward Vincent Adenka and Raven. His devastating attack threatens to rip the entire area apart, carving a massive circular crater. Fortunately, Vincent Adenka and Raven dodge just in time, barely escaping a fatal blow. Vincent Adenka quickly analyzes the battle, noting that Kajin's blood flow has surged dramatically, meaning his body cannot handle this state for long. Because of that, he is aiming to end this battle quickly. If Vincent Adenka does not give this fight everything he has, he will surely lose. Since both opponents are going all out, Raven cannot let this chance slip by and must also unleash his full power. Radiating intense bloodlust, Kajin charges in with his sword spirit blazing. Raven flashes a thrilled grin with his ultimate breaking strike, charging fearlessly toward Vincent Adenka. In response, Vincent Adenka activates his supernatural technique, the third form of the lightning strike. All three clash like a raging storm, tearing up the entire arena. In an instant, their combined forces trigger a colossal explosion that blankets the arena in smoke. Watching from high above, Vincent Adenka's mother can feel the terrifying force of the blast. Blinding light from their clash illuminates the stadium. Khan maintains his usual stoic face, though he cannot hide the shock growing inside his eyes. The earth-shattering blast echoes across the sky, a sound so loud it could be heard miles away. Having pushed his limits, Vincent Adenka stands gasping for air, his clothes torn to shreds with a deep, painful wound opening across his abdomen. Knowing he could not walk away from this fight unscathed, he immediately looks around for his opponents. The thick smoke and dust completely shroud the battlefield, making it nearly impossible for Vincent Adenka to spot them. He wonders if they finally went down, but no, both are painfully forcing themselves back up, although none of them look unharmed. Watching from the stands, Julian bites her nails in anxiety. Unsurprisingly, Kajin and Raven refuse to go down easily, but Vincent Adenka is focused on a different problem altogether. Why is the entire stadium suddenly dead silent after such a massive blast? Think about it, without a single cheer from the crowd, a chilling sense of dread washes over Vincent Adenka. Something is deeply wrong. Knowing this silence is impossible, Vincent Adenka readies his sword to attack again, instantly panicking Raven, who lacks the energy to dodge. Kajin is in no better shape, cursing under his breath. He silently wonders if this is truly the end for him, as Vincent Adenka strikes. But to their utter shock, his attack is not aimed at either of them, leaving them completely confused. Wondering if the strike simply missed, they follow his line of sight and freeze in sheer shock as they discover a terrifying truth. Vincent Adenka finally understands why the arena has gone dead silent. It is because all three of them are trapped inside the giant barrier. And get this, up in the stands, the confused audience starts whispering, complaining just when things get good. Angry spectators demand to know how long they have to wait, shouting and accusing the fighters of some sort of cheating. Shouts to resume the fight echo everywhere, but a sinister sphere completely encloses the stage, blocking out all sight and sound. Vesa Hale immediately senses something is terribly wrong, anxiously watching the stage and frantically wondering what is happening to the boys. Meanwhile, Garfonzo remains silent, a smug smirk spreading across his face as he prepares to witness Vincent Adenka finally meet his end. Just as he promised before, the next time they cross paths, the young brat would be nothing but a cold corpse. A brief announcement echoes through the stadium, claiming there is a critical error with the barrier magic used for the match. The Mage Tower supposedly needs time to repair the seal, and the arena has been temporarily locked down for safety. This suspicious lockdown alarms Vesa Hale, as it was never part of her initial investigation plans for this tournament. Panicking, she confronts Garfonzo directly, demanding to know what he is planning. The old man simply responds with a cold smile. He proudly boasts that this barrier is his ultimate insurance policy, set up with the help of some influential allies. Once the barrier is lifted, everyone will witness the tragic scene of Vincent Adenka and Raven completely wiped out. Or rather, they will find a perfectly staged murder scene. Vesa Hale cannot believe her own father would stoop this low. Overcome with rage, she grabs him by the collar, screaming at Garfonzo to tear down the barrier and release them immediately. He merely laughs in her face, mocking her for betting on Sarvana's child, only to lose everything in the end. He claimed his actions were actually helping her. But now the great house of Adenka is left with only her 7 children. Vesa can't believe her ears. She never imagined her own father would do this. She spits a bitter insult and runs off. She has to stop this at all costs. Vesa rushes toward the arena, but to Gonzo, her desperate efforts mean absolutely nothing. It is far too late. High above the heads of the 3 great clans watch the arena. Khan is certain that something is wrong. That greedy old Gonzo must have rigged the match. Khan suddenly stands up, claiming he is tired of waiting and wants a drink. Vankia is surprised. Why the sudden urge? Since when does Khan care about drinking? But Khan has a very specific reason in mind. He heard Gonzo has a hoard of rare exotic wines, the kind of dirty luxury that gets smuggled across borders illegally. This catches Vankia and Pontianis off guard. They trade silent, knowing looks quickly, putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Vincent Adenka realizes this is a trap, but Kagan is still confused. Suddenly, the deep cut on the barrier begins to close. Even though it was made by his supernatural sword technique, the split is healing itself. It defies all common logic. Was all that effort totally useless? It seems they are trapped by a powerful mage whose abilities far exceed Vincent Adenka's own level. Layer upon layer of magic seals the crack. Worse yet, their own escape teleportation magic fails to activate, leaving them completely stranded. Kagan realizes the harsh truth: their enemies never planned to let them walk out of this arena alive in the first place. Facing a master magician capable of casting such an immense barrier is suicide, especially since they are already heavily injured. Staying in this spot is a death sentence. They need to find a way to break through and get out immediately. Vincent Adenka turns to Javen and Kagan, shouting for them to make escaping their top priority. But a sudden shadow stops him cold. A mysterious man suddenly materializes right beside Javen and Kagan, instantly casting a spell that wraps around their necks. The spell chokes them, tightening by the second. They cannot even struggle, and watching his friends suffer sends a wave of panic through Vincent Adenka. He screams their names, but the intruder merely smiles. The man notes that this is their very first time meeting in person. He formally introduces himself as Helios, the master of the magic tower. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Why would the head of such an incredibly powerful faction be backing a greedy snake like Gonzo? It makes no sense. Helios patronizingly praises Vincent Adenka's supernatural sword slash, admitting he is highly impressed it actually managed to damage his magic barrier. When Vincent Adenka demands to know why he is helping Gonzo, Helios coldly replies that dead men have no need for answers. With a cruel smirk, Helios unleashes a devastating spell. Vincent Adenka quickly realizes he cannot take this head-on and prepares to dodge immediately. Taking a direct blow from a tower master is pure suicide. But suddenly, the deep wound in his stomach flares with agonizing pain. His body refuses to move. A split second later, Helios's magic detonates, engulfing Vincent Adenka in a massive blinding explosion. Unable to dodge, Vincent Adenka takes the full force of the blast and crashes violently into the ground, gasping for breath. Giving him no breathing room, a massive magic hand clamps onto Vincent Adenka's throat as Helios slowly, confidently walks toward him. He wants to make this look clean. His orders are to stage the crime scene, making it appear Vincent Adenka died by someone else's blade. Fighting through the pain, Vincent Adenka asks who is pulling the strings. Is it the Adenka elders or perhaps the Samion family? Helios drives his blade inches from Vincent Adenka's face, smiling savagely as he boasts that his master possesses far greater authority than both. Eyeing the boy's bleeding abdomen, the mage decides to make things even more painful by driving his weapon straight into the open wound. But Vincent Adenka refuses to break. Clinging to any desperate chance, he opens his mouth wide and bites down hard on the incoming blade. Ignoring the blood and agony, he clamps his teeth onto the metal. Unbelievably, even in this position, he can still channel his sword technique. The sheer absurdity of this counterattack catches Helios completely off guard. He panics, wondering what kind of monster he is dealing with. Vincent Adenka unleashes his lightning master combo, firing a blinding beam of destructive energy right at the arrogant mage's chest. The force of the blast tears up the stone floor. Helios is sent flying, his pristine robes shredded to pieces. He sits in the dirt, staring at his trembling arm covered in blue sparks. But before he can even finish cursing, Vincent Adenka strikes again. Helios leaps high into the air to dodge the incoming slash. But Vincent Adenka's swordplay isn't something you can easily run from. No matter how high he flies, this deadly energy will track him down. Realizing his danger, Helios screams out in sheer desperation. He desperately conjures a counterspell to block the slash, but his magic is too weak and the blade tears right through it. The attack doesn't just shatter his defenses, it slices clean through the high mage's right arm. Helios stares in horror. Even his absolute strongest defensive spell was bypassed like paper. Vincent Adenka's power is completely off the charts. Vincent Adenka smirks coldly. Anyone foolish enough to crash his battle has to pay the price. Then, out of nowhere, two shadows drop down. Javen and Kagan ambush him from above, striking together in perfect sync while cursing him as a useless, arrogant piece of trash. Helios refuses to believe his eyes. How dare they stand on equal footing with him? Not just one opponent, but three are now arrayed against him. Vincent Adenka is about to show him what real strength looks like. But even though he is completely cornered, the enemy absolutely refuses to yield. Cursing those bastards, his remaining hand begins casting a massive spell. He is pouring all his strength into a giant magic array. He will turn the three of them into nothing but dust. This spell is incredibly dangerous. Vincent Adenka is desperately trying to find a way to stop it, But using his ultimate sword strike now means self-destruction. There is nothing Vincent Adenka can do. Helios laughs hysterically, screaming for them to die. This is bad, there's no time left to think. Just as the magic is about to wipe them out, the crack on the barrier suddenly warps. It rapidly expands from its initial narrow state. It is as if someone on the outside is desperately trying to tear the entire barrier wide open with their bare hands. And that is exactly what is happening. Someone suddenly leaps through the tear, a person who completely catches Vincent Adenka off guard. The newcomer is none other than Laurent. Now watch. With him here, the three of them might actually survive this horrific, completely impossible battle together. Without saying a word, Laurent charges straight at Helios. Vincent Adenka quickly tries to call him back, but his warnings are completely ignored. Laurent moves ahead without a single moment of hesitation. In one swift, incredibly brutal motion, he completely shatters Helios's massive magic array into tiny pieces. Helios is utterly dumbfounded. A single strike was all it took to completely dismantle his high-level spell, and he is not the only one shocked. Everyone stands there frozen stiff, unable to believe Laurent easily stopped such terrifying magic with his bare hand. Once the shock passes, Vincent Adenka asks him how he even got in here. Suddenly, massive cracks begin to web across the entire barrier. On the outside, Vago Pagoda was desperately burning his remaining mana to force Laurent through that narrow opening. Finally, the difficult job is successfully done. Vago Pagoda and Hoka-ken can finally breathe. Panting heavily, Vago Pagoda realizes the barrier's defensive magic is extremely advanced. The opening inside must have been forced open by Vincent Adenka. Suddenly, an enemy guard is sent flying as someone calls out to them. A voice tells Vago Pagoda he did a fantastic job. Khan and Vesa Hale have finally arrived, thanking Vago Pagoda for helping them rescue Vincent Adenka and the others. He saved Raven and Kajin too. Vago Pagoda humbly apologizes, explaining his remaining strength could only buy enough time for one person to enter. Hoka-ken asks if sending Laurent in alone is safe. Before Khan can even answer, Vesa Hale confidently speaks up. She reassures them that everything will be completely fine. With Laurent on the inside, the tides of this entire battle are bound to shift soon. Back inside the barrier, Laurent prepares to press his attack further. But Vincent Adenka quickly grabs his shoulder to hold him back. Laurent instantly cuts him off, stating that this is a private duel between the heirs of two great families. He tells Vincent Adenka to stand back and watch because he carries the ultimate pride and the sacred honor of the Helheim family on his shoulders. Stunned by his raw resolve, Vincent Adenka is speechless. He can only stand there and watch helplessly in silence. Helios stares at Laurent, utterly convinced that the scarred man cannot be him. How is he even alive when he is supposed to be so weak? He never had an ounce of martial talent, and even before losing his eye, he was weaker than any noble here. Helios grits his teeth, telling him that whatever trick he used to break the spell won't save him from his own overconfidence. Laurent simply gazes back with absolute and chilling composure. A single look from him is more than enough to send a terrifying shiver down Helios' spine. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Laurent is completely terrifying. He feels less like a man and more like a monster. Laurent suddenly lunges forward, wrapping his sharp claw-like hand around Helios' face with terrifying ease. Without breaking a single sweat, he slams Helios' face first into the cold stone floor, following up with an incredibly brutal bone-shattering punch of his own. Blood-red handprints cover his face as teeth fly everywhere, while the outer barrier finally begins to shatter completely. The massive barrier finally dissolves into thin air, leaving the crowd in the stands completely stunned. Garfunzo watches with excitement. He eagerly expects to witness Vincent Adenka's final moments, but what he actually sees in the middle of the arena is definitely not what he had anticipated. Helios is dead. The crushed corpse lying motionless on the ground belongs to him. And standing tall over him is Laurent, who is staring right back at Garfunzo. This sudden appearance fills the old man with absolute rage and shock. He was absolutely certain Laurent had already died. The entire arena suddenly erupts into total chaos as onlookers quickly begin to whisper about what just happened. Laurent stands tall in the center of the arena and proudly bellows his name and title as the leader of the resistance. He then pulls out a strange round sphere and bites down on it, ready to show them something truly terrifying. Vincent Adenka is genuinely surprised that Laurent actually kept another one of those strange spheres hidden away in his robes. Meanwhile, Garfunzo immediately begins to completely panic. He knows exactly what Laurent is about to do. The ground begins to tremble violently as the magic takes hold. His entire body undergoes a monstrous transformation, causing the spectators in the stands to scream in sheer terror. Fully transformed, Laurent proudly declares himself to be the true living incarnation of the dragon. A legendary earth-shaking power is finally unleashed right now. Comes from purifying and absorbing dragon blood. This is the secret weapon of the Helheim family. Terrified, Gonzo throws himself down into the arena to stop Laurent. He draws his sword furiously, ordering Laurent to shut up before marching right up to him. He swings his blade at Laurent without a shred of mercy. With a twisted face, he grunts that this is exactly what Lauren deserves. But Lauren easily blocks Gonzo's strike even though he is completely blind and has never been trained in proper martial arts. All of this was done to breed an incredibly powerful army endowed with the strength of dragons, to conquer the entire continent. Because of Gonzo's twisted ambition, every surrounding fortress has already been stripped of resources and turned into gruesome laboratories to research dragon transformation. Gonzo cannot let Lauren spill any more secrets. He swings his blade, wildly shouting at him to shut up before pointing directly at Lauren's face, claiming this is all a conspiracy and that he is spewing groundless lies just to slander him. Finally, Vincent steps in to speak. Taking a firm stance, the young man activates his magic to project the evidence for everyone to see. Gonzo's jaw drops. How can Vincent utilize Etia's magic? Vincent yells out in anger, "If you do not believe me, just look." The spell acts as an all-seeing eye. On screen, the crowd witnesses countless dragon humanoids chained up on cold iron chains in a pitiful state. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the spectators in the stands are thrown into a total panic. They are looking at the legendary dragon race. Selbira cannot believe that a species they thought was long extinct is actually still alive. Not only are they alive, but they are being held captive like this. How could the Helium family commit such an atrocity? They keep the dragons alive just to drain their blood. Vincent firmly presents the evidence of these horrific acts, proving the Helium family captured the dragons and experimented on them to turn their blood into weapons. These dragonkin are the tragic results of those experiments. To achieve this, they committed unspeakable evils. The crowd erupts into whispers. If this is true, the Helium family must face judgment. In the name of the seventh young master, of Adenka and his mother, Vesahilium, they will stand as witnesses. Gonzo is absolutely furious. Damn it, this has to be a trap. Everything they are saying is a complete lie. He glares angrily at the fallen Helios. What is going on here? This is not what they agreed upon at all. He needs to get up and eliminate these pests right now. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of power stimulates the fallen Helios. He grits his teeth with wild, wide eyes, and then another Helios suddenly appears. He is also the master of the sixth tower. Julian is utterly shocked to see two of them, and Raven is equally stunned. Where did this newcomer even come from? Raven felt absolutely nothing. The newly arrived Helios calmly steps forward to explain. The Magic Tower's internal affairs have been quite messy. He heard someone was aiding demons, but never expected they would kidnap him. Admitting his own carelessness, Helios simply snaps his fingers and conjures a massive blaze, offering a sincere apology to everyone. Gonzo is left speechless. He actually got fooled by an imposter. Kagan silently realizes that this newcomer must be the real deal. If just dealing with a fake was that exhausting, how insanely powerful must the real Tower Master actually be? Vincent agrees a real master would not have left any openings, let alone lose an arm to shadow sword techniques. Julian chimed in, pretty surprised by the kid's sharp observation. But then a chilling realization hits them about the trap. Even after cutting the clone, the trapping magic remains active. Vincent realizes there is only one logical explanation left. The real Helios of the sixth tower is also their enemy. But before they can process this, a sudden thud draws their attention. Lauren collapses, clutching his head in agony. This dragon transformation comes with a severe mind-shattering side effect. The purification process requires an archdemon's soul, making anyone who absorbs massive amounts of dragon blood a victim of a demonic contract. Vincent never anticipated this dark twist. The more dragon blood Lauren consumes, the more he loses his sanity to the beast. He is bound to become an incredibly aggressive, mindless monster. And that is exactly what is happening to Lauren right now. He opens his mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Step by step, the beast begins to stalk toward Gonzo. Gonzo is absolutely sweating bullets. Lauren has swelled to 3 or 4 times his original size, completely towering over him. Trembling with fear, Gonzo forces a fake smile and declares Lauren the winner, though he secretly has no intention of giving up. He pulls out a strange round pill just like the one Lauren used, boasting that he is the creator of this power. Before he can even finish his sentence, a brutal blow shuts him up. The pill flies right out of his hand. Lauren delivers a massive punch that sends Gonzo flying backward. His head smashes against the stone wall, leaving him bloodied and unconscious. His teeth are shattered and his eyes roll back. Now fully transformed, Lauren has turned into a bloodthirsty, mindless monster. Terrorized by the beastly display, the screaming spectators flee the stands, cursing the Helium family for unleashing such a nightmare. With so many monsters suddenly appearing, Vincent completely panics. He desperately tries to warn Lauren to calm down. Just then, Vankia Khan and Ponchianis appear and order Vincent to step back. Vankia glares directly at Lauren, whose mutated body is morphing into a terrifying block shape. Ponchianis chuckles, thinking it is like father, like son. Khan is the one who steps up to declare they will handle this themselves. Up in the stands, the fleeing crowd suddenly stops to watch. They want to see the heads of the three great families join forces to take down this massive beast once and for all. Vincent wonders if this was Lauren's actual plan from the start, exposing the crimes of the Helium clan and then letting the family heads execute him. Lauren had told Vincent to just stand back and watch how he protects Helium's honor. But Vincent refuses to let Lauren die along with those secrets, even if it seems like the easiest way out. He rips off his coat and stands directly in front of the three family heads, asking them to forgive his sudden rudeness. He cannot just stand by and do nothing. From this moment on, he will be the one to face Lauren. Vankia knows Vincent is only doing this because he cares, but since Lauren made a contract with an evil spirit, he is now nothing more than a mindless beast. The best option is to end his suffering as quickly as possible. Pontianus agrees, warning that if the beast escapes into the crowd, it will be a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Khan remains completely silent. He glares at Vincent with an unhappy look, unable to understand what on earth his son is trying to do. Vincent confidently explains that because it is an evil spirit contract, Lauren still has a chance of being saved. He has actually saved someone in this exact situation before, which immediately makes Khan think of Mon's recovery. Besides, Vincent promised Savannah he would never abandon his family. He looks at Khan, asking him to help keep that promise. Hearing his son invoke his mother's name, Khan falls completely silent, deeply reflecting on the weight of those words. Just as they are about to agree, Lauren's monstrous dragon form roars in rage. Has he already lost all sanity? While Vincent stands frozen there in pure disbelief, the monster's massive fist is already hurtling straight toward his face. But Khan instantly steps in, blocking the brutal strike with ease. He turns to the other two family heads and coldly asks if they can give Vincent 3 rounds to handle this. Vankia is shocked to see Khan doing this for his son. Pontianus notes that Vincent has already gained massive influence within the family, proving he is a force to be reckoned with. This confirms the boy is indeed Savannah's son, making him wonder if he should expect great things from the young man. Pontianus readily agrees, but warns that after 3 rounds they will show no mercy. Vankia also goes along with the plan. She notes that Khan now owes her a massive favor. Khan accepts without hesitation, promising to repay his debt in the future. He channels his overwhelming power directly into his fist. Get ready, because he is about to show them what true strength looks like. The devastating blow pierces right through the monster. Khan tells Vincent that the rest of the fight is up to him. Vincent nods and charges toward the beast like a raging storm. The monster glares back, revealing its terrifying razor-sharp teeth, but Vincent is completely fueled by pure determination. He is absolutely resolved to save Lauren no matter what. He recalls previously asking how to defeat a corrupted dragon, wondering if they even stood a realistic chance against it. They easily took down the high-level enemies in the forest, but a corrupted dragon is on a whole different level. Back then, Hannah told him there were 2 ways to kill it. The first was simple: overwhelm it with raw physical power. Even with strong magic resistance, those scales will still shatter if crushed under heavy rocks or hit directly by a cannon. But Hannah did not use brute force. She easily took down the corrupted dragon using nothing but her trusty sword. That brings us to her actual method. Since this creature is merely a weaker, mutated imitation of a true dragon, its scales are not nearly as thick. There are tiny gaps. With precise timing and exceptional speed, one can easily slip right through those gaps to strike the host's actual body underneath. It requires incredible focus to locate those vulnerable spots. Hannah pulled this off thanks to the blessing of a crazy craftsman named Mayan, giving her unmatched speed and sword precision. Back in the present, the corrupted dragon unleashes a heavy punch. The sheer force of the blow sends Vincent flying. He crashes hard onto the ground. Just like that, the first round is already over and Vincent is taking heavy damage. Vincent realizes his speed is fine. The real problem is finding an eye capable of spotting those microscopic gaps. Fortunately, Julian is right there. Those divine eyes can instantly trace and memorize the exact flow of mana in a split second. Vincent leaps high into the air, dodging the monster's swipe. This is round 2 and his very last chance. Suddenly, Vincent's body trembles as a wave of intense pain hits him. His physical limits are already pushing him to the edge. Using that sword style now is highly dangerous. Vincent asks if Julian is going to stop him. Julian warns him not to make too much noise. Honestly, he is dying to stop Vincent, but thinking of that girl, he just cannot bring himself to do it. He refuses to let Hannah shed another tear. Meanwhile, the corrupted dragon keeps thrashing, launching relentless attacks on Vincent. It is rearing up for another devastating strike, but luck finally swings their way. Julian spots a sudden opening, 4 clear blind spots from the shoulder to the chest. All they need is one perfect slash. Vincent practically grins. He can finally see the path to victory. Gripping the sword Merlin gave him, he knows there is only one single shot at this. If he misses, Lauren is as good as dead. With a roar, Vincent's eyes turn blood red as he swings his blade. He triggers his skill, unleashing a massive wave of energy that slices directly into the beast's shoulder, straining both his arms. The monster howls in agonizing pain as dark blood gushes from the deep wound, but it is still not enough. The blade did not reach its heart. Vincent grits his teeth, having poured absolutely everything into that single strike. Furious, the beast roars and lunges with its massive jaws wide open. The spectators scream in absolute horror at his back. He is about to get swallowed whole. Beside them, Khan is already moving, bracing himself to leap in and help. Everyone holds their breath in total panic. If this fails, it looks like Loran really will devour our hero. But just as the beast is about to reach Vincent, its thick, scaly hide suddenly begins to crack wide open. The beastly armor peels away like a shedding insect, revealing a flesh and blood human hidden deep inside. It is actually Loran, returning to his human form with completely lifeless eyes. He collapses onto the arena right before Vincent's feet. The entire crowd erupts in thunderous applause, and the witches look on in pure awe. The monster has been defeated. Young Master Adenka saved us all, yet amidst the roaring cheers, Vincent just stands there completely dazed and bloody. Blood drips from his face. It feels as if every ounce of his remaining energy has been completely drained out. His heavy eyes start to close, but a voice inside whispers that he actually did it. He almost falls, but he drives his sword deep into the dirt, using the blade to support his battered, weak body from collapsing. No, he tells himself, I cannot fall here. This is my one shot to show the entire world my power. Forcing his hands onto his knees, he drags himself up. Life slowly floods back into Vincent's determined eyes. I will overthrow Helium of Gifoso, he vows. The silent promise turns into a fierce, ringing battle cry. Helium, that tyrant, expanded his empire through nothing but absolute cruelty, feeding his dark hides flowers with innocent blood. The more suffering they absorb, the brighter those petals bloom, nurtured solely by the flesh and blood of the innocent. But Vincent raises his voice, shouting that not everyone will crawl before his wicked, twisted regime. Men like Loran never lost their honor, and just like me, they fight for their own brand of justice. No matter the cost, standing tall on his own 2 feet, he spreads his arms to address the entire crowd. Hear me, Helium, he screams out, calling for all the oppressed people to finally stand up and fight back. His face burns with pure, unyielding courage. In the crowd, the reporter Maria breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned. What did he just say? But realizing the gravity, she instantly turns and barks orders at her crew. Get moving, she yells. This is massive news. Write it up. Her crew hesitates, terrified of the political fallout. They warn her they could get killed for this, but Maria just snaps, asking where their journalistic pride is. How can they call themselves reporters and ignore a scoop like this? She commands them to start writing immediately. If they do not publish right now, other media outlets will steal their story. Scolded, her team scrambles to work. They nod frantically, running off to gather more details. Their paper must be the very first to break this. As she keeps pushing them, a sly grin spreads across her face. This is the scoop of a lifetime. She vows to spread his name across the globe faster than light. Meanwhile, Vincent stands tall in the arena. The patriarch of the Adenka family approaches him from behind, absolutely thrilled. He praises Vincent for pulling it off. Slaying a corrupted dragon in just 3 strikes is highly impressive. He laughs, clapping the young hero on the back. He calls Vincent a worthy rival for his son, but suddenly stops. Something feels incredibly off here. Vincent stands completely frozen. Though his eyes are still wide open, they have gone entirely blank and lifeless. The patriarch realizes in utter shock that the boy has passed out cold while standing up. Truly an absurd sight. Watching them fight with everything they have brings back memories of the old days when going all out was the only option. Vanka panics from afar, yelling at him to stop smiling and get medical help immediately. Khan stands nearby, coldly ordering them to call Herka. Everyone rushes onto the field, screaming Vincent Adenka's name. Herka runs over, muttering that trouble has found them again, before scooping up the unconscious boy. He carries him inside right in front of the 3 family heads. Another helper rushes over to support Loran, stammering that he knows the way. Before he can even finish speaking, the magic activates. Both Vincent Adenka and Loran are instantly teleported inside, leaving Khan behind. He stands there lost in thought, his eyes locked onto the fading light. Suddenly, the orange-haired family head approaches him with a smirk. He mockingly asks if Khan plans to keep treating him like a fool, pointing out how adorable his son is. Yet Khan remains silent. Showing no reaction at first, Khan suddenly cracks a rare smile and softly agrees. But behind that gentle smile lies a deep shadow. His eyes are completely dark. Khan slowly adds that he finally understands how the other man feels. Right after, Helium plunges into chaos. The once bustling district is now eerily deserted. The Helium family begins a ruthless purge of anyone connected to the incident. Consumed by sheer rage, she leads a relentless slaughter. Seeing this, the revolutionary forces hiding throughout the city prepare to rise. They flood the streets in a massive protest, waving new flags amidst the absolute chaos. Everywhere you look, the city is tearing itself apart. Newspapers covering the crisis are scattered everywhere. Every single detail of the disastrous Hyde's meeting is plastered across the front pages. The media also focuses on another major scandal. Gonzo has completely lost his grip on power. The entire world is slipping into darkness. Madness and confusion reign. Suddenly, a bright red figure emerges amidst ear-piercing screams, bringing a terrifying nightmare to life. It calls out Kajin's name, reliving the moment Kajin stabbed Daven. The horrific dream forces Vincent Adenka to bolt upright, drenched in cold sweat. He screams in panic, clutching his heavily bandaged stomach. Looking around, Vincent Adenka realizes he is lying in a completely unfamiliar bed. When he asks where he is, the girl nearby ignores his question, simply noting that he is finally awake while crossing her arms. She asks if he had another nightmare, suggesting he go speak with a priest. Vincent Adenka facepalms, helplessness and dread washing over him. A nightmare, he wonders. Even if it was just a dream, the vivid memories of Vesa and the past battles felt far too real. Feeling stuck, he turns to the girl and asks how long he has been out. She replies that he has been unconscious for half a day. She mentions that everyone was incredibly worried. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka gasps as another urgent thought strikes him. What about Lord Lauren? Is he going to be okay? Lauren is still unconscious, wrapped tightly in thick bandages. Vesa walks over to the foot of his bed. Staring at the motionless Lauren, she quietly remarks that his body has gathered even more scars. Slowly, Lauren's dull, vacant eyes open. He weakly asks Vesa why he is still alive, believing he should have died back there. Ignoring his question, Vesa continues talking. She notes that Vincent Adenka seems to think quite differently from the rest of them. She leaves her sentence hanging, leaving Vincent Adenka feeling rather awkward. He asks what she is doing as she suddenly bows deeply to him. She acknowledges his choice was reckless and completely unnecessary. With deep respect, she thanks Vincent Adenka for saving her uncle Lauren. Meanwhile, Lauren remains motionless on the bed. He stares blankly at the ceiling without uttering a single word. Vesa, standing right beside him, speaks up again. He blames himself, consumed by the guilt of almost hurting that child once again. But Vesa completely ignores his despair. With a casual smile, she warns him not to throw his life away just yet, as there is still a vital role awaiting him. Calling him the patriarch of the Helium family, Lauren senses something deeply terrifying behind her words, his eyes widening in pure horror. Meanwhile, inside a dark underground canal, a hand suddenly bursts from the murky water, gripping the brick wall with sheer desperation. A drenched figure drags his heavy soaking body onto the solid ground, gasping for air. He curses bitterly under his breath. He swears vengeance on those ungrateful bastards who put him in this miserable state, vowing that this is far from over. His face twists in pure rage. Reaching into his robes, he pulls out a mysterious black pill, muttering that none of them will survive. He swears they will never escape the Helium estate alive. Sweating profusely, Gonzo catches his breath, holding the dark pill with absolute malice. He tells himself that not a single soul will make it out alive. But just as he raises the pill to his mouth, a voice interrupts. A highly familiar voice echoes, telling him to stop right there. Startled, Gonzo freezes as Helios steps forward with a deadly glare. Helios coldly warns him that it is best to leave in silence. Gonzo's eyes widen in absolute terror, unable to believe what is happening. He frantically asks if Helios is actually betraying him. Helios slowly approaches the defeated Gonzo, who is slumped on the wet floor. He explains that Edmund's big mouth got them exposed, and it would be incredibly troublesome if the enemies traced any clues back to them. Stopping right in front of Gonzo, Helios activates a magic circle on his palm, preparing to strike while speaking with chilling calm. He mockingly asks if Gonzo will cooperate to prevent things from getting more complicated, his expression turning terrifyingly cold. He adds that this must be done to end their nightmare. Facing the deadly threat, Gonzo simply lets out a calm, eerie laugh. His unhinged laughter echoes through the entire area, growing louder by the second. Trembling Garfonzo sneers that once his master plans are gone, no one will be left to guide them. As his eyes gleam with savage malice and ruthless intent, he coldly declares that this is his final answer. Helios looks up as a massive, monstrous shadow stretches across the ground, accompanied by Garfonzo's blood-chilling voice echoing in the air. He asks if they forgot how he used them as mere pawns. Then he transforms into a towering monster with a single wicked horn sprouting from his forehead. The demonic horn looms over Helios as the beast asks what exactly they were trying to create. He gazes down, utterly satisfied with his newly formed razor-sharp claws. Proudly boasting about his terrifying and bizarre new form, he explains that his body is the ultimate masterpiece forged through blood. It was created by condensing more blood than they could ever gather in a lifetime. With a roar, Garfonzo suddenly thrusts his massive claws forward. He aims directly at Helios, screaming that he has now become the ultimate nemesis of all mages. The strike is incredibly fast, yet Helios effortlessly dodges it with ease. Conjuring a glowing orb of pure mana in his palm, he looks down with absolute disdain. He mockingly challenges the beast to withstand the true might of an archmage. In an instant, Helios unleashes a devastating blast. The impact detonates the ground, sending debris flying everywhere in a massive cloud of dust. As the haze slowly begins to settle, a pair of glowing bloodthirsty red eyes emerges from the wreckage. Garfonzo laughs like a maniac, completely unscathed by the previous attack. The blast only fuels his battle lust. He hurls heavy punches at Helios, sneering that all of his efforts are entirely pointless. Helios glides through the air, dodging every strike while playfully sighing that it seems his magic really did nothing at all. Garfonzo's body is now fully monstrous, shedding his old cloak onto the dirt as his pure physical power takes over. Every heavy strike shatters the earth beneath him. Glaring at Helios, the beast asks how he can stay so calm when death is right at his doorstep. Filled with arrogance, he starts mapping out his plans for the near future, declaring that once Helios is dead, he will hunt down his next targets. He vows to hunt down Vesa Hale Khan and Laurent, tearing apart anyone who ever dared to oppose him. But his real rage is reserved for one person. He screams that he will devour Vincent Adenka and drink every drop of his blood. But suddenly, Garfonzo's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifts as a heavy, suffocating pressure descends on the battlefield, freezing him with dread. Garfonzo glances backward, trembling as he wonders what on earth is happening. Out of the darkness, a dense surge of dark energy begins to flood the area. The malicious aura continues to swell, driving him into absolute panic. Smiling at his terror, Helios asks if he was the one who forgot. As Helios speaks, a pair of dark, heavily armored legs emerges from the shadows, stepping slowly into the light. Garfonzo's eyes widen in absolute horror. A towering armored demon, dripping with thick, suffocating bloodlust, now stands directly before him. As the demon approaches, Helios mockingly asks him whose power he actually borrowed. Garfonzo can only watch, frozen in total denial. The demon's face slowly becomes visible. He exhales softly before opening a pair of blood-red, terrifying eyes that hold absolute death. His heavily scarred face makes him look incredibly menacing, instantly crushing all of Garfonzo's confidence. The monster is left completely speechless. It is the Archdemon Daven. Staring at the terrifying aura, Garfonzo trembles, desperately wondering why this god of death is here. He struggles to lift his trembling legs, realizing he needs to run immediately. But even his slightest twitch does not escape notice. Daven's cold gaze locks onto him instantly. He leaps down, cutting off his escape route before raising a massive blade. Garfonzo freezes as cold sweat pours down his face, completely overwhelmed by his opponent's speed. He quickly glances around in total panic. Right ahead of him is a raging river with howling winds. Sensing a final desperate chance of survival, he leaps forward. Desperately diving into the rushing current, his hands finally touch the water. He rejoices, believing he might actually escape this nightmare. But his hope is instantly crushed. Get ready, because a devastating sword slash rips through the air at blinding speed. The massive strike hits the water right where Garfonzo is hiding. Standing on the shore, Daven looks down at the river. The explosion sends massive waves crashing upward. Deep below, dark blood begins to pool, leaving only a discarded cloak on the riverbank. Daven approaches the abandoned cloak and reaches underneath to search for clues. He pulls out a set of strange black pills. He studies the mysterious black pills that Garfonzo took earlier, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a cold smirk appears on Daven's face. Amused by his rare reaction, Helios asks what could possibly put a smile on his face. Daven simply rolls the pill. He examines the dark pill, quietly murmuring that it was nothing special, just a bad dream. Suddenly, two massive swords clash. The weapons collide with earth-shattering force as the Archdemon battles his greatest rival. Watching the chaos unfold, Vincent Adenka stands completely frozen. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he is trapped in yet another vivid nightmare. The violent battle ahead of him rages on. It is always the same terrifying memory repeating. But suddenly both combatants stop and turn their deadly gaze directly toward him. A heavy, suffocating wave of pure bloodlust locks onto him. Vincent Adenka panics as the terrifying pressure begins closing in from all sides. Two dark phantoms charge forward, screaming that they finally found him. The menacing voice of the one-armed demon echoes through his mind. A horde of ghosts suddenly materializes, rushing straight toward them. They chant over and over, "So there you are, so there you are." Vengeful spirits swarm right in front of him. Terrified by the horrifying sight, Vincent finds his throat going bone dry. Cold sweat pours down his forehead as he gasps, unable to form actual words. The wave of evil spirits completely drowns him in malice. Horrifying shrieks echo endlessly through the darkness, shaking him to his very core. Stricken with absolute panic, Vincent suddenly jolts. Upright in bed, screaming no, as cold sweat drenches his face. That terrifying voice still rings clearly inside his head. It whispers that it won't be long now. Seeing him clutch his head and gasp, Vincent's sister asks if it's that nightmare again. She suggests getting a priest to bless him. But as she speaks, that bone-chilling voice echoes in his mind once more. It promises they will meet again very soon. Vincent shivers at the memory of that dream while the Archdemon sneers. with a bloody, horrific smile. The beast behind those chilling words eagerly mutters the name Vincent Adenka. Later, Vincent sits in bed, lost in thought with a spoon in his mouth. Julian floats nearby, chin in hand. He watches Vincent frown while lazily scooping his food, noting that a few more days of rest should fully heal him. Vincent just scowls, bothered by how that nightmare has plagued him lately. He calls out to the boy floating above. "Julian, did you really not dream of anything while I was unconscious?" Hearing this, Julian's jaw drops. "Not this again," the boy thinks in surprise. He said it a million times, nothing happened. What did Vincent even dream about? To make him keep pestering like this, Vincent knits his brows tight, racking his brain to recall the details. He looks over and asks Julian if he's curious about his past life. Julian's eyes widen as he points to himself. "Well, I have already figured some of it out," Julian replies. Hearing this, Vincent smirks, highly amused. "You are obviously an elite from Samion with a dark history with hero Kajin, Samion, and you knew ancestor Aslan." Julian lists his clues excitedly, like a kid who just got some candy. With so many signs even an idiot would know. Grinning from ear to ear, the boy asks who he really is. Vincent looks up at him and speaks. Hearing his own name out of Vincent's mouth hits Julian like a bolt of lightning. He clutches his head in shock. Vincent suddenly calls out to Julian, his pupils turning blood red as his cold gaze sharpens. This is incredibly strange. A similar thing definitely happened back in the family library. Ultimately revealing his real name to Julian should have been impossible. If this restriction was also arranged by Aslan, why was Julian forbidden from knowing his true identity? Vincent glances at the frustrated boy who is grinding his teeth and tries to piece together the clues. Vincent calls Julian over. Still holding his head, Julian peeks out as Vincent begins to walk and speak. He explains that he needs to find the true meaning behind these persistent nightmares as soon as possible. Leaning against the window, he sighs in frustration, wondering what happened to him in the past and what awaits them now. As Aslan's image flashes in his mind, Vincent mutters, asking what secrets his ancestor actually left behind. Calming down, he smiles and suggests they speed things up to find out. Julian grins and nods in agreement. But the boy warns him to be careful, pointing out that rushing ahead won't matter if they end up dead. Vincent playfully asks if Julian will join him this time. Outside the window, a dark shadow creeps closer. But watch out while Vincent is distracted, a masked figure suddenly crashes through the glass with a loud shatter. Vincent gasps as a foot flies directly toward his face. The sudden ambush catches him completely off guard. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allow him to narrowly dodge the heavy blow. He wonders why they are attacking directly. Balancing on the glass shards, he braces himself, wondering if these are the remnants of Gaponzo's forces. Heavy footsteps click on the wooden floor as a mysterious voice praises him for dodging Damien's quick strike. It seems his rumors from the exchange match were true. Aben stands by the shattered window, arms crossed. He looks down arrogantly at Damien, who is grinning. Then Aben demands that Vincent follow them out. He claims they have things to discuss. A fiery red warning light blazes, making Vincent feel instinctively tense. Julian floats over, asking if Vincent already figured this out during his coming-of-age ceremony. Keeping his eyes locked on the two, walking ahead, Vincent listens closely as Julian explains further. These two are the remaining descendants of this era. Julian points out the arrogant one from earlier. He is the fourth descendant, Vincent Adenka, and the other is the fifth descendant, Damien Adenka. Vincent suddenly stops in his tracks, demanding to know what exactly they want to discuss with him. A cold, sharp blade presses against Vincent's neck, making him grimace. Abel whispers, his gaze piercing and icy. "What is going on?" Abel snarls, cursing under his breath. "Are you kidding me, you fool?" Vincent silently calculates. His body has not fully recovered yet, making it impossible to easily fight back. Suddenly, the sharp clash of swords rings out. With a heavy strike, a long-haired girl disarms Abel, sending his sword flying. Abel grits his teeth in sheer panic. This is Sienna, a beautiful girl with long hair and a cold gaze, shielding Vincent and leaving him completely stunned. Her eyes narrow in anger as she announces out loud that her mission is to protect the level 8 cadet Vincent. Sienna raises her blade in a warning, declaring that she won't hesitate to strike anyone who gets in her way, even family. Abel clutches his throbbing wrist in pain, glaring back with a deadly look. He argues that Sienna surely knows what this means. He points out that Vincent Adenka has openly declared his intention to enter the fierce battle for succession. Abel shouts, pointing directly at Vincent, claiming the boy said it himself. Vincent is speechless, since he never even considered it. Frowning, Vincent realizes that neither the old one-armed Daven nor his current self needs to carry such a heavy burden. This power struggle among descendants is a vicious war filled with highly talented rivals and dangerous underhanded schemes. Vincent speaks in a low, serious tone, pointing to himself as he explains his true purpose to everyone. He aims to defeat Samion, fulfill the Adenka mission, and uncover the truth left by ancestor Aslan, nothing more. Abel wonders if the boy is boasting about his previous victory in the friendly match, muttering that he is arrogant. Damien wraps an arm around Abel, smiling as he says that more rivals only make things far more exciting. Chuckling, Damien turns to Vincent to ask if he has ever felt like there is something off about this mission. Vincent repeats the word in surprise while Sienna, still keeping her blade raised, demands to know what Damien is hinting at. 500 years have passed, and during all this time, Damien smirks, asking if their family has ever won. Has Adenka ever managed to defeat Samion? Even once, Vincent frowns, realizing the weight of those words. If the power gap was truly that massive, Samion would have wiped Adenka off the map long ago. Damien cheerfully points out that Vincent did not experience anything unusual after the friendly exchange, hence his search. That explains why Vincent wants to uncover the truth. Vincent nods, agreeing with his brother's logic. Damien reveals that their sister Dia had a similar theory after her own victory, and it might just be true. Perhaps Adenka's bloodline can triumph over Samion, but there might be a deeper, much more complex condition at play. When Damien asked what it was, Sister Dia seriously replied that it requires a much more complex condition. Specifically, a variable that has never occurred in 500 years, like the head of Adenka defeating the Samion patriarch. Hearing this, Julian gasps in shock. Vincent remains silent while Damien excitedly asks if he still plans to go through. Vincent stares back seriously, stating that it does not change his path. No matter what stands in his way, he must find the truth, even if he has to go through Samion or the very people standing before him. Suddenly, a menacing voice rings out, stating that those words cannot be ignored. Everyone turns around in complete shock. Standing there is a woman with long hair and menacing red eyes, her cold tone dripping with pure hostility. She demands to know how he dares push her children aside to steal the head of the family seat. Both Vincent and Julian are stunned by her sudden appearance. Julian gasps in disbelief, calling out to his mother. Their mother's eyes flash with an ominous crimson light as she glares straight at Vincent, making the atmosphere freeze. She demands to know what Vincent just said, furious that he would push her own children aside for power. Abel and Damien are startled by her intense rage, but Sienna suddenly leaps forward, trying to calm things down. She spreads her arms to shield Vincent, pleading with their mother to wait and listen to her first. But their mother's eyes widen as she commands Sienna to move, unleashing an oppressive aura that makes Sienna tremble. Cold sweat drips down Sienna's face as their mother furiously scolds her, pointing out she was far too lenient before. She accuses Sienna of becoming arrogant and blinded by her status, unleashing a barrage of harsh, painful insults. Sienna can only stand there in silence, taking the verbal abuse, while Abel remains completely quiet beside her. Nobody dares to speak a single word under the crushing weight of their mother's continuous venomous scolding. She completely loses her temper and screams, her expression twisted in fury as she lashes out at Vincent. She screams that an arrogant, worthless failure like him has absolutely no right to be called her son. Julian is secretly taken aback by this. His mother yells out, telling Vincent Adenka to follow her immediately while casting a sharp glare. Her blood-red eyes narrow with absolute fury, but the young man quickly replies with a polite "Yes, mother." Just then, Sienna reaches out. She quickly grabs his hand. Vincent Adenka immediately reassures her. He flashes a warm, bright smile to ease all of her worries. He tells her everything will be fine, and under the sunlight, his smile radiates warmth. He walks away, leaving Abin, Sienna, and Damien standing there completely bewildered. Vincent Adenka quickly turns back to his mother, suggesting they get moving, and they walk on. Suddenly, she slams the door shut. Now, Vincent Adenka's mother turns around and stares directly at him. No words are spoken. While Julian shivers in fear behind them, completely lost on what to do, Vincent Adenka remains perfectly calm, meeting her gaze head-on. His mother widens her fierce red eyes, reaching out as if to seize him. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Julian panics completely. Julian panics, desperately asking what to do. But Vincent Adenka stays calm. He just stares straight ahead with absolute confidence. Suddenly, her expression softens and she gently caresses his cheek. With sudden warmth, she begins asking if he got hurt anywhere. As her hand tenderly brushes his neck, Vincent Adenka replies that thanks to her incredible acting, he came out of it completely unscathed. Julian stands in the back, totally baffled by this sudden shift. Knowing his mother's true nature, Vincent Adenka shoots a sharp glance. He smirks, noting that her performance was so flawless even he didn't catch on at first. Hearing his praise, she smiles. She softly giggles, complimenting his sharp eyes for seeing right through her deception. So everything she said earlier was indeed a lie. Julian is totally lost. He keeps asking endless questions. Vincent Adenka doesn't explain, only casting a quick glance back at him. Suddenly, a crucial detail crosses Vincent Adenka's mind. He remembers the name of the mystical item that can reveal the truth, the Eye of Ethania. As he speaks, the image of this legendary artifact flashes in his mind. He quickly follows up with another burning question. He wonders if the current head of the Ethania faction is backed by a god just like his mother is. He fires off several questions and she calmly addresses his doubts, admitting that while she isn't entirely sure, she suspects so. When he asks for her reasoning, she explains that the maiden ultimately could not be with Dragon King Abelton. Her words carry the heavy weight of a tragic romance, where two lovers stood in the exact same place but never looked at each other. Intrigued, Vincent Adenka inquires about Dragon King Ableton. Behind them, Julian quickly chimes in to share his knowledge on the subject. He explains that Athenia once fell deeply in love with a half-dragon hero and everything she owned was meant for him. This included the famous Eye of Athenia. Despite being a mighty warrior blessed with water manipulation and draconic powers, tragedy struck. Because of their different races, the two could never be together despite Ableton's incredible God-given strength. He wielded a sword overflowing with immense energy. At this point, Vincent Adenka's mother falls completely silent. She reveals that what truly tore them apart wasn't their different races, but rather the forced contracts of their families. As she speaks, she deeply empathizes with their tragic fate, and her mood visibly darkens with a heavy sadness. She notes that when she made her choice, she wanted to tell truth from lies. Now watch, because things are getting heavy. Faced with family pressure, they were mere pawns with no choice but to accept their fate, even abandoning their true love. Remembering her own past, she compares that cold reality to a curse. Suddenly, she speaks up with a serious question. Both of them startle. They quickly snap out of their thoughts and look at her with serious, focused expressions. Standing face to face in the middle of the room, Vincent Adenka's mother looks him dead in the eye with a heavy gaze. She asks why he is so utterly obsessed with this mission and the truth, even willing to cut ties with his siblings. He smirks. He doesn't really know. But dying after losing everything feels just like being possessed by a demon. His mother widens her eyes in pure shock before chuckling, admitting that he truly is an unpredictable, hard-to-read child. Vincent Adenka quickly speaks up, clarifying that he doesn't consider all 6 of them his enemies, especially Sister Sienna. She seems completely indifferent to the battle for family headship. The ones who instantly come to his mind as fierce rivals are the eldest son Kamon, followed by Daya and then Damien. Yet even now they haven't shown any direct hostility toward him. His mother agrees with his assessment, confirming that Sienna indeed has zero interest in the position. But the elders aren't waiting. They want to rush the selection process. In her eyes, the greedy leaders of the faction only care about hoovering up wealth. They are desperately searching for a puppet heir who can represent their selfish financial interests and secure their power. These corrupt figures only care about money and influence, and in their minds, they've already targeted a helpless victim. That target is Sienna. She is a pure, innocent girl. But to those greedy people, she is just a disposable pawn. She stands there, utterly bewildered, holding a pawn that suddenly transforms into a deadly sword, completely surrounded by danger. As for Vincent Adenka's mother, Sienna has always been a remarkably obedient child who truly knows the heavy worth of everything handed to her. She understands just how precious and valuable these gifts are, standing with wealth at her feet and power in her hands. Yet she seems utterly lost in it all. Is she really trying to shoulder all this responsibility alone despite holding back her true feelings? Vincent Adenka looks straight at his mother, his gaze turning serious as he asks how she feels, leaving her visibly taken aback by the question. If he can prove that he is a much better candidate to lead the family than Sienna, he can easily lift that heavy burden off her shoulders. He points to himself with absolute confidence, clearly laying out his grand plan. Does he truly want to set Sienna free? His mother looks at him with utter disbelief, shocked by his words. Not everyone has a reason to chase the path of a warrior, especially while holding onto a portrait of Vincent Adenka. But that is no reason to look down on others. In his memories, he and Julian look back at a sketch of his younger self. Standing opposite him is Sienna, a sister who cherishes everything. If only she could cast aside the heavy name of Adenka. Sienna always stands strong and composed, no matter how bad things get. He silently vows to aid her, his face filled with sheer determination. Does his mother need solid proof to see if his resolve is genuine? He confidently dares her to test him, showing no fear. Stunned by his raw determination, her jaw drops as she quickly asks if he actually intends to go through with this. She demands to know what plan he has to free Sienna from her duty. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a suitcase is slammed heavily onto the ground as Hoka Ken begins to loudly grumble about how incredibly peaceful this place is. Yet the mere thought of heading back to the fortress to face mountains of endless paperwork makes her absolutely furious. Even in the middle of a busy street, her boiling rage cannot be contained as she throws her hands up in anger. She screams that she does not want to go back when suddenly a familiar voice asks if she wants help staying in Halem a bit longer. Excitedly, she turns around to ask how, only to freeze when she realizes exactly who just spoke to her. It is Vincent Adenka, leaving her jaw hanging in sheer shock. She gasps his name, but he only responds with a knowing smile. With Julian smirking behind him, Hoka Ken suddenly flashes a sly grin of her own and points directly at Vincent Adenka. She proudly spreads her arms wide and announces a brand new mission for them right here at the Francis Art Museum. Their task is to find the hidden treasure of Dragon King Ableton. Vincent Adenka sighs, wondering if she is really using this trick again. Instead of replying, he merely smiles back, while Hoka Ken cheerfully declares that they must report to the fortress commander once they finish. She promises to personally wait for them in Halem to receive their report. standing right before the grand gates of the museum. Hokuken shouts to kick off the search, almost hiding her face behind a sheet of paper as she mutters some cryptic instructions. She whispers that the artist Francis hid the blessing of the Dragon King somewhere inside, but she looks completely baffled. Her face is a mask of pure confusion as she questions if Vago Pagoda II is actually serious. Vincent Adenka just casually nods. Rumor has it that Francis Aeon's treasure is hidden where the light reaches, holding the legendary blessing of the Dragon King. Hokuken tightly grips the paper, trying to calm her nerves, and skeptically asks if he actually believes such a blatant fairy tale. She claims it must be a scam, arguing that the Hela Inga faction would have easily swallowed it up by now. But Vincent Adenka looks so incredibly confident that she cannot even argue, prompting her to order Sienna to go along as his guard. He raises his hands and shrugs playfully, feigning utter terror as he asks why it has to be Sienna. He jokingly worries that the remnants of Hela Inga might be targeting him, which only makes her scoff in disbelief. As if the guy who boldly dragged 3 grand families into the Hades summit just to cause chaos would actually be afraid. Vincent Adenka barely reacts, simply letting out a soft sigh as he reminds her that a first-class representative's report must go directly to the Lord. He pauses for a brief moment before cleverly suggesting that she can easily remain in Hela Inga until the mission is fully completed. This spark of genius instantly lights up Hokuken's face as she looks up, her eyes wide with newfound hope. The scene shifts as a man's stern voice echoes, noting how hard she worked to get here to help the younger ones broaden their horizons. He asks if she should show some goodwill, leaving Hokuken nervously tapping her fingers together as a cold sweat breaks out. She sheepishly begs to delay her departure by just a few days, but Vago Pagoda's face instantly darkens with irritation. His voice booms as he calls her title, sending shivers down her spine as she desperately curses her bad luck. She realizes this flimsy excuse will never fool that clever Vago Pagoda II, but then Vago Pagoda suddenly grabs her hands with joy. He praises her for finally acting like a proper lord, leaving her completely baffled and utterly speechless. He suggests they take this chance to enjoy a lovely art tour and even consider making it an official program. He begins giving his input and she instantly brightens up, thinking he finally agreed. Her smug face makes her look exactly like a grinning cat. Vincent Adenka silently thanks Vago Pagoda II while walking. Beside him, Hannah Adenka asks where he thinks the treasure might be hidden. He quickly hits her with a flat "I do not know." After all, is this quest not a bit too strange? If a real treasure actually existed, the Helene family would have claimed it long ago. Hannah responds with a sharp, piercing glare, completely unamused. She claims her only priority is finding the treasure and keeping him safe. She wants him to know she does not actually care. Hannah throws the doors open and steps inside. Duke Lauren is reportedly safe and Garfonzo has already chosen to retreat. So far, nothing has changed. Still, it is shocking that the country's most famous art museum has been left completely abandoned. They need to get Duke Lauren to intervene immediately. She scans the grand gallery, quickly assessing the situation. Vincent Adenka ignores her, his eyes locking onto a specific painting. He quietly wonders if this piece was really done by Francis. Francis Aeon was the owner of this museum and the greatest artist of their time. His masterpieces basically put Helium on the map. Vincent Adenka admits that even an outsider like himself can feel the immense talent radiating from the artwork hanging on these walls. Suddenly, Hannah cuts him off, asking if he actually thinks that particular piece was painted by Francis. Vincent Adenka bites his lip, realizing that talking about things he does not know is an easy way to expose his ignorance. Hannah leads him to another canvas, proudly introducing it as Francis' absolute masterpiece, his signature work. It is a portrait of his mother, capturing a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and a gentle yet noble aura. Francis painted his mother when she was in her 20s, using a delicate, hyper-realistic style that draws the viewer in. Hannah explains that Francis mostly painted those closest to him, capturing them with such raw life-like precision that it shocked everyone. Because of his supernatural talent, some people even rumored that Francis possessed the mythical blood of the Dragonkin. Hearing this makes Vincent Adenka flinch. A Dragonkin with incredible sight and dexterity, giving him an innate genius for the arts. On top of that, the entire Grand Museum was built using Francis' own intricate white architectural blueprint. To this day, nobody has been able to decipher the complex structure of this magnificent building. Hannah concludes that the treasure Francis left behind must be the legendary artifact known as the Dragon King Grace. He abruptly asks how she knows so much, pointing out he did not even know Francis' name until yesterday. If you asked 100 knights, none would know this. Yet she is somehow able to explain everything in perfect detail. Vincent Adenka crosses his arms and pretends to analyze the painting, leaving Hannah speechless with his sharp observation. He sighs that Francis' art is disappointing, claiming the drawing his own sister made him at 9 years old was much better. He muses that if she had kept drawing, she might have painted something just like this. His words hit her like a sledgehammer. Her composed expression completely crumbles. Unleashing a heavy, angry aura, she tightly clenches her fists and steps toward him. Vincent Adenka remains completely unfazed. He mockingly asks why she holds a sword but keeps looking the other way. He goads her, asking what she could possibly protect while swinging her blade blindly with her eyes closed. Her blind swinging and outsourcing of judgment almost got Duke Lauren killed, causing immense suffering to the Hellene people. They were used by Garfonzo, and the dragon-subduing army almost devoured the entire continent because of it. His voice remains completely calm, stating that she can neither reach her dreams nor swing her sword properly. Every single word makes Hannah tremble. When Vincent Adenka calls her nothing but a stubborn, immature child, it triggers a painful memory. She remembers someone else telling her those exact words. Now she is left wondering what she can even do. With her deepest, ugliest insecurities exposed so brutally, her anger finally boils over, pushing her to the brink of madness. Gritting her teeth, Hannah swings her sword in a massive, powerful strike that vents all of her pent-up rage. Vincent Adenka does not even flinch, standing perfectly still. Before long, she is completely drained, looking utterly exhausted and miserable. He sighs, noting she could have put a bit more power into it. Hannah leans heavily on her sword to keep from collapsing. She glares at him with a terrifying expression, demanding to know his goal and mocking her. She admits she is completely lost. She snaps, asking what he wants from her. After her outburst, Vincent Adenka simply smiles and asks if she feels any better. Her eyes widen in shock. He explains that not every knight needs to be the strongest because that is simply impossible. Vincent Adenka tells her to leave that burden to him, his expression turning more resolute and determined than ever before. He vows to fulfill the Adenka mission and surpass his own father. Clenching his fist, he declares that this is his ultimate goal. He then throws the question back at Hannah, asking what she actually wants. It is something she has never once considered. Vincent hesitates. Wait. He notices strange patterns under his feet, moon shadows. This is definitely something to ponder. Symmetrical lines form a massive design. Is this a magic circle? He knows the Dragon King's blessing is near. The legends were true. Infusing the seal with mana, Vincent swiftly draws his sword, preparing to strike without hesitation. Seeing him move, Hannah rushes in to stop him. Wait, what on earth do you think you are doing? But she is too late. The blade plunges straight into the array, unleashing a violent burst of wild, uncontrollable mana. She watches helplessly. The magic circle dissolves, instantly replaced by a massive, violent, swirling vortex right beneath their feet. Neither of them has time to react. Their jaws drop in pure shock as the ground completely gives way. Sucked straight into the abyss, Vincent grits his teeth tightly as he tumbles down alongside a completely startled Hannah. He hates this feeling of free falling. Refusing to crash, he immediately triggers his frost footsteps technique to stand firm. Using the explosive power of his legs, he lands heavily, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settles, he realizes he burned through way too much mana just trying to stabilize his landing. Worried, Vincent quickly turns to look for his sister, only to find she is having no trouble whatsoever. She sticks a flawless, elegant landing that completely puts his crash to shame, looking back at him with pure indifference. She asks what he is so shocked about, reminding him she is a top-tier representative. Julian appears to tease him. Julian asks if he feels embarrassed being schooled by his older sister, causing Vincent to scowl as Hannah keeps talking. She scoffs, asking if he really thought he could replace her as a true warrior. He still has a long way to go. Yet what catches their attention is not her words, but a rare sight that makes them both widen their eyes. A genuine smile actually graces his usually strict sister's face. After teasing him to her heart's content, she turns serious. She asks if he has any idea where they ended up. Vincent simply replies that he has no clue. He wonders if the Dragon King's blessing left by Francis is real. Hannah stares into the dark distance, deep in thought. She notes the architecture definitely matches Francis's style, wondering why he would hide this deep beneath the museum basement. Vincent hesitates as her words trigger a sudden realization. He begins to think of a wild, ancient possibility. But wondering if this was actually Aslan's doing seems like a huge stretch. Behind him, Julian shakes his head. He explains the timeline doesn't match up. Francis lived about 200 years ago, long after Aslan's time. Francis coexisted with Athenia and Abulfin, leaving a 300-year gap between them and Vincent's era 550 years ago. Julian's history lesson sends Vincent deep into thought. 500 years ago, the Hela clan was barely a major house. It took them nearly 200 years to grow this powerful. If they already had this influence back then, they wouldn't have built in this remote wasteland with Adenka around. So who actually constructed this hidden chamber? What was its true purpose? Before Vincent can solve the riddle, Hannah interrupts his thoughts, calling him over. She points toward the wall, showing him a painting by Francis. On the left sits a half-dragon, likely the Dragon King, and on the other side must be Athenia. Hannah is amazed, realizing just how incredibly priceless this artwork is. Why would such a treasure be hidden down here? Vincent, however, starts connecting different dots entirely. Could they be the ones who built this sanctuary? As he ponders, his hand accidentally grazes the mural. And of course, he triggers a hidden mechanism. Instantly, the stone walls begin to crack and crumble around them. Vincent stares in shock. The room is violently shaking and the floor beneath them begins to split wide open. A massive crimson glow erupts from the chasm. Deep below, a mysterious sphere pulses with an overwhelming destructive energy. The sheer pressure begins disintegrating everything nearby. Vincent loses his cool, shouting in warning as the beast emerges. It is a legendary guardian, an ancient protector of immense power. Sensing the intruders, the construct locks onto its targets. It raises a massive stone fist and swings. One earth-shattering blow is all it takes to shatter the cavern floor. The shockwave is so intense that Vincent is forced to shield his face from the blinding debris-filled wind. But get this, Hannah suddenly leaps right in front of him, using her powerful leg technique to intercept the devastating strike. Standing firm against the beast, she orders Vincent to get back, warning him that this opponent is far out of his league. Before she even finishes speaking, her blades flash forward, moving at spectacular speeds that completely break the sound barrier. Her strikes slice through solid rock like paper, generating ferocious sonic booms. She commands him to leave this to her. The Guardian glares at its new challenger with glowing eyes. The ultimate battle for control of this ancient chamber begins right now. But despite her fierce determination, Hannah's screams are completely useless. Their sudden collision unleashes a massive, blinding explosion. Just when it seems the dust has settled, Hannah's reflection suddenly flashes deep inside the Guardian's glowing red eyes. A brilliant light swells and completely consumes the battlefield. Yet no matter how much the beast rages, it cannot stop what is coming. Its massive head is ripped clean from its shoulders. Above the wreckage, Hannah floats effortlessly like a true goddess of war. Watching from a safe distance, Vincent cannot help but stare in absolute awe at his older sister's incredible power. Her speed is unreal and every single strike lands with deadly precision right on the massive Guardian's critical weak points. So this is the legendary strength of a Tier 1 representative cadet. While he remains lost in thought, Hannah remains focused. She points out coldly that destroying the core will shut down the machine. What exactly did Francis hide inside this place? Hannah admits she is getting curious. Stepping directly in front of the fallen beast, she raises her sword with a whisper. She asks if it still wants to fight. But just when victory seems assured, something unexpected catches her off guard. Her eyes widen in shock as her pupils contract. She suddenly realizes the enemy's next attack is not aimed at her. This is bad. She spins toward her younger brother and screams for him to get out of the way immediately. A terrifying beam of crimson light is surging straight toward Vincent. Thankfully, the clever boy quickly deduces the monster's intent. The beast is playing dirty to mess with Hannah's head. What an absolutely brutal move, and it actually works. Hannah is forced to dive straight in to protect him. She screams at him to move, calling him a complete idiot. But Vincent only responds with a look of pure determination. He channels every ounce of his power into his sword. He refuses to go down without a fight. Watching him, Hannah grits her teeth in sheer panic and worry. The Guardian's raw power is simply too much for Vincent to block. Terrible scenarios race through her mind. Determined to save him, Hannah leaps forward. She plants her foot firmly and launches herself across the ground. She tells herself to move faster. She intercepts the red beam just as it is about to obliterate Vincent. With a desperate cry, she unleashes the Adenka fifth form exploding blade refracting defense to block the incoming attack. Her defense activates just in the nick of time. The clashing forces collide with an ear-splitting screech. The deadly red beam is deflected away. Yet the powerful shockwave still leaves Hannah stumbling back, drenched in sweat. She sighs in relief, thinking the danger has passed. But trust me, she is not out of the woods yet. Out of nowhere, a massive ghostly pale hand looms directly behind her, reaching out to crush her. She catches a glimpse of it and freezes in pure terror. Realizing she cannot move, she curses her helplessness. Was the previous strike just a distraction to lower her guard? Suddenly, a brilliant purple flash illuminates the darkness. Vincent had rushed in with his blade just in time to shield Hannah from the deadly blow. He unleashes the little monarch continuous strike. Expecting to feel immense pain, Hannah closes her eyes tight, but the pain never comes. Opening her eyes, she gasps in complete shock, calling out her brother's name. Blocking that heavy attack completely drains Vincent's energy and fresh blood begins to seep from his gritted teeth. Spiderweb cracks spread across his glowing purple sword. Summoning his remaining strength, he leaps and parries the hand away. Coughing up blood, Vincent screams at Hannah to take the opening and destroy the machine's core right now. Without hesitation, Hannah dashes forward like a gust of wind, vaulting high into the air above the beast. Her cold eyes lock onto the massive target. Behind her, a spectral silhouette of a smiling woman appears. The figure raises a massive hammer, merging its energy with Hannah's blade to form a brilliant blue aura. It is the mad sculptor Mali technique. Meanwhile, the monster's core pulses with a blinding red glow. It looks ready to fire another devastating shot. The pale blue spirit grins widely as Hannah prepares her strike. Hannah drives her blade straight into the pulsating red center with absolute precision, declaring it to be her final carve. The beautiful spirit's grin widens as she raises her heavy hammer high above her head to finish the job. cracks web outward across the core under her intense pressure. The phantom hammer strikes down to reinforce her blow. The phantom maiden smiles in delight as she looks down at the massive crater she has carved into the earth. Panting heavily in the distance, Vin Chen leans on his sword, barely holding himself up as he watches the spectacle. He gasps in awe at the mad sculptor technique. That is power fit for the gods themselves. With a completely blank expression, Hannah smoothly sheathes her blade. Suddenly, a mysterious blinding light begins to gather. Giant boulders suddenly materialize, floating in midair. Julian uses telepathy to tell Vincent Adenka that Gordian has finally stopped. Vincent Adenka agrees he can no longer feel a single trace of its mana, but their conversation is suddenly cut short. Sienna stares right at Vincent Adenka, her face dead serious. She demands to know how he managed to react to Gordian's surprise attack. Vincent Adenka humbly admits he missed the beast's move too. Blood still trickles from the corner of his mouth. Despite a severe unhealed wound in his side, he offers a gentle smile, claiming he knew she would protect him. He recalls that deadly red beam nearly taking his head off. Honestly, he had completely ignored the light from the start. Instead, he kept his eyes locked onto Gordian's physical movements. That was how he read the creature's next move. Remembering the moment that massive hand almost crushed Sienna, he had poured every ounce of strength into one desperate defense. Young Julian mutters that Sienna protected him. Vincent Adenka smiles, promising he will protect her in return. Cold sweat drips down Sienna's neck. She is thoroughly shaken. His insane split-second judgment and raw power make her wonder what hellish training he endured out of her sight. Vincent Adenka confidently declares that he will fulfill Adenka's legacy. He looks down, thinking of everyone who has crossed his path. To make that dream a reality, he is fully prepared to surpass both his own father and Samion. This is his goal. Sienna offers an encouraging smile, thinking that this kid might actually pull it off. Vincent Adenka stares back at her, completely clueless. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue light shoots down from the sky right beside them. The raw shockwave leaves Sienna frozen, unable to even turn her head. Vincent Adenka looks up, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief. "What is that?" he stammers as the terrifying blue beam tears straight through solid concrete above. It blasts a hole right through the roof of the Grand Castle. Naturally, this blinding light catches the attention of everyone in town. Citizens look up, pointing at the sky as a wave of panicked whispers spreads through the streets. People shout, "Look at that light, what is going on? Isn't that coming from the Francis Art Museum?" Mona Adenka breaks out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling. Are they really planning to destroy that entire museum? Back at the site, Vincent Adenka is equally panicked. Wait, the core was destroyed, so what is causing this? Trying to stay calm, he looks at the massive floating stones. The three of them stand frozen, completely speechless. Floating stone steps lead up to a glowing blue gateway. Sienna stares at the massive portal, highly skeptical. She wonders if this portal was what Gordian was protecting. Vincent Adenka just grins and suggests they go check it out. He wants to see what Francis left behind. Together, the trio steps onto the floating stairs, heading straight for the portal. Julian, Vincent Adenka, and Sienna show zero fear of the unknown. Honestly, they are actually pretty excited to see what is next. The piercing light from the portal forces Vincent Adenka to squint. He waits for the glare to fade before fully opening his eyes. What he sees next leaves him completely stunned. The trio is literally floating in midair, high above a dense cluster of buildings. He is amazed to realize they are floating directly above the museum. From this height, he finally gets a clear view of its layout. Frowning in sheer disbelief, Vincent Adenka suddenly notices something bizarre. The entire museum's architecture is shaped exactly like a guardian deity. He freezes. Another flash of blinding light erupts right in front of them, catching him completely off guard. Sienna sticks a flawless landing. She quickly turns to help Vincent Adenka, who is struggling to push himself off the ground. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth and calls out to Julian. He asks if the boy remembers the guardian deity's seal from earlier. Julian confidently nods. Of course he does. He remembers the bizarre magic they saw inside the gate. He pictures the trident symbol and the rolling waves. Only one specific guardian deity is known for those exact traits. It is a majestic merman holding a massive trident aloft. This is the water trident deity once owned by Dragon King Abelton. Julian clenches his fists, bubbling with excitement. He explains that if they can somehow tame this legendary power, a wild ambition sparks in Vincent Adenka's mind. With this deity on their side, they might finally reach their ultimate destination. He envisions a distant snow-covered mountain range. Isolated cabins sit quietly at the base of the peaks. Beyond those peaks lies a dense frozen forest. Deeper still, a massive waterfall cascades violently despite the freezing winter chill. The howling wind cuts through the landscape, making the air feel even more bitter. It is a harsh, unforgiving world. Beneath that frozen wasteland lies a dark underground cavern. In the dim light, a majestic dragon with shimmering scales slumbers. Its golden eyes are incredibly sharp. That is the dragon's secret sanctuary, and Vincent Adenka is determined to reach it. He begins channeling his mana, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming pressure. Sienna watches from behind, completely awestruck. She finds it hard to believe he can wield this much mana, seemingly blessed by a higher power itself. Julian looks on, completely lost in deep thought. Water mana is known to be the most compatible with human nature. He watches Vincent Adenka, waiting to see what happens next. Vincent Adenka is incredibly tense, guessing this energy will actually help heal his current physical state. Right now, the power deep inside him is surging. Vincent Adenka has reached his absolute limit. He grimaces, telling himself it is almost over. This blinding mana light looks exactly like the memories Julian left behind. Soon, the gathered streams of energy pool together, carving a strange symbol in the air. Mana explodes around Vincent Adenka, completely filling the room. It erupts violently, nearly blowing his two companions away. Hannah struggles to speak, saying it looks like things are finally coming together. As the power inside Vincent Adenka grows even stronger, his tense face finally relaxes. He turns to Hannah with a smug look on his face. He asks if she thinks he did a good job. Hannah looks completely dumbfounded, asking if her praise really matters that much to him. Vincent Adenka just smiles and winks, saying he gets easily motivated by praise and her recognition would make his day. Hannah can only sigh at this. She is completely speechless. After a brief silence, she tells him that obtaining a legendary power is obviously a great thing. She advises him to keep training hard and chase after his goals. Hearing her words of encouragement, Julian scratches his head in embarrassment. He laughs and thanks her. A moment later, Vincent Adenka makes a request, asking her to keep his newly acquired power a complete secret. Since this is a legendary force, everyone desires he wants it kept safe. Hannah looks skeptical, asking if he really trusts her that much. He avoids a direct answer, asking if sharing secrets is what makes people friends. Hannah crosses her arms and lets out a helpless sigh. She warns him that people with that mindset get stabbed in the back. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka cuts her off, saying she would never do that. His absolute confidence catches her attention. He adds that his dream must come true and her own dream is likely just as important. Vincent Adenka starts reflecting on old memories, noting that not everyone is meant to become a powerful warrior, as that is simply impossible. With a face full of raw determination, he vows that he will be the one to do it. The atmosphere suddenly turns incredibly heavy. Vincent Adenka asks what she truly wants for herself. The sudden question makes Hannah pause, silent for a few seconds before tightly gripping her sword. She declares that if he wants to push her out of the succession race, his current power is not going to be enough. Deadly killing intent radiates from her as she takes a combat stance, telling him to prove this Dragon King power he supposedly holds. Vincent Adenka does not flinch for a second. Instead, he looks completely thrilled, replying that he is ready and just as curious. His eyes gleam with a dangerous light, channeling the blessing of the Tide God Forin. Without warning, he raises his sword toward Hannah. But within seconds, the conjured weapon completely vanishes. The sudden failure leaves both of them staring in absolute wide-eyed shock. Vincent Adenka is the most stunned of all. He wonders why he cannot channel the divine blessing before sinking to the ground in disbelief. Sinking to the ground, his mind races. He clearly felt the water mana overflowing inside his body, yet nothing actually happened. Inside his mind, Julian suddenly remembers something important. He points out that the god of the blessing never actually showed up. Usually these deities appear in person to bestow their power. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka looks around in utter confusion, trying to make sense of it. He knows this must be the Dragon King's legacy, but wonders if there is still something hidden they have not yet uncovered. Standing in the corner, Hannah suddenly senses a strange fluctuation in the air, calling out to Vincent Adenka to get his attention. She recalls how Ableton's portrait triggered wooden summoning, speculating that another secret must be hidden within these walls. Believing Etheria's portrait is also hiding something, she acts immediately, reaching out to touch the ancient canvas on the wall. Instantly, a massive surge of mana pushes back. Vincent Adenka watches in sheer awe, wondering if another hidden gate is about to open. Hannah draws her sword, telling him not to worry because she will not be caught off guard this time. Purple light begins to gather. The energy condenses into a massive portal directly in front of them. Seeing this mysterious gate materialize, Vincent Adenka can barely contain his excitement. However, the portal's destination seems to have shifted unexpectedly. From behind, Hannah asks if he really intends to go in right now. With a look of absolute determination, Vincent Adenka replies that this could hold the key to completing his missing blessing, leaving no room for hesitation. With the glowing portal pulsing before them, they waste no time and step through, ready to face whatever new trials lie ahead. Stepping into the pitch-black abyss, Vincent Adenka uses his magic stone to light the way. They tread carefully into the unknown. Despite walking for what feels like hours, the end is nowhere in sight. Vincent Adenka wonders how deep this dark tunnel actually goes. The deep silence of this place feels highly unusual, likely an artificial pocket dimension. A sudden chill runs straight down Vincent Adenka's spine. He barely finishes his thought before a menacing shadow looms ahead. Instantly, both of them drop into their combat stances. Hannah asks if he sees it too, and Vincent Adenka confirms that something is definitely lurking within the suffocating darkness around them. As they move forward, strange shadows creep silently behind them. Suddenly, a grotesque dark figure lunges straight at Hannah's back. Before the creature can even touch her, its form is completely shattered. Hannah anticipated the ambush, reacting with blinding speed. She unleashes a flurry of deadly slashes, mocking the monsters for thinking they could catch her off guard. The shadow is obliterated. Shredded into countless pieces, the dark remnants lie scattered across the cold ground, looking absolutely horrific. It feels like the end, but things are just getting started. Those slashes barely scratch them, and even weirder shadow creatures begin creeping out of the dark. Hannah feels her stomach drop as she watches them multiply. Her face darkens in disbelief. Are they regenerating? Did my attacks really do nothing? Refusing to back down, she grits her teeth and charges right back into the swarm. She throws herself into the dark horde. Vincent Adenka immediately leaps in right beside her, blade swinging. But with every single strike they land, the nightmare only worsens. The shadows literally split in two, multiplying with every cut. They grow stronger by the second, relentlessly swarming the duo until the entire group is completely cut off. Surrounded. No exits. Julian panics, sweating bullets as he looks at the writhing mass of darkness, wondering what on earth these hideous things could possibly be. What are they, he wonders? Vincent Adenka stares at the horde, absolutely sure his blade made solid contact earlier. He processes the situation, his expression turning cold and dark. He speaks in a low, grim voice. Ready to make a wild, risky move, he asks Hannah if she can keep a secret once the fire goes out. Can you promise not to tell a soul, he whispers. Hannah freezes in pure shock, completely caught off guard by the strange request. She thinks he is just messing around and starts to tell him off, but before she can even speak, the shadow monsters leap forward to tear them apart. No time to waste. Vincent Adenka makes his choice and snuffs out the fire in his hand, letting the darkness consume them completely. Pitch black shadow floods the room. His eyes turn a menacing blood red, burning with pure bloodlust. Vincent Adenka wears a terrifyingly dark, sinister smirk. An oppressive aura suffocates the air. He commands the darkness, fulfill your duty, warriors. Guide the master of the prophecy as the Dragon King decreed. Suddenly, those terrifying shadow monsters flinch, visibly trembling before Vincent Adenka's overwhelming pressure. Here comes the twist we have been waiting for. He gives a cold, chilling order, get moving and guide me now. Witnessing this bizarre turn of events, Hannah stands frozen in absolute terror. How is Vincent Adenka doing this? Her mind races as she suddenly realizes the massive dark secret he has been hiding all along. Vincent Adenka lets out a dangerous dark chuckle, claiming to be the one who sees the truth. He stares down the shadow horde before him. It was a massive gamble, but it paid off. They really were guarding Aslan's secret arrangements. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes from the darkness. The voice asks if he truly sees the truth, welcoming him inside. Vincent Adenka narrows his eyes immediately, demanding to know if this is their leader. A shadowy figure with a female form emerges from the dark. She introduces herself as Bylome the Divider, the one who truly sees the truth. Hannah anxiously asks if he even knows what he is getting into, but Vincent Adenka remains completely unfazed, keeping his cool amidst the tension. He declares he is here on the orders of the Dragon King, able then demanding whatever was left behind. Talk about a tense showdown. Expecting a massive fight, she unexpectedly bows in deep respect, agreeing to hand over the artifact to the one who sees the truth. She pulls out an object, calling it the Dragon King's design. Suddenly, a thick dark mist begins swirling from the palm of her hand. Vincent Adenka stares in absolute shock. Bylome looks down at the ring, explaining that this object represents the supreme grace of the Dragon King. She claims the Dragon King designated this as the final key to Heaven's Gate. Vincent Adenka stares at the ring with sheer confusion. This ring, he mutters. Standing behind him, Julian asks if anyone else finds this strange, and Hannah quickly voices her own observation. She points out that the ring is broken and incomplete. Bylome smiles, confirming that this is exactly how the Dragon King left it. It acts as proof for his true descendant when they eventually arrive. On the screen, two identical halves of the ring are shown. Bylome explains that he split the ring in two, giving them to different guardians. This sudden flood of information leaves Vincent Adenka frowning. Where is the other half, he demands. Bylome grits her teeth in anger, growling that the remaining piece is held by someone worthy. Not some fake intruder pretending to be the Dragon King's heir, she sneers. Her mocking words send a jolt of shock through them. Vincent Adenka and Hannah widen their eyes in sheer disbelief. Before they can even react, Bylome suddenly lunges forward to attack them. Hannah leaps in front to block the lethal blow, her eyes flashing dangerously as she mutters that this is getting interesting. Showing zero mercy, Bylome unleashes a powerful blast that sends Hannah flying. Vincent Adenka yells out in panic as he watches her fall, but a single strike is not enough to take down their leader. Hannah stands right back up, coldly declaring their secrets are out. She stares at a silent Bylome, telling her she made a massive mistake. This only fuels Bylome's explosive rage even more. She screams that unworthy pests are defiling the sacred oath, ordering her beasts to kill them. Instantly, the shadow horde surrounds them. The creatures ruthlessly target Hannah, lunging at her from all directions. She barely manages to dodge their relentless, synchronized strikes. Glancing back, she realizes there are simply too many of them. At this rate, keeping Vincent Adenka safe is going to be impossible. She watches Vincent Adenka lock eyes with the enemy in a high-stakes struggle. The shadow monsters aim to end things quickly with a fatal strike. Sensing the lethal danger heading straight for him, Vincent Adenka freezes. The situation has suddenly taken a turn for the absolute worst. Bailome gloats, preparing to deliver the final blow. But the one most terrified for his life right now is Hannah. She screams out in pure desperation, begging him to move. Yet, standing right on the edge of death, Vincent Adenka does not flinch. He stands perfectly still, a cold, mocking smirk creeping onto his face, as if he is about to unleash his secret weapon. The villains freeze up in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Vin Chen moves like lightning, preparing to unleash his next move. Standing before his overwhelming killing intent, Bailome begins to tremble. Seeing this, Hannah breathes a huge sigh of relief. It finally stopped. Now Vin Chen clearly has the upper hand. He grins triumphantly, asking why she is hesitating. Was he not the intruder she was supposed to kill? She should fulfill her mission and defeat him quickly. But Bailome keeps her head down, completely silent. Taking advantage of the moment, Vin Chen steps closer, declaring she cannot kill him because he has already met a life destroyer like her. Images of the shadow entities appear. He explains that he almost died facing that overwhelming power. Life destroyers can unleash absolute strength to protect the sacred prophecy. The crushing pressure that was suppressing Vin Chen finally begins to fade. He points out the truth. In other words, they had the power to kill him at any moment but chose not to. Even with the clear evidence of the ring in hand, Bailome feels incredibly guilty, not even daring to look him in the eye. Seeing her hesitation, Vin Chen asks if there is another reason why she cannot bring herself to kill them. Forced into a corner, she has no choice but to admit that he is absolutely right. Hearing her admission, Vin Chen feels extremely satisfied. Although it is not completely clear, he can definitely feel the Dragon King's power. He feels a sense of relief wash over him. It must be Foxen's protection, the same divine protection the Dragon King once used. He realizes life destroyers can sense this sacred energy, which is why they hesitate to kill him. Since he might be linked to the Dragon King, he decides to exploit it. Vin Chen boldly announces that he is the true descendant of the Dragon King. Hearing this, Julian gasps in shock, wondering when this even happened. Vin Chen then explains that he had no idea about the ring or their secret existence. After all, 200 years have passed since the Dragon King passed away and his legacy was forgotten. The line of succession was broken and completely lost to time. No one could ever find this hidden sanctuary without perfect conditions. Unable to accept this shocking truth, Bailome desperately shakes her head, muttering that it is impossible. But Vin Chen calmly continues. He declares he will go out and find the other half of the ring. Bailome immediately objects, saying she cannot trust him. What if he never returns? She insists they swore a life-binding oath to the Dragon King. If they let an unworthy person live, they will all perish. Bailome grimaces, speaking from the very bottom of her heart about the absolute necessity of keeping their oath. They must die right here. Hearing this, Hannah quickly steps up to shield him, telling Vin Chen not to worry. But the young man has no fear. He smiles, tells her to wait, and steps forward to stop his ally, proposing another way. Suddenly, he drives his sharp sword straight into the ground. Vin Chen looks at her and proposes they make a binding contract. Sweating with anxiety, Bailome asks if he truly understands the dangerous power of a contract. His expression remains completely calm. A mysterious smile plays on his lips as he offers his own life to them if he fails to find the ring. Behind him, his worried allies scream out in protest at his reckless wager. But Vin Chen is entirely locked into his decision. The choice belongs to her now. She can stay in this dark place forever, holding onto an oath that will never be fulfilled. His words pierce deep, forcing Bailome to choose between eternal stagnation or risking everything on their first real chance in 200 years. Seeing her hesitate, Vin Chen suddenly draws his blade. He calmly admits they cannot defeat her in a straight fight anyway. If she wants them dead, he will end it himself, holding his own life hostage to force Bailome's hand. The cold blade is terrifyingly sharp, slicing his skin and drawing fresh blood from his neck. Terrified that he will actually end his own life, Bailome reaches out to stop him. Vin Chen's terrifying mix of cold logic and absolute madness leaves Hannah completely stunned. He does not show even a hint of fear toward these powerful, mysterious entities. Instead, he is actively manipulating the situation to corner them. And honestly, you have to respect his sheer guts here. Even though their lives are in her hands, Vin Chen holds all the cards. She will lose her only chance to ever fulfill her sacred oath. Her fist trembles with frustration. Finally, she makes her choice. She agrees to the contract. Vin Chen lowers his blade with a satisfied smirk, complimenting her on a very wise choice. Facing each other, they prepare to seal the deal. She places her pale hand onto the hilt of the embedded sword. She demands his shadow as collateral. Vincent places his hand over hers, swearing the oath on his very shadow. Immediately, the dark energy of her life destroyer form flares up, violently warping the shadow behind Vincent. He glances back as his shadow is slowly pulled straight into her body. Bailome recites the oath, commanding him to leave this place and find the other half of the ring, the ultimate symbol of the Dragon King's grace and return. The contract binds both of their lives. It can never be broken. Suddenly, Bailome begins to transform, her changing physical form, catching Vincent slightly off guard. Bailome grins, claiming his shadow will guarantee his return. Her transformation completes as she fully becomes Vincent's literal shadow. She sets the deadline for his mission, the 7th crescent moon. He must complete the contract before then. Make a wish before then to reclaim your shadow. Julian freezes in shock while Hannah watches with worry. Vincent Adenka. At this moment, Bailome wears Vincent Adenka's face and smirks. The real Vincent Adenka stands there, completely dumbfounded, mouth agape, in shock. Everything has changed. Bailome warns that 7 waning moons is the absolute maximum time a shadowless person can survive on this earth if they fail to reclaim their shadow during that window. She feels quite pleased just imagining that grim scene. Your body will shatter to pieces, she adds. Quickly composing himself, Vincent Adenka confidently declares there is no need to worry because that will never happen. As Bailome slowly fades away, she promises to wait right here for the one who sees the truth. Soon after, Vincent Adenka and Hannah escape outside. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad to be back. Glancing behind him, a strange feeling washes over him. Vincent Adenka is not used to this, yet having no shadow under his feet. Julian clutches his head in absolute panic. Only 7 months to locate the treasure without any real clues. Vincent Adenka finds his friend's reaction a bit dramatic. After all, their original goal has always been the legendary item known as the Heavenly Fruit. In fact, he is quite pleased as their next path is finally starting to become clearer. Vincent Adenka glances over at Hannah, thinking to himself that the real hurdle right now is actually her. She had witnessed everything, and she is acting quite cold and noticeably irritated. Talk about an awkward moment. Seeing this, Vincent Adenka asks if something is wrong. She turns away and coldly asks if he is really seeking the Dragon King's grace. It seems like a blurry path. Seeing her leave so decisively, Vincent Adenka quickly chases after her, asking if she has any questions for him. Hannah indifferently responds that she has nothing to ask. She tilts her head, reminding him that since he asked her to keep a secret, she is simply keeping her promise. Julian secretly celebrates hearing such reassuring words from Hannah. Vincent Adenka smiles and thanks her. Suddenly, they hear a familiar voice echoing from up above, demanding to know what is going on. Vincent Adenka is surprised to recognize the city lord's voice. Herka immediately questions why every time he sees an old building, he feels the need to destroy it. Rappelling down from above, she suggests they talk. Herka lands on the ground in an incredibly heroic pose to ask her first question. She rushes over and whispers, asking if this quest is still ongoing. Vincent Adenka smiles and nods, telling her not to worry because it has only just begun. Herka happily cheers, praising her students and asking for their reports. Looking at Hannah, she asks who wants to go first, suggesting Hannah start. But Hannah shakes her head, nominating her younger brother to handle it instead since he knows his own actions best. Herka is quite surprised. And honestly, she loves a good rumor, immediately asking if Vincent Adenka has already won Hannah over. Vincent Adenka laughs and protests, asking what she means by that, winning her over. Looking up at the massive crater above, he suggests they seal the area as letting visitors fall in would be extremely dangerous. Herka shrugs dismissively, telling them to leave those trivial matters to her. Since the report is finished, she tells them to go see Lady Vessa, or rather his mother. Playfully winking, she suggests that the two must have plenty to catch up on. The scene shifts to the luxurious Helm estate. Vincent Adenka calmly steps into the room reserved for the hero who had single-handedly defeated the tyrant. Placing a hand over his chest, he bows to the new family head. But Lauren waved it off, telling him not to pretend, as he is currently just a temporary head. Reassuring him, Vessa advises her younger brother to get used to it because as Lauren, he is now the most powerful figure in Helm. But he simply shakes his head, stating he is just a blind man whose power belongs entirely to the people. Sharing his political vision, Lauren plans to divide the territories and authority so the factions can fairly compete with one another. This way, power can be distributed to as many citizens as possible without any fear of someone abusing their authority. Even if a tyrant like their father arises, human kindness will ultimately stand in his way. Vessa remarks that this will be a pretty long and arduous road. However, Vincent Adenka disagrees with her, believing that this approach is actually the one that will endure the longest. Vesa smiles warmly at him. Despite being his stepmother, they share a pretty deep bond and she speaks with praise. Reflecting on their journey back from Meltem, she thanks him for fulfilling her request to destroy her clan. She then presents a mysterious scroll, offering it as a reward. Recognizing the item in her hands, Vincent Adenka gasps immediately, realizing what kind of powerful object she is holding. It is a magic scroll, but Vesa clarifies that it is actually a portal key leading straight to the half-dragon's homeland. Lauren adds that the surviving half-dragons left it behind as a token of their deep gratitude. Vincent Adenka is completely stunned, questioning if this is truly for him, and not the two of them. Tap-tapping his cane against the floor, Lauren officially appoints Vincent Adenka to serve as Helm's personal representative, to visit those legendary half-dragons. He fully authorizes him, declaring that when speaking to them, Vincent Adenka's voice will represent Helm's entire will. Meanwhile, right by the teleportation gate hidden deep within the Crimson Forest, Camby stands waiting beneath the rustling leaves, wondering if his guest has arrived yet. Back in his private chambers, Vincent Adenka holds up the magic scroll, staring intensely at the key to the dragon's home. Lying on his bed, he drifts deep into thought. If that was indeed the Dragon King's domain, then surely some clues still remain. Staring fixedly at the scroll, he ponders the Dragon King's grace, realizing this might be his ticket to finding the second ring. Just then, Julian appears to explain that this magic scroll alters a portal's destination, likely meant for the gate. Hidden down in the art museum's basement, Vin sits up asking if Julian plans to use it, but he just shrugs. Complex stuff like this is way out of his league. If he knew how, he'd be at the magic tower by now. Vincent Adenka sighs. Fair enough. Julian then points out they actually have a talented mage on hand. Vincent Adenka looks up. A mage. That's when a certain child comes to mind. Vincent Adenka finds Sari to ask for her help, but she angrily refuses. This flat-out rejection leaves both Julian and Vin completely stunned, and they both share the exact same burning question. Vin holds up the scroll, questioning her. Why not? Didn't she learn magic directly from Count Vago Pagoda? He tries provoking her, asking if she simply doesn't know how to use the magic. Sari doesn't take the bait. No, that is not the issue. Master Vago Pagoda taught her well, which only makes Vin more confused. If that's true, then why Sari suddenly turns around, pointing right at his bandaged neck. She demands to know where he got into another fight, risking himself all over again. She points out he pushed himself to save the villagers. Vin touches the neck wound awkwardly, trying to laugh it off. It's just a minor scratch, easily fixed by a priest. Sari isn't buying his excuses. She pokes him right in the ribs, and a spark of magic shocks him like electricity, leaving his whole body completely numb. Vincent Adenka quickly clutches his side, trying to suppress the raw energy. Sari huffs, pointing out that his mana has barely even begun to recover yet. Fuming, she tells him that traveling to a mysterious, dangerous land in his current state is absolutely out of the question. With that, Sari kicks Vin straight out of the room, slamming the door shut. She warns him to either heal up or find another mage. Julian sighs, noting they just got kicked out. Vincent Adenka stands there stunned, wondering why she had to get so incredibly angry. Julian points out that besides Sari, there isn't another reliable mage around. Vincent Adenka slowly rubs his sore waist, admitting he pushed his body too far and must postpone the trip. But before he can even head off to rest, a familiar voice calls out. Raven waves enthusiastically, asking where Vin has been. Vincent Adenka looks up, pretty surprised to see him. Raven explains he's been searching everywhere, worried Vin would leave without saying goodbye. Vin asks why he's still here. Since shouldn't everyone have headed back to the capital by now? Raven laughs helplessly, explaining Bontianus was pretty annoyed with him. The old man complained that Raven should visit home at least once a week, angry they had lost contact for so long. So Raven decides he will stay in Barity for a while. He also mentions that Kajin couldn't wait any longer, and has already headed out. Talk about a dramatic exit. Vin is completely taken aback to hear Kajin's name. Kajin left a message behind. In the lead carriage, Vankia crosses his arms and asks if they're really just leaving like this, since both Hele and Adenka will be in complete chaos, ruining any chance of a proper duel anytime soon. Kajin just smiles. He tells Vankia to pass on a message. The next time they meet, one of them will definitely end up dead. Back in the city, hearing this intense declaration fires up Vincent Adenka's fighting spirit. Fine if that's what he wants. Raven punches his chest lightly, reminding Vin that their own duel isn't over yet and he better not forget it. He held back before because of their mission to catch that old man, but next time they are settling the score. Vincent Adenka readily agrees, promising that their next clash will be a true battle with absolutely nobody to interrupt them. The sunset over the sea is incredibly peaceful, marking the end of the crisis, but a new chapter quietly begins. A mysterious woman stands by a crystal lake, lost in deep thought. A week passes, and down in the hidden basement, beneath the old portrait, Vincent Adenka's neck wound has completely healed. He tears off his bandages as Winston shoulders his bags, excitedly calling out that it's time to go. Julian looks forward eagerly, knowing there's no reason to delay any longer. Vin stares at the massive portal leading straight to the dragon forest. He turns, telling Sari to activate the magic scroll. She holds the scroll with a warm smile, but as she walks past, she quietly whispers a stern warning. He is absolutely not allowed to overexert himself in the dragon forest. Vincent Adenka quickly looks away, not daring to make eye contact. Vin promises he will try. Nearby, Hannah watches Siri, silently questioning if this maid is truly Count Vago Pagoda's direct disciple. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sari steps onto the ancient stone platform. She takes a deep breath, mentally preparing herself. The power she trained so hard for is finally going to help her master. Opening the scroll, she makes a silent promise. She will execute this spell perfectly. A sharp crackle echoes through the room as brilliant red mana surges outward, wrapping around the massive stone archway. Vin watches with sheer fascination as the portal shifts from bright blue to deep red. This is their direct gateway to the dragon forest. As the magic stones align, a companion laughs and wishes them luck. Go safely and do not return too early, Winston silently calculates while waiting by the portal. The gratitude of the dragon clan. He will surely receive some incredible treatment. Hannah steps up to her younger brother to continue the mission. Vincent replies with a smile, telling her to go, but suddenly Siri yells out in absolute panic. "Young master," she is struggling to keep the portal open. The gate is unstable and Siri shares the bad news. None of them can cross. Hannah asks in pure horror what she means, while Vincent quickly asks how many can actually go. Siri sweats while trying to hold the portal, stating only 2 can cross. Vincent Adenka frowns, only 2 people. Winston quickly begs, saying this is the master's task, so he should go instead. But Hannah insists she will go. Her job was always to protect him. Sari struggles to hold the gateway open, begging them to make a quick choice. Otherwise, the portal will shut completely. Amid the chaos, Hoka-ken makes her decision. Vincent must take the little mage and leave. Hannah protests, instantly turning to demand what the Lord means, but Hoka-ken calmly and logically analyzes the dire situation. In this critical state, a companion mage is absolutely required to keep control of the portal, she explains clearly. Then, with a very serious face, she declares the expedition members will be Vincent Adenka and the little mage. Hannah still tries to argue, but Vincent speaks up to get her attention, calmly telling his sister not to worry at all. They will definitely return safely with the legendary Dragon King's favor, he promises, offering a very confident and reassuring smile. Their task is not over, and it absolutely will not end in failure. Hannah stays silent for a moment, composing herself. "Go, Vincent," she urges, believing in his return. He nods seriously to reassure his sister, then turns back to enter. He calls for Sari to follow. The maid quickly obeys her young master, and both of their figures instantly vanish. As they enter the teleportation, magic erupts with a loud roar. Meanwhile, in the red leaf forest, another portal crackles. It sparks loudly to announce an arrival. Teleportation light flashes, and the unstable gateway slowly begins to open up. Because the portal is highly unstable, Vincent and Sari do not land very gracefully, practically getting violently thrown out on the ground. Vincent lands safely on his feet. He immediately looks over in worry, asking Sari if she is okay as she falls. She says she is fine, but looking around, she freezes in shock, stammering with deep worry about this quiet forest. Wondering if an enemy is hiding nearby, Vincent tells her to stay put and steps forward, claiming that is impossible. Sari is confused, but he narrows his eyes, telling her not to worry. He then introduces himself in a loud voice. He announces his name as Vincent Adenka, here by invitation. Hearing this, there is sudden movement behind the nearby trees. Cautious half-dragons emerge holding their weapons, and Gray asks with extreme caution if he is truly the famous Vincent Adenka. Vincent nods to confirm his identity. Gray continues to probe, asking if the young master really has the legendary sword. Apologizing for the rude request, Gray asks if he can show it to them. Sari is not pleased with this interrogative attitude. She wonders if it is an invitation or an interrogation. Vincent reassures her that since they were tormented by Hele, caution is natural. He willingly draws his weapon, explaining it is the sword of the beginning passed down to him by his father. Forged by the famous Hansen, this sword of the beginning belongs exclusively to Vincent Adenka, who now draws it. As the blade unsheathes, a vibrant blue energy surges wildly. The Dragon King sign appears, showing the weapon off to them. This sword holds the Dragon King's core. Seeing this familiar and massive wave of power, Gray is left completely stunned. He turns his head to look back at his comrades, who nod firmly in agreement. Gray taps his spear on the ground. Placing his hand on his chest, he welcomes their savior to the dragon forest and commands his men to blow the horn. A young half-dragon named Jose immediately blows the horn to alert the entire clan, and Sari finally sighs in deep relief. There is no more danger. Vincent smiles and tells her to enjoy the half-dragon's warm hospitality. But right as he speaks, a heavy rock hits him squarely on the forehead. Talk about an incredibly warm welcome, Sari screams in terror for her master. George quickly turns, demanding to know who dared throw a rock at their savior. They spot two small figures in the distance. Ruby falters upon seeing two ragged children, Miju and Olivia, the aggressive boy who lacks a left arm through the stone. The little girl standing beside him desperately tries to hold her angry brother back, while Vincent rubs his aching forehead where the rock just struck. He is silently shocked to see that the young boy lacks a left arm. Miju angrily throws another stone, screaming at them to leave. They must go back to Haley Garfonzo's dogs. Vincent easily catches the stone, this time deeply confused about the boy's behavior. For attacking their savior, the aggressive boy is quickly subdued. Gray pins Miju to the ground, feeling both angry and deeply ashamed. He angrily demands what Miju is doing, but the boy only glares and grinds his teeth, tears of rage welling in his eyes. Tears. Humans are the ones who kill our parents. Olivia screams nearby, "Don't bully my brother," then she bursts into tears. Sari rushes over to comfort her, telling them to wait since the kids are losing control. Gray feels utterly helpless. He tries to explain that he just let his guard down, but Miju opens his mouth wide. Disregarding everything, the boy bites down, right onto his finger. Gray is in so much pain that tears well up. He groans softly and lets go, quietly cursing at Miju, who takes the chance to run to his sister. Olivia is quick, and Miju grabs her hand. Then he pulls Olivia deep into the forest, yelling to run. Vincent Adenka is still completely dazed. Those two kids. Sai turns his head to look. He watches his master as blood drips from his forehead past his eye. "Master, you are bleeding." Then a gentle voice cuts through. "Please forgive those children," she says. Vincent Adenka spins around, asking who is there. The half-dragon group also turns their heads to look toward the sound. Joss gasps, startled that their mother has arrived. From the edge of the forest, a woman calmly steps forward. "Those kids have suffered too much at the hands of humans," she says. Bowing slightly, she apologizes to Vincent Adenka on their behalf. As soon as Vincent Adenka sees the woman's face, he freezes in absolute shock. That face is unmistakable. He instantly recalls a certain portrait hanging inside the city. It was a painting Francis made of his own mother in her 20s, drawn in his signature, delicate, realistic style. Her face looks exactly like the woman in Francis's portrait. The woman gently asks him, "Do you know me, young master?" Vincent Adenka nods, calling it an incredible coincidence. He mentions that an artist once painted a painting called Portrait of Mother, and her face is a perfect match. He hesitates for a moment, thinking back some 200 years. She simply smiles, introducing herself as Nimr Yom, the ancestral matriarch of the Dragon Forest. A short while later, back at the city gates, soldiers shout. News spreads that the carriages have finally arrived. As the carriages roll into the city, the guards whisper to one another that their mother has returned. The gatekeepers order the heavy gates to be opened immediately, shouting that their mother has returned alongside their savior. Golden sunlight streams inside the carriage as they arrive. Vincent Adenka covers his eyes from the sudden brilliant glare. Along the road, fully armed soldiers stand with hands over their chests in a display of ultimate respect. They shout a welcoming salute. Looking out from the carriage, Sari is completely amazed. She had no idea there were so many dragon kin living here. Julian stares wide-eyed, admitting this place is pretty incredible. Vincent Adenka nods, nervously agreeing while secretly feeling a deep sense of dread. Their sheer numbers are one thing, but there is a much bigger issue here. He notices that every single one of them is armed. Equally sharp are their minds, and the way they stare at him is anything but welcoming. Just like that kid Miju earlier, they are showing open hostility, even though Vincent Adenka is an invited guest. He looks at Nimr. He gets a bad feeling about this trip. This invitation is not a simple thank you, there is a hidden agenda here. Suddenly, a loud gasp right next to him startles Vincent Adenka, forcing him to turn his attention over to Sari. Wondering what is happening, he sees Julian staring wide-eyed. Sari points out the window, telling him to look. He nervously follows her gaze. He freezes. When he sees what lies outside, even he cannot help but gasp. You would not believe your eyes either. Vincent Adenka stares, his voice trembling with sheer disbelief, asking if that massive thing is actually a tree. Sari feels utterly overwhelmed by its scale. Julian suddenly feels humbled by his own vast knowledge, admitting he has never seen a tree this massive. Nimr slowly explains that it is called the Great Millennial Tree. Since ancient times, it has provided them with both shelter and power. Then she points to a structure nestled deep inside a hollow of the trunk, introducing it as her castle with a warm smile. Enjoy your stay, everyone, she says. Welcome to the Dragon Forest. Elsewhere, a stone splashes into a lake, sending ripples across. Angrily throwing stones, Miju sees at the thought of humans being allowed into their sacred forest, wondering if everyone has gone completely mad. He grinds his teeth, recalling how even the matriarch herself went out to personally welcome those pathetic humans. Olivia softly replies that they do not seem like bad people, remembering how Sari had stepped up to protect her earlier. But Miju refuses to let his little sister be so easily fooled. He snaps, warning her not to fall for their lies. He picks up another rock, asking her to remember how their family died as he hurls it into the water. The splash breaks the lake's quiet stillness, triggering painful memories of the day the half-dragons fell into the hands of the brutal Hellene family. They were collared, chained, and dragged away without mercy. Those captured screamed out, warning the others that it was a trap. "You bastards from the Hellene family was the peace treaty, nothing but a lie to lure us in." Heavily armored soldiers violently suppressed the captured half-dragons, laughing that they would never actually sign a treaty with filth. "Did you really think we would make peace with trash like you, unarmed and foolish? You walk right into our hands." Madara, the leader of Gafano's lackeys, orders his men to capture everyone with blood valuable enough for them to harvest. Gafano is waiting, so they must hurry. Maizu and Olivia rush to their father, pinned under a heavy hammer. Maizu screams at the bastard, "Tell him to let their dad go." The weak boy tries his absolute best, but he cannot budge, the massive weapon crushing his father. Hoping to get it off, Olivia holds her father's hand and weeps, begging him to wake up. But then Madara grabs the boy's arm and hoists him into the air. He sneers a cruel warning, "You're way too weak to harvest blood, so get lost." But Mizu cries out he refuses to leave until they free his father and vows to keep fighting them no matter what. Madras is not moved by the kid's plea. Instead, he coldly grabs the boy's left arm and sneers if that's the case. He'll make sure the boy can never hold anything again. A sickening crack echoes as he snaps the young bone. Mizu screams in pure agony, tears streaming down. Watching her brother's left arm get broken, Olivia is terrified of this cruelty. She weeps bitterly at the human's sheer brutality. Meanwhile, inside Nair's castle beneath the Millennium Tree, the Elder shares a story. She explains that they chose to live in isolation here to avoid human conflict deep within the safety of the Dragon Forest. Some members of the Dragon Clan who chose to stay in Hele fought tirelessly for peace. At the table, Nair shares her dream. She hopes that one day they can live alongside humanity, dreaming of a future where they can walk the world freely. Recalling her words, Vin asks about those peaceful dragons. Nair nods deeply, condemning the absolute brutality of their captor. Gonzo captured them and harvested their blood. Although most survive in return, their bodies were shattered after enduring endless torture. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Mizu and Olivia huddle close together by a small campfire trying to survive. Nearby lies an unmarked grave. Back at the castle, Nair sighs heavily to Vin. Some of them never made it back. Vin glances at the heavily armed Dragon Clan soldiers outside. They are clearly on edge and incredibly hostile toward him. He boldly asks if the Dragon Forest is preparing for an all-out war against Hele. Nair looks down hesitant. She admits they were actually planning to invade Sona, all to rescue the captives Gonzo had taken before. Vin realizes how incredibly risky this is. If the Dragon Clan invades the city center, Hele will face total destruction. Sari gasps in absolute shock at the mention of war. Vin continues his analysis. Hele is a massive trade hub. Countless powerful clans have major stakes there. To protect their interests, some very powerful figures will definitely interfere. Nair understands his warning. If those powerhouses step in, the Dragon Clan will face complete and utter extinction. She suddenly stands up, explaining that because Vin defeated Gafano's forces, they were able to call off the war. Nair bows deeply to show her gratitude, thanking Vin for saving the future of the entire Dragon Clan. But before she can finish her sentence, the door suddenly flies open as a booming, powerful voice cuts in. It's Kanbake. He marches his soldiers right into the dining hall, loudly declaring the invasion of Sona is still on. He firmly states his stance: they cannot leave behind a shameful legacy of cowardice for future generations to inherit. They must fight to defend their pride rather than surrender like cowards to a bunch of mere humans. As a guest, Vin can only watch in silence, his brow furrowed as a deep sense of dread washes over him. This is bad. A massive internal civil war is brewing, and it could drag everyone into absolute chaos. Nair angrily demands if Kanbake has completely lost his mind, bringing armed soldiers right into her private quarters. But Kanbake fires back, asking if she is the one who lost her mind for canceling the war. They have suffered endless oppression and sacrifices while the humans got off completely scot-free. Free. It makes no sense. He demands they teach humanity a harsh lesson and prove that the Dragon Clan can bite back with lethal force. They must punish every greedy bastard who sought to exploit their ancient power, starting with the Elders of Hele. He wants to destroy their most hated enemies, including the infamous Six Tower Plaza. Hearing that familiar name, Vin is shocked. He can hardly believe his ears. Is the legendary tower actually involved in this deep conspiracy too? Nair listens quietly before calmly questioning his rage. Even if they get their revenge, what comes next? Even if a miracle allows them to defeat all their enemies, a river of blood will be spilled. What does he hope to gain? She will never let blind rage put the entire clan in danger, flat out refusing to authorize his foolish war. But Kanbake refuses to back down. He coldly tells his mother to step aside if she lacks the courage to lead. His sheer arrogance pushes Nair over the edge as she furiously demands how he dares speak to her that way. The rebellious son draws his sharp blade right in front of his own mother, ready to strike her down. Kanbake instantly charges forward with a roar, unleashing his explosive power to force an incredibly brutal showdown with his own mother. His sword quickly transforms. The sudden clash between the two makes Sari panic completely. But wait, right in the middle of this. In this life-and-death moment, Vincent's sword suddenly clashes to block Kanbi's strike. His abrupt arrival and massive strength leave everyone shocked. His strange, overwhelming power leaves Kanbi completely wide-eyed in shock. Using only a single hand, Vincent easily blocks the attack. Kanbi can't believe his eyes. Nair is panicked. Then Vincent simply smirks. How disappointing, he sighs. Does the dragon race really think they can start a war with such mediocre swords? Right behind him, Nair stammers out, "Sixth Prince Vincent." Hearing that name, a stunned Kanbi immediately recognizes him. The legendary Vincent Adenka, the one who drove away Garfonzo. The next second, Kanbi regains his composure and steps back. "Prince, your bravery in freeing our captured kin is highly respectable," Kanbi slowly says, "but this is between dragons. If humans dare to interfere again, his sword will draw blood." Hearing those harsh words, a worried Nair cries out, "Back off, Prince Kanbi is the strongest swordsman in the dragon race, you cannot fight him," but Vincent remains completely unfazed. He calmly asks Nair why she called him here in the first place. After a 2-second pause, she stammers her answer. She claims it was to express her gratitude. But without hesitation, Vincent calls her out, saying thank you notes are easily sent. Yet she went through the trouble of creating a special summon scroll. Knowing some wouldn't welcome him, why invite him? His sharp deduction leaves Nair absolutely speechless, unsure of how to respond. Sensing her heavy hesitation, he speaks softly. Vincent gently suggests that her actions feel like a silent plea to bring this endless war to a sudden halt. Nair is deeply ashamed. Asking for help from their savior is far too much, but Vincent's sudden, firm voice cuts through her doubt, making her eyes widen. "Just ask for my help," he demands. If she does, he promises to settle the conflict. He will destroy the 6 towers colluding with the corrupt Hele. He will punish those who violate all sacred standards and fulfill his duty as a warrior of Adenka. That is his honor. Nair is speechless. She silently wonders if Vincent Adenka is truly the savior she has been waiting for, even if there is only a tiny chance he can stop the war. Finally, Nair decisively begs for his help. She begs Prince Vincent to save them so the dragon race does not destroy itself. Hearing those exact words, Vincent confidently turns to face Kanbi, gladly agreeing to the plea. Yet Kanbi remains stubborn and distrustful of him. He refuses to believe the prince, openly questioning if he truly has the iron will or power to back up his claims. Before the warrior can even finish his sentence, Vincent draws his sword and unleashes a massive surge of power. He slams his blade deep into the ground. In an instant, Kanbi's face warps in absolute shock at what he sees. Vincent's pure magical energy completely floods the entire area, leaving the nearby dragon soldiers gasping in utter disbelief. They wonder how a mere human can possess this kind of power. Staring down his hands, Kanbi realizes his dragon blood is reacting. His blood awakens. Nair is equally stunned, realizing there is absolutely no doubt about this boy. He has inherited the legendary evolution of Ableton. Kanbi quietly stammers, wondering where he got such insane power. Vincent cuts him off. "Is this enough to satisfy you, Kanbi?" He claims the power is still incomplete and that Vincent cannot handle the 6 towers yet, ignoring his doubts. The young prince calmly retorts, asking what will happen once he perfects this blessing and completely surpasses him. Will Kanbi still use honor as an excuse for a suicidal war? By then, even Kanbi won't be able to stop him. No one can. Not even the 6 towers. Vincent raises a single finger, offering a bold proposal. Give him 1 month to perfect his power and challenge him. They can push for war or trust in peace. That upcoming duel will decide their fate. Vincent's supreme confidence naturally rubs the proud warrior completely the wrong way. Now check this out. Deep in the dragon forest, a roaring waterfall cascades down into a massive lake rushing through the crimson woods. Spray flies everywhere as the torrent crashes down. 1 week later at Ableton Waterfall, Julian raises a curious question. Can he really perfect his blessing using such a primitive method? Sitting calmly beneath the pounding water, Vincent replies. Vincent slowly explains that the Dragon King trained here. Chief Nair confirmed it. By channeling the water energy within him, this becomes the absolute perfect spot to receive the elemental water blessing. Julian quietly remarks that ancient warriors must have had a rough time training like this. Still, during his meditation, Vincent remembers. Kanbi readily accepted the challenge. Only 3 weeks remain. To save the dragons from self-destruction, he must grow stronger and become someone they can fully rely on. Out of nowhere, a rock flies straight toward Vincent Adenka at extreme speed. Even with his eyes still shut tight, he quickly snatches the stone out of the air. From afar, Miju gasps in pure shock, unable to believe his eyes as he yells. "How could you block that with your eyes closed?" Vincent Adenka immediately praises him, saying his shoulders are strong and he will make an incredible swordsman in the future. Realizing he has been spotted, Miju spins around to tell Olivia they need to run. But before he can finish, he sees Siri offering Olivia some food. Miju panics, screaming out in worry. Olivia smiles gently and invites Miju over, saying she got this recipe from the Dragon Clan, so he will definitely love it. Taking a bite, Olivia happily agrees that it tastes amazing. But her incredibly gullible nature only makes Miju even more frustrated. He warns her not to eat it so carelessly because it could be poisoned. Vincent Adenka then steps closer to the boy, speaking softly. He admits he understands Miju's painful past, especially after what happened to his parents, though he knows words alone are not enough. He promises to fight so other children will never have to suffer like this again. He asks if Miju can trust him just this once. Hearing these heartfelt words, Miju opens his eyes wide in pure shock, completely caught off guard by the sincere plea. His guard slowly drops as he lowers his arms. But right then, a painful memory from his past suddenly flashes back. He hears his father's voice desperately screaming for him to run. Snapping back to reality, the boy aggressively swings his sharp claws. Vincent Adenka dodges, calling out in shock. Trembling with rage, Miju grits his teeth, shouting that his father trusted humans and was brutally killed. He vows never to trust anyone again, warning that Captain Camby will throw Vincent Adenka out of the Dragon Forest before spinning around. Miju bolts, leaving Vincent Adenka completely empty-handed. Julian watches him go in disbelief while Sari worries about how hurt the young master is. Sari quietly hopes that Miju will eventually open his heart. Meanwhile, far away at the Grand Exhibition Room, two guards stand watch. The two guards are yawning sleepily. One of them complains out loud, asking why they even have to guard this boring place. The other guard sighs, replying that he has no clue either, and that they are simply following orders from above. But as they speak, an ominous strange light suddenly flickers across the ceiling right above the exhibition room. Just outside the doors, an evil spirit suddenly materializes. The guards panic, shaking as they try to process what is happening. Shouting in terror, they ask where the creature came from. Without giving them a second, the evil spirit lunges directly at them. The entity forcefully takes over their bodies, leaving them screaming in agony before their consciousness fades entirely. Then the mastermind finally steps out. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Forest portal, Miju stomps around in absolute rage, taking his anger out on the structure. He aggressively kicks the portal, cursing that if this stupid gate never existed, none of these tragedies would have happened. He kicks it again, commanding the portal to shatter. But instead of breaking, a strange, mysterious magical energy begins to swirl within it. Miju stands frozen, completely stunned. The swirling magic glows brighter and brighter, completely illuminating the dark forest around them. Confused, the boy shields his eyes from the overwhelming pressure, wondering what on earth is happening to the gate. Peering through his fingers, Miju freezes as an evil spirit emerges, followed by a chilling, unfamiliar voice greeting him. It is Barome, who has somehow managed to slip into the Dragon Forest undetected. He casually asks Miju for directions. He wants to find Vincent Adenka. Seeing this dangerous stranger standing right before him, Miju breaks out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka is deep in his meditation, focusing all his energy on his training. He finally understands his core flaw. He realizes his water energy blessing is incomplete because controlling it requires two distinct elements working in perfect harmony. He needs the raw strength to release his inner energy combined with a deep understanding of the laws governing water itself. Trying to draw power from a dry river is impossible, so he must instead channel the flowing water directly into his own physical body. The water energy behaves exactly like the essence of the Dragon Forest. As Vincent Adenka focuses, massive bubbles of water begin to float. They hover in the air before suddenly rushing toward him, swirling tightly around his body under his absolute command. In an instant, the bubbles merge into a stream of pure, crystal-clear water that radiates immense destructive power. Smiling at his success, Vincent Adenka realizes he is now one step closer to fully mastering his water control ability. But before he can even celebrate his sudden presence, breaks his focus as he spots Miju charging forward. The boy is lunging at him with a wild, dark aura swirling around his body, catching Vincent Adenka completely off guard. Brandishing a massive sword, Miju leaps from the air, striking down at Vincent Adenka with terrifying, unchecked force. The heavy impact of the blow causes the ground to explode, but Vincent Adenka narrowly dodges, leaping back to safety. Moving like lightning, Vincent Adenka repositions himself. Julian immediately appears by his side, but Vincent Adenka cuts him off right away. He confirms he can feel the dark magic too, watching closely as Miju's shadowed figure emerges from the dust cloud. By the waterfall, a young boy gritted his teeth in sheer fury. Ominous demonic energy swirled around him, instantly catching their attention. Vincent Adenka immediately recognized the dark contract of an evil spirit. Suddenly, the young dragon boy roared at them, demanding humans get out. Hearing this, Julian couldn't understand why Daven's evil spirit was in the Dragon Forest. Vincent Adenka stayed silent, offering no answers. He simply grimaced in annoyance, wondering why that wicked entity shared his name. Meanwhile, a sudden look of pure panic washed over Miju. It seemed Vincent Adenka had already suppressed the boy. Lunging from behind, Vin decided he had to get to the bottom of this. While plotting his next move, Vincent Adenka warned his ally that regular sword aura won't work on dragons, making this battle trickier. Knocking them out with shockwaves was the only way, even if it hurt. This terrifying display left young Miju wide-eyed with fear. Out of nowhere, a deadly dark spell shot straight toward them. Vincent Adenka sensed the incoming danger, realizing nobody was safe here. He quickly grabbed Miju and both narrowly dodged the blast. Landing gracefully on a stone, the roaring waterfall echoed around them. Suddenly, Baron Barum's mocking voice echoed from the shadows, tauntingly asking if Vincent Adenka really thought he could pull this off. Vincent Adenka scanned the area, trying to spot the speaker. Ignoring the boy, the Baron smugly asked how he knew dragon weaknesses. If Vin defeated Miju too quickly, the mastermind's plans would fall apart. Finally, the pieces clicked in Vincent Adenka's mind. He recognized this man as the treacherous Baron from the rebel forces. Right then, Julian let out a gasp of pure disbelief. That was the fiend who used forbidden dark magic to forge Elder Lauren's fake corpse. The Baron merely chuckled at their recognition. He mocked them, surprised they remembered him from such a brief encounter. Pausing, Barrow narrowed his eyes with a cold stare. He warned them that letting down their guard mid-fight was a fatal mistake. Instantaneously, Vincent Adenka dodged a surprise attack from Miju. Blinded by resentment, the young dragon screamed, accusing Vin of being just like Gafono, trying to steal his family away. Vincent Adenka carefully parried Miju's frantic blows, holding back his own immense strength to avoid hurting the misguided child. He yelled out, desperately trying to snap Miju out of it. Seizing the moment, the cowardly Barome launched another ambush. He mockingly reminded Vin to watch his back, unleashing a horrific spell called Agony Abyss. Vin clicked his tongue, forced to react. He had to dodge, but even with his life on the line, Vin's focus remained locked on the vulnerable dragon boy. If he dodged now, Miju would take the full impact and die. Grinning with absolute confidence, Barome kept raining down attacks. He aimed to wipe them both out, but here's the crazy part. Vin actually shielded the kid with his own body. He wondered how Vin survived. His agony spell should have dehydrated him completely. Had Vin obtained a water attribute blessing? Vincent Adenka gritted his teeth, demanding to know if the Baron was the twisted mind behind the dark blessings. Dragons possessed naturally high magic resistance. Corrupting that strength required a truly high-tiered dark magician, someone like a dark sorcerer. Forbidden dark magic was powered by sacrificing one's own life force. It was the only force capable of eroding dragon scales. This wicked energy ate away at its user's health, but its corrosive power could rot even the toughest dragon hide. As Vincent Adenka spoke past, memories flashed. The rogue goblins, the counterfeit corpse of Elder Taeloven, it all connected. Even the incident at the Myoto Magic Stone Mine. Every nightmare and corrupted blessing pointed to one elusive master of darkness. No more guessing games. Vin boldly pointed right at the Baron, exposing his true identity once and for all. The Baron was a dark sorcerer from the Cult of Nightmares. Even exposed, Barome remained entirely unbothered, smiling coldly. He declared that Vin knew far too much to stay alive. Behind Vin's protective back, young Miju could only stammer. The boy asked why. He recalled how Barome had previously manipulated him, claiming Vincent Adenka wanted to usurp the late leader. Miju had asked if it was true, and the Baron had reassured him, fueling his hatred for the human race. He had claimed Vin was Gafono's nephew, bound to enslave and cage dragons for power. He urged Miju to strike first. He was convinced to expel humanity from the forest. Blinded by deception, the young dragon boy had readily agreed to help. Now back in reality, Miju stared in disbelief, wondering why this human was risking his life to protect a dragon. The Baron said Vin was just like Gafono, but this human was different. Before Miju could think, his evil spirit reasserted control. It warned him not to waver. All humans were wicked, and trusting them would only lead to betrayal, just like his father. It commanded him to protect Olivia. Instantly, Miju's dark magic flared up, growing far denser and more violent than before. Vincent Adenka gasped as Miju's mana suddenly went berserk. Watching this unfold, Baron Barome grinned with absolute delight. He cheered, declaring that he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to end Vin's life. On his command, Miju lunged. Miju thrust his sword forward with deadly intent, aimed right at Vin Arena. But suddenly, strange wooden roots trapped the boy. Shocked, Barome stared wide-eyed as his puppet was restrained. A split second later, a clean slash struck the wicked Baron. While Barome is still trying to process what is happening, Kambi launches a sudden, brutal strike straight at him. Vincent Adenka calls out in surprise to his brother, but Kambi cuts him off. In a low, cold voice, he asks if the intruder really thought entering Dragon Forest would be this easy. Barome clutches his chest in agony. In an instant, his pain turns to rage as he curses those useless lizard folk. In the next second, Kambi strikes again. His razor-sharp sword flies straight forward, piercing directly through Barome. Barome coughs up blood, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Yet even on the brink of death, he remains stubborn. He gasps that this is not the end. but in a cold, merciless tone, Camby shuts him down, declaring his life is over. Standing nearby, Naimer softly praises his efforts, saying his incredible swordsmanship is as magnificent as always. Before she can even finish her sentence, Vincent Adenka screams a warning that it is not over yet. But wait, just as Vin yells, Barum suddenly materializes right behind Camby, revealing he used a decoy skill to fake his death. The speed is simply too fast for Camby to react. Damn it, he mutters just as Barum unleashes a devastating attack. Vincent Adenka and Naimer scream out Camby name in horror. Unfortunately, there is no time to dodge. As Camby crashes hard onto the ground, Barum mocks him, asking if he did not warn that useless lizard not to cross him. Seeing their leader fall, the dragon soldiers rush forward to protect him and drive out the intruder. Unfazed by their charge, Barum simply flashes a wicked, scheming grin, muttering that it is finally time to present his offerings. Following his words, Vincent Adenka and Naimer watch in horror as a dark, ominous aura begins swirling around Miju. Barum urges Lord Daven to feast as the dark magic around the boy grows heavier by the second. In the next instant, the boy opens his mouth wide, releasing a horde of vengeful spirits. The dragon soldiers panic instantly, recognizing the spirits as Daven phantoms. They scream for everyone to run, terrified by how so many could appear at once. Jam screams in terror as the ghosts lunge at him. But within seconds, his sudden dead silence makes his fellow soldiers ask if he is all right. They ask if he is okay, but a dark, sinister magic is already radiating from Jam's body. Jam sneers, asking how he could possibly be fine when a spirit has possessed him. He demands to know how he can be okay after what happened to his family. Soon, the other soldiers are also taken over by the vengeful ghosts driven to attack humanity. They shout to banish the humans and return their families. One possessed soldier fiercely turns on his own ally, asking if he plans to give up on revenge. His comrade stammers back in absolute terror. He begs him to stop, but fortunately, Naimer vine branches restrain the attacker just in time. The possessed soldier growls that he cannot move his body. She binds the other corrupted soldiers as well, though they plead with Mother Naimer to release them, claiming their fury is justified. Naimer desperately tries to snap them out of it, urging them to stay strong and resist the ghost's control. Meanwhile, Miju stammers weakly, his life force seemingly drained dry by the evil spirits, as he mutters Olivia's name. Right after calling out for Olivia, Miju's body withered away to bone. Seeing this, Vincent Adenka frantically shakes him, shouting his name, but Naimer quickly reassures him that the boy is still alive. Vincent Adenka grashes his teeth and glares back at Barum, asking if he finds this amusing. Barum simply responds with a highly satisfied laugh. Honestly, this guy is pure evil, he laughs as they tear each other apart after he triggers their deepest, darkest rage. To him, they are nothing but mindless puppets dancing in his nightmare, completely unaware as they happily slaughter their own allies. He sneers at Vincent Adenka, saying they could have pleased Lord Daven much longer if he had not interfered. With an eerily calm tone, Vincent Adenka slowly asks a question. He asks if serving Daven is the ultimate purpose of this nightmare. Without a shred of hesitation, Barum proudly confirms it, stating that everything they did was to bring their lord back. Vincent Adenka growls in anger, telling him that if this is what he calls a nightmare, then he will gladly wake him from his foolish dream. The moment Vincent Adenka finishes speaking, Barum strikes first, daring him to try as he chants a massive area of effect spell. Ominous dark branches surged up from the ground, crackling with dark energy. They spread outward at a terrifying, unstoppable speed. Naimer notices that the binding roots of the ancient tree have already withered away completely. The possessed boy has finally been set free. Moments later, Barum mockingly asks the dragon tribe if they have any pride, left wondering why they let the grandson of Gono roam freely in their sacred forest. The synchronized assault from the possessed dragon soldiers puts Naimer on high alert as she realizes the danger. But Vincent Adenka does not flinch, his eyes blazing with pure fury. Suddenly, a massive torrent of crystal-clear water wraps around Vincent Adenka's body with overwhelming power. Stunned by this incredible water energy, a panicked Barum screams out, wondering how his withered zone is suddenly coming back to life like this. What happened next was even harder for Barum to believe. He stammered, wondering if it had really been 200 years. Nedia watched in silence. Tears welled up in her eyes. She thought of her beloved child Abantan, and how someone had finally inherited his power. It turned out that Vincent Adenka had summoned Ford to join the fight. After reviving everything around him, the spirit powerfully slammed his trident down into the hard ground. Feeling her long-lost strength return, Nedia cried out in joy that Porstein's divine blessing was the true power to lead the dragon race. Releasing the gathered water energy could forcefully awaken their power and spirits. This was Fortin's ultimate technique, calling upon the dragon race to welcome Vincent Adenka with a massive roar. Freed from the evil spirits at last, the dragon soldiers roared in unison, hailing the arrival of their new dragon king. They swore to protect him with everything they had, while Barum just could not accept this harsh reality. How could Lord Daven's absolute control be shattered? In the next second, Vincent Adenka confidently told him it was time to wake up. The dream was over. Barum gritted his teeth in pure disbelief, wondering how Lord Daven's absolute control could be broken so easily. Unwilling to accept defeat, he roared out, demanding to know what kind of trick Vincent Adenka had played. Ignoring the screaming commander, Vincent Adenka called out to the dragons, reminding them of his promise to make their oppressors pay. He vowed to bring peace between their conflicting races, asking if they would trust him and lend him their ultimate power. The dragon soldiers responded instantly, shouting to follow the true heir of the Dragon King and drive out the invaders together. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka smirked confidently, promising to lead the charge himself. Without a single second of hesitation, he ordered the full assault, leaving a terrified Barum screaming for them to get back. Vincent Adenka declared that the dark magic was useless. In a flash, he unleashed the devastating power of Porsten's blessing. A tidal wave of clear water clashed head-on with Barum's dark magic, just as the commander had anticipated. He mocked the boy for rushing to his own doom. But watch this, before he can even finish, Vincent Adenka suddenly closed the distance. Vincent Adenka appeared right in front of Barum, decisively plunging his sharp blade straight into the commander's chest. The dragon soldiers followed up, skewering him with their spears. Even as Barum coughed up blood, his evil spirit hid cowardly. In the next second, Barum's soul ripped free from his physical shell, gathering dark energy to threaten his foes. He warned them that he could easily resurrect the dead once more, but Vincent Adenka did not look surprised at all. Instead, he calmly warned his powerful ally not to let this monster slip through the net this time. Right on cue, Canby struck from the shadows with a completely flawless slash that Barum never saw coming. Seizing the moment, Canby clean cut off Barum's arm, growling that this was the end for the invader. Barum seethed with rage, humiliated to be bested by mere insects, but then his eyes widened in sheer shock. At that moment, a nearby soldier cried out in panic as the trapped souls of Daven were suddenly unleashed. Barum stared in disbelief, thanking Lord Daven for coming to his rescue. But the spirits remained completely silent. They stared down at Barum with cold, completely empty eyes. Realizing what was actually happening, he tried to plead. He begged Lord Daven for just another chance, desperately promising to bring him the heads of all these vermin. Without waiting another second, the dark spirit lunged forward, forcefully taking over Barum's body as Canby watched in horror. Vincent Adenka realized Daven had forced them all into soul contracts. Even as his physical body was consumed, Barum screamed, begging Daven not to abandon him, desperately crying out that he could still fight and prove his absolute loyalty. In the next second, he mutated into a grotesque, towering monster, leaving Julian staring in absolute shock. How could a human host so many dark soul contracts? Vincent Adenka stared silently, knowing Barum was fully lost to the hideous beast. Inside the monster, Barum wept, agonizing over why his master had abandoned him. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka spotted a toxic black mist beginning to seep out and spread rapidly across the entire battlefield. The newly revived trees withered instantly, decaying and rotting away under the suffocating pressure of this dark magic. Vincent Adenka realized with a shudder that the dark soul contracts were actively amplifying this vile black magic. The soldiers screamed for everyone to run, warning that the smoke would drain the life from their bodies. As Miju scrambled to flee, his mind raced with confusion over the cryptic words Barum had told him. His scattered memories were in complete disarray, but mid-stride Miju suddenly spotted a very familiar figure in the distance. His eyes widened in sheer horror. Olivia was lying motionless on the cold ground, barely clinging to life. He instantly rushed to her side, begging her to wake up, while the dragon soldiers near Vincent Adenka kept screaming, "It is spreading fast. At this rate, it will swallow us whole." Nair quickly orders everyone to get back, just as they feel this technique of hers. Vincent Adenka says in shock that it is impossible. The next second, he turns to Julian and says, "Julian, I will sever the black soul contract with my enchanted slash." Without hesitation, Julian replies, "Do not say it is impossible. The black souls are multiplying endlessly by devouring Miju's life force dozens of times over. If you cannot slash through them all, you will not stop him." Hearing these words from Julian, Vin grows extremely worried, breaking out in cold sweat. Even going all out is not enough. Is there really no way? Just as despair sets in, Canby suddenly speaks up. There is one way. As the successor to Abenton's power, you might be able to use it. The core of Payton's blessing. The ultimate secret technique passed down only to the greatest warriors of the dragon race, the ultimate technique of Abenton. He firmly declares that this is their only shot at defeating that horrific monster. Miju holds a weakened Olivia tightly, desperately urging her to hang on. "Why did you run out here instead of staying home?" Olivia weakly whispers back. Her eyes are fixed on the scattered pieces of sandwiches on the ground as she struggles to speak. She wanted him to eat the sandwich Siri gave them. Her genuine deep care for him in this moment deeply moves Miju. But he knows they have to focus on escaping right now. "We will talk later. We have to run now." But it is already too late. The slime has spotted them and lunges at Miju. This startles the young boy with pure terror. Just as they think it is all over, a protective shield suddenly envelops them, blocking the slime's vicious attack. Someone leaps in and calls out, saying she has finally found them. It turns out their savior is Sari. Looking at her two friends, she anxiously asks Miju and Olivia if they are all right. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka's group is casually talking, completely unaware of what is coming. A wave of slime is creeping up from behind. Vincent Adenka is the first to notice and shouts a warning. As the muck spreads, a figure suddenly charges and slicing right through the nasty substance. Right after, multiple magic circles light up. Vincent Adenka watches the swordsman land and speaks with deep, sincere gratitude, thanking Sir Camby. But the dragon warrior stays silent, staring grimly at his corroded blade as he realizes just a single strike corroded both his weapon and his arm. Deep doubts begin to rise inside his mind, wondering if his sword is truly this useless. Suddenly, he drops to his knees, begging Vincent Adenka to inherit the legendary sword of Abington. This sudden, desperate plea from the warrior leaves Prince Vin completely stunned. Even Nair gasps at the shocking sight of a demon kneeling before a human. Camby's entire body trembles as he pours his heart out, admitting that his mother cannot even stop a simple intruder, let alone halt this war. He begs for forgiveness for shamefully relying on an outsider, but insists that this is their only choice. Vincent Adenka's silence makes him realize they must entrust the sacred clan's secrets to a human they once despised. Knowing the youth must have doubts, the warrior bluntly asks him a direct question, if he can really trust him. The warrior desperately needs to know if they can safely entrust the entire dragon race to a human prince. Vincent Adenka remains silent before hesitantly preparing to answer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, bare feet slam hard against the dirt. Sari is running at full speed while carrying Olivia in her arms, yelling out to Miju to keep running and not let themselves get caught. As they sprint, Miju looks over with confusion, asking why she is helping them after he threw stones and shoes at her. Sari simply smiles and replies, because the prince wishes for it. Remembering his noble words, she proudly recalls how the prince once told her that strength exists solely to protect others. She has always held onto the image of Vincent Adenka, constantly risking everything to help those in need. His absolute determination makes her proud to stand by him as a true ultimate honor. Hearing this, Miju still struggles to understand using strength to protect. Suddenly, a painful memory from his past flashes vividly before his eyes. His dying father's final desperate command echoes, telling Miju to run and survive while protecting his little sister. Just as the boy is lost in these heavy memories, a sudden blinding light erupts across the sky. Sari instantly recognizes the prince's signature mana with joy, while Miju stares up in sheer shock. Looking on with a mix of wonder and hope, the boy wonders if he could ever become a hero like Vincent Adenka. He silently cheers for the man currently risking everything to save them all. Camby witnesses this awe-inspiring sight as well. His voice grows dead serious as he declares they must inherit. Nair stammers in disbelief. Since the era of Abington, absolutely no one has ever recreated this legendary ultimate technique. It seems she is pinning all of her hopes on Vin now. Everything rides on the prince's combat skills. Meanwhile, Vin is recalling Camby's recent words about Pogden's blessing holding two distinct powers. According to his explanation, the first is the blade the prince described earlier, which is capable of unleashing raw oceanic energy. But then there is that second blade. Suddenly, Vin clenches his fist tight. His internal magic surges as he remembers a crucial detail from Camby's explanation. The second sword can actually absorb energy. This rising ominous pressure immediately catches the attention of the furious Baram. But that same energy is also healing the wounded Dragon Clan soldiers. Shock and relief wash over every single face. They cannot believe the pure power Vin is sharing. Camby and Nymer stand in silence as the healing warmth washes over them. Miju stammers in disbelief that the life force is returning. Meanwhile, Vin focuses hard, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength. He is preparing a single devastating slash of heavily compressed energy. Vin knows exactly what this legendary blade can do when fused with his own power. Legend says it can drown the world in a pitch-black sea. Suddenly, Baram looks up. He glares at Vin, screaming out his name in pure hatred. He lunges forward, shouting that this is all his fault. Vin completely ignores the madman's screaming. He stays laser-focused on his strike, calmly whispering the terrifying name of the ultimate technique, Black Sea. With a chilling whisper, he unleashes a monstrous slash. The blade shears right through Baram, splitting him clean in half. And just like that, a single strike ends the tyrant. His body crumbles to dust, dissolving completely into the wind as the sky finally begins to clear. A single raindrop falls onto a withered flower. Suddenly, a gentle healing rain washes over the battlefield. The cool rain wakes young Olivia from her deep coma. Sari shouts out in pure joy that she is finally awake. Overwhelmed, Miju bursts into tears, thanking the heavens. He looks in utter disbelief at his sister's face. The horrific wounds are completely healed. Her damaged skin is fully restored. A confused Olivia blinks softly, asking her brother why he is crying. Miju doesn't say a single word. He just pulls her into a tight, desperate hug, crying out her name in absolute relief. Olivia gasps that she cannot breathe, utterly bewildered by his tears. Nearby others joyfully reach out to catch the falling rain. They whisper that this magical rain is restoring the ancient forest of Yongrim. Standing nearby, Nair quietly turns to her son. She asks if Knight Canby still harbors hatred toward humanity. After a long pause, Canby gives a solemn, honest answer. He can never forgive those who trampled on his people. Cut to a few hours earlier when Canby knelt before Vin. He respectfully asked if he could truly trust the prince. Without a second thought, Vin gave him a direct answer. He has seen far too many people suffer from the cruelty of their enemies. Vin grips his sword hilt tightly. He wishes he could wipe those monsters off the face of the earth, promising to do whatever it takes to make things right. Shadows of both his past and present lives merge in that resolute posture. He declares he is ready to shoulder the burden. He asks Knight Canby to trust him with the Dragon King's blade. The flashback fades and Canby smiles softly in the present. He tells his mother that he wants to believe in this man. He chooses to place his trust in Vin, who swore to do the impossible, to wipe every single trace of evil out of Yongrim. With that kind of resolve, Canby cannot help but respect him. Watching Vin unleash those devastating strikes, Canby steps forward. He admits he has absolutely nothing left to teach him. He declares that the legacy of the Dragon King's sword has been perfectly passed down to Prince Vin. Vin is absolutely thrilled to hear this. The ultimate power of the Dragon King is finally completely his to command. But before Vin can celebrate, Canby cuts in with a grim warning. He tells the prince there is one critical catch. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Vin asks what it is. Canby explains the sword's limits outside the borders of Yongrim. Glancing at the massive deep crater Vin just carved into the earth, Canby warns him not to expect this level of destruction everywhere. Vin is completely baffled by this warning. He asks what he means, prompting Canby to kindly break it down for him. Yongrim is overflowing with pure mana and natural energy, all thanks to the power of the Millennium Tree. Once he leaves this forest, the blade won't pack even a tiny fraction of its current devastating punch. So Canby offers a crucial friendly tip: absorb as much energy as possible while still inside this forest. It will serve as a battery outside. Fired up, Vin declares they should start training immediately, but Canby just smiles. He points nearby, calling it a day. That is when Vin notices young Miju peeking out from behind a tree. Amused, Canby notes their little spectator has arrived. Without missing a beat, Vin warmly invites the boy over. He asks if Miju wants to train with them today. With a bright smile, the boy eagerly agrees. With his shadow gone, Mu pushes his body to the absolute limit, training like a madman. Watching him, Julian just scoffs and mocks him. He asks why the stubborn kid suddenly became so obedient. But Mu does not care about the teasing at all. Instead, he focuses entirely on Vincent Adenka's combat tips. When fighting with one arm, a wide swing easily ruins your balance. You always have to plan your next move ahead. Still, Vincent Adenka's deep knowledge of fighting with only one arm makes Canby highly suspicious. He asks the prince if he has trained a one-armed warrior before hitting Vincent Adenka right where it hurts. Caught off guard, the prince stutters out a quick excuse. Yes, he just happened to know someone like that before. Internally, he groans. He was only teaching his own past style, but it was way too obvious. Then Miju speaks up. She says she has been wondering about something for a while now. This makes Vincent Adenka even more anxious. What does she mean? She points at his feet and innocently asks why he does not have a shadow. Vincent Adenka has absolutely no idea how to explain it. Later, inside her office, Nair looks completely stunned. She asks about the blessing of Abanton. Canby does not hide anything. He confirms that Prince Vincent Adenka found the item inside an underground gate back in Dona. That is what he heard. Nair mutters about a split pair of rings. Finally, Vincent Adenka speaks up. He admits he came to the Dragon Forest specifically to find it, asking her to share anything she might know. After a brief silence, Nair sighs deeply, wondering aloud if this is destiny. She then reaches down and opens a drawer. She pulls out a small object, explaining it is the only keepsake he left behind. Resting in her palm is a ring. She holds it out, telling Vincent Adenka to take it if this is what he is seeking. The moment he sees it, Vincent Adenka gasps in shock. The blessing of the Dragon King. Julian cannot believe his eyes. Who would have thought such a powerful relic would just be sitting inside a dusty drawer? Recovering from his shock, Vincent Adenka hesitates. He asks if she is absolutely sure he can accept it since it belonged to the Dragon King's own son. Nair just smiles warmly. She tells him it has much more meaning in his hands than rolling around forgotten in some desk drawer. Taking the ring, Vincent Adenka makes a solemn vow to use its power well and never bring shame to the Dragon King's name. Days later, he is back training under a freezing waterfall. He reflects on his pact with the Shadow Messenger, which is finally settled. The constant threat of death is gone. Out of the 7 months Bailome gave him, only 6 remain. As water droplets splash over his skin, he feels the raw power of the dragon heart waiting to be claimed. He must absorb every bit of energy from this forest before his time is up. Just like that, 6 months fly by. The day finally comes for Vincent Adenka to say goodbye to the dragon tribe. He thanks them sincerely for their hospitality. Nair leads the crowd to bid him farewell, worrying they did not treat him well enough. But Vincent Adenka stands tall and speaks up. He proudly tells them that he has inherited the legacy of the Dragon King here. Looking over at Mew and his loyal companions, and then at Canby, he adds that having such a wonderful teacher was more than enough. Canby looks back with deep gratitude. He says they now have a bright future thanks to him. Vincent Adenka simply smiles, happy to hear those words. With a final wave, he prepares to depart. The entire tribe gathers to bid their savior farewell. The teleportation gate flares to life, pulling both Vincent Adenka and Sari back to the human world dungeon. Stepping out of the portal, Sari sighs with relief, glad to be back safe. Vincent Adenka turns to comfort her but freezes. Standing right near the gate is Hannah casually eating a snack. Vincent Adenka can only stare at her in complete disbelief. Completely caught off guard by her presence, he stutters out, asking what on earth she is doing there. Meanwhile, over in Heka's office, she looks up and immediately loses her cool, demandingly asking who let this guest in. Sitting comfortably inside, the uninvited visitor tells her to relax. He claims he is just here for a casual visit. He calls it a simple trip down memory lane for a former cadet, leaving Heka completely speechless. She knows exactly who this man is. He is the eldest son of the main family line and the top heir, the feared Kamadenka. Smirking with absolute confidence, he casually remarks that her cold reception is quite hurtful. Even if he is just a former cadet, treating him this poorly could cause her some major trouble. His eyes narrow dangerously as he asks if she plans to greet the future head of the family. Heka quickly salutes. Shaken, she asks what brings him here. Suddenly, Kamadenka channels his mana with a sly smile. He asks if his little sister is about to be knighted, a gorgeous bouquet of flowers materializing in his grasp. He claims he just wants to congratulate her, but his sinister grin says otherwise as he asks where Hannah is. Vin calls out to his sister in utter shock. Why is she here? He can barely believe she guarded this gate. Hannah spots her troublemaking brother. She rushes over deeply worried, asking if Vin has finally returned. But Vin is just panicked. He cannot believe she stayed here while he spent 7 months in the Dragon Forest. Julian sighs, explaining that Hannah felt a strict duty to protect them and blindly followed it. Looking at her now, Vincent Adenka feels a deep pang of guilt. He blames himself, wishing he had at least sent a letter to her. But Hannah does not blame him. Instead, she smirks. Are you criticizing my duty by calling it trouble? Her sharp question leaves both Vin and Julian completely baffled, and they honestly have no idea how to respond. After staring in pure confusion for a long moment, Vin softly murmurs that she has changed quite a bit. Hannah calmly admits those 7 months were far from meaningless. Her voice is incredibly quiet as she speaks. She has thought a lot. She recounts what happened after he departed, explaining that the guards here were suddenly attacked. They could not open the gate from their side, so she decided to stand her ground and protect it. She felt uneasy and angry. These were rare, intense emotions that she had never truly experienced before now. But now he is finally back. Seeing that glowing ring on his hand, she can take a breath of relief. She is relieved her mission did not fail, but more importantly, she is just glad that he is safe. Hearing those sweet words, Vincent Adenka smiles warmly. He eagerly suggests they head out to finally finish their mission together. Hannah agrees without a single moment of hesitation. Later, Winston spots Sari walking through the gate and runs over overjoyed. He yells out in excitement, asking if Sari is actually still alive. Meanwhile, Vin and his sister head deeper inside together. As they walk, Hannah quietly glances at him. She remarks that he has grown quite a bit since they last met. This catches Vincent Adenka completely off guard. Did he actually grow any taller during those 7 months away? Looking at her clueless brother, she sighs and shakes her head. No, not his height. She is talking about his power. His aura is incredibly impressive. Technically, he is around 3-star light, but his presence feels completely different now. Hannah proudly notes that he must have trained tirelessly in the Dragon Forest, constantly pushing past his limits. She confidently declares that among all the 3-star light warriors, he is easily the strongest of them all. Vincent Adenka is quite curious about this. Aren't there other incredibly powerful noble heirs among the 3-star lights? He mentions Kagon, who has outstanding talent. Hannah knows this well, but she believes Vin completely surpasses them. She is absolutely certain of this. He is far stronger than them, and he will continue to grow. Her praise makes both Vin and Julian beam with pure pride. Vin softly thanks her for the wonderful compliment. Right then, an unexpected figure suddenly appears. Melanon points a trembling finger, amazed that the true heir has returned. Recognizing him instantly, Vincent Adenka raises his voice. Before the 7th moon sets, the oath-bound Shadow has finally returned. The Shadow Assassin must fulfill his solemn oath. Immediately after he speaks, a strange purple flame ignites in midair. Melanon's power suddenly erupts, with force surging directly toward Vincent Adenka, who simply stands his ground without flinching. Hannah cries out in utter panic, warning him. Vincent Adenka merely glares back at Melanon as the assassin speaks. He acknowledges that Vin has kept his solemn promise. His voice echoes, slowly preparing to deliver the promised reward. The power does not attack him. Instead, it flows directly into the ring, which holds the Dragon King's legacy. Melanon returns the shadow to its rightful owner as a reward. Julian watches this happen in absolute delight. He celebrates securing their next move while Vincent Adenka stares at the ring, calling it a true blessing. As Melanon begins to fade away into absolute nothingness, he whispers that he is finally free at last. Fearing the assassin will vanish, Vincent Adenka hastily yells out, demanding to know about the ring and Abenton. Melanon admits they do not know the details, but he promises that it will guide him to the heavens. He adds that the power of Helium's first head resides inside it, leaving Vin completely stunned by the news. Vin wonders if this is another magical artifact of Itia. Before vanishing, Melanon offers a smiling blessing. He hopes Vin will eventually reach the truth. With that, Vin and Hannah finally complete their quest at last. Everything in Helium is fully settled. Refusing to take any rest, Vin quickly prepares for his next journey. It is time to return to Blood City. 1 week later, standing before the frozen gates, Vin looks around. No one is here to greet them. They arrived exactly on schedule. Suddenly, a voice calls out. A voice rings out, "Long time no see." A figure sits atop the wall, happily greeting his younger siblings. Then he drops, landing right in front of them. The moment Vin sees him, he freezes. The shock is completely written all over his face. Before Vin can speak, Julian grits his teeth in pure fury. It is Camon. Seeing Julian like this makes Vin uneasy. Vin grows anxious. Julian explains that this eldest son of the direct bloodline is different, a true monster in human skin. He is the most cruel and wicked sibling of all, far worse than anyone else. Hearing this, Vin can only agree. This eldest son really does resemble their tyrannical father. Out of all 8 children, Camon looks the most like Khan Adenka. Camon tells them to address him properly. But instead of brotherly love, he immediately casts a disdainful look toward Vin. He sneers at Vin, calling him a mere concubine's child. Trash. This cruel insult makes Julian shake with absolute rage. "What did you just say?" Julian snaps. Quickly, Hannah steps in, asking her brother why he came to Blood City. Camon steps forward, claiming he has been away for too long. Suddenly, he presents her with a bouquet of flowers. But wait. They are withered dead flowers presented under the malicious guise of congratulating her on her recent promotion. Camon smiles deviously, telling her to keep dedicating herself to martial arts just like this dying flower. Vin is completely baffled. "What is this rude guy trying to do?" Vin asks. Julian grimly explains that Camon is openly threatening her life. Julian breaks down the family struggle. Currently, the Adenka powers are balanced between the eldest son and the second child. Both hold different advantages. The second sister is unmatched in raw strength, but the eldest brother dominates the political landscape. Yet there is a crucial factor. The only force capable of breaking this delicate balance is Hannah and her supporters. Knowing this, Julian easily guesses Camon's scheme. If Hannah abandons her dream, it will trigger a massive shift in power. He wants her supporters to remain neutral in the shadows, leaving him free to manipulate the entire family from within. Breaking the silence, Hannah sincerely reassures him. She has absolutely no interest in fighting for the family throne. Hearing this, Camon asks a single question that shocks her deeply. Her eyes widen in pure, unadulterated horror. "Don't you care about that blind person in Helium?" He sneers confidently, claiming the support of 2 great elders. He proudly boasts that manipulating the power structure in Helium is a simple task for someone of his high status. "How long can that weak soul survive his interference?" he asks, watching Hannah tremble as she reaches for the flowers. "If you do not like it, simply let it rot in a vase." Camon sneers with malicious delight. A smug smile spreads across his face as he declares his plan to rule Adenka. But then a hand intervenes. "No." A calm voice rings out in the heavy silence, and a hand gently touches the withered bouquet in her grasp. Vin channels his magic into the dead flowers, instantly bringing them back to life. Camon is completely stunned. "How could dead flowers possibly bloom again?" Camon stammers. Vin coldly declares that he will never let him take over Adenka. Inside the carriage, Winston and Sari watch the tense situation unfold outside. Sari looks on with growing worry. Winston trembles in sheer panic. "What is the eldest son Camon doing here of all places?" he gasps. Hearing his loud, panicked voice, Sari quickly turns and gestures for him to keep it down. "Be quiet, Winston." Outside, Camon questions Vin about joining the succession struggle, mentioning he heard the news from Aben. Pointing a disdainful finger at Vin's head, he sneers that knowing one's own limits is a form of wisdom. He thoroughly enjoys degrading Vin, mockingly asking how a low, born with 0 qualifications, dares to enter this sacred space. Vin does not hesitate to fight back. Slapping the hand away, he asks if Camon also lacks the qualities to inherit. This incredibly bold retort catches Camon completely off guard, leaving him temporarily speechless in absolute disbelief. With a sharp and mocking grin, Vin bluntly brings up the embarrassing events of that fateful day. He mentions how Dia is the only one in 500 years of Adenka history to win the friendly match. He rubs salt into Kamon's pride, asking if that means he was defeated by a direct descendant of the Samion family. A smirk plays on Vin's lips as he notes that her sudden awakening must have been an absolute nightmare for him. Each word is a devastating blow, tearing a massive wound straight through Kamon's arrogant and fragile pride. He asks how often people compare him to Dia. Suddenly, Vin senses a thick, suffocating wave of killing intent. A sudden brutal strike sends Vin flying backward. Driven by his shattered ego, the enraged Kamon has finally snapped. His raspy, trembling voice rings out as he furiously claims that none of this was ever his fault. The Samion family has been undefeated for over 500 years, but why did it have to happen now? He snarls, asserting himself. That freakish girl is totally abnormal, so do not even compare him to her. Then seeing her horrific actions, Kamon Sari cannot hold back anymore. She demands to know what he is doing, which only makes the furious Kamon strike out at her. Hannah quickly steps in to shield her and shouts a warning, do not get involved, it is far too dangerous. However, Sari is still terrified for Vincent Adenka, worrying about his safety. Even knowing this, Hannah refuses to let her friend risk her life, especially when her brother is enraged like this. Hannah knows nobody can stop him when he is in this state. Meanwhile, for Vincent Adenka, taking a heavy punch from Kamon leaves him struggling. He silently marvels at the raw strength of the family heir. This is the elite power of the Adenka clan. Suddenly, intense malice locks onto Vin as Kamon charges, fully intending to finish him. I will kill you, he roars. Kamon unleashes a horrifying slash so devastatingly strong that it slices through everything in its path. Standing amidst the wreckage, Kamon laughs mockingly and shouts out his powerful sword dance technique. But just as he feels entirely victorious, a voice suddenly cuts in, calling him all talk. Vincent Adenka has already leaped high into the air right in front of Kamon. A confident smile plays on Vin's face. His training at Yongrim did not just strengthen Fortin's blessing, it did much more. It also boosted his other blessing traits. Now it is Vin's turn to teach Kamon a lesson. The incredible speed of his movement instantly panics Kamon. Is this the legendary step technique? He wonders. It is even faster than the rumors. He really struggles to block Vincent Adenka's strikes, unable to track them. Right then, Vin notices a critical opening in Kamon's defense. Without any hesitation, he makes his move. The guy has lost his balance. This is his chance. Vin immediately strikes back with a heavy blow. However, Vincent Adenka did not expect Kamon to actually block it. The sudden defense catches the young fighter completely off guard. In that split second of shock, Kamon grabs him. The villain laughs maniacally, raises his sword high, and yells out, mocking Vin for his foolish mistake. Only now does Vincent Adenka realize that this was all part of Kamon's trap. His opponent baited him with a fake opening just to trap him. Meanwhile, explosions echo violently inside the Blood City fortress. The crazy prince refuses to let Vincent Adenka escape. The moment the boy tries to retreat, the savage attacker immediately pursues him. He slashes wildly, shouting at Vin to keep talking. Let's see how much of a struggle our hero can put up. Vin quickly deploys a magical shield to block the razor-sharp rain, but he completely underestimated Kamon's raw destructive force. The impact triggers a massive shockwave that rattles everything. Finally, Vin lies defeated on the ground, gritting his teeth. He groans at how absurdly strong Kamon is. Vin has to admit that this guy's battle instincts completely outclass his own. Is the gap between the main family members truly this massive? Seeing his prey completely cornered, Kamon laughs victoriously. He declares Vin is done for. Vin himself realizes he is in deep trouble, but just as hope seems entirely lost, a sudden magic barrier manifests to shield him from the fatal blow. It looks like someone else has entered the fray. Kamon immediately recognizes the caster and growls in pure frustration. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka can only look on in sheer confusion. He wonders if this is magic, just as a powerful figure steps forward, telling Kamon to halt his attack. The savior is none other than Vago Pagoda. He sternly declares that this sibling sparring has gone quite far enough. Seeing him, Vin calls him the Vice Lord, but Kamon is absolutely furious at having his kill stolen by an outsider. He rages, demanding to know how a mere Vice Lord dares to stop him, but Vago Pagoda remains completely unfazed. He calmly replies that his very position forces him to step in. Vago Pagoda then starts warning Kamon about his reckless actions. He warns the prince that causing chaos inside the fortress goes way too far even for the first prince himself. What he is doing clearly exceeds his authority. Fortunately, nobody was inside the structures Kamon destroyed during his rampage. If the prince backs down now, Vago Pagoda promises not to report this back to the main family. He then drops a final warning. Mentioning the absolute authority of Kamon's father finally forces the angry prince to fall in line and listen. Knowing he cannot afford to anger his father, Kamon prepares to leave, but not before delivering a final threat. He vows to return one day fully ready to claim his rightful place as the sole heir of the Adenka family. On that day, he promises to send Vincent Adenka straight to his hated mother. The deep grudge is officially set. Facing this intense boiling bloodlust, Vincent Adenka does not back down. He swears to never let anyone insult his mother. Neither he nor Julian ever saw her face, but from everything they have heard, Savina Hully deserves respect. She certainly does not deserve such slander. Julian steps forward as well, warning Kamon to remember those words. Vincent Adenka echoes the sentiment, promising that the prince will pay dearly for his insults. Then Kamon suddenly vanishes. Vin clenches his fists in sheer frustration, deeply angry at his own arrogance and carelessness during the battle. Drunk on his newfound power, he temporarily forgot his place. But remembering those high and mighty figures like Aslan, Khan and Kamon, Vincent Adenka realizes he is still too weak. He is not even at the starting line yet, so his drive to grow stronger burns hotter. He needs to obtain the god's blessing as soon as possible. That is where his true journey begins. Vincent Adenka calmly receives his treatment, which finishes up shortly after. Chevin gently explains the healing is complete. Fortunately, Vin's unique traits saved him from any fatal injuries. Vincent Adenka offers a quiet thank you. But right after Vago Pagoda starts lecturing him, reducing him to silent obedience. It was a dangerously reckless stunt. Kamon's power is on an entirely different level compared to his. Vincent Adenka quickly shifts focus, volunteering to personally treat and heal the rest of the injured fighters. Sari is deeply grateful and thanks him. But right then, Vago Pagoda hands down an unavoidable punishment. He orders Vin to remain in the city to train. It is annoying, but there is no escaping it. Naturally, Vin protests immediately. He insists he absolutely needs to reach the Nin waterfall right away. Vago Pagoda is 10 times more stubborn. He snaps that participating in an illegal duel demands punishment. Vin has no choice but to back down and comply. Suddenly, Vago Pagoda gasps in pure shocking realization. He notices the magic swelling inside Vincent Adenka is far more intense now. The difference is night and day. That trip to Yongrim clearly paid off. The density and quality of his mana are on another level. Vincent Adenka frowns urgently, stating he must report what happened. Vago Pagoda is instantly thrown into complete confusion, especially when Vin demands a private talk with him. The Vice Lord can only stammer out me. Soon a shocked exclamation echoes through the fortress. Is the Nightmare's goal really to resurrect the great demon Maven? Vincent Adenka confirms it, explaining that Barum revealed the Nightmare faction is a cult-worshipping archdemons. He rattles off terrifying names like Sami Adenka and Hele. Their massive reach is hard to even comprehend. While they speak outside, Chevin continues treating Sari indoors. But a sudden shock is about to disrupt everything. Inside, Chevin's eyes suddenly go wide with sheer disbelief. What on earth could cause this kind of reaction? It turns out his healing magic is doing absolutely nothing for Sari. His skills are completely failing her. Meanwhile, out on the balcony, Vincent Adenka recalls a warning. The Dragon Warrior Kambi made it very clear. His true enemy is the Magic Tower. If they are collaborating with the Nightmares, the world is in trouble. Vago Pagoda freezes at the news. It means Vanel Pagoda's sudden death must be connected to this massive conspiracy too. He slams his hand on the railing in sheer frustration. Shaking, he mutters that he must leave immediately. Right then, Lord Hokaken bursts in demanding a word. But Vago Pagoda has already made up his mind. Instead of listening, he pushes past her, grunting that whatever it is will just have to wait. He is taking a leave of absence. Hokaken is stunned and tries to stop him, but he is gone. Watching her subordinate bolt, she yells out, asking when he plans to return. But there is no answer. She is left utterly bewildered. Shirking responsibility is supposed to be her job. Then Vin steps out. He asks what is going on. Hokaken reveals that Hannah just headed off toward the Nin waterfall. Vincent Adenka is surprised. Is she taking her advancement exam? Rewinding a few minutes inside Hokaken's office, Hannah had made a serious demand to start immediately, having finally gathered enough promotion points from Hele. Her mission in Hele was a success, yet Hokaken was still confused by her sudden determination. Hannah declared that she refuses to be overshadowed. She wants the strength to protect those she loves. Hearing this back in the present, Vincent Adenka cannot help but smile. He is proud of her growth. She has really grown. Suddenly, Hokaken points directly at him with a mischievous look on her face. The Lord offers an incredibly tempting proposal. Would he like to assist Hannah with her official trial? Vincent Adenka is thrilled immediately, asking if she is serious. But Sari is completely baffled by the suggestion. As a mere semi-apprentice, he is unqualified. Chevin points out that only high-ranking members can assist. Hokaken just gives a sly knowing grin. That strict rules stickler Vago Pagoda is out of the picture now. If they write down a different name on the official paperwork, who is going to find out? It is a perfect sneaky plan. Without a single moment of hesitation, Vin is completely on board. Vincent Adenka bolts straight out of the room. Sari immediately chases after him, begging her young master to go together. Before leaving for Nin Waterfall Vincent Adenka makes sure to thank Hoka-ken for her support, offering his gratitude to the city lord. That's when Kevin anxiously asks if letting him leave like this is really alright. Hoka-ken simply smiles, replying that it's fine as long as the priest keeps quiet. Her real reason for letting Vincent Adenka go too. Nim Waterfall is because he survived the tomb of the Holy King. Perhaps Vincent Adenka is the only one who can uncover the truth behind the legend of Adenka. Watching the young man's determined figure walk away, she believes that the legacy left behind by the founder of Aslan within the city is truly meant for Vincent Adenka. Even though she gave him the chance to claim this inheritance, she still cannot help but feel a bit worried. She silently asks her ancestors if she is making the right choice. Meanwhile, at Nin Waterfall, an enraged monster is roaring in a terrifying fury, but it is silenced by a fatal strike. Naturally, the slayer is Hannah. Just as the beast falls, she silently declares the mission over. Suddenly, her gaze drifts to the side, seemingly lost in thought about why Vincent Adenka was so deeply drawn to Nin Waterfall. She can still remember how intently the young boy had tried to peer behind the cascading water. He seemed utterly obsessed with the Adenka family mission. Could there be something hidden there? She is lost in these deep thoughts. A familiar voice suddenly rings out, snapping Hannah back to reality. "You really are amazing, sister." Siri stares at the monster carcasses scattered all over the ground in absolute awe. She marvels that Hannah cleared them all out. Just then, Hannah spots Sari and Vincent Adenka, asking in surprise why they are both here. The young master quickly explains that the city lord sent them as backup. Since Sari is a brilliant spirit elementalist, she will definitely be of great help. As he speaks, his gaze drifts toward the waterfall. Hannah points out the mission is over, but just as Vincent Adenka jokingly suggests a little extra work won't hurt, Hannah sees right through his scheme and calls him out, asking how on earth he plans to cross that raging waterfall. Since his cover is blown, Vincent Adenka doesn't even hesitate. Watch closely as he casually tells his sister to step aside. His bold claim leaves Hannah completely bewildered. Standing nearby, Sari giggles and notes that Hannah probably has not seen his new trick yet. She proudly boasts about the incredible new technique the young master has acquired, showing off the brand new power that Vincent Adenka wields. Known as Finn's Blessing, this skill commands water with a violent force capable of washing away anything in its path. It is a pure water manipulation skill. Right at that moment, Julian manifests, pointing ahead with a sudden exclamation. He tells them to look as Vincent Adenka parts the massive waterfall, revealing a faint dark opening hidden deep behind the torrent. An ancient cave is actually hidden right behind the cascading water. Vincent Adenka stares intently at the dark entrance, sensing a divine presence. It is definitely the blessing of a god. Seeing the opening, Sari immediately shouts that she is tagging along to protect her master. She wants to make sure he does nothing reckless. Hannah smiles, refusing to let her troublesome little brother venture into danger alone. She insists on coming along. Their reactions leave Vincent Adenka completely stunned, asking if both Sari and his sister are really joining him. A warm, gentle smile spreads across Hannah's face as she explains that since he supported her dream, she will always support his. Deeply moved, Vincent Adenka cannot bring himself to refuse and expresses his heartfelt gratitude. With that settled, he quickly steps inside with his divine companion Spirit, eagerly telling Julian that it is time to move. The Spirit gladly agrees, shouting that he has waited for this moment for a very long time. Vincent Adenka marches forward with firm, resolute steps, followed closely by Sari and Hannah. They will claim the divine blessing left behind by Aslan's legendary founder. Sometime later, at the northern port of the Adenka territory, sailors shout back and forth in a frantic rush, asking if they are ready to depart and urging everyone to hurry. Nobody wants to face Lord Carmen's wrath. Leading his massive fleet, Carmen politely informs his father that they are setting sail to conquer the Haychok Islands. Khan remains silent, merely casting a piercing ice-cold gaze at his ambitious eldest son. After a tense silence, the patriarch warns him that the sea remains a dangerous mystery to their warriors, advising him to proceed with patience. Carmen respectfully replies that they have spent an entire year meticulously planning this voyage. Then he smugly begins to lay out his master scheme. He explains they will first eradicate the pirates occupying the territory to secure the vital maritime route. Once Adenka controls these waters, they can easily subdue the Samion family and expand their influence to unprecedented heights. With that grand vision, he kneels before Khan, solemnly promising to lead their clan to an absolute crushing victory. He boldly declares that this triumph will prove once and for all that he is the only worthy heir. His loyal subordinates immediately erupt into loud praise, hailing him as the destined next leader of the family. Carmen basks in their admiration, utterly convinced that his path to taking over the family is now completely set. He believes that with this conquest and backing from the elders, the family council will have no choice but to accept him. This victory will lock in his absolute authority, proving that no rival can ever hope to stand against him. No outside pressure could touch them. He boasts that no one can look down on their family, but right then Khan suddenly lowers his voice. He asks why he even wants to head the family. The unexpected question leaves Cam completely speechless, barely able to mutter out a confused what. His cluelessness clearly disappoints the old man. Khan turns to leave, throwing back a final warning that he expects a real answer when he returns. The sudden departure leaves Cam completely baffled, scrambling to shout after his father to wait and explain what he actually means. But as he stands there wondering why his father cut him off so abruptly, a soldier calls out from the distance with an urgent update. "Everything is ready for departure, sir." Annoyed by the interruption, Cam snaps instantly, taking out his sudden frustration on his loyal subordinate. He yells at him for being too slow, demanding to know why it was not finished before his father even arrived. Then he coldly orders his crew to set sail, confidently declaring that their upcoming campaign will be an absolute success. The crew shouts in agreement. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a heavy stack of books suddenly tumbles off a shelf. Buried under the mess, a completely exhausted Vago Pagoda sighs deeply, staring at the massive pile and realizing he hit a dead end. He hoped his sister left behind some useful clues, but there is nothing here but endless pages. He pauses, remembering his past conversations. Vincent Adenka once told him that his sister was a straight shooter. If Vincent Adenka was right about evil forces infiltrating the magic tower, then she definitely would have fought back. Vago Pagoda reasons that if she did resist, she must have left behind some sort of secret, a code hidden right under their noses. Realizing this, he decides to pull out the only keepsake his sister left him. It is just a plain piece of paper. He holds it up, having absolutely no clue why she gave him this specific item. "What were you trying to tell me?" he mutters. But as he stands there, completely puzzled, something bizarre begins to happen. A glowing magic circle suddenly materializes on the paper. He notices the strange reaction immediately, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. He gasps at the glowing patterns. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave behind Nin Waterfall, Vincent Adenka and his allies are talking. They can barely believe how massive this hidden space is. Hannah wonders aloud if a real dragon actually lives here. Vincent Adenka confirms his mother told him it is true, but Hannah points out that the blessing crystal is said to choose its master. How does he plan on claiming it? Vincent Adenka just smiles confidently, saying the legendary crystal will definitely choose him. But right as he boasts, a deep mocking voice echoes through the cave, asking what exactly makes him so arrogant. The sudden voice startles all three of them. Hannah gasps as Vincent Adenka desperately looks around to find the source. A mischievous figure hovers right above their heads, telling them they are looking in the wrong direction. Instantly, Vincent Adenka spins around. He fiercely demands to know who this intruder is. Annalyn just chuckles with amusement, teasingly asking who they think he is. Suddenly, unleashing magic, he teleports right onto Vincent Adenka's shoulders, laughing and asking if they really do not recognize him. The sheer speed of the move completely shocks Vincent Adenka, wondering how the creature managed to get behind him so quickly. The trio immediately leaps back to create some distance. Annalyn smiles at their quick reflexes, calling it a pretty decent reaction. Julian steps forward, warning Vincent Adenka that the magic they just witnessed did not sound like any human language. Vincent Adenka quickly pieces the clues together, realization dawning on him as he stammers out the creature's true identity. "You are the guardian dragon of the prophecy." Annalyn nods with satisfaction, glad to see they are not completely clueless. Without wasting a second, Vincent Adenka steps forward to proudly claim his heritage as Vincent Adenka, the true descendant of Aslan. He demands the blessing crystal as his rightful birthright. Annalyn listens to his grandiose speech with a highly amused expression. He casually remarks that he has been guarding this place for that brat Aslan for 500 years now. This only makes Vincent Adenka more eager as he demands the crystal, but things are never quite that simple. The dragon reveals a shocking truth, pointing out that the one meant to enter here cannot carry Aslan's bloodline. Instead, the dragon explains that the crystal actually belongs to his mother's bloodline, which is also the family line of Seri, the ancient blood of the Heli family. Seri is completely stunned by the revelation, gasping out the name Heli in absolute shock. Vincent Adenka never saw this coming either. But as they process the news, Annalyn suddenly lunges forward and grabs Hannah by her throat. He slams her violently onto the stone floor, mockingly telling her that she has absolutely no right to stand in this holy place. A massive blast erupts, throwing them back. Horrified, Vincent Adenka scrambles to his feet and screams out for his sister. Annalyn wraps a massive claw around Hannah, growling that anyone outside the Heli family must die according to his ancient pact. Reverting to his colossal dragon form, he squeezes her tightly, proudly introducing himself as the mighty dragon Annalyn. Just as he is about to crush her, declaring she must die, a sudden sword strike flashes through the darkness. The blow shatters the dragon's magic grip, allowing Vincent Adenka to snatch his sister away. He quickly asks if she is all right. Vin asks if she is all right. Trembling on the ground, Hannah apologizes for holding him back, while Annalyn growls in fury. "Who are you?" he demands. He is absolutely furious that Vincent Adenka dared to interrupt him, a mere human defying a dragon. A bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face as he issues a deadly warning: step aside or suffer the consequences. He threatens to slaughter them both. But Vincent Adenka refuses to budge, stepping protectively in front of Hannah and Suri. He declares she is his sister, and he will not move. Frustrated by this stubbornness, Annalyn decides to kill him too. Die, the dragon roars, launching a massive fireball. Vin does not back down instantly, unleashing his own magic to counter. Annalyn senses something familiar about the boy. Sure enough, Vin's clean slash splits the giant fireball right down the middle. A massive explosion rocks the area. While Vin stands on high alert, Annalyn suddenly bursts into a creepy fit of laughter. This leaves Sari utterly confused while Hannah looks on in panic. Nearby, a trembling Julian wonders what is going on. Is this dragon completely insane? He shivers. Ignoring them all, Annalyn eagerly asks Vin if he knows that legendary swordsmanship. He wonders if the prophet Aslan trusted was actually telling the truth, a comment that instantly catches Julian by surprise. A prophet? Julian gasps. Did Aslan really have a prophet friend? Vincent Adenka is equally clueless, hearing this for the first time. He asks who this prophet was and if the dragon remembers his name, sending Annalyn on a trip down memory lane. The dragon scratches his head, muttering that it was a long time ago before finally recalling a conversation with Aslan. Aslan had smiled confidently back then, saying the prophet was someone completely unexpected and name that would shock everyone. Wait, did he just say? Julian, finding himself labeled as a prophet, the young man stands completely shocked, pointing at himself. What? He stammers. What'd you just say? Flashback to the past when Julian actually served as the legendary prophet. He recorded the epic tale he once heard from Annalyn, the mighty dragon god dwelling deep within the Nin waterfall. That was 500 years ago. It all began when a massive, terrifying shadow suddenly descended upon the peaceful land of Samion. Every word is carefully preserved on parchment, detailing the arrival of a powerful entity who chose Samion as his playground. Overflowing with pure malice, the name of this terrifying villain is carved in history, the Archdemon Daven, whose deadly power enslaved any living soul unfortunate enough to touch him quickly, dragging the entire territory of Samion to the absolute brink. Terrified citizens fled in all directions, screaming for their lives as darkness consumed everything, but hope was not entirely lost. And here comes the good part. 4 legendary heroes stepped up to fight, led by a very familiar face. Charging straight at Daven without a shred of fear, the Sun Sword Saint himself, Aslan Fanker, led the vanguard. Unleashing his legendary dancing sword technique, he cleanly sliced off one of the Archdemon's massive horns in a flash. As the severed horn crashes down, Aslan lands safely, but he realizes with frustration that his attack barely left a scratch. Damn, I missed, he mutters. But suddenly, a swarm of dark spirits erupts from the severed horn, ready to strike. They swarm forward, catching the hero completely off guard as he struggles to defend himself against the sudden ambush. Watch out, he gasps. But right in the nick of time, Lamego charges in with his shield raised to block. Saving the Sword Saint, he warns that facing this demon alone is suicide, using his mighty shield to halt the beast. In his journal, Julian notes him as an indispensable ally, the legendary shield wielder, and Aslan's closest brother in arms. The brave warrior Lamego. Realizing his massive strike has been completely neutralized, Daven growls in deep frustration. Roaring Aslan's name, the demon suddenly rips a massive stone tower right out of the ground with his bare hands. He hurls the giant structure straight at them. Watching the massive tower hurtling through the air, Aslan shouts in warning. Get back, Lamego screams. But right before impact, a sudden burst of powerful magic freezes the flying building midair. Lamego looks up in utter disbelief as the massive tower stops dead in its tracks, giving everyone a crucial opening. The powerful mage behind this incredible feat is none other than the matriarch of the renowned Batun Hali clan. Her name is immortalized in Julian's records. She urges Aslan forward, shouting that they cannot afford to stop now. Relieved by her timely arrival, Aslan shouts out her name in joy, glad to have her backing him up. Even Lamego sighs in relief. Without wasting a single second, Batun channels her mana to crush the incoming debris. Go Aslan, she roars, completely pulverizing the massive stone tower into harmless dust with a flex of her power. Clearing the path, she signals her allies. Now Lamego steps forward, ready to transfer all his remaining holy energy. He funnels his divine power through the Holy Grail, letting Aslan absorb every last drop of his strength. This is our only shot, do not waste it, Lamego shouts as Aslan grits his teeth with absolute resolve. Lemo does not hesitate for a second. He quickly charges straight forward, fearlessly closing the distance to Daven. Seeing this, Daven flares up in pure rage immediately, unleashing a heavy strike that sends a wave of power straight toward Aslan Fanker. The sight startles him. He falls after trying to find a foothold, and just when it seems like the end is near, someone suddenly appears out of nowhere. Annalyn makes a grand entrance, saving Aslan Fanker from a fatal blow at the very last second, leaving him stammering to ask who they are. Her legendary name, Annalyn, was recorded in the ancient text by Julian himself. Right then, she turns and notes that things look pretty bad. Aslan Fanker responds with absolute certainty, declaring that they simply cannot give up. Annalyn has to agree, admitting that even though she sees no clear path to victory, all she can do at this point is put her trust in the prophet he mentioned earlier. She is referring to Julian, who foretold that they would ultimately win. After a brief silence, Aslan Fanker smiles and confidently confirms it loudly, declaring that they will indeed triumph. Annalyn smiles in satisfaction, saying that is more like it before she helps Aslan Fanker charge back toward Daven. Aslan Fanker swings his sword with immense power, shouting that they are going to end this once and for all. He screams Daven's name and delivers a devastating slash to the Archdemon. Back in reality, Vincent Adenka has a look of total disbelief while listening to Annalyn's tale. She proudly boasts about how they defeated Daven, acting incredibly smug about her legendary status. She asks if he is surprised, bragging that she is indeed that legendary dragon. After recovering his composure, Vincent Adenka finally speaks up. He has heard of Aslan Fanker and Holy King Lame Mingor, but he seems to know absolutely nothing about someone named Besatul. He adds that he has never heard of the legends of Besatul or Annalyn. This completely shocks the dragon, making her scream out in disbelief. She demands to know how he could possibly have never heard of the black flame dragon of death, destruction Annalyn. Vincent Adenka is left completely speechless at that overly dramatic title. Even Julian found the name a bit hard to swallow, especially since she is clearly red. After brushing off the nonsense, Vincent Adenka gets right back to the main point, asking if she truly defeated Daven and if the prophet was indeed Julian. Annalyn quickly confirms that is exactly what happened. She admits she never cared much, but others clung to it. Now get this, Julian gets highly suspicious and whispers to Vincent Adenka, asking if that dragon grandma is actually sane. Seeing Vincent Adenka stay silent instead of answering, Julian calls out to him, wondering why he is so quiet. Right after, Vincent Adenka mutters that the ancient dragon does not seem to be lying at all. He explains he heard Besatul's name 500 years ago, and her vivid descriptions make it impossible for her to be fabricating any of this. He is deeply shaken to find out that the Archdemon really was named Daven. However, something still feels incredibly wrong. Did Daven not die all alone deep underground? As he ponders this, a sudden realization begins to take shape in his mind. Wait, did he actually die? Vincent Adenka flashes back to his past life, remembering the exact moment he was struck down, asking himself in confusion how he could possibly die again. But digging up these old memories only causes a splitting headache. He clutches his head. He wonders what is happening, as his memories of his own death are incredibly faint. Unable to recall anything else, Vincent Adenka decides they must pry more historical secrets from this ancient dragon. But right at that very moment, Annalyn suddenly grabs him by the collar and yells that they have asked enough questions before tossing him aside, like a rag doll. The impact sends him crashing hard into the wall, prompting Sari and Hannah to scream his name in absolute panic. Annalyn unleashes a suffocating wave of bloodlust, grinning as she mentions how thrilling it is to finally have someone to talk to after all this time. She reaches out her massive hand, intending to squeeze the life out of Hannah first. She declares that she has decided to kill her, but a sudden massive explosion shakes the entire room. In Annalyn's eyes, pure shock takes over. She realizes that Vincent Adenka actually threw himself forward to shield Hannah from the blast. She stammers out, but in that very instant she senses a strikingly familiar mana radiating from him. She mutters that she can feel the blood of the Hisley family in his veins, seeing the faint shadow of Sarvana overlapping with his form. She asks if he is a descendant of that child from long ago. Despite his injuries, Vincent Adenka growls that Sarvana was his sister. This display of raw courage highly pleases Annalyn, who grins and raises his chin, asking him if he wants to bet his life on a little game. Showing absolutely no fear, Vincent Adenka asks what kind of bet she is offering. She explains the rules, promising that if he wins, she will hand over her heavenly fruit and let them leave alive. He can even slay her, boasting that her dragon corpse would sell for an absolute fortune. She then tightly squeezes his chin and warns that if he loses, they will all die in this dark place. A wicked smile creeps across her face as she uses her colossal dragon form and crushing aura to challenge the party, asking them if they are scared. Annalyn mocks him, asking if he is afraid of hurting his sister and Siri, but Vincent quickly yells that only his life is on the line. Vincent insists they have nothing to do with this, but Annalyn completely ignores him. Julian is absolutely driven crazy by that arrogant dragon's attitude. Julian cannot stand that old hag. But right then, Siri suddenly shouts out that even Hannah is urging her brother, so he should just agree. Sari sincerely tells her young master that she has no intention of ever becoming a burden to him during this fight. Though Hannah is injured, she still manages a teasing smile, asking if he really came all this way just to fail. Their resolve leaves Vincent completely speechless. Realizing their determination, he finally agrees to let them join him in the upcoming battle. Vincent turns to the Crystal Guardian Dragon and shouts that he accepts the bet, officially kicking off their dangerous wager. Seeing him finally cave, Annalyn glares with absolute contempt, mocking him by saying he should have just done this from the very beginning. The moment she finishes speaking, her magic erupts. A massive sphere of energy begins to gather in the darkness of the cavern. A blinding light radiates throughout the cave, illuminating the dark corners before a massive earth-shattering explosion rips through the entire area. Still reeling from the shock, Vincent asks what just happened, only to spot something that leaves him completely dumbfounded. It turns out that instead of launching a devastating attack, Annalyn suddenly approaches him with surprising quiet gentleness. She opens her massive jaws, revealing a blinding light. The strange object resting inside her mouth sends a wave of shock through Vincent. Vincent gasps in disbelief as Annalyn reveals it is indeed the heavenly fruit. He carefully holds the bizarre fruit in his hands. He wonders if this is truly the legendary item, while Julian bluntly scoffs that it looks more like a rotten, useless piece of garbage. Slightly embarrassed, Vincent asks if she is absolutely sure about this. Annalyn shifts back into her human form to answer. She firmly reassures him that it is indeed the real deal, even though it has not actually bloomed yet. She explains that Bisadin once spoke of this, calling the heavenly fruit a divine miracle forged directly by the gods themselves. Yet as Vincent stares down at the fruit, he cannot help but feel that something about this miracle is seriously off. Possessing divine power himself, he can feel that the energy residing within this fruit is incredibly faint, leaving him thoroughly confused. His blank stare amuses Annalyn, prompting her to explain that dragons slowly filter and accumulate the divine power found in all things. The pure concentrated essence of divine power accumulated in this manner is what ultimately forms a true heavenly fruit. She flashes a devious grin before manifesting a fully realized heavenly fruit, taking great pleasure in revealing a harsh truth to him. It takes 100 years to grow one, a shocking revelation that causes Vincent to cry out in sheer disbelief. Even Julian is utterly baffled, recalling that his own mother received a heavenly fruit in less than 30 years. Composing himself after the initial shock, Vincent quickly runs the numbers in his head to figure out the timeline. It will take another 70 years to fully bloom. Suddenly, Annalyn reaches out, lifts his chin, and confidently makes a declaration. Their bet officially begins now, with the sly dragon challenging Vincent to prove he is truly the prophet Aslan spoke about. She tells him to make this withered fruit bloom, her voice rising with absolute manic excitement as she pushes him. She challenges him to claim it as his own, reminding him of the grim consequences of failure, but Vincent remains unfazed. He simply smiles, warning her not to go back on her word while secretly planning to use Lego's Holy Grail. Elsewhere, Vesa warmly welcomes an old friend, thanking him for making the long journey all the way to Adenka territory. Addressing Dan gently, she receives a very polite response as he insists that making this trip was an absolute necessity. He calmly explains that to distribute the holy water flowing from the Grail everywhere, they will need a powerful, reliable ally. Vesa completely agrees, acknowledging that the church alone cannot possibly shoulder such a massive heavy burden by themselves. With Dan seeking assistance, they hope the late Holy King's lingering power can finally reach the most distant corners. Asking for Adenka's help, Dan becomes slightly hesitant as he attempts to negotiate a much lower price for their services. Naturally, Vesa is not about to let herself be lowballed, even if she appreciates his sincere, noble intentions. She bluntly reminds him that Adenka does not do unprofitable business, teasing that this negotiation will take a very long time. While the leaders bargain, Raelsa leaves with Mon Adenka casually asking how he is holding up with his holy knight duties. Mon Adenka calmly replies that it is going smoother than expected, which immediately prompts her to tease him even more. She jokingly asks if visiting the Holy King's tomb suddenly gave him divine faith, and he just chuckles along with it. With a warm smile, he reflects on how someone completely changed his fate here, wishing to dedicate this new life to them. But just as he makes this silent promise, a massive magic circle suddenly manifests in the sky above them. This sudden anomaly leaves Raelsa and Mon Adenka completely wide-eyed with shock, while inside, even Vesa and Dan leap up in panic. A massive power strikes down. Dust and debris fly everywhere. Duelin is shocked. He blankly wonders if a bomb just went off. Or what is that? Meanwhile, Vesa recognizes the energy. Sensing this intense mana, her eyes fill with pure shock. No way, she thinks. Bickering echoes from the dark smoke. Can't you land any softer? Oh my god, the grass is ruined. It's totally crushed. What did you say? If I didn't land like that, just as Annalyn boasts about his grand heroic entrance. How else would it look cool? Right then, Mlin and Ra rush over, shouting out for their young master, Vincent Adenka. Spotting them, Vin happily calls out to Raelsa. Master, elsewhere on the field, Vesa calmly steps forward to address Annalyn. So it was you back then? Sensing her familiarity, Annalyn wearily asks if she recognizes him. Vesa immediately mentions a specific detail. Yes, from that day inside the Nin waterfall. Hearing this, Annalyn instantly realizes who she is. He finally knows Vesa's identity. As Sarvana's old friend, Vesa smiles, asking if he remembers now. Suddenly, Annalyn jerks his chin forward, gesturing toward the villa. He points towards someone specific. On top of that, his voice echoes through the estate. That person is here too. Inside the study, Annalyn's sheer pressure startles that very person so much that Khan drops his pen. He sits there utterly frozen in place. Khan's usually stoic expression is completely shattered by shock. Looking at the shiny golden holy grail adorned with sparkling jewels, Annalyn is completely stunned. He asks if this is the real deal, the actual holy grail once wielded by Lamo. He questions if Vin survived and escaped the tomb. Vincent Adenka admits it without holding back, confirming the truth. Yes, I received the Holy King's decree. Back then, Laena Mogo told him that the holy relic would guide them to the heavenly spiritual fruit. Hearing this, Annalyn marvels. He never expected Vin to fulfill one of the two requirements at all. Those words immediately spark Vincent Adenka's immense curiosity. So tell me, what is the remaining condition? Black Flame, Dragon Destroyer, and Doom Win. Annalyn shuts down every guess, calling them totally wrong. Vin is left baffled. What? Seeing Vincent Adenka's clueless face, Annalyn yells in frustration, explaining it is Gale Shifter and Destroyer. No wait, Gale Destroyer sounds cooler, so that goes first. This outburst makes Vincent Adenka feel a bit guilty. All right, my bad, he replies. Meanwhile, as Annalyn angrily lectures him, telling him to never get it wrong again, Vin calmly promises to be more careful. Meanwhile, in another corner of the area, Doolin finishes healing Hannah. All done, Milady. Hannah rolls her shoulders to test it out and expresses her gratitude. Doolin then turns to Sari, pointing out a small cut on her cheek. Sari, you have a scratch on your face too. Touching the cut on her cheek, Sari mentions she already applied some medicine. Despite her casual response, Doolin still warns her. It might leave a nasty scar, so she should heal it properly. Oddly, mentioning the wound seems to make her quite flustered. She explains that divine power does not seem to affect her. This shocking revelation catches Doolin completely off guard, causing him to yell in disbelief. Over on the other side, Annalyn overhears their conversation and casually chimes in, asking if she possesses an anti-divine constitution. Vincent Adenka is immediately curious, questioning if that is even possible. Is not the Ashley family known for their unique mana? He points out that even Batoon possesses a form of anti-divine power, where their bodies contain so much mana that any external divine power is instantly repelled. Annalyn sighs deeply at this, muttering about how it is not about luck. Pointing at Sari, he explains the two conditions for the heavenly spiritual fruit to bloom: the power of the Holy Grail and an anti-divine body to prevent interference during the fruit's crystallization process. Realizing she is a crucial key to the process, Sari gasps in shock. Wait, me, Doolin is equally stunned, wondering if Sari is actually part of this. Even Vin cries out, realizing the entire Ashley bloodline is tied to this setup. Was this all part of Aslan's grand design? But then Doolin realizes something. Wait, is this not too convenient? Before he thought Aslan merely left behind a few artifacts, but this time it goes way beyond simple preparation. It is actual foresight. Suddenly, a memory of Aslan flashes in Doolin's mind, recalling the prophet's true name. That prophet was Julian. Yes, that is his own name. Realizing this, he sighs in absolute disbelief, hoping it is not true. How is this even possible? Right then, Vincent Adenka adopts a serious tone, admitting it might be sudden, but he needs a favor. He asks Sari and Doolin to help him make the heavenly spiritual fruit bloom. Naturally, Sari agrees without a second thought. She promises to do everything she can to help. Doolin merely smiles politely, offering his assistance for a short while, adding that since the Holy Grail belongs to Vin, he should use it as he pleases. Watching this unfold, Annalyn is highly amused. Their bond reminds him of Aslan's old group. In his eyes, these kids are just like them. He watches in surprise as Vincent Adenka gently turns around, calling his name. For a second, Vin looks exactly like Aslan. This makes Annalyn turn solemn. Suddenly, Vesa appears right behind him, asking if he truly intends to hand the fruit over. Are you talking about Vincent Adenka? Her sharp voice startles Annalyn, who quickly spins around to confirm. What of him? The woman hesitates, unsure. She suddenly brings up Aslan Fanker, asking if Vincent Adenka will die just like that poor child 50 years ago. Those chilling words make Annalyn's face instantly darken with anger. After a while, Doolin begins channeling his magic directly into the Holy Grail, in the name of the Light of Jur. Standing at a distance, Annalyn and Vesa watch the entire process when suddenly, Annalyn breaks the silence, asking if Vesa has always wondered why Sarvana had to die. Vesa hesitates to admit the truth. Annalyn asks what she thinks. With a calm shrug, Vesa replies that a miraculous power like that couldn't possibly exist, without some kind of massive sacrifice. It must have a price, she mutters, her voice dropping to a low, heavy whisper. It is like someone's life had to be traded. Surprisingly, Annalyn confirms her theory, admitting that is exactly how it works. That speculation reveals how the elixir fruit actually functions. To escape the cave alive, they absolutely need a sacrificial lamb. Someone of the Hisley bloodline must obtain the fruit. A sacrifice is always demanded, and they will be cursed to wither. Even if that sacrifice eats the elixir fruit, they can never escape the curse. Hearing this, Vessa's eyes suddenly widen in realization. Could it be? Her mind flashes back to that day when she angrily pounded on the door, screaming for Sarvana. When Sarvana finally opened it, Vessa demanded answers. Why did she refuse to eat the elixir fruit and choose death instead? Getting no response, Vessa threatened to break down the door, eventually barging straight into Sarvana's private chambers without permission. Before she could even utter her name, the sight before her left her completely frozen. Utter shock washed over Vessa's face. She had spotted a bizarre glowing tattoo etched across Sarvana's bare back. Once Vessa finally managed to find her voice, she tremblingly asked what that mark was. Her panic quickly escalated into madness, forcing Sarvana to desperately calm her down. She begged Vessa to get a grip, but composure was impossible. Vessa kept screaming, demanding to know what happened inside. Back in the present, Annalyn calmly details the gut-wrenching sacrifice Sarvana made for them all. She knew the consequences, but still chose to become the sacrifice, essentially trading her own life to save all of you. Those crushing words drag up a deep, long-buried grief from Vessa's heart. After a somber silence, she quietly asks about Vincent Adenka's fate. Annalyn casually tells her not to worry. She sounds completely certain that they can pull this off without losing him. If they execute the plan perfectly, Vincent Adenka will obtain the fruit and survive. Watching Dulan gather his immense power, she feels reassured that everything is going smoothly so far. Soon enough, the Holy Grail overflows with Dulan's concentrated mana. Dulan immediately hands the vessel over to Vincent Adenka, panting heavily as he explains he poured all his divine energy inside. Right before collapsing from exhaustion, Dulan struggles to whisper a few final words, hoping this will aid Vincent Adenka's ultimate dream. With those words, he loses consciousness, sending Vincent Adenka into a panic. He desperately calls out to Priest Dulan. Adenka catches the falling priest, noting that he completely pushed past his B-rank limits. This selfless act of dedication fills Vincent Adenka with deep gratitude as he whispers his thanks. Seeing them stand frozen, however, Annalyn quickly loses her patience. She snaps, demanding to know if they are done and telling them to get moving. Vincent Adenka quickly nods, still visibly worried. Adenka offers to care for Dulan so Vincent Adenka can focus on the mission. Vincent Adenka gratefully asks the professor to watch over him. To avoid wasting any more precious time, Annalyn commands them to move out. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts. Before a powerful beam of energy shoots off into the distance, Annalyn teleports Vincent Adenka away, leaving the onlookers in awe. Suddenly, Vessa speaks up, greeting the arriving patriarch. The powerful figure stepping forward is none other than Khan himself. Approaching Vessa, he asks if she finally knows why Sarvana died. Vessa coldly replies that the elixir fruit did not kill her. Rather, she gave her life to save them. A painful realization hits Khan, who quietly admits he had always suspected as much. Vessa tries to offer comfort, but he gently stops her, stating that simply knowing the truth is more than enough. Gazing out toward the horizon, he notes that only today, with a cool breeze sweeping under the clear blue sky, does he finally feel her spirit has truly departed. Meanwhile, back inside the cavern, Suri nervously holds the elixir fruit over the Holy Grail, hesitantly asking if she should begin. Her hands tremble as she slowly lowers the fruit closer to the vessel, but just as they are about to touch, a sudden frantic scream echoes through the cavern. Annalyn's warning shout startles Suri, causing her grip to slip. She watches in horror as the precious fruit tumbles straight down into the Holy Grail, instantly unleashing a massive shockwave of raw power. Annalyn screams in pure frustration, explaining that the artificial fruit will vanish within an hour. How could they consume it without proper preparation? Vincent Adenka is utterly baffled. Vincent Adenka demands to know what she means. Annalyn lets out a tired sigh, helplessly explaining the truth behind the fruit. Annalyn showed such deep annoyance that it left Vincent Adenka totally stunned and speechless. This was no ordinary fruit they were dealing with. It was born from a divine miracle. Eating it without preparation would destroy the body, bringing certain death. Hearing this, Suri blamed herself in shock, whispering that it was all because of her. But Vincent Adenka immediately shook his head to deny it. He calmly told her that his divine bone was going to fade away anyway. At this very moment, he finally fully understood the grand design of Aslan. He absolutely could not let go. A fierce determination suddenly erupted deep within him as he clenched his fists tightly. He would risk his life to claim the power of the heavenly spirit fruit. Perhaps it was due to his resolve, but Annalyn suddenly froze, her eyes locked onto something else. She was staring right at the ring on his finger. Before she could even ask about it, Vincent Adenka barked out a sudden command for Suri to prepare the heavenly spirit fruit. Suri quickly complied, calling him master as his strange power began overflowing from the Holy Grail to pour out. Vincent Adenka watched both items intensely, but he was suddenly shocked by what was appearing in front of them. Sari held a glowing golden object in her hands. Stunned, she whispered its name as Annalyn stepped forward with a smile. She offered her praise, congratulating Vincent Adenka. Her body had suddenly reverted to a younger form as she smirked at him. She told him that he had won the bet. Staring at her youthful appearance, Vincent Adenka stammered in absolute disbelief. But before he could process what was happening, Hannah rushed in from nowhere, covering his eyes while scolding him sharply. She teased him about looking too young. Even Sari blocked his view, yelling about how completely shameless this whole display was. But in that exact moment, Sari spotted a strange mark on the back of Annalyn, making her gasp out in sheer shock. Amused by her reaction, Annalyn asked if she recognized the symbol. Sari could only stammer, her mind racing backwards. She remembered her childhood days serving Lady Sarvana when she had accidentally caught sight of something she should not have. Sarvana did not punish her, simply offering a warm smile while asking her to keep it a secret. That very mark was identical to the one on the back of Annalyn. When confronted with this truth, Annalyn did not even bother to deny it. She explained that the fruit demands a price. Accelerating the growth of the eater meant drawing life from someone else. The sacrifice was meant to balance the scales. Julian realized that this was the true meaning of risking life itself. Vincent Adenka asked if she had planned to be the sacrifice from the very beginning. She showed absolutely no fear. She proudly joked about how incredibly cool she was before reminding him that the fruit would soon fade away. She urged Vincent Adenka to consume it immediately. With zero fear of death, she kept pushing him forward. She urged him to eat quickly, joking that he might even get to see her final moments in her grave. But Vincent Adenka was completely focused on the fruit, realizing he had finally obtained it. This would reveal the truth. It would finally bring the dark truths of Salon to light. He slowly raised the fruit to his mouth for the final step. A devastating surge of raw energy violently struck his body, forcing a painful scream from deep within his chest. The agony of absorbing this massive power brought him to his knees as Siri and Hannah cried out in panic. Annalyn simply watched from the corner, telling him to endure it unless he wanted to end up dead right now. If he truly wanted to uncover the truth, he had to survive, or her sacrifice would be completely in vain. Vincent Adenka writhed in bone-shattering agony, feeling as though his entire body was burning up from the inside out. Seeing him struggle, Annalyn let out a quiet sneer. Just as she did, Hannah screamed out in desperation. She panicked, crying out that he would die if they did nothing. Annalyn merely offered a mysterious smile. But suddenly, the ring on the finger of Vincent Adenka began to glow, and Annalyn recognized who those rings belonged to. She muttered that they belonged to Abenton and Helm, a shocking revelation that immediately piqued the curiosity of Hannah. Annalyn explained that Helm was deeply in love with Abenton, willing to do absolutely anything to protect him. She would rather endure the agony herself than watch him suffer, so she placed a unique spell on their matching rings. The ancient magic allowed the wearers to share physical pain, but this could only be used once. Furthermore, Annalyn warned them that this shared agony would far exceed the normal limits of human endurance. Failing to survive, it meant death, yet Hannah did not hesitate for a second before sliding the ring onto her finger. She remembered the past words of Vincent Adenka calling her his sister, and she was ready to return those exact sentiments. She declared that he was her little brother. Watching this play out, Annalyn admitted she was actually quite jealous. The moment Hannah put it on, the two rings resonated, bonding the soul of Vincent Adenka directly to hers. As Hannah shares his immense pain, Vincent Adenka immediately senses a shift. This agonizing torment is starting to fade, but Hannah collapses under the intense burden. Vincent Adenka stares in shock. She is actually sacrificing herself to save him. Deep gratitude turns into fierce determination. He swears he won't waste her sacrifice. He gathers every ounce of his strength. He braces himself, ready to fully swallow this overwhelming power. It must be his, at any cost. Watching them struggle, Siri watches them helplessly, crying out in sheer panic. Right then, Annalyn steps up next to the trembling maid. She sighs, asking if everything has already gone to ruin. She then softly mentions her old departed companion Batoon. Batoon used to sob whenever she saw anyone get hurt, but Annalyn gently tells Siri that crying alone won't solve anything. Her gaze turns stern, offering Siri a vital lesson. She must grow stronger to help Vincent Adenka glorify the Adenka family name. They must make the entire world remember Batoon. Sari instinctively nods in agreement. Suddenly, a deafening blast shatters the quiet air. The massive explosion sends Sari into a panic. To be honest, even Annalyn is completely baffled by what is happening. She admits she cannot explain this. She does not fully grasp this power, as Aslan Fanker never gave her details about it. Still, her absolute trust remains. Her voice drops to a quiet whisper as a dark figure begins to step through the smoke. She watches him step out of the smoke, declaring that inside her tomb a legendary hero has officially been born. Beneath a roaring waterfall, a voice flatly refuses. Annalyn glares at the boy, utterly rejecting his request. She already gave him the heavenly spirit and saved his maid and sister. Why on earth should she train him too? With an innocent expression, Vincent Adenka keeps pleading. He explains that his body is still struggling to adapt to his new strength. Annalyn grits her teeth in annoyance. Her own lifespan is short and she has no interest in serving him on a silver platter. Vincent Adenka casually points out that his mother survived for quite a while after sacrificing her life for the heavenly spirit fruit. Since Annalyn is a mighty dragon, she will surely last longer. She clenches her fists, asking why she should ever help him. Vincent Adenka suddenly turns serious, promising to make her name live forever. Annalyn just scoffs, claiming she does not care about humans. But get this, his next words freeze her completely. He asks if she feels the same way about her old comrades. Why else would a proud dragon guard a promise for centuries, even accepting death? Their bond meant everything to her. Now their legacy is being distorted and erased by their enemy. The history of those fallen heroes cannot end like this. He promises to bring the truth to light, pleading with her from the very bottom of his heart. As he asks for her guidance, a sudden wave of memories washes over her. Sitting around a campfire under the stars, Frances was drawing Ezio while she happily chatted away. In the present, Annalyn closes her eyes with a final request. She gives Vincent Adenka her final playful command. He must make her legend look spectacular, fitting for the dragon of death and destruction. Vincent Adenka frowns, asking if the title was not Death and Destruction. Annalyn snaps, telling him to just listen to his elders. He laughs, which only makes her scold him again. But looking at her, his expression softens with a silent promise. He will absolutely share her story. Right then, a soft magical glow begins to radiate from the ring on her finger. She explains that the artifact can generate a subspace. When separated, it helps share the physical pain of another. But once fully linked, it serves as a secure hiding place. Annalyn grins, noting it is perfect for his current training. Even better, it manipulates the flow of time. 3 years spent inside only equates to 1 year in the real world. Since it was created 200 years ago, it has limits. First, he can stay inside for 6 years at most. Second, it only connects to one specific coordinate. Vincent Adenka stares at the ring with a warm smile, thanking her. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the gem, opening a swirling gateway that leads into a pitch-black bottomless abyss. Now check this out. Annalyn asks if he plans on entering right now, but Vincent Adenka just leaps straight inside. Julian immediately flies in after him. Below, Annalyn screams in sheer panic, begging them to wait a single second. The next thing they know, they fall into a vast space glittering like a galaxy. Vincent Adenka looks around, noting the darkness. Julian agrees that the entire place is completely empty. A breathless Annalyn catches up, complaining that she told them to wait. She reveals she only visits once every 2 weeks. Julian grumbles, having assumed she could enter and leave freely. She warns him that no human can survive alone in this void. A single month would drive anyone completely insane. Julian chuckles beside his ear. Vincent Adenka takes a calm breath, points directly at the dragon, and challenges her to a bet. If he survives here for at least 1 month, she must become his companion dragon. Annalyn laughs at his absurd confidence. She counters that if he loses, he will become her slave instead. Both of them firmly agree, refusing to back down. The air grows much colder than during the day. A massive tiger roars, drool spraying as it hungrily eyes its next meal. Standing directly in the path of the oncoming beast is Annalyn. She stays completely still, fully confident in her own power. Genet. With a strange expression, Annalyn yells out, "How dare a mere beast bare its fangs at her? She will show the true meaning of destruction." Unleashing her power on the beast, Annalyn stands completely stunned. Damn it, the tiger is now charred black beyond recognition. She stares at the ashes and sighs. She completely ruined the meat. The scene shifts as a dark liquid drips slowly into a small bottle. Annalyn glumly fills each container one by one. It is the blood of a dying dragon, but it still holds immense value. While working, her mind drifts to Vincent, and she suddenly gets angry, squeezing the bottle tight. That stubborn brat really thinks he can do it. Does he think he can pull this off in just 1 month? Meanwhile, Vincent peacefully trains his power while Julian floats lazily around him. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shatter the peaceful quiet of the cave. Annalyn rushes in, asking him if he has completely lost his mind yet. Vincent slowly opens his eyes upon hearing her voice, realizing 2 weeks have already passed. She stares at him, wondering how his mind is so tough. She asks if he was locked in some dark prison for 10 years. Vincent calmly replies that it was something like that, making her sigh. Annalyn stands with her hands on her hips, asking if he plans to stay here forever. Vincent silently picks up the dragon blood to inspect it. He thanks her in advance for the next 2 weeks of help, addressing her as the Dragon of Destruction. She instantly stomps her feet in anger. She storms out of the cave in absolute frustration. Damn it, she can't believe she let a mere human brat talk down to her like that. Then she pauses. She quietly hopes he keeps his word about fixing her story. Calming herself down, she continues walking forward. She decides to wait just a bit longer for their ultimate reunion. The scene shifts as a glowing sword is raised high. A blinding flash of light erupts from deep within the cave. With a swift slash, 2 years pass, which equals 5 years in this pocket dimension. Vincent continues his relentless sword training under Annalyn's watchful eye. She remarks that he finally looks like a proper warrior now. At his current level, most mages would not stand a chance. He turns, walking directly up to her. He kneels down to show his gratitude, thanking the loyal dragon for preserving the ancient legacy of the Alliance. She smiles warmly, advising him to make good use of this power instead of letting it go to waste. Vincent is momentarily taken aback. Above him, Julian floats down and urges him to look up as warm light breaks through. Vincent feels a deep sense of relief knowing they can finally rest. Blue sparks begin to shoot up toward the sky. As the colored sparks rain down on the crowd below, panic immediately spreads. People scream that they are under bombardment. Standing in the chaos, Roos commands his forces to deploy their magical shields. He narrows his eyes, surveying the battlefield. Honestly, you can't blame him for doubting his own eyes here. A large, determined group of soldiers is marching straight through the gate. Amidst the confusion, someone calls out, recognizing them as their own men. Realizing the danger, Roos refuses to stand idle. He declares that he will personally join the battle, ordering his mages to cover him. They quickly acknowledge his command. His expression turns incredibly brutal as he vows to protect the fortress at all costs. Suddenly, an ominous evil spirit catches his attention. As the spirit draws near, a concerned soldier asks if he is all right. Before the man can finish, Russ swings his blade. He ruthlessly cuts the soldier down in a single blow. Witnessing this madness, the surrounding troops cry out in absolute terror. Russ goes completely wild, bloodthirstily attacking anyone in sight. His face darkens as his eyes glow a terrifying crimson red. A sinister dark aura completely envelops his body. He growls out a command to attack, plunging the area into chaotic warfare. Devastation spreads across the war-torn area. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a serene snow-covered forest far from the battlefield. Vincent cheerfully points out that Vincent has grown much cooler over the past 2 years. Sari agrees that his training paid off. Vincent looks at his loyal companions and thanks them for their hard work, apologizing for causing trouble right after returning. As they catch up, something on the horizon catches his attention. Vincent admits he has a pressing question of his own. Staring out the window, he asks why their family soldiers are stationed at the fortress. Vincent explains they are gathering reinforcements. Vincent repeats the word in surprise. Sari chimes in to explain that strange, unidentified anomalies have been occurring across the continent. Most recently, a fortress commander on the border went rogue and brutally attacked his own comrades without any warning. Hearing this, Vincent falls silent, sensing something is wrong. You just know there is a storm brewing when things feel this tense. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoes. A polite voice from outside calls out, looking for the headmaster to report their return. But before another word can be spoken, a sudden surge of magical energy violently crashes through the room from nowhere. Restraining magic ropes bind Vincent tightly as an amused voice remarks how interesting this is. Hoka-ken stands right there holding the rope. She demands to know who has the audacity to release such massive magical energy right in front of the headmaster's office. She accidentally looks up, catching Vincent Adenka's gaze. Herka is the first to break the silence. "You're Vin Tran," he replies with a soft smile. "Long time no see, director." Soon the two are talking in her office. "I'm guessing the heavenly spirit fruit did its job," she says, circling him to get a good look. "You've changed so much," she continues. "You're taller than me now. Forget class 1, you could easily take down a breakthrough expert." But then she sighs, leaning against her desk with a headache. Vin finds it strange. "Aren't you glad I'm progressing?" Herka is clearly conflicted. "Well," she begins, "did you forget you're still a class 8 student? How will the others study? They'll just keep praising you," she worries. Everyone is already screaming about how insanely strong and cool Vincent Adenka is. It's honestly frustrating. "Honestly, I should just promote you to a breakthrough rank." Vin tries to argue against her logic. As Herka rants, a sudden report echoes from outside the door. "Director, the representative of Class 8 is here to report." Julian is surprised. A new Class 8 representative. Vin asks who it is, and Herka tells the guard to let them in. "Come on in," she calls out. A polite greeting follows as the door opens, making Julian's eyes widen at the newcomer. Standing before them is Loa. Stepping forward, she introduces herself as Loa Adenka, the representative student of Class 8. She's the 8th direct descendant of the prestigious Adenka family. That's when Loa finally notices someone else is in the room. Stopping in her tracks, she wonders if she should return later. But Herka quickly stops her, saying they already know each other. Loa looks confused by the director's words. "Know him? Impossible." But a moment later, she screams out in absolute shock. Is that useless loser Vincent Adenka? In his mind, Julian grinds his teeth, wishing she'd stub her toe on a desk corner, hard enough to rip the nail off. Sensing his anger, Vincent Adenka exhales softly, telling Julian to stay calm. Loa put Vin through hell when they were kids, so Julian's rage is justified. Loa approaches him with a smirk. "It's been 7 years since we last met face to face," she notes, sizing him up. "I heard you've changed." Looking at him closely, she realizes he hasn't just changed. He feels like a completely different person. Vin simply smiles back. Long time no see, he says, but Loa immediately mocks him. Little brother, shouldn't you speak more politely to me? Remembering her attitude, Vin casually places a hand on her head, gently patting her as he asks if this pleases her. Livid, she grinds her teeth and violently slaps his hand away, screaming at him to get his hands off of her. Shaking with rage, she warns him not to look down on her. Ever since she took this class representative spot, everyone said she'd have to hand it over the second Vin returned. Even the instructors kept treating her like a placeholder, just a temporary substitute until his arrival. But she's a proud direct descendant of the Adenka family too, damn it. Unleashing her sword toward Vin, she demands a fair duel, challenging him to prove those legendary rumors of his are real. Vin responds with a smug, icy smile, warning her that she's going to regret this. But Loa pointing her blade right at him. Challenging her brother to a fight, Herkei watches her silently, thinking about how incredibly green and naive the girl is. Loa doesn't even realize how massive the power gap between them is. Herka sighs. This won't even be a real battle. As she lost in thought, a mischievous idea suddenly pops into her mind and Herka's eyes light up with excitement. Why not make it an official sword duel? She runs over, putting her arm around Vin's shoulder. Let's invite a crowd. Everyone with free time should come watch. What do you say, class representative? She asks with a playful wink. Let's go big. Without even waiting for their answers, Herka announces the duel will take place in 1 week at the fortress's grand arena. Inside the fortress, a voice repeatedly calls out to Lady Loa. Her maid Bella looks at her with genuine concern. Are you really going to fight Master Vin? Walking deeper into a cave, Loa confidently tells Bella that she'll win. A twisted smile spreads across her face as she promises to make Vin grovel at her feet once again. Back in the day, she'd brutally slap him down, constantly reminding him that he was only born to serve her. He'd get beaten to a pulp, crying like a helpless baby. To her, that pitiful state was exactly where he belonged. Yet now he dares to look at her with those mocking eyes. Furious, she vows to make him pay for his insolence. She can't wait to see Vin utterly humiliated in front of the entire academy. Bella quietly speaks up from behind her. But Master Vin's reputation is actually incredible, she warns. He's the youngest ever to receive the engraved insignia, and the sole victor of the exchange event, not to mention his legendary feats in both Metherm and Hele. Loa brushes it off, saying rumors are always blown out of proportion. I get why you're worried, Bella, she adds, but there's absolutely no need. Vincent Adenka winning. The chance of that is less than 1 in a million. Since he accepted the challenge, Vincent Adenka stands absolutely no chance of survival. It is as if the prey has already stumbled right into the net. She places her hand on the door. Suddenly, Loa laughs out loud, claiming Vincent Adenka will lose before he can even throw a single punch. Get ready. Brace yourself, warns Vincent Adenka's younger brother. The scene shifts as Selbira screams, unleashing a heavy downward strike. A massive impact, but Vin easily blocks it. The strike does not seem to affect him at all. Vanel Pagoda attacks from behind, telling Selbira not to let the guy escape. Whoosh! Vin vanishes in an instant right before Selbira and Vanel Pagoda's eyes. Both of them are completely blindsided by his insane speed. Vanel Pagoda screams in shock that he is gone. Unable to stop their charging momentum, she and Selbira crash headfirst, directly into each other. Vin, Tran stands aside, enjoying the show. He folds his arms, asking if they can stop now. Vanel Pagoda rubs a painful bump on her head. She agrees, then gets closer to him. Her eyes sparkle with pure excitement. Despite the pain, she is thrilled and calls him top tier. Vincent Adenka, she admits, I could not even see you strike. You have gotten insanely strong these past 2 years. Cheeks blushing, she begrudgingly praises his growth. Her cheeks blush as she begrudgingly praises him. She turns away secretly, thinking that he has also gotten incredibly handsome. Insanely handsome. Vincent Adenka reaches out his hand, noting that everyone has gotten stronger too. Reaching level 7 in just 2 years is highly impressive. Indeed. Vanel Pagoda beams, saying it is all thanks to him. If Vin had not guided them back, then none of this would have been possible. Hearing her words, Vin feels a wave of relief wash over him and smiles. But suddenly he senses an imminent danger lurking from behind. Quickly spinning around, Vincent Adenka draws his sword. Thanks to his razor-sharp instincts, he manages to deflect a sudden deadly strike in time. Vincent Adenka smirks, greeting him. Long time no see, Revan. Revan looks at him, complaining about how cold and distant Vin is acting. 2 years without a single text, Revan says. Vanel Pagoda points at Revan, asking who he is. Vin steps in to introduce his visitor. This is my best friend, Revan Adenka. After the introductions, Vincent Adenka turns back to continue. Revan, it seems you have not been slacking off. The giant prince's defense has gotten much stronger. Revan grins with confidence, stating he must have the skills to stand proudly beside him. His offense might not match Vin's yet, but when it comes to defense, Revan boasts that he might actually be 1 step ahead of him now. Vincent Adenka gives a wry smile, saying he will wait and see. After exchanging some light-hearted banter, Revan finally makes a serious proposal. He asks Vin to show the results of his own training. Vincent Adenka simply waves his hand, explaining that he already has a prior engagement. He looks over at Selbira and asks where Raven is since they had promised to spar once he returned. She stammers hesitantly, but whatever Selbira reveals shocks Vin to his core. The scene immediately cuts to the aftermath of Raven's situation. Vincent Adenka goes outside deep in thought. In his hands is a newspaper reporting that Prince Raven Vatican has gone missing on a mission. He was accompanied by an attendant, and Julian suggests that this person is likely Butler Sunday. Could he have been caught in the chaos? Was he swept into the turmoil that Winston warned them about? Vin replies that according to the newspaper reports that seems to be the case. Looking closely at the details, this is clearly the work of Dav's evil spirits. Somewhere out there, the same horrors are repeating themselves. Just like those tragedies in Mether and Haley. Furious over Raven and Butler, son Vin unconsciously crumples the newspaper into a tight ball. Vincent Adenka's face fills with pure rage. They must put an end to this shadow organization's plans as quickly as humanly possible. Julian points out that to achieve this, they must quickly break free from their current constraints. Vin lets out a heavy sigh and agrees. Indeed, they are stuck as Academy students for a few more years. Even if they bypass Lo, Vin cannot become the successor immediately. He absolutely must find a way to leave the fortress as soon as possible. As they speak, a sudden commotion breaks out down below. Maria is shouting to be let in because she is freezing to death. The guard quickly blocks her apologetically, asking for her identification. He insists she must at least state her identity. Watching them bicker from above, Vincent Adenka notes that this woman is highly eye-catching. Julian pokes his head out to look as well, agreeing she is striking. But he gets a strange feeling he has seen her somewhere. An image suddenly flashes through Julian's mind. He points directly down at Maria, telling Vin he thinks he has finally found it. When Vincent Adenka asks what he found, Julian gleefully explains it is the absolute fastest way for them to leave the fortress. Meanwhile, Maria angrily declares her identity, stating she is the editor-in-chief of the Whispering Wind. She demands to meet Vincent Adenka. After a brief standoff, the freezing reporter is shown shivering. Someone kindly brings her a hot beverage, telling her to drink up. Maria sips the hot tea, thanking him. Siri watches her closely, then leans in to whisper a question directly into Vin's ear. She asks who this woman is. Setting her teacup down, Maria speaks up, offering to introduce herself properly to clear the air. Re-establishing her title with a whispering wind, she leaves Sari completely stunned. She asks if she means the continent's top news agency. Maria giggles, playing it down as no big deal. Vincent Adenka glances at her, cutting in to point out the danger of traveling north. He mentions she did not even bring warm winter gear. She explains she had no choice but to rush over immediately upon hearing. She traveled as fast as possible to reach him. Vin raises a hand, asking why she was so desperate to find him. She points a finger right in his face, startling him. She claims it is just pure instinct, a chief editor instinct that never fails. He is a walking trouble magnet. She boasts about her sharp eyes worthy of a chief editor. Julian just watches her ramble on. In other words, he is a walking clickbait headline. Vincent Adenka agrees she is exactly the fierce reporter Maria he had in mind. She was the first and by far the most enthusiastic reporter to cover their intense actions in Haley 2 years back. Thanks to Julian's sharp memory, Vincent Adenka recognized her. With that settled, he suggests they move on to the next step. Vincent Adenka offers a deal, an exclusive scoop just for her paper, The Wind's Whisper. Hearing this, Maria can barely sit still. She screams in disbelief. Vincent Adenka pretends to think, suggesting a headline. She snaps it up immediately, completely hooked by his choice of words. Soon papers fly across the busy streets. A man holds one in his hands, completely unable to digest the shocking news. It is impossible, he thinks this is absolute madness. Could this really be true about the young master Vincent Adenka? Time flies and the day of the duel arrives. Up in the stands, Vanel Pagoda cheers loudly, telling him he can do it. Others scream with all their might. Han mutters that it has been 2 years while Abel glares down at Vincent Adenka, scowling. He has finally shown his face. Nearby, Khan and Vesa Hale watch in silence, both lost in their own deep thoughts. Herka sighs from behind, admitting he actually planned to let him skip a few grades. All over town, people discuss the news. Get ready because Vincent Adenka has made a sudden return. The headlines ask if he can surpass his siblings in the race for succession. A blonde spectator peeking at the paper admits it is a sensational headline. Another reporter glares at Maria, who has a smirk. The Wind's Whisper beat them to it again. Maria smiles, watching the news spread like wildfire among the massive crowd. She thinks to herself that she has spread the story exactly as requested. The rest is up to him now. Standing in the arena, Lo looks around, completely stunned by the massive crowd. She wonders what on earth is going on. This was supposed to be a simple duel. But her panic quickly vanishes, replaced by a wicked, malicious smile. This is actually better. All these eyes will witness Vincent Adenka's humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Revan stands directly in the center. He raises his flag, introducing himself as Vincent Adenka, the referee, and orders both combatants to get into position. He is not happy about being dragged into this mess. He recalls the day Vincent Adenka first made the absurd proposal. Revan had asked in disbelief if he really wanted him as referee. Vincent Adenka had simply crossed his arms. With his massive strength, it would be easy. Revan protested that there were plenty of other candidates available. Why choose him of all people? But Vincent Adenka was absolutely firm. He wanted him to see everything with his own eyes. He wanted Revan to witness just how powerful the master he swore loyalty to has truly become now. Revan smiles. He tells him to show him. Back in the present, Revan waves the flag to start the duel, and Loa raises her sword. She vows to carve an unforgettable deep humiliation into her brother. In response, Vincent Adenka drops a remarkably arrogant reply of his own. Loa is completely stunned by his extremely calm attitude. Crossing his arms, Vincent Adenka repeats his words loud and clear. He tells her she is simply too weak to even face his Crimson Lotus. He calls for Winston, who respectfully brings his sword. Vincent Adenka looks at his opponent and reminds her that during their past duel he had accepted 4 major handicaps: no movement, a wooden sword using only his left hand, and striking second. Today he will accept all of them again, except for striking second. Hearing this ultimate insult, Loa loses all her composure and grits her teeth in fury. Her eyes are filled with pure hatred as she screams, asking how much he has to look down on her to be satisfied. She vows to show everyone who the truly arrogant one is. Suddenly, a bright crimson light flashes from her weapon. Belle watches the glowing red magic circle before her as a strange, overwhelming energy begins to envelop her entire body. In panic, Belle asks if her magic has been sealed. Loa looks down at her smugly, celebrating that she finally realized. She caresses the sword like a prized treasure. This is the Athenia sword, which she secretly stole during the chaos in Hale. Anyone who lays eyes on this blade gets their magic completely sealed. Though short-lived, the fatal effect is absolutely devastating. Belle looks at her. Belle notes that for a martial artist, losing their magic is as good as death. Loa smiles, feeling victory in her grasp. She agrees that no matter how strong the target is, they will expose a fatal opening that will lead to their ultimate defeat. Back at the duel, Loa tries the exact same trick on Vincent Adenka. Her sword unleashes a blinding, cursed magical energy. He widens his eyes, watching the light envelop him. Watch closely now, Loa smirks, thinking she has him. Now that Vincent Adenka is stripped of his magic, she charges forward with her razor-sharp sword, fully confident in her victory. She vows to cut off his remaining left arm as she frantically rushes in. Yet Vincent Adenka stands completely still, utterly unbothered. He did not make a move. Finally, Vincent spoke up, asking if she really wanted his left hand. With just that hilt left of that sword, out of nowhere, the tip of Loa's sword had vanished. She stared down in shock while Revan gasped from outside. His mouth hung wide open. Countless broken blades suddenly rained down from the sky, stabbing into the ground. Loa's arrogant look completely vanished. She turned pale. It was impossible since Vincent could not use magic right now. Her hands holding the hilt began to tremble violently. Did he break her sword using pure physical strength? Vincent raised his wooden sword. All right, let us finally get this started. Just as you wanted, I will show you my true power. Little sister Lois stood frozen, unable to believe her sword was shattered. How did it break? She could not understand how he did that without any mana. She did not even see him swing his weapon. What on earth just happened? What did Vincent actually do? Seeing her panic, Vincent simply looked at her and asked what was wrong. Are you ready to admit defeat? Loa, she pointed her finger directly at him, accusing him of tampering with her sword beforehand. Otherwise, how could he possibly defeat her? Her older brother Vincent merely glanced back, saying if that was her only excuse. Revan was utterly puzzled when Vincent looked his way, wondering why. But Vincent was actually staring at the sword behind his back. Revan quickly pulled it close, hugging it tightly while begging. No way, do you know how hard I worked to buy this? Vincent made a simple offer. If his sword broke, he would have Master Hanan forge him a high-grade replacement. Hearing that, Revan smiled happily and handed the sword to Loa, telling her to take it. She accepted, judging its cheap quality. Before she could even finish speaking, the blade snapped and flew backward. Both she and Revan turned around in utter shock. With a serious tone, Vincent asked if she was satisfied now. Loa trembled as she gripped the hilt while Revan stood nearby. Revan snickered nearby. She spun around and screamed, telling Bella to bring her another weapon, demanding every single blade they had. She refused to accept defeat like this. A powerful sharp slash tore through the air, but the glowing blade shattered into tiny fragments. The crystal-like blade broke into sharp pieces. As the broken tip stabbed into the ground, Loa broke out in a cold sweat. Her original arrogance was completely gone. Soon, Loa collapsed onto her knees as whispers and murmurs began rising from the spectator stands. That was already her 7th sword. Since she was the 8th child, she was not even close to his level. How did she dare challenge the seventh son? Meanwhile, countless thoughts raced through her mind as she struggled to comprehend it. She realized Vincent was far too powerful. It meant she never stood a single chance against him from the very beginning. It felt like she had walked straight into a trap he laid. Nearby, VA spoke to Khan about their massive power gap. The way he controlled that overwhelming power made him look just like the family head after consuming the heavenly spiritual fruit. Khan agreed with her. Over the past 2 years, Vincent had completely made the power of the heavenly spiritual fruit his own. While Loa sat completely frozen in place, Revan walked over and asked if she planned to continue the match. Receiving no answer, Revan covered his mouth and announced Loa Adenka was unable to continue. The winner was Vincent Adenka. Suddenly, someone launched an ambush from above, but Vincent noticed. He looked up and smiled, saying they were finally here. Revan shielded Loa as something crashed and exploded on stage. Vanel Pagoda asked what happened while Selbira watched closely and replied, someone had jumped straight into the arena. Standing in the thick smoke, Revan wondered what on earth was going on. As the smoke cleared, Vincent calmly greeted his fifth older brother Damien, who stood with one hand on his hip. With a sword on his shoulder, Damien asked if he really dodged that attack. He knew his brother was good. He challenged Vincent to a duel next. Suddenly, Hoka Ken shouted from the spectator stands telling Damien he could not just interfere. Damien glanced toward her voice, then cupped his hand to shout, introducing himself as the 7th rank representative cadet. Damien Adenka asked if he could join. The headmaster sighed, completely helpless to stop this battle-crazy youth. He always acted before thinking. Walking toward them, Vincent calmly spoke up, saying he did not mind the intrusion at all. Damien happily pointed at Vincent, saying he agreed. Even Hoka Ken was quite surprised by Vincent's calm and sudden decision. It seemed he had already anticipated Damien's sudden interference. Smiling, the headmaster decided to see how far this went. She clenched her fist and declared that as the headmaster, she approved this duel. They could fight as they pleased. Damien overflowed with power as he challenged Vincent, telling his younger brother he had better give it his all. Vincent witnessed a massive entity wrapped in blazing light and fiery orange energy radiating an overwhelming and divine pressure. Damien stood ready to launch his powerful fire ring attack. He laughed coldly, warning Vincent of the danger ahead, or else he would die. Watching from above, Aen noted Damien's fire blessing came directly from the god of fire, a deity of powerful explosions. Each of those fire rings held enough destructive force to easily obliterate a snow-covered mountain. Pure destruction. Damien is the absolute strongest of the 8 siblings. Boom, a massive earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts. The ground splits wide open. Everything shatters under its sheer force. Thick smoke and fire billow up like an erupting volcano, spewing molten lava. The arena stands erupt with heated whispers. Revan Adenka looks on. Before him, the flames swirl into a scorching vortex. Searing heat, Revan Adenka instantly remembers what Vincent once said. I might actually be stronger than you on defense. He can't wait. He smirks. Seriously, he actually can't wait. But then Damien's massive sword strike gets stopped cold by a protective light barrier. Revan raises an eyebrow, amused that Vincent keeps up even on defense. Meanwhile, Damien's eyes widen in absolute stunning disbelief. He runs over. Damien literally jumps on him, his eyes sparkling with pure admiration. You are seriously too incredible, he yells. How did you block my attack? Anyone else would have just dodged, but you stood firm. Meanwhile, Vincent is completely pinned down. Absolutely stuck. Hey, let me go first, Vincent gasps. Revan gently steps in, asking Prince Damien about the match status. Damien just throws an arm around Vincent, laughing it off. I cannot beat him, so I surrender. Revan is left speechless. A forfeit. Revan quickly recovers, declaring Vincent Adenka the winner. Up in the VIP booth, Maria quietly strokes her hair, watching. The fun is just starting. Bomb is totally confused, asking what she means. So Maria smiles, ready to break it down. Vincent defeated the 6th sibling back when he was only ranked 9. Now he has beaten both the 8th daughter and 5th son. Who is next? Down on the arena floor, Vincent shifts. The sharp tip of his blade points directly at his next target, straight toward Abin. The plan is falling apart. Abin grits his teeth, shaking. This is impossible. This cannot be real. The rebellion of the 7th son has begun. Vincent levels his sword, calling out. Are you going to teach me a lesson? Come down here, brother Abin, Vincent challenges. What is wrong? Are you actually scared? Abin panics, his mind racing wildly. Was that attack blocked so easily? He desperately tries to calm his nerves. Vincent has gotten stronger, but there must be a way. Calm down. He is a genius who mastered every sword technique of the Adenka family. He can handle absolutely any situation. Every warrior has a flaw. Vincent must have a weakness. He searches, he scans. But why is there nothing to strike? No openings. Attack, defense, posture, wherever he looks, everything is flawless. There is not a single opening to exploit. Slash, a blinding wave of energy descends. Abin cuts right through him, but Vincent does not even flinch, standing completely still. But then Vincent's image tears apart in front of him. Aben grits his teeth in sheer disbelief. This is not happening. This is ridiculous. This cannot be real. There must be at least one chance to win. Just one single opening, please. Aben stares at Vincent's face, begging internally. Yet Vincent remains completely calm, not making a single move. He just watches. He searches with everything he has. Just one tiny flaw. Anything. Then his pupils dilate in horror. No, this is impossible. He has not even started the real duel yet. In his mind, he has already lost hundreds of times. Unbeatable. A sudden voice snaps him out of his nightmare. Prince Aben, are you all right? A noble on the stands gently shakes him. Aben mutters a quiet response. Looking down at the shattered arena, he realizes that losing now destroys his path to succession. But if he refuses to fight, you will be branded a coward forever. The crowd is already starting to whisper. Mocking voices ripple through the stands. What is the fourth prince actually too afraid to even step onto the battlefield? After witnessing Vincent's terrifying power, who would dare? You can tell he is eyeing that family head position. Hearing the whispers, Fidanel clenches her fists in pure rage. That bastard Vincent is finally starting to make serious waves. If he stands out here, their entire plan to seize control of the Adenka family will completely crumble to dust. Stop this match immediately, she screams. They cannot let Vincent show off his incredible power any longer. It is too dangerous. But right behind her, Principal Hoka suddenly appears. Oh dear, she chuckles. I am afraid that will not happen. Startled, Fidanel quickly bows to greet her. The principal just smiles, covering her mouth with a light, mocking laugh. Every match in this arena is under my absolute authority, Hoka declares, and I have no intention of stopping this elder. Fidanel scowls, cursing silently. Now watch. Vincent stands in the center of the arena, spreading his arms wide in invitation. Now, Brother Aben, make your decision, he calls out. The crowd is waiting. Will you fight or will you run away? Aben hesitates, his voice trembling as he stammers. But suddenly, a sharp, familiar voice cuts through the entire stadium. Is a warrior really going to avoid a duel and drag the proud honor of the Adenka family through the mud? Aben looks up in shock, recognizing the voice. It is the eldest brother Kamen, who has just appeared in the stands. Whispers erupt instantly. Isn't Prince Kamen supposed to be at the Pirate Islands? Julian glares, realizing things just got extremely dangerous. He warns Vincent to hold nothing back. Vincent remains completely stoic, giving a slow, quiet nod. The real clash is beginning. His thoughts race. The last he heard, the pirate archipelago was still developing. So why has he returned already? He even showed up completely unannounced. What is Cam scheming? Nearby, Aben lowers his face, looking deeply insecure. Aben whispers to him, brother, if I back out now, I will, but a voice suddenly echoes inside his mind. Cam tells him he has changed. Shock strikes him. This is telepathy. Since when did you think you could disobey me? No more excuses. If I tell you to go, you go. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, telling the prince to calm down. He shouldn't frighten his little brother like that. Saretta approaches the duo, claiming that threats are a pirate's job. Julian points a trembling finger. This is impossible. That woman is none other than the notorious pirate queen Sarita Viota. She's a wanted criminal responsible for the deaths of countless civilians and warriors alike. The stands instantly erupt into chaos. Everyone panics, wondering why she is on this continent. People scream to run as Khan suddenly rushes forward. He stands protectively in front of Vesa and Hoka Ken, his face grim. He won't even ask why she showed up. A criminal like her has no right to speak here. Saretta, however, looks completely confused by his harsh words. She glances at Cam. Haven't you told them yet? Cam smirks, calling her his unexpected little surprise gift. Suddenly she drops to her knees. She respectfully declares her loyalty to Cam Adenka, pledging her entire pirate archipelago to his name. Everything under her command will merge into Adenka territory. Khan freezes in pure shock, unable to believe it. Onlookers gasp. Has the pirate queen actually surrendered? In just 2 years, Prince Cam conquered the entire archipelago. Khan watches them in deep thought. Cam has achieved his goal. He offers a mock apology for stealing the spotlight. He looks down at his cute little brother. Vincent just stares back in complete silence, refusing to give him a reaction. As Saretta kneels at Cam's feet, quiet murmurs ripple through the crowd about his impossible feat of conquering them so quickly. He even forced the pirate queen to submit. After a long silence, Khan finally speaks as Vesa stands behind him. She whispers that she doesn't think they're lying. Cam strides over, confidently addressing his father about his voyage. 2 years ago, he promised to prove himself as the most worthy successor to lead the entire Adenka family. As his words settle, the crowd whispers about the Adenka family now completely dominating the seas. Naturally, everyone expects the eldest son, Prince Cam, to be the next heir. Khan merely watches him with cold eyes. Without saying a word, Cam sweeps his cloak, cutting through the murmurs to thank everyone for their congratulations. He reminds them that today belongs to his younger brother Vincent Adenka, who is here to prove himself. Gripping Aben's shoulder with clear force, he commands him to teach their newly returned brother a harsh lesson. Vincent remains silent, Down in the arena, Revan steps up to announce the start of the friendly match. The duel between Vincent and Aben is officially underway. Up on the balcony, Aben trembles, asking Cam for advice. He anxiously wonders if a preemptive sword strike is best or if his opponent will easily counter his move. Realizing nothing will work, Cam sighs at his brother's sheer cowardice. He hands Aben a strange yellow vial. Aben stares at the liquid, asking what it is. Cam briefly explains that it is a special pirate potion. Given to him by Sarita as a tribute, this potion can temporarily amplify a fighter's mana to insane levels. Fear grips Aben as he takes the bottle. He nervously repeats the claim in his head, wondering if it's safe. Cast out all hesitation, Aben downs the entire vial in one single gulp while Cam watches with a smirk. Suddenly, an explosive surge of mana erupts from Aben's body. Feeling the raw power, his confidence returns instantly. The overwhelming strength makes him feel completely invincible. His job done, Cam turns around to leave. He casually asks if Aben can defeat Vincent now. After all, he believes his brilliant brother is destined to win. Aben's face flushes with pride. He clenches his fists tightly, stepping onto the stage with absolute confidence. He is absolutely certain of his victory, vowing to bring home a win. But Cam's smile remains deeply sinister. He mentally mocks Aben, knowing his foolish brother has zero chance. Down below, Revan raises the flag. The battle begins. Vincent offers a polite smile, telling his brother to relax since he plans to go easy. Just like before, Aben sweats profusely without replying. He simply stands frozen, panting heavily as Vincent watches. He notices his brother's left hand isn't moving, urging him to start whenever he is ready. But something is wrong. Aben's condition looks incredibly strange. Clutching his head, his face turns pale. Just minutes ago, he felt a surge. Yet now his body refuses to respond. Stumbling forward, he is on the very verge of collapse. As Abel falls, Vincent Adenka reaches out, asking if his brother is all right. But inside Abel's head, the whispering voices of the crowd only fuel his madness. People whisper, asking what is wrong with him. They wonder if the young lord is all right, noting the fourth prince does not look good at all. Abel's younger brother desperately calls out to him. But Abel charges at Vincent Adenka like a wild beast, angrily screaming for him to shut his mouth. Vincent Adenka calmly raises his sword to block Abel's desperate strike. From behind his blade, he studies Abel closely, certain that something is terribly wrong. His brother's eyes are completely unfocused, and Abel seems totally out of his mind. Worse, a strange, salty, fishy smell lingers in the air, the smell of the sea. With a heavy push, Vincent Adenka shoves his crazed brother back. Abel grinds his teeth and growls recklessly, launching himself right back into another furious attack. Vincent Adenka realizes the situation is critical. He wonders what on earth is happening to his brother, knowing he must finish this duel quickly to uncover the truth. Abel channels a sudden surge of power, unleashing a devastating strike with terrifying speed and raw strength. He screams at the top of his lungs. But Vincent Adenka's blade cuts cleanly across Abel's chest, halting him in his tracks. Abel grinds his teeth in a mix of blinding pain and fury. Vincent Adenka looks up only to see a massive violent burst of purple energy erupting directly in front of him. It is a terrifying sight. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. He realizes that Abel actually lost consciousness before the training sword could even make proper contact. Abel collapses, spitting up a mouthful of foul black blood. His face contorts, his eyes roll back, and he quickly slips into deep unconsciousness as Vincent Adenka watches in shock. Up in the stands, Khan and the elders cannot sit still. Seeing this horrific scene, Fidenel and Elder John are also left utterly speechless. Shouts echo through the arena, calling for the medics because Lord Abel is coughing up blood. Suddenly, Carmen leaps straight down from the VIP stands. He demands to know what happened, his voice dripping with false concern. The medic tending to Abel looks up, noting that the young master has been poisoned. The medic warns that it is a highly lethal, unidentified toxin. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka freezes in place. Poison. That is when Carmen steps forward. Carmen confronts Vincent Adenka directly, demanding to know if he was the one who poisoned his own brother. Hearing this absurd accusation, Vincent Adenka loses his temper. He demands to know what Carmen is talking about, insisting he did nothing to Abel. But suddenly, Elder John grabs Vincent Adenka from behind to restrain him. The elder orders him to stay still, declaring that Vincent Adenka must be imprisoned until they uncover the truth. Vincent Adenka can only glare back, his teeth clenched. Amidst the chaos, a weak, trembling voice cuts through the crowd. It is Abel on the stretcher, desperately pleading for someone to save his life. Abel mutters that he does not want to die, crying out that he trusted his older brother Carmen. Hearing that name, a spark of hatred flashes in Vincent Adenka's eyes. Vincent Adenka realizes Carmen is so desperate for the patriarch position that he is willing to poison his own flesh and blood to frame him. He glares at Carmen, silently declaring that his brother is someone he will never acknowledge, nor will he ever let him inherit their father's legacy. Carmen will never inherit the great legacy of Khan and Aslan Fankar. Later, the heavy prison doors slam shut, locking Vincent Adenka away once more. Julian panics, clutching his head and crying about being in prison again. Vincent Adenka calmly tells him to relax, pointing out this is hardly their first time. Then Vincent Adenka glances toward the corner, questioning why the academy principal is locked up too. Hoka-ken looks away, pouting as she tries to avoid his gaze. She grumbles that they blamed her for the fortress incident, admitting she might have been a little too blunt with the hot-headed elder Fidenel. She figures this jail time is pure payback. But then she leans in to ask if he actually poisoned his brother on purpose. Annoyed by the ridiculous question, Vincent Adenka snaps back that he absolutely did not. Fortunately, Hoka-ken is quick to believe him. She sighs, noting that with his monstrous skills, using poison would be completely unnecessary anyway. Vincent Adenka stands up and begins pacing the cell. He realizes that if they let Carmen run wild, the villain will successfully pin the entire crime on him. Grabbing the iron bars, he decides to escape. Vincent Adenka wastes no more time, unleashing a blinding, majestic aura of power that completely envelops his body in the dark cell. He activates his thunder, might, and giant skills, yet the cell door remains completely undamaged. Hoka-ken even tries pulling on the bars with all her strength, but the door does not budge. Looking at his scorched hands, Vincent Adenka realizes a high-level sealing magic covers the entire prison. Hoka-ken suddenly gets an idea, suggesting that if it is magic, they just need to break it with a specialized sword strike. Vincent Adenka quickly shoots down her theory, explaining that the seal is tied to direct mana control, making it nearly impossible to break from the inside. Hoka-ken slumps down in disappointment, wishing Lord Vago Pagoda were there since he could have easily smashed the barrier. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka remembers something. He asks Hoka-ken where the deputy commander went, realizing he has not seen Vago Pagoda once since they returned. Hoka-ken hesitates, looking guilty. Before she can answer, heavy footsteps echo from the hallway outside. Carmen suddenly appears right in front of the cell, telling them to stop whispering. He announces that the investigation is complete. Hearing that smug voice, Vincent Adenka grinds his teeth in anger, glaring at his corrupt brother. Carmen holds up a vial of poison, claiming it was found in Vincent Adenka's room, matching the exact toxin discovered inside Abel's body. He adds that the poison was also on the wooden sword Vincent Adenka used, accusing him of trying to murder his brother during an honorable duel. Ignoring the dramatic accusation, Vincent Adenka quietly asks if this was his brother's plan from the very beginning. But Carmen just scoffs at him. Carmen claims a true warrior should fight with honor, calling Vincent Adenka a disgrace to their noble family while completely ignoring his question. He warns that if the council accepts these fabricated findings, Vincent Adenka will be executed on the spot according to their ancient family laws. Julian and Hoka-ken freeze in their tracks as she screams out execution on the spot. Meanwhile, Carmen walks away deep in thought. That arrogant brat Vincent Adenka has no way out. The evidence is perfectly set up, there is absolutely no escape. Let us see if he can keep acting cocky when his head is on the chopping block. Camon smiles, highly satisfied. But his victory lap is cut short when he spots Khan waiting right outside. Camon speaks up first. Is that really true? Vincent Adenka demands, shouting in Hoka-ken's face. The deputy commander missing for 2 years. She tiredly nods. Yes. The last time anyone saw Lord Vago Pagoda was at his late sister's home, but that place burned down soon after. All contact was lost after the fire. No one knows where he went or if he is even still alive. Elsewhere, Khan lowers his voice, demanding to know what Camon is plotting. Avon is poisoned and the toxin is unknown. Without an antidote, treatment is impossible. Are you going to let Avon die like this? Camon quickly masks his expression. He casually scoffs, claiming he has no idea what his father means. Khan's eyes flare, his magical hand ready to strike. Do you really think I am blind? Khan roars, landing a heavy blow that sends Camon stumbling backward. The family head growls, asserting his authority. You have grown arrogant, relying on clan elders, thinking you control everything. Blood drips from Camon's mouth as he slumps against the wall. You do not have any actual proof, do you, father? If you did, the Black Sword unit would have already dragged me to headquarters instead of you coming here to talk. A warrior's strength exists solely to protect the truth that is our duty. Did I not teach you that yourself? Your actions are a complete betrayal of that code. Enraged by his son's defiance, Khan strikes him with a brutal slap. How dare you lecture me about duty? But Camon's cold reply leaves the old commander completely stunned. What is so great about duty anyway? With your absolute power, why not just destroy everything you despise? Why shackle yourself to such a worthless concept? I am not like you, father. The times have changed and I will win. I will do whatever it takes to get what I want. Khan stares at him, asking why he desires the headship so desperately. Camon bursts into wild laughter, admitting he simply hates being beneath anyone, including his own father, whom he cannot stand. He refuses to tolerate being looked down on. Turning his back, he tells his father to watch him take over. But Khan's next words freeze him in his tracks. Are you sure this is over? You still haven't defeated Vincent Adenka. Even now that kid is out there. He has likely read your moves and is planning a way to flip the board. Back in the prison cell, Vincent Adenka is lost in thought when Julian suddenly interrupts him with a crucial lead. To clear your name, identifying the poison is key. Vincent Adenka asks what happens if they actually manage to find it. Julian explains that given Aben's critical state, it must be an incredibly rare toxin with very limited sources. If they can identify the exact poison, they can easily trace it back to find the real culprit. Vincent Adenka rests his chin on his hand, recalling a faint scent of the ocean. Julian gasps in shock at the clue. He describes it as a pungent fishy odor. Julian closes his eyes, trying to connect the dots, the pirate queen. Suddenly, his eyes fly wide open as the answer hits him. It has to be deep-sea anglerfish poison, a deep-sea predator. It comes from a predator in the pirate archipelago that lures its prey using glowing, highly toxic tentacles. Pirates extract this colorless toxin to settle their internal disputes, making it nearly impossible to trace. The pieces click for Vincent Adenka. The pirate woman is involved. But Julian warns him of a fatal catch. Once infected by this deadly poison, the victim's body will literally melt into water within 5 hours. The countdown started when Kamen arrived. By sunset, those 5 hours will be up. Meanwhile, Aben writhes in agony. He will die before the sun goes down. Back at the manor, Bash rushes after Khan, protesting that this is wrong. She begs him to let her personally interrogate the suspect, but Khan turns around and sharply cuts her off. Doing that will only seal Aben's fate. Khan explains that Kamen will never cooperate if they try to force him. His sheer hatred would drive him to take the antidote's secret to the grave. Time is running out. Meanwhile, Hoka-ken panics upon hearing the news. What Aben will die before sunset, there is barely any time left. Vincent Adenka remains remarkably calm, urging everyone to move. If Aben dies, his only chance to prove his innocence is gone. He frowns deeply, remembering the moment the medical team carried Aben away on a stretcher, gasping in betrayal. Why did you do this to me? Vincent Adenka clenches his fists, remembering those painful final words. Even if Aben was never an ally, letting him die unjustly is out of the question. They must save him. Sitting on the bed, Heka smirks and wonders if they even have a way out. She shares her findings, explaining that she checked everything thoroughly. To be absolutely sure, every corner of this prison is wrapped in magic, just like the iron bars, making a brute force breakout impossible. Plus, with their weapons confiscated, there is simply no way to escape. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes out of nowhere, cutting her off. That is right, you will die in there. Vincent glares at the figure standing outside the iron bars. It is the pirate queen, Sarita. Why are you here? Sarita sneers, mocking those soft land dwellers, saying enemies should be killed immediately to avoid future trouble. Outside, the whispers and rumors are spreading like wildfire through every alley. The townspeople are baffled. A sudden break at a time like this. What on earth is going on? Someone claims they overheard the fortress trainers whispering that Vincent secretly resorted to using poison. Standing in the crowd, Jian is incredibly confused, wondering why Vincent would ever do such a thing. Vu raises his hand, gesturing as if it is obvious. Is it not obvious? Defeating the fifth fighter makes sense, but by the time he reached the fourth, his energy must have completely run out. Suddenly, the man bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. So that cowardly brat could not leave behind his dirty tricks after all. Hearing this, Sari snaps. She is about to charge forward to teach them a lesson, but Wison grabs her arm tight, holding her back. Sion, standing nearby, stops her too. Arguing with people like that is completely pointless anyway. Sari lowers her head, sadly wishing her young master could clear his name and return safely. As she is lost in thought, something catches her eye. A mysterious, heavily cloaked figure approaches and stops right in front of her. A cloaked figure stands before Sari. Startled, she yells out, asking who they are. Cut to an attack being unleashed with explosive power, creating a blinding, vibrant jade-green aura. Sarita is summoning her fearsome power as the Wave Devourer. She swings her sword and charges forward. Razor-sharp waves shoot like drills straight at Vincent, who's currently bound in heavy shackles. Still, Vincent dodges the attacks with agile movements. Honestly, Heka is also pushing herself to the absolute limit. She warns him that dodging is impossible without mana. A sharp surge of energy narrowly grazes Heka's body. Her eyes widen in sheer shock as a terrifying realization hits her. Sarita can predict her every move. Seeing Heka in grave danger, Vincent screams out to the principal as she suddenly feels like she is drowning. Heka looks around, completely submerged in swirling water. Meanwhile, Sarita scowls as she realizes her water magic has suddenly stopped. Do not tell me that Brat has the same water blessing. Seeing Sarita lose her focus, Vincent knows his golden opportunity has finally arrived. Now is the perfect moment to counter. Vincent swings his arms violently, throwing the massive water energy right back at her. Take this. Sarita panics. What on earth is this? She feels as though her power is being sealed away. Vincent releases an overwhelming burst of energy, sparking a painful scream. Glowing blue water droplets float in the air. Gritting her teeth, Sarita struggles to comprehend what is happening before she is struck by the full force. Her high-tier mana crashes down like ordinary worthless water. She cannot believe her eyes. Heka rushes over to support Vincent as he collapses to his knees. She asks if he is all right. Vincent weakly nods, gasping that he is fine. Sarita quickly regains her wicked confidence, realizing she panicked for nothing. This unique prison was constructed by the Magic Tower. Utilizing mana inside these walls will only destroy your own mana circuits, leaving you utterly helpless. She raises her hand, summoning shimmering water droplets. The Pirate Queen declares that they will never escape this prison unless they die first. Sarita unleashes a massive tidal wave, flooding the entire cell. Vincent freezes in horror. He spins around frantically, warning Heka. He yells at her to take the deepest breath she possibly can. An aggressive, rushing torrent of water slams violently into the cell like a waterfall. Vincent and Heka are completely submerged, sinking into what feels like a bottomless ocean. Outside, Sarita spreads her arms wide, laughing triumphantly. How does it feel to be trapped in an endless sea? Are you terrified yet? How long can you survive? 1 minute, 2 minutes. Even the best divers would suffocate after 5 minutes. Lucky for you, we are on land, so at least you will not become fish bait. Just drown in there. But suddenly, a mysterious figure appears right behind her. No, Vago, Pagoda pulls back his hood. You are the one drowning here, Pirate Queen. Vago Pagoda summons his dark magic, unleashing a chaotic pitch-black energy that collides head-on with her aquatic powers. This clash triggers a violent swirling storm of raw energy, sending a devastating current of water blasting directly towards Sarita. Completely surrounded, she looks around in absolute disbelief, wondering how a legendary Magic Tower prison could be destroyed so easily. Vincent tells her to relax. After all, they are on dry land, so even if she drowns in this water, she will not become fish bait either. Vincent darts forward with incredible speed. Sarita smirks, telling the young master not to underestimate her as she calls upon her water blessing. But her confidence instantly vanishes. Her face contorts into pure panic. Her eyes widen as she senses the catastrophic threat heading her way. A massive, highly destructive explosion of blue energy completely consumes the area. The intense battle ends in a blinding flash of light and total devastation. Vincent stands bathed in the light of freedom. He turns back to express his heartfelt gratitude, thanking Vago Pagoda for saving his life. Fortress Commander Vago Pagoda is holding the exhausted Heka in his arms. He smiles and remarks that it has been a while. He notes that Vincent seems to be in a rush. He would love to chat, but they are desperately low on time. He tells Vincent that he understands the situation, so Vincent should escape while he handles the rest. But then Vago Pagoda suddenly stops him. Vincent Adenka freezes for a second. The commander praises his incredible growth over the past 2 years. The young commander smiles warmly. Vincent Adenka makes a promise to salute him when they meet again. Vincent Adenka suddenly leaps away. Vago Pagoda lowers his eyes, whispering that he cannot accept that salute, not anytime soon. Until this nightmare is completely over, he cannot return to the safety of the fortress. Meanwhile, Hoka-ken slowly opens her eyes. She jolts awake, shouting for Lord Vago Pagoda and asking about Vin. Where did they go? She looks around the quiet forest, noticing a freshly lit campfire burning nearby. She could swear she heard Vago Pagoda's voice. A strange metallic object lying on the ground catches her attention. She leans down to inspect it. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka narrows his eyes, facing off directly against Sarita. He expected that a simple whirlpool wouldn't kill her. Sarita simply sneers, boasting of her Pirate Queen title. Vincent Adenka remains silent. He raises his sword, pointing it directly at her face, demanding the antidote. He is out of time. Sarita adjusts her hat, amused that he figured it out so quickly. That gives her more reason to kill him. Vincent Adenka watches her summon a truly colossal wave. She was holding back in prison. The crushing current slams into him, dragging him to the deep. He stays calm. Thanks to his blessing, he will not drown, but staying here is too dangerous. Where did she go? He scans the dark, heavy water, trying to locate her before she strikes. He slashes blindly at a shadow. Nothing. It is empty space, making him grit his teeth in frustration. It was just a water decoy. While he is distracted, the real Sarita lunges from above, ready to strike. Got you, she sneers. But Vincent Adenka reacts instantly, unleashing his powerful Force Navy form. Sarita struggles to block a blast of destructive blue energy. She realizes he has a water blessing too. How annoying. She needs a massive spell to end this quickly, but suddenly Vincent Adenka speaks up. Why did someone of her power submit to Cam? A sea commander should never lose to him. Sarita looks down from above. She asks if he knows the greatest virtue of a pirate. It is greed, the desire to take more than anyone else. She recalls how Cam lost to her. His fleet was pathetic, and his skills mediocre. He was a total joke of a successor back then. His journey ended in total failure in under 2 years. Yet she recalls their extremely chaotic first meeting. He had roared at her to look away. Cam demanded that she never look down on his power. His raw desire was not of a warrior. It was the hungry, burning gaze of a pirate. She became curious about how far his destructive ambition would take him. That curiosity made her follow him. Now Vincent Adenka watches. The water swells around them, rising higher in response to her blade. She declares she cannot let him stop them. Now watch, she immediately unleashes her wave swallower attack. A massive torrent crashes down, threatening to swallow him whole. Yet Vincent Adenka shows absolutely no fear. She fires a devastating ship-crushing blow. A giant whirlpool of blue shockwaves tears through the area. The destruction is deafening. She boasts that this exact technique is what crowned her the Pirate Queen. Every ship hit by this strike sinks completely. Now she taunts it is time for young Master Vin to drown. Suddenly, a glowing trident symbol appears inside the swirling magic. Heavy pitch darkness completely envelopes her. Panic strikes as her world goes completely dark. Vincent Adenka steps forward, his voice cold and steady. Look closely, he warns. This is Abenton Aom, the legendary blade of the mighty Dragon King. Elsewhere, painful groans echo behind a locked door. Avon lies beaten and bloody as Cam steps closer. He openly mocks his pathetic younger brother. Avon weakly begs for mercy, but Cam remains utterly cold. He coldly asks why he is still breathing. He demands him to stop struggling and melt away. Suddenly, Kai bursts in. He stammers in sheer panic that young Vincent Adenka has already run away. Cam is completely stunned by the news. Suddenly, a violent earthquake rattles the ground beneath their feet. Kai screams in terror. Cam rushes to the window, desperately trying to see what is happening outside. His eyes widen as he sees the heavy rain. Meanwhile, Sarita is hit by a massive slash. Her severed arm flies backward. She is terrified of his power, unable to believe his monstrous strength. Shaking as she clutches her arm, she realizes he is a completely different kind of monster. Vincent Adenka looks down coldly, demanding she hand over the antidote. He knows she kept a portion to protect herself. Looking closely, Sarita only sees her own terrified reflection in his eyes. She quietly asks him what drives him. Since greed is not in his eyes, what is he fighting for? Money, fame, women? What does that gaze want to claim? Vincent Adenka gives her a dead serious reply. He must correct the distorted truth. To do that, he has to become strong. Her face contorts, asking if he means stronger than Cam. Vin does not even blink, casually letting out a quiet response. He must become stronger than his father, stronger than anyone if necessary. Sarita can only stare in absolute shock, completely speechless. Trembling as she tries to stand, she admits he is far more ambitious than her. He won young Master Vincent Adenka. She lost in both strength and ambition. Suddenly, she tosses the vial right in front of him, laughing that she is still a cowardly pirate. He instantly grits his teeth as a realization hits. That scented is the deadly poison of the lantern-scale fish. As the vial falls, a figure suddenly dashes in. It is Hokaken, wrapping her whip around the antidote to save it at all costs. She caught it. But Vincent Adenka quickly turns back to Sarita, only to find the Pirate Queen laughing like a maniac. She mocks their carelessness, revealing the antidote was mostly water. Suddenly, she unleashes a surprise strike, catching him completely off guard. Damn it. Seeing Vin in grave danger, Hokaken screams out his name. Sarita just laughs triumphantly at their struggle. She tells him he will not have much time to enjoy his victory. Furious, Hokaken throws her rope right at the wicked woman. Sarita summons sparkling water spheres, telling them they will meet again in 5 hours if they are even still alive. Suddenly, Hokaken clutches her body. She is burning hot. Sweat pours down Vin. It was steam. She is gone. Hokaken rushes over to Vin. She cannot believe even Vin got poisoned, asking if there is really no way out. Vin tightly clenches his fist. Actually, this poison means the preparations are complete. The antidote will find its way to them. There are 30 minutes left until sunset. A booming declaration echoes inside the castle walls. Anyone who breaks the family rules will be hunted down and suppressed by force. Standing confidently, Cam makes a grand announcement. Under the laws of the Hacken family, the fugitives who escape with Vincent Adenka are officially wanted. Adenka, the fifth, grits his teeth, keeping his eyes low to hide his rising bloodlust. Still, Cam proudly finishes his grand speech. He officially issues the wanted order. Khan releases an overwhelming pressure, asking if his son really wants to go against him. Cam smirks without a single shred of fear or regret. He coldly tells his father that he will not give him a reason to strike. Brandishing his sword, he barks orders at the guards to chase after the fugitives. He demands they capture them by any means. Bring them back at all costs, even if force is required. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his command. No need for that. Vincent Adenka and Hokaken suddenly appear. Vin looks straight at Cam, declaring he has no intention of running away. In his hands, blue and red energy surges. The crowd starts panicking, wondering what kind of strange smoke Vincent Adenka is releasing. Cam narrows his eyes, realizing this is no ordinary smoke. Khan already has the answer. The boy is spraying blood as mist. Vin confidently declares this blood mist will expose the true mastermind behind the poison. Cam calmly steps right up to him. He mocks Vin, asking what kind of nonsense he is babbling after crawling back here. Cam places his blade directly against his neck. He asks if the pressure of execution drove Vin mad. But Vin calmly pushes the blade aside, admitting he will do anything to survive. He knows death is certain, so he will take any chance to live. His very next words leave Cam absolutely stunned. Vin reveals he was poisoned by the pirate queen Saretta on his way here. Cam flinches in shock, demanding to know what he said. Vessa gasps at the mention of the pirate poison. John quickly panics, realizing that Blood Mist must be carrying the toxin too. Vin smirks, saying it is too late to silence him. If they want to live, they must capture the pirate queen for the antidote. Cam glares with absolute hatred, cursing the bastard under his breath. Chaos erupts in the hall as everyone wonders if they are poisoned. If Vin is telling the truth, they are all doomed. Hokaken silently watches Vin, amazed he can pull off such madness so calmly. Fidenal trembles but tries to maintain her composure. She demands him to stop joking, asking why they should even believe his words. But Khan cuts her off, confirming Vin is not lying. The young man has indeed been infected with a highly lethal poison. Hearing this, John completely loses his cool. Fidanel screams out, asking if the toxic mist has already entered all of their bodies. Both of them suddenly turn their gazes toward Cam. He immediately panics, silently cursing and telling them to stop looking his way. Cam desperately avoids eye contact, terrified they will connect him to the crime. With his goal achieved, Vincent Adenka speaks up again. He mentions that according to Sarita, the poison takes exactly 5 hours to kill. Cam realizes he must secure the antidote first. If he does not act, he will melt away just like Abin did. With all of Adenka almost in his grasp, he refuses to die now. He needs to locate Sarita immediately. But as Cam tries to slip away in a hurry, a voice suddenly calls him back. Vincent Adenka glances over at Sarita in the corner, wondering why that foolish pirate queen decided to drag herself here. Clutching her arm, she slowly limps forward. Carmen quickly yells for someone to call a priest. His face twists in panic, realizing that getting linked to Sarita right now will ruin everything. Vincent Adenka watches with a smug smile. Like it or not, Sarita only has Carmen to rely on while she is on land. Suddenly, Jogon spots her and points his finger, commanding his men to capture the pirate queen so they can secure the antidote. Sarita stands there completely confused. A crowd of soldiers suddenly rushes out and surrounds her. What is going on? Aren't the elders and the soldiers all on Carmen's side? With his sword drawn, Carmen steps closer and demands the antidote. Sarita retreats in disbelief, her mind racing with confusion. Inside Carmen's mind, panic sets in. He remembers she warned him never to give it up. If Abin wakes up now, everything collapses. Carmen barks out a fierce order, demanding the antidote immediately and reminding her of her oath of absolute obedience. He warns that they will all die because of her. Unable to resist him, she weakly reveals that the cure is inside her eye patch. Carmen eagerly reaches out to grab it, relieved that they can at least survive this crisis and figure out the rest later. But before he can touch it, someone snatches it away first. Vincent Adenka holds up the antidote, turning it over in his hands. Vincent Adenka calmly asks how long Prince Abin has been unconscious. Carmen panics, demandingly asking if Vincent Adenka plans on keeping the cure. Khan answers that it has been about 5 hours and the prince is entering his most critical state. Vincent Adenka clenches his fist. He notes how strange it is that both poisons are identical, looking directly at Carmen and Sarita for answers. Why would Sarita use the same poison used on Abin if she was his loyal subordinate? Suddenly, Khan releases a massive surge of aura. The patriarch coldly demands the truth. Trembling, Sarita turns to Carmen and desperately asks him what is going on. Before she can finish, Carmen's hands tremble as he suddenly swings his sword to silence Sarita once and for all. Knowing his game is up, Carmen shouts that she dared to deceive him and spread poison throughout the Adenka estate. He calls himself a fool for keeping a rootless pirate by his side. Sarita gasps weakly, unable to utter another word. She collapses lifelessly beneath his blade. Vincent Adenka watches the entire scene unfold, clicking his tongue at how troublesome this has become. With Sarita dead, the pirates will definitely turn hostile, ruining all the hard work put into developing the island over the past 2 years. It is a shame to see that effort washed away. Shaking off the thought, Vincent Adenka snaps his fingers to summon Pok Pok. The little spirit immediately appears, asking what his master needs. Vincent Adenka hands over the antidote, telling him to deliver it to Priest Chevin. He instructs Pok Pok to tell Chevin it is the cure. Taking the medicine, Pok Pok vanishes instantly, leaving Fidenel to rush forward in a panic. Jogan runs right behind her, demanding that Vincent Adenka leave some of the antidote for them lest they all perish as well. Vincent Adenka turns back and bursts into laughter, assuring them they will be fine since he was the only one poisoned. Carmen stares in absolute horror. Vincent Adenka winks, revealing that the substance he sprayed on them was actually just his own blood. Jogan freezes, realizing they were never poisoned at all. Fidenel points an angry finger, accusing Vincent Adenka of tricking the Elder Council. Vesa Hale, who had been quiet, smiles softly, noting that Vincent Adenka never specified whose blood it was. It was a minor detail left out, but the psychological impact was devastating. Realizing he was played, Carmen feels a wave of regret wash over him. He destroyed everything with his own hands, Sarita, the pirate archipelago, his entire plan all gone because of his own panic. Meanwhile, Prince Aben screams in agony, his body reaching its absolute limit as sweat pours down while the doctors desperately try to stabilize him. The prince's body is starting to melt from the corrosive poison. Rai urges them not to give up, begging them to push their holy power to the limit. If they stop now, the young master will truly die. Suddenly, a warm, gentle light envelops the room. The doctors look around in awe until a voice cuts through the tension, commanding everyone to step aside. Chevin reaches out toward Aben, explaining that the cure has arrived and must reach the prince immediately. As the medicine takes effect, the prince's decaying wounds begin to heal. A brilliant flash of light forces Rai to shield his eyes. The physicians step back from the blinding glow. One of them gasps in joy, realizing the melting has finally stopped. It is a true miracle as the poison completely fades from Aben. Vincent Adenka sighs in relief that they made it in time. Both Khan and Vesa Hale feel a weight lift from their shoulders while Carmen seethes with pure rage. He realizes his fatal mistake. Once Aben wakes up and tells their father the truth, he is finished. He must act before that happens. Vincent Adenka walks over to the bedside, asking when the prince will wake. Chevin gently checks Aben's vitals. He explains that although the poison is gone, his body and spirit need time, advising a medically induced coma for a week. Hearing this, Carmen sneers internally. A whole week is plenty of time to assassinate both Vincent Adenka and Aben to reset his plans. Just then, Fidinel speaks up, asking the patriarch if they should issue a certain decree. Rewarding Kamen. Did he actually solve this case? Is this even a worthy reward? He glares at her, throwing the question right back at Kamen. Are you kidding me? Elder Fidinel mutters, but Vincent Adenka quickly cuts in. Elder Khan then steps forward, reminding Vincent Adenka that it is indeed wise advice. Vincent Adenka signals him to go ahead with it. The very next day, the clan officially announces the truth behind this sudden poisoning incident. It was branded a solo act by Sarita, clearing Vincent Adenka and Hoka Ken of all charges. Yet the entire honor of resolving the crisis and taking down the Pirate Queen goes entirely to Kamen. Hoka Ken asks Vincent Adenka if he is truly fine with losing his spotlight. After all, he was the one who cornered Sarita and saved Aben. Vincent Adenka calmly explains that cornering Kamon now would only make him desperate and dangerous. Letting him enjoy a temporary win is the safest play. Fidinel quietens her voice, offering a soft apology, admitting she owes him one. Khan stands lost in thought. John leans in closer to whisper, reminding the clan leader that it is time to award the medal. Khan nods, stepping forward. He loudly addresses the crowd, announcing that Kamon did not just eliminate a massive threat to Anka, but also demonstrated incredible wisdom by saving his own younger brother. Presenting the medal, Khan proudly tells him he did a fantastic job. Vincent Adenka hears the clan leader's voice echoing directly in his mind, praising him. Khan then turns around to glance at Vincent Adenka standing behind. Vincent Adenka stands frozen for a split second as the courtyard erupts in thunderous cheers. Everyone is shouting praises for the great Lord Kamon. That medal is a massive turning point, making it look like the eldest son is guaranteed to inherit the clan. Vincent Adenka just smirks. People are celebrating way too early, Vincent Adenka mutters. The real war starts now. He steps forward, offering a mock congratulation to his brother Kamon. He tells Kamon to enjoy this brief moment of victory. After all, it is finally time for Vincent Adenka to step up and prove his own worth. Narrows his eyes, Vincent Adenka declares that a snake who betrays his own kin for power does not deserve to lead the prestigious Adenka family. Drawing his sword, Vincent Adenka challenges him to a duel, eager to show everyone he possesses the raw power worthy of carrying their family name. Kamon glares at the blade pointed at his face. He wanted to get rid of Vincent Adenka anyway, and this is the perfect excuse to do it. Since Vincent Adenka made a fool out of him, Kamon promises to end him right here. He accepts the challenge, leaving the crowd completely breathless in shock. Loud whispers spread through the room. Challenging Lord Kamon is pure rebellion. Some even wonder what happens if the younger brother actually wins. But most believe Kamon is far superior. Watching them, Khan tells his sons to show him the fruits of their training over the past 2 years. He commands them to prove their worth. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. John rushes forward, begging everyone to calm down. He warns that emotions are running too high. Fidinel quickly steps in to agree, knowing a public duel between the brothers right now would be disastrous. Besides, Vincent Adenka is still just an academy student. It is way too early for him to be challenging an elite warrior like Kamon. Kamon's face darkens with pure fury. He demands to know why they are interfering when he is about to put the brat in his place. Fidinel shoots him a sharp warning look. If he kills his own underage brother in cold blood, his reputation will be completely ruined. Winning a duel against a kid gains him absolutely nothing. She emphasizes that they need to deflect attention away from Vincent Adenka immediately. Kamen grits his teeth in frustration. He hates letting this perfect opportunity to eliminate his troublesome younger brother slip right through his fingers. But offending the elders right before the succession ceremony is a risk he cannot take. Reluctantly, Kamen decides to stand down. He sheathes his sword, playing it off as him just being a little too hot-headed. However, Vincent Adenka is not about to let him walk away. Vincent Adenka raises his voice, reminding everyone that he was the one who cut off Sareta's arm. But Zagan quickly shuts him down. He argues that Kamen delivered the final blow and Vincent Adenka only succeeded because Principal Hoka Ken was assisting him. Hoka Ken sighs at being dragged into this. She knows that if they do not expose Kamen now, he will just keep plotting in the shadows. But the elders have a valid point. Vincent Adenka is technically still an academy student, meaning he lacks the official status and the 9 badges required to challenge a full warrior. No matter how strong the boy is, a level 8 student simply does not have the authority or standing to challenge someone like Kamen. John proposes a loophole. Vincent Adenka just needs to prove his strength by defeating a certified warrior who has breached a city fortress. Hoka Ken nods in agreement. But before they can decide, a sudden presence catches her eye. And trust me, nobody expected this person to show up. Hannah steps into the chamber. Hoka Ken recoils in shock, demanding to know what business could possibly bring such a formidable figure to their hall. The crowd erupts into confused murmurs as the heavy tension dissipates. It looks like the confrontation with Kamen and the elders is finally over. Gritting his teeth, Kamen sneers that Vincent Adenka only survived this encounter out of pure luck. But Vincent Adenka is not done yet. He throws his sharp provocation right back, asking his brother if he is simply running away out of fear of losing. He casually reminds him that losing is nothing new for him anyway. Kamen whips his cloak around his face, completely twisted in pure murderous rage. John steps in to calm him down, while Fidano quickly adds that a duel with Vincent Adenka can easily be settled at a later date. She warns that a defeat right now would be devastating. Hearing the word defeat, Kamen glares at her with absolute fury. Gritting his teeth to swallow his humiliation, Kamen turns and storms off, knowing that their logical warnings are unfortunately correct. The arrogant Carmen warned that he would back off this time, but promised to slit their throats if they ever dared to interfere again. Hearing those arrogant words, Fidanel cursed inwardly, wondering who Carmen thought got him here in the first place, now that his ego was soaring. Julian panicked as he saw him actually walk away, urging his brother that they absolutely could not let Carmen escape. Vincent Adenka agreed, resolving to force Carmen to stay if necessary, just as Hannah walked over to ask for everyone's thoughts. Hannah offered to take Vincent Adenka's place in the duel, causing Carmen to freeze in shock while the others stood by in utter disbelief. Watching from above, Maria gasped at the sudden arrival of the third princess, Hannah Adenka, the legendary warrior who shattered a fortress last year. She was supposed to be on a mission in the south, making everyone wonder why she had suddenly returned as Carmen stepped forward to demand answers. Carmen sneered, asking if she came to back Vincent Adenka up, warning Hannah that even if something happened to Laura and Helame, they were still in danger. Hannah simply smirked in response, knowing that under the treaty with Younggrim, the dragon soldiers stationed at the Lord's castle would keep Helame safe. She warned that any threat to Laurent would make them enemies of Younggrim, and she certainly had no intention of staying idle. Carmen glared back with pure hatred, but Hannah brushed right past him, locking eyes with Vincent Adenka as he called out her name. She asked if he minded her stepping in, but Fidanel quickly warned Hannah to refrain from making such reckless sudden decisions. Hannah paused, offering a compromise by suggesting she would face Carmen next, challenging whoever came out on top between them. She promised to support Carmen's bid for clan leader if she lost, dangling a massive prize that immediately caught his attention. His mind raced with thoughts of the inheritance, seeing a perfect chance to break his exhausting deadlock with Dia by defeating Hannah's faction. A golden weapon carrying a dark swirling void in its center began to vibrate violently, tearing through the purple magic of the surrounding space. He grinned with anticipation, realizing the entire succession war might end right here with an effortless victory falling straight into his lap. Confident he could easily crush that annoying girl, Carmen knew that even if Vincent Adenka won, the boy would be completely drained after facing Hannah. He planned to easily finish off an exhausted Vincent Adenka, making it look like a tragic accident, and without a second thought, he accepted the terms. Carmen gave his approval, telling them to do as they please, though Fidanel still desperately tried to intervene and stop the madness. Carmen remained completely unmoved, leaving Fidanel with no choice but to stand in silent frustration as anger smoldered deep inside her. Hannah turned back to Vincent Adenka, noting that the issue was finally resolved, but he only stared back with a completely unreadable expression. Down in the arena, Hannah and Vincent Adenka stood face to face while Revan stepped into the center, raising his flag high to signal the start. He declared the official start of the battle between Vincent Adenka and Hannah, who spoke first, calling the arena a place of deep humiliation. Vincent Adenka avoided her gaze, feeling a deep hesitation as he realized he would eventually have to overcome his sister to truly free himself. He desperately wanted to win his freedom, but hated the thought of publicly humiliating his own sister on such a massive stage. Vincent Adenka quietly voiced his hope that she would not fight, but Hannah understood his concern and told him there was no need to worry. She urged him to push past her to prove his worth to the elders and Carmen, and to chase the grand dream she knew he could reach. He could only watch her helplessly as Hannah reminded him of his past promise to surpass her and become a true warrior. She challenged him to show if he could finally defeat her, and hearing those words, the lingering doubts in his mind completely vanished. Vincent Adenka gripped the hilt of his sword with absolute resolve, promising to prove his strength right then and there. Up in the spectator stands, Maria grabbed Naz's head to adjust the camera, telling him not to miss a single detail of Hannah's battle. Naz nervously promised to capture every second, but as Maria kept watching, something unexpected suddenly caught her attention. She noticed a rare smile on Hannah's face just as Revan called for both combatants to brace themselves for the opening blow. Hannah wore a mysterious and charming smile, her deep blue aura erupting and sparkling like countless stars across a freezing, endless void. With eyes cold and sharp, her blade instantly closed the distance, stopping mere inches from Vincent Adenka's face and leaving him stunned. Marveling at her terrifying speed, he braced himself as Hannah closed in, warning him that she would not make this easy. She promised to unleash her full strength, sending a massive wave of blue energy crashing violently into the stone arena. A deafening blast echoed through the stadium before Hannah landed gracefully amidst the rising smoke, her weapon still glowing brightly. Ready to fight to the death, she watched as Vincent Adenka lay flat on the ground with her shining blade resting right against his cheek. Vincent Adenka sighed at how incredibly serious she always was, but Hannah merely looked down, reminding him that a cheap victory holds no value. The Elder Council is going to nitpick. Gathering energy in his hands, he realizes there is simply no other choice as a massive force begins to manifest. Seeing the giant thunder magic emerge, Hannah stands frozen in absolute shock. The heat alone has completely scorched one side of her heavy armor. His lightning technique is somehow even stronger than before. A single blast just obliterated her entire line of sculptures, forcing her down onto one knee. Rebounding quickly, she leaps into the sky like a tiny blinding spark. Vincent Adenka tracks her trajectory as she hovers high above the battlefield. She raises her voice with sheer determination. She promises not to give him any chance to counterattacking relentlessly with her sword. The strikes rain down right before Hokaken's eyes, and she can't look away, totally amazed. Vincent Adenka counters with a bright energy shield. The glowing barrier blocks Hannah's relentless attacks in a high-speed clash. Nearby, Maria's eyes go wide in disbelief while Hokaken jumps in surprise, saying Maria startled her. Maria approaches, holding a notepad and pen, introducing herself as a reporter. She asks for an analysis since she can't follow the fight. Hokaken looks down and agrees, noting that it's surprisingly one-sided. Meanwhile, Cam calculates that if their 8 siblings specialize in firepower, then Hannah's true strength lies in absolute speed. With her incredible speed, she maintains an endless advantage, and someone like Vincent Adenka shouldn't be able to handle it. He thinks if it were him, things would be different, and he'd strike her down as she climbs closer to the patriarch position. Maria struggles to keep up with Hokaken's quick explanation, realizing that the age gap makes this battle inherently unfair. But Hokaken quickly corrects her with a surprising truth, explaining that actually it is the exact opposite. Despite Hannah's sudden and aggressive strikes, Vincent Adenka hasn't taken a single hit, meaning he's completely reading her movements. Once he finishes analyzing her patterns, her advantage will vanish. After a tense exchange, Vincent Adenka looks at her and declares that the initiative now belongs to him. Following a massive clash, Hannah is blown back amidst purple light and flying debris. She's shocked to find her heavy blade broken in two. The shattered fragments of her sword rain down around her. This devastating defeat triggers a painful memory from her past, echoing with the harsh words Cam once said to her. He told her that with her mediocre skills, she shouldn't even dream of the clan leader's seat. She used to believe in her youth that leadership was a privilege reserved only for the strongest, a prize everyone had to fight for. Vincent Adenka breaks her train of thought, declaring his intention to fulfill Adenka's mission, even if it means overcoming their father and Sam. This was his path until he met her. Hannah stands completely frozen as he continues, asserting that only she has the vision to lead the clan, yet as a direct Adenka descendant, she won't yield easily. Seeing Hannah stand up again, Julian urgently warns that her magical energy is surging rapidly. Vincent Adenka realizes she knows fast attacks won't work anymore. She's aiming to finish this fight with a single blow, so he prepares to respond in kind. Watching this, Julian recalls their childhood when Vincent Adenka was still small. He remembers how Hannah used to gently pat his head. Clenching his fists, Julian whispers a supportive yes to his brother. Vin and Hannah face each other as purple and blue energies collide violently, splitting the battlefield. Hokaken analyzes that the next single strike will decide the entire match. Vin's breathing slows as immense power surges through him. Hannah's eyes burn with unprecedented resolve. Vincent Adenka firmly grips his sword, activating the blessing of the spirit fruit. He knows he couldn't have reached this point without her help. Her guidance saved his loved ones and freed him. He silently thanks her from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, beneath the shattered ground, a massive magic circle ignites in a brilliant pale purple glow, completely engulfing the arena. The massive white tower in the background is battered by a violent vortex of purple energy, proving the sheer scale of the magic active in the area. Hannah struggles to keep her footing as time seems to stand still, her long hair whipping wildly in the wind. In a flash, Vincent Adenka's magical sword pierces straight through her before shattering, Hannah collapsing onto the ground, battered and weak. Seeing her state, Julian anxiously begs his brother to help her because of her injuries. But Vin stands completely still, knowing that helping her now would only wound her pride further. Hannah's tears fall. After a heavy silence, she admits she's glad the day he finally surpassed her has arrived. Vincent Adenka firmly responds that he will grow even stronger than anyone else. Smiling through what might be happy tears, she struggles to look up. Staring up at the sky, she accepts her defeat. Suddenly, Reverend Adenka's voice booms across the field announcing that Lady Hannah has lost, declaring Vincent Adenka the winner. Exhausted from the intense match, Hannah faints. The medic assures them the bleeding has stopped, promising a quick recovery. Another person tells him to watch his step. With a serious look, Vincent Adenka notes there's nowhere left to hide. He looks up and yells that he has proven his worth, surpassing a defensive warrior. He demands young Master Cam show himself. A sword suddenly impales the ground. Cam coldly tells him to stop shouting, announcing he's already there. He reminds Vin of his promise from 2 years ago that upon returning, he would send him back to his mother. As Cam steps onto the arena, Vincent Adenka calmly prepares to fight, asking Leuven to start the match immediately. He lets the words drop coldly. It seems you forgot what I said back then. For insulting my mother, you are going to pay. The young Master Kamen Revenor raises his flag as both sides prepare with serious faces. With a sudden leap, Kamon takes to the air. Swinging his sword high, he prepares a final strike down on Vincent Tran standing below. A dark grin spreads across his face. His eyes burn like a demon's, but Vincent Tran stands ground and stares him down. In seconds, their blades collide in midair. The clash unleashes a violent burst of orange and white light that shakes the arena. Amidst the blinding, destructive glare, Vincent and Kamon leap at each other once more, their weapons slicing through the air in a fierce life-and-death struggle. The impact splits the ground wide open. A massive sphere of glowing purple and pink energy explodes, swallowing the entire stage. A deafening roar echoes through the area as the shockwave rips outward. Ciro has to struggle just to keep his footing. Vanel Pagoda is no exception, feeling her body tear apart from the raw mana. Meanwhile, the commentator watches in utter shock. A simple clash of swords and mana has generated this much destructive force. Maria keeps her eyes glued, murmuring in disbelief. Snapping back to reality, Maria quickly asks Lord Ha what blessing Kamon actually holds, noting they have no information on it. Lord Ha replies that both Kandiar and Kamon were born without any blessings. Their raw skill comes purely from martial arts. That is their true genius, and although Kamon's talent is somewhat modest, even Vincent Tran will struggle in a direct clash. Vincent Tran glares at Kamon, pushing his lightning-charged purple blade forward with every ounce of strength he has left. Fidenel and John smirk at the scene. Of course, Kamon might lose to Kandiar, but he is still far beyond Vincent's league. Normally, this would be an easy win for Kamon, as his true strength is not easily overcome. However, with Vincent's unique blade, there is a chance it can stop Kamon's dark ambitions once and for all. After clashing for a while, Vincent has gauged his power, realizing Kamon truly has the strength to claim the Patriarch's seat. His swordsmanship and mana control are outstanding. If this were Vincent from 2 years ago, he would have been crushed instantly. He could not have survived a single strike. Just then, a blinding beam of light crashes directly onto the ruined battlefield. Kamon agilely dodges the destructive blast and immediately starts mocking Vincent. After all that big talk, is running all you can do? After making such a grand scene, is this pathetic performance all you can show? This is really starting to disappoint me. Vincent remains perfectly calm, replying that those words belong to him. Have your attacks only been slicing empty air, Kamon? Kamon swings his blade to attack again, shouting not to worry because this time he will take Vincent's head. Suddenly, a strange sound distracts Kamon. It sounds like rushing water swirling around his feet, preparing to engulf him. Realizing what is happening, Kamon grits his teeth, wondering if this is actually Vincent's secret water blessing. Did he use his dodging maneuvers to draw up underground water? Vincent extends his hand and clenches it shut. He declares that the battlefield now belongs to him. Crowds in the stands murmur as water begins to flood the stage. Kamon is completely surrounded, leaving him in extreme danger as the rushing torrents swirl to swallow him whole. Kamon swings his sword with immense force to shatter the torrent. Drenched, he asks if Vincent thinks a cheap water trick can win. Vincent Tran drives his sword deep into the floor, his body instantly enveloped in a fierce surge of blue electricity. He warns Kamon to watch out for the electric shock after playing with water. Kamen realizes he has walked right into a trap. Cursing under his breath, Kamen realizes this was the plan all along. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt strikes his body. Seizing the opportunity, Vincent charges forward to unleash the shocking power of the Thunder Giant. With Kamen completely wide open, he prepares to end this fight. Combining all his blessings, the chains sealing his blade shatter into pieces. Vincent grips his sword tightly, staring at Kamen with cold determination as he channels all his purple energy into the blade. He readies his ultimate coordinated strike to deliver the final blow. Moving like a sudden flash of lightning, his dark sword sweeps across the space, creating an exploding white aura that displays his terrifying speed. The fatal thrust pierces through space, releasing a brilliant purple beam that blinds everyone. The forest-enclosed arena is completely engulfed by a massive beam of light from the heavens, signaling a truly decisive moment. In an instant, the area is reduced to ashes with black smoke drifting through the air. Maria steps forward alongside Lord Ha, both completely lost. Looking down at the devastating scene, Maria freezes in utter disbelief. This is impossible. Revan stares without blinking, finding it completely absurd. Vincent frowns as he sees a hardened mana-infused arm, belonging to Kamon, blocking his ultimate slash. Vincent cannot believe his eyes, wondering if Kamon is protected by the young king's blessing. Kamen's eyes flash with pure rage, and with a powerful push, he flings Vincent away before raising his hand once more. She looks down, marveling at the intense energy surging through her veins. It turns out this form boosts her raw strength while providing defense. It is far more versatile than expected. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, demandingly asking how on earth he managed to steal the Minor King power. Regaining his twisted confidence, Kamen charges straight ahead, telling Vin that his mind is about to be completely blown. Vin readies his blade. Raising his sword to defend, Vin tries to analyze the situation. He wonders if the opponent has somehow chained the Giant of Thunder. Boom! Another massive blast tears the stage apart. Vessa jumps to her feet in sheer panic, wondering what the hell is happening down there. Struggling to stay upright, Vin is baffled. It makes zero sense how Kamon can wield both the Minor King and the Thunder Giant abilities. Shrouded in violent sparks, Kamen sneers. Did you really think I just sat around doing nothing for 2 whole years in exile? My time in the Pirate Islands led me to the legendary obsidian chest. The ultimate trait I acquired from it is mimicry. Julian gasps. The obsidian chest. Julian cannot believe he actually received that god's blessing. Vin glances over, asking exactly which deity they are dealing with. Julian quickly explains that it is a malevolent god worshipped by pirates. He admits he once sought that power himself but backed out. According to the legends, a notorious pirate sailed those waters. He was so incredibly greedy and brutal that even his own crew rebelled. They hunted him down, sending him and his massive treasure to the bottom of the ocean. Yet his sheer lingering malice refused to die. It became divine, transforming him into a cruel, bloodthirsty deity. That pure wickedness is why Julian ultimately rejected the dark blessing. The god demanded a heavy toll in exchange for power. Throwing 100 innocent sailors into the deep ocean was the sickening price. He promised one artifact from his cursed chest if the price was paid. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kamen agreed to it. He ordered his crew to set sail immediately. Sarita questioned the dark decision, but Kamen coldly declared he would do anything for power. He wanted the strength to crush everyone who ever doubted him. His family, his rivals, all of them would kneel before the skull. He was willing to pay any price. Beneath the fiery waves, helpless sailors drowned, screaming desperately for a savior who never came. Hearing this horrific tale, Vin shakes with pure unbridled rage. He screams out, furious that anyone could trade human lives so easily. He calls out Kamen for murdering innocents out of greed rather than protecting them, asking if he feels any shame as a warrior. Kamen just tilts his head unfazed. He asks if knowing about the power changes anything, then swings his arm, launching a massive torrent of water. Vin feels a sudden biting chill pierce the air. Boom! Another violent explosion erupts, sending shattered rock and debris flying in all directions. Vin leaps backward to avoid the blast, completely stunned. He recognizes that move as the Emilun sword style. Julian speaks up with a warning. He points out that mimicry magic cannot function without a specific trigger. There must be some catalyst enabling him to copy the skills. Vin's eyes widen in realization. He realizes Kamon can only copy his moves after being struck by them directly, which seems completely absurd. The condition for mimicry is taking the attack first. Kamen doesn't even deny it, laughing that Vin was generous enough to hit him. He jokes about Vin mixing all those skills together for his convenience. Grimacing, Vin realizes this situation is turning into a total disaster. It's a complete mess, especially since Kamen has practically become his mirror image. Kamen laughs, claiming he is actually far superior now. He boasts about his absolute superiority. Vin swings his sword, barely managing to block a vicious lightning-fast strike from his copycat opponent. Both fighters brace themselves for the imminent clash. Blinding columns of energy erupt from both Vin and his smug adversary, filling the arena. Kamen summons his stolen chains while Vin prepares a heavy counter-slash. Their blades collide head-on in an explosion of raw, conflicting energy. As the shockwave ripples out, Vin calculates his next move. Honestly, fighting a perfect copy of yourself is an absolute nightmare. Whether it is a strict time limit or a usage cap, a weakness definitely exists. However, finding it won't be easy. Kamen adapts way too quickly. Suddenly, thick storm clouds roll overhead and a massive lightning bolt splits the sky wide open. Kamen absorbs the lightning, channeling a colossal thunder strike. Julian clutches his head in disbelief, shocked by this sudden display of force. In a split second, a blinding wave of blue energy erupts from the dust, cutting directly through the incoming chaos with intense power. The piercing light clashes head-on with the danger. Vin stands perfectly still, carefully observing the situation rather than rushing in blindly. Waiting any longer is far too risky. Spotting a brief opening, Vin prepares to neutralize the attack using his unique sword path technique. He unleashes a glowing purple sphere that flies straight into the colossal lightning bolt. Kamon sneers mockingly, welcoming the predictable response. He claims this desperate move will only seal Vin's doom. Startled by the sudden laughter, Vin carefully studies his opponent's face. Realization hits him hard. He wonders if this was the trap all along. A massive blue bolt crashes down as Kamon lands. Looking toward Vin's faint figure, he clicks his tongue in regret. Cam speaks up, if you had swung your sword just a bit more openly, and revealed your move to us even just a little. Vincent Adenka crosses his arms, activating a defensive shield. Cam looks at him and continues. I could have copied that strange sword technique by now. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth, thinking he cannot afford to use his ultimate strike carelessly. If he fails to time it perfectly, he will basically be handing his absolute best technique right over to his enemy on a silver platter. Kamen raises his hands high, mocking Vin. He claims all of Vin's blessings have already been copied, rendering his strange sword path completely useless. He charges forward with insane speed. Cam laughs, shouting that Vin has nowhere left to run before unleashing a heavy slash. The strike targets Vincent Adenka, but the young warrior leaps back narrowly, dodging the blow. Sliding backward, he realizes something vital. Vin feels his mastery over these blessings, growing rapidly confident he will soon surpass his opponent. Meanwhile, Cam stares him down with pure bloodlust. He sighs and wonders aloud if combining Travel Silver with his current technique would make him even faster. Vin is caught completely off guard. Cam explains that while individual blessings are strong, combining them unlocks absolute power. The villain throws his arms wide. He screams that he finally understands. Vin stares in disbelief. Copying 4 separate blessings in mere minutes is a terrifying talent. Vin points his blade, demanding to know why someone with such incredible genius would throw it away for corrupted, filthy power. He mentions Cam's noble martial family, but the villain cuts him off, mocking him for repeating his father's outdated, foolish beliefs. Cam tells him to prove himself in combat because in the end, only victory matters, no matter how dirty the method. Those words echo deep in Vin's mind, triggering painful memories of Kajin. Cam sneers that history is only written by the winners. Vin stands frozen. Is he destined to lose to dirty tactics once again? But suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the despair, and trust me, this is exactly the wake-up call Vin needed. Julian reminds him of his vow to rewrite history, asking if he is really going to throw in the towel this easily. He insists the Vin he knows never backs down, even when he was just a useless loser who refused to quit. Looking at his friend, Vin smiles. The battle is far from over, and he has no intention of letting it end here. He calls out to Julian, telling him to use that specific move. Julian is shocked, warning him that the technique is still incomplete. Vin points out they have no other choice. Julian hesitates, then grins, agreeing to take the risk as a strange space opens up. Bound together in this void, Vin looks around and asks Julian if the stars in this dimension hold some hidden meaning. Julian ponders, agreeing with the theory, but their discussion is suddenly interrupted by Annalyn entering the cosmic space. Annalyn asks if they think it resembles the path of the ultimate strike, laughing as Vin finally realizes the truth. It urges them to follow the trail, revealing it to be a final clever arrangement left behind by Asterlan. Back in reality, Cam snaps at Vin for muttering to himself, gripping his massive purple sword and heavy chains tightly. He declares he will combine every copied move into a single devastating strike. His massive sword glows a menacing red. The villain swings to crush his foe, but Vin charges straight in. Vin knows if this strike gets stolen, it is game over. This is his only shot. Cam laughs at his stupidity. Raising his giant blade, Cam mocks Vin for finally losing his mind. But Vin is calculating the perfect moment to strike. Vin strikes Cam's massive sword with absolute force, aiming to end this intense duel in a single lightning-fast second. A massive explosion erupts, filling the arena with dense smoke. Cam roars that he will crush Vin and rip him in half. Vin grits his teeth, holding his ground with everything he has while waiting for Julian to execute the master plan. He remembers Annalyn's teachings, the ultimate strikes path created by Master Asterlin, which perfectly merges elite martial prowess with divine energy. This is a sword path overflowing with holy energy. Because of this, even Julian, a newly awakened god, can wield its power. Vin pushes back hard, his blade locking against Kamin's giant sword. He grinds his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength forward. Cam's eyes widen in shock as he realizes Vin is sliding his weapon directly along the edge of his giant blade. Vin grips his hilt tight. The precise moment of the slash and the creation of the sword path must align perfectly. As Vin and Cam stare each other down, Julian stands right beside his friend, fully unleashing his divine power with absolute resolve. Seeing their absolute determination, Cam panics. But it is already far too late. A blinding flash of light erupts, completely engulfing the stage. Just moments earlier in the cosmic space, Annalyn looked confused. The creature wondered if it had to name this new technique, calling it a strike that transcends all concepts of sword paths. It corrected itself, saying destruction belongs to its own power, but decided to call the technique the Supreme Transcendent Strike. Vin slashes past Cam with blinding speed, leaving behind nothing but the shattered, crumbling pieces of the villain's giant sword. Cam stands frozen in absolute shock, realizing there was no trace of a sword path used, yet the blow materialized out of nowhere. Vin knows that under normal circumstances his copy powers would have sealed his defeat, but he holds one trump card. He possesses a unique bond and power that his opponent could never hope to mimic, a power forged alongside Julian. Julian is deeply moved, whispering that Vin actually pulled it off. Cam collapses to his knees, leaving Revan completely speechless. He actually won. Amid the stunned gasps of the crowd, Revan steps forward to deliver the official announcement. The referee declares Vincent Adenka as the winner. Meanwhile, Max quietly picks up Carmen's severed arm and follows him. Carmen storms ahead, his mind consumed by pure rage. He swears he will never accept this and promises to kill Vincent Adenka. He will eliminate Vincent Adenka by any means. Suddenly, Khan approaches and Carmen pleads that it will take immense effort to heal his arm. The wound from Vincent Adenka's blade requires at least a second-tier priest to heal. Kai and Max respectfully bow to their lord. They promise to find one immediately. Khan keeps walking, but as he passes Carmen, he coldly notes that any medical treatment. Khan warns that any medical treatment is strictly on hold until they investigate the mysterious source of Carmen's blessing. Up in the stands, the reporters are in a complete frenzy over the breaking news as Du frantically shouts out orders. Du demands they publish young Master Vincent Adenka's victory immediately, but an assistant nervously points out that another paper beat them to it. Hearing this, Du gasps in disbelief, wondering how that is even possible since the match literally just ended seconds ago. His assistant reveals that the Whispering Wind has already spread the word of young Master Vincent Adenka's epic triumph everywhere. Maria chuckles, noting they had the headline pre-written before the match even started. Now a centuries-old status quo is completely shattered. News of the young master's sudden rise spreads like wildfire among the commoners, though every newspaper writes a different narrative. Ultimately, they all agree on one thing. Vincent Adenka is the prodigy destined to lead the next generation. Meanwhile, Fidenel slams a knife down, right through Vincent Adenka's face on the front page, calling him a worthless brat. John quickly steps in, begging her to calm down. Fidenel snaps back, asking if she looks calm when that upstart Vincent Adenka has brutally defeated nearly every single main family successor. Only the second son remains standing and absolutely no one is left to keep Vincent Adenka in check. Fidenel clenches her fists. She notes their last resort is an eccentric second son who plays by his own rules. Her hands tremble with pure rage. She realizes Khan is grooming an heir who is completely beyond their reach, a move that could permanently alter their hierarchy. They might actually try to overthrow the Adenka Elder Council, a thought that leaves John shaken. Suddenly, Delbecq slams his cane down. He firmly states that they are backed into a corner and must see this conflict through to its absolute end. Delbecq swears to eliminate him at all costs, and honestly, things are about to get incredibly messy. Later, Vesa Hale approaches Vincent Adenka. She playfully offers her congratulations for earning the deep hatred of the elders, warning that the tallest nail always gets hammered down. Vincent Adenka smiles back, pointing out that if you are strong enough to shatter the hammer, those hits do not matter at all. Vesa Hale grins, predicting that the desperate Elder Council will likely rush to give him a highly anticipated promotion very soon. Stroking his chin, the young master knows there is a catch. They will definitely assign him an impossible task as a deadly trap. It is incredibly predictable, but Vesa Hale warns him not to be careless, reminding him that these elders have survived for centuries. Their family has pulled the strings of the Adenka clan for 500 years, and despite their current greed, they remain incredibly dangerous. She advises him to question absolutely everything during his mission. Vincent Adenka nods, promising to keep her wise words in mind. Vesa Hale steps closer, gently brushing a speck of dust from his shoulder. She admits she originally wanted to avoid their petty squabbles, yet she admits she simply cannot hold back when it comes to him. Vincent Adenka stares in silence, feeling a strange, unfamiliar warmth. It is nothing like his past life. He quietly asks if she favors him as the Lady of Adenka or as his mother. The question catches Vesa Hale completely off guard, prompting her to double-take. Vincent Adenka softly adds that he truly hopes it is the latter. She gazes at him, then gently closes her eyes with a soft smile, confirming that it seems she is indeed his mother. Grinning, Vincent Adenka asks for a few small favors as her son. Later, he strolls down a quiet, stone-paved path alone. A familiar voice calls out to him. He turns around to see a breathless Hoka Ken running toward him in a panic. She scolds him for slacking off before handing over a sealed scroll warning him that something massive has just gone down. Vincent Adenka calmly guesses that the Elder Council has assigned him a mission, likely as a conditional stepping stone for his promotion. Accepting the scroll, he watches Hoka Ken gasp in utter shock, highly impressed by his uncanny ability to predict their moves. Unrolling the parchment, Vincent Adenka murmurs that he merely received a reliable tip from his mother, but the actual contents shock him. The document officially orders him to eliminate the terrifying monsters that have suddenly invaded the snowy village of Gillen. Tucked away in the Tosan Mountains, the 8th-rank cadet Vincent Adenka is to be treated as a temporary fortress warrior. Upon successful completion of this trial, he will officially gain his full promotion directly authorized by the Elder Council. Vincent Adenka stares intently at the title of Fortress Warrior, recognizing the massive weight and danger that comes with it. Julian suddenly manifests, noting the elders are playing a far bolder hand than expected as Vincent Adenka grips the scroll tightly. Right? It means he expects this mission to be far more dangerous. Returning to the scene from earlier, Daven approaches and asks him. However, Vincent Adenka now commands a force they cannot control. Fidanel chimes in, saying they must find a way. The elder laughs and asks if Vin really holds an uncontrollable force. Daven smiles wickedly, asking how about this. He suggests that since an opponent cannot be subdued by brute force, they should overthrow him using the Elders' Council's methods. Now watch the scene shifts to the snowy mountains where a terrified Mari sits trembling on the ground. Before her stands a massive, vicious panther. As the beast roars back inside the castle room, Daybak begins to speak, with absolute malice, declaring that it is time to teach that punk Vin how the Elders' Council truly wages war. Before leaving the fortress, he has one request for his mother. Meanwhile, Vesa steps into a forest filled with butterflies. Rauza and Hansen follow close behind. She marvels at the massive magic density strong enough to make grass grow on a frozen peak. He hesitantly requests his mother to keep the remains of his benefactor Annalyn safe. Right before them stands a massive dragon skeleton, standing tall. He also asks to let the Grand Artisan Hansen freely use it and to send the people he mentioned straight to Long Lam. Meanwhile, Selbira and Revan arrive at a magnificent fortress, taking in the grand sights around them. She gasps it is huge and Long Lam actually exists. Selbira is just a kid, dreaming of becoming a historian, while Revan is the heir of a family dedicated to recording history. Suddenly, Noah appears with an entourage and warmly welcomes the friends of young Master Vincent Adenka. She promises that the Dragon Clan will help preserve their history in written form. She happily welcomes them to Long Lam. Back on the snowy mountain, Vincent Adenka looks straight ahead, telling himself that all preparations are complete. With Winston and Siri right behind him, Vin loudly announces to his team that their destination is the snowy village of Julian in the Tosan Mountains. As they walk, Siri explains that Julian actually consists of several small hamlets. In the past, a powerful magical barrier kept them safe from any monster attacks. But recently, the barrier weakened, causing monsters to strike more frequently. She adds that some hamlets have already been ruined, forcing the villagers to flee to the larger central hub. Winston leans closer to Siri, whispering about their advanced squad. He asks if 3 other academy students were really sent ahead as a vanguard. Suddenly, a fierce oxer roars on screen and lunges at Marion. The impact sends her flying backward. Damn it, she thinks, looking down at her injured leg. That panther bit her earlier. Suddenly, another terrifying oxer emerges right behind her, letting out a blood-curdling roar. Mari glances back in absolute terror. No way, she thinks, staring at the beast behind her. Is there another one? Both oxers charge at Marion simultaneously with wicked grins. Closing her eyes tight, she prepares herself for the absolute worst. But check this out, a sudden massive crash echoes and Marion opens her eyes to find a figure standing protectively before her. It is none other than Vin. He casts a powerful barrier, completely blocking the joint assault of the 2 oxers. Vin glances back and asks if she is all right. Stunned, Mary wonders how he blocked those massive beasts so easily. Meanwhile, Vin thinks it was way too easy. He shouts for Siri, who instantly launches a blazing fireball right at the oxer's head. Marion cheers as she sees Siri hovering in the air casting spells. They actually did it, they took down the first monster. Suddenly, the remaining oxer clutches its neck in pain as glowing purple butterflies begin to flutter right in front of its eyes. Julian appears, casting a powerful spell. Seizing the moment, Vin pulls his sword back, gathering momentum as sharp lines of light spark around him. He unleashes a transcendent sword strike, cutting straight through the oxer. Watching this, Marion is completely speechless, completely in awe of his insane strength. Vin gently extends his hand, offering to help her up while asking if she is hurt anywhere. Without a word, she throws herself forward and hugs him tightly, shocking both Winston and Siri. Mari bursts into tears, sobbing that she thought she was a goner. Vin can only look at her in pure awkwardness. He notes how freezing cold she is, suggesting they build a fire first. After setting up camp, Winston offers her some warm water. She thanks him with a sweet smile, complimenting how incredibly kind Vincent Adenka's servants are. That simple comment is enough to make Winston instantly blush. While they chat, Vin silently watches and analyzes the situation, suspecting that Mari is one of those Vanguard students. As a high-ranking third year, she is widely known as the most gorgeous girl at Hong Fan Castle. Dozens of male students consider her their ultimate first love. Watching her, Vin remembers her reputation as the school's darling. Meanwhile, Winston clutches his chest, silently telling himself that a girl like her is way out of his league. Siri, however, glares at her with absolute daggers. She mutters about Mari blowing on her water since it already cooled down ages ago. Siri remains highly suspicious, noting that the girl is clinging way too close to her young master. Seeing Marion leaning close to him, Vincent Adenka calmly speaks up. He asks if that giant snail is indeed their target. She softly replies that they thought so too. But out of nowhere, two male voices shout out in the distance. They scream for her, demanding to know where she is. Marion instantly smiles, recognizing the voices as a bright light shines over. Rick shines his glowing instrument ahead as he slides down, announcing he found her, while Khan rushes ahead in relief. Khan blabbers on about how he knew she would be safe. Marion quickly stands up to wave and call out, but Khan responds coldly. As Rick calls out her name, Vincent Adenka suddenly throws his sword straight into the ground, blocking their path. Khan gasps in pure shock. Marion hesitatingly calls his name, but Vincent Adenka demands to know what on earth they just did. Khan is completely stunned, but quickly explodes in anger, screaming about who dared throw a sword at them and asking if the kid actually wants to die. Determined to stop a fight, Marion explains that Vincent Adenka saved her life, leaving Rick totally stunned. Khan sneers, pointing out that makes him a mere rank 8. He points aggressively, asking how a junior dares disrespect his seniors. Vincent Adenka calmly asks about the mandatory survival rule for exploring harsh weather in teams of 2. Operating in pairs is a basic rule taught to everyone, yet they deliberately broke it, leaving their teammate behind. Vincent Adenka demands to know why Marion was left entirely alone. Khan stammers an excuse, pointing his finger and yelling back defensively. He argues that splitting up was the only way to cover the vast mountain, mocking Vincent Adenka for acting like a know-it-all. Sari sharply interrupts him, revealing that Vincent Adenka has already been appointed as a temporary Star Breaker officer. She warns them that his status is far above a normal trainee. Khan is shocked, never having heard of such a title. He scoffs, calling Vincent Adenka a complete greenhorn who has barely finished a single mission, unlike their own long list of achievements. Bragging about their own achievements, Khan suddenly grabs Vincent Adenka's sword hilt. Talk about playing with fire. Sneering, he asks if Vincent Adenka is relying on his noble bloodline, claiming that real experience rules the battlefield. Khan tries to intimidate him, but the very moment he gets close, Vincent Adenka grabs his wrist with lightning speed. With a seamless flip, Vincent Adenka slams him flat onto the hard ground. Khan groans in agonizing pain, unable to comprehend what happened. Sword pointed at his throat, Vincent Adenka coldly asks him what kind of experience he is talking about. He mutters that his own past would easily break Khan's mind, looking down on the brat, who cannot even follow basic rules. Inside a village house at the Jilin tribe, Rick mutters in utter disbelief about another monster. Marion explains that the giant snails were actually running away in fear from the real creature that injured her leg, as if they were desperately fleeing for their lives. She recalls a colossal black panther, a terrifying beast as large as a castle wall, appearing out of nowhere. It completely destroyed the ruins she was investigating, and she barely escaped with her life before it vanished in the blizzard. The spirit Julian manifests beside Vincent Adenka, pointing out that normal black panthers never inhabit these frozen snow-covered mountains. Vincent Adenka quietly contemplates this, noting that the beast acted with clear intent, almost as if someone was pulling its strings. It reminds him of the mission in Tukul, raising the chilling possibility of a rogue beast tamer lurking nearby. Leaning in, Marion cutely begs Vincent Adenka to hold her because she is terrified. After a brief silence, he pulls her close. She beams with joy and thanks him, completely ignoring Khan, who is sitting nearby and practically burning with jealousy. He fumes over what she could possibly see in Vincent Adenka, unable to take it anymore, until Khan finally barks out a demand. An order is barked for Vincent Adenka to follow him, but Vincent Adenka sighs, replying he has nothing to discuss. Telling the bully to come to his room instead, Vincent Adenka instantly sends Khan into a tooth-grinding rage. But before Khan can swing his fist, Vincent Adenka unleashes a heavy blue aura, instantly crushing the pressure in the room. All three of them instantly drop to their knees. Marion gasps in shock, realizing this immense weight is just basic mana. Suffocating from the sheer pressure, Khan looks up at Vincent Adenka in terror, wondering if he is dealing with a literal monster. Vincent Adenka retracts his mana and casually heads up the stairs, coldly warning them that his tolerance for seniors ends today. He warns them there will not be a next time. Too terrified to meet his gaze, Khan can only curse under his breath. Back in his bedroom, the door shuts and Julian manifests to report that the room is completely clear. Vincent Adenka thanks him, noting that none of these academy students seem to be disguised agents from the Council of Elders. If an elite spy were hiding among them, they would have instinctively leaked killing intent when he unleashed his mana. He sits on the bed wondering if he is just being paranoid over his mother's warning. But right then, a knock echoes. Marion calls out from the other side, asking if she can enter. Julian watches in surprise, wondering what she wants now. Vin coldly tells her to enter. She steps inside wearing an incredibly seductive white nightgown. Holding a tea tray, Mari blushes. She apologizes for the intrusion. Inside his mind, the spirit shyly wonders how a bodiless soul can feel a heart race so fast. Vin gazes quietly at the teacup before speaking up, noting that the aroma of the tea is incredibly fragrant. Mari smiles and says she chose it specifically to share, wanting to properly thank him for saving her life. She also apologizes for Khan's rude behavior, asking for a calm chat. Vin looks at her with a raised eyebrow. He asks if they really need to talk this late. Leaning in, she purrs that late nights are the best, pushing Vin onto the bed. He frowns slightly as she coyly whispers that the night is still very young. Mari climbs on top of him with a soft gaze. She suggests they have a deep exchange. Letting her hair fall loose, Mari works her charm, asking how the tea smells. She taunts him about his fading strength. Inside Vin's mind, the spirit Julian starts getting nervous, realizing something is terribly wrong. Could the tea be spiked? Julian panics. Meanwhile, Mari lets out a triumphant laugh, confident that her trap has finally sprung. She boasts that he will soon find her completely irresistible, slowly reaching out her hand to trace the side of his face. She whispers that she does not mean any harm. Vin just stares back in silence, his expression entirely blank and lifeless. His cold reaction only thrills her more. But the moment she claims this benefits them both, a cold blade presses against her throat. Vin warns her not to move. Her body is actually providing him the perfect cover from an unwanted guest outside. Someone is watching them through the window. Mari glances nervously at the sword, her mind spinning with sheer disbelief. She wonders how he managed to draw his weapon while pretending to be completely defenseless on the bed. She never even saw it coming. She is left utterly stunned when he suddenly asks about the Elders' involvement. He asks if the Council of Elders is really micromanaging student romances. Mari laughs, desperately playing dumb. She claims she just wanted to get closer to him. But Vin shuts her down by pointing out the specific drug in the tea, an aphrodisiac made from Renausa flowers. Mari's heart drops as she realizes he saw right through her from the very start. With her silence confirming everything, Vin lets out a sarcastic scoff, teasing her for being such a clever little opportunist. He calls her a real first love material. Meanwhile, Khan is so consumed by pure rage that he punches the wall. Trembling with fury, Khan grinds his teeth and curses Vin's name, absolutely losing his mind over being treated like a fool. The memory of Mari actively clinging to Vin burns him up, feeding a toxic, raging jealousy deep inside. He cannot stand that his first love has completely chosen his rival. Unable to take it, he screams in agony. Rick quickly tries to calm Khan down. Just then, their teammate slides the door open to step inside. He mentions the heavy blizzard is finally clearing up, so he is heading out to grab some essential supplies nearby. Khan mutters a quick thanks, but as soon as Brick leaves, he slips right back into his venomous thoughts. Brick overhears his lingering threats against Vin, but chooses to stay quiet as the scene shifts back to Vin. Cutting straight to the chase, Vin demands to know her exact orders from the council. Mari keeps playing tough. She asks if he wants her to act as a double agent. Vin honestly says yes. He points out that aligning with him is her best bet. Confused, she simply asks why. He calmly lays out his ultimate goal. He intends to completely wipe out the entire Council of Elders. The bold declaration leaves her deeply worried about her own future. She stays silent, weighing her choices carefully. She scoffs at how ridiculous it sounds. Yet coming from someone like him, it feels strangely achievable. She suddenly shifts her tone gently, nudging his blade aside while bringing up a highly personal question. She asks for one honest answer. Vin blinks in utter confusion, asking what she wants to know. She bluntly asks if he is impotent or just prefers men, making his jaw drop in absolute shock. Mari gets annoyed, pointing out that they have been pressed together this whole time without him showing any excitement. Vin gives Julian an angry mental glare, but his internal spirit quickly reacts with a nervous, panicked excuse. The old man's spirit must have broken his body's natural instincts. But Vin is not buying any of it. He snaps at her, stating he is simply not interested. No matter how pretty she is just a kid. She quickly gets off the bed, huffing that her pride is hurt as she turns her face away. She suddenly draws the curtains shut, lowering her voice. Fine, she admits she really is the council's spy. Ordered to use her charms, Mari now knows she needs a completely different strategy. She planned to spend the night with him. Once things progressed, they wanted to use her to control Vin. Naturally, they also promised her a bright future as a reward. Hearing this, Vin shouts in anger at how despicable they are. Marion admitted to everything. She suggested telling the elders that the seduction was a success, making the council let their guard down. She walks over, sits next to Vin, lets her shoulder strap drop, and whispers in his ear to make the mission look real. It makes perfect sense for her to stay the night. When Vin turns to look at Marion, his eyes briefly drift downward, dazed. But he quickly snaps out of it. To resist her charms, Vin decides to call down a sudden burst of lightning. He unleashes the thunderbolt. As the lightning hits, Marion screams in panic, the electric shock blasting her backward. She flies toward the door, crashing hard onto the floor. Sore all over, she groans in pain before shouting back at him. She snaps, calling him completely unreasonable and demands at least some basic respect if they are supposed to be partners. Vin coldly replies that not killing her on the spot is all the respect she gets. That threat immediately shuts her up. A few moments later, Vin speaks up, telling her that her promised bright future was nothing but a total lie. He lifts up a deadly scorpion to show her. Turns out his lightning strike was actually aimed at this hidden threat. Marion shrieks in absolute horror. It is a level 1 scorpion, a beast so lethal that even giants cannot survive its venomous sting. It is clear the elders planned to kill her off too, no matter how the mission went. She was just disposable to them. Vin frowns and stares her down, repeating that sparing her life on the spot was the highest level of respect he had. But there is another presence nearby. Vin senses someone lurking just outside the bedroom door and commands them to show themselves. The door swings open to reveal Daniel. Marion gasps in shock as centipedes and grasshoppers immediately begin flooding into the room. Daniel demands to know how Vin detected the scorpion. Terrified of the insects, Marion rushes over to cling to Vin for safety. Vin smirks, admitting he did not detect it beforehand. He guesses Daniel sneaked the beast inside right when Marion entered. He mentions that the sting actually stung quite a bit, showing his bitten arm to Daniel as proof. The swelling is visible, but a second later, the venom completely neutralizes and the skin clears up. Daniel gasps in disbelief, completely shocked. Marion screams, wondering how he can shrug off lethal scorpion poison. Turns out Vin's master refined a special antidote for him. Vin proudly explains that his master mixed his own blood into the water to immunize him, keeping his body totally safe. Since dragon blood runs through his veins, poison is absolutely useless against him. Vin then demands to know Daniel's true purpose. He asks Daniel what his next move is. Meanwhile, outside in the heavy snowfall, two mysterious figures are walking and chatting. They comment on the falling snow, noting how strange the dark clouds look. A massive storm is definitely on the way. Back in the room, the centipedes lunge at Vin. But before they can touch him, he draws his sword in a flash. With one clean strike, the bugs are sliced right down the middle, centipedes and other insects sharing the exact same fate. Unbothered, Daniel sneers and taunts Vin, questioning just how long he can hold out against an endless swarm of bugs. While Marion cowers on the bed, Vin demands his opponent's name. The man pulls back his hood to reveal his face. He introduces himself as Daniel Leo, one of the 10 grand beast tamers on the continent. Marion immediately panics upon seeing him. She warns Vin that this is the white insect Daniel, the absolute master of controlling the most dangerous minor demonic beasts. Hearing this, Vin remains totally unfazed. He casually asks if Daniel is really that confident to show his true physical body. Daniel clenches his fist and replies that it is not just confidence. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound echoes from the ceiling. Cracks splinter across the ceiling, and a horde of demonic insect beasts begin pouring out of the openings. Their screeching catches Vin by surprise, but in an instant, his gaze turns ice-cold, overflowing with pure killer intent. Vin leaps into action, swinging his sword wildly to shred the incoming swarm, while Marion screams in terror beside him. Her panic spikes as she notices the floorboards cracking open next. More vile insects crawl out, forcing her to call out. She warns Vin that the floor is crawling with bugs too. Daniel smiles, declaring his victory is absolute and completely guaranteed. He boasts that his insect guardians cover every single inch of the room, leaving absolutely no escape for Vin. Surrounded on all sides, Vin remains completely calm. He finds it amusing that a top-tier beast tamer is doing dirty work. He mocks Daniel for getting his hands dirty just to assassinate young rookies. Daniel simply nods and agrees with him. Suddenly, Vin lets out a surprised gasp as something catches his attention. Meanwhile, another figure stands nearby watching. Perched on a neighboring rooftop, a patient observer watches the room closely, ignoring the freezing cold of the winter night. Back at Delba Bach's place, the old man leisurely pours some tea while his companion stands nearby asking questions. Back to Daniel. "Are you okay, Lord?" That man, Daniel. Before she can even finish her sentence, the old man takes a sip of tea and calmly replies, "Do not worry, just trust what I have prepared," he says. But Fidani remains unsatisfied. After all, he is one of the 10 great beast tamers, and if he betrays them, it will be a disaster. Daybak glares at her, his voice dripping with annoyance as he tells her that he already said not to worry. Seeing the old man's attitude, Fidani reluctantly shuts her mouth even though she hates it. To make things clear, the old man loudly assures her there is absolutely no need to fear any rebellion. He has already prepared the perfect safety measure. Meanwhile, over at Vincent's side, the swarming insects continue their relentless assault. Amidst the chaos, Vincent suddenly asks if he was forced to come here. He points out that his attacks lack any real intent to kill, which has already been noticed. Hearing this, Daniel starts to panic. Refusing to tell the truth, he coldly tells Vincent that he does not need to know. Before he can even finish, Vincent strikes him down with his sword. He then warns him that using a venomous scorpion sealed his fate. There is no way he can let him live after that. Yet Vincent decides to show mercy, initiating a secret telepathic link between them. He tells him that even if he is spared, his masters will eliminate him anyway. Daniel quickly responds through the same mind link. He is shocked to hear a telepathic voice, but Vincent immediately moves to negotiate and offers him a massive opportunity. He promises a chance to crush the absolute trash who used his desperate situation. Meanwhile, they still must put on a show, so Vincent swings his sword, blasting Daniel backward. The tamer screams as his body crashes right through the door, leaving a massive hole. He finally stops after slamming hard into the second wall. Smirking in pain, Daniel mocks the idea of Vincent helping him. He tells Vincent that winning is completely impossible. Vincent simply steps forward and tells him that he has no other choice. Daniel looks utterly lost, wondering what he could possibly trust. Then the tamer suddenly screams out in absolute despair. He realizes he really has nowhere left to run. Meanwhile, a curious Fidani asks Daebak what this safety measure actually is. The elder laughs, explaining that deep in the Adenka family dungeons lies the tamer's daughter. Back to Vincent's battle. Daniel finally spills the beans, confessing she is trapped there. Hearing this shocks Vincent to his core as Daniel reveals his hand, showing the crawling insects on his skin. He confesses that even if there is only a tiny shred of hope, he cannot stop. If there is any chance his daughter is alive, he must fight. Left with no choice, he unleashes his deadly swarm. Yet Vincent stands his ground, staring down the creatures without flinching. Within seconds, the crawling tide completely buries him alive. A massive, terrifying mound of bugs is all that remains. Believing Vincent has failed at weeping, Daniel begs for forgiveness. He laments that he cannot gamble his daughter's life on a mere child. But suddenly, a calm voice echoes from the pile. Vincent promises to help him. Daniel breaks into a cold sweat. Moments later, with a single fluid slash, Vincent slices the massive mound right down the middle. With a second strike, he completely tears it apart, speaking in a chilly tone. He vows to rescue the child and restore the fallen honor of Adenka. He declares this blade to be his solemn oath. Daniel is utterly paralyzed, gritting his teeth as he stares at this monster. One moment, the building is dead silent, and the very next second, a blinding burst of pure lightning erupts from within, completely lighting up the night sky. As Vincent's sword hurtles forward, Daniel accepts his defeat. He realizes that from the moment his initial ambush failed, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Vincent was simply being patient, taking the time to listen to his tragic story. Now he is deliberately showing off his hidden monstrous strength, just to give him hope. At that thought, the blade strikes, and the resulting lightning blast completely blows the roof off the building. Bowing his head, Daniel lets out a heavy sigh. He realizes that with such incredible power, he can safely entrust his daughter to him. Vincent silently steps up to retrieve his sword. Daniel desperately begs him to remember his promise. Vincent looks at him and firmly vows to keep his word to the end. With a casual flick, he impales a centipede crawling nearby. The cold moonlight casts down, framing the quiet night. Vincent stands silently looking down at the heavily wounded tamer. His eyes narrow in sheer disgust at the situation. He wonders how the descendants of the legendary Aslan could fall so incredibly low. Even as Daniel slips into unconsciousness, his posture remains straight. Watching from behind the door, Mary is frozen in complete disbelief. It turns out the rumors of him wiping out the direct descendants were entirely true. Suddenly, Sari's frantic shouting breaks the silence. Vincent is not surprised at all, turning around to greet her as she arrives. Even though she is completely out of breath, he calmly orders her to preserve the body with magic. But Sari has much bigger news. She gasps that they have no time for that. Her words instantly freeze the atmosphere as she warns him of danger below. Downstairs, Rick lies with his eyes rolled back, foam and blood pooling at his mouth, his chest completely pierced. Cashin cradles him, screaming in agony. "Please wake up, Rick. Wake up, Rick." Vincent Adenka stands there completely stunned, utterly unable to comprehend what on earth is happening. Before he can even process this, The boy suddenly whips around, staring back with eyes full of hatred. Tears stream down Cassian's face as he grabs Vincent Adenka by the collar. "You bastard, you're the one behind this, aren't you?" Cassian completely loses control, shaking Vincent Adenka while screaming at the top of his lungs. "Did I ever treat you badly? Did I really deserve this? But talk is cheap." Vincent Adenka delivers a sharp slap right across his face, leaving Cassian's cheek burning bright red. Finally, he speaks up, telling Cassian to calm down. Vincent Adenka then points directly down at Brick's body lying on the ground. "Look at the angle of that magic stone. It was pushed in from below, wasn't it?" Acting like a detective, Vincent Adenka instantly lays out his theory. "It's nearly impossible for anyone else to have jammed it in like that. The only real explanation is that he did it to himself." Weary of the drama, Vincent Adenka explains calmly to clear his name, proving that Brick was the mastermind all along, not him. Cassian stands frozen, refusing to believe it. "No way. How could the gentle Brick do such a thing?" Vincent Adenka quickly calls out to Marion. "Retrieve that magic stone." Marion steps forward with a soft nod, though her mind is actually in complete turmoil right now. Other students always try to impress her, yet this kid just treats her like an ordinary peer and she surprisingly doesn't hate it. Following his request, Marion leans down to reach for the magic crystal. But before her hand can even graze it, a sudden flash erupts. Brick suddenly starts thrashing wildly, his body engulfed in a blinding white glare. What on earth is happening? And that's not all. The entire ground begins to quake violently. Everything is happening too fast. Vincent Adenka rushes to fling the doors wide open. Stepping outside, he is met with an absolute nightmare as people scramble in utter chaos. What is that massive thing? Run for your lives. At that exact moment, Julian leaps forward, pointing ahead and warning him that the barrier is being torn apart by giant claws. A massive, monstrous panther forces its way through the breach, its terrifying face coming into view as it rises to swallow them whole. Marion rushes over as well, frantically telling Vincent Adenka that this is the exact same panther that attacked her before. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. That means the stone Brick used was actually a summoning signal. Whether it was a tool of the elders or something else, there's absolutely no time to overthink. Right now, lives are on the line. Vincent Adenka turns to Marion, looking down at the terrified and helpless students, knowing they have to act immediately. He commands her to evacuate the villagers, urging her to set aside personal feelings and fulfill her duties as a student. Marion is too worried to leave him behind, asking what he plans to do. Throwing his cloak over his shoulders, Vincent Adenka coldly replies that he will slay them. True to his word, Vincent Adenka completely vanishes in a split second, leaving Cassian gaping in utter shock and swallowing hard. Moving under the cover of night, he leaps across rooftops, pressing Julian for answers as he glides through the air. He asks Julian if that Black Panther is a beast controlled by Daniel, but the spirit quickly denies it. Daniel only tames small beasts, and besides, he would have had to summon it before his death anyway. Julian confidently declares that this monster belongs to a completely different force. Meanwhile, the crazed panther continues its rampage. It thrashes wildly, clawing through the barrier and smashing its massive body against the walls until they crumble into dust. With pitch-black, hollow eyes, the beast is a force of pure destruction. Vincent Adenka growls, wondering who on earth created such a monster. Moving like lightning, he leaps onto the beast and clean slices through its arm, though even he has to admit its raw power is insane. Rage boiling over, veins popping in his eyes, Vincent Adenka raises his sword and calls for Julian to back him up. But his momentum suddenly halts when Julian groans in intense agony, sending a wave of panic through Vincent Adenka. The young spirit clutches his head as intense pain racks his body, leaving Vincent Adenka shouting his name in deep worry. Despite his suffering, Julian's loyalty shines as he screams a warning for Vincent Adenka to watch out. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka's sword is violently yanked away. Caught by thin, nearly invisible threads, his weapon flies out of reach before he can even react to grab it. Damn it. A large hand snatches the blade from the air. It's Serkan, standing tall under his hood, muttering that those useless elders failed just as he expected. Pulling back his hood, Serkan smiles as he looks at his target, glad he came in person to witness this twist of fate. Vincent Adenka stands frozen as the butler acts as if he's celebrating a festival, stepping toward him with eerie excitement. He rushes forward, relieved to see him safe, but instead of a warm embrace, he is welcomed by a cold blade. Cold steel grazes his cheek, and as blood drips down, Vincent Adenka stands utterly stunned while Serkan wears a cruel, mocking smirk. He asks if Vincent Adenka still doesn't understand the situation, sending razor-sharp threads flying in every direction to trap him. Surrounded by a suffocating web of magic, Vincent Adenka has no escape. Serkan's eyes gleam with a chaotic red tint as he sneers. "Do you even know who I am?" Feeling that sinister, dark mana, Vincent Adenka stares in pure horror at his corrupted ally. Realizing Serkan must have struck a deal with an evil spirit, Vincent Adenka screams his name as his life hangs by a thread. "Wake up and snap out of it, butler. You have to break free from that evil spirit." Sir Khan just smirks, calling it a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Vincent is caught off guard. Misunderstanding. Suddenly, the panther charges right at him as the butler claims he never contracted with any demon. Sir Khan openly mocks Vincent as a fool. With a flick of his magical threads, he ensnares the giant beast in an instant. The beast is tightly bound, unable to even recognize its own master. Vincent can only watch in absolute shock at this display of speed. He subdued that massive monster in the blink of an eye. Sir Khan violently yanks the threads back, muttering a cryptic warning. "The target you should be aiming for is over there," the butler sneers. He flings the panther at Vincent, its massive paw slamming down. The impact crushes the ground, sending shattered debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Vincent is agile enough to quickly dodge out of the way. Leaping aside, Vincent quickly analyzes the situation. Controlling that beast with just a single thread, allowing this to continue, will be highly dangerous. His eyes flash with determination. First, he has to neutralize the panther and rescue his butler. Vincent begins channeling his magic. Conjuring the blessing of the lightning giant, a massive spell circles him. He unleashes a devastating magical bolt directly at the beast. Just before it hits, Sir Khan steps in to shield the panther. Flashing an eerie smile, he blocks the massive blast with his bare hands. Vincent's magic arrow is shattered into thin air. He is left completely stunned, staring in disbelief at the butler's raw defensive power. "Have you already forgotten?" the butler asks mockingly, "that lightning has no effect on my body." He refuses to give Vincent even a second to breathe. He commands the panther to stomp down directly on Vincent. The frontal assault is too fast, leaving him panicking with no time to react. The heavy blow sends him flying 10 meters back, crashing straight through the rooftops. Vincent barely manages to brace himself from the impact. He slams violently into a building. Despite taking such a devastating hit, he slowly forces himself up and steps out from the ruins. Anxiety builds deep inside him. Things are looking terrible, and for some reason he cannot establish a connection with Julian at all. Flashbacks of a fierce battle suddenly flood his mind. He vividly remembers the moment the butler was defeated by his master, Vincent Adenka. Since then, Sir Khan developed a technique specifically designed to neutralize electricity. The lightning giant is completely useless against him. Back in the present, the roaring panther crashes into the neighboring building. Fortunately, Vincent is quick enough to dodge the collision. Landing on the ground, a realization hits him. Since his lightning giant magic is useless and Hongrian has already been captured, he needs a new plan. Suddenly, the panther lunges with its claws bared, letting out a ferocious roar. But before the beast can even land a hit, Vincent drives a sharp needle straight through its head, stopping it cold. He exhales a sigh of relief, glad that the threat is neutralized. He mutters with satisfaction that while this is his first time controlling his vision with FDIN, the results are better than expected. Pulling the needle out, he tells the beast to rest, knowing it never wanted to be used as a puppet in the first place. As the beast's eyes slowly close, Sir Khan's red magic threads surge forward to surround him, but Vincent is fully prepared this time. He throws his daggers, severing the incoming threads. He refuses to fall into the same trap twice, yet more threads keep rushing in. Are they coming from behind as well? The threads form a massive cage, closing in from all directions as Vincent spins around. Looking down from above, the butler has completely cornered him. The entire area is now thoroughly trapped within his magical web. The butler praises his quick awareness, but it does not matter. Spreading his arms, he prepares to deliver the final strike. It is already too late. Sir Khan commands his threads to shred everything in sight. Watching them close in, Vincent is paralyzed. The attack unleashes terrifying destruction. Landing on the ground, the butler gloats that Vincent's power has finally run dry. With a smug grin, Sir Khan walks over to interrogate his captive, suggesting they have a little chat. He kept Vincent alive on purpose. Binding Vincent Adenka tightly, the young man glares back in anger, arguing that his loyal butler would never touch an evil spirit. This bizarre way of speaking is completely wrong. Summoning all his remaining strength, Vincent accuses Sir Khan of being the Archdemon Maven. He demands to know what happened to his butler and if Raven is safe. But the enemy remains silent, his expression shifting. He sneers, telling him not to bother because Sir Khan belongs entirely to him now. He tightens the threads, preparing to cast a spell. "You will belong to me as well," the demon declares, warning Vincent that any resistance is completely futile. Suddenly, Vincent hears the real Sir Khan calling out his name. Yet the possessed butler continues chanting the spell without pause. Before he can react, Vincent is pulled directly inside the magical threads. Looking around, he analyzes his bizarre surroundings. This is the domain of the Thread King, a pocket dimension created purely from magic threads, completely isolated from the outside world. He cautiously calls out for his butler. Suddenly, Sir Khan hugs him, confirming his consciousness has returned at the very last second. Sir Khan speaks in a frantic rush, explaining he is using his last ounce of strength to hide them from the Archdemon's gaze. He quickly urges Vincent, warning that they are running out of time. The butler desperately begs him to save young Master Raven. Vincent is completely taken aback. Hearing Raven's name, the gravity of the situation instantly sinks in. So Vin wonders. Raven wanted him to save that guy. He grabs the man's shoulders, demanding to know what he means and where Raven is. Is he all right? Hearing the question, Sir Khan falls silent, remembering before he begins to speak. Across the continent, sudden disturbances began breaking out. Those sudden riots they soon realized were caused by Daven's evil spirit. They had spotted it during a major gathering. They saw it at the gathering and immediately began their journey. Sneaking out of the fortress, they started investigating the Vatican territory. After months of looking into the chaos across the Vatican territory, they crossed paths with a group of people completely consumed by evil spirits. The people were entirely devoured by Daven's dark energy. They had stumbled upon a whole nest of violent possessed souls. One of them screeches loudly, drawing the rest of the horde toward them. They charge like mad beasts, howling about the intruders. They scream to kill the intruders and protect their territory. Sir Khan and Raven immediately brace themselves for battle. Raven grins with excitement, taunting them to come face his blade. In just minutes, the two of them wipe out the entire mob. Looking down at the corpses, Raven notes they knew nothing. Sir Khan agrees, calling them mere bandits infected by demonic energy. With a bright smile, Raven tells Sir Khan to quickly gather clues so they can head back before Vincent Adenka arrives. Sir Khan nods with a smile, agreeing they should do just that. Raven keeps chatting cheerfully about his plans. He wonders how strong Vincent Adenka has gotten, eager to challenge him to a rematch as soon as possible. But watch this, a hand suddenly grabs his leg from behind as the dark shadow of the evil spirit rises, questioning his thoughts. Stunned, Raven freezes in absolute shock as the voice whispers that even if they fought, he would still lose. Raven stammers in disbelief. Recognizing the dark entity as Daven, he raises his spear to strike, demanding if that is the demon. He thrusts his weapon forward, aiming a piercing blow, but the evil spirit remains perfectly calm and composed. It suddenly drags Raven into an illusion, bringing up past failures to break his focus and feed his doubts. The spirit reminds him that 2 years ago at the Hiat gathering, he was already a step behind Vincent Adenka. Now Vincent Adenka has returned even stronger after some bizarre training. It asks what he thinks will happen next. It tries to manipulate Raven into resentment, asking if he truly believes he can keep standing by Vincent Adenka's side. He will be left so far behind that he won't even be in sight, questioning if Vincent Adenka still considers him an ally. Raven's face darkens as he stares down. The shadow hovers directly in front of him, whispering that there is no way. The heavy words crush Raven's resolve, leaving him gasping in terror. The spirit asks once more if he is truly satisfied. His voice grows faint as he slips deeper into the trap. Taking advantage of his weakened state, Daven tightens its grip. In the real world, Sir Khan desperately tries to pull him back, shouting that the young master is in grave danger, but he fails to save him. The malicious spirit completely takes over Raven's mind, leaving him with no time to resist. He can only stare back weakly, uttering Sir Khan's name one last time as panic flashes across the butler's face. Raven tells him to run. Back in the present, Sir Khan explains he thought his magic could banish the spirit. But get this, what they faced was absolutely no ordinary phantom. Before them stood a terrifying one-armed swordsman. That person was Daven himself. His eyes blazed with intense, murderous intent as he looked down upon Sir Khan. Daven Samion, the great demon king from ancient legends. Sir Khan lay defeated, devastated that Raven had been taken. He remembers nothing after that. Hearing this story, Vincent Adenka silently realizes that the one-armed swordsman must be himself. He thought it was just a misunderstanding of someone using his old name. What exactly is the great demon king Daven? Sir Khan speaks up in absolute terror, warning young master Vincent Adenka of an impending catastrophic threat targeting him directly. Vincent Adenka freezes, completely shocked by this revelation, and asks for confirmation. But Sir Khan insists he is not mistaken. The great demon king Daven is hunting him. With these pieces of the puzzle, Vincent Adenka's mind starts to race. Suddenly, Sir Khan begins acting strangely, startling Vincent Adenka. One of his eyes begins turning blood red. Sir Khan desperately warns that time has completely run out. With a painful scream, his eye turns pitch black. The demonic spirit is seizing control of him. Panicked, Vincent Adenka calls out as Sir Khan covers his eye, gritting his teeth. The butler forces out his final words, stating he has reached his limit and the spirit is taking over. He warns that Vincent Adenka cannot win. He points to a cloth-wrapped sword nearby, returning Han Rian to its master. With a look of pure determination, Sir Khan begs Vincent Adenka to slay him. The young master is left speechless. With a hopeful smile, the loyal butler offers his final support. The mental barrier holding back the spirit cracks. It shatters completely. In his absolute last moment of sanity, Sir Khan pleads for Vincent Adenka to save young Master Raven. Daven's evil spirit takes control, cursing that its host dares to resist. It glares up at Vincent Adenka, muttering under its breath. He speaks to Sir Khan, "Once I take Vincent Adenka, your soul will be the first I erase." Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka grasps his sword. Vincent Adenka speaks up flatly, refusing Butler Sir Khan's plea. Gripping Hong Rian, his gaze turns sharp, locking onto the enemy. With absolute resolve, he vows to save Sirkan. Raising his sword, he prepares to strike. I will banish you. The evil spirit Daven begins using Sirkan's own skills. He sneers, so Sirkan told you everything, yet you still talk big. He shouts, unleashing the full power of a 7-star warrior as 10 glowing mana strings wrap tightly around his fingers. Controlling those deadly thin strings to strike, evil Daven mocks him. Do you think you can find a single opening? The strings rip the ground apart, but Vincent Adenka masterfully dodges the onslaught, steadily closing the distance between them. He realizes that launching his ultimate technique amidst this chaotic storm with his current strength is simply impossible, so he decides to shake his opponent's composure instead. Action follows thought, and his next move catches the fiend off guard. Leaping forward, Vincent Adenka activates his upgraded fist skill with a hidden plan, aiming to force open a brief window. That massive fist channels the raw power of the Dwarf King, the Galaxy Wanderer. Vincent Adenka grits his teeth. He dives down, unleashing a devastating barrage of punches. Instantly, evil Daven counters, shooting a swarm of strings forward. The fiend's swift reaction catches Vincent Adenka off guard. Those deadly strings coil around his giant fist, completely neutralizing the attack. Daven laughs. You let your guard down. Did you honestly believe brute force would win this? He clenches his fist. On command, the strings tighten instantly. Vincent Adenka's giant fist shatters like fragile glass, breaking into a million glowing pieces. The evil spirit mocks his naivety, but what happens next freezes him in place. Among the glowing fragments of Vincent Adenka's skill, his hair begins to glow a vibrant gold. Vincent Adenka mutters that this opening was only possible because of his connection to the butler. Transforming into a completely different person, Vincent Adenka smiles. You won't be able to ignore this face, not if you really are Daven. With that, Vincent Adenka firmly grips his sword, activating his reverse flow disguise technique. He transforms completely into Kin Daven's greatest rival. The evil spirit can only stammer in absolute horror, whispering Kin's name. Vincent Adenka instantly swings his sword down in a flash, cleanly severing Sirkan's arm. Evil Daven recoils in absolute shock. Gritting his teeth, the parasite is finally forced out of Sirkan's body through the wound. Vincent Adenka slowly lands. Sheathing his weapon, he rushes over, deeply worried about Sirkan's critical state. The butler has collapsed, completely unconscious. Vincent Adenka catches him. Realizing the butler is still breathing, he breathes a sigh of relief. He is just exhausted. He fought hard to resist that evil spirit. I need to get him to safety now, but then a sudden chill hits him. From the sky, a massive pillar of dark mana slams down right behind him, violently shaking the entire landscape. Vincent Adenka struggles to stand. Discarding his disguise, he looks up as the dark energy condenses slowly, forming a massive vortex. The swirling void sucks in dirt and rocks. Even from afar, it looks terrifying. Up on a distant cliff, Vincent Adenka's allies and the villagers watch the disaster unfold in sheer panic, wondering what on earth is happening. Terrified yet curious, they whisper who could be fighting out there. Siri stands at the edge, trembling with fear. She tightly clasps her hands, praying for his safety. Down below, Vincent Adenka struggles to stand against the howling wind. Forcing himself to turn around, he stares at the bizarre phenomenon in shock as the massive vortex begins to shrink. He tracks the flow of the energy. The aura is concentrating into a single point, shrinking into a tiny star. The bright light suddenly vanishes, leaving a familiar figure hovering in mid-air, but he looks badly battered. It is Raven, now completely possessed and controlled by Daven's evil spirit. He sneers, long time no see, Vincent Adenka. The spirit mocks him. Are you surprised to see me? Vincent Adenka grates his teeth, calling out in disbelief. Raven, the possessed host, lands on a nearby roof, stepping slowly toward Vincent Adenka. Vincent Adenka raises his voice. Your cheap tricks end right here. Vincent Adenka warns, his expression ice cold as he points his blade straight ahead. I made a promise to Butler Sirkan. Lightning crackles from his blade, wrapping him in an overwhelming surging aura. Gritting his teeth in pure fury, he vows to banish the demon, save Raven, and expose the ancient truth. Everything that happened 500 years ago. The Archdemon reaches back, gripping the spear on his back with a cruel laugh. This vessel is incredibly well made. Even with just a fraction of my power, I can easily control his body. Because of this, I can focus entirely on fighting. With those words, a dark aura erupts from his form. Drawing his spear, he readies for combat. Instantly, both warriors clash, their terrifying auras colliding in a devastating shockwave. As they collide, a massive explosion erupts. Draven's giant avatar begins to manifest a skill that is also known as the All-Knowing One. Raising its spear high to build momentum, Draven shouts the command to pierce, and the avatar immediately launches the spear. Despite its massive size, it flies swift as an arrow, immediately plunging down and completely devastating the ground beneath Vincent Adenka. Debris scatters everywhere. Draven stands in mid-air, laughing wildly. How amusing. Vin thinks this guy's guardian is actually pretty top tier. Using his incredible agility, Vin leaps across the giant floating debris to get close to Draven. The beast quickly senses someone approaching from behind. Vincent Adenka swings his sword, unleashing all his gathered energy. The devastating slash flies forward like a physical blade straight at Draven, but he easily evades it using his raw instincts, turning around with a mocking smirk. Too bad, isn't it? Draven grips his spear tightly, shouting out at the top of his lungs. Now is my turn, he hurls the spear straight down at Vin. Luckily, Vin dodges just in time as the spear shatters the ground and continues rocketing forward. Vincent Adenka tracks its trajectory with his eyes. In a single straight line, it pierces through several massive buildings with absolutely no sign of stopping, causing the upper halves of the structures to collapse simultaneously. Witnessing the terrifying destructive power of that relentless spear throw, Vincent Adenka mutters to himself that force is insane. Even with an evil spirit's support, his guardian is far stronger than 2 years ago. He frowns, returning to a serious stance. But noticing that evil spirit Draven is currently unarmed with no weapon in hand, Vincent Adenka quickly plans his next strike. Throwing away your spear was a huge mistake because you've left yourself wide open. As if reading his mind, evil spirit Draven smirks. Do not even dream of it. He extends his hand and the spear immediately flies back under his control. Sensing the spear hurtling straight toward him, Vincent Adenka immediately summons his own giant avatar. As the spectacular spirit, the little giant king, manifests, Vin raises his hand to block and the avatar copies his movement. But Draven had already planned for this. He recalls the spear that pierces all things. Draven's avatar reappears, thrusting the spear forward with deadly intent, aimed right at the palm of Vin's giant summon. Vincent Adenka wonders in disbelief. The weapon has not even touched him yet. How can he activate his guardian like that? The moment the spearhead contacts his avatar's palm, the hand cracks wide open, completely shattering the summon. The spear continues its relentless charge directly toward Vin. Knowing he cannot block the attack, he can only grit his teeth in frustration as the spear strikes, triggering a massive explosion. Standing before the thick rising smoke, evil spirit Draven laughs triumphantly. How is that for a surprise? He even hurls insults at his own host. That bastard Draven trained his guardian solely to defeat you, yet you fell for such simple tricks. What would your late master Nedius say if he saw you now? But as Draven gloats loudly, Vincent Adenka suddenly bursts out of the smoke. Even with his body battered and bleeding from the blast, he still charges forward to attack Draven. Vincent Adenka delivers a lightning-fast downward strike. Draven barely manages to raise his arms to guard against the blow. Forced back by the sheer force of the slash, Vincent Adenka stands unsteadily, yet his resolve shines brighter than ever. How dare you speak my master's name? I have no idea who you are or why you possess my memories and identity, he screams in pure rage. But I will never forgive you, and I am going to slice you into 100 pieces right now. He curses evil spirit Draven as a pathetic fake. Hearing this, Draven scoffs in utter contempt, letting out a raspy laugh as if Vin's words are completely ridiculous. Vincent Adenka glares in silence before finally asking, what is so damn funny? Draven covers his face, mocking him. You really do not remember anything, do you? Me, a fake. Then his laughter abruptly vanishes. He glares coldly at Vincent Adenka, asking him a chilling question, but what about you? Are you actually the real deal? Now that is a crazy twist. Vincent Adenka instantly realizes Draven is comparing him to his past life as Daven. Covered in wounds, Vin trembles. Are you doubting my existence? He screams in disbelief. That is absurd, because I am indeed Daven. Recalling his earliest memories, Vincent Adenka thinks back to being born with a missing arm inside the Sam clan. A flood of painful memories from his past life suddenly rushes into his mind. Then, Jiven speaks up. You do not even know how you died, do you? Those words catch Vincent Adenka completely off guard. Jiven stands opposite him, spreading his arms wide and continuing. You saw it too, did you not? When I struck down that sixth fool, I connected with a fragment of my own memories. I clearly remember meeting Aslan after he had grown up. As Javen speaks, he grows increasingly ecstatic. Is it not strange? You have never seen the adult Aslan yet. I possess that memory. Pointing a finger directly at Vin, Draven says, you are the actual fake, you fool. You do not even know what happened to you. Staring at Vin's stunned face, he continues, you useless fool, Aslan used you right until the bitter end. Shocked, Vin mutters, Aslan used me. Hearing this, Draven grins, baring his teeth in pure joy as he shouts, is it not weird, Al, your master, and the heroes who fought against me 500 years ago? Why did they not protect your honor? Why did they? Why did they stand by and do nothing while you were mocked as the great archdemon? The relentless questions keep coming. Was it because Samion intervened or because I stopped them? No. He quickly answers his own question, claiming their true goal was to lure the great archdemon here and destroy him. Vincent Adenka is left speechless, but Draven just continues with his twisted logic. They praise you as the one who sees the truth, but it is all a lie. Vin can't take it anymore. Vincent Adenka trembles, growling for him to shut up. Furious, his eyes widen as he screams that it is all a lie, it can't be true. Without hesitation, he charges straight at Daven. At the same time, Daven raises his hand to cast his magic when you run out of excuses. Do you just resort to attacking me? How pathetic, you fraud. Suddenly, a violent surge of magic erupts straight from deep underground, blasting right toward the rushing Vincent Adenka. The sheer force of the impact cracks a part of his barrier. With bandaged hands, Daven grips his spear tightly, infusing it with magic. Even if you lose your mind, it won't change the truth. A massive wave of energy crashes down, shaking the earth as shattered rocks and debris fly everywhere. But Draven's eyes suddenly widen. The spot his spear struck is completely empty and he has vanished. High above, Vincent Adenka splits into multiple clones, completely surrounding Daven. Seeing Vin unleash a flurry of devastating aerial strikes, Daven laughs out loud. Fast, that only makes me like you more. Suddenly, Daven turns around, but from behind. He channels massive magic into his spear. You are not nearly fast enough to escape me. Receiving a command from its master, it flies straight at Vin, but in a flash, he slashes it repeatedly. Overwhelmed by the massive force, it shatters into pieces in midair. Driven by pure fury, Vincent Adenka charges forward with his sword, and even Daven is thrilled by the opponent standing before him. Their weapons clash, and the terrifying collision sends shockwaves through the ground. The sword slices deep into the spear, and with a swift flash, Vincent Adenka cuts it clean in half. Left with no weapon to defend himself, Daven is slammed flat onto the ground with a massive magical blade pointed straight at his throat. Seeing this, Daven desperately grabs the weapon. The severed tip of the spear from earlier falls right in front of them. Now Daven struggles to speak. Do you still not understand? Aslan's conspiracy is not for our benefit. Above them, Vincent Adenka is also shaking. Shut up, Daven continues to press him, urging him to wake up because he is being tricked by that man. Unable to take it anymore, Vin screams, I told you to shut up. Thinking of Aslan, he yells, do not defile his name. He was the one who cried for my injustice, and he created the path I walk today. Suddenly, Daven asks mockingly, then why didn't he give you all of your memories? Vin is startled. What? Those words shatter him completely. If he was truly sincere, why did he hide those memories from you? Inside Vincent Adenka's mind is falling apart, knowing your pain and torment, yet he remains silent, wiping away any memories that would make him look bad just to control you. Dazed, Vincent Adenka turns back, remembering Aslan's face. Aslan, with a solemn expression, is looking straight at him. The magical blade in Vin's hand slowly begins to fade. Seeing this golden opportunity, Daven commands his spear to launch from the ground, aiming straight for Vin's face. It happens way too fast. He barely manages to block the massive Grand Cleaver spell. Realizing he has been set up, Vin curses the bastard. Suddenly, Daven grabs Vin's face tightly and leaps up in pure excitement. I have got you now. With a savage grin, he laughs. Do not worry about a thing. As his dark magic wraps around the boy, and get ready, because you are about to see him uncover the ultimate truth. Deep in a dark abyss, Vincent Adenka is heavily chained by all four limbs. Daven, wearing his iron helmet, growls out, I finally did it. Looking at him, he slowly reaches out his hand. Now become mine. Overjoyed, Daven commands, become my absolute masterpiece. Vin is completely helpless, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, a golden butterfly flutters in out of nowhere, catching Daven's attention. A powerful blast of magical energy strikes directly. At the same time, a voice echoes, this is not the place for you. Hearing the voice, Vincent Adenka quickly turns his head to search. It is Julian, the caster of the magic, who warns that it is still too early to face each other. With a calm face, the young boy speaks up. In the pitch-black void, Julian appears and says that it is still too early for them to clash. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka looks suspicious. That familiar tone, could it be Aslan? Right behind the boy, a spectral image of Aslan appears. Julian answers him, and Vin immediately demands Aslan is everything he said. The truth. What exactly was his game from the very beginning? And that great archdemon, is that really me? Feeling a bit wary, Julian rolls his eyes. At that moment, a massive figure in front of them speaks up. Still do not believe it. Smoke surrounding him slowly fades away. No matter how much doubt remains, the heavy iron mask falls from his face, revealing his face has transformed into Daven's. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe it. Looking ahead, Vincent Adenka thinks. He marvels aloud. For the first time in 500 years, he is seeing his own face like this. The sight is absolutely unbelievable. Right before him, the boy stammers, why is his own face inside that thing? Then Raven looks down, calling out to him. Calling him the glasses boy, Raven glares at him, saying he has no idea who would dare to impersonate the legendary Aslan. Just remembering that face is enough to drive him insane. Instantly, Raven conjures a massive magical orb, swearing to erase them right now. Destructive magic rapidly sweeps into the orb, tearing up the surrounding rocks and pulling them toward Vincent and Julian. Vincent watches in pure shock as the enemy actually absorbing space itself. Suddenly, a massive blade begins to materialize from the raw energy. Grasping the blade, Raven raises it high with a murderous look, declaring that destroying Vincent will put an end to everything. He swings the lethal strike straight down at the restrained Vincent, demanding that he submit. Vincent watches the blade approach completely helpless. He realizes in horror that his body refuses to move even an inch. Fortunately, Julian stands right beside him and raises his hand. But wait, Julian pulls off a clutch save. Brilliant golden magic erupts, shattering the blade and leaving the enemy completely stunned. Raven is utterly stunned. Glowing golden butterflies begin to drift lazily around the young spirit, making the demon deeply suspicious of this divine power. Could it really be him? In an instant, dozens of golden butterflies swarm together, molding into a colossal gleaming sword right above them. The massive weapon hovers menacingly directly over Raven's head. Julian raises his small hand, commanding the giant blade to aim straight at his target. Seeing this monumental surge of divine energy, the demon laughs in pure excitement, realizing it truly is him. The massive sword slams heavily into his barrier. Shielded inside, Raven screams, "Are you trying to kill me again like 500 years ago?" The spirit of Aslan looks completely helpless, and Julian remains dead silent. That's when Vincent speaks up softly, calling out Aslan's name. Julian urges him to hurry because time is running out. He must use the boy's divine power to banish the Archdemon once and for all. The child's face grows incredibly solemn as he reminds Vincent that if he has any final questions, this is his last chance. Questions flood Vincent's mind. How exactly did he die? What did Julian whisper in that dark prison cell? Did he really betray him? Tortured by doubts, Vincent slowly tries to call out for Aslan, but he cannot bring himself to finish saying the legendary name. Suddenly, Vincent's eyes snap wide open. He is struck by a vivid memory of a battered man pleading for someone to protect the young prince. The man was severely wounded, leaning against a stone wall amidst the smoking ruins of a fallen palace, gasping for breath. Snapping back to the dark reality, Vincent takes a deep breath and suddenly screams that Raven is currently being controlled by the Archdemon. He begs Julian to save the possessed boy. Hearing this selfless request, Julian is momentarily taken aback, immediately understanding Vincent's kind heart. The young spirit smiles gently, saying that it is precisely because Vincent is so righteous that he chose to entrust him with the future. Hovering in the air, the boy warns that saving Raven will require a heavy price, as his current power is simply not enough. Vincent asks what the price is, and Julian silently points at himself. Behind the young boy, the ghostly silhouette of Aslan slowly materializes. He explains that his remaining trace lies within Vincent's soul, meaning they must sacrifice the core will of the Adenka family. While the massive golden sword continues to batter Raven's shield, the boy sadly reveals the heavy consequences of this ultimate sacrifice. Doing this means Vincent will lose his special ability to see the truth, potentially locking away his past memories forever. Julian asks if he is truly prepared for this. Vincent hesitates as the giant sword's tip begins to crack under the strain. And this is why Vincent is the ultimate protagonist. He yells out to sacrifice anything as long as they save Raven. He tells Julian to use whatever it takes to save Raven. Smiling warmly, Julian agrees just as the golden sword finally shattered completely. Freed from the pressure, Raven declares the playtime is over, launching a brutal counterattack to blast away the remaining golden butterflies. The demon boasts that Aslan can never stop him as he hovers in the air, but Julian swiftly teleports to his left side. The villain mocks them, calling it pathetic to cling to a descendant's bloodline just to survive. Suddenly, a pair of razor-sharp eyes gleam. Out of nowhere, the majestic figure of Aslan appears, wielding his legendary sword. Raven laughs maniacally at the sight of his old rival. He screams at the ghost of the past to stay out of his way, but Aslan simply smiles, whispering a quiet apology. Aslan delivers a decisive strike that pierces straight through Raven's chest, forcing the demon to grit his teeth and scream in agony. A blinding blue light erupts, shattering the dark demonic shell to reveal the unconscious young Raven cradled gently in Aslan's protective arms. Vincent realizes that through sheer willpower they have successfully rescued the young boy from the clutches of the High Demon King. Aslan gazes down at the unconscious prince of the Vartican family, deeply troubled by the unexpected path this timeline has taken. He wonders how Vincent could have possibly managed to turn someone of such high status into a loyal ally. In the future that Aslan had once foreseen, this alliance never existed, showing that the timeline has completely spun out of control. It seems the future has long since broken free from any of his past predictions, and with that Aslan's soul slowly fades. In his fading sight, Vincent Adenka was chained by all four limbs. Aslan remained completely silent. Vincent Adenka. He thought to himself that if it were his brother instead, perhaps he could have built an even greater future than anything Aslan had ever envisioned. For Aslan, this was as far as his journey could go. In his final moments before his spirit completely faded, Aslan silently passed the burden to Vincent Adenka, leaving the path ahead to his brother. "I leave the rest to you, my brother. Forgive me." Suddenly, an enraged scream echoed through the void, cursing Aslan for being a massive bastard. A massive magic circle manifested, radiating a force so overwhelming it threatened to tear the fabric of space itself apart. Daven let out a furious roar. He screamed that he would not be banished so quietly. He vowed to drag everyone down with him, burying them all together in the ruins. At that exact moment, despite being heavily bound and covered in bloody wounds, Vincent Adenka was desperately channeling his magic to shatter his iron bindings. He was prepared to tear this entire space apart. Then, with a deafening crack, the chains holding Vincent Adenka shattered. Daven gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. The villain thrashed in desperate denial, refusing to accept defeat. He lunged forward, reaching out to shatter the protective barrier that was shielding young Julian. He screamed out that he would drag the brat down with him. But as Daven lunged to grab the defenseless boy, something unexpected happened. He vowed to crush the kid before vanishing. Suddenly, Julian's soul seemed to awaken, his eyes snapping open as a burst of spiritual energy flared. But the next second, Julian lost consciousness and fell slipping right out of Daven's grasp. Suddenly, a streak of brilliant blue light flashed before them. It left the demon completely stunned. The blue flash surged forward, targeting the clawed hand that was still desperately reaching out for Julian. The source of that radiant blue aura was none other than Vincent Adenka. At the absolute last second, he managed to catch the falling child. He threw himself backward, soaring far away from Daven's reach. The demon's blood boiled with rage at the sight of his target escaping him. He cursed them, yelling that they were hypocrites. Holding Julian tightly, Vincent Adenka shook him, calling his name and begging him to wake up. Hearing that name made Daven freeze in his tracks. Julian. He was completely bewildered, wondering if the prophet Aslan had ever foreseen this. He quickly pieced together the fragments of Julian's prophecy, the 500-year bloodline of Aslan, and the mysterious child currently inside Vincent Adenka. A wicked, satisfied grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a massive earth-shaking explosion erupted from Daven's location, making Vincent Adenka break out in sweat. Vincent Adenka wondered if the monster had truly lost his mind. With his physical form completely tearing apart, Daven just laughed hysterically and shouted. "So that is how you saw the future," Daven realized aloud. "It all makes sense now." He spoke to Vincent Adenka with pure, unadulterated arrogance. He sneered, warning both Vincent Adenka and Julian to watch their backs. He did not care that his own physical vessel was rapidly disintegrating. He calmly noted that Aslan's lingering power inside them must be entirely depleted now, promising his next return would not end so miserably. He glared intensely at the duo, vowing to hunt them down and seize Julian's body for himself the next time they met. Before dissolving into nothingness, Daven screamed out one final warning for Vincent Adenka. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts back to the battle with Raven. The two warriors stood frozen in their original clashing stances. Raven's face remained unreadable, but suddenly his upper shirt disintegrated completely. Vincent Adenka firmly planted his feet on the shattered ground to keep his balance. He watched as Raven suddenly collapsed forward right toward him. Filled with worry, Vincent Adenka asked if he was all right and if he could recognize him. Raven looked absolutely exhausted, his face pale. He panted heavily and weakly called out Vincent Adenka's name, asking if he looked incredibly pathetic for getting captured like a helpless victim. He explained that he only left to become strong enough to stand by his side. Suddenly, Raven collapsed to the ground in total despair. He wept, admitting that he had been completely useless and had only ended up holding his friend back during the fight. With tears streaming down, he asked if he would ever be able to catch up to him. Vincent Adenka listened silently, remaining quiet. After a brief pause, Vincent Adenka asked him if he remembered their final clash during their meeting at the family estate. Vincent Adenka recalled his own desperate state back then, describing how he had suffered immensely from a devastating slash directly to his flank. For a long time, he could not even hold his sword, and Sari had constantly lectured him. Vincent Adenka vividly remembered that brutal strike. He reminded Raven that he was the opponent who had dealt that severe injury. Back then, Raven's face had been full of confidence. Vincent Adenka assured him that both then and now he remained a truly worthy rival. He extended his hand down toward his friend. He told Raven to keep chasing him because he would be waiting ahead. Hearing those words, the fallen warrior froze in surprise. Raven grabbed the outstretched hand and agreed without a second thought. A genuine bright smile spread across his face as he replied. He promised to chase after him with everything he had. That determined smile suddenly reminded Vincent Adenka of the prophet Aslan. Aslan had smiled the same way, promising to chase his brother Daven with everything. Realizing this, Vincent Adenka froze in deep thought. Lost in his thoughts, he did not notice that Raven had suddenly collapsed onto the cold ground, completely exhausted and fast asleep. Vincent Adenka stared blankly at his sleeping friend. He realized that in the end, he had never truly understood Aslan's real intentions. He wondered if he was merely a puppet being used. If so, was following Aslan's prearranged path even the right choice? Worry began to consume him. Moreover, there was still another Daven out there waiting for their inevitable next encounter. Moreover, could he actually win? Vincent Adenka looks into the distance, asking himself if he can hold on without wavering. After a moment of contemplation, Vincent Adenka's vision begins to blur. He is exhausted. Suddenly, his sword slips from his grip, clattering onto the cold ground as he collapses and loses consciousness. Not long after, Vincent Adenka faints. The surrounding space begins to change. Snowflakes start to drift down. They fall heavier by the second, covering the ground where Vincent Adenka and Daven lie motionless. They remain still in the freezing air. The scene shifts to another city, currently buried under a heavy blanket of snow. At the main Adenka castle, warm light spills through the glass windows. Deep inside one of the private chambers, the glow of a magical crystal is slowly fading away. Delbach Adenka watches this, completely losing his cool. What on earth happened? Why did the reaction from the magic crystal linked to Pano just stop? He is left spiraling in confusion, wondering if something went wrong. Delbach Adenka had tricked that student into believing the tool would make him stronger. The activation signal went through, meaning the village should be reduced to ashes by now. Cold sweat drips down his face, and to make matters worse, there is still no word from that woman Marion. Did her seduction plan fail too? Fidenal Adenka notices his panicked expression and frowns, his voice dripping with pure suspicion as he asks if Elder Delbach has actually failed them. Delbach slams his hand on the table and snaps back, "Do not speak of failure, they can still salvage this." Suddenly, Zagan Adenka appears, mocking their desperate hopes. The two spin around in sheer terror to face him. Elder Zagan Adenka is practically radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust after they manage to mess things up this badly. He gathers his dark energy, asking if they are eager to join Tobin, who has already gone ahead of them. Instantly, dark magic circles erupt beneath Delbach Adenka and Fadenal Adenka, paralyzing them with fear. They beg for mercy. Zagan Adenka casually pulls up a chair in front of Fadenal Adenka and sits down, looking completely indifferent. He coldly tells the trembling duo to stop wasting his time and start preparing. Delbach Adenka shakes, stammering out what they need to prepare. Zagan Adenka fixes him with a murderous glare. The answer is simple: sacrifices. The scene shifts to where Daven stands. He remembers his warning to Vincent Adenka to wait for his terrifying gift. He recalls those creepy smiles that haunted his worst nightmares. Daven looks up toward the sky as he speaks. "You were always there at the start and end of every nightmare." He lets out a chilling laugh, wondering what kind of face Vincent Adenka will make when he witnesses this. Daven is genuinely looking forward to it. He asks the long-haired figure in the distance if they agree. A sharp, piercing gaze shines through the heavy hair. Kajin cannot help but curse inwardly. How on earth did he end up in such a humiliating position? Daven's body is pierced clean through by Kajin's sword. He looks back in absolute shock as Kajin's thoughts race wildly. He firmly believes he was the one who deserved to win. In Daven's view, Kajin grinds his teeth, furious that the glory was not rightfully his. Daven falls painfully to the dirt as blood splatters from his wound. Daven feels nothing but bitter resentment. It is utterly unbelievable that Kajin actually lost to a one-armed nobody. The entire arena explodes in an uproar over this battle. What kind of madness is this? Kajin resorted to a cheap sneak attack. He internally panics, wondering what went wrong. Trembling from head to toe, Kajin mumbles to himself about this reality. This cannot be happening. Completely unhinged, he keeps repeating to himself that this outcome is absolutely impossible. Kajin screams that the match does not count, claiming that one-armed fighter is actually a demon. After the battle, he stands right before Daven, his mind spinning. By framing Daven, Kajin became the celebrated hero of the sword. He basked in endless wealth and prestige. Sweating profusely, Kajin desperately tries to reassure himself of his victory. He keeps repeating that the ultimate victor has always been him. Kajin looks down coldly at Daven's battered body, laughing inwardly at how pathetic his rival looks now. With a hollow face and bandages covering his eyes, Daven looks utterly tragic. Back in his private chambers, Kajin drinks heavily, yet the bitter frustration inside him just will not fade. He cannot shake the lingering anger. He vividly remembers the parting words Daven left him with before. Even with a blade through him, Daven calmly remarked on how utterly pathetic Kajin would always remain. He predicted that future generations would only ever remember Kajin as a defeated loser. Thinking back to this, the bloodlust in Kajin's eyes flares up. He smashes a wine bottle on the floor, panting heavily. Suddenly, Kajin screams in pure madness. No, that is not true. The one written in history as the victor is him. He curses under his breath, swearing he has not truly lost. Right then, a mysterious hand reaches out from nowhere. Dark energy manifests as thousands of shadowy hands creep up behind Kajin. Suddenly, those spectral claws clamp onto his body, dragging him down. The hands clamp over Kajin's face, leaving only a single eye exposed. Yet his mouth keeps moving desperately, muttering that he is not defeated. With his eyes shaking wildly, Kajin gasps out his final words as a sinister voice suddenly echoes deep within his troubled mind. The voice praises Kajin, promising to grant him one more chance. But suddenly heavy chains bind his limbs tightly. Shadowy mist wraps around his chained body as countless screaming faces materialize from the darkness, staring straight at Kajin. They glare at Kajin, but he just keeps whispering that it is not over yet and everything is still ongoing. He clenches his fists. His absolute fury cannot be appeased. The moment he says this, those twisted faces screech and surge forward. They lunge at his chained body, eager to tear him apart. But then a lightning-fast slash cleaves right through a massive face. The blade tears through the gaping maw, and the other monstrous heads suffer the exact same fate. And the savior is none other than Kajin himself. He shatters his own chains and swings his blade, obliterating every single obstacle in his path. He gracefully lands amidst the thick, suffocating bloodlust, exhaling a quiet breath of smoke. Gritting his teeth, Kajin mutters that it is not enough. He paces forward, growling that this is far from over, and he must destroy Daven to truly satisfy his soul. Kajin's voice overflows with raw hatred. He swore to kill Daven at all costs just to wash away this suffocating humiliation. Only then will his blinding rage subside. Behind him, massive stone faces are sliced to shreds as Kajin marches onward. "Show yourself," he roars, demanding to know where Daven is hiding. With a face contorted in pure rage, he promises that this time, he will definitely claim Daven's head. But wait, this entire sequence is just a nightmare tormenting Vincent Adenka. He suddenly jolts awake. His face is drenched in sweat as his eyes snap open. He finds himself lying on a traveling carriage with Sari watching over him. Confused, the name Kajin slips from his lips. Outside the carriage, caravan pushes forward through a thick, heavy blizzard. Seeing him sit up, Sari asks if the young master is finally awake. Vincent Adenka holds his aching head, wondering if he collapsed right after his brutal showdown with Raven. Panic suddenly grips him, and he turns to Sari to ask where the butler and Raven are. He frantically questions her about the village's current state. Sari gently glances toward the back, pointing out a trailing carriage. They are resting in that carriage, she explains, before giving him an update on Serkan and Raven's critical conditions. Fortunately, both survived the crisis, thanks to quick medical attention. The villagers are perfectly safe too, with absolutely zero casualties. Sari adds that they are currently heading back to the fortress. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka lets out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a glowing soul drifts out of Vincent Adenka's body. Julian stretches lazily, yawning about what an amazing sleep he had. Vincent Adenka smiles, glad to see the little guy is safe and sound. But Julian suddenly shrieks, staring at his own hands in horror. He panics, demanding to know why his spirit form has become completely transparent. Amused, Vincent Adenka reminds him of the battle. "Did you forget you just went toe-to-toe with the Archdemon?" Vincent Adenka chuckles. The boy is utterly baffled, claiming he remembers nothing. Vincent Adenka grows suspicious. Come to think of it, why did Aslan Fanker manifest using Julian's physical form? Before he can ponder further, someone calls out his name. Marion gestures toward the carriage behind them, telling him that the patient is finally awake and asking to speak with him. Vincent Adenka immediately leaps over to the carriage holding Raven and Serkan. He asks the old butler with deep concern if he is all right. Serkan offers a weak smile, whispering that he owes the young master his life once again. Vincent Adenka shakes his head, insisting he is the one who should be grateful. But as he speaks, his eyes freeze on something. He stares at Serkan's empty sleeve in sheer disbelief, his voice trembling as he points at the missing arm. Serkan gently touches his bandaged shoulder, smiling warmly. He tells him not to worry, since losing an arm was a small price to pay to survive the Archdemon's wrath. But then the butler's face darkens as he remembers the real reason he called him. Vincent Adenka raises an eyebrow, asking if this is about Daven. Serkan nods gravely. While his body was hijacked as a vessel, he caught fleeting, fragmented glimpses of the demon's ancient memories. Reconstructing the shattered visions in his head, Serkan reveals the terrifying things he witnessed. He pauses, his voice trembling as he whispers that he saw a massive ancient gate. It was hidden deep within a pitch-black abyss, making it impossible to tell if it lay underground or in some alternate realm. In the memory, Serkan stood before that towering threshold, hearing muffled, violent pounding echoing from the other side of the door. Sudden heavy impacts dented the metal, revealing nothing but a void of pure darkness. Inside Serkan's hijacked body, Daven laughed and declared that his 500-year wait was finally drawing to a close. There was only a fraction of time remaining. As the door slowly creaked open, two piercing, glowing eyes pierced the dark. Serkan whispers that he could feel it, the terrifying true form of Daven. And as the butler speaks, a terrifying horde of screaming souls begins to materialize. Countless sacrificed souls fed his power, bringing with them a chaotic, dark energy that felt like it would swallow the entire world whole. Fear floods his eyes as he remembers that sight, making Serkan frown. If that terrifying entity is ever let loose on the world, he cannot even begin to imagine how catastrophic the aftermath would be. Those two glowing red eyes, staring from the shadows, still haunt him. Emerging from a mass of pure murderous intent, That monster has no true physical form, surviving only as a parasite by hopping from one host to another. He takes over the bodies of those foolish enough to make a deal with him, meaning his ultimate goal upon fully reviving is a perfect vessel. Sircon looks at Vincent Adenka with deep worry, guessing that very vessel is him. Before Sircon can even finish his sentence, the boy calmly confirms it. Yes, it is him. Vincent Adenka remembers Daven's arrogant glare, promising to track him down and claim his body as the ultimate prize. Vincent Adenka frowns in deep silence, understanding why the demon wants him. Looking down at his own hands, he realizes the truth. A healthy, powerful body paired with the rare heavenly bones is a prize worth killing for. Vincent Adenka tightly clenches his fists, remembering his past. Since he once craved these exact things himself, he knows just how consuming that hunger can be. Daven is absolutely driven by that terrifying obsession. The demon will stop at nothing, resorting to any underhanded trick to steal Vincent Adenka's body. But looking closely, Vincent Adenka is not a helpless target. Determination burns in his eyes. There is absolutely no way he will hand over his life without putting up a brutal, bloody fight. Turning to Mon Adenka, Vincent Adenka tells her to steer the carriage straight toward the Adenka main estate. Her eyes go wide with pure shock. She asks if they are completely bypassing the fortress now. Vincent Adenka casually replies that he already made his intentions crystal clear before. He intends to wipe out that corrupt Elder Council once and for all. Mon Adenka gasps as a sudden, terrifying realization hits her. Could it really be happening right now? For too long, Vincent Adenka has been on the defensive, reacting to the evil spirit's endless tricks. With a cold, unyielding expression, he declares that today he will personally march in and crush the Elder Council into dust. This time, he is taking the initiative to systematically cut off all of Daven's minions. Meanwhile, under the quiet moonlight, the battle begins elsewhere. Lights flicker inside the Grand Adenka estate. Walking through the halls, Iago Adenka plots to quickly accelerate his dark, twisted agenda. He needs to gather every single prisoner designated for sacrifice and move them immediately. If this final phase goes off without a hitch, a wicked, twisted grin spreads across Iago's face. He will be able to summon the absolute strongest warrior to drag Vincent Adenka back here. Once that happens, he will no longer have to rely on those decrepit, useless elders to do his dirty work anymore. Lost in his schemes, Iago notices a shadow waiting ahead. It seems he needs to clean house and eliminate any potential threats right now. Standing directly in his path is a towering figure. Iago glares ahead, realizing this roadblock is none other than Khan Adenka himself. The powerful patriarch stands completely silent. Iago quietly schemes, knowing the formidable leader of the Adenka clan will surely become a future obstacle. Getting rid of Khan is definitely on his agenda, but that can wait until his Dark Lord is fully revived first. For now, he decides to play nice and simply walk past the formidable patriarch without causing an unnecessary scene. While Eagle's mind races with dark thoughts, Khan silently continues his walk. They slowly pass each other without exchanging a single word. Just as the tension begins to fade, Khan abruptly halts. He calls out in a quiet, deadpan voice, "Who goes there?" The question catches Iago completely off guard, making cold sweat drip down his neck as he fake laughs and says it is just him, Elder Iago. Khan turns a freezing glare toward the Elder, his massive magic power beginning to overflow. Just because you wrap yourself in a human shell. Khan unleashes a violent wave of energy, demanding to know if Iago really thought he could hide that putrid, filthy mana. The pressure in the hallway becomes suffocating. Khan's eyes flash with a dangerous violet light as he warns that uninvited rats face a brutal end. Anyone trespassing in his estate without permission will pay with their life. Iago grits his teeth, realizing the terrifying league this man is in. Calling the patriarch an absolute monster, Iago braces himself as slow, deliberate footsteps echo through the corridor, carrying a heavy wave of bloodlust. Khan looms over his opponent with thick, killing intent. He notes that even if the elder turned to forbidden dark arts, he is still an Adenka. The man being puppeted is still a high-ranking elder of this family, and his fate will be decided by clan laws, not some parasite. Khan commands the entity to release his family member and leave immediately, his booming voice echoing with absolute, unquestionable authority. Suddenly, an invisible crushing force slams Iago down, forcing him to his knees as the gravity in the room completely shifts. He panics, wondering if Khan is actively manipulating the gravity and space itself. This crushing pressure is targeting far more than just his host. The oppressive energy actively tears at his very soul. Iago looks up, glaring with pure rage at the towering patriarch standing before him. He realizes this monstrous power has completely transcended ordinary human limits. Looking up, he sees Khan's eyes glowing with a menacing purple light. The sheer weight of the aura threatens to erase him entirely, yet his stubborn mind refuses to yield to the pressure. He cannot allow himself to be captured in this place. Slamming his hands onto the stone floor, he unleashes everything to break the spell. Gathering his dark mana, Iago violently breaks the binding spell. Khan watches in silent surprise as his magic is blown apart. Frowning deeply, Lord Khan gazes at the writhing man, instantly recognizing the eerie energy of the Blood Emperor pulsing within him. He confronts him directly, saying that he has already recognized his true identity, slowly stripping away his disguise. Lord Khan reveals him as Jagan Adenka, the ancient evil who died 5 centuries ago, now nothing but a pathetic wandering soul. But Jagan flatly denies it, leaving Lord Khan stunned. With his head hung low, the defeated specter can only mutter in disbelief. Muttering that it is completely impossible, Jagan shrinks back as Lord Khan pushes further, dragging up memories of that fateful day. Jagan snaps, his voice dripping with venom as he insists that he was the actual victor of that historic clash. Losing his mind, Jagan screams at Lord Khan, desperately trying to rewrite history as madness fully consumes his fractured mind. Screaming that he never lost that day, Jagan warns the patriarch to stop acting all-knowing before charging forward blindly. He lunges at Lord Khan with murderous intent, roaring that he will end his life right here as he raises a heavy fist. Funneling all his destructive energy into the strike, he swings, but the patriarch effortlessly steps aside, completely dodging the blow. Lord Khan remains perfectly calm. Missing his mark entirely, Jagan's sheer momentum carries his fist straight into the wall behind them. The massive barrier crumbles instantly. Outside, the entire building begins to shake violently from the massive shockwave of his devastating strike. The point of impact explodes into tiny fragments. Within seconds, the structure yields to gravity, collapsing into a heap of ruin. Amidst the wreckage, Lord Khan shows no emotion, calmly turning his gaze towards something shifting in the smoke-filled sky above. Floating above a gaping hole, Jagan looks down and proudly declares that he is indeed the specter returned from 5 centuries ago. Refusing to let the patriarch off the hook, he arrogantly boasts about conquering the strongest figures of the past 500 years. He unleashes a spell, screaming that they have all knelt under his absolute dominion, as violent magical forces begin to gather. The spell flings a massive boulder across the clearing, detonating with a loud boom right where he intended it to land. Descending to the ruined ground to assess the damage, Jagan mocks his opponent, claiming he wanted to show some mercy initially. Jagan explains his original plan was to simply leave, but since things have escalated, his tone darkens into a murderous growl. He roars his final decision: he will capture Lord Khan alive and turn him into his next perfect host body. Deep within the rubble, a violent purple light erupts, but Lord Khan shatters the stone trap from the inside with ease. His cloak flutters gracefully amidst the flying debris before settling. Slowly, the patriarch reaches up and loosens his tie with composure. He calmly tells his foe that it will not be that simple, showing zero fear in the face of Jagan's madness. The patriarch boasts that he is far stronger than any warrior Jagan has ever faced. Meanwhile, down in the dungeon hall, the elders murmur. They ask what is going on as the arrogant Delbek Adenka suddenly announces they are immediately relocating the prisoners outside. The wardens are completely stunned, demanding to know why they must move them in the dead of night and to where. Abusing his authority, Delbek asks if the prison is not under the Elder Council's jurisdiction, expecting zero resistance to his orders. One of them fearfully explains that the issue is not about authority, but rather the terrifying nature of this deep underground prison. This is the high-security dungeon of the Adenka family. The guard notes that those kept here are all dangerous, legendary warriors. They once posed an existential threat to the clan, possessing monumental power. Transferring them all at once is just too risky. Another elder warns Delbek that they must prioritize maximum security, as there are still countless mandatory protocols to complete first. They stand firm against his demands, concluding that executing such a massive prisoner transfer right now is simply an impossible task. Delbek quietly curses to himself, knowing all too well how difficult the task actually is under these strict regulations. But as he imagines the consequences of failure, the sinister face of Jagan flashes in his mind, completely terrifying him. The elder recalls the threat that if he fails, his own life and those of the guards will become the next sacrifice. Cold sweat pours down his neck at the grim thought. Breaking his train of thought, the chief warden asks what he wants. The chief warden demands to know why the elder needs the prisoners, but Delbek snaps back in anger, telling him to shut up. Delbek glares at them, shouting that since they only got their positions through his connections, they should at least be useful once. Calling them useless, he screams, but the guards only exchange bewildered and suspicious glances as they watch him throw a pathetic tantrum. Feeling embarrassed that his threats failed to intimidate them, he nervously snaps, asking why they are looking at him like that. Unable to watch his pathetic display any longer, Fidenel Adenka shoves him aside and offers to handle the situation herself. Delbek stammers her name in relief. Turning to the newcomer, the chief warden politely asks Fidenel for a clear explanation. The warden asks her why the elder is acting so strangely tonight. But without warning, she suddenly draws her weapon and strikes. Instantly cutting down the warden, she ends his life before he can even finish his sentence, leaving the room dead silent. Another victim kicks the bucket. The leader stands completely speechless, while the people behind him stare in total disbelief. They yell out, demanding to know what on earth Elder Fidenel is doing. She looks down at the corpse on the ground, showing absolutely zero respect. She steps forward and stomps her boot right onto his face. Bursting with a murderous aura, she glares at the crowd, daring any doubters to step forward. If anyone has a problem, they can step up right now. Fidenel Adenka growls out the threat, forcing their submission before reminding them that their time is limited. Since they are running out of options, they must take this massive gamble. Delbek Adenka watches her brutal display and quickly tries to intervene. He begs her to wait and calm down, warning Elder Fidenel that this move is far too reckless. If she is not careful and gets caught, and Vesa, Hale, or Khan find out, she will surely lose her head. But she remains completely unfazed, countering that if they fail, they will all die at Daven's hands long before anyone even catches them. Fidenel Adenka knows she is backed into a corner, so she figures that since things have gone this far, they must trigger the resurrection immediately, even if it means living in a nightmare. The cold logic hits Delbek, and he finally stops arguing. She places her hand on the heavy main door to bark her final orders. She commands him to get the carriages gathered immediately. Delbek Adenka bows submissively, promising that he will secretly summon them all. Pushing the door open, she coldly adds that every single worker must be silenced the moment they finish their tasks. But a shocking sight is waiting right outside for Fidenel Adenka. Her eyes stretch wide with sheer terror as she gasps. She stammers, demanding to know how on earth he got here. She stares, utterly haunted by the young man standing before her. Vincent Adenka simply smirks, mockingly asking if something is wrong. He knows exactly how terrified she is right now and loves it, and teases that she looks as if she just saw a ghost. Panic floods her mind as she wonders how on earth this monster could have caught up so quickly. Standing frozen, she foolishly blurts out, asking why on earth he did not go to the fortress. He is supposed to be at the fortress as planned. Vincent just smiles warmly, explaining that since this mission is a golden opportunity, and the Elder Council trusted him with it, he figured a speedy return and an early report was the only right choice. Playing completely innocent, he boasts that he has brilliantly fulfilled every single task assigned to him, and thanks to those stellar results, he is about to reach the realm of a superhuman warrior. Fidenel Adenka grits her teeth in pure rage at his boasts. She wants to kill him on the spot but cannot lift a finger. Vincent, however, is not done casually bringing up some highly suspicious rumors. He drops the nice act and gets straight to the point, asking about the Elder Council holding an assassin's daughter hostage. He knows they are using her to force his total obedience. Delbek Adenka is absolutely shocked by the sudden question, his mind racing. He wonders how this kid could have possibly found out. Watching Delbek's panicked face, Fidenel gets even more furious as well. She realizes this useless old fool always talks big but acts so sloppily that he basically exposed their entire plan to the enemy. Delbek Adenka, of course, plays dumb and denies everything, demanding to know who has been spreading such ridiculous and false lies. He asks if Vincent blocked the elders in the dead of night just for some cheap gossip, scrambling for any excuse to dismiss him. He tells the boy to get lost if he is done talking. But Vincent does not care about his weak excuses at all. He stares right through the old man as Marion suddenly steps out from behind his back, waving with a cheerful smile. Delbek gapes at her in absolute shock, internally screaming, "Why on earth that woman is here?" Vincent catches his horrified reaction immediately. He smirks, noting that Delbek seems to recognize Marion and suggesting that the two of them must have crossed paths before. Vincent's face then goes deadly cold, questioning if they did not share some rather pleasant tea sessions together in the past. He even specifies the blend, noting it was premium Leno's tea. Delbek can no longer wiggle his way out of this situation. He curses under his breath, realizing things are bad. But before things can escalate further, Vincent purposely unleashes a massive wave of power. The sudden display catches the Adenka group completely off guard. Delbek instantly recognizes the sheer weight of this mana, and Fidenel is shocked. She notices that it is literally shaking the atmosphere. But this crushing pressure is not coming from Vincent, who simply grins with anticipation. The heavy aura belongs to someone else. Just as the full moon emerges from behind the thick clouds, a massive figure suddenly appears. The giant lunges forward, throwing a colossal punch straight at Iago Adenka. Vincent realizes his father has arrived, and the blow is devastating. The impact shatters the entire ground into ruins. Iago collapses to the floor but refuses to stay down, muttering that this is impossible. The malevolent spirit possessing Eagle forces his broken body to stand up and fight, but Eagle resists the control with all his might. He begs the entity to let him go because there is no way they can defeat Khan, but the demonic voice in his mind is sickening. It orders him to stop resisting so it can focus on the battle. The spirit stubbornly claims it already knew this would happen. At the same time, Khan looks down from a distance and mockingly asks if the leader of the Nightmare Realm only has this much. The demon remarks sarcastically on Khan's strength, but Khan quickly deduces the truth, realizing that his opponent is merely a puppet. "So you are just a parasite borrowing someone else's body to survive, huh?" This parasitic soul is completely obsessed with taking over Khan's physical form. That powerful body, the overwhelming 9-star magic power, and an unshakable will. This is exactly what the parasite has always craved. The kind of elite talent he could never possess on his own. Zagan Adenka grins greedily as he watches Khan step forward. He stares with filthy eyes, desperately wanting to claim it. Soon Kajin Adenka begins transforming into a grotesque monster. He is determined to steal this body at all costs. His fangs and claws rapidly grow, distorting his shape. He turns into a terrifying beast. Zagan's massive frame towers over Khan, looking ready to crush him at any moment. Standing face to face with Khan, the beast lets out a deafening roar to show off his power. Kajin Adenka's horrific face glares at his target. Without a single moment of hesitation, he unleashes his raw power. Kajin Adenka leaps directly toward where Khan is standing. A brutal battle begins. Khan looks at the giant beast without a shred of fear, knowing this power comes from the divine beast grown. It is the god who bestows raging violent energy. Instantly, Khan unleashes a terrifying blast of crimson light. The blast flies straight towards Kajin Adenka. However, the monster's brute force is immense, forcing Khan back a few steps. Kajin Adenka seizes his chance. He lunges forward, trying to grab Khan while he is still off balance. Khan has to unleash another wave of devastating power to hold him off. The clash with Kajin Adenka intensifies. Inside the distant palace, a group of terrified people scream out for help, and Khan hears them. He tenses up, realizing there are still innocent people trapped over there. His gaze shifts toward the palace, momentarily losing his focus. Kajin Adenka takes advantage of this distraction, launching Khan into the air and mocking him for being so careless. Seizing the momentum, Kajin Adenka throws another heavy punch, mocking Khan for talking so big with such weak skills. The monster gloats at Khan's defeat, laughing loudly and challenging him to try and resist his overwhelming power. Khan cannot fight back right now, his body sailing through the air. He crashes hard onto the ground with Kajin right behind him. The beast prepares a final devastating blow. He roars that he is going to smash Khan straight into the dirt. Kajin slams down with terrifying force, shaking the entire area. As the thick dust slowly begins to settle over the ruins, Khan lies completely motionless, defeated. Kajin Adenka stands back and gloats, though a small doubt creeps in about how easy it was. Shaking off his suspicion, the monster picks up Khan's body, thrilled that the head of the Adenka family was so easily defeated. He marvels at how easily he can now possess this legendary warrior. The greedy soul looks down at Khan's limp body. He begins plotting his next move. With the strongest warrior finally in his grasp, he can rapidly speed up his own resurrection. The parasite screams at Khan to become his new vessel. He prepares to fully merge with the warrior's physical body. And now watch, because right as he tries to claim the body, a sword flies in and Khan catches it perfectly. He cannot believe how fast Khan managed to get a weapon. The monster screams out, demanding to know where that sword came from. Looking up at the roof of the building behind them, a woman appears. Kajin gasps in shock, quickly recognizing her as Vesa Hale. She leaps toward Khan, declaring that she will protect the estate and urging him to fight with everything he has. Khan, still tightly held by Kajin Adenka, ignores the pain and slowly draws the blade he just snatched out of the air. Staring at his blade without a single shred of hesitation, he prepares to unleash his ultimate devastating secret technique. He will use this final strike to end Kajin Adenka. Swift as lightning, Khan swings his blade, slicing through the very sky. He aims the strike at Kajin Adenka, calmly asking if he remembers what he told him. Khan's sharp blade instantly severs the monster's arm. Khan reminds him of a simple fact, saying he is far stronger than any warrior the beast has ever faced before. Turning to face the monster, Khan declares his true status, explaining why the entire world knows him by the name of Adenka. A blinding light flashes across the night sky as massive rocks rain down. Standing high above, Vesa Hale watches the chaos unfold. It is as if she has been calmly observing the entire fight. She extends her hand, preparing to block the devastating force ahead. A massive energy barrier spreads out across the sky, blocking the devastating rays of light that pelt the shield relentlessly. Even with immense force, none of the attacks can pierce her shield. Still, Vesa Hale must concentrate deeply to maintain this defense. Her massive barrier covers a wide area, keeping the inside perfectly safe while dust and debris fly everywhere outside. After the dust finally settles, the barrier deactivates. Khan Adenka stands tall amidst the wreckage, looking incredibly majestic. Vesa Hale approaches him to report that the main estate is completely unharmed. Khan politely thanks her for her help. He feels a bit apologetic, telling her she did not need to go to such trouble, since he could have handled it. But Vesa Hale simply smiles and shakes it off, explaining she just wanted to make sure he could fight without any worries. With those words, her warm expression vanishes as she looks down at the defeated foe, lying in the deep crater. He wanted that arrogant, evil soul to witness the true might of Adenka. Now he lay trembling and broken inside the deep crater. His legs went completely stiff as he struggled to stand. A massive handprint scarred the earth where his body was rapidly shrinking. With his physical form withering away, he forced himself up and spat out a bitter curse directed straight at Khan Adenka. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury over his severed arm, he let out a maddened shriek, warning them that this was far from over. Khan immediately shifted into a ruthless counteroffensive stance. Did this pathetic fool really believe he could pull off another cheap trick? The defeated villain screamed out in pure denial before his presence suddenly vanished. Sensing immediate danger, Vesa rushed forward to intervene. "Wait, Lord Patriarch, something is seriously wrong here," she warned. The fallen warrior was being rapidly corroded from the inside out. He desperately tried to speak, but his flesh dissolved until he was nothing but a skeleton. Even Lord Dav watched in horror. Beside him, Ves shivered with dread. The man had withered to dust. Khan remained dead, silent, staring coldly at the remains. So Khan muttered, "This is how you feed your own power." Right on cue, a sinister voice echoed from the burning flames. Spot on the fire crackled, laughing savagely. "Every single time one of my mortal playthings dies, their life force belongs to me. All of their raw energy and battle experience are delivered directly to me as a sacrifice." A shadowed figure slowly stepped forward. "The more you try to hunt down my contracted pawns, the stronger my true physical form becomes," the entity mocked. "Think of it as the final drop of blood in an overflowing chalice. And once the sacrifice is fully complete, I will arrive. I shall descend upon this world as a supreme god of absolute destruction," the dark voice warned with terrifying malice. "When that fateful day arrives, you will be the very first to die, Adenka." Yet Khan did not even flinch. "If that is the case," he thought, "then we must hunt down your true physical body as fast as possible." Stepping forward, Khan declared that since the beast attacked Adenka territory first, this was an official declaration of war. The Nightmare Guild had crossed the line, and veins pulsed on Khan's forehead as his resolve hardened like steel. "My blade will be the one to end your existence," Khan vowed. Archdemon Maven merely scoffed, daring him to try. The demon showed zero fear, vanishing with a parting sneer. Right then, a familiar voice cut through the heavy smoke. "Father, are you all right?" Vincent Adenka asked, sprinting over to check on him. Seeing him, Vesa finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Khan did not look pleased by his son's sudden arrival, stating he had already felt Vin's presence returning earlier. "Why did you head straight to the main clan estate?" Khan asked. Vincent Adenka calmly stepped forward to explain his motives. "I had some extremely urgent business to handle, so I rushed back immediately." Listening closely, Khan made a quick guess. "Does this have to do with the Elder Council?" Khan asked. Vincent Adenka did not even bother hiding his intentions. "Yes, I intend to completely wipe out the Elder Council," Vin declared. "Talk about an absolute power move. Are we really going through with this?" a nervous voice asked. Shady figures worked in the dark, trembling with absolute fear. "We have absolutely no other choice left," the leader snapped back. "Since things have gone this far, we must finish it." Tension filled the air. "If Elder Dobak falls and his dark crimes are dragged into the light, we are finished. Everyone who used his influence to climb the ranks will be dragged down with him." The three conspirators hurried down the corridor. They finally stopped before a massive forbidding entrance. "This is the spot," the leader muttered, pointing at the heavy door. Heavy rusted chains sealed the massive doorway. One of the men broke out in cold sweat just looking at the seal. "The worst monsters in Adenka history are locked below. Is releasing them really the smartest move we can make?" While his companion hesitated, the leader ignored the warning and reached for the heavy lock. His hands slowly gripped the handle. The scene shifts back, the sharp tap of a cane echoing against the stone floor. Its owner was absolutely furious. "Vin, you were speaking far too recklessly," Elder Dobak hissed in pure anger. "Can you even back up those wild claims? Remember that spoken words can never be taken back," the elder lectured harshly. "Even if John did cross the line, that was merely the failure of one single man. Insulting the honor of the entire council is a grave crime." But Vincent Adenka completely ignored the threat, inwardly cursing the elder for trying to twist the blame back onto him. "Cunning old foxes, always twisting words to make me the bad guy," Vin thought. Suddenly, Khan broke his silence. "Are you truly prepared for this?" Vin Khan asked. "What you are planning completely defies the traditional martial laws. Are you absolutely ready to face the consequences?" Hearing this, Elder Dobak immediately barked out in sheer protest. "Lord Patriarch, do not tell me you are actually taking this reckless brat's side," Dobak demanded. Khan remained completely unfazed. "It is really not that big of a deal," Khan replied smoothly. Vincent Adenka smiled, knowing justice was finally coming. It was just a warrior keeping his word. Dobak paused. He asked what kind of oath that could possibly be. Vincent Adenka quickly explained he made a promise to Daniel the Beast Tamer. The man who once ambushed him had a daughter held hostage by Dobak. The moment those words left Vin's mouth, Dobak lost his temper. "Why look for her here?" Dobak roared. Vin did not care. If anyone was in Daniel's shoes, saving their child comes first. Daniel was a true master of insect taming. He could mobilize an entire army of giant ants to move in complete silence. They could flow like a massive landslide without a single sound. Connecting those facts made the answer incredibly obvious to Vin. If a master tamer like him gave up his daughter, had to be locked in a place even he could not breach. Vincent Adenka did not hold back, telling them straight. On this entire continent, such secure locations could be counted on one hand. Only a few secure places fit that description. Dark, hidden depths. The heavy iron doors that were once tightly chained have finally been opened, exactly where those mysterious figures slipped inside earlier. He was talking about the notorious Adenka underground dungeon. Having laid out his brilliant deductions, Vincent Adenka took it a step further. He pointed his finger directly at the suspects. He believed the council elders, especially the four chief elders, had utterly fallen. They became loyal puppets of Na, orchestrating this elaborate trap to ensnare him. Diobak was completely caught off guard by this revelation. Vincent Adenka stared with an icy glare. Speak. Somewhere deep inside this very underground prison, he wanted a full search conducted immediately for Daniel's missing young daughter. Enraged, Diobak slammed his heavy staff against the stone floor. He shouted at the top of his lungs, desperate to stop him. That prison was their core power. He was furious. How dare he challenge them? But watch closely, because this is where Khan stepped in to speak on Vin's behalf. Khan declared that he would not overlook this grave matter any longer. He had a very good reason to stand firm. One of those four chief elders had allied with the evil spirit, even trying to assassinate the patriarch himself. Dark memories flashed. Ever since Teloben died, two high-ranking elders had fallen from grace. An absolute crisis. Khan made his final stance clear. As the head of this family, I cannot simply sit by. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers echoed, revealing something unexpected. Faidanal and Khan both spun around in surprise. Khan then firmly demanded that both of them cooperate to prove their innocence. He remained silent, but his mind raced. The Black Sword squad was already here. Did Khan truly intend to take things this far, he wondered. Swallowing his anxiety, he calmly asked if the entire council was accused. If Vincent Adenka was wrong, they would definitely make him pay. Khan did not bother replying directly to the old man's threat. He looked at his son, waiting. Continue. A moment later, a motionless stranger was carried in and placed onto the floor. Vincent Adenka stepped forward to address everyone. He introduced the unconscious man as Daniel, the beast tamer, the very assassin who had ambushed him during his recent mission. Daniel was forced into doing it, begging Vin for help before his demise. Vin then pulled out a crucial note left behind. The letter detailed exactly how he was dragged into this dangerous conspiracy. Vincent Adenka refused to beat around the bush any longer. He stated clearly that Daniel named Elder Diobak as the mastermind. Cold sweat dripped down the old man's face, yet he protested. Anyone could easily forge a scrap of paper, he argued, claiming it proved absolutely nothing. But Vin had another trick ready. But get this, Daniel actually anticipated this very denial. Vin reached into his bag and pulled out another proof. A venomous scorpion. The bystanders recoiled in pure disgust. Ignoring them, Vin focused entirely on his main point. The real clue lay on the creature itself. He held it up. Everyone leaned in, their eyes wide with confusion. Unfamiliar symbols were meticulously carved directly onto the beast's tiny armored body. Faidanal could not read it. Diobak was silent. He secretly wondered if it was some hidden code. Growing highly irritated, he demanded to know what Vin was trying to prove. Before he could yell, an unfamiliar voice spoke. Chunjin script. Every eye in the room immediately shifted toward the sound. They were a legendary beast race long thought to be extinct. They had been wiped out by humans ages ago. Vincent Adenka politely welcomed the newcomer, introducing her as Lady Naima. She smiled warmly, greeting the astonished clan. She was Naom, the revered mother of all dragon kin and Vin's trusted ally. Her sudden arrival sent shockwaves through the room. No one had expected a legendary figure to stand firmly by his side. Khan and Philo are there. Dragon folk, a communication crystal. Just where on earth did Vincent Adenka get that red soil? Her partner was a young woman. She greets him. Hello, I am Maria, chief reporter of the Wind Voice. Hearing about Prince Vin's quest running between the main house and the fortress was definitely the right call. A massive scoop just landed right in her lap. Na sits in the center as the others gather around. It seems she already knew everything. If you wish, I can translate the Chunin language for you. The symbols match Prince Vin's letter. To prove her absolute credibility, she swears on her name. I guarantee it with my title as the Dragon Mother. Vincent Adenka smiles. I owe you, Lady Na. She waves it off, calling him a true savior. Holding a glowing gemstone, she seems incredibly supportive of his path. If you ever need help, just call us anytime. Vincent Adenka has completely seized the upper hand by now. Every single testimony so far is confirmed. Suddenly, Vase's eyes flare crimson as Vincent Adenka declares everything is completely true, confirmed through the Dragon Mother's eyes. The crowd gasps. Wait, did the elders actually rebel? This is absolute madness. It was thought to be impossible. Diobak completely loses his cool, screaming out for everyone to shut up immediately. His frantic outburst basically proves his heavy guilt. You have all fallen for their sick plots and are insulting the council. Do you all want to be beheaded? Disgusted by the cheap threat, Vincent Adenka fires right back with anger. Is that threat any dirtier than laying your filthy hands on a young girl who barely came of age? He steps closer, spitting words right in his face. You disgusting freak, at least you still show some shame. Veins bulge on Diobak's forehead. Vincent Adenka offers a quiet deal. For her sake, I won't expose you publicly here, so just cooperate quietly. Left with zero choices, Diobak snaps back, fine, if you want to see it, follow me. I will show you the Adenka underground dungeon. But he demands a shady condition, only the two of us go in. Just us. Vincent Adenka exchanges a quick glance with Khan, who understands the plan and immediately authorizes the solo investigation. Vincent Adenka leaves immediately. We will return shortly, he tells them. Please wait here, it won't take very long. Soon they arrive. Standing right before the heavy door, Diobak tells him to move, and Vincent Adenka quietly complies. Inside the gloomy dark dungeon, Vincent Adenka looks around. Why does a place like this exist beneath the main estate? Diobak answers flatly, to safely lock away Adenka's dark secrets. Chain-blowing stones are what illuminate the damp corridors. He claims the elders strictly supervise magically sealed prisoners. Honestly, you should feel pretty lucky to be down here. Only a few select elders can ever step foot inside. Hard to tell if he is boasting or just mocking him. What an honor, Vincent Adenka replies. He follows closely behind, but a quiet suspicion begins to creep into his mind. Something is completely off. Passing the iron bars, he realizes every single cell is totally empty. Could it be? Sure enough, Diobak lunges from behind during his distraction. Vincent Adenka senses it, spinning around to parry the sudden lethal strike. Vincent Adenka is absolutely furious now. He demands to know where the hell they have moved all the prisoners. Diobak just grins. You do not need to know, he sneers, completely confident he can end this. After all, you are dying here too. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Fionel suddenly makes her move. Elder Fionel, what are you doing? Drop your weapon. Her bloodlust is fully unleashed, discarding any fake acting. She launches a direct deadly attack. Down in the basement, Diobak declares that nobody is leaving this place alive today. Up above, Fionel has gone completely wild. Patriarch Khan looks around. He realizes that sword is not meant for combat, it is actually a legendary relic. A second later, he shouts out, Elder Fionel, it seems you have truly been backed into a corner. Every single word from the Patriarch hits hard. It sends a wave of panic straight through Vesa Helen. To think she actually drew the oath sword. She stares silently. She looks at the blade resting on the ground. The oath sword, a powerful tool used to restrain the Patriarch's authority. It triggers a sudden memory in Vesa Helen. This treasure was forged by Adenka himself, giving the elders massive power. Their authority far exceeds any other family. Anyone carrying the Adenka bloodline is absolutely bound to its terrifying power. Like a heart tightly squeezed by heavy chains, Vesa Helen shudders as the realization hits him. The founder's raw will, coursing through their veins, will literally crush the Oathmaker's heart. Break the vow and your life ends instantly in agony. Patriarch Khan's gaze turns incredibly cold. So what exactly do you plan on declaring with that legendary sword? Fionel Adenka suddenly breaks into a wicked laugh. In a flash, she summons the chains with absolute ease. It is quite simple, really. Fionel Adenka reaches out with highly calculating eyes. Make an oath with me, Patriarch. Bahele watches on her face tightening with deep worry. Are you truly set on witnessing this final outcome? Final nearby, Patriarch Khan stands firm. Looking closely at the heavy chains, he asks what exactly she wants him to wager. Fionel Adenka lets out a soft mocking laugh in response. The woman asks how confident the Patriarch really is. Lowering her arm into the quiet air, Fionel Adenka raises her voice to address him. She asks if he truly believes Vincent Adenka will return with the proof. Patriarch Khan lowers his head, speaking in a quiet, heavy tone. He says the boy will definitely return no matter what. Fionel Adenka fires back with a sharp, challenging look and provocative words. She demands he put his position as Patriarch on the line. Letting out a loud, ambitious laugh, she makes her ultimate move. Her words demand they release Cam and hand the leadership over to him. Hearing this, Vesa Helle stands completely frozen in absolute shock. Patriarch Khan never expected such a bold move from her. A split second later, a massive glowing crystal manifests in the air. Diobak Adenka raises his weapon and lunges at Vincent Adenka. The young man quickly dodges, landing squarely on the surface of the giant crystal. Vincent Adenka's expression instantly darkens. Even the prisoners who were locked deep in the dungeon have vanished without leaving a single trace. A much darker conspiracy is clearly unfolding behind the scenes here. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, causing Vincent Adenka to quickly react. It is Julian. Calling down from above, he urgently reports that he just saw several carriage fleets leaving the main mansion grounds. Looking toward the fast-moving carriages, the boy adds that they are countless in number and scattering in every possible direction. Julian hesitates, adding that there is something else. He quickly realizes the entire situation has just taken an extremely dangerous turn. Vincent Adenka gasps in disbelief, wondering if they are trying to depose his father. Diobak Adenka flickers in and out of sight, speaking up. He mocks that now is not the time to worry about his father. Vincent Adenka cannot possibly survive these relentless attacks. His voice grows louder, echoing in the deep basement where neither the family's rules nor their light can ever reach. The villain tells him he is completely isolated with absolutely no rescue coming. He glides behind Vincent Adenka, whispering another heavy provocation. Even if he finishes him off right here, nobody will ever hold him accountable. Vincent Adenka's eyes flare with sudden, intense fury. Before the young man can react, the crystal beneath him shatters completely. Flung backward by the force, Vincent Adenka looks around. He realizes he must find the child immediately and reach his father, or the patriarch will truly be stripped of his position. Falling freely through the ruined levels, he recognizes the entrance they passed earlier. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka twists his body mid-air to react. He dives straight down and spots a doorway. He knows he has to escape this underground chamber before doing anything else. Just as he nears it, a massive pile of rubble crashes down from above, sending broken bricks flying everywhere. Vincent Adenka braces himself. Propping himself up with his sword, he looks ahead at the doorway and freezes in disbelief. The exit is completely blocked off. Daven Adenka steps out from the shadows, mocking him that this was the only way out. He flashes a truly sinister grin. He tells him to forget about escaping. Summoning his weapon, Vincent Adenka fires back that he will just have to carve a path through him. The scene cuts back to Patriarch Khan. His face is dark and solemn as he realizes the situation has reached a critical point. This only proves that Vincent Adenka was telling the absolute truth. They have indeed fallen deep into the abyss of corruption. Staring over at Vincent Adenka, he wonders if he should just wipe them out. In an instant, the Patriarch's eyes fill with rage. He keeps his fierce glare locked onto Vincent Adenka's every movement, telling himself that eliminating them would be far too easy. Oaths, laws, and ancient rules mean nothing to him. All of them can be easily crushed by the sheer power of a patriarch. He recalls what Daven Adenka is doing down in the depths and then shifts his thoughts to the rest of the corrupt elders. Even if all those treacherous elders decide to attack him at once, it will not make any difference to his ultimate resolve. He feels ready to sweep away any evil blocking his path, convinced that absolutely nobody has the courage to stand against him. Clenching his fists, he reminds himself of his own absolute strength. Suddenly, the distant memory of Salvana's voice echoes in his mind. In his faded memories, Salvana smiles while holding a sword, tightly promising to become a legendary warrior just as they always dreamed. The Patriarch slowly relaxes his clenched fist, falling deeper into contemplation as he realizes that this is not what true strength means. The power they are searching for was never meant to be this kind of oppressive authority. He casts his mind back to childhood. He remembers that a warrior's true power is meant solely for protection, to be wielded only in the name of absolute justice. These were the words of an unknown warrior he once read in the old library back when his young eyes sparkled with wonder. Even ancestor Aslan deeply admired that noble philosophy. It was a righteous path, one that he held close to his heart. By closely following in the footsteps of those legendary figures, he was finally able to reach this incredible peak of power. Seeing Vincent Adenka walk that exact same noble path brings back painful memories. His face softens with a mixture of grief and pride. He whispers that he finally understands his son's true heart. Suddenly, Patriarch Khan slams his hand down with incredible force. The chains bind them. Patriarch Khan places his full trust in his son, swearing to act on his beliefs. He shouts out a roaring approval. Then, he solemnly declares his oath. I, Khan Adenka, accept the council's pact. Every word is delivered without a single shred of fear. I will bet everything on my son. Vincent Adenka laughs out loud, seeing her goal within reach. Those who make this solemn pact will hold the chains connecting their very hearts. In Patriarch Khan's ears, his opponent's demanding voice rings out, telling him that they must promise to keep their word. Vincent Adenka glares at the chain, warning that any betrayal gives the opponent the right to rip their heart out with the chain. If those chains completely fade before Vincent finishes his investigation, she greedily demands more conditions. He must either step down as the family head or break the oath and die, choosing between those two options. Helen gasps in panic, calling out for Khan. But Patriarch Khan firmly responds that such a thing will never happen. He gazes at the glowing chains on his chest, fully trusting that Vincent will uncover everything. Patriarch Khan's voice echoes out, demanding to lay bare the entire truth. Meanwhile, Vincent glares back with a lethal gaze. Facing off against Delbak, Vincent, ready to strike. How is it? Kid Delbak yells with supreme confidence as he attacks, only for Vincent to block it. Is dealing with a one-handed old man really this much of a struggle? Vincent quickly retreats, preparing to unleash his powers. Let's see if you can still talk big after being roasted by lightning. Daven Adenka flashes a sly, sinister grin. Instantly, a massive surge of electricity erupts, triggering a deafening explosion. But suddenly, Delbak vanishes and reappears right next to Vincent without a sound. Vincent immediately senses the danger. Moving like a ghost, Delbak launches a blindingly fast strike, aiming straight at Vincent's face, but the boy shrugs it off easily, forcing Delbak to overextend and expose a critical opening. Every time a heavy blow lands, Delbach simply dodges to stall for time. Vincent scoffs, asking how long he plans to play around. He deliberately mocks Delbach's missing limb, taunting that he figured Delbach would absolutely despise him for taking that arm away. Delbach Adenka snorts coldly, asking if Vincent honestly thinks such cheap taunts will make him lose his cool. In the next breath, he completely vanishes. Delbach flickers like a phantom, declaring that even if Vincent manages to escape this place, he will never deliver any evidence back to Patriarch Khan. He has already dispatched countless decoy carriages, scattering them in every direction. He watches Vincent closely from a distance, mocking the sheer impossibility of finding the exact carriage carrying Daniel's daughter. Then, Delbach screams from right behind Vincent's back that it is absolutely impossible. Yet the boy remains incredibly calm. One hand tightly grips the iron chain, quietly muttering that we will never know until we try. Hearing this, Delbach's speed noticeably slows down. Suddenly, a massive crystal crashes down, splitting the two and driving Delbach absolutely insane. What a complete psycho, he grunts as two colossal arms emerge to protect Vincent while the boy's voice calmly rings out. Dropping crystals directly onto your own head like that. Vincent merely brushes the dust off his coat, telling him to stop gaping. He calmly warns that as the massive crystals slide down the chains, this fight has only just begun. Hearing this, Delbach completely freezes up. Damn it, he curses his rising terror, forcing the beast inside him to emerge and slip through the chains. Vincent watches closely from beneath the protective giant hands, realizing that Delbach's aura turns into mist to move at high speeds. His mist form allows him to pass through solid objects. Recalling how the assassin easily slipped right beside him, Vincent analyzes the aura. It is truly a top-tier ability. Yet with his razor-sharp observation, Vincent quickly spots a glaring weakness in his style. Despite having such a broken power, Delbach rests his weapon against the ground, exposing a critical flaw for Vincent to exploit. Recalling his own intense training, the boy knows there is only one explanation. That severed arm completely ruined Delbach's balance. Delbach never trained to adapt to his missing limb. Right now, he is desperately dodging and weaving through the falling crystals. The exact millisecond he reverts from mist to solid form, his posture is off. Vincent knows he will expose a massive opening. He struggles to regain his balance, and Vincent unleashes a roar that shakes the air, calling out Julian's name across the battlefield. Time itself seems to freeze. Behind a heavily shattered doorway, Julian points toward the sky as if summoning a legendary force. With a single look, they synchronize their intent. A strike that transcends ordinary swordsmanship. Vincent prepares to seize the perfect moment. He swings his colossal blade downward with savage force, summoning a massive lightning strike that crashes directly onto his foe. A blinding pillar of light pierces the night sky. Then complete silence falls over the area. Just a second later, one of Delbach's ears is severed cleanly. Drenched in cold sweat, he shrieks, asking how Vincent dares to slash him again. He lunges downward in a blind rage, sending the massive crystals tumbling down with him. Delbach has completely lost his mind. He screams that struggling is pointless, declaring both Vincent and Khan are finished, yet his desperate attacks on Vincent feel like absolute nothing. Vincent retorts that Delbach is the one who is finished. Right then, a strange sound echoes through the air. "Carriage Team Number 1, answer me. Team Number 1. The sudden voice startles Delbach Adenka. What on earth is that? The transmission continues to crackle. Something is terribly wrong. Panic spreads through the convoy as the drivers realize they are being chased. An enemy is closing in fast. The enemy mana is absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Delbach Adenka freezes in sheer disbelief. How could this be happening? Out of all these decoy carriages, how did he instantly pinpoint the one hiding Daniel's daughter? He desperately racks his brain for answers. Then a sudden realization hits him. The trajectory of that massive sword strike aligns perfectly with the path of Carriage Team Number 1. Could it be? Up high, Julian observes the entire battlefield, listening closely to Delbach Adenka's frantic mutterings. Did you use that slash to guide your allies? Delbach glares up at Julian. But he won't be fooled that easily. Only one carriage is shaking violently because it is completely empty. Meanwhile, down below, the horse's legs are suddenly bound tight. A shadow sweeps in and restrains the guards. Sirkin appears with a wry smile, admitting he has lost another bet to young Master Vincent Adenka. He jokingly asks how much longer Vincent Adenka plans to torture this patient. Magic threads instantly tighten, binding a horse and its driver. The driver panics, demanding to know if Sirkin understands who he is dealing with. He claims to be an elder of the Adenka family. Sirkin calmly replies that he knows, but unfortunately he is on a tight schedule. He casually pulls back the carriage curtain. He suggests checking the carriage first before exchanging pleasantries. The Adenka elder stutters in a panic, begging him to stop, but Sirkin stops dead in his tracks. His eyes widen in absolute shock, his calm demeanor completely shattered in an instant. His pupils contract as cold sweat pours down his face. Now we know things are getting real. This is impossible. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka charges forward with deadly precision. He unleashes a series of glowing blue slashes that tear through the dark sky. His arc of energy cuts straight through the swirling purple-black darkness. He issues a cold final warning to his opponent. There is no escape left. Vincent Adenka declares that his comrades will soon intercept the carriage, so there is no point in fighting. He orders Delbek to step aside. But the Elder is already surrounded by a dark, sinister aura, his body twisting unnaturally. His frame contorts in pain. But even on the defensive, Delbek refuses to yield. He glares back with absolute defiance. He vows that he cannot be captured here. Not when he is so close. Memories of his luxurious past flash before him. He remembers the high life surrounded by wine and beautiful women. He was meant for absolute luxury and eternal pleasure. He believes he will find eternal paradise in the world Daven creates. Fueled by desperate rage, his dark magic begins to overflow. Delbek transforms into a monstrous, shadowy entity, his eyes glowing. He spits in anger, refusing to lose to a mere brat. Up in the air, Vincent Adenka looks down with cold eyes. The entire area is suddenly engulfed by a massive twisting vortex. It is the limitless mist barrier, a purple storm sealing off the area. Vincent Adenka realizes his connection to Julian is completely blocked. This massive wall of mana mimics the domain of the Assassin King. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy surges toward him. Seeing yet another smoke-based assault hurtling toward him, Vincent Adenka quickly conjures a glowing honeycomb-shaped barrier to absorb the impact. He confidently declares that such a simple attack cannot breach his defense, but the dark energy waves just keep multiplying. The relentless purple beams easily shatter the honeycomb shield. The force of the breakthrough sends Vincent Adenka reeling in midair. The colliding forces trigger a massive explosion, slamming Vincent Adenka hard onto the dirt. He struggles to stand, utterly stunned. Did it actually pierce his defense? No, it slipped right through. This is turning into an absolute nightmare for our hero. This massive surge of power feels exactly like the blessing received from Daven. Delbek smirks, highly pleased with himself. He boasts about the power of the imperial blood. It is a deadly fusion of his own blessing and royal authority. With glowing, lifeless eyes, he explains his ultimate move. By turning himself into mist, he traps his enemies in endless haze. Delbek lunges forward at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of dark purple light and thick smoke in his wake. He screams that if Vincent Adenka had never appeared, he would still be living in luxury as a respected elder. Standing amidst the shattered, cracked earth, Vincent Adenka watches the dark purple magic lock onto him from all directions. Delbek roars for him to die, but Vincent Adenka slams his sword into the ground, unleashing a burst of blue lightning. A massive shockwave erupts around him. He looks at Delbek with absolute disgust, mocking him for throwing away his honor. How dare a traitor talk about nobility? Their weapons clash with a deafening ring as Vincent Adenka unleashes a massive crescent strike. The blinding white crescent cuts through the night sky, carving a temporary path through the oppressive purple smoke. A tiny pinprick of light shines through, but Vincent Adenka's eyes widen. The dense barrier is already sewing itself back together. Delbek sneers with pure malice, explaining that this space is powered by the endless cycle of the imperial blood. He mocks Vincent Adenka, asking how many times he can replicate that strike. 10 times 20 inside this barrier, he is finished. You can never escape my mist, he snarls, but before he even finishes his sentence, a flashing blade freezes him in his tracks. Striking 10 times in rapid succession, Vincent unleashes a blinding high-speed sword attack, leaving massive energy trails behind. Giant glowing blue X-shapes rip straight through his body, and his eyes instantly widen in sheer panic over what is happening. He wonders how a technique that strains the body so heavily can be reused as Delbek glares, asking if Vincent wants to die. He flashes back to his past life as Daven sitting on a rock, staring at the sky and wondering about having Kajin's heavenly bone. If he only had both arms, how many times could he perform this style? A voice suddenly replies that his dream sounds completely ridiculous. She smiles, noting that counting the limit is mathematically pointless. Back in the present, Vincent charges, swinging his blade once again. He delivers 22 consecutive slashes. Delbek watches in absolute disbelief, realizing the barrier is shattering and he might actually break free. Terrified of his escape, Delbek roars in pure rage as Vincent shouts back, both of them clashing together with 28 devastating strikes. The master asks why he brought that up so suddenly, wondering if it seems odd for a powerless outcast to inherit this legendary weapon. Confirming her suspicion, Daven stares down at the blade in his hands, his eyes reflecting a deep and heavy sadness. He whispers that such a great sword deserves a worthy owner rather than being wasted on a useless one-armed fighter like him. She crosses her arms, asking for his thoughts on the current Samion family, leaving Daven momentarily caught off guard by the question. As their memories fade, Delbek swings his broadsword high, declaring his authority as an elder, while Vincent prepares a counterattack. Vincent leaps high into the air and delivers a crushing overhead strike, slamming directly into his foe to trigger a blinding explosion. White light erupts across the screen, symbolizing the ancient power that has dominated the Adenka family for 500 long years. Delbek glares through the flash, laughing maniacally. as he declares that they will rule and exploit these lands forever. But Daven has a different perspective. He believes their greedy ways are entirely wrong, driven only by selfish desires. Having neglected their sacred duty to protect the land, Vincent vows to defeat them all and prove his convictions are correct. With ultimate resolve shining in his eyes, he delivers a final decisive slash while reflecting on his past goals. He reminds himself that a true martial clan must uphold its duty as blinding blue energy floods the entire battlefield. Another brutal combo sends Delbach flying high into the sky, seemingly stripping him of any remaining strength to fight back. Vincent realizes this technique is a demon-slaying art specifically forged to destroy Samion itself, making it highly dangerous. His master shouts that Daven is the only one worthy of this blade as Vincent charges forward with absolute conviction. Delbach watches in sheer horror as the sword pierces right through his chest, putting an end to the elder. Blood spills out as he promises to cleanse the corruption of the family before the scene shifts to a glowing white orb. The orb is locked tight by thick chains, which Vincent Adenka holds close while whispering that she is almost done. As the final chain loosens, she glances at Khan, standing nearby, who keeps his eyes closed while holding onto the iron links. She gloats that Khan is finished as the giant chains shatter under a bright flash, prompting a sinister smirk from her. The locks break completely, and just like that, a familiar voice rings out to change the game once more. Hearing that the young master is back, Vincent panics, unable to believe her ears as the servants confirm his arrival. Vincent emerges from the shadows carrying the lifeless body of Delbach, which leaves the entire crowd absolutely speechless. Rumors instantly spread about him defeating the elder while Seri rushes to his side asking if he is hurt. Without waiting for an answer, Maria frantically takes notes, demanding to know what exactly took place down below. He casually tosses Delbach's body onto the ground, coldly announcing to everyone that he has executed the traitor. Vincent Adenka falls into utter shock and terror, unable to comprehend how their strongest elder could possibly lose. He possessed the most royal blood among them, yet he was crushed, prompting Khan to ask about the evidence. Vincent admits casually that he does not have the proof, causing both Siri and Maria to gasp in absolute shock. Realizing this leaves the family head in danger, Vincent grins madly, mocking Vincent for failing his father's great expectations. She accuses him of using brute force against an innocent elder, raising her chains high with a wicked expression. She asks Khan which one he will give up first, his prestigious position as the family head or his own heart. Khan speaks up, telling Elder Vincent that she is far too hasty since he never claimed the evidence was missing. Startled by his calm tone, she watches him open his eyes as he adds that Vincent is what matters most. He proudly declares that his son has never disappointed him, just as Sokun arrives from afar carrying a massive cocoon. Apologizing for his late arrival, he tosses the cocoon down while Vincent steps forward to thank him for her safety. "He is putting pressure on you," Delbach weakly whimpers. No second replies as he helplessly unties the glowing threads. Vincent stands frozen in complete shock, realizing the word safe no longer applies, while Vincent Adenka shows absolute terror. Her eyes go wide as her face contorts in panic. Nearby, Delbach lies defeated on the ground, overcome with terror. Damn it. Everyone is utterly horrified. One dusty face stares blankly with wide, lifeless eyes as blood drips from their nose. Sukun speaks up, explaining he tried his very best to save the little girl, but she had unfortunately passed away long ago. A hand gently closes her eyes for her final rest. Khan stands up, demanding in a grim voice that Delbach answer him. Veins bulge on his face from sheer fury. He demands to know why that innocent child had to die right here. Delbach turns deathly pale as an overwhelming murderous aura erupts from Khan. He asks how these so-called warriors could do this. They dared to hold a child's life hostage just to threaten others for their own selfish gain. How low could they go? Khan's glowing eyes burn with a legendary level of rage, looking ready to tear Delbach apart any second. Khan barks out, demanding if they conspired with the evil spirits. Delbach's eyes tremble in sheer terror as he gasps. He gasps out that they never did such a thing, calling it slander. But Vincent Adenka screams out, calling Delbach an idiot. She orders him to shut up. Suddenly, Vincent's mother unleashes her magic spell, screaming that they are lying. She completely shut down their excuses. Delbach desperately begs the patriarch to wait so he can explain everything. But Khan immediately strikes his hand, enveloped in a devastating purple energy, as he grabs the man's face. He delivers a crushing blow straight to his head. Grimacing in pain, Vincent Adenka reaches inside her pocket for a hidden weapon. She brandishes a sharp dagger. Damn it. Khan thrusts his hand forward as heavy chains squeeze her heart, freezing her solid. She coughs up a spray of blood and collapses lifelessly at Khan's feet. Vincent watches the scene unfold, his mind racing. He feels the era of the four great elders has ended, but get this, a cold voice suddenly cuts in. Khan growls, swearing to expose the four great elders, the nightmare, and every corrupt parasite involved in this conspiracy. He declares that from this day forward, Adenka will sever all ties with the rotten and corrupt council. Under Khan's leadership, a massive investigation begins, but a lifeless, limp arm lies still, leaving a trail of blood. Blood stains the cold blade of a sword. In the chaos, someone yells out asking what this is and demanding a priest. But another voice cuts in shouting that it is already too late. They are just headless corpses. Every single suspect, elder, warrior, and servant died instantly. Their heads exploded, leaving traces of imperial blood in their bodies. Later, a bouquet of flowers sits quietly before a gravestone marked with the name Daniel Leo. Vincent stands there, filled with regret. He whispers an apology to Daniel for failing to save his daughter, glad he could at least give her a proper burial. He vows that from this day on, no more innocent lives will ever be sacrificed to feed the rotten corruption of his family. Standing behind him, Khan quietly asks if his son can truly keep such a heavy and difficult promise. Vincent is taken aback as his father walks forward, holding flowers secretly, deciding to make him the next patriarch if he succeeds. Khan gently asks his son once more if he is truly ready to make that solid promise. Yes, absolutely, Vincent replies with absolute certainty, promising his father he will make sure it happens. He explains that if the strong simply give up power will never reach those who desperately need saving. Saying this, painful memories of all the lives he failed to protect in the past suddenly rush back into his mind. With a deeply heavy voice, Vincent confesses to his father that he has witnessed far too much tragedy already. He swears to change things. Curiously, Khan looks at his son and asks where he could have possibly witnessed all this. Stuttering for a moment, Vincent quickly lies that he read about it in the library archives from 500 years ago. Surprisingly, Khan agrees, sharing that he also once received a life-changing lesson in that very same library. Vincent is stunned. Khan continues, explaining that the historical records of that specific era contain a massive blank gap. Yet despite that massive void, he could clearly see the unwavering integrity and strength of that legendary man. Khan admits his deep admiration for that mysterious figure is the sole reason he was able to push himself this far. He places the flowers down and bows his head in silent respect. Watching him, Vincent suddenly asks if he knows the man's name. Khan shakes his head, admitting he doesn't know, but adds that their ancestor Aslan always followed him like a brother. With a helpless sigh, Khan admits his son probably thinks this sentimental old story is pretty childish, right? Vincent quickly denies it, assuring his father that if he were that legendary man, he would feel honored. You would find it a great honor to be admired by a grandmaster like your father. Outwardly, Khan calmly replies, is that so? But deep down, he firmly convinces himself that only Vincent Adenka is truly worthy of inheriting his ultimate will. Khan then speaks up, telling Vincent Adenka he has something to discuss. But right then, a strange feeling washes over the patriarch. It makes no sense. Khan wonders why he can no longer feel ancestor Aslan Fanker's lingering will inside the young boy. It was clearly there just moments ago, and without it, Vincent Adenka cannot possibly inherit the headship of the Adenka family. After deep thought, the truth finally clicks for Khan. Did the ancestor foresee this and design the inheritance this way? Khan has to admit that ancestor Aslan Fanker was truly ruthless. Sensing something is off, Vincent Adenka looks up. Vincent Adenka asks if something is wrong with his father, but Khan just turns away, saying they should talk while they walk. Walking forward, Khan explains his plan to put everything into destroying the nightmare at the root of it all. However, their current information is far too scarce. He wonders aloud if there is anywhere they can gather intel. Vincent Adenka quietly answers that he knows just the person. When Khan remains silent, the boy continues his explanation. This contact has been hiding out while hunting the nightmare. Suddenly, a figure appears, sparking Khan's curiosity. He demands to know who they are, but as the stranger unhoods, Khan recognizes Vargon, the fortress vice commander. Soon they begin talking. Khan asks if he has been wandering around, analyzing clues left by the deceased, which Vargon confirms. Khan questions why he did not report this sooner instead of completely vanishing. Vargon explains he sensed an internal threat. The danger was coming from inside the Adenka family. Vargon believed the Elders' Council conspired to burn down his sister's estate. He was forced to grab the clues and fake his disappearance to escape. He then reveals his next move. Vargon only told Vincent Adenka and Commander Hoka Ken that he was alive, planning to show up periodically at his sister's grave. Khan reassures him that the Adenka clan will no longer be manipulated, meaning he no longer needs to hide away. Vargon obediently obeys the patriarch. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka asks if he has managed to decipher Lady Varnelli's secret code. Rather than giving a direct answer, Vargon simply suggests it would be much faster for Vincent Adenka to see it himself. With that, Vargon unleashes his magic, sending waves of power in all directions. Seeing this, Julian gasps in disbelief. Julian realizes this is long-range teleportation magic, while Vincent Adenka stands completely amazed by the sheer scale of the spell. If so, Khan wonders if Lady Varnelli actually located the nightmare's lair. By now, Vargon is nearing his limit. The summon drains his energy entirely. A second later, everything shatters, sending fragments flying everywhere as Vincent Adenka reacts. Vincent Adenka quickly asks the vice commander what happened. Standing back up, Vargon admits the spell is still highly incomplete. A surprised Vincent Adenka asks what he means. Vargan explains that they are still missing the most crucial piece. That missing element is the coordinate information for their destination. He adds that he has tried everything without success. Vargan fears his sister might have failed to leave behind that final clue, but Vincent Adenka immediately speaks up. He strongly objects, arguing that clues left with such immense risk could never turn out to be completely useless. Vincent Adenka knows Lady Varnelli must have trusted her brother to find those coordinates, which is why she left them. He tells himself to think back and focus. Somewhere in his encounters with the nightmare, there must be a clue. Something Lady Varnelli witnessed is the key, and it has to be hidden in those memories. Finally, he spots it. He identifies a glaring anomaly. Turning to his mother, Vincent Adenka asks if the elders' bodies had any strange markings left. Vesahale confirms there was indeed a highly unusual design on them that looked very much like a strange magical circle. An excited Vargan asks if she is certain. Vesahale clarifies that most of it was damaged along with the corpses. She is unsure if enough remains intact to be usable for their magic. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka thinks to himself, if absolute precision is required, he has a plan. He calmly reassures everyone not to worry about it. Watching the boy's strange movements, Khan asks if he's using ink. Vincent Adenka remains silent, focusing his mind. By manipulating the liquid, he plans to tap into Julian's memory and perfectly recreate that complex magic circle. Once it is finished, Vincent Adenka confidently asks Vargan if this replica will be sufficient to activate the spell. This leaves Vargan in absolute awe of his incredible memory, praising the recreation as being beyond perfect. He immediately channels his mana to reveal their destination. Blinding light floods the entire grand chamber. Mysterious and complex magical patterns rapidly begin taking shape across the room, gradually connecting the hidden dots. Vincent Adenka gasps in awe as the magical pathway successfully establishes itself, and Vesahale watches on with intense fascination. No, this is not a normal route. Right after Vargan says it is a message from his sister. As he finishes his words, he cheers. Daven is right here. Vincent Adenka solemnly mutters to himself that this location can only be the Magic Tower. Daven is currently at the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, a cold voice suddenly echoes in another place. Oh, it looks like you took quite a painful beating. After saying this, Helios looks straight ahead with a sinister expression. He asks Daven why on earth he went and picked a fight with Khan Adenka only to end up in this miserable state. His power is so weak that he cannot temporarily possess another body, is that correct? Just as those words land, the heavy doors suddenly creak open, releasing a bizarre and terrifying demonic soul. Despite the terrifying sight, Helios remains completely unbothered, quietly staring before slowly raising his hand. However, it seems the Adenka Council is not entirely useless. Images flash before them showing that the warriors imprisoned deep underground are now safe. The monstrous entity in front of him flies into a towering rage, yet its voice only grows more and more. Excited as power overflows from its body, this is the evil spirit, contract the source of our incredible strength. With this, the creature boasts that it can finally exact revenge on the Adenka family that imprisoned it. Immediately, after the images burst into pieces, Helios speaks again, noting that by forming the contract and slaughtering dozens of experts, their power will return to you. He silently orders the beast to devour them quickly and grow stronger, as he would be in deep trouble without its help. Helios coldly analyzes that over the past several hundred years, magical civilization has advanced, yet the status of mages still cannot compare with that of actual physical warriors. Daven, I will use you. He wears an increasingly sinister look, determined to usher in a grand new era of mages. Meanwhile, Khan calmly says that thanks to Vice Lord Vargan, they have obtained a vital clue. He will remember the courage of the fallen. Vargan humbly thanks him, then turns to Vincent Adenka, expressing his gratitude because of him. They were able to decode his sister's message. Vincent Adenka modestly credits Vargan's sharp wit but soon frowns, saying, it is unbelievable that the Magic Tower has become the Archdemon's pawn. Vice Commander Vania then chimes in, noting another faction is suspected of joining the dark conspiracy. She flatly explains that some contract users have wielded the royal bloodline power of the Samion clan. Khan understands immediately, as Daven came from a branch of Samion, so it is not surprising. Right then, Vargan interrupts with a theory, asking if Samion has already been completely taken over by Daven. Khan dismisses the idea, deeming that possibility extremely low. He then goes on to explain, the balance of power between Adenka and Samion remains tight. If Daven had truly taken control, Samion's forces would have attacked long ago. Besides, Khan believes Vania Samion is one of the few genuine warriors he respects. Instead of letting his clan be consumed by the Archdemon, he would destroy it himself. With that, he concludes that both the Magic Tower and Samion hold clues about the demon. Khan quickly assigns the tasks, saying he and Vania will handle Samion, while Vincent Adenka and the Vice Commander will head straight to the Magic Tower. Khan grants Vincent Adenka supreme investigative authority of the entire clan. When Vincent Adenka looks confused, Khan clarifies. During this investigation, his words will carry the exact same weight as Khan's. Inside, Julian happily cheers. Having his father's backing is huge, and Vincent Adenka firmly promises to uncover the hidden truth of the magic tower. Nearby, Vargon playfully notes that such a mission might be too overwhelming for a mere academy student. Vincent Adenka finds this comment odd, but the vice commander nods, saying his academy duties are officially finished. He is due for his promised reward, which Vargon eagerly reveals is his official graduation ceremony. She announces his graduation from Crimson Fortress. Peeking through the window, Sari happily watches the spectacular scene. The gates are open. Down below, the announcer raises her voice, ordering all the representative cadets to raise their flags. The students instantly hoist their banners. The announcer then declares the graduation ceremony of Vincent Adenka is officially beginning, calling him to step forward and receive the final instructions from the fortress commander. Vincent Adenka stands tall, calmly waiting for his orders, while the surrounding crowd starts whispering about his rapid achievements. Graduating in under 3 years is insane, and some even whisper that he defeated a corrupted elder. Sari and the group cheer with excitement. Vincent Adenka reflects on how much everything has changed since he first arrived at the fortress. Julian notes it is likely the commander's favor, and Vincent Adenka silently agrees. They bypassed all the tedious bureaucratic procedures, sending them off with a grand ceremony instead. She muttered, a farewell fitting for a commander. Meanwhile, as a student of the Crimson Fortress, Vin had raised its honor. She kept calling out, showing everything a cadet should. The onlookers watched with varied expressions. Julian curiously asked, brother salutes are done with the right hand, right? Vin replied that he knew he was left-handed. With a smile, Vin added to show real respect, salute with your left hand instead. Hika laughed, calling him a brat, getting increasingly energetic. Now a true transcendent warrior, he could act under the Adenka name. Then Hika softly told him, go on now, stop bothering your sister. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Vin began to walk. Seeing this, Sari and the others wondered. Young master, are we leaving just like that? He indifferently asked. Didn't she tell us to go? In his heart, Vin added, all necessary procedures are complete. He calmly ordered, let's go to the magic tower. Just like that, Vin became a transcendent warrior. Behind him, Raven still had scars from those slashes. He put his shirt on, still in immense pain. Sukon stood by, saying there was simply no other choice. It was the only escape plan from that grand archdemon. Remembering that moment, Raven admitted, gloomily, it hurt like crazy. He knew she held back. Sukon looked down at her bandaged arm, feeling a bit relieved. Normally, wounds caused by supernatural skills would never fully heal up. Thanks to this, they no longer had to worry about Daven. Just then, there was a knock outside. I am Khan, can I come in? Raven happily recognized Vin's father. Khan pushed the door open, asking how he was feeling. Sukon placed a hand over her chest, bowing slightly to express deep gratitude. We are truly grateful, Patriarch. Javen energetically chimed in, saying the food was absolutely delicious too. Khan quietly replied, you provided an extremely important clue. This hospitality is the absolute minimum. In truth, he felt too ashamed to face Paciano. But suddenly, right outside, a blinding beam of light slammed straight into the courtyard. The impact triggered a violent tremor and a massive burst of energy, shaking everyone inside. Rattling walls. What was that? Down in the courtyard stood Draven's father. He had rushed over to Khan's mansion, demanding to know where his son was. Up on the hallway, Khan remained silent while Sukon felt awkward. How dare he smash someone's floor? Javen, however, giggled and pointed down. Look, there is father. While the man was anxious, calling out for Raven, Javen laughed. Seeing his son safe and sound, the man sighed with relief, shouting that he had finally made it. Meanwhile, back at the fortress, a loud explosion echoed as something crashed violently into the upper floor wall. A massive hole shattered open, and the culprit was Hisi, dangling in the air by a rope. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying surge of bloodlust. Turning around with a trembling face, she whispered, Vice Commander. Across from her, Vago Pagoda walked over with heavy steps and a dark expression, asking if he was missed. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed a paper in his fist, angrily stating the fortress was an absolute mess. Vago Pagoda then launched into complaints. Messed up logistics, chaotic personnel issues, and completely neglected scouting missions. Not to mention the wreckage left by Cam remained untouched, leaving Hika laughing awkwardly in pure embarrassment. As Vago Pagoda stepped closer with an intensifying bloodlust, the fortress commander panicked, turning away in fear. Squeezing her eyes shut, she whispered she was completely finished. But contrary to her expectations, Vago Pagoda merely placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Scratching his head, he admitted they had all tried their best. More importantly, his sudden disappearance was entirely his fault, and he apologized for causing so much worry. Deeply touched, Hca softly called out to her vice commander. Vago Pagoda then turned and prepared to leave, instructing her to clear all the backlogged work before he returned. Detaching herself from the rope, she touched down and asked in surprise where he was already heading off to when he just arrived. Standing at the door, he explained he decided to assist young Master Vin, who was confronting the magic tower. Hika asked anxiously if he would be gone for a long time again. Opening the door, Vago Pagoda told her he would definitely return, so she should stop sulking and focus on her work instead. He then departed, closing the door behind him. Hika stood in silence for a moment, smilingly replying that she would wait for him. As Vago Pagoda walked down the hallway, he knew Vin was already on his way. With the magic tower next, he had to wrap up his preparations. He stared ahead with a dead serious expression on his face. To him, the starting point was his own home. Meanwhile, Vin had arrived at the border between Samion and the land of Adenka. Looking down at the border from a steep slope, Vin knew the sixth magic tower was located right on Samion territory. To fully investigate the truth, they would have to cross over. He continued to follow his deep train of thought. After 500 long years, he was finally returning home. Julian noticed his quiet, pensive look and had to ask. The kid asked if something was wrong or if he felt anxious. Vin just smiled softly, admitting it brought back bad memories. Too many terrible things had happened there. He silently wondered how much Samion had actually changed since he was last there. Suddenly, a loud voice called out to the young master. Vin and Julian turned around to see their servants returning. Winston waved a letter in the air, shouting that the reply from the magic tower had arrived. Vin smiled in satisfaction. He told Winston to read it immediately. Meanwhile, back at Khan's mansion, Raven's father stomped his foot in absolute fury. Hearing the report from Khan, a murderous aura erupted from him. He couldn't believe that bastard Daven was hiding in the tower. He demanded to know if it was true. How dare that insect lay a finger on his precious only son? Khan sat quietly and confirmed the news. It looked like Daven had already spread his dark influence across the entire continent. Standing up abruptly, Raven's father slung his heavy weapon over his shoulder. He declared that he had heard quite enough. Seeing him turn around to leave, Khan asked where he was headed. Raven's father paused and asked where else he would go. Glaring back with absolute fury, he vowed to completely flatten that magic tower to the ground. Meanwhile, back with Vin, Julian and Vin read over the letter together. Vin looked up in sheer disbelief, questioning if this was even real. He asked Winston if there was any chance he sent the wrong mail, but the servant was absolutely sure of himself. Winston explained he had clearly stated they were investigating the tower under the direct orders of the Adenka family head. Vin stared down at the paper. How could the magic tower send back such an incredibly hostile response? The letter stated they would not accept any visits from Vincent Adenka or any investigation team from the Adenka family. It warned that if they dared to trespass without permission, the tower would mobilize its full force to attack. Vin was stunned. Even with his father's legendary name backing them up, these guys were still acting incredibly aggressive. Julian pointed out that this basically meant the tower was ready to declare war on the entire Adenka clan. Seriously, where did these tower mages even get the confidence to act this bold against a top-tier family? Did they truly possess the power to match a powerhouse family? Julian broke the silence with a quiet observation. He noted that the tower alone could never stand against them, meaning they definitely had a hidden backup plan. Vin agreed. Come to think of it, besides the single carriage they managed to capture, the rest had vanished. Every other prisoner transport had vanished without a trace. Could they all have been redirected toward the magic tower? He considered a dark possibility. Since Daven drew his strength from the deaths of those under contract, it made sense, but that raised a massive question. What kind of insane scheme were they pulling by gathering that much raw power? Vin tucked the letter away. Since things had escalated this far, they needed to speed up their investigation immediately. His decision took the two servants completely by surprise, their eyes widening in shock at his bold choice. Sari was filled with worry. She begged him to reconsider sharing a grim rumor she heard from the fortress. Apparently, no one who ignored the tower's warning had ever walked away alive. She urged the young master to retreat. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Khan stopped Raven's furious father, warning him that rushing in would cause too much trouble. Khan gave a confident smirk, explaining that dealing with this mess was already the official job of the Adenka family. Back at the camp, Vin made his stance clear. They were representing his father, so backing down now was impossible. Gritting his teeth, he slowly adjusted his leather gloves. If they wanted a war with Adenka, they would get one. It was time to return the favor. Elsewhere in the quiet area of Yongrim, Selbira sighed while carrying books. Approaching a secluded cave, she mumbled to herself about how much she had wished to attend Vin's big celebration ceremony. She stepped inside, thinking it must have been an incredibly grand event. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the shadows. Raven asked if she was still obsessing over that. He looked up from his notes, looking pretty amused. He reminded her that the celebration ended yesterday, asking if she was ever going to finally let it go. Placing her books on a stone ledge, she asked Raven if he did not feel even a little bit of regret. Meanwhile, he keeps writing as he speaks. I also think it is quite a pity, but what can you do, right? Then, both of them looked straight ahead. Right before their eyes stands a giant stone structure. It is another massive tablet, covered in ancient mysterious languages alongside carvings of dragons and knights. As the object fully appears, Raven speaks his mind. He wonders if the swordsman on that mural is actually Vin. His companion agrees. I was thinking the exact same thing. This definitely has to do with the historical truth Vincent Adenka is searching for. He looks over with a smile. The best option for Vin is to decode this thing as fast as possible. Selbira nods. I understand. She sighs tiredly, feeling pretty curious about where Vincent Adenka is and what he is up to right now. Deep inside a neutral forest, a young girl is running for her absolute life. She is fleeing from something terrifying. Below her feet, the snowy ground cracks relentlessly, keeping pace with every single step she takes. As the distance closes, the ground finally shatters. A bizarre monster bursts from beneath the earth, bearing a strange shape, part dragon and part worm. Sweating in fear, the girl turns around. I finally made it here. If things have come to this, I might as well take a desperate stand. She immediately activates her skill, gathering a surge of raw magic power, telling herself that she will fight to the very end. As the beast opens its massive jaws to bite down, she launches the energy sphere, shouting magic bullet. The attack triggers a massive magical explosion right in the middle of the forest. Noticing the beast has vanished, she sighs in relief, whispering, I actually did it. Did I really just cast magic? But before she can finish, the beast returns. Emerging from the smoke, it charges forward with its jaws wide open. Paralyzed by pure terror, her mind descends into utter panic. This cannot be how it ends. In those final fleeting seconds, she squeezes her eyes shut, crying out silently for her sister. Suddenly, Vincent Adenka appears out of nowhere, charging toward the beast with his sword drawn. He closes the distance in a flash and delivers a devastating slash right across the monster's mouth. The creature instantly collapses, blood erupting like a massive waterfall. Staring at the unbelievable scene, the girl wonders in shock how he could take down a giant snow mountain demon so easily. She watches Vincent Adenka warily, questioning who this guy could possibly be. Meanwhile, Vin looks down at her, analyzing this young girl. He notices her body is directly channeling and recharging magic power. It is highly unusual, behaving in the exact same way as his own. A wild magic power that does not belong to this era. Vin lands and walks over. Who are you? Before she can answer, another identical beast emerges. Knowing how they operate, the girl warns him loudly. These snow mountain demons actually have two heads, making them incredibly dangerous. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka turns around with an exploding aura. He slashes out, unleashing a heavy magical strike that flies straight toward the monster. The slash cuts clean through the center of its body, splitting the beast in half to finish it in one single blow. The energy projectile continues flying for several meters, shattering trees along its path. Vincent Adenka looks back down at the slumped girl, demanding answers. I'm going to ask you once more. Where did that magic power come from? But before she can answer, two people come running toward them, calling out for Senna. They are a married couple, clearly worried sick. Spotting her, they shout in relief, Senna is over there, our daughter is safe. Overjoyed, they wrap her in a tight hug, crying out how worried they had been and how lucky it is that she is unharmed. Senna looks at her father with a hint of skepticism, questioning if they truly worried about her. Her father smiles and replies, of course we did, sweetie, because if anything happened to you, we could never face the Dragon Lord again. Hearing this, Senna bites her lip in sheer frustration, clearly fed up with their hollow concerns. Sheathing his sword, Vincent Adenka speaks up. Are you the parents of this girl, Senna? The couple happily responds, yes. Did you save our daughter? Thank you so much. Yet Senna continues to tremble in silent resentment. Observing her deeply negative mood, Vin finds the whole situation rather strange. Julian notes that the atmosphere feels incredibly tense. Honestly, things are getting pretty awkward here, and Vin is left wondering about that Dragon Lord they mentioned earlier. The father cheerfully explains that their tribe is sworn to protect the Dragon God Lake. Never having heard of it, Vin questions the name. Meanwhile, back at Yongrim, Selbira examines the ancient ruins written in this ancient script, noting that overgrown trees block the rest. A dragonkin woman steps forward to read, a being that assists the seeker of truth. She offers to use her magic to clear away the debris safely, and Selbira quickly agrees to let her handle it. Raising her hand, she channels her mana toward the stone, instantly causing the thick, tangled vines to wither away. Over where Vincent Adenka is, the father continues his explanation. He mentions a massive pit nearby where legend says a dragon sleeps soundly at the very bottom. Their tiny tribe lives gathered all around it. The mother smiles brightly and adds that lately the beast has actually appeared, a real flesh and blood dragon. Over with Selbira, Raven is slightly surprised. Is there another dragon? The dragonkin woman continues reading, noting that two dragons will reverse time and help that person. Hearing this, he has his answer. Absolutely. Vincent Adenka once said he was helped by the dragon behind the waterfall. Selbira also finds it hard to believe, asking if another dragon is supporting Vincent Adenka. Heading back, suddenly the father grabs both of Vin's hands. He beams, believing that saving their daughter must be guided by destiny, which surprises the young man quite a bit. The father then extends an invitation, asking if he wants to meet him. This makes Vincent Adenka's expression shift. Somewhere deep inside the forest, in the middle of a massive frozen lake, there is a man sitting calmly in the center. Strikingly, he has dragon horns, revealing that he belongs to the legendary dragon race. The father proposes that Vin go meet their revered dragon lord, and this man, wearing a tattered cloak over his shoulders, is indeed the dragon lord he is speaking of. Meanwhile, the carriage glides along a vast, snow-covered mountain path. The magic sixth tower is far grander than anyone could have imagined. Indeed, inside the carriage, Vincent Adenka is currently studying the first magic tower managed by Tower Master Helios. He visualizes a matrix which leads the 6 allied magician families, while the 5 deputy tower masters take charge of the remaining towers. Among them are the families of the fortress deputy commander and Lord Van El Pagoda. Sitting across from him, Winston and Sari continue chatting. The towers furthest away are so distant they do not even register in their vision. Asking if she wants a warm item because of the freezing cold, Winston chats while Vin seriously seeks solutions. The main issue is figuring out which tower Daven is located in. Both Julian and Vin find themselves deeply lost in thought. The highest probability is the first tower run by the Master or the third tower managed by Lord Vanel Pagoda, but they cannot be completely sure yet. As the carriage presses onward, confirming this crucial detail remains their most urgent and absolute priority. Suddenly, Sari turns pale as she senses something. Seeing her tremble, both Vin and Winston instantly worry, asking what is wrong. Sari stammers out that she suddenly felt a violent shudder. Looking down at her trembling hands, she says she senses a surge of incredibly cold, lonely mana. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes outside. Quickly, Vincent Adenka stands up and tells Sari to stay put, watching over the carriage. Sari agrees, and he immediately leaps out, charging straight toward the blast. The scene ahead reveals people dressed in green appearing to belong to a local tribe. Vin realizes they arrive here after hearing that sudden explosion. But wait, is that a dragon? And that anxious-looking young girl over there only adds to his growing concern. Flying behind him, Julian urgently reminds his brother that the magic tower must remain their priority. Headaching, Vin wonders what their next move should be. Wait for it, the sound of wooden wheels rolls in. Winston and Sari look completely miserable. Vin yells their names, demanding to know what happened. Sari tearfully explains they were attacked by a snow mountain serpent, forced to use magic to escape. Unfortunately, they could not save the carriage, and she deeply apologizes. Suddenly, a helpful villager approaches, inviting them to follow. They have plenty of wood nearby, offering to repair the broken carriage. Meanwhile, Senna stands right behind them, trembling uncontrollably. Her fearful movements do not escape Vincent Adenka's sharp gaze. Grateful, they gladly accept the kind offer from the generous villagers. A secluded settlement appears in the snowy woods, the Dragon Lake Village. And Craftsman examines the wheel, noting the severe damage. He informs Sari and Winston that fixing this completely will likely take at least 2 days. Vin politely thanks the man. Floating above him, Julian groans about wasting precious time here, wondering why Vin does not just fly to their destination instead. A friendly local offers a quick tour. Vin silently sighs, knowing that flying all that way would completely drain his mana. Suddenly, Julian recalls something important. Looking closely at the surrounding layout of this snowy village, the young boy feels that something is incredibly strange, as almost everyone here is a magician. Vincent Adenka agrees, noticing they store mana directly in their bodies. He glances up at Julian, admitting that he never even knew a place like this existed in their world. This neutral zone sits between 2 powerful families, avoiding any prying eyes or deep investigations. A resident praises their peaceful home, asking if it is a nice village. Vin politely agrees, but his internal suspicion grows as he narrows his eyes. He looks over at the shivering Sina, reasoning that if this place were truly safe, she would not have run away. Anxiety builds inside him. This community is clearly hiding something dark. Suddenly, a familiar chill runs straight down his spine. This is a sensation he will never forget. It takes him back to the time he encountered that bizarre dragon, recalling how he felt when first meeting Annalyn inside the cave behind the lake, bringing back that exact same shudder. An instant later, he turns his head, scanning the frozen lake's surface to locate the source of that intense gaze. Out in the distance, a figure stands on the ice. He was right, a dragon resides here. The blue dragon man notices him, approaching Vin in the blink of an eye to demand his identity. Leaning in, he warns whoever is foolish enough to trespass. The surrounding crowd gasps in awe, welcoming the arrival of their dragon lord, staring at the mighty creature before them. He frowns at the sight right in front of him. Could they really have tracked his mana and arrived this fast? Dark blue magical energy still lingers on the icy surface far away, and yet the mana source is supposed to be in the lake center. He cannot believe this insane speed. The mysterious power is too fast for his tracking magic to even register. Looking deep into Vincent Adenka, the blue dragon man demands his identity. He senses something and demands to know why a mere human carries dragon blood. There is definitely a dragon linked to him. Tension fills the air. Someone quickly speaks up, explaining that this stranger actually saved Sina when she ran away. The dragon man softens. "So it was you," he murmurs. Turning to Senna, he tells her he will overlook her stubbornness this time, because she brought back someone quite interesting. With a sharp gaze, he tells her to go inside. Hearing her name, she shivers with fear. Meanwhile, Vago Pagoda stands with a grim expression. A decrepit old man drinking beer welcomes him, shouting that it has been too long. Surrounded by strange women wearing fierce smiles, the old man yells out at the traitor Vago Pagoda. Maon then asks why he returned after leaving them behind. Vago Pagoda simply replies that he will get straight to the point. Closing his eyes, he knows they need this mercenary strength if they want to stand a chance against the magic tower. Vago Pagoda speaks up, offering to hire the mercenary guild. Hearing this, Maon sneers and the surrounding crowd erupts. They mock him, asking if a single man really thinks he can hire their entire guild. They call him completely insane. Laughing, Maon asks if Vago Pagoda has forgotten their golden rules. He stands up, towering over the entire room. He states there are two conditions to accept any request. Clashing his fists to show his raw strength, Maon outlines them. First, they never take orders from those with less money. As Vago Pagoda begins channeling his own magic, Maon adds the second. They never listen to anyone weaker than them. Growing excited, Maon rallies his men to prepare for a fight. On his command, the mercenaries unleash their magic, eager to give their guest a very warm and brutal welcome. With a cunning smile, the blue dragon man demands Senna to step forward. She shudders as she looks around, and Vincent Adenka realizes something is seriously wrong here. Hoping to ease the tension, he asks Senna what happened. Senna hesitates, staring at him. He is just a human, but she remembers how easily he saved her life. He defeated that massive mountain serpent with a single strike. If he possesses that kind of power, roaming freely is easy. Traveling outside this forest would be effortless for him. Memories of her childhood suddenly flash back of her sister and their dreams. She remembers sitting with her sister Lei, sharing their hopes. Back in the present, Sina looks up with determination. Perhaps this outsider, unbound by the rules of this village, is the one who can finally change their fate. Her hands tremble as she speaks of the tyrant ruling over them. Suddenly, the blue dragon man breaks the silence. He asks Vincent Adenka if he belongs to the Haley family, leaving the young man completely stunned. Before he can answer, Winston and Sari call out to him, urging him to wait so they can go together. Siri warns them of an immense magical presence approaching her body, shivering as she senses the overwhelming power. Staring at the newcomer, she stammers, wondering if he is a dragon. The dragon man observes them with curiosity. Vincent Adenka demands to know how he knows about the Haley clan. The man asks how he could possibly not know. He explains that the Haley bloodline inherited the will of the dragons. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka recalls his mother's old stories. A female dragon in those tales had described the exact same thing. The man continues, explaining their physical traits. They possess a vessel of pure magic that completely rejects holy power. Humans call this a magic body. He asks where they think that power originated. The villagers share the same trait, leaving Vincent Adenka stunned. Senna is equally shocked. The dragon man's next words send a massive jolt of surprise through Sari and Vincent Adenka. These villagers are descendants of the Haley clan. Their blood is diluted, but they are technically his distant relatives. Vincent Adenka stares in disbelief, asking if the man knows what happened to the Haley clan 500 years ago. Sari is overjoyed to find surviving relatives, while Winston stands there completely lost, trying to process it all. The villagers quickly gather around, marveling at the sheer coincidence. One of them claims they felt a special connection immediately. They tell Senna that she finally has companions of her own age here, which only makes her grit her teeth. Senna seethes with anger as they tell her she won't be lonely anymore now that these newcomers are here. Without a word, she runs off. An elder apologizes for her behavior, explaining that she is still young and impulsive. Winston and Sari remain silent. The blue dragon man turns, noting they must have endless questions they want answered. He tells them to follow him for the truth, looking back over his shoulder because everything is about to unfold. To her, they all seem like worshippers of the dragon race. Meanwhile, Senna sat alone under a tree, cursing her luck. Damn it, she had held on to so much hope. But they were just more Haley descendants, and in the end, they were all the same. With tears streaming down her face, she thought she finally had a real chance to escape this wretched village. Suddenly, Winston appeared out of nowhere and called her name, startling her. She snapped back, asking what he wanted. He explained that young Master Vincent Adenka sent him because it would be bad if she wandered too far and ran into monsters. Learning his name was Vin made her feel a little better, and she sighed, telling him whatever. She stood up and told him to mind his own business, adding that Vincent Adenka and everyone else were just starstruck by that giant lizard. In absolute frustration, Senna yelled out that in the end they were all just cut from the exact same cloth. She asked if he and his friend did not share that very same bloodline, but Vincent calmly explained. He said he and Sari were not actual siblings and he only called her sister out of pure affection. They just grew up in the same village, and their hair colors were completely different. Seeing that, Sina quieted down and asked if it was true, looking quite downcast as Vincent confessed his own limits. He admitted he knew nothing about magic or mana and had always been the one left behind to guard the luggage. In a flashback, the Blue Dragon tribe leader coldly ordered him to go back, leaving Vincent completely confused. The leader told him he would only get in the way since he had not even awakened his mana yet. As they walked away, Vincent could only watch, realizing he was never going to be the chosen one. But then, wait for it, Vin's voice suddenly echoed, instructing him to look after the girl. It was his young master's telepathy, and Vincent Adenka gave him a direct order to make sure she was safe. Vin told him to keep her close and quietly find out what secret she was keeping, leaving the clumsy Vincent quite puzzled. He wondered how an ordinary guy like him could ever pull that off, but Vincent Adenka explained. He said the girl deeply distrusted the Agely bloodline, making a normal person like Vincent the perfect candidate. Vin trusted him with this task, and Vincent proudly assured her that his young master was the greatest person alive. Senna stared back in complete confusion, not understanding a single word before asking what exactly Vin had done. Vincent stumbled over his words, admitting he could not explain it perfectly, but he confidently declared that if the young master knew she was in trouble, he would never ignore it. Senna's eyes widened and her mind drifted back as the Blue Dragon tribe member began his tale. He spoke of 500 years ago, which coincidentally was when he first chose this place to settle down. Meanwhile, Senna explained that the dragon Carlos had appeared before her village less than 3 years ago. With a grim expression, she warned Vincent to never trust him despite his kind act. He paused, asking where they should start, while Vincent Adenka inquired about the Sun Sword Aslan or Archdemon Daven. Senna grew incredibly tense, declaring that the monster had taken everything from her. The Blue Dragon tribe member listened in disbelief as she revealed that Carlos had murdered her older sister. Just speaking of her sister's death made Senna tremble all over, recalling how he suddenly appeared 3 years ago. It all started back then during a massive blizzard, when a searchlight cut through the blinding snow. Someone had spotted a figure collapse in the snow, and they rushed over to investigate. Now watch how this unfolds. They carried the survivor back, completely unaware he was the legendary Dragon Guardian. Believing they had struck gold, the villagers completely abandoned their work to serve their new protector. With a living legend right before their eyes, they completely lost their minds and blindly obeyed him. Pampered by their devotion, his strength slowly returned, but their peaceful days were short-lived. Soon enough, Carlos dropped his divine act and showed his true terrifying colors to the terrified villagers. He stood before them demanding human sacrifices, leaving Vincent Adenka completely stunned. Staring in disbelief, Vincent Adenka questioned him only for Carlos to reveal that this place sealed a great evil. He claimed it was the seal of the very Archdemon Vincent Adenka was searching for, leaving him utterly shocked. Vincent Adenka could barely think straight, wondering why Archdemon Daven was here instead of being locked in the magic tower. Carlos corrected himself, calling it the place that once sealed him, which left Sari completely stunned. Not one left. Vincent quickly asks for clarification, wondering if the seal is completely gone now. Seeing his confusion, Carlos speaks up again. He mentions that the heroes Vincent spoke of probably sealed the Archdemon in this very place. But according to Carlos, it was already too late. After all this time, the demon had already broken free. Carlos simply moved in to take over the empty spot, leaving everyone completely baffled. They just cannot wrap their heads around it. Besides, if this massive lake existed 500 years ago, Carlos would have definitely known about it. So the lake did not exist in the boss's past life. A body of water this huge does not just randomly appear, even over 500 years. Where did it even come from then? Just a moment later, Vincent suddenly remembers something from his past, causing his entire body to freeze up. A brutal battle flashes before his eyes. The longer Vincent watches, the more uneasy he gets, wondering if these are actually his own hidden memories. He sees Aslan Adenka charging forward, unleashing a devastating full-power strike directly at the opponent right in the middle of this battlefield. The duel reaches its climax, triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion. A giant sword then slices through, completely shattering the ground below them. Rocks explode in every direction, but the nightmare does not end there. Countless other massive swords suddenly materialize, trapping them in a deadly circle. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from the sky, lighting up the entire area. The bright light reflects off the polished surface of the blade. Leader, wake up. It turns out Sari is calling him back to reality, shaking him gently and asking if he is alright. Vincent finally starts putting the pieces together. A wild realization hits him. Could he be the one who actually created this massive lake? Carlos, however, remains completely in the dark, wondering what on earth this kid just saw inside the lake's rich mana flow. Breaking the silence, Vincent suddenly asks Carlos if he can investigate the lake further during their stay in the area. Carlos readily agrees, admitting that he has grown rather curious about Vincent and wants to see what else he might uncover here. Maybe looking around will help trigger some lost memories. Hearing this, Sari offers a polite and formal response to show her gratitude. Carlos tells them to temporarily stay at Sang's house, promising to give the guy a quick heads up before they move in. Meanwhile, Julian stays completely silent, lost in his thoughts. Shortly after, the group arrives at the house and meets the village chief. Vincent sits down at the table to talk. He mentions seeing monsters everywhere and asks if the village is truly safe. The chief reassures him, explaining that monsters have not dared to attack or even approach their village for hundreds of years. According to the chief, it is all because of the lake, which is constantly flooded with the dragon god's powerful mana. Since monsters are highly sensitive to energy, they stay far away out of sheer terror, keeping everyone safe inside the village. The only rule is not wandering off alone like young Senna does. Hearing this, Sari admits she thought Carlos would be terrifying. Since Carlos possesses such a cold, heavy mana, she expected a monster. She looks out the window, finding him surprisingly warm. A local server placing down food enthusiastically agrees, calling Carlos the true guardian deity who watches over their entire community. She places a hot bowl of soup on their table, urging the hungry travelers to dig in and eat their fill. Vincent's mouth waters instantly. It has been a long time since he last tasted authentic northern Samion cuisine. Watching him smile, Julian assumes he is just in a good mood, but Vincent clarifies that he just uncovered more crucial memories. He believes these memories will help him track down the Archdemon. Taking a quick bite of the food, Vincent's cheeks flush with joy. It is incredibly delicious. Seeing Vincent so happy brings some relief to young Julian, who admits that is wonderful news. Yet deep down, Julian feels a wave of sadness because he still cannot access any of his leader's past memories. Every single time he tries, a splitting headache stops him. He cannot understand why such a strict forbidden seal binds him. Who was his leader in his past life? A terrifying thought crosses Julian's mind, wondering if the boss was actually a villain. If he really is a bad guy, what should Julian do? Right then, the door creaks open as two people walk in. Sari notices a familiar face and calls out to Winston, but the young man only offers a cold, dismissive response. The mother sighs in relief, admitting she was worried Sina had run off again. Sina just rolls her eyes and ignores her. Senna mutters that she is tired and heads upstairs, leaving her mother hurt. The village chief quickly steps in to calm his wife. He tells her to let the girl cool off for a bit. Later, Winston suddenly steps forward to speak with Vincent. Before he can say a word, Senna covers his mouth, refusing to let him reveal anything before her own plan is ready. She glares at Vincent, reminding herself to wait. She needs to fully verify the servant's claims before exposing the absolute truth. Senna is highly suspicious of the stranger. She is determined to find out if Vincent is truly a hero or a fraud. The mere sight of him is starting to irritate her. Meanwhile, over at the Mercenary Mages Guild, total chaos suddenly breaks out. An unknown force crashes straight through the roof, completely obliterating it. The culprit looks around at the wreckage entirely unbothered. He jokingly mutters that he went too far, but admits it has been a long time since he had this much fun. Mammon sneers that Vago Pagoda has lost. Yet Vago Pagoda knows better than anyone that he never stood a chance of winning. Mammon is a mage on an entirely different level. Just looking at him, Vago Pagoda already has a plan brewing. This battle is just a stepping stone to manipulate that brainless leader. Burn, he thinks, burn even hotter. Vago Pagoda conjures a small magical sphere. He is determined to push Mammon over the edge and make him lose all control. He can finally use his sister's power to strike back. Sister, watch me use the very magic you left behind. Sensing something is off, Mammon steps closer to investigate. Hey Vago Pagoda, he calls out, are you hiding something from me? Yet Mammon remains arrogant, declaring that cheap tricks like that will never work against a powerhouse like him. Vago Pagoda takes a direct hit and screams in agony while Mammon relentlessly rains down devastating fists onto the floor. Each brutal strike cracks the concrete floor, sending massive shockwaves through the entire building as it begins to crumble. Outside, the spectators watch in sheer terror, completely helpless as they scream that the whole place is going down. They scream for someone to stop the president, but they all know nobody can stand against that terrifying power. Inside, Vago Pagoda barely evades a deadly blow using his sister's magic, but Mammon remains completely unfazed, turning back with ease. He scans the boy and quickly pieces things together, asking if that was actually teleportation magic wrapped around his hand. But Mammon knows the truth. That is the real deal, his ultimate trump card. And yet Mammon only laughs. He mockingly dares Vago Pagoda to bring it on, but mid-sentence, he senses an ominous shift in the air. Mammon watches Vago Pagoda unleash his final attack, his smug face instantly turning to pure horror as he recognizes the spell. A towering beam of magical energy erupts, slamming directly into Mammon, yet he somehow emerges completely unscathed. A powerful barrier has shielded him from the blast. He barks out, asking what kind of trick that was. Then it hits him. Is this the magic of the magic tower? Vago Pagoda smiles confidently, confirming his suspicion. Yes, it is the prestigious and absolute magic they always look down upon. Vago Pagoda quietly calculates his next move. The elite magic tower only values raw, streamlined power, keeping their ultimate proprietary techniques strictly hidden away from outsiders. They built a rigid magical hierarchy labeling all other spells as heretical garbage, just to keep everyone else beneath them. The guild was born from these outcasts, banding together like stray dogs, just to survive the harsh world. The realization brings Vago Pagoda a twisted sense of joy. No wonder the guild is so fueled by jealousy and inferiority. Only useless, talentless hacks would resort to such pathetic schemes. Hearing this, Mammon grinds his teeth in sheer rage. Vago Pagoda taunts him, asking if he is the king of those talentless hacks. Enraged, Mammon charges forward once again. Shouting for Vago Pagoda to shut up, Mammon calls him a traitorous dog as a massive explosion erupts, kicking up thick dust. The impact sends Vago Pagoda flying backward, bringing Mammon immense satisfaction as he vows to finally end his life. Yet Vago Pagoda desperately fights back, struggling to buy every single second he can as their powerful attacks clash. The collision lights up the entire night sky. Vago Pagoda barely lands safely on a nearby rooftop, his mind racing. Guild mages must adapt their skills to counter the magic tower. Mammon is the perfect example of this specialized training. Observing him, Vago Pagoda notes how Mammon combines martial arts with body enhancement magic, still relentlessly moving forward. High-tier barrier magic that blocks and reflects force. Mammon admits Vago Pagoda is pretty impressive for pulling that off. Knowing a thing or two about this spell, Mammon shouts that such high-level magic must drain insane mana. Vago Pagoda winces in surprise, shock that his weakness was found out. Mammon grins, absolutely thrilled to see him falter. Laughing maniacally, Mammon chases him over a massive distance, while Vago Pagoda can feel his tired body slowly giving out. Dodging becomes nearly impossible. Mammon is a true president. Suddenly, he vanishes and reappears right in front of Vago Pagoda. Mocking Vago Pagoda's highly predictable teleportation pattern, Mammon strikes, leaving the exhausted mage with zero time to react. The brutal blow slams him flat onto the ground. Having finally caught Vago Pagoda, Mammon's blood completely boils with rage. He screams in fury, asking how Vago Pagoda dared to mock him using the magic tower's disgusting techniques. Spitting insults, Mammon rants that magic should be creative, unlike those elitist snobs who look down on everyone. They are no real mages. But Vago Pagoda, even battered and broken, decides to pour fuel on the fire. If he hates the magic tower so much, why not just overthrow them? Why is a strong president acting so cowardly? Silence falls over Mammon. Finally, he speaks up, stating that the tower has never fallen in centuries. Challenging them blindly would only leave the guild crushed. But Vago Pagoda has one last card up his sleeve. It is a juicy target. So how would he feel about an opportunity to tear down the magic tower? The question leaves Mammon completely stunned. What? Right after that, Vago Pagoda immediately shares everything he knows. Right now, the most promising young talent of Adenka is on a journey to settle the score with the magic tower. He is actually the one who wants to hire their guild. Vago Pagoda even flashes a very confident smile as he says this. If they leave now, they might still make it in time to join the fray. Vago Pagoda asks what their final decision is going to be. Meanwhile, Vincent Adenka is still training hard on the other side of the lake. A single powerful thought is now completely occupying his mind. Forgotten memories are suddenly rushing back to him. All those precious moments from his past life are slowly beginning to return one after another. The memories that faded after he became Vincent Adenka are coming back to life. It must be thanks to the rich mana flowing through this lake. Shortly after, details of that epic battle flash before his eyes once more. It is this memory again, and this is the final moment of it. A massive explosion erupts in the vision, and Vincent Adenka finally opens his eyes, calmly returning to face reality on the ice. Carlos walks over to check on him. Seeing his disappointed expression, he guesses Vincent Adenka still has not found what he was looking for. Vincent Adenka quietly agrees. Carlos tells him to call it a day, assuring him there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Carlos reminds him that a festival is happening tomorrow, suggesting he take some time to relax before leaving. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka offers his thanks and promises to do so. In reality, though, his mind is heavily weighed down by swirling, restless thoughts. He keeps replaying the Archdemon's final strike in his mind until he is sick of it. The sheer power required to carve out an entire mountain to form a lake is utterly terrifying. Deep beneath the ice, Vincent Adenka almost sees the familiar silhouette of Daven. Immediately, he decides to give it one more shot. He tells himself that the posture must have been exactly like this. Moments later, his sword is slammed down onto the freezing ice. Carlos reacts instantly, kicking the sword away and furiously demanding to know what he is doing. Vincent Adenka stares back in complete shock. Carlos is not done, delivering a harsh scolding that forbids him from scratching the ice even slightly. Carlos knows the lake is vital. If the steady stream of mana feeding into this frozen reservoir is interrupted, the consequences will be dire. The whole village will go under. If a horde of monsters swarms in to devour everyone, Vincent Adenka will not be able to shoulder that blame. Carlos abruptly turns around and leaves with a final warning telling him to stop this madness and get off the ice. Vincent Adenka can only offer a quiet nod, realizing he was being too reckless. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the village chief calls out. He yells up to Selbira and Raven to see if they are awake. Upstairs, Vincent Adenka is quietly conducting his own investigation. He needs every scrap of information on the dragon of the Dragon Forest, telling them not to miss a single detail. Selbira and Raven walk in smiling as they mention they just dug up some incredibly useful information about that exact dragon. Hearing this, Selbira is completely taken aback, asking if Vincent Adenka has genuinely crossed paths with a dragon. Vincent Adenka gives a small nod. He confirms it but admits he doubts if it is the same beast depicted on the ancient stone slab they found. He keeps analyzing the situation. Carlos was acting highly suspicious and there is no doubt the dragon is hiding some deep secret. Vincent Adenka frowns and asks if there are any other clues like a physical description or anything that could help identify the beast. Raven racks his brain but hesitates, saying they do not have that kind of detail, but Selbira immediately chimes in. She mentions an ancient prophecy about the dragons, stating that the dragons of the past and future will leave behind lessons and unique gifts for him each in their own way. Hearing this, Vincent Adenka falls into deep thought, pondering the past and the future. Perhaps this timeline is calculated from the moment of his death and reincarnation. Annalyn is likely the future dragon that helped Vincent Adenka, meaning the dragon of the past must be Carlos. This theory makes him highly skeptical. No, at least during his past life as Daven, he had never even laid eyes on a dragon. There is absolutely no way he was trained by one. Vincent Adenka shakes his head, in frustration. Here he goes again, trying to search for memories he does not even possess. Julian appears beside him looking on with deep concern. After agonizing over it with no clear conclusion, Vincent Adenka speaks softly, telling them he understands and to let him know if they find anything else. Raven reassures him and promises to handle it. Silence descends upon the room once more, and Vincent Adenka idly reaches out to touch the glowing stone in front of him. He suddenly turns to Julian and asks what he thinks of all this. The young boy is startled and stammers. It is highly suspicious, but Carlos's magic is undeniably real, making it hard to believe there is another dragon out there. Vincent Adenka also has to admit that the incredible flow of magic he sensed from Carlos is the absolute best proof that the man is a dragon. His magical energy is so immensely dense and powerful that it completely throws off his magic perception. Realizing this, Vincent Adenka wonders if Carlos truly is a dragon. Up on the roof, Senna overhears everything and freezes in shock. Frowning, she mutters to herself that she still cannot believe it. Vincent Adenka, she will investigate alone today. Outside, Sari spots a lone figure sitting in the middle of the frozen lake and curious. Why are you back so early instead of sleeping? Carlos immediately grows alert as he notices someone approaching, his sharp, icy glare locking onto her side. His cold voice echoes, revealing she is just that boy's maid. Realizing the man before her is not Vince, sir, she panics. Addressing him as Lord Carlos Los, she backs away with wide, terrified eyes stammering out in pure horror. She asks who he really is. Suddenly, urgent cries calling for Sina echo all throughout the village. Vincent Adenka is currently speaking with someone. He asks if his daughter really just vanished. The man replies that yes, she disappeared without a trace. Vin closes his eyes using spiritual energy to search, but his mind quickly senses that something is incredibly wrong here. Trouble is here. The lake's magic is just too intense and Vin cannot detect Senna or anyone else in the area. Her mother panics, dreading this happening right before the festival. Vincent Adenka looks over at Winston and tells him to follow. Winston eagerly agrees, promising to start the search immediately. But before he can finish his sentence, he is suddenly grabbed. Vin snatches Winston by the collar. He drags him up into the air before the poor guy can even react. Winston screams out in terror. Stunned onlookers just watch them fly away in absolute speechless silence. Senna's father tells his wife they must hurry. They need to find their daughter before the festival begins. The mother sadly agrees. Meanwhile, far from everyone's worries, Senna is currently sprinting at full speed through the snowy forest. Eventually, she halts to catch her breath, hiding behind a tree trunk. She figures she should finally be safe here. Looking down at the stolen note, Senna smiles. She whispers that she will fulfill their dream even if she is alone. She tightly grips the paper. She promises herself she will leave this place safely and escape this life once and for all. Suddenly, a voice startles her. They found her here before the young master even had a chance to look. Seeing a whole group approaching, she realizes her escape is ruined. Her father steps forward to gently persuade her. Let us go home, Senna. But strangely, a smug look creeps onto his face. She warily leaps up. How did you find me so fast? Her father replies. She ran opposite to the giant mountain demon, the one young master Vincent Adenka just defeated. Monsters would gather there, making this path the safest bet. He steps forward and reaches out to her. It is time to go back and prepare for the festival, Senna. Panic leaves her completely speechless. Magic suddenly flares from her hands, aiming straight at her father. Stay back. Shocked, her father pauses. Attack magic? Since when could she do this? Realizing things are going south, the father tries to soothe her. Calm down, she shouldn't throw around such highly dangerous spells. Senna grits her teeth. Her parents have become total strangers. He coaxes her, claiming they love her. She screams for him to wake up. They claim to love her, yet why treat her sister like that? Why let her die? Suddenly, her father pulls her into a tight hug, completely neutralizing her defensive magic. He whispers softly, I never realized your pain. I'm sorry. From now on, I will do anything for you. It seems like a peaceful resolution, but wait, look at his hand. He is secretly gripping a dagger, a cold blade hidden. Honestly, the freezing snow around them is nothing compared to this chilling betrayal. Boom. A sudden explosion completely shatters the silence. Then Vincent Adenka's cold voice echoes through the trees. Is he really planning to sacrifice his own daughter to the dragon, just like he did to her sister? Sina's eyes widen in shock. Her father flinches but stubbornly barks back that this is village business. As the former chief, he must fulfill his duty. He reaches for Senna again, then suddenly freezes. His eyes shrink in pure terror. Realizing his hand has been severed, Senna's father screams in agony. On the cold snow lies his severed hand, still gripping the weapon. Senna stammers, asking if Vin saved her. She glares at Vincent, who is supporting her. Why tell him? What are you trying to pull here? Vincent Adenka quickly steps in. Don't blame Vincent. I demanded to know, and there is no hidden plot. He simply wanted to help. But Senna's father screams, asking what they could possibly know about this village. There is no other choice. Keep the sacrifice secured, everyone. The rest of you charge, hand over that girl and back off. Vincent Adenka swings his sword, infusing it with powerful magic. He simply cannot stand parents who sell out their own children for their selfish greed. He refuses to just stand by and watch. A brilliant flash of sword energy erupts, slicing a massive path right through the ground. Sharp ice pillars sprout rapidly along the slash, immediately freezing the charging enemies in their tracks as sheer panic washes over them. What is this? Ice is growing from the ground, and we cannot move. Meanwhile, Senna's father is trapped right between two frozen pillars. Screaming in shock, they gasped out young Master Vincent's name. Vincent was thrilled, knowing he was right. Senna gasped in absolute awe. It was a sound full of deep admiration. Nearby, a tiny head suddenly popped up from the dirt, revealing a familiar panting face as it struggled to the surface. The familiar face emerged while puffing and panting. Vincent gasped in surprise at seeing Pok Pok. The little creature frowned, looking completely furious, and then it screamed with all its might. As Sari stared at the frozen lake in front of her, Pok Pok frantically reported that they had completely vanished. Hearing those words, Vincent was so utterly shocked his mouth fell open. Julian was just as terrified, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. They vanished. Vincent marched straight towards Senna's father, demanding answers. What is the meaning of this? Village chief, spit out everything you know right now. The chief stammered that he knew absolutely nothing. Vincent gave him a cold, piercing glare, stating firmly that the old man had to know the truth. Senna's father secretly sent out a message right then before screaming a desperate order. Everyone stand up. We must offer the sacrifice to Lord Carlos at all costs. Finding an unexpected surge of strength, the possessed villagers broke free of their restraints and charged forward once more. Vincent panicked, stammering as they closed in on him and Senna. Young Master Vincent stomped his foot hard on the ice, unleashing a massive shockwave of magic that instantly swept across the frozen ground, engulfing the oncoming crowd. The intense power burned them, causing them to scream out in agonizing pain. Senna's father watched them collapse right before his eyes, crying out in utter helplessness. This cannot be, the chief wailed. Vincent coldly reminded him that he would not kill them, refusing to slaughter a child's family right in front of her. His expression suddenly darkened, becoming incredibly grim and terrifying. Speak up right now, he demanded. Where on earth have they taken Siri? The chief remained stubborn, asking if Vincent truly thought he could oppose Lord Carlos. Both him and that kid would only end up as sacrifices. Before the old man could even finish his sentence, a brutal punch crashed directly into his face. Vincent's patience had officially run out. Gritting his teeth, he yelled out fiercely, telling the piece of trash to finally wake up. He grabbed the chief's collar, hoisting him up. No matter the cost, no parent should ever sell out their own child. Vincent's eyes flared with a piercing chill, his brow furrowed in absolute rage. He would never under any circumstance forgive such a betrayal. Watching this, Sina's eyes widened as she stood there, completely stunned and speechless. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she staggered to her feet. Vincent glanced back curiously, calling her name with a touch of helplessness. Senna quietly admitted that her father was telling the truth. Carlos was too powerful, and even if it meant abandoning his maid, running was their only option. Remembering how her sister once called this the smartest approach, she gloomily repeated that fleeing was simply the best choice they had. But Vincent did not flinch for a single second, flatly declaring to her that he absolutely had to go. Cinna gasped in shock, spreading her arms to block his path. Going there is suicide, she warned, as Carlos has already slaughtered the village's strongest mages. Without a single moment of hesitation, he firmly replied that no matter how powerful the enemy was, he could never abandon his family. Sari was practically like a sister to him. Hearing this, Julian called out to his older brother, deeply moved by his words. His speech seemed to hit Senna incredibly hard, and her expression instantly clouded over. Vincent turned back to face her father. Vincent demanded that the chief speak up and reveal everything about Carlos, but the old man remained stubbornly silent. That was when Senna spoke. Her father would never speak, she explained, because everyone in the village was utterly terrified of Carlos. Instead, she offered to tell the story. She wanted them to know what had truly happened to their home. Originally, the village was kept safe by the lake's rich mana. But she hesitated for a moment before admitting that the peace did not last forever. Soon the protective barrier began to shrink. Fierce magical beasts soon arrived to threaten their home, forcing the villagers to fight desperately until their limits were pushed to the edge. Back then, her father, as the village chief, rallied everyone, declaring that the wooden wall was their very last line of defense. Though crude, there was absolutely no room left to retreat. He remained steadfast, guiding and encouraging his people to hold their ground. They had to preserve the sacred land of their ancestors for future generations. But despite their absolute unity, the worst was yet to come. The wooden barricade collapsed far too easily against the onslaught, allowing endless waves of ferocious monsters to flood into the village. Gripping their spears, the defenders urged each other to hold the line, knowing their families lay directly behind them. As a massive beast charged, the mages desperately combined their spells, firing explosive blasts of magic in an all-out effort to halt its advance. While their commander shouted for everyone to stay focused, a massive wolf-like beast stealthily crept up from the blind spot. It lunged, dragging the commander away as a blood-curdling scream rang out, only to be cut abruptly silent. Sina desperately pulled her sister away. Lena panicked, crying out to ask what was happening. Senna yelled that the barricade had fallen and they had to run immediately. But they barely made it a few steps before the ground beneath them shook violently, deep fissures, splitting the earth wide open. A massive monster erupted directly from the depths, blasting both sisters high into the air amidst a hail of flying dirt and debris. In the chaos, their hands slipped apart. Their father watched in absolute horror, helplessly screaming their names as everything went south. He begged them to run, but Lena lay unconscious. Senna desperately scrambled to her side, begging her sister to wake up. Run, Lena, Senna, run. Senna quickly crawls over to her unconscious sister, begging her to wake up. Just then, the enemy's silent beast attacks. It suddenly appears behind the two of them, opening a massive mouth packed with jagged fangs. The moment Senna turns around, she is utterly paralyzed with fear. Her pupils shrink and cold sweat pours down her face. But right in that split second of life and death, a sudden burst of blinding energy shoots in. The beam blocks the beast's gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, a massive halo of light erupts and the monster is blown to pieces. Senna just stands there in absolute shock with her mouth wide open. It takes her a long moment before she can even whisper a word. No, she whispers. Carlos Loss has fully recovered and stepped in, appearing before them like an absolute god. Watching him gather his magic, the villagers cheer in excitement, calling him the great dragon who ends the battle. He unleashes a strange type of magic, causing the lake's rich mana to swell and quickly blanket the entire valley. The monsters turn and run, leaving the villagers in a mix of joy and disbelief, wondering if their protector really chased them off. Since that day, peace returned and Carlos became their guardian deity. At the time, Sina also shared the villagers' belief. She fully believed in him, at least until she saw something shocking with her own eyes not long after. She stumbled upon a massive magic circle and curiously asked Carlos what it was for. He casually replied that it was an altar. A ritual altar, Senna repeated, a sudden wave of dread hitting her. Carlos gave a dark smile and said they needed sacrifices for the lake. To keep the mana flowing, he demanded the blood of one village youth every single year. But now let's head back to the present. Carlos silently stares at Sari, who is bound tightly to the altar. He draws a gleaming dagger and grins wickedly. He announces that the ritual is finally starting. Waking up from her forced slumber, Sari struggles to open her heavy eyelids. Her vision is still blurry, but the terrifying surrounding view quickly jolts her awake. Why is she tied up like this? And what on earth is this place? Carlos notices her stirring on the altar and mockingly asks if she is finally awake. Recognizing his sinister face, Siri screams out in horror while scanning the glassy-eyed crowd standing right behind him. The villagers all have completely vacant, hollow eyes. It is not normal at all. What did this monster do to them? Siri angrily demands to know what Carlos is doing. He just scoffs, claiming he is simply keeping this village safe. He drives his dagger straight into the magic eye smugly, adding that he is protecting it by using her as a sacrifice. Raw mana instantly begins to transfer. Sari panics, completely unable to comprehend what is happening as a red light appears. A strange crimson glow forms above her. Suddenly, fierce bolts of red lightning surge downward, striking her directly. An invisible force begins pulling blood directly from her open wounds. Sari trembles in sheer agony as her life force drains. Her blood flows down, gathering in the glowing magic circle below. Carlos stands in the very center, absorbing the rising mana. The brainwashed villagers cheer, shouting that their dragon lord is accepting the offering. Carlos feels incredible power coursing through him. He is ecstatic, amazed that just a few drops of her blood can grant him such an unbelievable surge of strength. He laughs, thinking of all the effort spent draining local children. But Sari's weak voice suddenly cuts through his dark thoughts. "You are nothing but a fake," she says, causing Carlos to freeze. A real dragon would never need to steal human blood. She mocks his true nature. His face instantly darkens with pure rage as she hits his most sensitive nerve, demanding to know what she just said. Sari looks absolutely battered with blood streaming from her eyes and mouth, yet she claims she can feel the souls of the dead. She can hear the spirits of the slaughtered villagers screaming right behind him. Carlos just sneers and waves his hand. He dismisses her words as pure nonsense. His voice turns freezing cold as he points directly at her chest. "If that is true," Carlos sneers, "then their deaths are entirely your fault for not showing up to be sacrificed sooner." Sari calls him a filthy demon, but Carlos merely places his heavy boot onto the dagger handle embedded in the circle. He slowly presses down, telling her to scream all she wants because he is about to become an all-powerful dragon. His face twists into a sickening, bloodthirsty grin, his eyes glowing with an insane lust for ultimate power. He roars that her legendary holy blood will complete him, while Sari screams in agony as the altar's magic tears her apart. He laughs maniacally, telling her to go apologize to the dead villagers in the afterlife for arriving way too late. With no escape in sight, Sari grits her teeth, desperately trying to hold onto her fading consciousness. But right then, a massive force tears the barrier completely apart, sending a satisfying, shattering sound throughout the chamber. Her eyes fly open as a soft smile touches her lips, knowing he has finally arrived. Carlos panics in absolute disbelief. Vincent Adenka charges in his sword aura, cutting through the air, while his other hand safely carries Winston and Senna. Carlos gasps, recognizing the formidable Vincent Adenka, who coldly begins to chant the first form of his heavy sword art. With a flash of light, Vincent Adenka's sword completely transforms, unleashing an unstoppable wave of energy aimed directly at the altar. Vincent Adenka yells out, unleashing a heavy dual-blade strike that rips right through space itself. A blinding flash of raw energy explodes outward. A deafening boom shakes the area, throwing debris everywhere as the massive shockwave forces Carlos back a few steps. The villagers panic, crying out that the ritual is ruined. Carlos glares in fury, grinding his teeth at the sight. "Curse it," he stares at the rubble, realizing Vincent Adenka targeted the magic circle first. At this rate, refining the blood is impossible. He looks up at the intruder, shouting a furious warning. "Vincent Adenka, how dare you interfere with my grand plan? I will never forgive you." His mouth swells up instantly as he concentrates a massive amount of raw magical power inside. Suddenly, Carlos unleashes a colossal torrent of fire, screaming at him to die. The blast is strong enough to vaporize everything. Vincent Adenka narrows his eyes, locking his focus as his lips press into a tight line, bracing for the impact. Timing it perfectly, he slashes downward cleanly, splitting the roaring flames in half. A brilliant flash of magical light erupts. The quiet snow-covered forest wakes up in a roar of explosions. Blazing fire lights up the entire night sky. Sari is finally freed from the altar's binding magic, but she is far too weak, her face completely pale. Senna cries out in worry for her sister. Luckily, Winston rushes forward with open arms and barely manages to catch her. They both crash to the ground. Just as Winston lets out a sigh of relief, he panics again as the altar begins to collapse. Huge chunks of stone are falling straight toward them. He holds Sari close, completely helpless as he looks up in absolute terror. Right then, a burst of bright blue magic comes out of nowhere, blowing the falling rubble to pieces in midair. Winston stands dazed, completely confused. He looks back to see Senna standing a short distance away, struggling to keep her focus. She is desperately channeling a protective barrier to shield them from the debris. Her eyes are filled with pure, heartbreaking fear. Suddenly, a furious voice calls her name. Carlos spots her calling out Senna in disbelief, as if he cannot believe his eyes. He grits his teeth, absolutely furious. "You brat, so you were the one who led these pests straight to our location." Seeing his crazed expression as he prepares to strike, Senna flinches back in terror. Honestly, this guy is completely unhinged. Vincent Adenka moves like the wind, closing the distance from the right. The moment Carlos attacks, Vin's sword cleanly cuts through it. The colliding forces trigger another massive explosion. A violent shockwave sweeps outward, blasting away every single obstacle in its path. Vincent Adenka pulls back his blade fluidly, shifting into a fresh offensive stance. His cold gaze remains locked dead on his target. Carlos grinds his teeth in sheer panic. His reaction is half a second too slow as Vin's sword sweeps right toward his throat. Carlos barely ducks back to avoid the lethal cut, stumbling backward nearly 10 steps to regain his footing. Vincent Adenka speaks coldly, telling Carlos that his little dragon impersonating act ends right here. Carlos trembles with rage, sweat dripping down. "You arrogant little brat," he suddenly roars in a complete frenzy, promising to make Vin deeply regret defying the great dragon. Ominous magic erupts wildly around Carlos. Vincent Adenka remains entirely unfazed, pointing out that Carlos has probably never even seen a real dragon. He casually gestures with a mocking finger, telling the fake to bring it on and test his luck. He promises to show him the true power passed down from a real living dragon.